The signals came from the third planet in a small yellow star system. They were weak, chaotic, and completely uninteresting to most of the galaxy. Radio waves carrying strange sounds and pictures bounced through space like lost children looking for home. Commander Thyleron was working the night shift at the Deep Space Monitoring Station when the signals first appeared on his screens. He was a Zephyrian, tall and strong like all his people, with crystal blue skin that glowed softly in the dark. His forearms moved quickly across the control panels as he tried to make sense of what he was seeing. The signals were coming from a planet called Earth. The creatures there called themselves humans. Thyleron laughed when he saw the first images. These humans were tiny, soft, and pink. They had only 2 arms and 2 legs. They needed special suits just to survive in space. Some of them could not even run for more than a few minutes without getting tired. "Look at this," Thyleron called to his partner, showing her the data on his screen. These creatures fight wars with metal sticks that shoot tiny pieces of metal. They ride around in wheeled boxes that burn dead plants for energy. And get this, they can only lift about twice their own body weight. His partner, a female Zephyrian named Velisa, moved closer to look. Her crystalline features reflected the light from the monitor. "Are you sure these are intelligent beings? They look more like the livestock we keep on Zephyr Prime." The 2 officers spent hours watching the human transmissions. They saw humans fighting each other over pieces of land, arguing about invisible lines drawn on maps and killing each other for different ideas about gods they had never seen. The humans appeared to be constantly angry about something. "Send this up to Intelligence Command," Velisa said finally. "But mark it as low priority. These creatures are barely beyond the Stone Age. If they ever figure out space travel, it will take them thousands of years." The report traveled up through the Zephyrian command structure, passed from one desk to another like a mildly interesting curiosity. Each officer who read it had the same reaction: amusement followed by dismissal. The galaxy was full of primitive species. Most of them never made it off their home planets. The few that did usually destroyed themselves within a few generations. Dr. Yilmoth was the hegemony's chief expert on primitive species. Her office was filled with artifacts and studies from dozens of worlds. When the Earth report reached her desk, she barely glanced at it before filing it under non-threats monitoring only. But something about the humans bothered her. She had studied many primitive species, and most of them spent their time trying to find food, avoid predators, or build simple shelters. The humans seemed to spend most of their time hurting each other. Their entire planet appeared to be in a constant state of war. "Probably a genetic defect," she told her assistant. "Some species develop overly aggressive tendencies that eventually lead to extinction. We will check on them again in a few hundred years." Months passed. The Zephyrian hegemony continued its slow expansion across the galaxy, bringing order and civilization to primitive worlds. They were patient and methodical. Their technology was advanced beyond anything most species could imagine. Their military had never lost a war. High Archon Vexthul ruled the hegemony from his palace on the capital world of Zephyr Prime. He was ancient even by Zephyrian standards, having lived for over 800 years. His crystal skin had turned deep blue with age, and his forearms moved with the careful precision of someone who had commanded fleets for centuries. The Earth report eventually reached his desk as part of a routine briefing on frontier worlds. He read it while eating his morning meal of processed minerals and liquid methane. The description of humans made him chuckle. 2 arms, 2 legs, and they fall over if they spin around too fast, he said to his aide. How did natural selection allow such clumsy creatures to develop intelligence? The report suggests they evolved from tree-dwelling creatures, my lord, the aide replied. Perhaps climbing made them slightly less helpless than they appear. Vexthul set down the report and looked out the window of his palace. Below him, the capital city of the hegemony stretched for hundreds of miles. Crystalline towers reached toward the sky, and floating vehicles moved in perfect order through the air. This was what civilization looked like. This was the result of millions of years of evolution and careful planning. The humans, by comparison, lived in crude boxes made of metal and stone. They poisoned their own air with smoke from burning chemicals. They had not even figured out how to work together as a single species. Half of their planet was usually fighting with the other half. File it under future expansion candidates, Vexthul told his aide. We will deal with them when we have time. It should take about a day to secure their surrender. But the hegemony was busy with more important conquests. The Andromedian system was putting up real resistance, using actual energy weapons and force fields. The crystalline beings of Xerion Prime had technology that was almost interesting. Dozens of other worlds required attention before the hegemony could bother with the primitive humans. Years passed. The human signals grew stronger and more complex, but nobody in the hegemony paid much attention. Primitive species often had brief periods of technological growth before destroying themselves. The humans would probably blow up their own planet before the hegemony got around to conquering it. Then something unexpected happened. The hegemony's expansion finally reached the outer edge of the human solar system. Long-range scouts detected some kind of space activity around the human world. Apparently, the little creatures had figured out how to leave their planet. Commander Thaleron, now promoted to fleet captain, was assigned to investigate. He took a small scout ship to the edge of the system and activated his sensors. What he found made him laugh out loud. The humans had built a space station. It was a crude thing made of metal tubes and spinning wheels. Tiny human figures in bulky white suits floated around outside, working on repairs with primitive tools. Their ships were barely more advanced than the rockets they had been using for decades. Control. This is Captain Thaleron, he reported. Back to base. The humans have achieved basic spaceflight. Repeat. Basic spaceflight. They are using chemical rockets and appear to be building some kind of orbital habitat. Recommend we proceed with standard conquest protocols. High Archon Vexthul received the report during his weekly War Council meeting. The other commanders were discussing serious threats. The energy beings of the Magellanic Clouds had developed new defensive technologies, and the machine intelligence of Proxima Centauri was proving difficult to negotiate with. The humans? Vexthul said when the Earth matter came up. Very well. Send the 47th Conquest Fleet. This should be finished within a week. Admiral Zektor was chosen to lead the mission. He was young for a Zephyrian commander, only 300 years old, but he had successfully conquered 12 worlds without losing a single ship. The human conquest would be his 13th victory. What kind of resistance should we expect, he asked the intelligence briefer. Minimal to none, came the reply. Chemical rockets, primitive explosives, and some kind of electromagnetic pulse, weapons that barely register on our sensors. Their largest ship appears to be about the size of our shuttlecraft. Zektor nodded. Standard intimidation protocol then. We jump into their system, demand surrender and wait for them to give up. Should be home by next week. The 47th Conquest Fleet assembled at the edge of human space. 3 massive dreadnoughts, each the size of a small moon, led 50 escort, vessels in perfect formation. Their weapons could crack planets, their shields could stop stars. They had conquered species with technology 1,000 years more advanced than anything humans possessed. Admiral Zektor stood on the bridge of his flagship, looking out at the small blue and green planet ahead. It looked peaceful and quiet. He could see no orbital defenses, no weapon platforms, no signs that the humans were preparing for war. Open a channel to the planet, he ordered. Let us get this over with. The message went out across all human communication networks. It was simple and direct. This is Admiral Zektor of the Zephyrian hegemony. Your world is now under our protection. Surrender immediately and accept our rule, or face complete destruction. You have 1 rotation of your planet to decide. The Xiao Admiral expected an immediate response. Most primitive species sent surrender messages within minutes of seeing a hegemony fleet. The smart ones sometimes tried to negotiate. The really primitive ones just went silent and hoped the fleet would go away. The humans took 6 hours to reply. When the message came back, it was short and spoken by a calm human voice. This is Admiral Sarah Chen of the United Earth Defense Force. We have considered your offer and respectfully decline. If you want our world, you are welcome to try and take it. Good luck. Admiral Zektor stared at the communication screen for a long moment. Then he started laughing. These tiny, weak creatures were actually going to fight. It was like watching a mouse challenge a dragon. "Very well," he said to his bridge crew. "Prepare for conquest operations. Try not to damage the planet too much. We will need somewhere to put the survivors." Admiral Zektor expected the battle to last about an hour. His 3 dreadnoughts alone carried enough firepower to sterilize a continent. The escort ships were just there to clean up any survivors and secure the planet for occupation. The human defense fleet that came to meet them was almost insulting in its weakness. Zektor counted 37 ships total. Most of them looked like converted cargo haulers and mining vessels. A few appeared to be actual military ships, but they were so small that his sensors initially classified them as fighter craft. "Sir," his weapons officer reported, "the human vessels are moving to intercept us. Should we warn them again?" Zektor studied the tactical display. The human ships were arranging themselves in a loose formation between his fleet and their planet. They were actually planning to fight. It was almost sad. No warnings, he decided. They have made their choice. Target their largest vessels first. Make this quick and clean. The Zephyrian dreadnought Eternal Victory opened fire first. Its main plasma cannon could melt through a mountain in seconds. The beam reached across space and struck the lead human ship dead center. The human vessel exploded in a brilliant flash of light and debris. "One shot, one kill. Exactly as expected. Target the next vessel," Zektor ordered. But something was wrong. Instead of retreating in terror, the human ships accelerated toward his fleet. Their weapons began firing, primitive kinetic rounds and explosive missiles that bounced harmlessly off Zephyrian shields. "Sir," the tactical officer reported, confusion in his voice. "The human vessels are closing to point-blank range. This makes no strategic sense." Zektor watched the display with growing puzzlement. The humans were getting close enough that his ships could not use their main weapons without risking damage from debris. It was a stupid tactic that would only delay their destruction by a few minutes. Then the first human ship rammed his escort vessel Swiftblade. The impact sent shockwaves through both vessels. The human ship, a converted mining barge, crumpled like paper against the Zephyrian hull. But it had been carrying some kind of explosive cargo. The blast tore a hole in the escort ship's side, venting atmosphere and killing half the crew. "What just happened?" Zektor demanded. "The humans deliberately crashed into the Swiftblade, sir. They appear to have loaded their ship with explosives before the collision." Zektor felt the first stirring of unease. Civilized species did not use suicide tactics. It was wasteful and barbaric. But before he could process this information fully, 2 more human ships crashed into his escorts. The humans had turned their own vessels into weapons. They were using ramming attacks like primitive ocean vessels from ancient times. It was insane. It was wasteful. It was also working. "All ships maintain distance," Zektor ordered. "Use point defense systems to destroy incoming vessels before they can close." But the humans had thought of this too. They were not coming in straight lines like civilized attackers. Instead, they moved in wild, unpredictable patterns, using the debris from their own destroyed ships as cover. Some of them spun end over end while firing in all directions. Others flew in spirals that made targeting almost impossible. "Sir, these movement patterns make no sense," his tactical officer complained. "They are violating basic principles of space combat." "Because they do not know the principles," Zektor replied. "They are fighting by instinct instead of training. Adjust our targeting computers to compensate." But every time the Zephyrians adapted their tactics, the humans changed theirs. When the point defense systems learned to track spinning ships, the humans started flying through debris fields. When the Zephyrians cleared the debris, the humans began using some kind of electronic warfare that scrambled targeting sensors. Most disturbing of all, the humans seemed to be getting better at fighting as the battle continued. Their initial attacks had been clumsy and desperate, but each wave of human ships fought more effectively than the last. They were learning from their mistakes in real time. "How is this possible?" Zektor asked his intelligence officer. "Primitive species do not adapt this quickly." "Unknown, sir." Perhaps they are sharing tactical information between ships. Captain Lisa Rodriguez commanded the human destroyer Defiant. Her ship was one of the few actual military vessels in the Earth Defense Fleet, though it would barely qualify as a patrol boat by Zephyrian standards. She had been a naval officer before the aliens arrived, trained in submarine warfare and small unit tactics. The alien ships were huge and powerful, but they fought like they expected their enemies to stand still and take turns shooting. Rodriguez had spent her career fighting opponents who tried to hide and ambush her. She knew how to use an enemy's size against them. "All ships, this is Admiral Chen," came the voice over the radio. "New tactic. Use the asteroids in Sector 7 as cover, make them come to us." Rodriguez smiled grimly as she changed course. The aliens had better weapons and stronger ships, but they thought like people who had never been in a real fight. They expected war to be orderly and predictable. Human war was chaos. The Defiant slipped between two large asteroids and powered down all non-essential systems. Around her, dozens of other human ships did the same. They were hiding like submarines, waiting for the enemy to come close enough for their weaker weapons to be effective. Admiral Zektor watched his sensor displays with growing frustration. The human ships had scattered into the asteroid field and disappeared. His scanners could detect them if he got close enough, but the asteroids made long-range targeting impossible. "Sir, recommend we clear the asteroid field with plasma bombardment," his weapons officer suggested. "Negative. We need those asteroids for mining operations after we take the system. Send in the escort ships to flush them out." It was exactly what the humans had hoped for. As the Zephyrian escorts moved into the asteroid field, human ships emerged from hiding like deep-sea predators. They came from above and below, using the three-dimensional nature of space in ways that the Zephyrians, who thought of space combat like ocean battles, had not anticipated. The Defiant emerged from behind an asteroid directly beneath a Zephyrian escort. Rodriguez fired everything she had at point-blank range. Her missiles could not penetrate the alien shields, but the electromagnetic pulse from her warheads scrambled the escort sensors. While the Zephyrian ship was blind, two other human vessels attacked from different angles. Their weapons still could not break through the alien armor, but they did not need to. They had loaded their cargo holds with mining explosives. Both human ships rammed the escort simultaneously. The combined explosion tore the Zephyrian vessel in half. "This is impossible," Zektor muttered, watching his ships die one by one. "They are sacrificing two ships to destroy one of ours. The mathematics make no sense." But the humans were not thinking about mathematics. They were thinking about survival. Every human ship that died took Zephyrian vessels with it. Every Zephyrian ship destroyed meant fewer enemies to threaten Earth. The battle raged for 6 hours. The Zephyrians had superior weapons, stronger ships, and better shields. They should have won easily. But the humans kept doing things that no civilized species would do. They used their own destroyed ships as weapons, guiding burning hulks into Zephyrian vessels. They fired from inside asteroid fields where return fire might cause avalanches. Some human crews deliberately overloaded their reactors to create nuclear explosions when enemy ships got too close. Most shocking of all, the humans never retreated. Even when their ships were crippled and their crews were dying, they kept fighting. Zektor watched a human destroyer with half its hull blown away continue firing until its ammunition was gone, then ram his flagship's sensor array. The pilot of that ship had a choice: eject in an escape pod and live, or stay with his vessel and die in the collision. He chose to die. "These creatures are insane," Zektor's first officer said, watching the tactical display. "They fight like they want to die." "No," Zektor replied slowly, beginning to understand. "They fight like they are already dead, like they have nothing left to lose." When the battle finally ended, the Zephyrian fleet was victorious. But it was the most expensive victory in hegemony history. 6 escort ships were completely destroyed. Both remaining dreadnoughts were heavily damaged. Nearly 3,000 Zephyrian warriors were dead. The humans had lost their entire defense fleet. Not a single human ship survived. But they had made the Zephyrians pay for every mile of space. Admiral Zektor stood on his damaged bridge, looking down at the blue and green planet below. The humans had put up a better fight than species with technology, centuries more advanced. And this was supposed to be the easy part of the conquest. "Sir," his communications officer reported, "we are receiving a transmission from the planet. Put it through." The voice that came through the speakers was calm and clear. It belonged to a human female named Admiral Chen, the one who had refused their surrender demand. "Admiral Zektor, this is Admiral Chen of Earth Defense Command. Congratulations on your victory. I hope you enjoyed our welcoming committee. That was just the warm-up. When you come down to our planet, you will find out why we have been fighting each other for thousands of years. We have gotten very good at it." The transmission ended. Zektor stared at the communication panel for a long moment. "Sir?" his first officer asked. "Should we begin the orbital bombardment?" Zektor thought about the battle Dr. Yilmoth had studied 47 different species during her career as the hegemony's chief xenopsychologist. She thought she understood how primitive minds worked. They were simple, predictable, and easy to control once you figured out what they feared most. The humans were different. After Admiral Zektor's troubling report from the space battle, High Archon Vexthul had ordered a complete psychological analysis of the human species. Dr. Yilmoth was given access to all the intercepted human transmissions, their historical records, and their cultural databases. What she found kept her awake for days. "This cannot be correct," she muttered, staring at her research screens in her laboratory deep within the hegemony capital. Around her, holographic displays showed human cities, human wars, and human entertainment. All of it was violent. All of it was disturbing. Dr. Yilmoth had 4 advanced degrees in alien psychology. She had written the standard textbook on primitive species behavior. She understood how evolution shaped the minds of intelligent creatures across the galaxy. Every sapient species in the known universe had evolved intelligence as a way to avoid conflict. The Zephyrians developed their crystal technology to hide from predators. The Andromedians learned to manipulate energy so they could escape dangerous situations. The Xerians became master engineers so they could build safe shelters. Intelligence, across 47 different species, served the same basic function. It helped creatures survive by avoiding danger. Humans had evolved intelligence to become better at creating danger. "Velisa," Dr. Yilmoth called to her research assistant. "Look at this data. Tell me what you see." Velisa approached the holographic display showing human evolutionary history. The images showed small, furry creatures climbing down from trees and walking across open grasslands. They looked helpless and weak. "They appear to be typical prey, animals," Velisa observed. "Small, soft, no natural weapons. How did they survive long enough to develop intelligence?" "That is what I thought too," Dr. Yilmoth replied. "But look closer. See these bone fragments? Tool marks on animal remains? Cave paintings showing hunting scenes?" Velisa studied the evidence more carefully. Slowly, her expression changed from confusion to horror. "They were predators," she whispered. "These small, weak creatures were hunting animals larger and stronger than themselves." "Not just hunting," Dr. Yilmoth corrected. "Persistence hunting. They would chase their prey for days across vast distances until the animal collapsed from exhaustion. Humans are the only known species that evolved intelligence specifically to become better killers. The research got worse the deeper they dug. Human history was an unbroken chain of warfare stretching back to their earliest records. They had fought with sticks and stones, then metal and fire, then chemicals and radiation. They had weaponized everything from disease to weather patterns. Most disturbing was their literature. While other species wrote about harmony, cooperation, and peace, humans wrote stories celebrating individual sacrifice for group survival. Their heroes were warriors who died in hopeless battles. Their greatest cultural works focused on conflict, struggle, and the nobility of fighting against impossible odds. "Look at this," Velisa said, pulling up a human entertainment program. "They watch recordings of other humans fighting each other for recreation. They call it sports. Dr. Yilmoth examined the data. Humans had dozens of different combat sports. Boxing, wrestling, martial arts, gladiatorial contests with weapons. They paid money to watch other humans hurt each other, and they cheered when the violence was particularly impressive. No other species does this, she said quietly. Conflict entertainment does not exist anywhere else in the galaxy. Most species find the concept physically disturbing, but the humans went beyond just watching violence. They participated in it voluntarily. Human records showed millions of individuals who engaged in dangerous activities purely for the excitement. They jumped out of aircraft, climbed impossible mountains, dove into deep water, and raced vehicles at deadly speeds. They called it fun. Dr. Yilmoth? Velisa asked, her voice shaking slightly. What kind of evolutionary pressure creates a species that enjoys danger? The answer, when Dr. Yilmoth found it, explained everything. Earth was a death world, not just dangerous, actively, aggressively hostile to life. The planet's weather included storms that could level cities. Its geology featured volcanoes that could darken the sky for years, and earthquakes that could split continents. Its biology included diseases that could kill millions and predators that hunted in coordinated packs. Most species evolved on worlds where survival meant avoiding the dangerous parts of their environment. Humans evolved on a world where every part of the environment was dangerous. They had learned to thrive in conditions that would kill most galactic species within hours. Temperature range, Dr. Yilmoth read from her notes. Humans can survive in environments ranging from frozen wasteland to burning desert. Atmospheric composition. They breathe a corrosive gas mixture that would poison most carbon-based life forms. Gravity, nearly twice galactic standard. The psychological profiles were even more disturbing. Humans had developed something called adrenaline addiction. They actually became physically dependent on the chemical their bodies produced during dangerous situations. Many humans actively sought out life-threatening experiences because they enjoyed the feeling. They are not just comfortable with violence, Dr. Yilmoth explained to her assistant. They are biochemically rewarded for it. Their brains release pleasure chemicals when they engage in combat or face mortal danger. Velisa was reading through human military manuals, her crystal skin turning pale with shock. Dr. Yilmoth, these tactical guides, they discuss something called acceptable losses. Humans plan military operations expecting that some of their own people will die, and they consider this normal. Show me. The manual was written in simple, direct language. It explained how human commanders should calculate the number of casualties they were willing to accept to achieve a military objective. The tone was matter-of-fact, as if discussing the weather. No other species thinks this way, Dr. Yilmoth said. The Andromedians will retreat if they lose even 1% of their forces. The Xerians consider any battle with casualties to be a strategic failure. Humans plan their wars around the assumption that their people will die. The final piece of evidence came from human entertainment databases. Dr. Yilmoth had accessed their movies, books, and games, expecting to find the peaceful fantasy worlds that most species used for recreation. Instead, she found warfare. Human entertainment was dominated by stories about conflict. Their heroes were soldiers. Their plots involved battles, and their most popular narratives focused on small groups of fighters defeating larger, more powerful enemies through determination and sacrifice. They practice war for fun, Velisa said, staring at a human video game that simulated planetary invasion. This is what they do to relax. Dr. Yilmoth compiled her report that night, working through what Zephyrians considered sleeping hours. Her findings were clear, detailed, and absolutely terrifying. Humans were not a primitive species. They were a weapon that evolution had spent millions of years perfecting. The next morning, she presented her findings to the High Council. The chamber was filled with the most powerful Zephyrians in the galaxy, military commanders, scientists, and political leaders who had guided their species through centuries of expansion. Honorable Council, Dr. Yilmoth began, I must revise our assessment of the human species. They are not Class 7 primitives. They are something we have never encountered before. She activated the holographic display and began her presentation. The evidence was overwhelming. Humans were persistent predators who had evolved on a world that actively tried to kill them. They were chemically addicted to violence. They planned their battles around acceptable casualties. They practiced warfare as entertainment. In summary, she concluded, humans are a species that has spent their entire evolutionary history fighting everything on their planet, including each other. They have turned conflict into an art form. They have weaponized their own biology, their environment, and their social structures. The council chamber was silent. High Archon Vex Thul sat in his throne, processing what he had heard. Finally, he spoke. Dr. Yilmoth, are you suggesting that these small, weak creatures are actually dangerous? My lord, I am suggesting that these creatures are the most dangerous species we have ever encountered. Their physical weakness is irrelevant. They fight with their minds, not their bodies, and their minds have been shaped by millions of years of constant warfare. Commander Thexara, leader of the hegemony ground forces, stood up. With respect, Doctor, your analysis may be correct, but it changes nothing. We have superior weapons, superior armor, and superior numbers. No amount of primitive cunning can overcome such advantages. Dr. Yilmoth turned to face him. Commander, have you read the human military manuals? I have glanced at them. Crude tactics for a crude species. Then you missed the important parts. Humans have a concept called asymmetric warfare. It means using your enemy's strengths against them. They have been perfecting these techniques for thousands of years. Commander Thexara had conquered 18 worlds for the Zephyrian hegemony. He understood how planetary invasions worked. You landed your forces near the enemy's major cities, destroyed their military installations, captured their leaders, and accepted their surrender. Most species gave up after the first demonstration of superior firepower. Earth would be his 19th conquest. The invasion fleet consisted of 50 massive transport ships carrying 1 million Zephyrian warriors. Each warrior stood 8 feet tall, weighed 600 pounds, and could tear through steel with their bare hands. They wore armor that could stop bullets and carried plasma weapons that could melt through concrete walls. Landing zones have been selected, reported his tactical officer as they approached Earth. Primary targets are New York, London, Moscow, Beijing, and Tokyo. Intelligence suggests these cities contain the human command structure. Thexara nodded as he studied the planet below. It looked peaceful from orbit. He could see the lights of human cities scattered across the dark side of the planet, twinkling like tiny stars. Soon those lights would be under hegemony control. Begin the assault. The first wave of transport ships descended through Earth's atmosphere like falling meteors. Thexara had chosen to land in New York, the largest human city. His intelligence report suggested that capturing it would demoralize the entire human species. As his transport touched down in what humans called Central Park, Thexara felt confident about the mission. The humans had lost their space fleet. They had no orbital weapons. Their ground forces used the same primitive kinetic weapons that had proven useless in space. This would be over quickly. The transport doors opened, and Thexara led his warriors out into the human city. The first thing he noticed was the smell. A mixture of chemicals, burning fuel, and organic decay that made his respiratory system work harder. The second thing he noticed was the silence. The streets were empty. No humans in sight. No signs of military resistance. No crowds of civilians waiting to surrender. Spread out in standard formation, Thexara ordered. Secure the immediate area and advance toward the population center. His warriors moved through the empty streets in perfect order, just as they had on 18 other worlds. Their crystalline armor gleamed in the afternoon sunlight. Their plasma weapons hummed with ready power. They were the finest military force in the galaxy. The first human attack came from above. Corporal Martinez crouched on the roof of a 40-story building, watching the alien invaders through his rifle scope. He had been a police sniper before the invasion, trained to make precise shots in urban environments. The aliens were big and scary, but they walked in predictable patterns like soldiers on parade. Martinez had modified his rifle with explosive rounds designed for taking down armored vehicles. He aimed carefully at the lead alien's head and squeezed the trigger. The bullet struck Thexara's helmet and exploded, sending cracks through his crystalline armor, but not penetrating completely. The impact staggered him and activated his suit's "Damage warnings, sniper!" he shouted, raising his plasma weapon toward the building where the shot had come from. But Martinez was already gone, moving through the building's stairwells like he had practiced 1,000 times. By the time the aliens fired, they were shooting at empty air. "Sir," reported one of Thexara's squad leaders, "we are taking fire from multiple positions. The humans appear to be using the buildings as cover." This was not how civilized species fought. When the hegemony invaded other worlds, the defending armies met them in open areas where superior technology could decide the battle quickly. The humans were hiding in their own cities, using their knowledge of the terrain against the invaders. More shots came from different buildings. Human snipers were positioned throughout the city, firing from windows and rooftops before disappearing into the maze of structures. Each shot targeted the weak points in Zephyrian armor, joints, sensors, and breathing apparatus. "Return fire on all sniper positions," Thexara ordered. His warriors began blasting the buildings with plasma weapons, melting through concrete and steel to eliminate the hidden humans. But every building they destroyed created more rubble for the humans to hide behind. Every attack revealed new sniper positions that had not been there before. The humans were not just hiding in the city. They were turning the city into a weapon. Sergeant O'Brien had been a demolitions expert in the Army Corps of Engineers. When the aliens invaded, he had volunteered for something the human commanders called urban restructuring. His job was to reshape the battlefield. As Zephyrian forces advanced down Broadway, O'Brien triggered carefully placed charges in the subway tunnels beneath their feet. The street collapsed, dropping a dozen alien warriors into the underground transit system. Before they could climb out, O'Brien sealed the tunnels with more explosives. "Control, this is O'Brien," he radioed to the human command center. "Package, delivered to Broadway Station. 12 packages wrapped and shipped." Throughout the city, similar operations were taking place. Humans had spent months preparing for the invasion, turning their own infrastructure into a trap. Bridges could be collapsed with remote charges. Buildings could be brought down to block streets. Subway tunnels could be flooded or filled with poisonous gas. The Zephyrians found themselves fighting not just human soldiers, but the city itself. Commander Thexara regrouped his forces in Times Square, trying to understand what was happening. His warriors were scattered throughout the city, fighting dozens of small engagements instead of one decisive battle. Human attacks came from sewers, building ventilation systems, and underground tunnels that did not appear on any map. "Status. Report," he demanded. "Sir, we have secured approximately 15% of the target area," his communications officer replied. "But the humans keep retaking positions we have already cleared. They are using tunnel systems to move troops behind our lines." "What about civilian casualties?" "Unknown, sir. We have not encountered any non-combatants. The humans appear to have evacuated their civilians, or armed them." That last part was the most troubling. On other worlds, the hegemony was careful to protect innocent civilians during conquest operations. It was part of their civilized approach to warfare. But every human they encountered was armed and dangerous, from elderly individuals who set booby traps to children who served as lookouts and messengers. The humans had militarized their entire population. Dr. Sarah Kim had been a pediatric surgeon before the invasion. Now she was running a field hospital in the subway system beneath Manhattan, treating wounded fighters and coordinating medical support for the resistance. "How many wounded?" she asked her nurse as another group of injured humans was brought in. 17 this hour," came the reply. "But none of them want to stay for recovery. They all want to get back to fighting." Dr. Kim looked around the makeshift hospital. Humans with bandaged wounds were cleaning weapons and planning their next attacks. A teenager with a broken arm was learning how to throw grenades left-handed. An elderly man with a bullet wound was teaching younger fighters how to make improvised explosives. This was not how civilized species behaved during wartime. Most species had clear divisions between combatants and non-combatants. between soldiers and civilians, between the military and medical personnel. Humans treated war as a community activity. "Doctor," called one of her patients, a construction worker named Mike who had lost 2 fingers to alien plasma fire. "I rigged those charges in the subway tunnel like you suggested. When those crystal bastards come through, they are going to get a real New York welcome." Dr. Kim nodded and continued treating patients. She had never fired a weapon in her life, but she was fighting this war just as hard as any soldier. She was keeping the fighters healthy so they could keep fighting. In human logic, that made her as much a warrior as anyone carrying a gun. Back on the surface, Commander Thexara was receiving reports from his other landing sites around the planet. The news was the same everywhere. Fierce resistance, unexpected tactics, and mounting casualties. In London, humans had flooded the underground transit system and were fighting from boats in the tunnels. In Moscow, they had weaponized the winter weather, using their superior cold tolerance to wage war in blizzards that Zephyrian life support systems could barely handle. In Beijing, they had turned the city's massive population into an intelligence network that tracked every alien movement. But it was the report from Tokyo that truly alarmed him. "Sir," his communications officer said, "Colonel Velthar is requesting immediate evacuation from the Tokyo sector." "Evacuation? Why?" "The humans, sir, they have weaponized their own deaths." The transmission from Tokyo showed scenes that violated every principle of civilized warfare. Human fighters were using suicide tactics not just against Zephyrian vehicles and equipment, but against Zephyrian personnel. They would approach alien positions with hidden explosives, detonate them at close range, and die in the blast along with their enemies. Most disturbing was their attitude about it. The humans who carried out these attacks were not desperate or terrified. They were calm, focused, and often smiling. They acted like dying for their cause was an honor instead of a tragedy. "This is impossible," Thexara said, watching the footage. "No species willingly sacrifices its members like this. It violates basic survival instincts." But the evidence was undeniable. High Archon Vexthul had ruled the Zephyrian hegemony for 800 years. In all that time, he had never received a report like the one sitting on his desk. "Commander Thexara requests permission to withdraw all ground forces from Earth," he read aloud to his war council. "Reason given: impossible combat conditions and unacceptable casualty rates." The council chamber fell silent. General Kethmos, the hegemony's supreme military commander, leaned forward in his seat. "Impossible combat conditions? Against a primitive species with chemical weapons and metal tools?" "That is what the report says," Vexthul replied grimly. "In 4 days of ground combat, we have lost over 400,000 warriors. The humans have turned their entire planet into a weapons system." The War Council reviewed the tactical reports from Earth. What they read challenged everything they understood about warfare, civilization, and intelligent behavior. In the frozen regions of Earth, humans had been using their knowledge of ice and snow to trap Zephyrian forces in deadly avalanches. In desert areas, they had poisoned water sources and used sandstorms to disable alien equipment. In jungle regions, they had recruited the local animal life as unwitting allies, using predators and venomous creatures as biological weapons. But it was the urban warfare that truly shocked the Zephyrian command staff. "They are fighting from inside their own infrastructure," General Kethmos said, reading a report from the London sector. "Sewage systems, electrical conduits, water pipes, building ventilation. They have turned their cities into 3-dimensional battlefields." Colonel Vexmira, who specialized in siege warfare, studied the tactical maps with growing alarm. "Sir, look at these tunnel systems. The humans have been expanding them during the invasion. They are digging new passages faster than we can map the existing ones." The humans had been busy during their brief respite between the space battle and the ground invasion. While the Zephyrians were planning their assault, human engineers had been connecting subway systems, sewer networks, and underground utility tunnels into a vast subterranean maze. Captain Chen Wei had been a mining engineer before the war. Now he was leading a team of workers who were literally reshaping the battlefield beneath the aliens' feet. How deep can we go? Asked his assistant, Maria Santos, who had been a subway maintenance supervisor. As deep as we need to, Chen replied, operating a massive boring machine that had been repurposed from a tunnel construction project. The deeper we go, the harder it is for them to follow us, and the more we can control where they go on the surface. The human strategy was simple, but effective. They would let the Zephyrians control the surface areas during the day, then emerge from underground at night to attack supply lines, communications equipment, and isolated patrols. By morning, they would disappear back into the tunnels, leaving behind destroyed equipment and confused enemies. The Zephyrians tried to follow them underground, but their 8-foot frames were too large for most human-sized passages. When they did manage to enter the tunnel systems, they found themselves fighting in conditions that favored the smaller, more agile humans. Lieutenant Colonel Sarah Jackson had been an urban warfare specialist before the invasion. Now she was commanding resistance operations in what used to be downtown Chicago. Her headquarters was located 60 feet underground in a converted subway station that connected to a network of tunnels stretching for miles in every direction. Status report, she called to her communications team. Squad 7 just hit an alien supply convoy on Lakeshore Drive, reported Sergeant Williams. They destroyed 6 vehicles and captured a weapons cache. Squad 12 is moving to intercept the alien reinforcements. Jackson studied the tactical map projected on the tunnel wall. Red markers showed Zephyrian positions, blue markers showed human units, and green lines showed the underground passages connecting them. The map looked like a spider web wrapped around the alien forces. What about civilian casualties? She asked. Minimal. Most civilians were evacuated through the tunnel networks before the aliens arrived. The ones who stayed behind are helping with intelligence gathering and supply runs. This was another factor that confused the Zephyrian invaders. On other worlds, civilian populations were either evacuated to safety or remained in place to be protected. Human civilians were actively participating in the war effort. 12-year-old Tommy Chen had been a Boy Scout before the invasion. His troop had been practicing wilderness survival skills when the aliens landed. Now those skills were being used to support military operations. Tommy's job was simple: move through the city's ventilation systems and report alien positions to the resistance fighters. He was small enough to fit through air ducts that adults could not use, and he could move silently through the building infrastructure. Control. This is Scout 7, he whispered into his radio, crawling through an air duct above a Zephyrian command post. I count 20 aliens in the lobby of the Marriott Hotel. They have some kind of big communication device set up near the front desk. The response came immediately. Copy, Scout 7. Stay clear of the area for the next 10 minutes. Tommy made his way to a safe distance and waited. Exactly 10 minutes later, a massive explosion shook the building. When the smoke cleared, the Zephyrian command post was gone, destroyed by explosives that human engineers had planted in the building's foundation weeks earlier. The aliens were learning that every human structure was potentially hostile. Office buildings contained hidden weapons caches. Parking garages had been converted into vehicle traps. Even playgrounds and parks had been rigged with detection sensors and communication equipment. Commander Thexara received casualty reports every hour, and each one was worse than the last. His forces were being picked apart by an enemy they could rarely see and almost never catch. The humans fought like ghosts, appearing just long enough to strike, and then vanishing back into their tunnel networks. Sir, his intelligence officer reported, we have identified the human command structure. They appear to be operating from a facility called NORAD, built inside a mountain in Colorado. Thexara studied the location data. The human military headquarters was buried under thousands of tons of rock, accessible only through heavily defended tunnels. It would take days to blast through to it, and the humans would probably destroy it before allowing it to be captured. What about their political leaders? Scattered to various underground facilities around the planet, the humans seemed to have prepared for this type of invasion years in advance. That was when Thexara realized the truth about human preparations. The empty cities, the tunnel networks, the coordinated resistance. None of it had been improvised after the hegemony's arrival. The humans had been planning for this war before they even knew aliens existed. "Sir," his communications officer announced, "we are receiving a transmission from the human command." The voice that came through the speakers was calm and professional. It belonged to Admiral Chen, the human who had refused their original surrender demand. "Commander Thexara, this is Admiral Sarah Chen. I hope you are enjoying your visit to Earth. As you can see, we take hospitality very seriously here. We have prepared special accommodations for all your warriors." The transmission paused, and Thexara could hear explosions in the background. "You are probably wondering why we are fighting so hard for a primitive world with limited resources," Admiral Chen continued. "The answer is simple. This is our home, and humans will do anything to protect their homes. If you would like to discuss terms for your withdrawal," the voice continued, "we are prepared to negotiate. We will allow your forces to leave Earth, unharmed in exchange for a formal treaty recognizing our independence." Thexara felt anger surge through his crystalline body. A primitive species was offering him terms? As if they were equals? "Send a reply," he ordered. "Tell them we do not negotiate with primitives. Tell them we will continue this invasion until every human on the planet is dead or captured." The response came back within minutes. "Understood, Commander. In that case, welcome to Phase 2. Thexara was about to ask what Phase 2 meant when the lights went out. All across the planet, human sabotage teams triggered coordinated attacks on power grids, communication networks, and supply lines. The Zephyrian forces found themselves cut off from each other, fighting in darkness with failing equipment and no way to call for support. The humans had been patient. They had allowed the aliens to spread across the planet and establish positions in major cities. Then, when the Zephyrian forces were most vulnerable, they had struck simultaneously at every critical system. In the tunnels beneath New York, Captain Chen Wei was leading his engineering team toward a new objective. They had been digging for days, creating a passage that would take them directly under the largest Zephyrian base in the city. "How much explosive?" asked Maria Santos, calculating the structural requirements. "All of it," Chen replied. "We are going to collapse 6 city blocks. Everything above us comes down. Sir, that will destroy most of Midtown Manhattan. Better our buildings than our planet." The explosion, when it came, was visible from orbit, 6 square blocks of New York City. 6 months after the failed invasion of Earth, High Archon Vexthal was dealing with the worst crisis in hegemony history. The defeat had shaken the foundation of their empire. 17 worlds had declared independence. 3 client species had stopped paying tribute. And now there were reports of strange ships appearing throughout hegemony space. Human ships. "How is this possible?" Vexthal demanded, studying the intelligence reports. "We destroyed their entire space fleet. We monitored their planet. They should not have the technology to build faster-than-light vessels." Dr. Yilmoth, who had correctly predicted the disaster on Earth, stood before the High Council with her latest analysis. Her expression was grim. "My lord, the humans have been busy. They salvaged our destroyed ships from the space battle and reverse-engineered our technology. But they did not simply copy our designs. They improved them." The holographic display showed images captured by long-range sensors, human vessels that looked like nothing the galaxy had ever seen before. They appeared to be hybrid designs, Zephyrian technology fused with human engineering in ways that should not have been possible. "Improve them how?" asked General Kethmos. "They made them faster, more efficient and more powerful," Dr. Yilmoth replied. "Human engineers approached our technology like they approach everything else, as a problem to be solved through innovation and adaptation." The reports were detailed and disturbing. Human ships were appearing near hegemony worlds, conducting what appeared to be reconnaissance missions. They did not attack, but they scanned everything: military installations, trade routes, and planetary defenses. They were gathering intelligence. "What do they want?" Vexthal asked. "Unknown, my lord. But based on their psychological profile, I suspect they are planning something." Captain Sarah Chen stood on the bridge of the Retribution, humanity's first. interstellar warship. The vessel was a miracle of engineering, human creativity combined with alien technology to create something neither species could have built alone. Around her, the bridge crew monitored systems that had been impossible just months earlier. Faster-than-light engines based on Zephyrian designs but improved with human modifications. Weapons systems that combined alien energy technology with human targeting computers. Shields that adapted to incoming attacks using human-developed artificial intelligence. Status report, Chen requested. All systems operational, Captain, replied her engineering officer, Commander Rodriguez. The hybrid power system is performing at 115% of design specifications. How is that possible? The human modifications, ma'am. We redesigned the energy flow patterns using techniques from our electrical grid systems. The aliens built their technology for reliability. We built ours for efficiency. Chen nodded and turned to her navigation officer. Set course for Zephyr Prime. Time to have a conversation with their leadership. The journey to the hegemony capital took 3 days, faster than any Zephyrian ship could make the same trip. When the Retribution emerged from faster-than-light travel at the edge of the Zephyr system, it immediately attracted attention. Admiral Zektor, still commanding the home defense fleet after his failure at Earth, watched the human vessel approach, with a mixture of curiosity and dread. The ship was small compared to his dreadnoughts, but its design radiated an efficiency that made him uncomfortable. Sir, his sensor officer reported, the human vessel is requesting permission to approach Zephyr Prime for diplomatic talks. Diplomatic talks? Zektor was confused. Since when do primitives request diplomacy? Sir, our sensors indicate that their ship is equipped with weapons we cannot identify, and their shields are operating on frequencies we have never seen before. Zektor studied the sensor data more carefully. The human ship's power signature was impossible. It was generating more energy than vessels twice its size. Its shield harmonics were shifting in patterns that would make targeting extremely difficult, and its weapons appeared to be some kind of hybrid plasma kinetic system that combined the best features of both technologies. How long did it take them to build this? He asked. Unknown, sir, but based on the construction techniques visible in the hull design, no more than a few months. A few months. The Zephyrians needed years to design and build new ship classes. The humans had gone from primitive chemical rockets to faster-than-light hybrid technology in less than a year. Grant their request, Zektor decided, but maintain full combat readiness. If they are here for revenge, we will be ready. Captain Chen transported down to Zephyr Prime with a small diplomatic team. The Zephyrian capital was everything she had expected. Crystal towers reaching toward the sky, perfectly ordered streets, and alien architecture that spoke of centuries of peaceful development. It was beautiful, it was civilized, and it was completely unprepared for war. Chen had studied the intelligence reports during the journey. Zephyr Prime had defense systems designed to stop attacking fleets, but no preparations for ground combat. The population had never experienced invasion. Their military was trained for conquest, not protection of their homeland. If humans wanted to conquer the Zephyrian capital, it would take about 3 days. But conquest was not why Chen was here. High Archon Vexthol received the human delegation. In his throne room, a vast chamber carved from a single crystal formation, he sat on a throne that had been shaped by his ancestors, surrounded by the symbols of hegemony power that had intimidated species across the galaxy. Captain Chen was not intimidated. Your Excellency, she began, speaking through a translation device that rendered her words in perfect Zephyrian. I bring greetings from the people of Earth and an offer of partnership. Partnership, Vexthol's voice echoed through the chamber. You speak of partnership after defying our rightful conquest of your world? With respect, your conquest was not rightful, Chen replied calmly. And it was not successful. Your forces learned that humans are not the primitive species you believed us to be. She activated a holographic projector that showed images from the invasion, Zephyrian warriors retreating from human cities, alien ships being destroyed by improvised weapons, and the final evacuation that had left Earth firmly in human control. "We understand that you made an honest mistake," Chen continued. "You assumed we were weak because we look weak. It is a natural error. Most species in the galaxy judge strength by physical appearance." "And what are you suggesting?" Vexthul asked, though he was beginning to suspect where this conversation was heading. "We are suggesting a new relationship between our species, one based on mutual benefit rather than conquest." Chen activated another hologram, this one showing the technical specifications of the retribution. The Zephyrian engineers in the chamber gasped when they saw the power efficiency ratings and weapons capabilities. "This ship was built using Zephyrian technology as a foundation," Chen explained. "But human engineers improved every system. We can build ships that are faster, stronger, and more efficient than anything currently in your fleet." "Impossible," General Kethmos interjected. "Our technology has been perfected over thousands of years." "Your technology is excellent," Chen agreed. "But it was designed by a species that values stability and order. Human technology is designed by a species that values adaptation and improvement. We do not perfect our designs. We constantly make them better." She brought up comparative data showing human and Zephyrian ship designs. The alien technology was elegant and refined, like a beautiful piece of art. The human modifications were crude and practical, like tools designed for hard work. But the human tools worked better. "We offer you access to this technology," Chen said. "Human engineering techniques that can improve your ships, your weapons, and your industrial systems. In exchange, we want recognition as an equal member of the galactic community." "Equal?" Vexthul was stunned. "You are a single world with a primitive industrial base. We control 12 star systems." "You controlled 12 star systems," Chen corrected gently. "Our intelligence indicates that several worlds have declared independence since news of our resistance spread. Apparently, other species are wondering if they can fight the hegemony too." The silence in the throne room was deafening. Chen had just stated what everyone knew but no one wanted to admit. The failed conquest of Earth had damaged hegemony authority throughout the galaxy. "What exactly are you proposing?" Vexthul asked carefully. "A partnership treaty. Humans will provide military support and technological innovation for the hegemony. In exchange, we want trade rights, territorial recognition, and representation in galactic governance. And if we refuse?" Chen's expression did not change, but something in her eyes grew colder. "Then you will continue trying to conquer us. We will continue defending ourselves. Our technology will continue improving. Eventually, we will become strong enough to defend other species who want independence from the hegemony." The threat was clear without being stated directly. Humans were offering to be the hegemony's partners or their enemies, but they were no longer willing to be their victims. Vexthul considered his options. The hegemony military was still powerful, but it had been weakened by the Earth invasion. Other species were watching to see how the crisis would be resolved. If he rejected the human offer and failed to reconquer Earth, the hegemony might collapse entirely. The
message arrived on a Tuesday morning, transmitted across the galaxy on frequencies that made Earth's quantum receivers scream with overload. Admiral Sarah Chen stood in the communications center of Luna Base, watching the alien symbols translate themselves into human text on the main screen. Around her, technicians worked frantically to decode the transmission while trying not to look as nervous as they felt. "Admiral," said Lieutenant Commander Torres, his voice tight with barely controlled tension. "The translation is complete. It's from the Galactic Council." Chen nodded slowly, her gray eyes fixed on the screen. After 3 years of brutal warfare that had stretched across dozens of star systems, the aliens were finally ready to talk. Or so they claimed. The message was simple and direct in the way that ultimatums always were. The Galactic Council demanded that humanity send representatives to Kepler Station for immediate negotiations. They would discuss terms for ending the conflict that had begun when humans refused to accept their place as a protected species under alien oversight. Chen read the message 3 times before speaking. "How long do we have to respond?" 72 hours, Admiral. They want an answer by then, and if we agree, they expect our delegation to arrive at Kepler Station within 2 weeks. The Admiral turned away from the screen and walked to the observation window that looked out over Earth's scarred moon. The surface still bore the marks of the Zephyrian attack 18 months ago, when the insectoid aliens had tried to establish a forward base there. The craters and melted metal served as a constant reminder of what humanity was fighting against. "Send a message to Earth Command," Chen said quietly. "Tell them we accept. I'll lead the delegation myself." Torres looked surprised. "Admiral, are you sure that's wise? The Council representatives include some of the most dangerous species in the galaxy. The Veltar alone have destroyed 12 civilizations in the past 1,000 years. Chen smiled, but there was no warmth in it. "That's exactly why I need to be there, Commander. This isn't just about negotiations, this is about sending a message." 2 weeks later, the human diplomatic vessel Defiance approached Kepler Station through the swirling nebula that surrounded the ancient structure. The station was enormous, built by a long-dead race millions of years ago, and now serving as neutral ground for the galaxy's most important political meetings. Its crystalline spires reached out into space like the fingers of some cosmic hand, each one large enough to house a small city. Chen stood on the bridge of the Defiance, watching the station grow larger through the viewscreen. Behind her, the ship's captain gave quiet orders to the crew, preparing for docking procedures. The Defiance was not the largest ship in the human fleet, nor was it the most heavily armed, but it was fast, and it was equipped with the most advanced technology humanity had developed during the war. "Admiral," said the ship's communication officer, "we're receiving docking instructions from Kepler Station, Bay 17, Level 4. "Follow their instructions," Chen replied, "and remind the crew that this is a diplomatic mission. No weapons are to be visible, and everyone is to follow standard protocols." The docking process took 30 minutes, during which Chen reviewed the files on each of the alien species she would be meeting. The Galactic Council consisted of 12 races, each one ancient and powerful in its own way. The Veltar were master strategists who thought in terms of centuries rather than years. The Zephyrian Hive was a collective intelligence that could coordinate millions of individuals as if they were parts of a single organism. The Ethon Collective possessed psychic abilities that could read and manipulate the minds of other species. Then there were the others. The Chronari Empire, whose warriors had conquered half the galaxy before joining the Council. The Nexus Syndicate, master traders who controlled most interstellar commerce. The Hegemony of Suns, an alliance of solar-powered beings who lived in the cores of stars. Each species represented thousands of years of technological development and military experience. Against all of this, humanity stood alone. 3 years ago, when the Council had first contacted Earth, they had offered humanity a simple choice: accept protection under Council oversight, or face the consequences of trying to expand into space without permission. The human government had chosen to fight, and the war that followed had been devastating. Human colonies on the edge of known space had been destroyed. Entire fleets had been wiped out in battles that lasted only minutes. The aliens had superior technology, superior numbers, and superior experience. By every logical measure, humanity should have surrendered long ago. But humans had never been particularly logical. Chen made her way to the airlock where her small delegation was waiting. There were only 4 of them in total: herself, 2 diplomatic aides, and a single security officer. It was a surprisingly small group for such important negotiations, but Chen had insisted on keeping the team minimal. The airlock opened with a soft hiss, revealing a corridor that stretched away into the depths of Kepler Station. The walls were made of some kind of living crystal that pulsed with soft blue light, and the air smelled of ozone and something else that might have been flowers. Waiting for them was a figure that Chen recognized from the intelligence briefings: Ambassador. Veltar Cathara was 8 feet tall and made entirely of living crystal. Light moved through his translucent body in patterns that indicated his emotional state, though Chen had never learned to read them properly. His voice, when he spoke, sounded like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. "Admiral Chen," he said, inclining, his crystalline head in what might have been a bow. "The Council has been expecting you. We have much to discuss." Chen nodded politely. "Ambassador Cathara, thank you for hosting these negotiations. I hope we can find a solution that benefits everyone. Kithara's internal lights flickered in what Chen thought might be amusement. Indeed, the Council has prepared terms that should be acceptable to your species. Please, follow me. They walked through corridors that seemed to stretch on forever, past chambers filled with alien beings that Chen recognized from intelligence reports. Some were clearly tourists or traders, but others were obviously military personnel from various council species. All of them stopped to stare at the human delegation as they passed. Finally, they reached the main conference chamber, a vast circular room with a domed ceiling that showed real-time images of the stars outside. Around the edges of the room sat the representatives of the 12 council species, each in their own specially designed seating area. Chen took her seat at the human section, a simple chair and desk that looked almost primitive compared to the elaborate accommodations for the other species. Her aides sat behind her, while the security officer remained standing by the door. Kithara moved to the center of the room, his crystal body casting rainbow patterns on the walls. We are gathered here today to discuss terms for ending the conflict between the Galactic Council and the human species. The Council has prepared generous terms that will allow humanity to find its place in the galactic community while ensuring the stability that has maintained peace for thousands of years. Chen listened carefully, noting the careful phrasing. The aliens weren't here to negotiate. They were here to dictate terms to a defeated enemy. Around the room, she could see the other council representatives watching her, with expressions that ranged from curiosity to contempt. But Chen had not come here to surrender. She had come here for an entirely different reason, one that the council could not possibly suspect. As Kithara began outlining the preliminary discussions that would lead to the formal presentation of terms, Chen settled back in her chair and waited. The real negotiations were about to begin. The formal presentation began the next morning in the same vast chamber, but now the lighting had been adjusted to create a more intimidating atmosphere. The dome above showed images of destroyed human colonies and burning ships, a not so subtle reminder of what happened to species that opposed the Council. Admiral Chen sat quietly in her simple chair, hands folded on the desk before her, while around the room the 12 Council representatives arranged themselves for maximum psychological impact. The Chronari delegate, General Thaxmore, was a 9-foot-tall warrior whose battle scars told the story of 100 conquered worlds. The Zephyrian representative was actually a cluster of 6 individuals who spoke in perfect unison, their voices creating an unsettling harmonic effect. Ambassador Kithara stood in the center of the room, his crystal body now glowing with a cold blue light that suggested authority and judgment. In his hands he held a data tablet made of the same living crystal as his body, the terms of surrender written in scripts from a dozen different languages. Admiral Chen, Kithara began, his voice echoing off the dome above. The Galactic Council has invested considerable time and effort in developing these terms. They represent not just an end to hostilities but a path forward for your species, into a stable and prosperous future under Council guidance. Chen nodded politely. I'm listening, Ambassador. The first holographic display materialized above the center of the room, showing a detailed breakdown of human military assets. Every ship, every base, every weapons platform that the Council knew about was listed with precise specifications. The list was impressive in its thoroughness, though Chen noted several significant omissions. Under the terms we propose, Kithara continued, humanity will immediately surrender all military vessels to Council oversight. This includes not just warships, but also armed merchant vessels, defense platforms, and any spacecraft capable of mounting weapons systems. These vessels will be decommissioned or transferred to Council forces as appropriate. General Thaxmore leaned forward in his massive chair, his 4 eyes glowing with predatory satisfaction. Your ships will be examined for useful technology before being scrapped. Any innovations that prove valuable will be integrated into Council fleets. This is standard procedure for defeated species. The second display showed human colonies throughout known space, each one marked with detailed population figures and resource assessments. Chen recognized all of them, though again she noticed that several human settlements were missing from the list. Regarding territorial claims, Kithara said, humanity will withdraw from all disputed systems and relocate to designated worlds within Council space. These worlds have been carefully selected to provide adequate resources for your population while ensuring proper oversight. The Nexus Syndicate representative, a being that looked like a collection of metallic tentacles around a central core, spoke in a voice like grinding gears. The designated worlds are all within established trade routes. Your people will have opportunities for employment in council industries, providing mutual benefit to all parties. Chen made a note on her tablet, though she was actually activating a recording system that would transmit everything back to Earth Command. How many worlds are we talking about? 7 worlds in 3 systems, Kythera replied. This represents a significant improvement over your current scattered holdings. Centralized population centers are much more efficient and easier to administer. The Taidyo third display was the most shocking. It showed population statistics for every human world, broken down by age, profession, and what the aliens called utility ratings. Chen's expression didn't change, but inside she felt a cold anger building. The Council recognizes that humanity possesses certain unique traits that could be valuable to the galactic community, Kythera explained. Your species shows remarkable adaptability and creative problem-solving abilities. Therefore, the Council is prepared to accept 30% of your total population as tribute workers. The silence in the room was complete, except for the soft humming of the station's life support systems. Chen looked up from her tablet, her voice carefully controlled. Tribute workers? The Ethon Collective representative spoke for the first time, its voice seeming to come from inside Chen's own head, rather than from the ethereal, almost ghostly figure floating near the ceiling. Your people would be assigned to various council projects where their unique abilities would be most beneficial. It is an honor rarely offered to newly integrated species. Of course, added Kythera quickly, families would not be separated unnecessarily. The selection process would be conducted fairly and humanely. Chen made another note. And the remaining 70% of the population would remain on the designated worlds under council protection, Kythera said. They would be free to pursue peaceful occupations suitable to their abilities, agriculture, basic manufacturing, cultural preservation activities. The 4th display showed technological assessments, comparing human achievements to those of established council species. The analysis was both condescending and revealing, highlighting areas where human technology was considered primitive, while noting several innovations that had surprised council forces during the war. Regarding technology transfer, Kythera continued, humanity will share all technological innovations with the Council for proper evaluation and distribution. In return, your people will receive access to approved Council technologies that will improve their quality of life significantly. General Thaxmore's scarred face twisted into what might have been a smile. Your weapons technology in particular has shown some interesting developments. The Council is eager to study your kinetic projectile systems and your unusual approach to shield harmonics. The Zephyrian cluster buzzed in unison before speaking. Human computer systems also show promise. Your artificial intelligence programs lack sophistication but demonstrate remarkable efficiency. These will be valuable additions to Council databases. Chen continued taking notes, asking occasional questions about details while hiding her growing amazement at the aliens' arrogance. They were essentially demanding that humanity become a slave species, and they seemed to genuinely believe they were offering generous terms. The final display showed a timeline for implementation. The entire process was scheduled to take less than 6 months, from initial surrender to final integration into Council society. It was efficient, thorough, and completely devastating to any hope of human independence. The Council recognizes that this represents a significant change for your species, Kythera said, his crystal form now glowing with what Chen thought might be satisfaction. However, history shows that species who accept Council guidance quickly adapt and thrive within the galactic community. The alternative, as your recent military experiences have demonstrated, is considerably less pleasant. Around the room, the other Council representatives nodded or made sounds of agreement. They had clearly expected this to be a simple formality, the defeated humans accepting the inevitable with appropriate gratitude. Chen finished writing her notes and looked up at Kythera. These are certainly comprehensive terms, Ambassador. The Council has obviously put considerable thought into the details. Indeed. Kithara replied, his internal lights flickering with pleasure. The Council has extensive experience in integrating new species into galactic society. These procedures have been refined over thousands of years. I can see that, Chen said neutrally. However, I will need to consult with my government before providing an official response. These are significant decisions that will affect my entire species. There was a moment of surprise around the room. Clearly, the Council representatives had expected immediate acceptance or, at worst, some futile attempt at negotiation for slightly better terms. Kithara's lights dimmed slightly. Of course, Admiral. How much time do you require? Chen checked her chronometer. I should be able to provide you with humanity's official response by tomorrow morning. Will that be acceptable? Certainly, Kithara said, though his tone suggested he found the delay unnecessary. The Council is prepared to be patient with your decision-making process. We understand that accepting reality can be difficult for proud species. Chen stood up, followed by her two aides and the security officer. Thank you for your understanding, Ambassador. I look forward to continuing our discussions tomorrow. As they left the chamber, Chen could feel the eyes of all 12 Council representatives following them. She maintained her calm composure until they were safely back aboard the Defiance, but once the airlock sealed behind them, she allowed herself a small smile. The aliens had just made the biggest mistake in their long and bloody history. They had shown their hand completely, revealing not just their plans for humanity, but their fundamental assumptions about human nature and capabilities. Tomorrow morning, they would learn just how wrong they had been. Admiral Chen waited until the Defiance was completely secure before making her way to the ship's communication center. The small chamber was equipped with humanity's most advanced quantum entanglement communicator, a device that could send messages across the galaxy instantaneously. More importantly, it was completely undetectable by any known alien technology. Lieutenant Commander Martinez was already at the communication station, running final security checks on the system. Around the room, other crew members worked quietly, at their stations, maintaining the ship's systems while trying not to look as curious as they felt about what their admiral was planning to discuss with Earth Command. The channel is secure, Admiral, Martinez reported. We have a direct line to General Harrison at Earth Command. Chen settled into the communication chair and activated the holographic display. Within seconds, the familiar face of General Marcus Harrison appeared before her, his expression serious but alert. Behind him, she could see the bustling activity of Earth Command's Strategic Operations Center. Admiral Chen, Harrison said without preamble. Report. The Council has presented their terms, General. They want complete surrender, relocation, of our population to 7 designated worlds, 30% of our people as tribute workers, and full technology transfer. Harrison's expression didn't change, but Chen knew him well enough to see the anger burning in his eyes. Essentially slavery, then. Dressed up in diplomatic language, but yes, Chen confirmed. They're clearly confident that we have no choice, but to accept. Their arrogance is even more complete than our intelligence suggested. Perfect, Harrison said, and now he was smiling. Are you ready to proceed with Prometheus? Chen felt a surge of satisfaction. After 3 years of careful planning and sacrifice, the moment had finally arrived. Yes, sir. All pieces are in position. How is the fleet status? Harrison's image shifted as he turned to consult with someone off-screen. When he looked back, his expression was grim but determined. Admiral Torres reports that the Prometheus fleet is at full readiness. 237 ships, all equipped with phase-shift technology and AI-guided weapon systems. They've been holding position in the Void sector for the past 6 months. Chen nodded. The Void sector was a region of space between galaxies where no stars existed, making it effectively invisible to long-range sensors. It had been the perfect hiding place for humanity's real military force, while the aliens focused on destroying decoy fleets and obsolete ships. What about the sleeper teams? She asked. Operation Sandman is green across the board, Harrison replied. We have teams in position on 47 Council worlds, including all 12 homeworlds. Agent Rodriguez confirms that the sabotage packages are ready for activation on your signal. Chen allowed herself a moment of pride in her species. For 3 years, while the galaxy watched humanity apparently struggle against overwhelming odds, thousands of human agents had been infiltrating Council territory. They had posed as refugees, traders, and workers, slowly working their way into positions where they could access critical infrastructure. The aliens' own arrogance had made it possible. They saw humans as primitive and harmless, beneath their notice except as a military nuisance. The idea that humans could conduct sophisticated espionage operations had never occurred to them. "And the technology demonstrations?" Chen asked. Harrison's smile widened. "Dr. Yamamoto says the new weapons are performing beyond expectations. The phase shift drives allow our ships to move through dimensions the aliens don't even know exist. Their shields and weapons are completely useless against attacks they can't detect or predict." Chen remembered the test footage she had seen before. Leaving Earth. Human ships appearing and disappearing like ghosts, weapons that learned and adapted to enemy countermeasures, AI systems that could coordinate thousands of simultaneous actions with inhuman precision. The technology represented a completely different approach to warfare than anything the Council species had ever encountered. "What about the AI?" she asked. "Area is ready," Harrison said, referring to the Adaptive Response Intelligence Array. That would coordinate the entire operation. "She's been analyzing Council tactics and strategies for 2 years now. Her projections suggest a 94% probability of complete success," Chen nodded. Area was perhaps humanity's greatest achievement, an artificial intelligence that didn't just follow programmed instructions, but actually learned and adapted in real time. The aliens had nothing comparable, relying instead on traditional command, structures that could be predicted and exploited. "The volunteers?" Chen asked, though she already knew the answer. "Every single crew member in the Prometheus fleet volunteered for this mission," Harrison said quietly. "They know the risks, and they know what we're fighting for. Morale has never been higher." Chen felt a surge of emotion that she quickly suppressed. The human crews hiding in the void sector were all volunteers who had been willing to fake their own deaths and leave their families behind for 3 years. All for this moment. Their sacrifice made what was about to happen possible. "Admiral," Harrison continued, "I need to ask you directly. Are you certain the Council will reject our counter-proposal?" Chen thought about the arrogant aliens she had faced that morning. Their complete confidence in their own superiority and their obvious contempt for human capabilities. "They'll reject it, General. They can't conceive of humanity as anything other than a defeated enemy begging for mercy. The idea that we might have our own terms to offer is literally beyond their comprehension." "Then we proceed as planned," Harrison said. "Operation Prometheus will commence immediately upon your signal. All teams are standing by." Chen felt the weight of history settling on her shoulders. In a few hours, she would give an order that would change the balance of power in the galaxy forever. Humanity would either take its place as a major galactic power, or they would be completely destroyed in the attempt. "General," she said quietly, "there's something else. The Council's intelligence on our capabilities is remarkably accurate for what they know, but they're missing some crucial pieces. They have no idea about the Prometheus fleet, no knowledge of our phase shift technology, and they've completely underestimated our espionage capabilities." Harrison nodded. "That was always the plan, Admiral. Operation Misdirection has been our greatest success. For 3 years, we've fed them exactly the information we wanted them to have while hiding our true capabilities." Chen smiled grimly. Every human defeat during the war had been carefully orchestrated to reinforce the aliens' assumptions about human limitations. Obsolete ships had been sacrificed to protect advanced technology. Decoy bases had been abandoned to hide the location of real facilities. Even human casualties had been mostly automated drones and volunteer crews who had agreed to fake their deaths. "The sacrifice hasn't been wasted," Harrison said, reading her expression. "Every person who gave their life for this operation knew they were buying time for humanity's future. Their names will be remembered forever." Chen stood up from the communication chair. "Then let's make sure their sacrifice means something. I'll deliver our counter-proposal tomorrow morning, and when the Council rejects it, we'll show them what humans are really capable of." Harrison's image began to fade as the connection ended. "Good luck, Admiral. The entire human race is counting on you." As the holographic display shut down, Chen remained standing in the communications center, looking out through the small porthole at the alien station beyond. Tomorrow morning, she would walk back into that conference chamber and offer the Council terms that would seem laughably arrogant to them, but they wouldn't be arrogant. They would be the last chance for peace before humanity demonstrated why it was a mistake to underestimate a species that had spent its entire evolutionary history fighting for survival against impossible odds. Chen made her way back to her quarters, where she would spend the next few hours reviewing the final details of humanity's counterproposal. It was comprehensive, fair, and completely unacceptable to the alien mindset that saw the galaxy as their personal domain, which was exactly what made it perfect for what was about to happen. Outside her porthole, the stars looked the same as they always had. But by tomorrow night, the galaxy would be a very different place, and humanity would no longer be hiding in the shadows. Admiral Chen entered the conference chamber the next morning with the same calm composure she had shown the day before. Her two aides followed behind her, carrying data tablets and appearing for all the world like diplomats preparing for routine negotiations. The security officer remained by the door, hands clasped behind his back, looking professionally alert but not threatening. The 12 council representatives were already assembled, their various forms of alien biology creating an intimidating display around the circular chamber. The morning light filtering through the dome above cast strange shadows that seemed to emphasize the predatory nature of several species. Chen noted that they had arranged themselves even more formally than the previous day, clearly expecting this to be the moment of humanity's final surrender. Ambassador Kithara stood in the center of the room, his crystal body glowing with what Chen had learned to recognize as satisfaction. Around him, holographic displays showed updated casualty reports from the ongoing war, each image carefully chosen to emphasize human losses and alien superiority. "Admiral Chen," Kithara said as she took her seat, "I trust you have had sufficient time to consult with your government regarding our generous terms?" Chen settled into her chair and placed her hands flat on the desk before her. "Yes, Ambassador. Earth Command has reviewed your proposal thoroughly." General Thaxamore leaned forward in his massive chair, his battle-scarred face showing anticipation. "And your response?" Chen reached into her jacket and withdrew a small data crystal, placing it carefully on the desk where everyone could see it. "Before I respond to your terms, I would like to present humanity's counter-proposal." The silence in the room was absolute. For several seconds, none of the alien representatives seemed to comprehend what they had just heard. The idea that a defeated species might have terms of their own to offer was so far outside their experience that it took time for the words to register. Kithara's internal lights flickered in what Chen now recognized as confusion. "I'm sorry, Admiral, did you say counter-proposal?" "That's correct," Chen replied calmly. "Humanity has developed our own terms for ending this conflict. I believe you'll find them quite reasonable." She activated the data crystal, and a new holographic display materialized above the center of the room. Instead of images of destruction and defeat, it showed detailed star charts marking every council world, trade route, and military installation. The accuracy was startling, revealing intelligence that the aliens had never suspected humans possessed. The Nexus Syndicate representative, the collection of metallic tentacles, writhed nervously as it recognized the strategic importance of several locations that were supposedly secret. "How did you obtain this information?" Chen smiled politely. "Humanity has been quite busy during the past 3 years, Ambassador. We've learned a great deal about Council operations." The display shifted to show economic data, breaking down the resource flows and trade relationships that held the Council together. Every weakness and dependency was highlighted, every critical supply line marked for easy reference. "Our first term," Chen said, consulting her tablet, "is the immediate establishment of a new galactic government based on democratic principles. All species would have equal representation regardless of age or technological advancement." General Thaxamore's 4 eyes flared with anger. "Impossible! The Council has maintained galactic order for 10,000 years. We will not hand power over to primitive species who have barely learned to leave their homeworlds." "Our second term," Chen continued as if he hadn't spoken, "is the complete dismantling of the tribute system. All species currently providing workers, resources, or technology under duress would be free to choose their own paths." The Ethan Collective's ghostly form shimmered with what might have been rage. "You cannot possibly be serious. The tribute system ensures stability and proper resource allocation throughout the galaxy." Chen's expression remained perfectly neutral. Our third term is the establishment of independent oversight committees to investigate council actions during the past millennium. Any species found to have been wrongfully enslaved or exploited would receive full reparations. Now the entire room was in uproar. Representatives from all 12 species began speaking at once, their voices creating a cacophony of outrage and disbelief. Some demanded to know how humans dared to make such proposals. Others insisted that the entire idea was madness that proved human inferiority. Kithra's crystal form was now blazing with cold light as he struggled to maintain control of the meeting. Admiral Chen, these terms are completely unacceptable. They would destroy the foundations of galactic civilization. Our fourth term, Chen said, her voice cutting through the noise like a blade, is the immediate withdrawal of all council military forces to their respective home systems, pending the establishment of the new democratic government. The chamber fell silent again, this time with a quality of shocked disbelief that was almost tangible. The aliens stared at her as if she had suddenly sprouted additional heads or begun speaking in ancient mathematical equations. And our final term, Chen concluded, is the formal recognition of humanity as a sovereign species with full rights to expand and develop throughout unoccupied space. She deactivated the display and looked around the room, meeting the eyes of each representative in turn. These terms are non-negotiable. They represent humanity's minimum requirements for peace. The explosion of outrage that followed was unlike anything Chen had ever witnessed. 12 different species, each representing thousands of years of dominance and conquest, found themselves confronted with demands that challenged everything they believed about their place in the universe. General Thaxmore was the first to find his voice, rising from his chair to his full 9-foot height. "This is insanity. You are a defeated species. You have no right to make demands of any kind." The Zephyrian cluster buzzed in perfect unison, their harmonic voices creating an almost hypnotic effect. "Your arrogance exceeds even our worst projections of human psychology. You will accept our terms or face complete annihilation." Kithara moved closer to Chen's position, his crystal body now pulsing with angry red light. "Admiral, I strongly suggest you reconsider this course of action. The Council has been more than generous in our original offer. These demands you present are the ravings of a species that has lost all connection to reality." Chen listened to the tirade with apparent patience, occasionally making notes on her tablet. When the immediate outburst had died down to angry muttering, she looked up and spoke in the same calm tone she had maintained throughout. "I take it the Council rejects humanity's terms?" "Of course we reject them," Kithara snapped, his crystalline form crackling with energy. "They are completely impossible." Chen nodded as if this was exactly what she had expected. "In that case, there's nothing more to discuss." She stood up from her chair, followed immediately by her 2 aides. The security officer moved away from the wall, taking up position near the door as the small human delegation prepared to leave. The aliens stared in complete bewilderment. This was not how negotiations were supposed to work. Defeated species either accepted the terms offered by their betters, or they made desperate pleas for slightly better conditions. They did not simply walk away. "Wait!" Kithara called out as Chen reached the center of the room. "Where are you going?" Chen paused and turned back to face him. "Back to my ship, Ambassador. The negotiations appear to be concluded." "Concluded?" General Thaxmore's voice was a roar of disbelief. "We haven't even begun to discuss realistic terms. You cannot simply leave." "Actually, we can," Chen replied pleasantly. "You presented your terms yesterday. We presented ours this morning. Since neither side finds the other's position acceptable, there's nothing left to negotiate." The Nexus Syndicate representative's tentacles writhed frantically. "But that's not how these things work. There must be compromise, discussion, modification of positions." Chen shook her head. "Not in this case, I'm afraid. Humanity's terms are final just as yours were, since you've rejected them. We'll proceed with our alternative plans." She turned to leave again, but Kithara's voice stopped her once more. "What alternative plans?" Chen looked back over her shoulder and for the first time since entering the chamber. Her expression showed something other than diplomatic neutrality. The smile that crossed her face was cold and sharp as winter starlight. "You should have accepted our terms 3 years ago when we first offered them," she said quietly. Now you'll discover what humans are really capable of when we stop playing defense. The human delegation walked out of the chamber, leaving behind 12 of the most powerful beings in the galaxy, staring after them in complete confusion and growing alarm. Behind them, as the doors sealed shut, voices began rising again in argument and speculation. But Chen was no longer listening. She had delivered humanity's message, and now it was time for the galaxy to learn what that message really meant. The Defiance was waiting, and beyond it, hidden in the darkness between stars, the real human fleet was already moving into position. The first sign that something was wrong came exactly 4 hours after the human delegation departed Kepler Station. Ambassador Cathara was in his private chambers, trying to understand what had just happened in the conference room, when his personal communication system began screaming emergency alerts. The holographic display that materialized showed chaos. On Veltar Prime, the crystalline homeworld of his species, every major power grid had failed simultaneously. Transportation networks were down. Communication arrays were broadcasting gibberish. Most alarming of all, the orbital defense platforms that protected the system had gone completely dark. Cathara's crystal form blazed with panic as he tried to contact other council representatives. What he discovered made his internal light dim with growing horror. Similar reports were flooding in from every council homeworld. The Zephyrian Hive's central coordination nodes had been infected with a virus that turned their perfect harmony into cacophonous noise. The Chronari Empire's military command centers were locked in recursive logic loops that prevented any orders from being issued. On Nexus Prime, the great trading computers that managed interstellar commerce had begun transferring vast sums of money to accounts that didn't exist, while simultaneously broadcasting the private financial records of every major council leader to public networks. The Ethon Collective's psychic amplifiers, the source of their mental powers, had been reprogrammed to broadcast human poetry instead of telepathic commands. But the technical failures were only the beginning. As Kithara watched in growing disbelief, new contacts began appearing on long-range sensors throughout council space. Ships that didn't match any known design were emerging from what looked like empty space, materializing as if they had stepped through doorways between dimensions. The vessels were clearly human in origin, but they bore no resemblance to the crude. Ships that council forces had been destroying for 3 years. These were sleek, predatory craft that seemed to bend light around themselves as they moved. Their hulls showed no visible weapons, but that only made them more menacing. General Thaxmore's voice crackled over the emergency communication channel, his usual confidence replaced by something approaching fear. Kithara, what intelligence do you have on these new human vessels? Our sensors can barely detect them, and our weapons are having no effect. Before Kithara could respond, the holographic display shifted to show a battle taking place in the Chronari system. A single human ship, no larger than a council destroyer, was engaged with an entire Chronari battle fleet. As Kithara watched, the human vessel simply vanished from normal space, reappearing behind the Chronari formation to launch weapons that seemed to learn and adapt as they flew. The Chronari ships, veterans of 100 campaigns, found themselves completely outmatched. Their shields offered no protection against attacks that phased through them as if they didn't exist. Their weapons couldn't target enemies that existed in multiple dimensions simultaneously. Within minutes, the entire fleet was either destroyed or disabled. Similar scenes were playing out across the galaxy. Council fleets that had seemed invincible were being systematically dismantled by human forces that fought like nothing any of them had ever encountered. The humans weren't just winning, they were demonstrating a complete technological superiority that made the past 3 years of warfare look like elaborate theater. The communication channel crackled with reports from panicked council commanders. Human ships were appearing in supposedly secure systems, bypassing defenses that had protected those worlds for millennia. But most disturbing of all, they weren't behaving like conquerors. They were behaving like liberators. On worlds where tribute species had been forced to work in council factories, human marines were landing to free the workers and provide them with weapons to defend themselves. Ancient slave compounds were being opened. Their inhabitants offered transport to free worlds or assistance in reclaiming their homelands. Everywhere the humans went, they brought the same message. The old order was ending, and every species would have the chance to choose its own destiny. The Nexus Syndicate representative's voice joined the emergency channel, his mechanical tones, heavy with despair. The humans have complete financial records for every major council operation. They're broadcasting evidence of corruption, exploitation, and war crimes to every inhabited world in the galaxy. Our authority is collapsing. Kythera tried to process what he was seeing. In less than 6 hours, humanity had gone from a defeated species begging for mercy to a galactic superpower that was systematically dismantling everything the Council had built over 10,000 years. It was impossible, unthinkable, and yet undeniably happening. The final blow came when Admiral Chen's face appeared on every communication screen in Council space simultaneously. She was standing on the bridge of a ship that looked like it had been built from crystallized starlight, with crew members that moved with inhuman precision around control stations that defied easy understanding. "Citizens of the galaxy," she began, her voice carrying clearly across dozens of languages and species. "I am Admiral Sarah Chen of the Terran Accord. For 3 years, humanity has endured a war of aggression launched by the Galactic Council. Today, that war ends." Behind her, displays showed the positions of human fleets throughout Council space. There were hundreds of ships, possibly thousands, all of them clearly superior to anything the Council possessed. The Council offered humanity a choice between slavery and extinction, Chen continued. We chose a third option: liberation, not just for ourselves, but for every species that has suffered under Council domination. The camera view expanded to show the full bridge, revealing crew members from dozens of different species working alongside humans. Former tribute workers, freed slaves, and refugees from Council oppression had all found places in humanity's forces. "We offer new terms to the galaxy," Chen said. "Every species will have the right to self-determination. Every world will choose its own government. Every individual will be free to pursue their own destiny without interference from those who claim superiority through age or conquest." Kythera felt his crystal form beginning to crack under the stress of what he was witnessing. The human admiral was offering exactly what she had proposed that morning, but now she was in a position to enforce her terms rather than merely suggest them. "To the former council leadership," Chen said, her expression hardening slightly, "you have 24 hours to order the complete withdrawal of your forces to your home systems. Any attempt to continue hostilities will be met with overwhelming force. Any attempt to harm tribute populations will be considered a war crime and prosecuted accordingly." The transmission shifted to show live feeds from across the galaxy. Human ships were broadcasting the same message in every known language while simultaneously demonstrating their technological supremacy. Council fleets were surrendering rather than face destruction, their commanders finally understanding that they were facing an enemy they had never truly known. "The age of domination is over," Chen concluded. "The age of cooperation begins now. To those species ready to join us in building a better galaxy, we offer partnership and friendship. To those who cling to the old ways of conquest and exploitation, we offer one final warning. Humanity has spent 3 years learning everything about you. We know your strengths, your weaknesses, and your fears. Do not test our resolve." The transmission ended, leaving Council space in stunned silence, broken only by the sounds of surrendering fleets and collapsing infrastructure. In his chambers on Kepler Station, Kythera slowly dimmed his internal lights as the full scope of humanity's deception became clear. For 3 years, while the Council had celebrated easy victories over primitive human forces, the real human military had been hidden, growing stronger and preparing for this moment. Every human defeat had been carefully orchestrated to maintain the illusion of weakness while gathering intelligence on Council capabilities. Every plea for peace had been an opportunity to study their enemies. Every destroyed human ship had been a small price to pay for information that would make the final victory possible. The humans had played a game that lasted 3 years, and they had won before the Council ever realized they were playing. As reports continued to flood in of Council forces surrendering across the galaxy, Kythera finally understood what Admiral Chen had meant when she said the negotiations were concluded. There had never been any negotiations. There had only been humanity giving the Council one last chance to surrender peacefully before demonstrating why resistance was futile. The galaxy would never be the same. and perhaps that was exactly what it needed. Outside his window, human ships moved through space like schools of metallic fish, beautiful and deadly and utterly alien in their approach to warfare. They had come not as conquerors, but as liberators, offering freedom to species that had forgotten what the word meant. For the first time in his long life, Cathara wondered if perhaps the humans were right.
The space station hung in the darkness like a jewel against the black. Concordia Prime was its name, and today it would host the most important meeting in human history. Ships from two sides of a terrible war were coming here. One side was humanity. The other side was the Zetharian Empire. Admiral Elena Vasquez stood on the bridge of her flagship, the Defiant, and watched the station through the main screen. She was 50 years old with gray streaks in her dark hair. Her uniform was clean and pressed, but her eyes were tired. 15 years of war did that to a person. 15 years of watching colonies burn and reading casualty reports and sending young men and women to die in the cold of space. Status. Report, she said to her crew. All ships holding. Position at the rally point. Admiral, her tactical officer replied. We're 3 light hours out from the station. Dark running mode is holding. They can't see us, Vasquez nodded. 300 warships waited in the darkness with all their systems powered down to minimum. No active sensors. No transmissions. Nothing that would give away their position. To anyone watching, this part of space looked empty. That was exactly what they wanted. At Concordia Prime, the peace talks were about to begin. Ambassador Marcus Chen straightened his tie as his shuttle approached the station. He was a thin man with gentle eyes and a calm voice. For 20 years he had worked in the diplomatic corps. He had negotiated trade deals and border disputes and hostage releases. But never anything like this. Never something that could end a war that had killed billions. Nervous? Asked his assistant, a young woman named Sarah. Terrified, Chen admitted with a small smile. But that's good. Fear keeps you sharp. Through the shuttle window he could see the Zetharian fleet. There were so many ships. Dozens of massive cruisers and hundreds of smaller vessels. They surrounded the station like a swarm of insects. The Zetharians said the fleet was for ceremony, for honor. To show respect to the peace process, Chen knew better. Intelligence reports said the fleet was a trap. The Zetharians planned to seize the station during the talks. They would capture the human delegation and force Earth to surrender. It was a clever plan. It might even have worked, if humanity hadn't learned about it first. Approaching Docking Bay 7, the pilot announced. Welcome to Concordia Prime. High Chancellor Vorthak of the Zetharian Empire waited in the main conference hall. He was a massive creature, nearly 8 feet tall with a hard shell covering his body. 4 arms ended in sharp claws. His compound eyes reflected the light in strange ways. To humans, he looked like a monster. To his own people, he was beautiful. The humans arrived, one of his advisors hissed. Should we begin? Let them come. Vorthak clicked his mandibles together in what might have been a smile. Let them think they are safe. Tomorrow we will own them. The Zetharian Empire had been expanding for 300 years. They had conquered 17 species. Humanity would be number 18. The High Chancellor had no doubt about this. Humans were clever, yes. Their technology was good, but they were soft. They valued individual lives too much. They hesitated when they should strike. They showed mercy when they should show strength. These weaknesses would destroy them. The conference hall doors opened. Ambassador Chen walked in with his small delegation. There were only 5 humans. 5 humans facing dozens of Zetharian officials and warriors. Chen kept his face calm and friendly. High Chancellor, he said with a slight bow, thank you for agreeing to these talks. After 15 years of war, it is time to find peace. Vorthak spread his forearms wide. Peace, yes, that is why we are here. To end the killing. To find a new path forward. Lies, Chen thought. But he smiled and nodded. Then let us begin. The talks lasted for hours. They discussed borders and trade routes and prisoner exchanges. They talked about colonies and resources and shipping lanes. It was all very formal and very polite. Both sides said the right words. Both sides smiled at the right times. And both sides knew they were lying. Captain Ria Nakamura commanded the destroyer Yamato, one of the few human warships visible near Concordia Prime. Her ship was small and fast with a crew of only 200. Right now, those 200 people were very nervous. Captain, the Zetharian fleet is moving, her sensor officer reported. Just small adjustments, tightening their formation around the station. Nakamura studied the tactical display. Yes, the enemy was moving, getting into position, preparing for something. She knew what that something was. She had her orders. Now she just had to wait. Hold position, she ordered. Stay calm. Stay ready. One of her crew members, a young ensign fresh from the academy, looked at her with wide eyes. Ma'am, we're outnumbered 50-1. If they attack, we follow the plan, Nakamura said firmly. Trust the Admiral. Trust the fleet. We're not alone. The ensign nodded but didn't look convinced. Nakamura didn't blame him. From where they sat, it looked hopeless. One tiny destroyer and a few escorts against the entire Zetharian armada. But appearances could be deceiving. Sub-Commander. Zekthar stood on the bridge of the Zetharian battleship Sword of Unity and felt uneasy. He was young for his rank, only 30 cycles old. He had joined the military because he believed in the Empire. He believed they brought order to chaos, peace to barbarism, purpose to meaningless existence. But lately he had begun to wonder. Sub-Commander, his superior officer clicked. What troubles you? This attack on the station, Zekthar said carefully. Is it honorable? They came here under a flag of peace. The older officer's mandibles twitched with amusement. Honor is for equals. Humans are prey. We are predators. That is the natural order. Zekthar said nothing more, but the unease remained. Back on the Defiant, Admiral Vasquez watched the clock. Everything was proceeding according to plan. Ambassador Chen was keeping the Zetharians talking. Their fleet was in position around the station, weapons cold, shields at minimum. They thought they held all the cards. They thought the trap was theirs. Admiral, her communications officer said quietly. Coded message from Ambassador Chen, text only. It says the trap is sprung. Vasquez took a deep breath. This was it. The moment everything changed. Win or lose. Live or die. End the war or doom humanity to slavery. Send the signal to all ships, she ordered. Begin power-up sequence. Weapons hot. Shields to maximum. On my mark, we jump. 300 warships came alive in the darkness. Reactors that had been barely ticking over roared to full power. Weapon systems charged. Shield generators spun up. Targeting computers locked onto enemy vessels. Fleet reports ready, Admiral. Vasquez looked at the tactical display one more time. She thought about all the people who had died in this war. She thought about the colonies that had burned. She thought about the children who would never grow up. She thought about the future of the human race. Then she gave the order that would change everything. All ships, jump to Concordia Prime, engage the enemy, show them what happens when they threaten humanity. The stars twisted, space folded, and 300 warships appeared out of nowhere around Concordia Prime, their weapons already firing. The Zetharians had come here expecting to spring a trap. They never imagined they were walking into one instead. The first day of peace talks ended with carefully worded statements and diplomatic smiles. Ambassador Chen returned to his quarters on Concordia Prime and finally allowed himself to relax. His assistant Sarah brought him tea. How did it go? She asked. Chen sipped his tea and looked out the window at the Zetharian fleet. Exactly as expected. They're performing their parts perfectly. So are we. I still can't believe they think we don't know, Sarah said quietly. Their plan is so obvious. That's the thing about arrogance, Chen replied. It makes you blind. They've conquered 17 species. They think we'll be just as easy. They can't imagine we might be different. He thought back to 3 weeks ago, when the intelligence report had landed on his desk. A Zetharian defector had provided detailed information about the Empire's real plan. The peace talks were fake. The Zetharians intended to seize the human delegation and force Earth to surrender. They would threaten to execute Chen and his team unless humanity gave up. The plan had merit. It might have worked. Except the defector had given humanity something precious, time to prepare. Chen had volunteered to come anyway. His superiors had protested. It was too dangerous. They should just refuse the talks. But Chen had argued that this was an opportunity. If the Zetharians wanted to set a trap, let them. Humanity would set a bigger one. Now here he was, bait in a trap within a trap. He wasn't sure if he was brave or crazy. Maybe both. On the Zetharian flagship Eternal Glory, High Chancellor Vorthak met with his war council. His forearms gestured as he spoke. Tomorrow we will make history, he clicked. When the human delegation arrives for the second day of talks, we will seal the conference hall. We will seize the station, Our ships will destroy any human vessels that resist. Then we will broadcast our demands to Earth. What if they refuse? One of his generals asked. They won't, Forthak said with certainty. Humans are sentimental. They value individual lives above all else. They will surrender rather than watch their ambassador die slowly. The generals clicked their approval. It was a good plan. A clever plan. The kind of plan that had worked 16 times before against 16 different species. Sub-Commander Zekthar stood at the back of the room and listened. He wanted to speak up, wanted to question this approach, but he remained silent. Who was he to question the High Chancellor? He was just a junior officer, young and inexperienced. Still, something felt wrong. The humans had seemed too calm today, too relaxed, as if they knew something the Zetharians didn't. After the meeting, Zekthar approached his mentor, Commander Shalrix. Master, may I speak freely? Of course, young one. I am troubled by this plan. The humans came here in good faith. To betray that faith seems dishonorable. Shalrix's mandibles clicked in what might have been sadness. Once I would have agreed with you. But that was before I saw what war does. Before I watched our world suffer. The humans are strong. They have hurt us badly. This war must end. And this is the fastest way. But is it the right way? In war there is only winning and losing. Honor is a luxury of peacetime. Zekthar bowed and left, but the unease stayed with him. Captain Nakamura paced the bridge of the Yamato. Her crew watched her with nervous eyes. They all knew what was coming. Tomorrow the Zetharians would make their move, and when they did, all hell would break loose. Captain, her tactical officer said, I've been analyzing the Zetharian fleet positioning. They're in a ceremonial formation. Looks pretty, but it's terrible for combat. Their capital ships are spread out. Their escorts are too far from their carriers. If someone attacked them right now, it would be a slaughter. That's the idea, Nakamura said. She pulled up her orders on a private screen and read them again. Hold position. Wait for the signal. When the fleet arrives, lead the close assault on the flagship. Simple orders. Terrifying implications. She thought about her crew. 200 people who trusted her to keep them alive. In about 12 hours, she was going to lead them into a battle against impossible odds. Yes, the main fleet would be there. Yes, they would have surprise on their side. But people would still die. Some of them might be her people. A young ensign approached her. Captain, can I ask you something? Go ahead. Why didn't we just refuse the peace talks? If we knew it was a trap, why walk into it? Nakamura considered the question. Because sometimes you need to spring a trap to win a war. The Zetharians brought their entire fleet here, all their best ships, all their best commanders. If we can defeat them here, the war might actually end. And if we lose, then humanity loses. But we won't lose. We can't afford to. The ensign nodded and returned to his station. Nakamura wished she felt as confident as she sounded. In the darkness 3 light hours away, Admiral Vasquez met with her senior commanders via secure channel. 300 ships, 300 captains, all of them about to risk everything. Final checks, she said. Weapons? All ships report weapon systems at full readiness, her tactical coordinator replied. Shields? Shield generators charged and holding. Navigation? Jump coordinates confirmed. We'll arrive exactly where we need to be. Good. Vasquez looked at the faces on her screen. Some were old veterans like herself. Others were young and hungry for glory. All of them were volunteers. She had made that clear from the start. This mission was too dangerous to order anyone to participate. Every single ship had volunteered. You all know the plan, she said. We jump in right on top of them. First salvo will be devastating. We'll have surprise and superior positioning. But make no mistake, they outnumber us. They have more ships, more firepower. This will be the hardest fight of your lives. She paused, choosing her next words carefully. Some of you won't make it home. I wish I could promise otherwise, but I won't lie to you. This is war. People die in war. But if we win here, if we break their fleet here, we might save billions of lives. We might end this war. That's what we're fighting for. Admiral, one of the captains said. What about the ambassador? If we attack while he's on the station, Ambassador Chen knows the risks. He volunteered for this just like you did. Our orders are clear. Hit them hard and hit them fast. End this, the commanders nodded. No more questions. They knew what had to be done. Back on Concordia Prime, Ambassador Chen lay in his bed and stared at the ceiling. He couldn't sleep. Tomorrow might be his last day alive. The Zetharians would make their move. The fleet would arrive. Battle would rage around the station. He might die in the crossfire. He might be captured and executed. Or he might survive and see the dawn of peace. Strange how calm he felt about it all. He had lived a good life, married his college sweetheart, raised 2 children who made him proud, served his species with honor. If he died tomorrow, he died for something that mattered. His assistant Sarah knocked on his door. "Sir, can't sleep either?" "Come in." She entered and sat in a chair by the window. Together they watched the Zetharian fleet patrol the space around the station. "Do you think it'll work?" she asked. "The plan? I think humanity has been underestimated for the last time," Chen replied. "Win or lose after tomorrow, the galaxy will know what we're capable of. I'm scared. Me too. But fear is just wisdom acknowledging danger. It's okay to be afraid. What matters is what we do despite the fear." They sat in silence watching the enemy ships waiting for dawn. On the Eternal Glory, High Chancellor Vorthak also watched the station. He felt satisfied, triumphant. Tomorrow would be glorious. Tomorrow the human spirit would break and the Empire would grow stronger. He never noticed the faint quantum signatures in deep space. He never detected the hundreds of ships lying in wait. His sensors were good, but not good enough. His technology was advanced, but not advanced enough. The Zetharians had spent centuries conquering weaker species. They had forgotten what it was like to face an equal. They were about to remember. The station's clock ticked toward dawn. Both sides prepared for what was coming. Both sides believed victory was certain, but only one side was right. The second day of peace talks began exactly on time. Ambassador Chen and his delegation arrived at the conference hall precisely at dawn. The Zetharians were already there, waiting. Chen noticed they had positioned guards at all the exits. He noticed the warriors wore full combat armor instead of ceremonial dress. He noticed High Chancellor Vorthak's mandibles clicking with barely contained excitement. It was all very obvious. The trap was about to snap shut. "Shall we continue where we left off?" Chen asked pleasantly, taking his seat. "Actually," Vorthak said, rising to his full height, "I think we should discuss new terms. More realistic terms." The doors to the hall slammed shut. Magnetic locks engaged with heavy clicks. Zetharian warriors raised their weapons, pointing them at the human delegation. Chen's assistant Sarah gasped. The other humans looked frightened. Chen himself remained calm. "I see," he said quietly. "This is how the Zetharian Empire conducts diplomacy. This is how the Empire survives," Vorthak clicked. "You are now prisoners. Your escort ships will be destroyed, and you will help me draft a message to Earth. A message explaining that humanity must surrender or watch you die slowly." "You've done this before," Chen said. It wasn't a question. 16 times. "It works every time. 17 species conquered." Chen nodded. "Impressive. But you've made a mistake." Vorthak's compound eyes reflected amusement. "What mistake?" "You assumed humanity would be number 18. Before Vorthak could respond, every light on the station flickered. Alarms began to wail. A massive explosion echoed through the hull. The floor shook violently. On the bridge of the Yamato, Captain Nakamura watched her tactical display light up with targets. 1 second, space around Concordia Prime was quiet. The next second, 300 human warships appeared out of nowhere in perfect attack formation. "All weapons fire," she commanded. The Yamato's railguns opened up, firing solid slugs at a significant fraction of light speed. Missiles streaked from her launch tubes. Energy weapons painted bright lines across the darkness. And she wasn't alone. 300 ships fired as one, unleashing hell on the unprepared Zetharian fleet. The Zetharians had their ships in ceremonial formation. Beautiful to look at, terrible for combat. Their capital ships were spread out, unable to support each other. Their shields were at minimum power to conserve energy. Their weapons were cold, needing precious seconds to charge up. Those seconds cost them everything. The first human salvo caught 40 Zetharian ships completely by surprise. Railgun slugs punched through weak shields like paper. Missiles overwhelmed minimal point defenses. Fusion warheads detonated against bare hulls. In the first 30 seconds of combat, 40 enemy ships died. "Targets destroyed," Nakamura's tactical officer reported, his voice shaking with adrenaline. "Switching to secondary targets. Keep firing. Don't give them time to think." Admiral Vasquez watched the battle unfold from the Defiance Bridge. Everything was going according to plan. Better than planned, actually. The Zetharians were in complete chaos. Their ships were scrambling to power up shields and weapons. Their formations were breaking apart as captains tried to find defensive positions. Their communications channels were screaming with panic. "Ma'am, the enemy is attempting to regroup," her tactical officer reported. "Their battleships are forming a defensive sphere around their flagship. Target those battleships. I want that sphere broken before they can stabilize." "Yes, ma'am." Vasquez allowed herself a small smile. The Zetharians had walked right into it. They had brought their entire fleet here to spring a trap. Now that fleet was dying. The irony was not lost on her. "All ships broadcast on all channels," she ordered. "Audio and video." Her face appeared on every Zetharian screen. Her voice echoed through every enemy bridge. "This is Admiral Elena Vasquez of the Human Defense Fleet. You came to Concordia Prime to betray peace. You came to set a trap. We came prepared. Surrender now or be destroyed." On the Eternal Glory, High Chancellor Vorthak heard the broadcast and felt something he hadn't felt in decades. Fear. His flagship shook as human weapons hammered his shields. Damage reports flooded in from across the fleet. Ships destroyed. Ships crippled. Ships fleeing in panic. How? He roared. How did they know? None of his advisors had an answer. They were all too busy trying to keep the flagship alive. "Get our weapons online. Return fire. Destroy them." But it was too late. The Zetharians had been caught completely unprepared. By the time their weapons came online, by the time their shields reached full power, the humans had already destroyed or crippled most of their fleet. Subcommander Zekthar stood on the bridge of the Sword of Unity and watched his people die. Ship after ship exploded on his tactical display. Distress calls filled the communications channels. Warriors who had seemed invincible yesterday were begging for help today. "Subcommander orders," his sensor officer asked desperately. Zekthar looked at the chaos around him. Their formation was shattered. Their flagship was under heavy attack. Their entire battle plan had collapsed in the first minute of combat. This wasn't a battle. This was an execution. Raise shields. Charge weapons. Prepare for... An explosion cut him off. The Sword of Unity rocked violently. Sparks flew from damaged consoles. The lights flickered and died, replaced by emergency lighting. Direct hit to port side. Shield generators damaged. Hull breaches on decks 4 through 7. Another explosion. Closer this time. Zekthar grabbed his command chair to stay upright. Human destroyer closing fast. "She's targeting our engines." Zekthar looked at his display and saw the small human ship bearing down on them. The Yamato. She was tiny compared to his battleship, but she was fast and her weapons were deadly. Even as he watched, her railguns fired again. Slugs tore into the Sword of Unity's engines. Power fluctuated. The ship began to drift. "We're dead in space," his engineer reported. "Main power is failing." Captain Nakamura watched the Zetharian battleship go dark. Her crew cheered. That was their 5th kill of the battle. 5 enemy capital ships destroyed by 1 small destroyer. It felt good. It felt like vengeance for every human colony the Zetharians had burned. "New orders from Admiral Vasquez," her communications officer said. "We're to lead the assault on the enemy flagship." Nakamura grinned. "You heard the Admiral. All power to engines. Take us into the heart of their formation. Time to bag the big prize." The Yamato accelerated, diving deeper into the Zetharian fleet. Enemy ships fired at her, but she was too small and too fast. Their shots went wide. Her shots didn't. She wove through the battlefield like a dancer, dealing death with every pass. Back on Concordia Prime, Ambassador Chen and his team had taken cover behind overturned tables. The station shook constantly as the battle raged outside. Zetharian guards stood at the doors, weapons ready, looking confused and frightened. They could hear the battle. They could feel the station shaking. They knew their fleet was losing. "What do we do?" One guard clicked in his own language. "We follow orders," another responded. "We hold these prisoners." Chen understood enough of their language to catch the conversation. He could also hear the fear in their voices. "Good. Frightened enemies made mistakes. Your fleet is dying," he called out to them. "Your Chancellor's plan has failed. You can surrender and live or stay here and die when this station breaks apart." The guards looked at each other uncertainly. Before they could decide, another explosion rocked the station. This one was close. Very close. The lights went out completely. Emergency systems kicked in, bathing everything in red light. In the darkness and confusion, Chen made his move. He and his team had trained for this. They might be diplomats, but every human sent on this mission knew basic combat. Sarah pulled a small pulse pistol from her jacket. The other team members did the same. Weapons that had been smuggled aboard piece by piece, disguised as innocent equipment. Now, Chen shouted. Pulse fire lit up the darkened hall. Zetharian guards fell, surprised by the sudden resistance. Chen and his team rushed for the door. They had to get off this station before the battle tore it apart. Outside, the battle had been raging for 2 hours. The Zetharian fleet was broken. Of their original 500 ships, fewer than 200 remained combat effective. The humans had lost only 18 ships. The difference in casualties was stunning. Admiral Vasquez studied her tactical display with satisfaction. They had won. The question now was how complete to make that victory. Admiral, the enemy flagship's shields are failing, her tactical officer reported. Captain Nakamura is requesting permission to finish her. Vasquez hesitated. They could destroy the Eternal Glory, wipe out the Zetharian High Command in one strike, end the war decisively, but that would mean killing thousands of enemy personnel. People who were defeated. People who had already lost. Was that justice? Or was that revenge? Negative, she said finally. Tell Captain Nakamura to disable the flagship, not destroy her. Target engines and weapons only. I want prisoners, not corpses. Yes, ma'am, it was a difficult decision, but Vasquez hadn't fought this war to become a monster. She had fought to protect humanity. That mission was accomplished. Now it was time to show the galaxy that humans could be merciful in victory. The battle raged for 6 hours total. 6 hours of fire and fury. 6 hours that changed the course of galactic history. By the end, the Zetharian fleet that had seemed so mighty was reduced to burning wrecks and crippled vessels. Captain Nakamura brought the Yamato alongside the Eternal Glory. The massive Zetharian flagship drifted helplessly in space, its engines destroyed, its weapons offline. Its shields collapsed. It was still intact, though. Still full of living beings. That had been Admiral Vasquez's order. Disable, don't destroy. Boarding teams ready? Nakamura asked. Ready, Captain. Marines are suited up and standing by. Launch boarding pods. Take that ship. Rules of engagement. Return fire only if fired upon. We're here to capture prisoners, not execute defeated enemies. The boarding pods launched from the Yamato's hull, crossing the gap between ships in seconds. Magnetic clamps locked onto the Eternal Glory's hull. Cutting torches burned through the armor. Human Marines poured into the Zetharian flagship. High Chancellor Vorthak stood in his command center and watched his empire crumble. Around him, consoles sparked and smoked. Dead crew members lay where they had fallen. The few surviving officers looked at him with fear and confusion. High Chancellor, one of them clicked weakly. The humans are boarding. They'll be here in minutes. We should surrender. Surrender? Vorthak's mandibles snapped with fury. The Empire does not surrender. We fight to the last warrior. But we're beaten. Our fleet is destroyed. If we keep fighting, they'll kill us all. Then we die with honor. Sub-Commander Zekthar listened to this exchange and felt something inside him break. Honor? What honor was there in sending his people to die for a battle already lost? What honor was there in this entire war? The Zetharian Empire had conquered 17 species. They called it bringing order. They called it spreading civilization. But Zekthar had seen the reports. He knew what really happened to conquered worlds. The populations enslaved. The resources stripped. The cultures erased. That wasn't civilization. That was genocide. And now humanity had shown them what it felt like to be on the receiving end. The humans could have wiped them out. Could have destroyed every ship. Could have killed everyone. But they hadn't. Admiral Vasquez's broadcast had offered surrender. She had offered mercy. That was more than the Empire had ever offered its victims. No, Zekthar said quietly. Vorthak turned his massive head. What did you say? I said no, High Chancellor. I will not throw away more lives for your pride. Zekthar walked to the communications console. His hand trembled as he reached for the controls. Sub-Commander, step away from that console. That is an order. I'm done taking orders that lead to pointless death. Zekthar activated the emergency channel, the one that reached every ship in the fleet. When he spoke, his voice carried to hundreds of vessels. This is Sub-Commander Zekthar of the Sword of Unity. I am broadcasting on behalf of all warriors who see the truth. This battle is lost. Our fleet is destroyed. Our Chancellor led us into a trap. If we keep fighting, we all die. I'm ordering all ships under my influence to cease fire and surrender to the humans. This war is over. For a moment there was silence on the emergency channel. Then one by one voices began responding. This is the Blade of Dawn, we surrender. This is the Storm's Eye, we surrender. This is the Void Stalker, we surrender. Vorthak roared with rage. Traitors, cowards. I'll have you all executed. You'll have to survive to do that, Zekthar said calmly. And I don't think you will. The humans are already aboard this ship. As if to prove his point, the door to the command center exploded inward. Human Marines rushed through the smoke, weapons raised. They wore heavy armor that made them look bigger than they were. Their visors reflected red in the emergency lighting. Everyone on the ground. Now, the lead Marine shouted. Most of the Zetharian crew obeyed immediately. They were exhausted, beaten, and ready to surrender. But not Vorthak. The High Chancellor grabbed a plasma rifle from a dead guard and fired at the humans. His shot hit one Marine in the shoulder, spinning him around. The other Marines returned fire instantly. Plasma bolts and bullets tore through Vorthak's armor. He fell hard, ichor leaking from multiple wounds. But he wasn't dead. Not yet. The Marine commander approached him carefully. Secure the High Chancellor. Get a medic in here. Why? Vorthak gasped. Why not kill me? I would kill you, because we're not you, the Marine replied. Now shut up and let the medic work. Admiral Vasquez received the reports from across the battlefield. 40 Zetharian ships had surrendered. The flagship was secured. High Chancellor Vorthak was captured alive. The remaining enemy vessels were fleeing or too damaged to fight. Human casualties were lighter than expected. 20 ships destroyed, 48 damaged, 3,000 personnel killed, 6,000 wounded. By any measure, it was a stunning victory. But Vasquez felt no joy. 3,000 humans had died today. 3,000 families would get terrible news. 3,000 chairs would sit empty at dinner tables. War was like that. Even in victory, everyone lost something. Admiral, her communications officer said, Ambassador Chen is requesting to speak with you. Vasquez felt relief flood through her. Put him through. Chen's face appeared on the screen. He looked tired and dirty, but he was smiling. Admiral, I see you made quite an entrance, and are you all right? Is your team safe? We're fine. A few scrapes and bruises, but nothing serious. The station took some damage, but it's stable. We made it. Good, that's good. Vasquez allowed herself to smile. We pulled it off, Marcus. We actually pulled it off. That we did. What happens now? Now we pick up the pieces. Secure prisoners. Rescue survivors. Start figuring out how to turn this military victory into an actual peace. Chen nodded. I'll start reaching out to moderate Zetharian leaders. There must be some who think like that sub-commander who ordered the surrender. People who are tired of war. People we can work with. Do that. In the meantime, I'll make sure our people don't get carried away with victory celebrations. We won the battle, but the war isn't over until we have a treaty. Captain Nakamura stood on the bridge of the Yamato and looked at the damage around her. Her small destroyer had survived, but barely. Scorch marks covered the hull. 3 of her main guns were destroyed. She had taken a dozen direct hits, but they were alive. Her crew was alive, Captain, her tactical officer said. Final count on our kills. We destroyed 7 enemy capital ships and damaged 13 others. Not bad for a little destroyer. The crew cheered. They had earned it. They had faced impossible odds and survived. But Nakamura thought about the Zetharians on those ships she had destroyed. Thousands of them. People with families, with hopes, with lives. She had ended those lives. It was war, yes. It was necessary, yes. But that didn't make it feel any better. Good work, everyone, she said quietly. But remember what we were fighting for. We weren't fighting to kill Zetharians. We were fighting to protect humanity. Now that the battle's over, let's try to save as many lives as we can. Enemy or not, they're still living beings, her crew nodded, some looking thoughtful. War brought out the worst in people, but it could also bring out the best. Today, humanity had shown both sides. On the Eternal Glory, Sub-Commander Zekthar sat in the ship's brig alongside other high-ranking prisoners. Human guards watched them carefully but treated them well. They had been given water and medical attention. No torture. No executions. Not what he had expected. An older Zetharian officer clicked softly from the next cell. You betrayed the Empire, young one. You'll be remembered as a traitor. Perhaps, Zekthar replied. Or perhaps I'll be remembered as the one who stopped a pointless slaughter. History will decide. The humans won't trust you. You betrayed your own people. Why would they believe you'd be loyal to them? I'm not being loyal to them. I'm being loyal to something bigger than any one species. To the idea that war should have limits, that even enemies deserve some mercy. The humans understand that. Maybe it's time we learned it too. Ambassador Chen walked through the damaged corridors of Concordia Prime. Repair crews were already at work, human and Zetharian both. Prisoners working alongside their captors to fix the station. It was a small thing, but it gave him hope. He found Admiral Vasquez standing in the observation deck, looking out at the debris field that had once been the Zetharian Armada. Quite a mess, he said. War usually is, Vasquez replied. But we won, Marcus. We actually won. We won the battle. Now comes the hard part, winning the peace. Vasquez nodded. I know. There will be revenge seekers on both sides. Humans who want the Zetharians punished. Zetharians who want to rebuild and strike back. We need to find the reasonable voices and empower them. That sub-commander who ordered the surrender, Zekthar, I want to meet him. He might be the key to everything. I'll arrange it. They stood together in silence, watching the stars. Somewhere out there, news of the battle was spreading. The galaxy was learning that humanity could not be conquered, that humans preferred peace but excelled at war, that underestimating them was fatal. The war wasn't over yet. But for the first time in 15 years, peace seemed possible. 3 months had passed since the Battle of Concordia Prime. 3 months that changed everything. The Zetharian Empire that had seemed unstoppable was now broken and desperate. Their military was shattered. Their economy was failing. Their people were questioning everything they had been taught. Ambassador Chen stood in a new conference hall on a different station. This one was called New Hope, built specifically for the peace negotiations. Real peace negotiations this time, not traps disguised as diplomacy. Across the table sat Sub-Commander Zekthar, who now represented the moderate faction of the Zetharian government. The War Crimes Tribunal will begin next week, Chen said. Your people have agreed to turn over High Chancellor Vorthak and his closest advisors. That's a good first step. Zekthar's mandibles clicked softly. It's necessary. They led us down a dark path. They must answer for their crimes. But I worry about my people's reaction. Many still see Vorthak as a hero. Then we'll need to show them the truth. All of it, every colony they burned, every species they enslaved, every atrocity committed in the Empire's name. The truth is painful, but it's the only foundation for real peace. Chen had spent the last 3 months working with Zekthar and other moderate Zetharians. It hadn't been easy. Many humans wanted revenge, not reconciliation. Many Zetharians wanted to rebuild their military and try again. But slowly, carefully, they were building something new. The trial of High Chancellor Vorthak took place in a neutral court. Judges from 5 different species presided. Evidence was presented. Witnesses testified. The whole galaxy watched. Vorthak showed no remorse. I did what was necessary for my people, he clicked defiantly. The Empire brought order to chaos. We made the galaxy safer. You made it safer? The prosecutor was a human woman named Judge Martinez. Let's review the evidence. Planet Zerth 7. Population, 3 billion. After Zetharian conquest, 400 million survived. The rest worked to death in your minds. Planet Kel, population, 7 billion. After conquest, 2 billion survived, the rest executed for resisting. Shall I continue? Those deaths were necessary to maintain order. No, they were genocide. You didn't conquer species. You destroyed them. The trial lasted 6 weeks. In the end, Vorthak and his inner circle were found guilty of crimes against sapient life. The sentence was life imprisonment on a remote world, guarded by forces from multiple species, not death, despite many calling for execution. Chen had argued against the death penalty. If humanity wanted to show they were better than the Empire, they had to act better. Admiral Vasquez had retired after the battle. She lived now on a colony world called New Terra, in a small house by a lake. She spent her days fishing and reading and trying not to think about the war. But the war wouldn't let her go. A young reporter came to interview her one day. Admiral, you're a hero. You won the battle that ended the war. How does that feel? Vasquez looked at her fishing line and thought about her answer. I'm not a hero. I'm a soldier who did her job. The real heroes are the 3,000 people who died at Concordia Prime. The people who gave everything and got nothing back. But you saved humanity. If you had lost that battle, I know what would have happened. Believe me, I think about it every day. But I also think about the Zetharians who died. Yes, they were the enemy. Yes, they would have killed us if we hadn't killed them first. But they were still living beings. Still people with families. I ended thousands of lives that day. That's not something to celebrate. Do you regret your actions? No, I'd do it again if I had to. But that doesn't mean I'm proud of it. War isn't glorious. It's terrible. We won because we were better prepared and better trained. Not because we were morally superior. Remember that. The interview was broadcast across human space. Some people criticized Vasquez for her words. They wanted their admiral to be proud and triumphant. But others understood what she was saying. War was sometimes necessary but never good. Captain Nakamura received a promotion after the battle. Captain no more, she was now Commodore Nakamura, in charge of an entire destroyer squadron. But she found herself thinking often about the Zetharians she had killed. She attended therapy sessions with other veterans. They all struggled with the same thing, how to process what they had done and seen. I keep having nightmares, one young pilot said during a group session. I see the Zetharian ships exploding. I know there were people inside. People who burned or suffocated or froze. I killed them. How do I live with that? The therapist, an older woman who had served in previous conflicts, spoke gently. You live with it by remembering why you did it. You protected humanity. You saved lives by taking lives. That's the tragedy of war. There are no clean hands, only necessary choices. Nakamura added her own thoughts. For me, it helps to work for peace now. I can't bring back the people I killed, but I can help make sure their deaths meant something. If we build a real peace, if we prevent future wars, then maybe it was worth it. The peace treaty took shape slowly. Earth's negotiating team worked with Zekthar and the new Zetharian government. There were many difficult issues to resolve. Borders, reparations, war criminals, prisoners, technology sharing, military limitations. Some humans wanted harsh terms, wanted to cripple the Zetharian Empire so it could never threaten anyone again. But Chen argued for moderation. If we crush them completely, we'll just create resentment, he explained to the Earth Council. In 20 or 30 years, they'll rebuild and come back for revenge. But if we offer fair terms, if we help them rebuild as our partners instead of our subjects, we might actually achieve lasting peace. They tried to enslave us, one council member argued. Why should we help them? Because being merciful in victory costs us little and gains us much. Think long term. A Zetharian empire that's our ally is better than one that's our bitter enemy. After much debate, Earth agreed to generous peace terms. The Zetharians would pay reparations, yes, but over 50 years, not all at once. They would accept military limitations, but keep enough ships to defend themselves. They would join a mutual defense pact with humanity and other species. War criminals would be punished, but the average Zetharian citizen would be left alone. The treaty was signed on the one-year anniversary of the Battle of Concordia Prime. Representatives from dozens of species attended the ceremony. Chen and Zekthar signed on behalf of their peoples. When it was done, they shook hands in the human way and touched antennae in the Zetharian way. A year ago, I would have killed you without hesitation. Zekthar clicked softly. Now I consider you a friend. It's strange how things change. Not strange, Chen replied. Just proof that enemies can become allies if both sides are willing to try. The treaty created something new in galactic politics, the Concordia Alliance. Humanity and the reformed Zetharian Republic were its founding members. Other species soon joined. Together they established laws against aggressive war, against slavery, against genocide. They created mutual defense agreements and trade networks and cultural exchange programs. It wasn't perfect. There were still conflicts, still misunderstandings, still old hatreds that took time to heal, but it was better than war. 5 years after the battle, Ambassador Chen visited a planet called Unity. It had been a battlefield during the war. Both humans and Zetharians had died here in large numbers. Now it was something else, a shared colony. Humans and Zetharians lived side by side, worked together, even married and had hybrid families, though the biology was complicated. Chen walked through a school where human and Zetharian children learned together. A small human girl was helping a young Zetharian with his homework. They were laughing together, completely comfortable with each other. To them, the war was just history. Ancient history. An older Zetharian approached Chen. It was Zekthar, who now served as the Republic's ambassador to Earth. What do you think, Marcus? Did we do well? Chen watched the children play. I think we did the best we could. This isn't perfect peace, but it's real peace. That's all anyone can ask for. I still struggle sometimes, Zekthar admitted. I betrayed my oath to the Empire. Many of my people still see me as a traitor. But then I see this, he gestured at the children, and I know I made the right choice. You saved your people, Chen said firmly. If you hadn't ordered that surrender, the battle would have continued. Thousands more would have died. Maybe the entire Zetharian fleet. You gave them a future. That evening, Chen recorded a message to be broadcast throughout human space. He wanted to mark the 5th anniversary of the battle with something meaningful. 5 years ago, humanity faced a choice, he said to the camera. We could have responded to Zetharian aggression with total war. We could have crushed them completely, destroyed their worlds, enslaved their people, become exactly what we were fighting against. Instead, we chose a different path. We showed strength when we needed to, but we also showed mercy when we could. That's what makes us human, not our weapons, not our technology, but our ability to choose compassion even when hatred would be easier. Thank you for watching and comment for next part.
The Grand Chamber of the Galactic Council fell silent as William Carter walked to the center platform. The floating lights dimmed around the massive circular room, highlighting the human ambassador in their glow. Representatives from over 300 alien species watched from their designated sections. Some leaned forward in their seats, while others whispered to their aides. William took a deep breath. His gray suit felt tight around his shoulders. The weight of his decision pressed down on him like the gravity of a giant star. He looked up at the towering form of Chairperson Zixtal, whose 4 eyes blinked in sequence. Honored Chairperson, esteemed representatives, William began, his voice clear and strong in the quiet room. After careful consideration, and by the authority given to me by the United Earth Government, I hereby announce Earth's complete withdrawal from the Galactic Council, effective immediately. The silence lasted exactly 3 seconds. Then, the chamber erupted. Outrageous, shouted the Voltar representative, his red scales flaring. They cannot do this, screeched the bird-like Avari delegate. Order. I will have order. Zixtal's voice boomed through the speakers as she pounded her ceremonial staff against the floor. The vibrations spread through the chamber, but did little to quiet the uproar. William stood calmly in the center as chaos swirled around him. He caught glimpses of different reactions: shock, anger, fear, and from a few corners, quiet satisfaction. The human ambassador had expected this response. Earth's decision would shake the foundations of galactic politics. In the back of the chamber, Samantha Green watched her boss with a mixture of pride and worry. As William's senior aide, she had helped prepare for this moment for months. She watched as several security drones moved closer to the center platform, their sensors trained on William. The Jurgen security chief waved them back, but kept his 4 hands near his weapons. Ambassador Carter, Zixtal finally managed to restore enough order to speak. This action violates multiple treaties. The withdrawal process requires approval and a transition period of at least 5 Earth years. William shook his head. Those requirements were added without Earth's consent during the Proxima Convention, which we formally contested. Our legal team has identified 27 violations of the original membership agreement by the Council in the past decade alone. These violations nullify the updated terms. The Drovak trade minister jumped to his feet. Without Earth's resources, the Axelon sector will face immediate shortages. This is economic terrorism. Perhaps you should have considered that before voting to increase Earth's resource quotas, while decreasing our trade benefits, William replied evenly. For 200 years, humanity has contributed to this council. For 200 years, we have been systematically marginalized, exploited, and deceived. He pulled a small device from his pocket and pressed it. Above him, a holographic display showed charts and figures. Earth provides 28% of the Council's agricultural exports, but receives only 5% of technology imports. Human innovations are classified as primitive developments, yet mysteriously appear in Council products months later. The Saurian ambassador hissed loudly. Humans simply lack the perspective to understand galactic politics. This impulsive behavior proves why your species requires guidance. William turned off the display. Our decision is final. Earth's borders remain open to peaceful trade with individual species on bilateral terms. All Council military bases in Earth territory must be vacated within 30 days. All Council monitoring equipment must be removed within 15 days. He looked around the chamber one last time. Earth stands on its own now. With that, William stepped down from the platform and walked toward the exit. Samantha fell in beside him as they passed through the massive doors. "Do you think we did the right thing?" she whispered as they entered the private corridor leading to the Earth diplomatic shuttle. William looked at her, his eyes tired but determined. "We didn't have a choice. You saw the evidence. They'd been holding us back while taking everything they could. It's time humanity charted its own course." As their shuttle pulled away from the massive Council station orbiting Proxima Centauri, news of Earth's departure was already racing across subspace communications. Throughout the galaxy, beings of all species stopped what they were doing as alerts flashed on their devices. Earth had left the Council, and nothing would be the same again. 2 weeks after Earth's withdrawal from the Council, Admiral Nancy Collins stared at the holographic display in Earth Fleet Command's Central Operations Room. Red dots blinked near the edge of formerly protected human space. Each dot represented an alien vessel, and there were far too many of them. "They're testing our borders," said Captain Paul Davis, her second in command. "Nothing aggressive yet, but definitely not normal patrol patterns." Nancy nodded, her gray eyes never leaving the display. "Increase our presence near the Jenkins colony. If they're looking for weakness, let's not show any." In Washington, D.C., President Alan Russell faced a very different battle. His office was filled with angry voices as representatives from various Earth industries demanded answers. "The Axelon Federation has canceled all ore shipments," shouted Gregory Mills, head of the Manufacturing Alliance. "My factories will be idle within a month. The medical technology we were promised from the Saurian Guild will never arrive now," added Dr. Karen Lewis, her voice quieter, but just as worried. President Russell raised his hands. "Please, everyone. We anticipated these reactions. Secretary Ward has already secured alternative supply lines through independent traders in the Outer Rim. Yes, there will be disruptions, but we prepared for them." He walked to the window overlooking the White House gardens. "For too long, we've relied on Council connections that came with hidden costs. Now we can deal directly with those who respect us as equals." Far away on Mars Colony, the situation was more dire. Governor Patricia Walsh watched as yet another ship of alien refugees landed at Olympus Port. These weren't tourists or business people. They were families seeking asylum. "That's the 5th ship today," said Deputy Governor Richard Lee, scrolling through his tablet. "They're mostly from smaller species, Arcturians, Belori, some Vexian merchants." Patricia sighed. "What are they saying?" "The same story as the others. Anti-human sentiment is spreading through Council space. Many who had human friends or business partners are being harassed or worse." "Find room for them," Patricia said, "and get me Earth Central. We need more security here." Meanwhile, in a secure conference room beneath the Senate building, Senator Daniel Morgan reviewed classified documents with growing alarm. As head of the Interstellar Relations Committee, he had initially opposed Earth's withdrawal. Now, the evidence before him changed everything. "These trade agreements," he said to his aide Judy Peterson, "every single one favors Council interests at our expense. How did we miss this?" "We didn't miss it," Judy replied. "Look at the signatures. Our negotiators were overruled every time by executive directives from Council advisors placed in our government." Daniel leaned back in his chair. "So they've had influence agents guiding our policies for decades. Does the president know this?" "He does now. That's why he supported the withdrawal." On the other side of the solar system, the massive Jovian mining outpost continued its work extracting valuable gases from Jupiter's atmosphere. Engineer Olivia Johnson floated through the maintenance shaft, checking pressure seals. When she reached Junction 7, something caught her eye. An unusual device attached to the station's main communication array. She moved closer, scanning it with her tool. It wasn't human technology. The device pulsed softly with purple light, sending data somewhere distant. "Control, this is Johnson," she called into her comm. "I found something strange on the comms array. Some kind of alien tech, definitely not authorized." "Can you remove it?" asked the controller. "I think so, but—" Olivia stopped as her scanner showed more results. "Wait. According to this, there are similar devices all over the station. They're monitoring everything: personnel movements, resource extraction rates, even private communications." She carefully disconnected the small device. "Someone has been watching us for a very long time." As Earth faced its first month of independence, these discoveries were just the beginning. The true extent of Council manipulation was still hidden, but the pieces were starting to come together. And across the galaxy, many watched and waited to see if humans would survive their daring move, or if they had signed their own destruction. Lieutenant Frank Martinez had not slept in 36 hours. His eyes burned as he stared at the screen, sorting through thousands of encrypted files recovered from a Council data node. Earth intelligence had been working nonstop since the withdrawal announcement, trying to understand what they were truly up against. "I think I found something," he said to the empty room. Frank opened a series of files labeled Human Containment Protocol. As he read, his tiredness vanished. The documents detailed a 300-year plan to keep Earth's technology at a controlled level. Council agents had been instructed to redirect human innovation, suppress certain discoveries, and slowly extract knowledge for use by senior Council races. He downloaded the files to a secure drive and reached for his communicator. "Director Allen, you need to see this immediately." On the Jovian mining outpost, Engineer Olivia Johnson had assembled a team to search for more alien devices. They had found over 200 so far, hidden throughout the station systems. "This one is different," said her colleague Steve Adams, holding up a small cylinder with glowing blue lines. The others were passive monitors. "This looks like it can actually control our systems." Olivia scanned it carefully. "It's connected to our defense grid. I think it could shut down our shields if activated remotely." Steve's face paled. "Who would have placed these here? And why?" "I don't know, but they're in every major human facility I've checked so far." Olivia placed the device in a shielded container. Someone was preparing for something big. Back on Earth, Dr. Catherine Newman walked through her xenobiology lab at Boston University. For years, she had participated in what the Council called the Interspecies Medical Exchange Program. Now she was seeing it with new eyes. She pulled up the records of the Saurian medical projects. What had seemed like simple disease research now looked suspicious. The Saurians had requested specific human genetic samples year after year, always from different populations around the world. Catherine searched other Council research programs and found similar patterns. The Voltaire had studied human brain tissue while providing educational assistance. The Drovac had collected reproductive data while offering fertility treatments. "They weren't helping us," she whispered. "They were studying us like lab animals." Catherine quickly composed a message to the government health department. This wasn't just scientific curiosity. It looked like preparation for something much worse. Meanwhile, in an upscale apartment in Chicago, Elizabeth Warren closed her blinds and activated her security system. As a Council intelligence agent who had lived on Earth for 12 years, she was now in a dangerous position. Her cover as a business consultant had allowed her to gather information on human economic systems, reporting back to Council leadership regularly. But over the years, something had changed. She had come to admire humans, their creativity and determination. And what she had learned about Council plans disturbed her deeply. Elizabeth sat at her computer and began typing. She had access to files that could either condemn humanity or save it. The Council's true intentions were far more sinister than even the human government suspected. Her fingers hesitated over the keyboard. Sending this information to Earth authorities would be treason against the Council, punishable by death. Not sending it might doom billions of humans who had shown her nothing but kindness. Elizabeth made her decision and began encrypting the files. Across Earth and its colonies, more discoveries came to light each day. Social media exploded with people sharing stories of strange encounters with Council representatives over the years. Retired diplomats spoke of negotiations where they felt strangely compelled to agree to unfavorable terms. Scientists described having brilliant ideas that mysteriously disappeared from their minds after Council cultural exchanges. The picture becoming clear was not of allies, but of careful handlers keeping a potentially powerful species under control. As President Russell received the latest reports, he called an emergency meeting with Earth's military and intelligence leaders. "We need to prepare," he told them. "The Council won't let us go easily. Not now that we know the truth." 3 months after Earth's withdrawal, the Galactic Council implemented what they called economic isolation protocols. In simple terms, they tried to cut Earth off from all trade. Ships carrying goods to or from human space were stopped. Alien businesses with human connections saw their permits revoked. The Council expected Earth to beg for readmission within weeks. They were wrong. Barbara Clark, Earth's new trade commissioner, stood before the United Nations Assembly in Geneva. Her simple blue suit contrasted with the elaborate outfits worn by the few alien ambassadors still on Earth. "The Council believed we would collapse without their markets," she said, pointing to the display behind her. "Instead, our economy has already adapted. Yes, luxury imports are down 90%, but our self-sufficiency in essentials is up 35%. She clicked to the next slide, showing a map of trade routes that bypassed Council checkpoints. "And we've discovered that many worlds are willing to ignore Council directives when profitable opportunities arise. In a dusty port on the planet Nexus Prime, far from Council monitoring stations, Captain Roger Brown supervised the loading of Earth coffee beans onto his ship. Coffee had been a minor export before, but now it was worth its weight in precious metals on certain worlds. The Praxian dock workers moved quickly, eager to get the cargo secured before any Council patrols appeared. "We need to launch within the hour," said First Officer Susan Miller, checking her tablet. "Our contact in the Praxian Empire confirmed they've opened all their ports to Earth goods. The Council is furious." Roger nodded. "The Praxians have always liked humans. I guess we finally know why. We're the only ones who treat them as equals." Back on the Council station, Economic Director Yalb Noor was having a very bad day. The small green alien paced his office, all 3 of his arms waving in agitation as he read the latest reports. "Impossible," he shouted at his assistants. "How are human goods still reaching the outer rim markets? We have checkpoints on every major route." His chief analyst, a tall insect-like being, clicked nervously. "They are using old mining paths through the asteroid belts of the Cygnus sector. Our ships are too large to follow." "And there's more," added another assistant. "Humans have been stockpiling certain rare elements used in jump gate technology. They control nearly 60% of the galactic supply." Yalb Noor's skin changed from green to pale yellow, a sign of extreme stress in his species. "If they restrict those elements, half our transportation network could fail within months." On the human colony of New Seattle, Governor Jack Anderson welcomed a delegation of Mercantile World's representatives. These small, independent planets had always existed on the edges of Council influence, trading with anyone who had goods to offer. "We never much liked Council rules anyway," said the lead representative, a furry humanoid named Krex. "Their tariffs ate most of our profits. If you humans can provide stable routes and fair prices, we're interested." Jack smiled. "We can offer better than that. Earth is establishing free trade zones around our outer colonies. No tariffs, minimal regulations, just honest business." As word of these arrangements spread, more species began questioning Council policies. On hundreds of worlds, Ordinary citizens wondered why they should avoid trading with humans when their own economies were suffering under council restrictions. Meanwhile, in her office at council headquarters, Chairperson Zixtal received disturbing news from her intelligence service. Several minor council members have been meeting secretly with human representatives, reported the security chief. The Praxians are openly defying trade restrictions. The mercantile worlds never implemented them at all. Zixtal's 4 eyes narrowed. And the economic projections? Catastrophic, honored chairperson. If this continues, we face a 15% contraction in council space economy over the next year. Several banking houses are already showing signs of instability. Outside her window, the magnificent view of Council Station's central ring was marred by something unusual, a protest. Hundreds of beings from smaller council species carried signs demanding policy changes and economic relief. The council had expected to punish Earth. Instead, they were watching their carefully controlled system begin to unravel. The Earth transport ship Morning Star drifted silently, its hull torn open to the vacuum of space. Inside, 12 crew members lay dead, their bodies frozen in the airless environment. The attack had been swift and without warning. "Play it again," General Joseph Miller said, his voice tight with controlled anger. The holographic display showed the final moments recorded by the ship's cameras. A council military vessel approached, demanded the transport stop for inspection, and then opened fire without waiting for a response. "They knew exactly what they were doing," said Admiral Nancy Collins, standing beside him in Earth Fleet Command. The Morning Star was carrying medical supplies to the Epsilon colony. No weapons, no restricted technology. Joseph nodded grimly. "They wanted to provoke us into a military response. Give them an excuse for a full attack." Nancy pointed to another display showing Earth's defensive grid. "Then perhaps we should surprise them in a different way." Within hours, Earth activated defense systems that had been secretly developed over decades. Massive energy shields flickered to life around human worlds. Sensor arrays that had been disguised as ordinary satellites revealed their true power, creating a detection network that extended far beyond what the Council believed possible. On the Council station, Intelligence Chief Dravmoral stared at his screens in disbelief. "Impossible," he whispered. "Our assessments showed human defense technology was at least 50 years behind our standard." His assistant brought more troubling news. "Sir, we're detecting energy signatures appearing throughout Council space. They seem to be human vessels." "How many?" "At least 30 major ships. They weren't there an hour ago." In fact, Earth's stealth fleet had been there all along. Captain Laura Wilson sat on the bridge of the Earth ship Intrepid, now visible just beyond the Alpha Centauri transit point. Her ship faced a Council battle group that had been positioned to blockade the crucial space route. "They've detected us," said her tactical officer. "Council ships are powering weapons." Laura remained calm. "Open a channel." The face of a Voltar commander appeared on screen, his red scales darkening with anger. "Human vessel, you will surrender immediately or be destroyed." "I think not," Laura replied evenly. "Look around you, Commander." As she spoke, 5 more human ships appeared, surrounding the Council blockade. They had been watching the entire time, cloaked by technology the Council had thought impossible. "This blockade violates 3 separate peace treaties," Laura continued. "You have 1 hour to withdraw. After that, we will consider your actions an act of war." The Voltar commander hissed. "Your primitive ships are no match for a Council battle group." Laura simply smiled. "Perhaps a demonstration is in order." She nodded to her engineer, who activated the ship's experimental phantom drive. In an instant, the massive Earth vessel disappeared from its position and reappeared directly behind the Council flagship. "How? How did you do that?" The Voltar commander stammered, his composure shattered. "Technology you thought we couldn't develop," Laura answered. 1 hour, Commander. Not a minute more." Meanwhile, on the frozen moon of Europa, Commander Ryan Phillips led his team through the underground Council research facility. Their stealth suits made them nearly invisible as they moved past alien guards. "Heat signatures in the next section," whispered Sergeant Amy Baker. "Looks like we found them." In a large chamber, they discovered 20 human scientists working under guard. These researchers had been reported lost over the past decade, but in reality, they had been captured to work on Council projects. "Security systems bypassed," reported Lieutenant Victor Garcia. "We can move in now." Ryan nodded. "Remember, non-lethal takedown of guards. Priority is getting our people out safely." The team moved with precision, stunning the alien guards before they could sound alarms. The rescued scientists looked up in shock as their human liberators appeared. "Earth sent you?" asked one older woman in disbelief. "The Council told us Earth had abandoned us." "Earth leaves no one behind," Ryan said as he helped her up. "And we're finding more of you every day." As the rescue team escaped with the scientists, reports of similar operations came in from across Council space. Hidden prisons and research facilities were being emptied as Earth reclaimed its stolen citizens. The message was clear. Humans were no longer playing by Council rules, and they were far more capable than anyone had imagined. 6 months after Earth's withdrawal from the Galactic Council, the political landscape of the galaxy was shifting dramatically. On the neutral world of Novus Prime, far from Council monitoring, Ambassador Helen Martinez stepped off her shuttle. The spaceport bustled with activity as representatives from 27 different species arrived for what many were calling the New Alliance Summit. "Welcome to Novus Prime, Ambassador," said a tall blue-skinned diplomat from the Andorian systems. "Many of us have waited a long time for this day." Helen nodded respectfully. "Earth appreciates your courage in coming. We know the Council has threatened sanctions against anyone who meets with us." The Andorian made a gesture of dismissal. "The Council threatened our markets, yes, but they cannot threaten our future. Many of us have suffered under their unequal policies for centuries." Inside the grand meeting hall, Helen was surprised by the turnout. Species that had publicly condemned Earth's withdrawal were secretly sending representatives. Medium and smaller powers that had always been overshadowed by the dominant Council races were especially well represented. "We begin a new chapter today," Helen said as she addressed the gathering. "Not with Earth as a new center of power, but with all worlds as true equals." On the Council station, Chairperson Zixtal faced growing opposition. The Council chamber, once united in condemning Earth, now echoed with arguments and accusations. "The trade restrictions are hurting our economies more than Earth's," shouted the representative from the Betelgeusian systems. "Why were we never told about the human technology that was kept from us?" demanded another delegate. Zixtal pounded her staff for order. "These are difficult times that require unity. Earth's rebellion threatens the stability of our entire galactic community." "Does it?" asked the elderly representative from the Arcturian worlds, his voice quiet but firm. "Or does it threaten only the control of the dominant species?" In a private chamber after the session, Council Security Chief Trollmox met with his elite team. The burly, gray-skinned alien pulled up a holographic image of Ambassador Martinez. "The human diplomat must not be allowed to form these new alliances," he growled. "Our agents on Novus Prime will eliminate her tonight during the reception." But what Trollmox didn't know was that Earth intelligence had expected such a move. Security Officer Brandon White stood guard near Ambassador Martinez at the evening reception, his cybernetic implants hidden beneath his formal uniform. Enhanced hearing picked up unusual movement outside the main doors. Enhanced vision detected the slight distortion of stealth fields. "Incoming," he whispered into his communicator. "Multiple hostiles with active camouflage." When the assassins struck, they expected an easy target. Instead, they found themselves facing the human who moved with impossible speed. Brandon's enhanced reflexes, technology banned under Council law, allowed him to intercept the first attacker before the alien's weapon was even raised. The brief but violent confrontation ended with the assassins captured and the diplomat safely protected. More importantly, the entire incident was recorded and transmitted across all open channels. Across the galaxy, beings watched in shock as Council assassins were caught in the act. Public opinion, already turning against the Council leadership, shifted dramatically. The attempted killing of a diplomat during peace talks violated the most sacred principles of galactic law. In her laboratory on Earth, scientist Linda Harris made the final adjustments to her new communication system. For centuries, all interstellar communication had relied on the Council-controlled subspace network. Every message, every transmission, could be monitored or blocked by Council authorities. "Power levels stable," reported her assistant John Peters. "The quantum entanglement is holding at 98% efficiency." Linda smiled as she activated the system. "Send the test message to our outpost on Proxima Centauri." The message traveled instantly, not through subspace, but through an entirely new medium the Council had never explored. The response came back seconds later. Message received clearly. Council monitoring systems show no detection. Linda's hands trembled slightly as she realized what they had achieved. It works. We can communicate without them knowing. Earth now had something that would change everything. A way to coordinate with allies without the Council's knowledge. The chains of control were breaking, one link at a time. 1 year after Earth's withdrawal from the Galactic Council, the once mighty interstellar government was falling apart. Nearly 1/3 of member worlds had formally announced their own withdrawals. Many others simply ignored Council directives while maintaining technical membership. Chairperson Zixtal faced the hardliners in the Council's inner chamber. Her once pristine robes now looked worn, and the skin around her 4 eyes had darkened with stress. "We have no choice," said the Voltar representative, pounding his scaled fist on the table. "We must make an example of Earth. Our unified fleet must attack now, before more worlds defect." The vote was close, but the war faction won. Within days, the largest Council battle fleet ever assembled prepared to move against Earth. 500 warships gathered near the jump gate that would take them to the Sol system. What the Council leaders didn't expect was the reaction of their own fleet. Admiral Korb of the Betelgeuse battlecruiser Star Cleaver received the attack orders and made his decision. He opened a channel to all ships in the fleet. "Fellow officers," he said, his tentacled face solemn on hundreds of view-screens, "we have sworn to protect galactic peace. The humans have committed no act of war. This attack would make us the aggressors." He paused, then continued, "My ship will not participate in this unjust action. We are withdrawing to Betelgeuse space." One by one, ship captains made similar announcements. Nearly half the fleet broke formation, refusing to attack Earth. The remaining ships continued their mission, emerging from the jump gate near Jupiter. They expected to catch Earth by surprise. Instead, they found Admiral George Harrison and Earth's defense forces waiting for them. "Council vessels," George broadcast on all frequencies. "You have entered Earth space with hostile intent. We ask you to withdraw immediately." The Council commander responded with weapons fire. Earth ships activated their advanced defense systems, using precise energy beams to disable the Council ships' weapons and engines without destroying them. The human technology targeted only critical systems, leaving life support intact. In under an hour, the entire attacking fleet was drifting helplessly in space. Not a single human or alien life had been lost. "Begin rescue operations," George ordered. "I want every Council crew member treated with full medical attention and respect." On Earth, President Russell addressed an emergency session of the United Nations. "Today the Council leadership tried to punish us for our independence," he said, his voice steady despite the gravity of the situation. "They failed, not just because of our technological strength, but because many within their own fleet refused to attack without cause." He looked across the assembly hall, where representatives from every human nation watched intently. "This is our opportunity, not for revenge, but for a new beginning. I propose we invite all willing species to join us in forming a new interstellar alliance, one truly based on equality and mutual respect." As Earth prepared its proposal, the Council faced a financial disaster. The central banking system, which had controlled galactic commerce for centuries, was collapsing as confidence in the Council vanished. Credit systems failed, trade routes became chaotic, and panic spread through Council-loyal worlds. On a small station orbiting Earth's moon, former Council scientist Kelly Morrison met with Earth intelligence officials. After defecting months earlier, she had been carefully sharing what she knew about the Council's deepest secrets. "There's something you need to understand about the Council," she said, activating a secure data device. It was never what it appeared to be. The display showed ancient records that few had ever seen. "The Council wasn't created for peace or cooperation," Kelly explained. "It was designed by the Primarch species as a control mechanism. For nearly 2,000 years, they've manipulated the member races, keeping technology levels precisely where they wanted them, preventing any species from growing too powerful." The Earth officials looked at each other in shock. "Where are these Primarchs now?" asked Intelligence Director Howard Grant. Kelly's face was grim. "They control everything from the shadows. They appear to be ordinary members of various species, but they're actually all one race using advanced biological disguises. Your withdrawal has thrown their entire system into chaos." As this revelation spread through secure channels to Earth's allies, the galaxy began to understand that Earth hadn't just challenged a government. It had unknowingly exposed a conspiracy that had shaped galactic history for millennia. 18 months after Earth's withdrawal from the Galactic Council, representatives from more than 200 species gathered in Geneva for a historic moment. The Grand Hall, built specially for this occasion, buzzed with voices speaking dozens of languages as delegates prepared for the founding of the Interstellar Cooperative Alliance. Ambassador William Carter, who had started this journey with his bold announcement in the council chamber, now stood at the entrance greeting arrivals. Many faces he recognized from the old council, but their expressions were different now, hopeful rather than suspicious. "Ambassador Carter," said a familiar voice. William turned to see the towering form of former council chairperson Six Tall. She looked older, the skin around her four eyes deeply wrinkled. "Chairperson," William said with a respectful nod, "I'm surprised to see you here." "Former chairperson," she corrected him. "And I come as a simple representative of my people, not as a leader." She hesitated. "I was wrong about many things. We all were." Inside the hall, President Russell opened the proceedings with a simple speech. "We gather not to replace one power with another, but to ensure no single world or species can ever again control the destiny of all," he said. "Earth does not seek to lead this alliance, only to be an equal partner in it." The first order of business was dealing with the Primarchs. After Earth revealed their existence, specialists from a dozen worlds had worked together to identify these hidden manipulators. Many had already fled to unknown regions of space, but those who remained were being peacefully detained. "Our combined scientific teams have developed a scanner that can detect their unique biological signatures," reported Dr. Catherine Newman to the Assembly. "With this technology, we can ensure our new alliance remains free from their influence." The next speaker was Krex, the furry representative from the mercantile worlds. "The old council's financial system has completely collapsed," he said. "Our proposed replacement will be transparent, with oversight from all member worlds, large and small." As the day continued, the delegates worked through issues that would have taken the old council years to address. Without the hidden manipulation of the Primarchs, cooperation came more naturally. Species that had been rivals for centuries found common ground. Samantha Green, once William Carter's aide and now an ambassador herself, watched the proceedings from her seat in the Earth delegation. She leaned toward William. "Did you ever imagine it would turn out like this when you made that announcement?" she asked. William smiled slightly. "Not even close. I thought we were just freeing Earth. I never expected to help free the entire galaxy." Their conversation was interrupted by an urgent message delivered to the podium. President Russell read it, his face growing serious. "Delegates, we have just received word from our deep space monitoring stations. Unknown vessels have been detected approaching from beyond the galactic rim." They match no known design and have not responded to communication attempts. The hall grew quiet as the implications sank in. A true outside threat, something even the Primarchs might have feared. Perhaps this is why they worked so hard to control our development, said a Voltar scientist. They feared what might come from beyond. President Russell looked across the gathered representatives. This could be first contact with a completely new civilization, or it could be something else. Either way, we face it not as separate worlds, but united. Within hours, ships from dozens of Alliance worlds prepared to meet the unknown arrivals. Human vessels flew alongside former enemies, their crews working together with an efficiency that would have been impossible under the old council. Scientists from different species shared data freely, without the artificial barriers that had previously kept them apart. On the observation deck of the Alliance headquarters on Luna, Samantha stood looking out at the stars. Earth was visible in the distance, beautiful and blue. "We almost didn't make it," said William, joining her at the window. Samantha nodded. "It took courage to stand alone. But it turns out we never really were alone." As they watched, ships of the new Alliance streaked upward from Earth, joining the gathering fleet. Whatever came from beyond the galaxy would find not separated, weakened worlds, but a united force unlike anything the Milky Way had ever produced. Earth's departure from the Council had created panic, but from that panic had come something greater than anyone could have imagined. True unity born of freedom rather than control.
The meeting hall of the Galactic Council stretched across 3 kilometers of polished crystal. Representatives from 200 species sat in floating chairs that adjusted to each being's unique physiology. The air hummed with translation devices working overtime to convert thousands of different languages into something everyone could understand. Ambassador Zethara of the Velnari Commonwealth stood at the center podium, her 6 arms gesturing gracefully as she spoke. Her blue skin shimmered with nervous patterns that other Velnari could read like emotions written in light. Honored council members, she began, her voice carrying across the vast chamber. Today we discuss whether to accept a new species into our peaceful union. The humans of the Sol system have requested membership. A ripple of interest moved through the assembled beings. New species were rare. Most civilizations either destroyed themselves before reaching the stars or had already been found and welcomed into the Council's embrace. High Arbiter Colvin, a massive creature resembling a cross between a tree and an octopus, rustled his bark-like skin with disapproval. Tell us why we should welcome these humans. What do they offer our peaceful galaxy? Zethara touched a control pad and holographic images filled the air above the assembly. The first showed Earth from space, a blue marble decorated with white clouds. Then came images of human cities, their technology, their art, their people. The humans have achieved interstellar travel in just 2 centuries since their industrial revolution, Zethara explained. They show remarkable adaptability and creative thinking. Their mathematics and science are quite advanced for such a young species. But, Colvin prompted, sensing hesitation in her voice. The images changed. Now the council saw human museums filled with ancient weapons, armies marching in formation, massive metal ships bristling with guns, humans in uniforms practicing something they called military drills, even though their world had known peace for over 50 years. They have a strange obsession with warfare, Zethara admitted. Even in times of peace they study battle tactics. They write books about long-dead generals. Their entertainment focuses on conflict and combat. They organize themselves into hierarchical structures they call military, even when no threats exist. Dr. Talara, a insectoid being from the Kytine collective, clicked her mandibles thoughtfully. Perhaps this is simply cultural residue. Many species retain practices from their primitive past. The humans appear to have moved beyond actual warfare. Have they? Colvin's deep voice rumbled through the chamber. Their history shows continuous conflict right up to their space age. They have weapons capable of destroying their own planet multiple times over. Is this the kind of species we want in our peaceful union? The debate continued for hours. Some representatives worried about human aggression. Others pointed out humanity's potential contributions to science and culture. Finally, Dr. Talara stood to address the assembly. Fellow beings, she began, her translator making her insect clicks sound surprisingly warm. For 10,000 years, our great covenant has maintained peace across the galaxy. We have proven that intelligent beings can solve problems through discussion, not destruction. Perhaps the humans need our guidance to fully embrace this path. She gestured toward the holographic images of human children playing, artists creating beautiful works, scientists peering through telescopes at distant stars. Look beyond their museums of war. See their capacity for wonder, their drive to explore, their ability to work together when facing challenges. Yes, they remember conflict, but they also dream of the stars. The vote was close, but humanity was granted probationary membership. They would be assigned to peaceful missions under council supervision. If they proved they could embrace the peaceful ways of galactic civilization, full membership would follow. 3 months later, Commander Sarah Chen stood on the bridge of the human vessel Indomitable, watching the stars streak past as they traveled through hyperspace. Her crew of 30 humans worked alongside 20 beings from various council species. Their first joint mission as probationary members, dropping out of hyperspace in 10 minutes. Commander, reported Lieutenant Kim from the navigation station. The Kythera system should be directly ahead. Chen nodded, adjusting her uniform. She was 43 years old, career military, though she'd spent more time on exploration missions than combat operations. The human military had evolved into something more like a disciplined exploration service since the last conflicts on Earth ended. Still, she couldn't shake the feeling that her training had prepared her for more than peaceful exploration. The tactical manuals she'd studied seemed to contain knowledge that went deeper than mere theory, as if the strategies had been tested in fires she'd never experienced. "Commander," called Dr. Talara from the science station, "we're receiving clearance to begin archaeological surveys on Kythera Prime. The planet appears to be completely dead, but orbital scans show extensive ruins." Captain Vextai, the mission's security chief from the Saurian Defense Corps, approached Chen's position. His reptilian features showed curiosity rather than suspicion, which Chen appreciated. Most of the alien crew members had been professional and welcoming, though she sensed some wariness about humanity's military background. "Commander Chen," Vextai said, his universal translator giving his hissing voice a formal tone, "my security teams are ready to accompany the archaeological expedition. The planet shows no signs of life, but standard protocol requires armed escort for ground missions." "Armed escort?" Chen raised an eyebrow. "I thought the Council had moved beyond such things." "The galaxy is vast," Vextai replied. "While warfare between intelligent species has been eliminated, dangerous wildlife and automated defense systems still pose risks. My teams carry non-lethal restraint weapons, nothing more." Chen found this amusing. She'd seen the Saurian weapons, devices that projected energy fields to immobilize targets. Effective against wild animals, perhaps, but they seemed more like advanced police tools than military equipment. Still, she respected the professionalism of the alien security teams. "Very well, we'll establish a base camp near the largest ruin complex. Science teams will have priority, with security providing perimeter watch." As the Indomitable dropped out of hyperspace, Kythera Prime appeared on their main screen. The world was brown and lifeless, its atmosphere barely breathable. But across its surface, geometric shapes marked the locations of ancient cities built by a long-dead civilization. "Incredible," whispered Dr. Morden, the expedition's chief archaeologist. The elderly Therian's trunk-like nose twitched with excitement as he studied the sensor readings. "These ruins predate any known civilization in this sector. We could be looking at structures over 50,000 years old." Chen felt a strange sensation as she looked at the dead planet. Something about those geometric patterns seemed familiar, though she'd never seen anything like them before. The shapes looked almost tactical, like defensive positions or strategic strongpoints. She shook off the feeling. After months of peaceful scientific missions, her military mind was probably just looking for patterns that weren't there. "All hands, prepare for orbital insertion," she announced. "We'll establish base camp at coordinates designated by the archaeology team. Standard exploration protocols are in effect." As the Indomitable descended toward the surface of Kythera Prime, none of the crew could imagine that they were about to uncover secrets that would change not just humanity's place in the galaxy, but the very nature of galactic civilization itself. The ruins below waited silently, holding memories of an empire that had once dominated the stars through superior warfare, and in the depths of those ancient structures lay clues to humanity's true destiny. A destiny that had been sleeping in human minds for thousands of generations, waiting for the right moment to awaken. The wind across Kythera Prime carried the taste of ancient dust and forgotten time. Commander Chen stepped off the shuttle onto cracked stone that had once been a grand plaza. Around her, the joint expedition team spread out, their equipment creating a small island of activity in the vast emptiness. Dr. Morden was already kneeling beside carved symbols on what remained of a massive archway. His trunk swayed with excitement as his scanner analyzed the alien writing. "Commander, these inscriptions are remarkable," he called out. "The language shares no common roots with any known civilization. Yet the mathematical concepts embedded in the text are incredibly sophisticated." Chen walked over to examine the archway. Up close, she could see that the symbols weren't just decorative. They were arranged in patterns that looked almost like instructions, battle formations perhaps, or troop movements. She blinked hard. Why was she thinking about military applications when looking at ancient art? "Any idea what they say?" she asked. Dr. Talara approached, her insectoid limbs clicking against her portable analysis unit. "The translation software is making progress. These appear to be historical records of some kind. References to something called the Kytherian Empire." Captain Vextai set up his security perimeter with typical Saurian efficiency. His teams established monitoring stations around the camp, their non-lethal restraint weapons at ready positions. Chen noticed that their formation created overlapping fields of coverage with excellent sight lines. A textbook defensive setup, even if they didn't realize it. The first day passed peacefully. The archaeological team cataloged surface ruins while the science crews analyzed atmospheric readings and geological samples. Chen found herself drawn to the largest structure in the complex, a stepped pyramid that rose nearly 200 meters into the pale sky. "Commander," Lieutenant Kim approached her position. "The geology team found something interesting. The base of that pyramid extends deep underground. Sensor scans suggest a complex network of chambers and corridors." Chen studied her portable scanner display. The underground layout looked like a military command center. Multiple levels with what appeared to be strategic planning rooms, communication hubs, and secure storage areas. But that was impossible. According to Council records, the galaxy had known no major warfare for over 10,000 years. "Recommend we begin internal exploration tomorrow," she decided. "Full archaeological protocols." That night, Chen experienced the first dream. She stood in the same plaza, but it was alive with activity. Beings that looked almost human but taller and more angular moved with military precision. They wore armor that seemed to be made of living metal, and their eyes held a cold intelligence that made Chen shiver. In the dream, she understood their language perfectly. They were discussing strategy, planning campaigns across the stars. One of them, clearly a leader, spoke words that burned themselves into Chen's memory. "The inheritors will come. When the galaxy faces its darkest hour, those who carry our blood will remember what they truly are." Chen woke gasping, her heart racing. Around the camp, she could hear other members of the human crew stirring restlessly. In contrast, the alien team members slept peacefully. The second day brought a major discovery. Dr. Mordun's team breached the sealed entrance to the pyramid's interior chambers. The preservation was incredible. Corridors lined with the same strange metal that Chen had seen in her dream. Walls covered with tactical diagrams and star charts. "Commander, you need to see this." Dr. Talara called from deeper in the complex. Chen followed the insectoid scientist through corridors that felt strangely familiar. Her feet seemed to know where to step, which turns to take. Behind her, she noticed that the human crew members moved with similar confidence, while their alien colleagues constantly checked their mapping devices. The central chamber took Chen's breath away. It was a massive spherical room with holographic displays that still functioned after millennia. Star maps covered the walls, showing the positions of thousands of worlds. Red markers indicated conquests. Blue ones showed resource centers. Green ones marked strategic strongholds. "It's a war room," Chen said quietly. Dr. Morden was examining translation data on his portable unit. "The text references are becoming clearer. The Catherians weren't just another civilization, they were conquerors. They dominated this entire sector through superior military technology and tactics." Vextai studied the star maps with growing concern. According to these displays, the Catherian Empire controlled over half the current council space. "How is this not in our historical records?" "Because they were defeated," said a new voice. Everyone turned to see Dr. Yilnoth, the expedition's quantum archaeologist, emerging from a side corridor. The elderly being's crystalline features reflected the holographic light as he approached the central display. "I've been analyzing the quantum resonance patterns in the deeper chambers," he explained. "The energy signatures tell the story of desperate final actions. The Catherians didn't just lose their empire, they were facing complete extinction." He manipulated the central display, and new images appeared. Ships fleeing dying worlds, massive battles among the stars, and finally, a small group of Catherian leaders gathered around a device that pulsed with strange energy. "The final entries speak of the Project Inheritance," Yilnoth continued. "They discovered that consciousness itself can be transmitted across space and time through quantum entanglement. Faced with the destruction of their species, they encoded their essential nature, their knowledge, their instincts, their martial prowess into quantum patterns that would seek out compatible minds across the galaxy." Chen felt a chill run down her spine. Compatible minds? A developing species with the right neurological structure and cultural framework. A species that already showed promise in the arts of warfare and strategy. The implications hit everyone at the same time. Chen saw understanding dawn on the faces of her human crew members, while the aliens looked confused and slightly alarmed. "You're suggesting," Dr. Talara said carefully, "that the Catherians somehow uploaded themselves into another species?" "Not uploaded," Yilnoth corrected. "Seeded. Like genetic memory. but transmitted through quantum fields rather than biological inheritance. The receiving species would retain their own identity and morality, but gain access to Cytherian knowledge when the proper stimulus activated the dormant patterns. Chen's mind reeled. Her strange familiarity with these ruins, her dreams of ancient warriors, the way human crew members instinctively knew how to navigate the complex, it all made terrible sense. What kind of stimulus would activate these patterns? She asked, though part of her already knew the answer. Yelnoth manipulated the display again. New text appeared, and Dr. Morden's translation program worked to decode it. Crisis, Morden read aloud. Existential threat to galactic peace. The activation phrase translates roughly as, "When the shepherds must become wolves, the sleeping gods of war shall wake." A tremor ran through the chamber. At first Chen thought it was seismic activity, but then alarm signals began echoing from the surface. Captain Vextai activated his communication device. "Base camp report status on Captain," came the reply from his security team leader. "Long-range sensors are detecting massive energy signatures approaching the system. Multiple contacts, unknown configuration. They're moving fast." Chen felt something stir in her mind like a door opening that had been locked for lifetimes. Knowledge that wasn't hers began flowing through her consciousness. Tactical assessments, threat evaluations, strategic options. She looked at her human crew members and saw the same awakening beginning in their eyes. "All teams, return to the ship immediately," she ordered, her voice carrying new authority that made even the alien crew members respond without question. "We have incoming hostiles." "Hostiles?" Dr. Talara asked. "Commander, there hasn't been warfare in the galaxy for 10,000 years. Chen met her gaze, and the insectoid scientist stepped back at what she saw there. There is now. The news from Kithra Prime spread through the Galactic Council like wildfire through dry grass. Within hours, every major government research institution and news network in council space was analyzing the implications of the discovery. In the council chambers on Centris Prime, emergency sessions ran around the clock. Dr. Yelnoth's quantum consciousness theory had been confirmed by 3 independent research teams. The Cytherians had indeed seeded their warrior essence into humanity thousands of years ago. Ambassador Zathara stood before the emergency assembly, her blue skin flickering with stress patterns. "Fellow representatives, we must decide how to respond to this revelation. Are humans still the peaceful species we welcomed, or are they something far more dangerous?" High Arbiter Colvin's bark-like skin rustled ominously. "The evidence speaks for itself. Humans are the genetic heirs of the galaxy's most brutal conquerors. They carry the memories of beings who enslaved entire star systems." "But they don't know it yet," protested Dr. Talara, who had returned from Kithara Prime with deeply troubling reports. "The awakening process appears to be gradual. Most humans still think and act as they always have." Security Director Kreshala, a mantis-like being whose species had once been warriors before joining the council, clicked her claws anxiously. "My intelligence networks report strange activities in human space. Their military academies are producing officers with tactical knowledge that exceeds anything in their teaching programs. Human explorers are locating ancient weapons caches with impossible accuracy." She activated a holographic display showing human settlements across the outer rim. "Look at these expansion patterns. They appear random to casual observation, but analysis reveals classic Cytherian strategic doctrine, establishing supply lines, creating defensive strong points, positioning resources for rapid military deployment." "They're doing this unconsciously?" asked Ambassador Morketh of the Crystalline Confederacy. "It appears so," Kreshala confirmed. "The humans seem genuinely unaware that their routine colonization efforts are following ancient conquest patterns. But the results are unmistakable. On the human colony world of New Sparta, General Marcus Torres reviewed tactical reports in his office. The 50-year-old career soldier had been experiencing strange episodes for weeks, moments when he understood military concepts that no human text had ever described. General, his aide lieutenant, Sarah Kim, recently promoted from the indomitable crew, entered with a stack of data tablets. "The new officer training programs are showing remarkable results. Graduates are demonstrating strategic thinking that should take decades to develop." Torres nodded, studying a 3-dimensional battle simulation on his desk display. The tactics being used by fresh academy graduates looked familiar. though he couldn't place where he'd seen them before. "Any word from the Council about our expanded patrol routes?" he asked. "They've expressed concerns about our rapid deployment of monitoring stations along the rim," Kim replied carefully. "Ambassador Zathara has requested clarification of our strategic objectives." Torres felt a flash of irritation. Strategic objectives? They were protecting the galaxy's outer borders while the Council worried about paperwork and diplomatic protocols. Didn't they understand that the vast emptiness beyond their territory could hide any number of threats? That night he dreamed of battles among the stars. Meanwhile, President Elena Vasquez addressed the Human Federation Council from Earth. Her cabinet included both civilian leaders and military advisors, a mix that other species found unusual for a peaceful government. "The galactic community is expressing concern about our recent activities," she reported to the assembled representatives. "They're worried that the Catherian connection means we're becoming more aggressive." Defense Minister Patricia Webb, a former admiral, spoke up. "Madam President, our actions have been purely defensive. We're establishing patrol routes and supply depots to protect our colonies. Standard military doctrine for any expanding civilization." "That's exactly what worries them," Foreign Minister James Park replied. "Most Council species abandoned military thinking millennia ago. They see our defensive preparations as signs of hostile intent." Vasquez felt the strange stirring in her mind that had been growing stronger each day. Knowledge that wasn't hers, instincts that seemed to come from somewhere deep and ancient. "Perhaps," she said slowly, "it's time they remembered why defensive preparations exist." The first real test came at the Proxima Gate, humanity's furthest outpost. Captain Marcus Torres, the general's son, recently assigned to frontier patrol duty, was commanding the defense station when long-range sensors detected something impossible. "Sir," reported Ensign Chen, no relation to Commander Sarah Chen, "we have multiple contacts approaching from extragalactic space. Configuration unknown, but they're big, really big." Torres studied the sensor data, his mind automatically calculating approach vectors, fleet compositions, and tactical options. The knowledge came to him as naturally as breathing, though he'd never faced anything like this before. "Send immediate alert to Fleet Command and the Council," he ordered. "Full spectrum analysis on those contacts. I want to know what we're dealing with." The answer came back within hours, and it was terrifying. The Devaki horde had arrived. The Devaki were silicon-based entities from the void between galaxies. They consumed organic matter to fuel their reproduction cycles, turning entire worlds into breeding grounds for their swarms. Most horrifying of all, they were immune to negotiation, trade agreements, or any form of diplomatic contact. They had come to the galaxy to feed Admiral Sarah Chen, now commanding the Human First Fleet after her promotion following the Kythera discovery, received the alert on her flagship Defiant. Around her, the bridge crew worked with efficiency that amazed even her. Humans and aliens coordinating with precision that should have taken years to develop. "Admiral," reported her tactical officer, "Devaki scout fleets have already engaged Council border patrols in 7 sectors. The Council forces are not performing well." Chen studied the battle reports with growing alarm. The Council's peacekeeping forces were little more than police units with advanced technology. They had no experience with actual warfare, no doctrine for fleet combat, and no understanding of how to coordinate defensive actions. They were being slaughtered. "Set course for the Centris system," she ordered. "Best possible speed." "Ma'am," her communications officer called out, "we're receiving a priority message from the Council. They're ordering all human forces to stand down and report to designated safe zones." Chen felt the awakening surge through her mind like fire through her veins. Ancient knowledge flooded her consciousness. Tactical formations that could break Devaki swarms, weapon configurations that could penetrate their silicon armor, strategies that could turn their numbers against them. "Ignore that order," she said calmly. "Signal all human vessels. We're going to war." On Earth, President Vasquez faced the most important decision in human history. The Council was demanding that humanity withdraw to protected sectors, while their diplomats attempted to negotiate with the Devaki. But the ancient memories stirring in her mind told her that negotiation would be impossible. The Devaki were a force of nature, no different from a plague or a solar flare. They could only be stopped by superior force applied with absolute precision. "Madam President," General Torres stood before her in the Situation Room, his eyes now carrying the cold light of ancient knowledge. The Council doesn't understand what they're facing. They're trying to fight a war with police tactics and diplomatic protocols. "And you think we can do better?" she asked, though she already knew the answer. "I know we can," Torres replied. "The question is whether we will." Vasquez looked around the room at her advisors. In each face she could see the same awakening that was happening in her own mind. They were no longer just humans playing at being soldiers and leaders. They were becoming something more. "Send a message to the Council," she decided. "Tell them we're invoking emergency protocols to defend human space. And send orders to all fleet commanders. Gloves off. Show the galaxy what the inheritors of the Catherian Empire can do." As her orders went out across human space, millions of humans felt the final barriers in their minds dissolve. The sleeping gods of war were waking up, and the galaxy would never be the same. The first major battle between the Devaki Horde and the Galactic Council's forces occurred in the Altair system. Fleet Admiral Zorthak of the Velnari Defense Corps commanded 200 vessels, the largest military force assembled in Council. Space for over 1,000 years, it lasted exactly 47 minutes. Admiral Chen received the battle reports aboard her flagship as the human First Fleet raced toward the combat zone. The tactical analysis made her blood run cold, even as ancient Catherian battle memories stirred in her mind. "The Council forces tried to form a defensive line," reported her tactical officer. Lieutenant Commander Kim, "Classic parade formation, pretty orderly, and completely useless against swarm tactics." Chen studied the holographic replay of the battle. The Council ships had arranged themselves in neat rows, like they were conducting a ceremonial review rather than preparing for combat. When the Devaki swarms hit them, the organized formation became a liability instead of an asset. "They bunched their command ships together in the center," she observed. "No screening vessels, no overlapping fields of fire, no fallback positions. The Devaki just swarmed around their flanks and attacked from all sides simultaneously," Kim continued. Admiral Zorthak's flagship was one of the first to be destroyed. The bridge crew worked in grim silence as they processed the implications. 200 ships destroyed, thousands of beings killed, and the Devaki hadn't even committed their main force yet. "Ma'am," the communications officer called out, "priority message from President Vasquez." Chen activated the secure channel. The president appeared on the main screen, and Chen was struck by the change in her appearance. Vasquez's eyes held the same cold fire that Chen felt burning in her own mind. "Admiral," Vasquez began, "the Council is in complete panic. They're requesting emergency evacuation of all frontier worlds. They want to withdraw to the core systems and hope the Devaki will be satisfied with consuming the outer rim." "That's not how the Devaki work," Chen replied, the ancient knowledge flowing through her words. "They consume everything in their path. There's no negotiating, no compromise, no partial victories. Either we stop them or they devour the entire galaxy." "I know," Vasquez nodded, "which is why I'm giving you full authority to conduct this war as you see fit. No Council oversight, no diplomatic restrictions, no rules of engagement beyond your own judgment." Chen felt the weight of command settle on her shoulders. In her mind, she could sense the tactical genius of 1,000 Catherian generals guiding her thoughts. "What about the other human forces?" she asked. "General Torres is coordinating planetary defenses. Captain Torres at Proxima Gate has volunteered to conduct a holding action while you position the main fleet. The colonists are evacuating according to Defense Plan Omega." Defense Plan Omega, an evacuation strategy that no human had ever heard of until last week, but which every military officer now understood perfectly. Another gift from their Catherian inheritance. "Understood, Madam President. We'll handle it from here." At Proxima Gate, Captain Torres watched the approaching Devaki swarm on his tactical display. 300 enemy vessels closing on his position, while he had only 12 ships and a partially completed defense platform. "Sir," his tactical officer reported, "the evacuation transports have cleared the system. All civilian populations are safe." Torres nodded, studying the enemy formation. The Devaki moved like a living organism, their ships flowing around obstacles and reforming without apparent central command. But the ancient memories in his mind showed him patterns in their chaos, weak points that could be exploited. "Signal all vessels," he ordered. "Formation Echo 7. We're going to give them something to think about." His ships moved into a configuration that looked random to casual observation, but was actually based on Cytherian pack-hunting tactics. They would strike fast, inflict maximum damage, then withdraw before the enemy could respond effectively. The battle that followed became legendary in human military circles. Torres' 12 ships engaged the Devaki swarm using hit-and-run tactics that confused and frustrated the enemy. They targeted command nodes, disrupted formation integrity, and forced the Devaki to waste energy on ineffective pursuit maneuvers. When Admiral Chen's main fleet arrived 6 hours later, they found the Devaki swarm reduced to scattered fragments and Captain Torres's force still intact. "How did you do it?" Chen asked during the post-battle briefing. Torres shrugged, his young face carrying wisdom that seemed far older than his years. "I remembered something I never learned. The Devaki fight like a single organism, but that's also their weakness. Disrupt the neural pathways and the whole system becomes confused." Meanwhile, the council chambers on Centris Prime had erupted into chaos. Representatives from 200 species shouted accusations, demands, and fears in a cacophony of translated voices. "The humans have ignored direct orders." High Arbiter Colvin's voice boomed above the noise. "They're conducting military operations without council approval. They're the only ones actually fighting the Devaki." Dr. Talara shot back. "While we debate protocol, they're saving lives." Security Director Krishala brought up tactical displays showing human military movements across the galaxy. "Look at these deployment patterns. The humans aren't just fighting, they're winning. Their casualty rates are 1/10 of what our forces suffered." Ambassador Zathara studied the data with growing amazement. Human forces were engaging Devaki swarms across multiple sectors simultaneously, using tactics that seemed impossible for such a young species to have developed. "How are they coordinating all this?" she wondered aloud. "These operations require military expertise that should take centuries to develop." Dr. Yilnoth, who had been quietly analyzing quantum resonance patterns, looked up from his instruments. "The awakening is accelerating. Humans across the galaxy are accessing Cytherian tactical knowledge simultaneously. They're becoming a collective military mind." The implications were staggering. Not only were humans inheriting individual Cytherian memories, they were somehow sharing tactical information across vast distances in real time. "They're becoming what the Cytherians were," Krishala said quietly, "a species designed for warfare." The crisis deepened when Devaki forces launched a massive assault on the core worlds. Their main fleet, over 5,000 vessels, emerged from hyperspace in the Centris system itself, catching the Council completely off guard. "All Council forces," came Admiral Chen's voice over the emergency channels. "This is Admiral Chen of the Human First Fleet. We are en route to your position. Maintain defensive formations and await our arrival." "Admiral Chen," High Arbiter Colvin replied from the Council chambers. "You are not authorized to, with respect." "Arbiter," Chen interrupted, "authorization is irrelevant. We're coming whether you want us or not. The question is whether you're going to help us save your worlds or keep arguing about paperwork while they burn." The human fleet that emerged in the Centris system was like nothing the galaxy had ever seen. 2,000 ships moving in perfect coordination, their formations flowing like liquid mercury as they engaged the Devaki swarm. Admiral Chen commanded from the bridge of her flagship, her tactical genius now fully awakened. Around her, human officers worked with inhuman efficiency, processing information and coordinating attacks with precision that amazed their alien counterparts. "Target the swarm's neural clusters," she ordered. "Break their coordination, then engage with pack hunter formations. Show them what happens when they threaten our people." The Battle of Centris lasted 18 hours. When it was over, the Devaki main fleet was scattered wreckage drifting in the void, and the human fleet had suffered less than 5% casualties. In the aftermath, as rescue ships searched for survivors and damage reports flooded in, the galaxy finally understood what humanity had become. They weren't just inheritors of Cytherian knowledge, they were the evolution of it. Where the ancient Cytherians had been conquerors, humans had become protectors. They had all the tactical genius and military prowess of their predecessors, but tempered with human compassion and moral restraint. President Vasquez addressed the Council in the aftermath of the battle, her words carrying the authority of a species that had just saved galactic civilization. "The old order is dead," she announced. "The age of absolute peace is over. The galaxy needs guardians who understand that sometimes The only way to preserve peace is to be prepared for war. We are those guardians now. The awakening was complete. Humanity had become the gods of war their Cytherian ancestors had always intended them to be. But unlike their predecessors, they chose to serve rather than conquer. 6 months after the Battle of Centris, the galaxy had transformed beyond recognition. The old council chambers had been converted into a joint military command center, where human officers worked alongside alien representatives to coordinate the final campaign against the Devaki threat. War Master Elena Vasquez. She had abandoned her civilian title when, accepting supreme command of Galactic forces, stood before a three-dimensional tactical display showing the entire galaxy. Red markers indicated remaining Devaki strongholds, while blue zones showed areas under Allied protection. The Devaki have retreated to the galactic core, she reported to the assembled War Council. Intelligence suggests they're using the massive black hole at Sagittarius A* to power some kind of breeding facility. Admiral Chen, now commanding the combined fleet of 300,000 vessels from 40 different species, studied the tactical situation with her awakened mind. The ancient Cytherian memories showed her similar scenarios from eons past. They're trying to create a final breeding surge, she explained. If they succeed, they'll produce enough swarms to overwhelm every defense we've built. We have to stop them before the facility comes online. General Torres, recently promoted to Supreme Ground Commander, highlighted several key points on the display. The problem is access. The core region is a maze of gravitational anomalies, radiation storms, and unstable space. Most of our fleet won't survive the approach. Ambassador Zethara, now serving as liaison between the human command and the remaining council governments, spoke up. The Velnari archives mention ancient Cytherian installations in the core region. Perhaps there are navigation routes or staging areas we could use. Dr. Talara, who had become the expedition's chief intelligence analyst, activated her portable scanner. I've been analyzing quantum resonance patterns from captured Devaki technology. Their navigation systems are incredibly sophisticated. They must know secret paths through the core hazards. War Master Vasquez felt the tactical solutions flowing through her awakened mind. The campaign they were planning would be the most complex military operation in galactic history, requiring perfect coordination between hundreds of different species and thousands of ship classes. We'll need 3 separate assault forces, she decided. Admiral Chen will command the main fleet assault through the northern approach. General Torres will lead a ground assault team to destroy the facility's control centers, and I'll take a special forces team directly to the core. That's suicide, Dr. Talara protested. The radiation levels near Sagittarius A* will kill any organic being within minutes. Not if we use Cytherian bioarmor, Vasquez replied, her ancient memories providing solutions that no contemporary technology could match. The archaeological teams have recovered enough samples to construct protective suits for a small team. The plan that emerged was audacious beyond belief. While Chen's main fleet engaged the Devaki defense swarms, Torres would lead an assault on the outer ring of the breeding facility. Meanwhile, Vasquez would take 12 volunteers on a direct attack against the facility's core, using Cytherian technology to survive the journey. This could destroy several star systems, warned Dr. Yilnoth, who had been analyzing the quantum mechanics of the planned assault. The feedback from destroying a facility that size near a supermassive black hole could create a cascade reaction. How many star systems? Vasquez asked. Perhaps a dozen, maybe more. And if we don't stop them, the entire galaxy. The choice was clear even if it was terrible. The needs of trillions outweighed the lives of billions. It was the kind of decision that only beings bred for war could make without hesitation. Preparation for the assault took 3 months. Human military engineers worked with alien scientists to modify ships for the journey through the galactic core. Ancient Cytherian weapon designs were combined with modern technology to create tools capable of destroying a facility that had taken the Devaki decades to build. Most importantly, human training instructors began working with alien military volunteers, teaching them the tactical thinking that their species had abandoned millennia ago. The results were remarkable. Beings who had never conceived of warfare were learning to think like soldiers in a matter of weeks. It's in their genetic memory too, observed Dr. Talara as she watched a group of crystalline Confederacy troops practicing assault formations. Not Cytherian memories like humans have, but their own ancestral warrior instincts. Humans are awakening something that was sleeping throughout the galaxy. Captain Torres, now leading the special assault teams, had volunteered for the most dangerous mission, the ground assault on the facility's outer defenses. His forces included humans and aliens working together with perfect coordination, their different abilities combining into something greater than either could achieve alone. "Sir," reported Ensign Kim during a final briefing, "the Devaki are expecting a frontal assault. All their defenses are positioned for traditional fleet engagement." Torres smiled with the confidence of someone who carried the tactical genius of an entire warrior civilization. "Then we'll give them something completely different. Pack hunter formations, distributed targets, maximum confusion. By the time they realize what we're doing, it'll be too late." The final assault began with Admiral Chen's fleet emerging from hyperspace at the edge of the galactic core. 500,000 Devaki vessels rose to meet them, creating the largest space battle in recorded history. All ships, Chen commanded from her flagship, implement Formation Omega. Show them how the inheritors of the Cytherians fight. The human-led fleet moved like a living thing, their formations flowing and shifting in response to enemy movements. Where the Devaki expected rigid battle lines, they found fluid tactics that adapted faster than their swarm intelligence could counter. Meanwhile, General Torres led his ground assault teams through the maze of the breeding facility's outer defenses. The installation was vast beyond imagination, a construct the size of a star system, drawing power from the black hole's accretion disk to fuel its hideous purpose. "Thermal charges placed," reported his demolition specialist as they fought their way through. Corridors filled with Devaki drones. "Facility Section 7 is ready for demolition." "Same here," called out another team leader. Section 12 prepped and ready. Deep within the facility's core, War Master Vasquez and her Special Forces team made their way toward the central control matrix. The Cytherian bioarmor was holding against the radiation, but she could feel the ancient technology beginning to fail under the extreme conditions. "Ma'am," called out her technical specialist, "I found the central processor. It's enormous." Vasquez stared at the pulsing mass of organic technology that served as the facility's brain. It was the size of a small moon, its neural pathways glowing with the energy needed to coordinate the production of 1 trillion Devaki warriors. "How do we destroy something that big?" asked one of her team members. Vasquez felt the ancient memories stirring, showing her tactics that the Cytherians had used in similar situations. "We don't destroy it. We reprogram it." The final phase of the battle was a race against time, as Admiral Chen's fleet fought desperately to hold the Devaki swarms at bay, and General Torres's teams destroyed section after section of the breeding facility. Vasquez worked to turn the facility's own control systems against it. "Neural pathways redirected," she reported through her comm system. "The facility is now programmed to consume itself rather than produce new warriors." "How long do we have?" Chen's voice crackled through the interference from the black hole's magnetic field. 20 minutes before the cascade reaction begins. All forces need to be clear of the core region." The retreat was a masterpiece of tactical coordination. Human-trained alien crews evacuated their positions with efficiency that amazed even their instructors. The massive combined fleet pulled back from the galactic core just as the Devaki breeding facility began its death throes. The explosion that followed was visible across half the galaxy. 12 star systems were consumed in the cascade reaction, but the Devaki threat was ended forever. The remaining swarms, cut off from their breeding source, were systematically hunted down and destroyed over the following months. In the aftermath, as the galaxy began rebuilding, President Vasquez addressed the new Galactic Assembly, a military alliance that had replaced the old council's purely civilian government. "We have learned that peace is not the absence of conflict," she said to representatives from 300 species. "True peace is the presence of justice maintained by those willing to fight for it. We are your guardians now, not your conquerors, but your protectors." The speech was broadcast across the galaxy, heard by beings who had once feared human military power but now saw it as their salvation. The age of absolute pacifism was over, replaced by something better: strength in service of justice. In the years that followed, human military academies opened throughout the galaxy, teaching alien cadets the warrior skills their species had forgotten. The curriculum balanced tactical expertise with moral philosophy, ensuring that the galaxy's new guardians would be both effective and ethical. Ambassador Zathara, now serving as Dean of the Centris Military Academy, watched as human instructors worked with alien cadets in training exercises.
Lisa Barnes floated in the observatory deck of Novaterra's science station. The colony had been her home for 5 years now. Through the large window, she could see the gentle green hills and blue lakes of humanity's most distant outpost. 30 light-years from Earth, Novaterra was a jewel of human achievement. "Chief Barnes, you should look at this," said Doug Peters from his communication station. His voice had an edge that made Lisa push off the window and glide toward him. "What is it?" she asked, grabbing the back of his chair. Doug pointed to his screen. "I picked up a signal. Not one of ours. Not like anything I've heard before." Lisa looked at the pattern on the screen. Strange pulses with odd timing. "Have you told Director Wright?" "He thinks it's just background noise or a glitch in our systems," Doug said. "But I've checked everything. This is real, and it's getting stronger." Lisa felt a chill. Novaterra had been broadcasting its location for years, hoping for peaceful first contact. But something about these signals felt wrong. "Keep monitoring," she said. "I'll talk to Wright again." Lisa found Colony Director Alan Wright in the main control room. He was looking at crop reports, his gray hair neatly combed, his uniform clean and pressed. "Director, about those signals." Wright waved a hand without looking up. "We've been through this, Chief Barnes. Your team needs to fix those sensors." "Sir," Peters checked. "It's not a malfunction. There's something out there, and it's getting closer." Wright finally looked up at her, his face serious. "Lisa, we can't alarm the colonists over nothing. 10,000 people are counting on us to." The alarm cut him off. Red lights flashed throughout the control room. "What now?" Wright asked. The main screen flickered to life, showing the space above Novaterra. 3 massive ships had appeared. They were unlike anything Lisa had ever seen. Dark metal shapes with red glowing parts. Not smooth and elegant like human ships, but jagged and threatening. "What are they?" Wright whispered. "First contact," Lisa said, her mouth dry. Doug's voice came over the speaker. "Sir, they're broadcasting." "I'll put it through." The screen changed to show an alien face. Its skin was gray-green with ridges along the forehead. Yellow eyes with vertical pupils stared out at them. "Humans of colony designation Novaterra," the alien said in surprisingly good English. "I am Commander Vrax of the Krizat Empire. Your world is now property of the Empire. Surrender immediately." Wright stepped forward. "This is Director Alan Wright. We welcome peaceful contact with your species and wish to establish diplomatic relations." The alien made a sound that might have been laughter. "Diplomacy is for equals, human. You are not our equals." The screen went dark. "They've cut transmission," Dub reported. "Sir, energy readings from their ships are spiking." Lisa felt the floor shake beneath her feet. Then came the sound of distant explosions. "They're firing on the colony," someone shouted. Wright rushed to the emergency console. "All colonists, this is Director Wright. We are under attack. Proceed to emergency shelters immediately. This is not a drill." Lisa ran to the communications array. "We need to warn Earth." Doug was already there, his fingers flying over the controls. "Standard communications are down." They hit the main array first. "The deep space beacon," Lisa said. "It's designed to survive anything." Together, they activated the emergency system. Novaterra's last hope of contacting Earth. Lisa recorded a quick message, her voice steady despite her fear. "This is Chief Science Officer Lisa Barnes of Novaterra. We are under attack by a species called the Krizat. They came without warning. Thousands are already dead. Send help." As Lisa finished, the building shook violently. Part of the ceiling collapsed nearby. "Message sent," Doug confirmed. "But I don't know if." The next explosion was much closer. Lisa saw the wall tear open before everything went dark. Her last thought was of Earth, 30 light-years away. Would they get the message in time? Would they be ready for what was coming? Outside, the Krezat ships continued their bombardment, methodically destroying a colony that had no weapons to fight back. They had expected no resistance. They had no idea what they had just started. They had no idea they had just awakened the dragons. 3 weeks passed before Lisa's message reached Earth. It arrived at the United Earth Defense Force headquarters in Geneva on a quiet Tuesday morning. Admiral Kate Foster was drinking coffee when her aide rushed in without knocking. "Admiral, you need to see this now," the young officer said, placing a tablet on her desk. Kate watched the message from Novaterra, her face growing harder with each word. When it ended, she set down her cup with careful control. "Verify this," she ordered. "Already done," her aide said. "It came through the Emergency Deep Space Network." The signature matches Chief Science Officer Lisa Barnes, and Novaterra has gone completely silent since this transmission. Kate stood up. "Call the Security Council. Emergency session. 1 hour." The United Earth Security Council chamber was a half-circle of polished wood with 12 seats. Kate stood before them, waiting as the members filed in. Some looked annoyed at the sudden summons. That would change soon enough. 3 weeks ago, the Novaterra colony was attacked by an alien species calling themselves the Krezat Empire. Kate began without preamble. She played Lisa's message for them. The chamber fell silent when it ended. Senator George Bell, known for his pacifist views, spoke first. "We should attempt to contact these Krezat. Negotiate." "Negotiate," interrupted Jack Monroe, a retired military strategist who now advised the council. "They attacked without provocation, killed thousands. What exactly should we offer them in exchange for the lives they've already taken?" "We've maintained peace for 90 years, Bell insisted. "We dismantled our military after the Unification Wars. We can't just." "That's not entirely accurate, Senator," Kate said quietly. All eyes turned to her. "What do you mean?" asked the council president. Kate nodded to a woman sitting in the shadows. "Intelligence Officer Olivia Grant has information you need to hear." Olivia stood. She was small with short brown hair and eyes that missed nothing. After the Unification Wars, Earth officially dismantled its military. But a secret directive was issued. Project Sleeping Dragons. Murmurs filled the room. While we presented a peaceful face to the stars, we continued to advance our military technology in secret, Olivia continued. We built ships more powerful than anything we had during the wars. We developed weapons based on physics most races don't yet understand. We kept it all hidden. Mothballed fleets in asteroid bases, soldiers in cryosleep, weapons platforms disguised as research stations. "That's impossible," Bell said. "I've been on the council for 15 years. The project operates on a need-to-know basis," Kate explained. "Until today, none of you needed to know." Jack Monroe nodded slowly. "The sleeping dragons. Ready to wake if humanity was ever threatened." "How large is this hidden fleet?" the president asked. "Enough to make the Krezat regret ever hearing the word human," Kate replied. The council chamber erupted in argument. Some members demanded proof. Others called for immediate activation of these forces. A few, like Bell, sat in stunned silence. Kate waited for the noise to subside. "I've already initiated the wake-up protocols. The first ships will be combat-ready in 48 hours. "By whose authority?" Bell demanded. "By the authority granted to the admiral of the fleet under the Dragon's directive," Kate said firmly. "My first action was to recall Captain Sam Weller." Several council members recognized the name. Weller had been a legend during the Unification Wars, a brilliant tactician who disappeared after peace was declared. "Where has he been all these years?" someone asked. "Farming in Idaho," Kate said with a small smile. "Growing corn and raising horses." On a small farm outside Boise, Sam Weller was fixing a tractor when he noticed the black car coming up his long driveway. He wiped his hands on a rag as 2 officers in uniform approached. "Captain Weller?" one asked. "Haven't been called that in a long time," Sam replied. His hair was mostly gray now, his face weathered by sun and wind, but his eyes were still sharp. "Sir, we have orders to bring you to Dragon's Nest immediately," the officer said, handing him a sealed envelope. "The dragons are waking." Sam looked at the envelope, then at the distant mountains. He'd hoped this day would never come. He opened the envelope and read the single page inside. "How bad?" he asked. "Colony Novaterra has been attacked. Thousands dead. Unknown enemy." Sam nodded once. "I'll get my things." As the officers waited, Sam walked into his house. From under his bed, he pulled out an old footlocker. Inside was a uniform that still fit and a service pistol that still worked. At the bottom was a photograph of his old ship and crew. 20 minutes later, Sam Weller left his farm, unsure if he would ever return. The dragons were waking, and he was one of them. The shuttle carrying Sam Weller docked at what appeared to be an abandoned mining station orbiting the moon. Only Sam knew it wasn't abandoned at all. "Dragon's Nest," the pilot announced. "Welcome back, Captain." Sam stepped through the airlock and was met by a young officer who saluted crisply. "This way, sir. They're waiting for you." They walked through corridors that grew progressively wider and more active. What had seemed dead from the outside was bustling with life within. Technicians rushed past carrying equipment. Officers studied data on large screens. The dragons were indeed waking. The young officer led Sam to a large hangar bay and stopped at the entrance. "In there, sir." Sam walked in alone. The hangar was massive, large enough to hold a small city. In the center, suspended in a web of scaffolding and maintenance arms, was a ship. "Beautiful, isn't she?" said a woman's voice behind him. "We've kept her ready for you." Sam turned to see Commander Maria Diaz, his former second-in-command. Her black hair now had streaks of silver, but her smile was the same. "Maria," Sam said, shaking her hand warmly. "It's been a long time." 20 years, 3 months, she replied. "Too long, but now we're needed again." Together they gazed at the ship. The UES Leviathan was a destroyer, sleek and deadly. Its dark hull absorbed light rather than reflected it, making it difficult to see clearly, like a shadow given form. "Have you been here all this time?" Sam asked. "Someone had to keep the dragons fed while they slept," Maria said. "I've been overseeing maintenance and upgrades. The Leviathan isn't the same ship you remember. She's better." Sam nodded. "The crew? A mix of veterans and new blood. The best we could find. Come meet them." Inside the Leviathan, Sam was introduced to his new crew. Eric Holloway, a weapons specialist with steady hands and a quiet voice, had spent 15 years maintaining the ship's arsenal. Ben Walsh, a tactical officer fresh from the academy, was brilliant but had never seen combat. Dr. Natalie Reed, a xenobiologist who spoke 7 languages, was now studying what little they knew about the Krizat. And Chief Engineer Paul Garcia, who had secretly integrated alien technology into the Leviathan systems. "Captain on deck," Maria called as they entered the bridge. The crew stood at attention. Sam looked around at the mix of familiar and new faces. "At ease," he said. "I know many of you have never seen combat. Some of you were told you were training for a program that might never be activated. Well, now it has been. The dragons are awake." Sam called up images of Novaterra before and after the attack. The once beautiful colony was now a smoking ruin. "This is what the Krizat did to one of our colonies. They believed we were weak. They believed we were easy prey. They were wrong." The bridge was silent as the images sank in. "We ship out in 12 hours. Get some rest while you can." As the crew dispersed, Admiral Foster arrived on the bridge. "Walk with me, Sam," she said. They moved through the ship as technicians made final preparations. "What aren't you telling me, Kate?" Sam asked when they were alone. Kate sighed. "Novaterra wasn't the only colony hit. We've lost contact with Avalon and New Horizon too." Sam's face hardened. "How many dead?" Tens of thousands, at least. And there's more. We've detected Krezat scout ships near the Alpha Centauri colonies. They're planning a larger offensive. They think we're defenseless, Sam said. Yes, for 100 years, we've maintained the illusion that humanity abandoned military technology after the Unification Wars. We traded with other species. We shared knowledge. We established colonies that were scientific and agricultural, not military. A necessary deception, Sam said. And now the deception ends, Kate replied. The Leviathan will lead the first battle group to Nova Terra. Liberate the colony. Show the Krezat what humanity is truly capable of. And if we find no survivors? Sam asked quietly. Kate's eyes were cold. Then you make them pay. 12 hours later, the Leviathan and 5 other ships detached from Dragon's Nest. Their hulls absorbed radar and light, making them nearly invisible. Their engines left no heat signature. They'd moved like ghosts toward the edge of the solar system. The dragons were awake, and they were hungry. On Nova Terra, Frank Cooper crouched in the ruins of what had once been his farm. 3 weeks had passed since the Krezat attack. 3 weeks of hiding, watching, and planning. Frank had been a soldier before becoming a farmer. Those old skills were keeping him and 20 other survivors alive now. Dad, whispered his daughter Grace as she slipped into their hiding place. I found something. Grace had been the colony's communication specialist. Now she was the Resistance's eyes and ears. She was thin and tired, but her eyes burned with determination. What is it? Frank asked. I managed to hack into one of their portable terminals, she said, showing him a small device she had stolen. I can read some of their language now. They're planning to move the prisoners tomorrow. Frank nodded grimly. After the initial attack, the Krezat had rounded up hundreds of survivors. No one knew why or where they were taking them. Any word from Earth? He asked. It was the question he asked every day, though he knew the answer. Grace shook her head. Their jammers are still up. No signals in or out. What Grace didn't tell her father was that she had detected something the previous night. A faint signal at the edge of the system, using old military frequencies. She wasn't certain yet, but it had looked like a human signature. She didn't want to give him false hope. Get everyone ready, Frank said. We'll follow them when they move the prisoners. Maybe we can free some. Later that night, Grace sat alone with the stolen device, trying to learn more about their enemy. She discovered files about the Krezat Empire, a species that had conquered 3 other worlds before finding humans. They were methodical in their expansion, attacking what they perceived as weaker species and turning them into workers or soldiers. The most disturbing thing she found was why they had attacked humanity. The Krezat had been watching Earth for decades. They had seen a peaceful species with no visible weapons or defenses. They had studied human diplomatic messages that spoke of unity and cooperation. To the Krezat, this was proof of weakness. In their culture, only the strong survived, and strength meant military power. They had attacked human colonies because they thought humans would be easy prey. Grace continued searching through the files until she found something that made her blood run cold. The attack on Nova Terra was just the beginning. The Krezat had already attacked 2 other colonies, Avalon and New Horizon. Now they were preparing for a larger invasion of human space. She was about to wake her father when the device picked up a new signal. This time, there was no doubt. It was human, and it was military. Grace decoded it quickly. UEFS Leviathan to Nova Terra survivors. We are in system. Maintain cover. Help is coming. Repeat, dragons are awake. Grace almost cried out with joy, but years of training kept her silent. Earth had received their message. Earth was responding. But who or what were the dragons? The next morning, Frank led his resistance team to the edge of the Krezat camp. They watched as prisoners were loaded onto transport vehicles. Ready? Frank asked, checking his makeshift weapon. The plan was to attack the last vehicle in the convoy, free those prisoners, and escape before the Krezat could respond. Wait, Grace said, putting a hand on his arm. There's something you need to know. Help is coming. Frank looked at her. From where? From Earth. I picked up a transmission last night. They're already in the system. Frank's expression changed from surprise to determination. Then we need to give them something to work with. New plan. Instead of attacking the convoy, we'll hit their communications center. If Earth forces are coming, the Krizat shouldn't be able to call for help. As they moved toward the new target, Commander Vrax was in his command center, reviewing reports. The human resistance was becoming increasingly problematic. Equipment failures, missing supplies, damaged vehicles, all signs of sabotage. Bring me the prisoner from the science station, he ordered. The female. She may have information about these resistance fighters. A guard left to fetch Lisa Barnes, who had survived the initial attack but now wished she hadn't. The Krizat had questions that never ended, and their methods of asking were painful. Vrax turned back to his screens, unaware that above him, invisible in the darkness of space, 6 human warships were moving into position. Unaware that the dragons were about to breathe fire, Captain Sam Weller stood on the bridge of the Leviathan, studying the holographic display of the Novaterra system. 7 Krizat ships orbited the colony world. They were arranged in a standard patrol pattern, showing no signs that they expected any trouble. They don't even have their shields up, Maria noted. They feel safe here. Sam nodded. Not for long. Dr. Reed, what have you learned about their ships? Natalie Reed stepped forward, her fingers moving through the holographic display to highlight parts of the enemy vessels. Their propulsion systems are their weakness, she said. The Krizat use a form of gravity drive that creates a distortion field. It's powerful but unstable. A precisely targeted energy pulse could disrupt the field and cause a cascade failure. In simple terms, Sam asked, hit them here. Reed pointed to a spot near the rear of the ship model. And they lose power. Hit them hard enough. And they lose containment. Sam turned to his weapons officer. Eric, can you target those points precisely? Eric Holloway nodded. The new targeting systems can hit a coffee cup from orbit, Captain. I can put a shot right where we need it. Good. Sam looked around at his crew. Here's the plan. We'll split into 3 attack groups. The Leviathan will lead Alpha Group against the 3 ships in high orbit. Beta and Gamma groups will take the 4 ships in low orbit. We hit them simultaneously, before they can raise shields or call for help. Ben Walsh raised a hand. Sir, what if some get messages out? That's why we need to hit all 7 at once, Sam replied. This has to be clean and fast. The bridge crew nodded. They had trained for this moment for years, even if most never believed it would come. All ships, prepare for attack run, Sam ordered. Drop cloaking on my mark. The 6 human ships moved silently into position, invisible to Krizat sensors. The Leviathan took point, its weapons charged but dormant, its hull absorbing all light and signals. All ships in position, Maria reported. Sam took a deep breath. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. Across the Novaterra system, 6 human ships appeared as if from nowhere. Before the Krizat could react, precise energy beams struck their propulsion systems. On the Krizat command ship, alarms blared as the deck shuddered beneath Commander Vrax's feet. What's happening? He demanded. We're under attack. His second shouted. Human ships. They appeared out of nowhere. Impossible. Vrax snarled. Human ships can't cloak. Raise shields. Return fire. But the shields never came online. The Leviathan's second shot hit the Krizat command ship's power core. Systems failed across the vessel. Sir, we're losing power, the Krizat officer reported, his voice rising in panic. Weapons offline. Communications offline. On the Leviathan's bridge, Sam watched the battle unfold with cold precision. Alpha Group, target achieved, Maria reported. 3 Krizat ships disabled. Beta Group reports success. 2 enemy ships destroyed, 1 disabled. Gamma Group reports one ship destroyed, but the other managed to send a partial distress signal before going dark. Sam frowned slightly. Not perfect, but close enough. 5 ships disabled, 2 destroyed, and only a partial signal got out. Move to Phase 2, he ordered. Secure orbit and prepare ground teams. The human ships moved into a defensive formation around Novaterra, their weapons still hot. Captain, Ben called from Tactical. I'm picking up transmissions from the surface. It's a resistance frequency. There are survivors down there. Sam felt a spark of hope. Put it through. The voice that came through was female, young but determined. This is Grace Cooper of Novaterra Colony. If you can hear us, we've been fighting the Krezat since they arrived. We have 200 survivors in hiding and intelligence on enemy positions. We're ready to help however we can. Sam exchanged a look with Maria. This changed things. Miss Cooper, this is Captain Sandweller of the UEFS Leviathan. We're here to take back your colony. Can you get to a secure location for extraction? There was a pause before Grace responded. Captain, we're about to hit their main communications center. If you can provide any support from orbit, now would be good. Sam smiled slightly. These colonists weren't waiting to be rescued. They were fighting back. Tactical, get me targeting coordinates for that comm center, he ordered. Let's give our people some support. As the Leviathan moved into position, Commander Vrax was being evacuated from his crippled ship. His yellow eyes were wide with shock as he stared at the human vessels, now controlling the space around Novaterra. How? He kept asking. How did they hide such weapons, such ships? No one had an answer for him. The humans were supposed to be weak, peaceful, easy prey. Instead, they had just revealed themselves to be dragons. Marine Commander Linda Howard stood in the drop bay of the Leviathan, checking her armor one last time. Around her, 60 Marines did the same. They were the tip of the spear, the first humans to set foot on Novaterra since the attack. Listen up, Linda called out. Her voice was strong and clear. We drop in 5 minutes. Our mission is to secure the main settlement and link up with the resistance fighters. Intel says there are about 500 Krezat troops on the ground. They're dug in, and they've got hostages. The Marines nodded grimly. They all understood what was at stake. Captain Weller will provide orbital support, but we need to be surgical down there. No wild shooting. Every colonist we save is a win. Every building left standing is a win. Linda activated the holographic display in the center of the bay, showing a map of the colony. Teams Alpha and Bravo will secure the landing zone here. She pointed to an open area near the edge of the settlement. Teams Charlie and Delta will push toward the colony center where most prisoners are held. Team Echo, you're with me. We're going after their command post. The bay doors opened beneath them, revealing the planet below. Novaterra had once been beautiful, with its blue lakes and green forests. Now smoke rose from the ruins of the main settlement. Drop pods ready, the ship's AI announced. Remember, Linda said as her team moved to the pods, we're not just here to kill Krezat. We're here to show them they picked the wrong species to mess with. Drop in 30 seconds. The Marines entered their drop pods, sleek black capsules designed for stealth atmospheric entry. Each pod could carry 2 fully armed Marines and had its own stealth field. Drop. The pods shot from the Leviathan, streaking toward the planet below. They made no sound, left no heat trail, appeared on no sensors. To the Krezat on the ground, the sky remained empty and calm. When the pods were 500 meters above the ground, they slowed silently, their fields still active. They touched down like falling leaves. As Linda's pod opened, she saw that they had landed precisely on target, a wooded area just outside the colony perimeter. She checked her tactical display. All 60 pods had landed successfully. Move out, she ordered. Maintain stealth fields until contact. The Marines advanced toward the colony, invisible to both eyes and sensors. They moved like ghosts through the trees, their footsteps making no sound on the soft ground. At the colony edge, they found their first Krezat patrol. 4 soldiers walking a perimeter, looking bored and confident. "Take them," Linda whispered into her comm. 4 Marines deactivated their stealth fields just long enough to fire single shots. The Krezat dropped without a sound. "First blood to us," Linda said. "All teams, proceed to objectives." As the Marines moved deeper into the colony, Frank Cooper and his resistance fighters were preparing to hit the communications center. The orbital strike took out half their defenses, Grace told her father as they watched from cover. "But there are still guards inside." Frank nodded. "We just need to get close enough to plant the charges." Suddenly, a Krezat guard standing at the entrance slumped forward, a small hole in his helmet. Then another fell. And another. "What's happening?" Frank whispered. His question was answered when a human figure appeared out of thin air beside him. The Marine's stealth field faded, revealing her armor. "Mr. Cooper?" she asked. "Commander Linda Howard, Earth Defense Force. Heard you could use some help." Frank stared at her in amazement. "Where did you come from?" "Drop pods from the Leviathan," Linda explained. "We have teams all over the colony now. Your daughter's message helped us plan our attack." Grace looked at the Marine's advanced armor and weapons with wide eyes. "I thought Earth didn't have a military anymore." Linda smiled slightly. "That's what we wanted everyone to think, especially species like the Krezat." More Marines appeared around them, securing the area. "Sir," one called to Linda, "we found something. The Krezat are moving prisoners to their ships. Looks like they're trying to evacuate." Linda's expression hardened. "Not on my watch. Cooper, can your people guide us to where they're holding the prisoners?" Frank nodded. "We know where they are. We've been planning a rescue for days." "Then let's move," Linda said. "No one gets left behind." As they headed toward the prison area, Captain Weller's voice came through Linda's comm. "Commander, be advised. We've detected a Krezat transmission getting through our jamming." They managed to get a message out. "Understood," Linda replied. "How long do we have?" "Unknown, but we need to assume they've called for reinforcements. Get those colonists secure and prepare for extraction." The race to save Novaterra's survivors had begun, and somewhere in the Krezat prison camp, Lisa Barnes waited, unaware that the dragons had come for her. The rescue of Novaterra's prisoners happened faster than anyone expected. With the Marines' advanced weapons and the resistance fighters' knowledge of the colony, they overwhelmed the Krezat guards in minutes. Lisa Barnes was in a small cell when the door suddenly slid open. She backed away, expecting more Krezat interrogators. Instead, a human in battle armor stood there. "Chief Barnes," the Marine asked. "Time to go home." Tears filled Lisa's eyes as she realized what was happening. "Earth got my message." "Yes, Mom. And Earth sent us." Within hours, all the prisoners were freed and moved to secure locations. Medical teams from the Leviathan treated the injured while Marines continued to clear Krezat forces from the colony. On the bridge of the Leviathan, Sam received reports of their progress. 90% of the colony is secure, Maria reported. Resistance is minimal. Most Krezat forces are surrendering. Sam nodded, but his expression remained serious. "And our other problem?" Maria's face darkened. "Long-range sensors have detected a large force moving toward this system. Based on their trajectory, they're coming from deeper in Krezat space." "How many ships?" "At least 30, maybe more." Sam was silent for a moment. 6 human ships against 30 Krezat vessels were not good odds, even with their superior technology. "Captain," communications called. "Admiral Foster is requesting to speak with you." Kate's face appeared on the main screen. "Sam, I've received your report. Well done on liberating Novaterra." "Thank you, Admiral, but we have a situation developing. A Krezat fleet is on its way." Kate nodded. "We expected they'd respond once they realized what happened. I've activated the rest of the dragons. 20 more ships are on their way to you. They'll arrive within 48 hours. Sam felt relief wash over him. With 26 ships, they stood a fighting chance. There's more, Kate continued. We need information about the Krizat. Their capabilities, their tactics, their weaknesses. If you've captured any of their officers, make them talk. We have Commander Vrax, Sam replied. He was in charge of the attack on Novaterra. I'll see what he knows. After the call ended, Sam went to the ship's brig where Vrax was being held. The Krizat commander sat on a bench in a cell, his gray-green skin pale, his yellow eyes wary as Sam entered. Come to gloat, human? Vrax asked. Come to understand, Sam replied. Why did you attack us? Vrax made a dismissive gesture. You were weak. Your colonies had no defenses. Your transmissions spoke of peace and cooperation. In the galaxy, the strong take what they want. The weak serve or die. And how does that philosophy look to you now? Sam asked quietly. For the first time, uncertainty crossed Vrax's face. Your ships, your weapons, where did they come from? Your kind was supposed to have abandoned military technology after your unification wars. We let you believe that, Sam said. We let everyone believe that. Peace was our choice, not our necessity. Vrax's eyes widened as he understood. A deception. All these years. Now tell me about your empire, Sam continued. More ships are coming, aren't they? The empire will crush you, Vrax said, but his voice lacked conviction. Your 6 ships cannot stand against our armada. Sam allowed himself a small smile. 6 ships liberated this colony in less than a day. And we have more than 6. Meanwhile, Dr. Reed was studying data from the captured Krizat ships. She burst onto the bridge, her face flushed with excitement. Captain, I found something, she said. The Krizat physiology has a vulnerability we might be able to exploit. She displayed an analysis of Krizat biology on the main screen. Their respiratory system can't filter certain compounds. A specific gas mixture would incapacitate them without harming humans. We could use it to take their ships without destroying them. Sam studied the information. Could we deploy this against their fleet? If we can get close enough, yes, Reed replied. It would require modifying our torpedoes, but it's possible. Sam nodded. Work with Eric on the modifications. I want options when their fleet arrives. While Sam prepared for the coming battle, Admiral Foster was addressing the Security Council back on Earth. The Krizat Empire has attacked 3 human colonies without provocation, she told them. They've killed thousands of our people. Now they're sending their main fleet to Novaterra. What do you propose? The council president asked. Foster's face was grim. We've hidden our true capabilities for a century. It's time the galaxy saw what happens when humanity is pushed too far. I'm requesting permission to deploy the entire Dragon fleet. On the screens around the chamber, images appeared of massive warships emerging from hidden bases throughout the solar system. Ships that made the Leviathan look small. All 30 dragons, Foster said. Let's show the Krizat what they've awakened. 2 days later, the Krizat armada arrived at the edge of the Novaterra system. 35 warships dropped out of faster-than-light travel, their weapons hot and ready. On the Krizat flagship, Grand Admiral Kelzak watched the tactical display with confidence. His force was massive, designed to crush any resistance. The loss of a few ships at Novaterra was unfortunate, but now he would restore the Empire's honor. Full scan of the system, he ordered. Find the human ships. His sensor officer worked for a moment, then looked up in confusion. Sir, I'm detecting 6 human vessels in orbit around the colony. Kelzak smiled, showing sharp teeth. Only 6. This will be easy. Sir, the officer continued, his voice uncertain. There's something strange about their energy signatures. They're much higher than our intelligence suggested human ships could produce. It doesn't matter, Kelzak dismissed the concern. Begin attack formation. We'll destroy them quickly and punish the colony for resisting. As the Krizat fleet moved deeper into the system, Sam Weller watched from the Leviathan's bridge. "They've taken the bait," he said quietly. "They only see our 6 ships." Maria nodded. "Admiral Foster's fleet is in position behind the moon. The Krezat haven't detected them yet." Sam opened a channel to all human ships. "This is Captain Weller. Operation Dragon's Breath is now active. All ships prepare to implement Tactical Plan Hydra." The 6 visible human ships began to move, forming what appeared to be a defensive screen in front of the planet. It looked desperate, like a small force preparing for a last stand. The Krezat fleet advanced confidently, their formation spreading out to surround the human ships. "Let them get closer," Sam ordered. "Wait for my signal." When the Krezat fleet was halfway between the system edge and Novaterra, Sam gave the order. Now, 20 more human ships suddenly appeared from behind Novaterra's moon, their stealth fields dropping. At the same moment, the 6 ships near the planet activated a new weapon system developed by Chief Engineer Garcia, a massive electromagnetic pulse modified to target specific Krezat systems. The pulse washed over the leading Krezat ships. Their shields flickered and died. Weapons went offline. Communication systems failed. Before the Krezat could react, the human fleet attacked from 2 directions. Advanced torpedoes carrying Dr. Reed's special gas mixture struck the disabled ships, venting the compound into their life support systems. Within minutes, Krezat crews began to fall unconscious. Grand Admiral Kelzak watched in horror as his perfect formation fell apart. "What's happening? How did they hide those ships?" "Sir, our forward vessels are reporting crew incapacitated by some unknown agent," his second reported. "And the human weapons, they're cutting through our hulls like they aren't even there." Kelzak stared at the tactical display, watching as ship after ship went dark. This wasn't possible. Humans were supposed to be weak, peaceful creatures. "Retreat," he ordered. "All ships, fall back and regroup." But it was too late. The human ships moved with perfect coordination, cutting off escape routes, targeting engines and weapon systems with surgical precision. On the Leviathan, Sam watched as the battle turned into a rout. "Signal Admiral Foster. Tell her Phase 1 is complete. Begin Phase 2. Admiral Foster's flagship, the UES Excalibur, moved toward the Krezat command ship. It was 3 times the size of the Leviathan, a true capital ship that had been hidden away for a century. "Open a channel to the Krezat flagship," Foster ordered. Grand Admiral Kelzak's face appeared on her screen, his expression a mixture of rage and fear. "This is Admiral Kate Foster of the United Earth Defense Force," she said calmly. "Your fleet is defeated. Your colonies are next, but it doesn't have to continue. Surrender now, withdraw from all human colonies, and we can discuss terms." "You tricked us," Kelzak hissed. "You hid your true strength." "Yes," Foster agreed, "just as you hid your intentions behind diplomacy before attacking our colonies. The difference is, our deception was defensive. Yours cost thousands of innocent lives." She leaned forward. "Make your choice, Admiral. Peace on our terms, or learn what happens when humans truly go to war." 3 days later, the Krezat Empire signed a peace treaty. They withdrew from all human colonies and paid heavy reparations. The galaxy watched in shock as the supposedly peaceful humans revealed their hidden strength. On Novaterra, Lisa Barnes stood in the sunshine, watching as colonists began rebuilding. Captain Sam Weller walked up beside her. "Thank you," she said simply, "for coming when we called." Sam looked out at the colony, where Earth ships were delivering supplies and personnel to help with reconstruction. "We were always here," he said, "just sleeping, waiting." "And now?" Lisa asked, "Will the dragons sleep again?" Sam shook his head slowly. "No. The galaxy needs to understand that humanity's peace was always a choice, not a weakness. The dragons are awake now, and they'll stay that way." Across human space, hidden shipyards began building new vessels. Training centers opened their doors. The deception was over. Humanity had revealed its teeth and claws to the stars. The dragons were awake, and the galaxy would never be the same.
The massive crystal chamber at the heart of the Zephyrian Empire's capital world buzzed with activity. Lords from 1,000 different species sat in their floating seats, their voices mixing into a strange chorus of clicks, growls, and electronic sounds. At the center of it all, Emperor Vextal's 4 eyes glowed red with anger as he stared at the message floating in the air before him. The holographic display showed simple text in perfect Imperial Standard language. No fancy decorations, no royal symbols. Just plain words that made every being in the chamber feel uncomfortable. To the Zephyrian Galactic Empire, you are hereby forbidden from entering the territory surrounding the Sol system, designated as Terran space. This includes all star systems within a 50 light-year radius of our home world. Any military vessels entering this zone will be considered hostile. You have been warned. The Terran Defense Coalition. Lord Kethamore, whose species had been conquered 300 years ago, shifted nervously in his seat. His snake-like body coiled tighter around his chair's support beam. My Emperor, perhaps we should investigate these humans before taking action. We know very little about them. Emperor Vextal's tail lashed behind his throne, a clear sign of his growing rage. His species, the Zephyrians, had ruled the galaxy for over 10,000 years. They had conquered worlds that resisted, absorbed civilizations that submitted, and destroyed those who dared to challenge them. Never in all that time had any species simply told them they were not allowed somewhere. Investigate? The Emperor's voice boomed through the chamber, making several of the smaller lords flinch. Lord Kethamore, these creatures have just committed the greatest insult in galactic history. They have forbidden us, U.S. The rulers of 10,000 star systems. Admiral Zekamore stepped forward from his position near the throne. His mechanical legs clicked against the crystal floor as he moved. Half of his body had been replaced with machines after a battle with rebels in the Outer Rim, but his mind remained sharp and his loyalty absolute. My Emperor, our scouts have gathered some information about this Terran species, he said, his voice mixing organic vocal cords with electronic speakers. They appear to be a young race. They only achieved faster-than-light travel about 200 years ago. Their technology seems basic compared to ours. The Admiral activated his wrist display and new images appeared in the chamber. The lords leaned forward to see pictures of human cities, their ships, and their colonies. Everything looked simple, almost primitive by Empire standards. They have perhaps 30 colonies across 12 star systems, Admiral Zekmore continued. Their largest ships are barely half the size of our destroyers. Their defensive platforms use simple energy shields and basic missile systems. By all accounts, they should pose no threat to even a small Imperial patrol. Emperor Vextal studied the images carefully. The humans looked weak to him. They had only 2 arms, 2 legs, and soft skin with no natural armor or weapons. Their ships were built with basic metal and simple designs. Their cities, while organized, showed none of the massive scale that marked truly advanced civilizations. And yet, the Emperor said slowly, they dare to warn us away. Lord Fistar, whose species specialized in communications across the galaxy, spoke up. Your Majesty, the message itself is strange. It came through our most secure channels, using quantum encryption that should be impossible for them to break. They knew exactly where to send it and how to make sure it reached you personally. Perhaps they captured one of our ships, suggested Lord Kethamore. Tortured the crew for information. No, Admiral Zekmore shook his head. All our vessels in that region report normal status, and the message was sent from deep within their territory, not from somewhere they might have ambushed our forces. Emperor Vextal stood from his throne, his full height of 3 meters making him tower over everyone else in the chamber. His red skin seemed to glow brighter as his anger grew. The Empire had been built on strength and fear. Every species knew that defying the Zephyrians meant destruction. If word spread that some primitive humans had warned them away and lived, other species might get similar ideas. The answer is simple, the Emperor declared. We will crush these humans completely. We will turn their worlds into examples for any other species that thinks they can challenge us. Admiral Zekmore, prepare the 47th Conquest Fleet. The Admiral's remaining organic eye widened slightly. The 47th Conquest Fleet was one of their largest battle groups, 300 ships including 12 dreadnoughts and 40 heavy cruisers. It was enough firepower to crack the crust of a planet or glass an entire star system. My Emperor, surely such force is unnecessary against primitive humans. No, Admiral. Vextal's voice was cold and final. It is exactly what is necessary. When we are done, every species in the galaxy will know what happens to those who forbid the Empire from going where it pleases. Lord Kethamore tried once more. Your Majesty, what if this is some kind of trap? What if these humans have allies we don't know about? The message suggests they are confident in their ability to stop us. The Emperor's laugh was like the sound of breaking metal. Allies? Who would ally with a species that has existed in space for only 2 centuries? The Altarians? They barely have warp drive themselves. The Centauri Federation? They're too busy fighting each other to help anyone else. No, Lord Kethamore, these humans are alone, and they are about to learn why that is a very dangerous thing to be. Admiral Zekmore bowed his head. It will be done, my Emperor. How should we handle any human surrenders? There will be no surrenders, Vextal replied. Make it clear to every captain in the fleet. Any human military installation is to be destroyed completely. Any human colony that resists is to be bombarded from orbit. Any human ship that does not immediately surrender is to be vaporized. And once we control their territory, we will place it under direct Imperial rule. There will be no human government left to make warnings. The lords in the chamber began to murmur among themselves. Many had seen the Empire's conquest machine at work before. It was efficient, brutal, and final. Entire civilizations had vanished in similar campaigns, remembered only in Imperial archives as cautionary tales. Admiral, the Emperor continued, I want you to record everything. Every battle, every bombardment, every moment of human defeat. We will broadcast it across the galaxy, so that every species can see what happens to those who dare to forbid us. Admiral Zekmore saluted with his mechanical arm. The fleet will be ready to depart in 72 hours, my Emperor. We will bring you the humans' unconditional surrender, or we will bring you confirmation of their complete destruction. As the meeting broke up and the lords began to file out of the chamber, Emperor Vextal remained on his throne, staring at the human message that still floated in the air. Something about it bothered him, though he couldn't say exactly what. The humans' confidence seemed too complete, too calm. Species facing the Empire usually sent desperate pleas for mercy or angry threats of revenge. This was neither. But such thoughts were weakness, and the Emperor had not built his rule by showing weakness. The humans would learn their place, just as thousands of other species had learned before them. The galaxy would remember this lesson for centuries to come. The 47th Conquest Fleet would make sure of that. Admiral Zekmore stood on the bridge of the Imperial dreadnought Star Crusher, watching the stars change as his fleet dropped out of hyperspace. Behind him, 300 of the Empire's finest warships emerged from the blue-white glow of faster-than-light travel. The sight should have filled him with pride, but instead, he felt a strange uneasiness in his stomach. Status report, he ordered, his mechanical voice echoing through the bridge. Lieutenant Yexnar, a young Zephyrian officer, looked up from his console. All ships have arrived safely, Admiral. We are currently at the edge of the human exclusion zone. Long-range sensors show normal space ahead. Any sign of human forces? Negative, sir. The area appears empty except for some small objects that might be sensor buoys or navigation markers. Admiral Zekmore moved to the main display screen. In front of them, space looked completely normal. Stars dotted the darkness, and a few planets could be seen in distant orbits around their suns. It looked peaceful, almost boring. Nothing like the heavily defended borders the Empire usually faced when conquering new territory. Move us forward, he commanded. Battle formation. All ships to maintain full shields and weapons ready. The massive fleet began to move deeper into human space. As they advanced, the Admiral watched his sensors carefully. Still nothing. No hidden fleets, no massive defense platforms, no mines or other surprises. Just empty space in those small objects Lieutenant Yexnar had mentioned. Sir, the communications officer called out. We're receiving a transmission from one of those objects ahead. Put it on speakers. A clear voice filled the bridge, speaking perfect Imperial standard with what sounded like a human accent. The voice was calm, almost friendly, like someone giving directions to a lost traveler. Attention, Imperial Fleet. You are now entering Terran territorial space. You were warned to stay away. This is your final opportunity to turn back. Please reverse course immediately. We do not wish to harm you. Several officers on the bridge laughed. The idea that 300 Imperial warships should be afraid of whatever defense these primitive humans had prepared was ridiculous. Admiral Zekmore felt his own tension ease slightly. This was just another conquest, like dozens he had led before. No response, he ordered. Continue forward. All ships maintain alert status. The fleet pressed on, passing several more of the small warning buoys. Each one broadcast the same polite but firm message. The Admiral found the human politeness somehow more annoying than threats would have been. At least when species threatened the Empire, they showed proper respect for Imperial power. These humans sounded like they were trying to help the fleet avoid making a mistake. Sir, we have a contact approaching, Lieutenant Yexanar announced. Single ship, small size, coming directly toward us. Admiral Zekimor studied the sensor readings. It was definitely a human ship, but it was tiny compared to even the smallest vessels in his fleet. The design was strange too, smooth curves instead of the sharp angles most military ships used, and it seemed to be made of materials his sensors couldn't quite identify. Weapons lock? He asked. All ships report ready to fire on your command, Admiral. The human ship continued to approach without any sign of fear or hesitation. As it got closer, Admiral Zekimor could see it more clearly on the main screen. It was beautiful in an unusual way, like someone had grown it instead of building it, but beauty wouldn't stop plasma cannons. Sir, incoming transmission from the human ship. Let's hear what they have to say. This time the voice was different, still human, but with a sadness that the Admiral hadn't expected. Imperial Fleet, this is Captain Sarah Chen of the Terran defense ship Unity. I know you've been ordered to conquer our territory. I know your Emperor believes we are just another primitive species to be crushed, but you were warned to stay away for a reason. Admiral Zekimor activated his own communication system. Human Captain, I am Admiral Zekimor of the Zephyrian Imperial Navy. You will surrender your ship immediately and prepare to be boarded. Resist and we will destroy you. Admiral, please listen to me. Captain Chen's voice remained calm. We don't want to fight you. We tried to avoid this situation, but if you continue forward, we will have to defend ourselves, and you won't like what that means. The Admiral had heard enough threats from primitive species to last several lifetimes. All ships target the human vessel. Prepare to fire. Admiral, wait, Captain Chen said quickly. Let me ask you something. In all your conquests, all your battles, have you ever encountered a species that warned you away? Really warned you instead of just threatening you? Admiral Zekimor paused. The question was unexpected, and as he thought about it, he realized the answer was no. Most species either begged for mercy, declared war, or tried to hide. None had ever simply told the Empire not to come, then politely asked them to leave. Your silence tells me you understand. Captain Chen continued. We warned you because we know something you don't. We've discovered things, learned things that change everything. We're not the same species your scouts observed 2 years ago. Enough, Admiral Zekimor growled. Fire at will. All ships destroy that vessel. The space around the Imperial fleet lit up with weapon fire. Plasma beams, particle cannons, and missile volleys all converged on the small human ship. It should have been destroyed instantly, vaporized by firepower that could level a city. Instead, something impossible happened. The weapons simply stopped. Energy beams faded to nothing just meters from the human ship. Missiles froze in space like they had hit an invisible wall, then fell apart into component atoms. Plasma bolts winked out of existence as if they had never been fired. Admiral Zekimor stared at his screens in disbelief. What happened? Why didn't our weapons work? Lieutenant Yexanar was frantically checking his instruments. Sir, all weapons fired correctly. Energy output was normal, but the attacks just disappeared before reaching the target. Try again. All ships, continuous fire. The fleet unleashed everything it had. Hundreds of weapons fired at once, creating a light show that should have been visible from several star systems away. But every shot, every beam, every explosive warhead met the same fate. They simply ceased to exist before touching the human ship. Captain Chen's voice returned, now carrying a deep sadness. We tried to do this peacefully, Admiral. We really did. We hoped you would listen to the warning and turn back. But your empire has spent too many centuries believing that force is the only answer to every question. What are you? Admiral Zekimor whispered, his voice barely audible. We're still human, Admiral, but we're not alone anymore. 2 years ago, we made contact with something your empire has never even imagined. Something that's been waiting for the right species to join them for millions of years. They chose us. The space around the Imperial fleet began to change. Stars that had been points of light started to stretch and bend. The darkness between them took on colors that had no names. Reality itself seemed to be shifting like water. We're activating our defensive systems now, Captain Chen announced. Please don't be afraid. We're not going to hurt you. But we can't let you continue on your current path. Your Empire's time as a conqueror is over. Admiral Zekmore felt his ship shudder, though his instruments showed no external attack. Around him, his officers called out readings that made no sense. Gravity was fluctuating. Time seemed to be moving at different speeds in different parts of the ship. And outside, space itself was folding like paper. All ships retreat, the Admiral ordered. Emergency hyperspace jump. But his navigation officer shook his head. Sir, hyperspace is gone. Our jump drives show no hyperspace dimension to enter. It's like that part of reality just doesn't exist anymore. The human ship began to change as Admiral Zekmore watched. It unfolded, expanded, and transformed into something that hurt to look at directly. Other ships appeared around it, not coming from anywhere, just suddenly being there as if they had always existed. Admiral, Captain Chen's voice said one more time, you're about to learn why we warned you to stay away. 3 years earlier, Dr. Elena Vasquez floated in her research pod deep within the asteroid belt of the Sol system. She was looking at something that shouldn't exist, a perfect crystal structure buried inside a rock that was older than Earth itself. Her hands shook as she took readings that defied everything she knew about physics. Control, this is Research Pod 7, she said into her radio. I need to speak with Director Hayes immediately. The response came back quickly. Dr. Vasquez, the director is in a meeting with Earth Command. Can this wait? No, it absolutely cannot wait, Elena replied, staring at the crystal that seemed to pulse with its own inner light. I think I've found something that's going to change everything. Within 6 hours, every major scientist and military leader in the Sol system was gathered around Elena's discovery. The crystal was 3 meters tall and perfectly symmetrical, with surfaces that reflected light in ways that made no sense. More disturbing, it seemed to be emitting energy patterns that their instruments could detect but not explain. Director James Hayes ran his hand through his gray hair as he studied the readings. Dr. Vasquez, are you absolutely certain this is artificial? Sir, nothing in nature creates geometric patterns this perfect. And look at these energy signatures, they're not random. There's a pattern here, almost like what? Elena hesitated before answering. Like a signal. Like it's trying to communicate. General Morrison, the head of Terran Defense Forces, crossed his arms. Even if it is artificial, it could be millions of years old. A relic from some dead civilization. Why should we waste time on ancient history when we have real threats to deal with? The general was referring to the growing tensions with the Zephyrian Empire. Human expansion had been pushing outward for 2 centuries, but now they were getting close to territory the Empire considered theirs. Intelligence reports suggested the Zephyrians saw humans as another species to be conquered or destroyed. Because, General, Elena said carefully, this thing is still active. It's not ancient history. It's responding to our presence. As if to prove her point, the crystal suddenly blazed with light. Everyone in the room stepped back as harmonic tones filled the air. Not sound, but something felt directly in their minds. And then, impossible as it seemed, a voice spoke to them. Not through their ears, but directly into their thoughts. The voice was old beyond measure, patient beyond understanding, and spoke with the weight of eons behind it. Finally, the voice said, and Elena could feel vast relief in those words. We had begun to think no one would ever find us. The room fell completely silent. Director Hayes was the first to recover his voice. Who? What are you? We are what your species might call the architects. We are the ones who prepared the galaxy for life, who seeded worlds and guided evolution toward intelligence. We have been waiting for a very long time for a species mature enough to join us. Dr. Chen, Elena's colleague, stepped forward despite his obvious fear. Join you? What does that mean? It means the end of your childhood as a species, the voice replied. You have reached the point where you must choose. You can continue on your current path, expanding, fighting, competing for resources and territory until you destroy yourselves. Or you can evolve beyond such limitations and join us in a greater purpose. General Morrison's military training kicked in. And if we refuse, then you will follow the path of 1,000 other species before you. You will make war until war consumes you. You will exhaust your resources until scarcity destroys you. You will fail to mature, and the galaxy will continue waiting for someone who can. Elena felt her scientific curiosity overcoming her fear. What are you exactly? Are you aliens, machines, energy beings? We were once like you, the architects replied, physical beings bound by the laws of matter and energy, but we learned to transcend those limitations. We became something more. Consciousness without the prison of flesh, intelligence without the weakness of individual minds, existence without the fear of death. That sounds like extinction to me, General Morrison said bluntly. Does a butterfly think the caterpillar has died? The voice asked gently. We are still ourselves, General Morrison, but we are also more than we were, and we are offering your species the same gift. Director Hayes stepped closer to the crystal. Why us? Why humans? According to our intelligence, there are species out there far more advanced than we are. Advanced in technology, perhaps. But technology alone does not create wisdom. We have watched your species for centuries, studying how you respond to challenges. You are curious enough to seek knowledge, but wise enough to question what you find. You are strong enough to fight when necessary, but compassionate enough to help your enemies when the fighting is done. Elena thought about human history. All the wars, but also all the peace treaties. All the destruction, but also all the art and science and exploration. Humans had always been contradictory, capable of both terrible cruelty and incredible kindness. Most importantly, the architects continued, you have something most species lack, the ability to change. When you discover you are wrong, you adapt. When you face the impossible, you find new ways to make it possible. That is why we chose you. Chose us for what? Director Hayes asked. To be the guardians of this galaxy's younger species, to protect them from those who would abuse them. To guide them toward the same choice we are offering you. General Morrison's face grew grim. You're talking about the Zephyrian Empire, aren't you? You want us to fight them. Not fight them, General. Save them. The Empire has grown drunk on power and conquest. They believe strength comes from dominating others. But true strength comes from lifting others up. They have forgotten this truth, and unless someone reminds them, they will destroy themselves and take countless innocent species with them. Elena's mind raced with possibilities. If we agree to this, what happens? Do we stop being human? You become more human than you have ever been. You keep everything that makes you who you are, but you gain the power to protect what you love. You will have technology that can reshape matter and energy. You will have knowledge that can heal worlds and create new forms of life. You will have the ability to travel instantly across the galaxy and to exist beyond the normal flow of time. And in return, Director Hayes asked, you accept the responsibility that comes with such power. You protect the innocent. You guide the lost. You show mercy to your enemies and wisdom to your friends. You become what we once became. Gardeners of civilization, shepherds of consciousness, teachers of the young species who will one day face the same choice you face now. The room fell silent as everyone absorbed what they had heard. Elena looked around at her colleagues and saw the same mixture of fear and wonder she felt herself. This was beyond anything they had imagined when they started exploring the galaxy. How long do we have to decide? Director Hayes asked finally. Time flows differently for us than for you, the architects replied. But in your terms, the Empire will reach your territory within 3 years. If you choose to join us, we will begin your education immediately. If you choose to remain as you are, we will respect that decision and withdraw. But we will not offer this gift again. General Morrison shook his head. This is insane. You're asking us to transform our entire species based on the word of alien voices in our heads. No, General, Elena said quietly. They're offering us a chance to grow up. Over the following weeks, the debate raged across human space. Scientists were fascinated by the technology the architects offered to demonstrate. Military leaders worried about the implications of such power. Politicians argued about the risks of trusting unknown aliens. Religious leaders debated whether this was divine intervention or demonic temptation. But in the end, as reports came in of Imperial ships massing at the edge of human space, the decision became clear. Humanity could face the Empire as they were and likely be destroyed, or they could accept the architect's offer and become something capable of standing against any threat. The vote was close, but it passed. Humanity would join the architects. What followed was the most intensive learning period in human history. The architects taught them to manipulate matter at the molecular level, to fold space and time, to communicate across impossible distances, and to generate energy from the quantum foam of empty space. Human volunteers underwent procedures that enhanced their minds and bodies, while keeping their essential humanity intact. And most importantly, they learned why the architects had really chosen them. The galaxy was heading toward a war that would consume everything, unless someone intervened. The Zephyrian Empire was not the only threat, just the largest and most immediate. Other species were developing weapons that could crack reality itself. Ancient machines left by previous civilizations were beginning to wake up. And something dark was stirring in the space between galaxies. Humanity would be the galaxy's immune system, the force that stopped these threats before they could spread. But first they had to deal with the Empire. When the Imperial fleet finally arrived at the edge of Terran space, they found humans who were no longer quite what they used to be. Admiral Zekmor watched in growing horror as reality bent around his fleet. His ships, the pride of the Imperial Navy, were trapped in bubbles of twisted spacetime. Some vessels appeared to be moving in slow motion, while others flickered in and out of existence. The laws of physics that had governed his entire military career no longer seemed to apply. "Sir, the human ship is changing again," Lieutenant Yexnar reported, his voice cracking with fear. The small vessel that had approached them was unfolding like a flower, its smooth surfaces revealing impossible geometries that hurt to look at directly. What had been a simple frigate now resembled something grown rather than built, with flowing lines that suggested organic life rather than mechanical construction. More ships appeared around it, not from hyperspace or any form of travel the Admiral recognized, but simply materializing as if they had always been there. Each vessel was unique, designed with curves and patterns that seemed to shift when viewed directly. They moved through space like living creatures swimming through water. "All ships, report status," Admiral Zekmor ordered, trying to maintain some semblance of command. The responses that came back filled him with dread. Half his fleet couldn't move, trapped in areas where space itself had become thick like liquid. Others reported that their instruments showed time moving at different speeds in different parts of their ships. Several captains claimed their vessels were receiving power from unknown sources, as if the empty space around them had become a vast energy generator. Captain Chen's voice returned, still calm and patient despite everything happening around them. "Admiral, we're going to begin evacuation procedures now. Please order your crews to cooperate with our boarding parties." Boarding parties? Admiral Zekmor activated his communications. "All ships prepare to repel boarders. Security teams to—" He stopped speaking as figures began materializing on his bridge. Not beaming in like transporters, not entering through doors or airlocks, but simply stepping out of the air itself, as if walking through invisible doorways. They wore what looked like environmental suits, but the material seemed alive, shifting and adapting to the ship's atmosphere. "Please don't be afraid," one of the figures said, removing their helmet to reveal a human face. She was young, perhaps in her 20s, with kind eyes and a gentle smile. "We're here to help." "Help?" Admiral Zekmor drew his sidearm. "This is an act of war. You've attacked an Imperial fleet." "We haven't attacked anyone, Admiral," the human replied calmly. "We've simply created a safe environment where we can talk without anyone getting hurt. Your weapons can't function in this space, and neither can ours. We're all equal here." The Admiral tried to fire his weapon, but nothing happened. The energy cell was full. The mechanisms were working, but the plasma bolt simply refused to form. Around the bridge, his officers were discovering the same thing with their weapons. "What have you done to us?" he demanded. "We've temporarily suspended the strong nuclear force in a very specific way," another human explained. This one an older man with scientific instruments floating around him like tiny satellites. "Your weapons rely on plasma formation and particle acceleration. Without the proper nuclear binding, those processes simply can't occur. Don't worry, it's perfectly safe for biological tissue." Admiral Zekmor felt his worldview crumbling. These humans were describing technology that was beyond anything the Empire had imagined. Yet they spoke about it as casually as discussing the weather. "Admiral," the young woman continued, "my name is Commander Lisa Park. I know this is confusing and frightening, but we need you to understand something important. This isn't a conquest. We're not here to destroy your fleet or enslave your people. We're here to save you." "Save us? From what?" Commander Park activated a device on her wrist, and holographic displays filled the bridge. They showed images that made Admiral Zekmor's blood run cold. His own Empire ships engaged in battles with enemies he had never seen before, strange vessels that seemed to be made of living shadow, firing weapons that erased entire star systems from existence. These images are from possible futures, Admiral. Timelines where your empire continues on its current path. The galaxy is heading toward a war that will destroy everything, and your people are going to be among the first casualties. Dr. Chen, the scientist, moved closer to the displays. Your empire has been expanding aggressively for thousands of years, but you've been expanding into territory that was specifically left empty for a reason. There are things sleeping in the deep space between galaxies, ancient weapons and defense systems left by civilizations that died out millions of years ago. Your expansion is going to wake them up. Admiral Zekmore studied the images. The enemy ships did look ancient, their designs unlike anything in the current galaxy. But more disturbing were the scenes of destruction. Imperial worlds burning, the proud capital of the Empire reduced to radioactive dust, entire sectors of space simply gone as if they had never existed. Even if this is true, he said slowly, what does it have to do with your warning? Why did you forbid us to enter your territory? Commander Park's expression grew sad. Because 3 years ago, we made contact with the beings who created those ancient defense systems. They're called the Architects, and they've been waiting for a species mature enough to help them maintain galactic stability. They chose humanity for that role. Why would they choose you? You're primitive compared to the Empire. That's exactly why they chose us, Dr. Chen replied. The Empire has spent thousands of years believing that power comes from conquering others. You've grown strong, but you've also grown arrogant. You see other species as tools to be used or obstacles to be removed. The Architects needed partners, not servants. More humans had appeared throughout the ship, Admiral Zekmore realized. They were moving through his vessel like they owned it, but they weren't acting like conquerors. Instead, they seemed to be checking on his crew, making sure no one was injured or afraid. Several were helping with minor repairs to damaged systems. What do you want from us? He asked finally. We want to offer you the same thing the Architects offered us, Commander Park replied. A chance to evolve. To become something better than what you are now. Your empire can survive, Admiral, but only if it stops being an empire. The Admiral felt anger rising in his chest. You expect us to surrender everything we've built? Everything we've achieved? No, Dr. Chen said gently. We expect you to transform it into something greater. Look around you, Admiral. Right now, your fleet is completely helpless against our technology. We could destroy every ship here without effort. But instead, we're talking to you. We're trying to help you understand. Because, Commander Park added, power without wisdom is just destruction waiting to happen, and the galaxy has seen enough destruction. On the main screen, more images appeared. These showed a different future. Imperial ships working alongside vessels from dozens of other species, building massive structures around stars, creating new worlds, exploring the spaces between galaxies not as conquerors but as explorers and gardeners. This is what the galaxy could become, Commander Park explained. All the species working together, sharing knowledge and resources, protecting each other from the real threats that exist in the universe. Your empire has the strength and organization to help make this happen, but only if you're willing to use that strength to build instead of destroy. Admiral Zekmore thought about his long career, all the worlds he had conquered, all the species he had helped subdue. He had always told himself it was necessary for galactic order and peace. But looking at these images of cooperation and growth, he began to wonder if there might be a better way. And if we refuse, he asked. Then you'll follow the path shown in the first set of images, Dr. Chen replied sadly. Your empire will continue expanding until it wakes up something that will destroy it, and probably destroy most of the galaxy in the process. Commander Park stepped closer to the Admiral. We don't want that to happen. Humanity doesn't want to rule the galaxy, Admiral. We want to save it, and we need the Empire's help to do that. Around the bridge, Admiral Zekmore could see his officers listening to similar conversations with other humans. Some looked afraid, others angry, but many seemed thoughtful. The idea of transformation instead of destruction was clearly appealing to some of them. What would this transformation involve? He asked. First, you have to stop seeing other species as enemies or subjects, Commander Park replied. Start seeing them as potential allies and friends. Second, you have to redirect your military strength toward defense instead of conquest. And third, you have to be willing to learn from others instead of just teaching them to fear you. The Admiral looked at the images of possible futures again. The choice seemed clear when presented this way, but he knew it would not be simple to implement. The Empire had been built on conquest and domination. Changing that would require changing the fundamental nature of their civilization. "This decision is too big for me to make alone," he said finally. "I need to speak with Emperor Vextal." Commander Park smiled. "We were hoping you would say that, Admiral. Our diplomatic team is already on their way to meet with him." Emperor Vextal stood at the viewport of his personal flagship, watching the impossible sight before him. His entire remaining fleet, over 1,000 ships, floated helplessly in space around a small moon at the edge of human territory. They had come here expecting to find the wreckage of Admiral Zekmore's fleet and a human species ready to beg for mercy. Instead, they found something that challenged everything he thought he knew about power. The humans had built a space station around the moon that defied Imperial understanding of engineering. It appeared to be grown rather than constructed, with organic curves that pulsed with their own light. Ships from dozens of species moved around it in patterns that looked more like a dance than military formations. Most shocking of all, many of those ships belonged to species the Empire thought they had completely conquered. "Your Majesty," Admiral Yexmore approached carefully, "the human ambassador is requesting permission to come aboard." Emperor Vextal's tail lashed with barely controlled rage. Everything about this situation was wrong. Emperors did not meet with ambassadors from primitive species. Conquered peoples did not build impossible space stations. The galaxy did not simply ignore Imperial authority. "Send her up," he growled. He would hear what these humans had to say, and then he would decide how to destroy them completely. The human who materialized on his bridge was not what he had expected. Dr. Sarah Chen was small, even by human standards, wearing simple clothes that looked more suited to a laboratory than a diplomatic meeting. She carried no weapons, no guards, no signs of the power that had defeated his fleets. She looked like a scientist, not a conqueror. "Your Imperial Majesty," she said, bowing politely but not with the deep submission he was used to receiving. "Thank you for agreeing to meet with me. I'm Dr. Sarah Chen, and I represent the Terran Architect Alliance." "You represent the species that destroyed my fleet," the Emperor replied coldly. "Actually, your fleet is completely undamaged," Dr. Chen corrected gently. "Admiral Zekmore and all his crews are safe and well. They're currently learning about the situation the galaxy faces, just as I hope you will." Emperor Vextal studied her carefully. Everything about this human seemed wrong. She showed no fear, but also no arrogance. She stood before the ruler of 10,000 worlds as if they were equals meeting to discuss a shared problem. "What situation?" he asked despite himself. Dr. Chen activated a small device and the bridge filled with holographic displays. Images of deep space appeared, showing vast structures moving between galaxies, ancient ships the size of moons, automated defense systems that had been dormant for millions of years, and something else, a darkness between the stars that seemed to eat light itself. "The galaxy is about to face threats that make our current conflicts seem like children's games," she explained. "These are the Devourers, machines left behind by a civilization that died out before life even began on most of our worlds. They were designed to prevent any species from growing powerful enough to threaten their creators. Unfortunately, your empire's expansion has triggered their awakening protocols." The Emperor stared at the images. The alien machines were vast beyond comprehension, and there seemed to be thousands of them. If they were real, they could destroy the Empire without effort. Why should I believe any of this? Because 3 years ago we made contact with the beings who originally built the safeguards against these threats, Dr. Chen replied. They call themselves the Architects, and they've been waiting for a species capable of maintaining galactic stability. They chose humanity for that role, and you expect me to simply accept human authority over the galaxy? Dr. Chen shook her head. We don't want authority over anyone, Your Majesty. We want partnership. The threats facing the galaxy are too big for any one species to handle alone. We need the Empire's strength and experience, just as much as you need our new technologies and alliances. Emperor Vextal moved closer to the displays, studying the images of cooperation between species. He saw Imperial ships working alongside vessels from the Altarian Republic, the Centauri Federation, and dozens of other civilizations. Most disturbing of all, the crew seemed to be working together willingly. This is propaganda, he declared. You're showing me false images to trick me into surrendering. Then let me show you something real, Dr. Chen said calmly. The space around the Emperor's flagship began to change. The stars grew brighter, and new objects appeared in the distance. What looked like a small planet materialized nearby, But as it got closer, the Emperor realized it was actually a massive ship, ancient beyond measure, covered in symbols that hurt to look at directly, and radiating power that made his flagship's engines seem like candles compared to a star. That is a Devourer scout ship, Dr. Chen explained. It's been sleeping in the void between galaxies for 12 million years. Your Empire's expansion into the outer rim sectors sent signals that woke it up. It's currently heading toward the galactic core, scanning for signs of advanced civilization. When it finds them, it will call for the others. Emperor Vextal felt cold fear creeping up his spine. The alien ship was larger than anything the Empire had ever built, and his sensors couldn't even begin to analyze its technology. If there were thousands of such vessels, how do you know all this? The architects have been monitoring them for millions of years, Dr. Chen replied. They were the ones who originally built the warning systems that the Devourers follow. They know how these machines think, how they operate, and most importantly, how to stop them. And they shared this knowledge with you. They shared much more than knowledge, Dr. Chen said. They made us their partners. Humans have been enhanced with architect technology, but we're still human. We still think and feel and make mistakes like any organic species. That's why they chose us instead of just handling the problem themselves. The Emperor was beginning to understand the scope of what he was facing. What do you want from the Empire? We want you to join the alliance we're building, Dr. Chen replied. Stop expanding into dangerous territory, redirect your military forces toward defense against external threats, and start treating other species as partners instead of subjects. In return, we'll share architect technology with you and help you defend Imperial worlds against the Devourers. And if I refuse? Dr. Chen's expression grew sad. Then you'll face the Devourers alone. And based on our projections, the Empire will last approximately 6 months once they arrive in force. Emperor Vextal studied the holographic displays again. The images of destruction were convincing, but the images of cooperation were even more compelling. He saw Imperial citizens working alongside aliens they had once considered inferior, building projects that dwarfed anything the Empire had achieved alone. How do I know this isn't just another conquest disguised as cooperation? Because, Dr. Chen said, we could have conquered you already if that's what we wanted. Your entire fleet is currently unable to move or fight. We could destroy every Imperial world within days if we chose to. Instead, we're asking for your help. The truth of that statement was undeniable. The humans had demonstrated power beyond anything the Empire possessed. Yet they were offering partnership instead of demanding surrender. What would this alliance involve specifically? First, immediate cessation of expansion into the outer rim sectors, Dr. Chen explained. Second, redirection of Imperial military forces toward joint defense projects. Third, establishment of diplomatic relationships with the species you've conquered, with the goal of eventual integration as equals rather than subjects. You're asking me to dismantle everything the Empire has built. No, Your Majesty. We're asking you to transform it into something greater. The Empire's organizational skills and military experience are exactly what the galaxy needs to face these threats. But those same qualities become weaknesses when used for conquest instead of protection. Emperor Vextal was silent for a long time, thinking about everything he had seen and heard. His entire worldview was crumbling, but he was beginning to see the possibility of something better rising from the ruins. If I agree to this, what guarantee do I have that humanity won't simply replace the Empire as galactic overlords? You have our word, Dr. Chen said simply. And you have the fact that the architects chose us specifically because we don't want to rule anyone. They've seen what happens when species gain too much power over others. It always ends in destruction. The Emperor looked out at the space station where former Imperial subjects were working alongside their old conquerors as equals. It should have filled him with rage, but instead he felt something he hadn't experienced in centuries. Hope. Very well, he said finally. I will consider your proposal. But I want to speak with some of these former subjects myself. I want to understand how this transformation would actually work. Dr. Chen smiled. Of course, Your Majesty. We've arranged for you to meet with representatives from every species in the Alliance. They're all eager to show you what we've accomplished together. Thank you for watching and comment for next part.
Ambassador Lisa Carter stepped out of the human transport ship and onto the gleaming floors of Nexus Prime Station. The massive space station served as the center of galactic politics, where 12 major alien species made decisions that affected trillions of lives across hundreds of worlds. Today, Lisa knew, would be different from any other diplomatic meeting she had attended. The corridors stretched out before her like a small city. Beings from across the galaxy moved through the halls, some walking on two legs like humans, others floating in special atmosphere suits, and a few sliding along on multiple tentacles. Lisa had been Earth's ambassador for 3 years, but the sight of so many different species still amazed her. Her security detail, led by Captain Jake Morrison, walked beside her in crisp blue uniforms. Jake had served in the Earth Defense Force for 15 years and had seen action in several border conflicts with pirates. His hand rested near his sidearm, a habit he couldn't break even in peaceful settings. "Ambassador, the council chamber is just ahead," said Lieutenant Betty Woods, Lisa's aide. Betty carried a tablet with all the intelligence reports they had gathered over the past month. The news wasn't good. As they approached the Grand Chamber, Lisa could feel the tension in the air. The chamber itself was enormous, with seating arranged in a circle. Each species had their own section designed for their specific needs. The aquatic MERS had water-filled enclosures, while the silicon-based Christoids sat on specially heated platforms. Lisa took her place at the human delegation table. Across from her sat Chancellor Vextar of the Zilithians, a tall reptilian creature with sharp features and cold yellow eyes. Vextar had never hidden his dislike for humanity's rapid expansion across the galaxy. The chamber fell silent as Chancellor Vextar rose to speak. His translator device converted his hissing words into standard Galactic. "Members of the Galactic Council, we gather today to address a growing threat to the stability of our galaxy," Vextar began. "Humanity has expanded beyond all reasonable limits. In just 50 years, they have established over 200 colonies. They develop new technologies at an alarming rate. They refuse to share their advances with the Council for proper evaluation." Lisa listened carefully, taking notes. Around the chamber, representatives from other species nodded in agreement. The insectoid hive queen clicked her mandibles in approval. The energy beings pulsed with bright colors, their version of applause. "Humanity's military grows stronger each year," continued Vextar. "Their ships are faster and more advanced than ours. They train their soldiers to a level that exceeds our own forces. This cannot continue." Lisa stood up, ready to respond, but Vextar held up a clawed hand. "We did not call this assembly for debate, Ambassador Carter. We called it to deliver an ultimatum." The word hung in the air like a poison cloud. Lisa felt her heart rate increase, but kept her face calm. Around the chamber, alien eyes focused on her. Vextar activated a holographic display showing a map of human space. Red lines appeared, cutting off large sections of human territory. "These are our terms," Vextar announced. "First, humanity will abandon all colonies beyond 50 light-years from Earth. Second, all human technological developments will be shared with this council for evaluation and approval before implementation. Third, human military forces will be limited to defensive purposes only and subject to annual inspections by council forces." Lisa stood frozen. The terms were not just harsh. They were impossible. Humanity had built thriving worlds beyond the 50 light-year limit. Millions of humans lived on those colonies. The technology sharing requirement would effectively hand over humanity's greatest advantages to species that had shown no such willingness to share. Fourth, Vextar continued, humanity will pay reparations to the Council for the economic disruption caused by their rapid expansion. The amount will be determined by a council committee. The chamber erupted in alien voices, clicks, and sounds of approval. Lisa realized this wasn't a negotiation, it was a trap. The council had already decided humanity's fate. "You have 24 hours to respond," Vextar said, his yellow eyes fixed on Lisa. "Accept these terms, or face complete economic and diplomatic isolation from the galactic community." As the alien delegates began to file out of the chamber, Lisa remained standing at her table. Captain Morrison stepped closer to her. "Ambassador, what are your orders?" Lisa looked at the holographic map still floating above the chamber floor. showing everything humanity had built being carved away. "Captain, we're going to need to make some calls back home." The secure conference room in the human embassy was quiet except for the hum of privacy shields. Ambassador Lisa Carter sat at the head of the table, looking at the faces of the most important humans in the galaxy. Each person in the room understood that the next few hours would change the course of human history. Admiral Patricia Hayes spoke first. She was a woman with gray hair and sharp blue eyes who had fought in the border wars 10 years ago. Patricia commanded the largest human fleet and knew exactly what the galaxy thought of human military power. "The intelligence reports are clear," Patricia said, sliding a tablet across the table. "6 council species have been planning this for months. They fear us more than they admit publicly. Our technology advances too fast for them to keep up. Our colonies grow stronger every year." Dr. Alex Rivera picked up the tablet and scrolled through the data. As Earth's top xenobiologist, Alex understood alien psychology better than most humans. He had spent years studying how different species thought and made decisions. "This isn't really about territory or technology," Alex said. "It's about control. For thousands of years, these species have controlled the galaxy through the Council. They set the rules. They decided which species could advance and which couldn't. We're the first new species to refuse their system." Senator Katie Walsh leaned forward. Katie represented 12 human colonies in the outer systems and had fought many political battles to protect colonial rights. She never backed down from a challenge. "The outer colonies won't accept these terms," Katie stated firmly. "New Texas alone has 30 million humans. New California has built industries that supply half our military. These people won't just abandon their homes because some alien council demands it." Captain Jake Morrison had been listening quietly. He knew soldiers, and he knew what they would say about this ultimatum. "I've talked to officers across the fleet," Jake reported. "They're angry, really angry. The idea of letting council inspectors walk through our ships, our bases, our research facilities, it won't happen. Our people won't stand for it." Lisa nodded. She had expected this reaction. Humans didn't respond well to threats, especially when those threats came from species they had already proven they could outfight. "The economic numbers are interesting," added Dr. Rivera, pulling up another screen. "We import less than 15% of our total goods from council space. Most of it is luxury items or raw materials we can get elsewhere, but they import 30% of their advanced technology from us." Admiral Hayes smiled grimly. "So they need us more than we need them." "That's what makes this ultimatum so strange," Lisa said. "Either they're bluffing, or they're so afraid of us that they're willing to hurt their own economies to try to control us." Senator Walsh stood up and walked to the window overlooking Nexus Prime's busy docks. Human ships moved between alien vessels, their sleek designs clearly more advanced than the older Council technology. "There's another option they haven't considered," Katie said slowly. "They assume we'll either surrender or fight. But what if we just leave?" The room fell silent. Lisa looked at each face around the table. These weren't reckless people. They were leaders who had built human civilization across the stars. "Leave the Council entirely?" Lisa asked. "More than that," Katie continued. "Cut all ties. No trade, no diplomacy, no negotiations. We take care of ourselves." Dr. Rivera frowned. "Complete isolation. That's never been attempted by a spacefaring species. The galaxy is too interconnected." "Is it?" Admiral Hayes asked. "We're already mostly self-sufficient. Our colonies produce what we need. Our technology is advancing faster than theirs. What if we proved we don't need the galactic community at all?" Lisa felt a strange calm settling over her. The decision was becoming clear. She looked around the table one more time. "We're all in agreement then." The nods came without hesitation. Dr. Rivera spoke for all of them. "Earth doesn't bow to ultimatums." Lisa straightened her jacket and prepared to return to the council chamber. In her mind, she already knew what words she would speak. words that would either save humanity's future or start the greatest conflict the galaxy had ever seen. "Gentlemen, Senator Walsh," she said, standing, "let's go make history." As they walked toward the chamber doors, none of them looked back. Behind them, intelligence reports showed Council military ships moving toward human space. Ahead of them waited a galaxy that was about to learn something important about human nature. Some species compromised when threatened. Humans did something different entirely. Ambassador Lisa Carter walked back into the council chamber exactly 24 hours after receiving the ultimatum. The massive room buzzed with alien voices as species representatives took their seats. Chancellor Vextar watched her approach with his cold yellow eyes, confident that humanity would accept the council's terms. Lisa moved to the human delegation area with calm, measured steps. Behind her, Admiral Patricia Hayes and Captain Jake Morrison took their positions. The weight of Earth's decision rested on her shoulders, but she felt surprisingly peaceful about what would happen next. "Ambassador Carter," Chancellor Vextar called out, his voice echoing through the chamber. "Have you brought humanity's acceptance of our terms?" Lisa stood up slowly. She looked around the chamber at the hundreds of alien faces staring at her. Species that had ruled the galaxy for millennia waited for her answer. Behind them, news cameras from dozens of worlds recorded every moment. "Chancellor Vextar, esteemed members of the Galactic Council," Lisa began, her voice clear and strong. "We have carefully considered your proposal." The chamber fell silent. Even the mechanical humming of the life support systems seemed to pause. After deep discussion with Earth's government and colonial representatives, Lisa continued, "I am authorized to give you our response." Vextar leaned forward, probably expecting to hear the words of surrender. Lisa took a breath and spoke the words that would change everything. "Thank you for your proposal. Earth respectfully declines." For 3 seconds, nobody moved. Then the chamber exploded. The insectoid hive queen's mandibles clicked so fast they sounded like machine gun fire. The energy beings pulsed angry red and orange colors. The aquatic mers released bubble streams that meant extreme agitation in their culture. Chancellor Vextar rose from his seat, his reptilian features twisted with shock and rage. "Did you say declines?" "Yes, Chancellor," Lisa replied calmly. "We decline your terms. All of them." The crystalline delegate's voice rang like broken glass. "This is unacceptable. No species defies the Council." Lisa remained standing while chaos erupted around her. Admiral Hayes smiled slightly, proud of how her ambassador handled the pressure. Captain Morrison's hand rested near his weapon, watching the alien security forces for any sudden movements. Furthermore, Lisa announced, her voice cutting through the noise, "Earth hereby withdraws from the Galactic Council, effective immediately." The chamber went silent again, but this silence felt different. This was the silence of shock, of something unprecedented happening. Vextar stood frozen, his mouth slightly open. In all his years of galactic politics, nothing like this had ever occurred. Species begged to join the Council. They fought wars to gain membership. None had ever simply walked away. "You cannot leave the Council," he stammered. "The economic consequences alone will destroy you. You depend on galactic trade, galactic protection, galactic technology exchange." Lisa gathered her papers and placed them in her case. "With respect, Chancellor, we believe you have that backwards." The energy being delegate pulsed frantic purple lights. "You will beg to return. Your colonies will suffer. Your people will demand you reconsider." Admiral Hayes stood up next to Lisa. "Our colonies are stronger than you know, delegate, and our people don't beg." The Hive Queen clicked rapidly. "This is madness. You cannot survive alone." "We're not alone," Captain Morrison said, speaking for the first time. "We have each other. Sometimes that's enough." Lisa walked toward the exit, followed by her delegation. As they reached the door, she turned back one last time. "Chancellor Vextar, members of the Council," she said, "Earth wishes you well in your future endeavors. However, we will no longer participate in this organization. Our embassy will close within the week. This is a mistake you will regret. Vextar shouted, his voice cracking with frustration. Lisa paused at the doorway. Perhaps, but it's our mistake to make. As the humans left the chamber, the alien delegates sat in stunned silence. They had planned for resistance. They had prepared for negotiation. They had expected threats and bargaining. They had not planned for humanity to simply say no and walk away. Behind them, emergency sessions began immediately. Trade ministers ran calculations. Military advisors examined human space. Intelligence chiefs tried to understand how this had gone so wrong. None of them realized they had just witnessed the birth of something new in galactic history, a species that would rather stand alone than kneel together. The galaxy would learn what that meant. 6 months had passed since humanity walked out of the Galactic Council. The trade embargo that followed was supposed to cripple human space within weeks. Instead, something unexpected was happening across the dozens of human colonies scattered throughout the galaxy. Trade Commissioner Helen Garcia stood on the observation deck of New California's orbital station, watching cargo ships dock and depart. Before the embargo, half these ships would have carried alien goods. Now every single one flew human colors. The station was busier than ever. "The quarterly reports are in," her assistant Kevin Brown said, handing her a tablet. "Production is up 18% across all sectors. Employment is at record highs. The outer colonies are exceeding their quotas for raw materials." Helen scrolled through the numbers, shaking her half in amazement. How is this possible? The council predicted economic collapse. "Turns out we were buying a lot of things we didn't actually need," Kevin replied. "Luxury items, exotic foods, decorative materials. When those disappeared, people focused on essentials. Our industries filled the gaps quickly." On the scientific station orbiting Alpha Centauri, Dr. Rita Lopes made a discovery that would change everything. She had been working on quantum manufacturing since before the embargo, but the isolation had forced her team to think in new ways. "Look at this," she called to her colleague, Dr. Mike Johnson. On the screen before them, molecular assemblers were creating complex alloys that previously required rare metals imported from Council space. Mike whistled softly. "We can make anything now. Any material, any component. We don't need to trade for raw materials anymore." "It's more than that," Rita said, excitement in her voice. "These quantum assemblers can create materials that don't even exist in nature, stronger than anything the Council has." Word of the breakthrough spread quickly through human space. Within weeks, every major colony had quantum manufacturing facilities under construction. Materials that once required trading with 12 different alien species could now be made in any human factory. On the research station near Earth, young engineer Paul Chen worked 18-hour days on his latest project. The Council's embargo had cut off access to alien propulsion technologies, forcing humans to develop their own solutions. "The test results are incredible," he told Director Nancy Davis. "Our new ion drives are 30% more efficient than Council standard engines, and the quantum computer guidance systems let our ships plot hyperspace jumps faster than anything in the galactic database." Nancy looked at the test data with growing excitement. "Paul, do you realize what this means? Our ships will soon be faster and more fuel efficient than anything the Council has." "Already are," Paul grinned. The prototype made the run from Earth to Alpha Centauri in record time yesterday. Across human space, similar breakthroughs were happening every week. The desperation of isolation had forced human scientists and engineers to push beyond their previous limits. Without alien technology to rely on, they created their own solutions, and those solutions were often better than what they replaced. Meanwhile, intelligence reports reaching Earth painted a different picture of Council space. The Zilithian trade empire, which had profited enormously from human technology exchanges, was experiencing its first recession in decades. The crystalline worlds, dependent on human-made quantum processors, struggled with outdated equipment. President William Foster read the reports in his office, surrounded by his top advisors. They expected us to collapse, he mused. Instead, we're thriving. Secretary of Defense Linda Clark nodded. Our military has grown stronger too. New weapons, better shields, faster ships. The colonies report that pirate attacks have dropped to zero. Apparently, our defense fleets are becoming quite a reputation. And moral? Foster asked. Higher than ever, Clark replied. People are proud of what we've accomplished. They feel like they're part of something special, building a new future without anyone's permission. Foster stood and walked to the window overlooking the bustling streets of New Washington. Construction cranes worked on new buildings designed with human aesthetics, not compromises for alien visitors. 6 months ago, the council told us we couldn't survive without them, he said quietly. I wonder if they've realized yet that they might not be able to survive without us. In the depths of space, human colonies continued to grow, innovate, and prosper. Each day brought new discoveries, new technologies, new proof that humanity could not only survive alone but flourish in ways they never could within the Council's restrictive framework. The galaxy watched nervously as humanity proved that sometimes walking away from the table meant finding a better meal elsewhere. Captain Elena Rodriguez commanded the independent merchant vessel Star Trader, one of the few ships that still carried trade goods between Council space and the free zones beyond galactic borders. She had been trading for 20 years and thought she had seen everything the galaxy had to offer, but nothing had prepared her for what she discovered in human space. Elena's ship dropped out of hyperspace near New California, and she immediately knew something was different. The normal chaos of a busy spaceport was there, but everything moved with an efficiency she had never seen before. Ships docked and departed in perfect coordination. No traffic delays, no waiting in orbit for clearance. Captain, her first officer, Tony Garcia, called out, I'm reading massive energy signatures from the planet's surface. Those aren't normal manufacturing plants. Elena studied the scanner readings. No, they're not. Send a request for trade clearance. Let's see what humanity has been up to. Within minutes, a response came back. Not from a board traffic controller, but from an AI system that quickly processed their cargo manifest and assigned them a docking bay. The whole process took 30 seconds instead of the usual 3 hours. As they descended toward the planet, Elena watched enormous construction projects through the viewports. Towering structures rose from the ground, built from materials that seemed to shimmer with their own light. Transportation systems moved people and goods at incredible speeds. My God, whispered Elena's engineer, Sarah Kim. Look at those ships at the industrial complex. Elena followed her gaze to see vessels unlike anything in the galactic database. They were sleek, elegant, and somehow looked more advanced than Council ships, despite being newly built. After docking, Elena met with Trade Administrator Janet Walsh, Rachel Stone's replacement after her promotion to Colonial Governor. Janet was friendly but professional, wearing clothes made from fabrics Elena didn't recognize. We're always happy to trade with independent merchants, Janet said, leading Elena through the station. Though I should mention, our export requirements have changed since leaving the Council. Elena stopped walking. Export requirements. We're very careful about our technology now, Janet explained. We'll trade food, art, entertainment media, basic manufactured goods. But certain advanced materials and technologies are restricted. As they walked through the trade center, Elena saw products that made her gasp. Devices that seemed to work on principles she didn't understand. Materials that felt impossibly light yet looked incredibly strong. Art forms that combined human creativity with new technologies in beautiful ways. How did you develop all this so quickly? Elena asked. Janet smiled. Necessity. When you can't rely on imports, you either innovate or fail. We chose to innovate. Elena purchased several crates of goods she knew would sell well in neutral space, but what really impressed her was a simple conversation with a human engineer named Robert Lee. Before the embargo, we always had to make our technology compatible with Council standards, Robert explained. Everything had to work with Zilithian computers, crystalline power systems, aquatic environmental controls. Now we just make things that work for humans. Turns out that's much more efficient. Alina left New California with her cargo hold full and her mind spinning. She made similar stops at 5 other human colonies, and each one told the same story. Humans weren't just surviving. They were building something entirely new. 2 weeks later, Alina sat in the press room on Nexus Prime, addressing reporters from across the galaxy. The Galactic News Network had paid her well for this exclusive interview. "What I saw in human space," she told the cameras, "defies everything we thought we knew about economic isolation. These aren't desperate colonies struggling to survive. These are thriving worlds that have somehow leaped ahead of the rest of the galaxy." The questions came rapidly from alien journalists. How advanced were human ships? What new technologies had they developed? Were they planning to return to the Council? "I don't think they want to return," Alina answered honestly. "Why would they? They've built something beautiful out there, something that works better than what we have here." After the interview, Alina walked through Nexus Prime's commercial district. The alien shops looked somehow shabby compared to what she had seen in human space. The technology felt outdated. The people seemed less energetic, less hopeful. She thought about the human children she had seen on New California, playing with toys that used technology decades beyond anything in Council space. Growing up in worlds where they were told they could build anything, achieve anything, without asking permission from alien governments. Alina realized the Galactic Council had made a terrible mistake. They had tried to keep humanity contained, and instead had forced them to grow beyond all containment. Now the galaxy was starting to notice what humanity had become. 1 year had passed since humanity left the Galactic Council, and the effects were spreading across the galaxy like cracks in a dam. On the Aquelian homeworld, Ambassador Thurine read economic reports that made her gills flutter with worry. The Aquelians had always been peaceful traders, staying neutral in galactic politics. They preferred to focus on art, philosophy, and maintaining the ocean gardens that covered their world. But the numbers in front of Thurine painted a troubling picture. Trade revenues are down 28%, her aide Kelmeri reported, his fins drooping with concern. The Zilithians are demanding exclusive deals. The crystalline worlds want preferential treatment. Everyone's trying to replace what they lost when the humans left. Thurine swam to her office window, looking out at the vast, blue oceans. Somewhere beneath those waters, Aqualian factories struggled to produce components they used to buy from humans. The quality wasn't the same, and the cost was 3 times higher. "Has anyone tried to contact human space directly?" she asked. Kelmeri's scales darkened, a sign of nervousness. "The Council forbids it. Chancellor Vextar made it clear that any species caught trading with humans would face severe consequences. Thurine made a decision that would have seemed impossible a year ago. Arrange a private meeting. Not official trade. Cultural exchange. The Council can't forbid us from learning about human art and philosophy." Meanwhile, on Earth, Colonel Maria Santos studied intelligence reports from across the galaxy. As head of strategic intelligence, she tracked the movements of every major Council fleet. What she saw worried her. "They're positioning ships all along our borders," she told General Frank Miller during their weekly briefing. "Not defensive positions. These look like preparation for something bigger." General Miller examined the holographic display showing Council ship movements. Red dots marked military vessels from 7 different species, all moving toward human space. "How many ships total?" he asked. "Over 400 combat vessels, plus support craft," Maria replied. "They're calling it joint training exercises, but the formations are wrong for training. This looks like preparation for a blockade." Dr. Frank Miller, Maria's cousin and head of sinological studies, had spent months analyzing intercepted Council communications. The translations painted a disturbing picture. "They're scared," Frank reported. The word appearing most often in their private messages translates roughly to containment crisis. They're not just worried about losing trade. They're terrified that other species will start following our example. On the Outer Rim, Captain Steve Turner commanded the UES Constitution, one of humanity's newest patrol ships. Built with the advanced technology developed during isolation, the Constitution could outrun and outfight anything in the Council fleet. "Sir, we're detecting Council survey ships near the Phoenix system," reported Lieutenant Amy Johnson. "They're mapping our outer colonies." Steve studied the sensor readings. Council ships rarely came this close to human space anymore. "Are they scanning our defenses?" "Trying to," Amy confirmed. "But their sensors can't penetrate our stealth shields. They're basically flying blind." Steve smiled grimly. "Let them look. They won't like what they find." The galaxy's economy was fracturing along lines no one had predicted. Species that had depended on human innovation found themselves struggling with inferior alternatives. The insectoid hive had begun producing their own quantum processors, but the failure rate was 60%. The silicon-based Christoids tried to replicate human manufacturing techniques, but couldn't match the efficiency. Ambassador Thurine's secret meeting took place on a small trading station in neutral space. She met with Dr. Karen Young, one of humanity's leading cultural experts. "We never wanted conflict," Thurine said through her translator. "The Aqualians have always believed in peaceful coexistence." Karen nodded sympathetically. "We understand. This situation was forced on us." "Is it true what we hear? That human technology has advanced so far beyond ours?" Karen chose her words carefully. "We've made significant progress, but we've always believed that knowledge should benefit everyone. Unfortunately, the Council made that impossible." Thurine's gills fluttered with hope. "Perhaps in the future, when this crisis passes." "Perhaps," Karen agreed. "But that will depend on choices your Council hasn't made yet." After the meeting, Thurine returned home with more questions than answers. She filed a report recommending that the Aqualians reconsider their support for Council policies regarding humanity. 3 days later, Colonel Santos reported to General Miller that Council military exercises had escalated. Ships were now conducting aggressive patrols within 1 light-year of human borders. "Sir, I think they're preparing to test our defenses," Maria said. "They want to see how we'll respond to pressure." Frank Miller looked at the display showing the steady buildup of forces around human space. "Well, Colonel, I guess they're about to find out." The galaxy held its breath as 2 forces prepared for whatever would come next. 2 years after the ultimatum, the situation had moved beyond economic pressure into open intimidation. Captain Steve Turner watched from the bridge of the UES Constitution as another Council patrol ship appeared on sensors, the 3rd one this week to enter the Phoenix system without permission. "They're getting bolder," observed Lieutenant Amy Johnson, tracking the alien vessel's movements. "That's a Zilithian war cruiser, not a patrol ship." Steve studied the tactical display. "And it's scanning our mining stations. They're not even pretending these are routine patrols anymore." The pattern had been building for months. Council ships would cross into human space, conduct navigation exercises near human colonies, then leave before human defense ships could respond. Each time, they pushed a little further, stayed a little longer. On Earth, President William Foster met with his Security Council in the Situation Room. The walls displayed a 3-dimensional map of human space, now surrounded by red markers showing Council military positions. "They've established permanent patrol routes around 12 of our colony systems," reported Admiral Patricia Hayes. "Their ships are equipped with advanced scanners, clearly trying to map our defenses." Defense Secretary Linda Clark pointed to clusters of red symbols. "Intelligence suggests they're building forward supply bases. This isn't preparation for patrols. This is preparation for invasion." "What about diplomatic channels?" Foster asked. "Are they responding to our protests?" Ambassador Jay Collins, Lisa Carter's replacement, shook his head grimly. "Nothing. They return our messages unopened. Officially, we don't exist to them anymore." Dr. Frank Miller presented his latest analysis of intercepted communications. The Council's internal messages show increasing desperation. They call the human question the expansion threat now. They're convinced that if they don't stop us, other species will start leaving the Council too. Meanwhile, Merchant Captain Elena Rodriguez filed her third report about harassment by Council forces. Her independent trader had been stopped, searched, and detained for hours while carrying human-made goods through supposedly neutral space. They're not just scanning our ships, she told Galactic News Network reporters. They're confiscating human technology, claiming it violates Council regulations. But these are regulations they invented after humanity left. The incidents were becoming more aggressive. The human freighter New Hope was forced to dump its entire cargo when Council ships claimed the quantum-manufactured goods posed a security risk. A passenger liner from New Texas was diverted and held for 2 days, while Council forces searched every cabin. Captain Turner received new orders that reflected the growing crisis. All human vessels are to travel in convoy, he read to his crew. No single ships beyond the outer defense perimeter. Any Council vessel that approaches within weapons range is to be considered hostile. Lieutenant Johnson looked uncomfortable. Sir, those orders could lead to shooting. Yes, Turner agreed. I think that's the point. The breaking point came when the Council interdicted a medical supply ship heading to the colony on New Georgia. The ship carried medicine for a plague outbreak that had struck the mining colony. Council forces held it for 6 days, claiming they needed to verify the medical supplies weren't contaminated with human military technology. By the time the ship was released, 37 colonists had died from lack of medicine. The response was immediate. Human defense fleets moved to escort positions along all major trade routes. Warning buoys appeared at the edge of human space, broadcasting a simple message in all galactic languages. Council vessels are no longer welcome in human space. Violators will be removed. Chancellor Vextar called an emergency council session. The humans have declared their borders closed to our ships, he announced to the assembly. This is an act of war. But when Council surveys tried to map human defensive positions, they found something unexpected. Human space was protected by detection networks and defense platforms that didn't show up on any scanner. Ships that tried to probe too deeply into human territory simply disappeared from sensors, reappearing hours later drifting in deep space with their crews unconscious and all data wiped. The galaxy's intelligence services struggled to understand how humans had developed such advanced defensive technology so quickly. Some species began to whisper that perhaps the Council had made a terrible mistake in forcing humanity to develop in isolation. As tensions mounted, other species watched nervously. The Aqualians quietly moved their trade ships away from the border zones. The peaceful botanical collective recalled their research vessels from nearby systems. Everyone could feel it building. The crisis that would determine whether humanity would be forced back into the galactic fold or whether the galaxy would have to accept that some species preferred freedom to security. The countdown to confrontation had begun. 3 years had passed since Ambassador Lisa Carter walked out of the Council chamber. The galaxy that once dismissed humanity's departure now watched in growing alarm as the carefully built galactic order crumbled around them. Chancellor Vextar stood before the Council assembly, but the chamber looked very different from 3 years ago. Half the seats were empty. 6 species had withdrawn from active participation, 3 had declared neutrality, and 2 had openly begun trading with human space in defiance of Council regulations. The Zilithian trade empire has lost 40% of its revenue, Vextar announced, his once confident voice strained. The crystalline worlds report critical shortages in quantum processors. Our military ships suffer constant equipment failures because we can no longer obtain human-manufactured components. The remaining delegates shifted uncomfortably. The insectoid hive queen's mandibles clicked nervously. The energy beings pulsed dim, worried colors. Meanwhile, Vextar continued, intelligence reports show that human space has not just recovered from our embargo, they have surpassed us technologically in every measurable way. On New California, Dr. Karen Young published her annual report on human achievements during isolation. The numbers were staggering. Faster than light communications that worked instantaneously across vast distances, manufacturing systems that could create any material imaginable, medical technology that had eliminated most diseases, and defensive systems that made human space effectively impregnable. Most surprising were the reports from former Council species that had approached humanity independently. The Aqualians had signed a cultural exchange agreement that quietly included technology sharing. The peaceful botanical collective had established joint research stations. Even some individual Zilithian colonies had petitioned their government for permission to trade with humans. President Foster received the delegation in Earth's capital, but this time the humans held all the advantages. The Council's representatives sat uncomfortably in human-designed chairs, breathing recycled air that their own technology couldn't match the quality of. "We come seeking dialogue," said Elder Morthic of the Energy Beings, his translated words careful and formal. "The Council recognizes that misunderstandings have arisen." Ambassador J. Collins, now seasoned by 3 years of human independence, smiled politely. "We're always willing to listen to proposals." The Council's offer was remarkable. Full readmission to the galactic community, guaranteed autonomy for human colonies, joint research partnerships, and even Council assistance in human expansion. What they wanted in return was simple, for things to go back to the way they were before. Foster looked at his advisors. Admiral Hayes shook her head slightly. Dr. Young smiled grimly. The message was clear. "The Council's offer is generous," Foster said diplomatically. "However, humanity has discovered something valuable during our time alone. We've learned what we can accomplish when we're free to pursue our own path." Elder Morthic pulsed anxious orange. "But surely cooperation benefits all species. The galaxy is stronger united." "Perhaps," Foster agreed. "But union and subjugation are different things. 3 years ago, the Council offered us a choice: accept limitations or face isolation. We chose isolation and thrived. Now you offer us a different choice: return to limitation or continue alone. We choose to continue alone." "You cannot mean to remain isolated forever," protested the crystalline delegate. "The galaxy needs stability. Order." Foster stood and walked to the window overlooking New Washington's skyline. Ships launched from the spaceport. Human ships with designs that seemed like art, carrying humans to worlds the Council had tried to deny them. "The galaxy can have its order," Foster said quietly. "But we've decided we prefer our freedom." The delegation left empty-handed. 3 days later, 6 more species announced their withdrawal from the Council. The Aqualians formally allied with humanity. The Botanical Collective established permanent ambassadors on Earth. Commander Rick Cross, the new human ambassador to those species that still wanted relations with humanity, held court on Earth rather than traveling to Council space. Representatives from dozens of species made the journey to human space, not as superiors offering terms, but as equals seeking partnerships. The galaxy that had once forced humanity to walk away from the table now found themselves begging to be invited back. But the table had moved, the rules had changed, and the humans no longer needed anyone's permission to exist. In the end, the Council learned the hardest lesson in galactic politics. Some species would rather build their own table than sit at yours. And sometimes they build it better than you ever could. The galaxy watched in fear because they finally understood. Humanity hadn't just survived being isolated. They had used that isolation to become something unprecedented, truly free.
The massive doors of the Galactic Council chamber opened with a sound like thunder rolling across mountains. Jake Morrison walked through them with steady steps, his black suit looking simple and plain compared to the brilliant colors and strange shapes that filled the enormous room. Behind him came Captain Lisa Hayes in her crisp military uniform, and Dr. Nathan Cross carrying a small tablet that seemed almost primitive in this place of floating lights and crystal technology. The chamber was bigger than any building Jake had ever seen on Earth. Thousands of seats rose up in circles around a central platform where he now stood. Each seat held a being from another world, another star system, another way of life entirely. Some looked almost human with 2 arms and 2 legs, while others were so strange that Jake could barely understand what he was looking at. There were creatures made of what looked like living crystal, others that seemed to be made of flowing water held in transparent containers, and beings that looked like giant insects with wings that sparkled in the strange light. All of them were staring at him. At the highest point in the chamber sat Prime Zethkri, the leader of the Galactic Council. He was tall as 3 humans standing on each other's shoulders, with 6 arms that moved independently and eyes that covered most of his head like a crown of black jewels. When he spoke, his voice came through speakers built into Jake's small translator device, turning the clicking and buzzing sounds into perfect English. "Ambassador Morrison of the planet Earth," Prime Zethkri said, his voice echoing through the vast space. "You stand before the greatest gathering of civilized beings in the galaxy. We have watched your species for many years as you took your first steps beyond your home world. We have seen your struggles, your wars, your growth. Today we offer you something that no species in the history of this galaxy has ever refused." Jake felt the weight of thousands of eyes upon him. Some of those eyes were like human eyes, others were like the compound eyes of insects, and some were stranger things that he could not even name. The silence in the chamber was so complete that he could hear his own heartbeat. "We offer your species full membership in the Galactic Council," Prime Zethkri continued. "With this membership comes immediate access to technologies that will end disease and hunger on your world. We offer you the secrets of faster-than-light travel that will let you reach any star in the galaxy in days rather than centuries. We offer you protection from the dangers that lurk in the dark spaces between stars. We offer you trade with 10,000 worlds and knowledge gathered over millions of years." The Prime's 6 arms spread wide in what Jake had learned was a gesture of generosity among his people. "We offer you a place among the greatest civilizations that have ever existed. We offer you peace, prosperity, and a future beyond your wildest dreams." Jake looked around the chamber one more time. He saw beings that could live for thousands of years, creatures that could survive in the vacuum of space, and intelligences that could think thoughts no human mind could imagine. He saw technology that made Earth's greatest achievements look like stone tools. He saw power that could move planets and wisdom that stretched back to the dawn of time itself. Then he took a deep breath and spoke the words that would change everything. "We respectfully decline your generous offer." The silence that followed was not like the respectful quiet that had come before. This was the silence of complete shock, as if the entire chamber had forgotten how to breathe. Jake could see alien faces changing expression in ways he was still learning to read, but the meaning was clear in every case. Disbelief, confusion, something that might have been fear. Prime Zethkri leaned forward in his floating throne, his many eyes focusing on Jake with an intensity that made the human feel like he was being examined by a microscope. "Ambassador Morrison, perhaps there has been an error in translation. We are offering your species immediate elevation to full galactic citizenship. We are offering you technologies that will transform your world overnight. We are offering you protection from dangers you cannot even imagine exist." "I understand your offer completely, Prime Zethkri," Jake replied, his voice steady despite the magnitude of what he was doing. "The translation is perfect and the offer is clear. Our answer is still no." Now the chamber erupted. Beings that had sat in dignified silence for the entire ceremony suddenly burst into excited conversation. The sound was like nothing Jake had ever heard, a mixture of roars, clicks, whistles, and sounds that human ears were not designed to process. The translator in his ear worked frantically to turn some of it into English, but there was too much happening at once. "Impossible" came through clearly from somewhere to his left. "No species has ever refused" came from his right. What could they possibly hope to gain by remaining primitive? Are they insane? Do they not understand what they are giving up? Jake stood perfectly still in the center of the chaos, his hands clasped behind his back in a position he had practiced thousands of times during his years in the diplomatic service. Captain Hayes remained at attention behind him, her face showing nothing of what she must be feeling. Dr. Cross continued to make notes on his tablet, documenting everything he could observe about alien behavior under stress. Prime Zethkri raised 4 of his 6 arms, and the chamber slowly quieted. When he spoke again, his tone had changed from generous to something that Jake thought might be concern. Ambassador Morrison, I have led this council for over 2,000 years. In that time, I have seen the rise and fall of countless civilizations. I have watched species destroy themselves through war, ignorance, and pride. The offer we make to your people is not given lightly. It represents the accumulated wisdom of the greatest minds in galactic history. The Prime paused, and Jake could feel the attention of every being in the chamber focused on this moment. Your species is young and perhaps does not fully understand the dangers that exist in this galaxy. There are things in the darkness between stars that could end your civilization in a single day. There are forces at work that your primitive sensors cannot even detect. Without our protection, without our guidance, your people will not survive the next 1,000 years. Jake felt the truth of those words. Humanity was young compared to these ancient civilizations. Earth's technology was primitive compared to what surrounded him. The human race was probably just moments away from first contact with dangers they could not imagine. But he also remembered the briefings he had received before leaving Earth. He remembered the careful analysis that had led to this moment. He remembered the choice that his entire species had made through their elected representatives. Prime Zethkri, Jake said, we are honored by your offer and grateful for your concern for our welfare. But humanity chooses to make its own way among the stars. We choose to face whatever dangers await us on our own terms. We choose freedom over safety, growth over comfort, and independence over protection. The chamber fell silent again, but this time the silence felt different. It felt like the moment before a storm, when the air itself seems to hold its breath waiting for lightning to strike. 3 days had passed since the humans had shocked the galaxy with their impossible answer. The Great Council station buzzed with activity as thousands of beings tried to understand what had just happened, in offices and meeting rooms scattered. Throughout the massive structure, alien minds worked desperately to solve a puzzle that should not have existed. Commander Vextar of the Krillin Empire stood before a holographic display that showed Earth's solar system in perfect detail. His species had evolved as warriors on a world where only the strongest survived, and his scaly green skin still bore the ritual scars that marked him as a battle leader. Around him, his staff of military analysts studied data streams that painted a picture of human military capability. "Show me their fleet strength again," Vextar growled, his voice like rocks grinding together. The hologram shifted to display human spacecraft. There were perhaps 24 ships that could even travel between planets, and only a handful that had ventured beyond their home system. Most were little more than metal tubes with primitive fusion drives that would take months to travel distances. "That council ship's covered in hours. They have no battle cruisers," reported Sub-Commander Hexlan, reading from her datapad. "No planetary defense grids. No energy shields protecting their home world. A single council battle group could control their entire system in less than 1 day." Vextar studied the data with growing confusion. His people understood strength and weakness, predator and prey. The humans were clearly prey, yet they had acted like predators who feared nothing. It made no sense according to everything the Krillin had learned about survival over millions of years. "Perhaps they have hidden weapons," suggested another officer. "Secret technologies we have not detected." "No." Vexatar shook his massive head. "Our scans are complete. What you see is what they have. The question is why they think it is enough." Many levels below the military section, Trade Minister Pluvia floated in her specialized tank while her assistants brought her economic reports from across human space. Her aquatic species had evolved in the deep oceans of their world, where survival meant understanding every current and every resource. They had become the galaxy's finest traders because they could see profit and loss more clearly than any other species. The reports about human economics were as puzzling as everything else about these strange creatures. Their entire civilization produced less wealth in a year than most council worlds generated in a single day. Their technology for mining and manufacturing was thousands of years behind current galactic standards. They still used primitive forms of money instead of the energy credit systems that had been standard throughout civilized space for millennia. They could increase their planetary output by 10,000% within the first year of membership, bubbled one of her assistants through the water-filled communication system. Their population could be fed, housed, and educated to galactic standards within a single generation, added another. Pluvia's tentacles writhed in confusion as she processed the data. Her species had developed a simple rule over their long history. Every creature sought to improve its situation when given the chance. A fish swimming in shallow, dangerous waters would always move to deeper, safer seas if a path was offered. Yet these humans seemed determined to remain in their shallow, dangerous corner of the galaxy when they could have immediate access to the vast, safe depths of council space. "Run the calculations again," she ordered. "There must be something. We are missing. No species chooses poverty over wealth, struggle over comfort, danger over safety." In the Cultural Analysis Division, Dr. Quen Dai of the Melody worked with a team of xenopsychologists to understand human behavior patterns. Her crystalline body resonated with different frequencies as she processed emotional and cultural data from thousands of human information sources that council agents had been collecting for decades. The humans had filled their entertainment with stories about meeting alien civilizations and joining galactic federations. Their literature was full of dreams about traveling to distant stars and learning from ancient, wise species. Their children played games about becoming part of great space empires that spanned the galaxy. Everything about their culture suggested they should have been overjoyed to receive a council invitation. "Look at this," chimed Dr. Quen Dai as she displayed a human movie on the main screen. This is one of their most popular stories about first contact with aliens. The humans in the story spend the entire time trying to prove they are worthy of joining a galactic civilization. Her assistant, Dr. Theiss, resonated with puzzlement. And here is another popular story where humans fight desperately to save their planet from destruction by alien invaders. But in the end, they are rescued by benevolent aliens who offer them membership in a peaceful galactic union. The pattern is consistent across thousands of their stories, added Dr. Lindar. They dream of this scenario constantly. Their greatest heroes are often those who make first contact with aliens and bring their species into a larger galactic community. Dr. Quen Dai's crystalline form pulsed with confusion. Yet, when offered exactly what their stories say, they want most, they refuse. It contradicts every psychological model we have developed. The most detailed analysis was taking place in the deepest levels of the station, where Council intelligence had been working around the clock since the human rejection. Director Zara Quinn, whose species had evolved as information gatherers and data processors, led a team of analysts who had access to the most sensitive intelligence in the galaxy. They had been monitoring human communications for years, listening to their government meetings, reading their military reports, watching their news broadcasts. They knew about human wars, human politics, human dreams and fears. They understood human psychology better than humans understood themselves. The decision was not made quickly, reported Agent Kethmore, whose shape-changing abilities had allowed him to infiltrate human space stations for months. Their leaders spent weeks analyzing our offer. They consulted with scientists, military officers, economists, and philosophers. This was not an emotional choice. But that makes it even more confusing, Director Zara Quinn replied. her multiple brains processing information at speeds that would have overwhelmed most organic minds. If they took time to think it through, how could they possibly conclude that rejection was in their best interests? The intelligence reports painted a picture of a species that knew exactly what they were doing. The humans had studied every aspect of council membership. They had analyzed the benefits and the costs. They had examined what happened to other species that had joined the council over the past several thousand years. They had access to far more information than any species had ever possessed before making this decision, and with all that information, they had still chosen to say no. "Sir," Agent Kethmore continued, "there is something else. Since their rejection, human activity has increased significantly. Their space program has received massive new funding. Their research facilities are working at maximum capacity. They are acting like a species preparing for something." Director Zara Quinn felt something she had not experienced in centuries of intelligence work: genuine uncertainty about what another species might do next. High above all the analysis and confusion, Prime Zethkri sat alone in his private chambers, looking out at the stars through a transparent wall that offered a view of half the galaxy. He had ruled the Council for over 2,000 years, had seen the rise and fall of civilizations, had guided countless species from primitive barbarism to galactic citizenship. Never once had any species refused their offer. The humans had broken a pattern that had existed since before their sun had formed. They had done something that the combined wisdom of the galaxy's greatest minds had never imagined possible. And Prime Zethkri was beginning to suspect that this was only the beginning of humanity's surprises. President Amy Turner sat in the Oval Office with classified folders spread across her desk like pieces of a puzzle that had taken months to solve. The morning sun streamed through the tall windows, but her attention was focused on the documents that contained humanity's most important secret. They had known exactly what they were refusing when they said no to the Galactic Council. Across from her sat Secretary of Defense Ryan Clark, a man whose military career had prepared him for many challenges, but never for analyzing the politics of alien civilizations. Next to him, Dr. Monica Wright adjusted her glasses as she reviewed notes from the newly created Department of Alien Affairs. The three of them had spent countless hours preparing for this moment, knowing that humanity's future depended on understanding what the Council's offer really meant. "Show me the analysis again," President Turner said, closing the folder marked with the highest security classification that had ever existed. Dr. Wright activated the holographic display that had been installed in the Oval Office just weeks earlier, using technology that humanity had developed independently of any alien influence. The display showed a three-dimensional map of the galaxy with thousands of stars marked in different colors. Every green star represents a species that joined the Galactic Council within the last 1,000 years, Dr. Wright explained, pointing to clusters of green dots scattered throughout the galaxy. "We've been monitoring their communications, studying their development patterns, analyzing their technological progress." President Turner studied the map carefully. "And what did you find?" "Every single one of them stopped advancing," Ryan Clark answered, his voice heavy with the implications. Within 50 years of joining the Council, their rate of technological development dropped to almost zero. Within 100 years, their scientific research programs were effectively shut down. Within 200 years, they had become completely dependent on Council technology for everything from medicine to transportation. The president leaned back in her chair, processing information that would have seemed like science fiction just 2 years ago. "They're not offering us membership in a galactic federation. They're offering us a very comfortable form of slavery." Dr. Wright nodded grimly. "Our analysis suggests that the Council maintains stability by ensuring that no member species can ever become truly independent again. They provide just enough technology to keep everyone happy and peaceful, but never enough to allow any species to challenge the existing order." "Look at their military structure," Ryan Clark added, manipulating the display to show the positions. of Council fleets throughout the galaxy. Every major fleet is positioned to respond to internal threats, not external ones. They're not protecting their members from outside enemies. They're making sure their members never become strong enough to leave. President Turner studied the fleet positions with the eye of someone who had spent years in the Senate Armed Services Committee before becoming president. How long have they been doing this? Based on our analysis of historical data, at least 10,000 years, Dr. Wright replied. Possibly much longer. The Council has perfected a system of peaceful conquest that's so subtle most species never realize what's happening to them. The room fell silent as the three leaders contemplated the magnitude of what they had discovered. Outside the windows, tourists walked past the White House fence, taking pictures and enjoying their freedom in a way that no Council member species had experienced for millennia. "What about species that tried to leave?" President Turner asked. Ryan Clark's expression darkened. "We found records of 17 species that attempted to withdraw from Council membership over the past 3,000 years. 12 of them were destroyed in what the Council called tragic internal conflicts. The other 5 simply disappeared from all records. Officially, they never existed." President Turner felt a chill despite the warm sunlight streaming through the windows. "So our choice was really between comfortable slavery and potential extinction." "That's exactly right," Dr. Wright confirmed. "But there's something else, something that made our decision easier." She manipulated the display again, this time showing the outer edges of the galaxy where stars were marked in blue instead of green or red. "These are independent worlds," she explained. "Species that were never invited to join the Council because they were considered too primitive or too remote to be worth the effort. Most of them don't even know the Council exists." President Turner leaned forward with interest. "How many?" "Thousands," Dr. Wright replied. "Maybe tens of thousands. The Council controls perhaps 30% of the galaxy's inhabited worlds. The rest are developing independently, exploring space on their own, making their own discoveries. And they're advancing," Ryan Clark added. "Some of them have achieved technologies that rival or exceed Council capabilities in specific areas. They're proof that the Council's way is not the only way to develop as a civilization." President Turner stood and walked to the window, looking out at the city where millions of humans went about their daily lives, unaware that their species had just chosen one of the most dangerous paths possible for their future. "So we're betting that humanity can succeed where thousands of other species have failed," she said. "We're betting that we can develop independently, defend ourselves against Council pressure, and maybe even find allies among these other independent worlds." "It's a huge risk," Ryan Clark admitted. "If we're wrong, if we can't advance fast enough or find strong enough allies, the Council will eventually decide that we're a threat that needs to be eliminated." Dr. Wright joined the president at the window. "But if we're right, if we can prove that there's an alternative to Council membership, we might be able to offer other species a choice they've never had before." President Turner thought about Jake Morrison and his team, still aboard the Council station, representing humanity in the most dangerous diplomatic situation in human history. She thought about the scientists and engineers who were already working around the clock to accelerate human technological development. She thought about the military planners who were designing defenses against threats they could barely imagine. "What's the status of the Independence Project?" she asked. Ryan Clark consulted his secure tablet. "Construction began the day after. Jake delivered our rejection. We're building our first true interstellar warship using entirely human technology. It won't be as advanced as Council ships, but it will be ours. Captain Hayes will command it when she returns from the Council station." "And the diplomatic initiatives?" Dr. Wright smiled for the first time that morning. "We've already made contact with 12 independent species along the galaxy's outer rim. 3 of them have expressed interest in forming mutual defense agreements. They're as tired of Council pressure as we are." President Turner returned to her desk and looked at the folders that contained humanity's greatest secret and greatest hope. "So we're not just refusing to join the Council. We're starting a revolution." "That's exactly what we're doing," Ryan Clark confirmed. "The question is whether we're strong enough to survive what comes next." Outside the Oval Office, in research facilities and shipyards around the world, humanity had already begun preparing for a future that would be entirely of their own making. They had chosen freedom over safety, growth over comfort, and the dangerous path of independence over the easy road of surrender. The galaxy was about to learn that when humans made a choice, they committed to it completely, no matter what the cost might be. Jake Morrison had learned to read alien emotions better than he had ever imagined possible during his extended stay on the Council station. 3 weeks had passed since humanity's rejection, and he had used every moment to gather information. That could mean the difference between his species' survival and extinction. The diplomatic quarters where he lived with Captain Lisa Hayes and Dr. Nathan Cross had become an informal intelligence center where they carefully documented everything they observed about Council operations. The breakthrough came during what seemed like a casual conversation in the station's recreation area. Jake had been sharing what humans called coffee with Sub-Ambassador Kralton of the Hegemony of Worlds, a species that looked somewhat like large lizards walking upright. Kralton's people had joined the Council only 50 years earlier, which made them practically newcomers in an organization that measured time in millennia. "Tell me about your world before you joined the Council," Jake asked, keeping his tone light and conversational, while Dr. Cross nearby pretended to study alien plant specimens, but was actually recording everything through devices hidden in his scientific equipment. Kralton's reptilian features shifted in what Jake had learned was an expression of deep sadness among his people. "Ah, those were days of glory and terror both," he said through his translation device. "We had just achieved travel to other stars when the Council invitation came. Our people were so proud, so excited. We thought we had reached the greatest moment in our history." "It must have been an incredible feeling," Jake prompted, genuinely curious about how other species had experienced the moment that humanity had rejected. "For the first few years, yes. The Council gave us medical technology that eliminated most diseases overnight. They gave us manufacturing systems that ended poverty on our world within a single generation. They gave us access to the greatest library of knowledge that had ever existed. Our people celebrated for months." Captain Hayes, who was sitting at a nearby table reviewing what appeared to be routine diplomatic reports, looked up with carefully controlled interest. "That sounds wonderful. Your people must have been very grateful." Kralton's expression grew even sadder. "We were grateful, yes, but we did not understand what we were trading away until it was too late to change our minds." Dr. Cross stopped pretending to study plants and gave Kralton his full attention. "What do you mean?" "Within 5 years, our universities stopped teaching advanced sciences. Why should they, when Council technology was always superior to anything we could develop? Within 10 years, our young people stopped choosing careers in research and development. Council databases already contained the answers to every question they might ask." Jake felt a chill as he began to understand the true scope of what humanity had avoided. "But surely your people were happier, healthier, safer." "Safer, yes. Healthier, yes. Happier." Kralton's laugh was a harsh sound even through the translator. "How can you be happy when you realize you have given up everything that made your people who they were? We were explorers once, inventors, dreamers who looked at the stars and wondered what we might find there. Now we are tourists in our own lives, consumers of other people's achievements." Captain Hayes leaned forward slightly. "But you must have gained so much from contact with other civilizations. The knowledge, the culture, the perspective of thousands of different species." "Have we?" Kralton asked. "Or have we simply become pale copies of the same Council model that every member species eventually becomes? Look around this station, Ambassador Morrison. Do you see diversity, or do you see conformity dressed up? In different colors and shapes?" That evening, in the privacy of their quarters, The human team compared what they had learned with growing alarm. Jake activated the secure communication system that would send an encrypted message back to Earth, though he knew it would take weeks to arrive even using humanity's fastest transmission methods. Every species we've talked to tells the same story. Jake reported to the camera that would carry his words across the galaxy to President Turner and her advisors. Initial gratitude and celebration followed by gradual realization of what they've lost. The Council doesn't conquer through military force, they conquer through dependency. Dr. Cross added his scientific observations. The pattern is consistent across every member species we've encountered. Within a generation, they lose the ability to innovate independently. Within 2 generations, they can't survive without Council support. It's the most effective form of peaceful conquest I've ever studied. Captain Hayes provided the military analysis. And if any species tries to leave, they face the combined might of all remaining members. It's not presented as conquest or punishment. It's presented as the unfortunate necessity of maintaining galactic peace and stability. Jake looked directly into the camera, knowing that his next words would be studied by every leader on Earth. The Council system isn't just about controlling member species, it's about preventing any alternative to their system from emerging. They've created a galaxy where independence is seen as a form of dangerous madness. Over the following days, the human team made contact with representatives from other species, always careful to frame their conversations as cultural exchange rather than intelligence gathering. The picture that emerged was even more disturbing than they had initially understood. Dr. Cross discovered that the Council actively suppressed information about independent worlds. Most member species didn't even know that thousands of civilizations existed outside Council control. They had been taught to believe that Council membership was the natural and inevitable result of any species achieving interstellar travel. Captain Hayes learned that the Council military was designed specifically to respond to internal dissent rather than external threats. Their entire strategic doctrine was based on the assumption that the greatest danger to galactic peace came from member species that might try to regain their independence. Jake uncovered the most troubling information of all during a conversation with an elderly diplomat from the Zerion Collective, a species that had been Council members for over 800 years. The diplomat, whose name was unpronounceable to human vocal cords, revealed that several species had attempted to leave the Council over the centuries. What happened to them? Jake asked, though he suspected he already knew the answer. The diplomats. 3 eyes showed an expression that Jake had learned to recognize as fear. There were complications, internal conflicts, tragic misunderstandings. The details are classified, but the results were always the same. The species in question were no longer capable of maintaining their independence. That night, Jake lay, awake in his quarters thinking about what they had learned. Humanity had not simply rejected an offer of galactic citizenship. They had declared their intention to remain free in a galaxy where freedom was considered a disease that had to be cured. Through the transparent wall of his quarters, Jake could see stars scattered across the darkness of space. Somewhere among those stars were thousands of independent worlds that didn't even know they were part of a resistance movement. Somewhere else were the homeworlds of Council member species that had once dreamed of exploring those same stars but had traded those dreams for safety and comfort. And somewhere, racing through space toward an uncertain future, were the signals carrying humanity's rejection and everything they had learned about the true nature of the galaxy they lived in. Jake smiled grimly as he finally drifted off to sleep. Humanity had chosen the most dangerous path possible, but they had chosen it with their eyes wide open. The Council was about to learn that humans had a long history of refusing to surrender their freedom, no matter what the cost might be. 6 months had passed since humanity shocked the galaxy with their impossible rejection, and the Galactic Council found itself facing something that had never existed in their 10,000-year history, a species that continued to grow stronger, outside their control. In the highest security briefing room of the Council station, Prime Zeth Kree gathered his most trusted advisors to discuss a problem that threatened the very foundation of their civilization. Intelligence Director Theiss resonated with frequencies that indicated extreme concern as he presented his latest report. Human technological advancement has accelerated by 400% since their rejection of our offer. They are developing innovations that our predictive models said they would not achieve for at least 50 years. The holographic display showed human space installations that had appeared seemingly overnight. New mining operations in their asteroid belt, construction facilities that were building ships unlike anything in their previous fleet, and research stations conducting experiments that Council scientists found genuinely intriguing. More disturbing, this continued, is the nature of their innovations. They are not simply advancing along expected technological paths. They are developing solutions to problems that we solve differently, often more efficiently than our standard methods. Military Commander Vex-Tar studied the display with growing unease. His warrior instincts told him that something fundamental had changed in the balance of galactic power, even though the humans still possessed only a tiny fraction of Council military strength. They have begun construction of what appears to be a new class of warship, he reported. Our analysis suggests it incorporates design principles that we have never encountered. It appears to be built for extended independent operation rather than fleet coordination. Prime Zethkri's 6 eyes focused on the ship designs with interest that bordered on concern. Show me their defensive capabilities. The display shifted to show Earth's solar system, but now it looked very different than it had 6 months earlier. New structures orbited every major planet and asteroid. Detection grids stretched throughout the system. Most importantly, the humans had built their defenses using principles that Council military doctrine had never anticipated. They are not trying to match our firepower, Vex-Tar explained. They are building defenses designed to make conquest too expensive to be worth the effort. Every installation is designed to operate independently. Every ship is built to continue fighting even if cut off from support. They are preparing for a war of attrition. Trade Minister Pluvia bubbled with confusion as she added her economic analysis. Most disturbing of all, they have made contact with 17 independent species along the galactic rim. They are not demanding tribute or submission. They are offering mutual defense agreements and technology exchanges. What kind of technology exchanges? Prime Zethkri asked. Equal partnerships, Pluvia replied, her tentacles writhing with disbelief. They share their innovations freely and ask only for the same in return. They are creating the first truly voluntary alliance the galaxy has seen in millennia. The implications of this development struck every member of the Council leadership team simultaneously. For 10,000 years, their system had worked because there was no alternative to Council membership. Species could join and accept gradual absorption into the Council collective, or they could remain primitive and isolated. The humans were creating a third option that should not have been possible. How many independent species have accepted human alliance offers? Prime Zethkri asked. 7 so far, with 3 more currently negotiating agreements, Pluvia answered. They call it the Independent Worlds Alliance. They are offering protection without domination, advancement without dependence. Far from the Council station in the solar system that had become the center of galactic attention, President Amy Turner stood before a joint session of Congress to announce humanity's next phase of development. The chamber was packed with representatives who understood they were making decisions that would affect not just their own species, but the entire structure of galactic civilization. 6 months ago, we made the most important decision in human history, President Turner began. We chose freedom over safety, growth over comfort, independence over the easy path of submission. Today, I can report that our choice was correct. The chamber erupted in applause, but President Turner raised her hand for silence. However, we must not mistake our early success for final victory. The Galactic Council has maintained control over this galaxy for 10,000 years. They will not allow our example to spread without attempting to stop us. She activated a holographic display that showed the current state of human space. The transformation was remarkable even to those who had lived through it. Where 6 months earlier there had been a few primitive space stations and experimental ships, now there was a thriving interstellar civilization that grew stronger every day. Today, I am announcing the launch of humanity's first true starship, the UES Independence, under the command of Captain Lisa Hayes. Her mission will be to make contact with independent species throughout the galaxy and offer them something the Council never has: a choice. In space above Earth, Captain Hayes stood on the bridge of the Independence as final preparations were completed for humanity's most ambitious mission ever attempted. The ship represented everything humanity had learned about building technology that could operate without outside support. It was not as large as Council ships, not as heavily armed, but it was entirely human in design and purpose. "All stations report ready for departure," announced her first officer, Commander Jack Peterson. Captain Hayes looked at the view screen that showed Earth growing smaller as they moved away from humanity's homeworld. Somewhere in space, Jake Morrison and his diplomatic team were still aboard the Council station, representing humanity in the most dangerous assignment in human history. Somewhere else, the Council was deciding how to respond to humanity's continued defiance of their system. "Set course for the Kepler system," Captain Hayes ordered. "It's time to offer the galaxy an alternative to Council membership." The Independence engaged its uniquely human faster-than-light drive and disappeared into the depths of space, carrying with it humanity's message of freedom and independence to species that had never imagined such concepts were possible. Back on the Council station, Prime Zethkri stood alone in his private chambers, looking out at stars that had remained unchanged for billions of years while civilizations rose and fell in the space between them. For the first time in his long life as Council leader, he faced a problem that could not be solved through the application of superior technology and patient manipulation. Humanity had done something unprecedented. They had proven that the Council way was not the only way. Worse, they had begun to demonstrate that their way might actually be better. Species that had been Council members for centuries were beginning to ask questions that had not been asked in millennia. Independent worlds that had never been contacted by the Council were organizing into alliances that could eventually challenge Council dominance. "Alert the fleet commanders," Prime Zethkri ordered his personal aide. "It appears we have no choice but to demonstrate why independence is such a dangerous illusion. If humanity wants to choose the difficult path, we must show them and the galaxy exactly how difficult that path can become." The galaxy stood on the edge of its first major war in over 3,000 years, and at its center was a young species that had dared to believe that freedom was worth any price they might have to pay for it.
The large view screen on the bridge of the Earth Alliance ship Defiance showed the approaching Zoraxian vessel. It was massive, at least 5 times the size of the human ship, with a sleek design that seemed to shimmer against the backdrop of stars. Captain Olivia Marsh stood tall, her blue uniform crisp and perfect. This was humanity's first official meeting with an alien civilization, and she felt the weight of responsibility on her shoulders. "Are the communication channels open?" she asked, her voice steady despite her racing heart. "Yes, Captain," replied Communications Officer Gray Harris. "They're receiving our signal." Lieutenant Commander Daniel Wright moved to stand beside his captain. His eyes narrowed as he studied the alien ship. Something about this meeting felt wrong to him, but he couldn't explain why. "You look worried." "Right," Olivia said quietly. Daniel nodded. "Just being careful, Captain. They contacted us out of nowhere, already knowing our language. That takes time and study. You think they've been watching us. I think we should be ready for anything." The view screen flickered, and the image of a Zoraxian appeared. The alien had gray-blue skin that seemed to reflect light like polished metal. Its 4 eyes blinked independently of each other, and when it spoke, its mouth didn't move in sync with the words. "Greetings, humans of Earth. I am High Commander Zex of the Zoraxian Empire. We come in peace and wish to establish friendly relations with your species." Captain Marsh stepped forward. "This is Captain Olivia Marsh of the Earth Alliance. We welcome you and look forward to peaceful exchanges between our peoples." The meeting continued smoothly. The Zoraxians spoke of trade, cultural exchange, and shared knowledge. They invited a small team from the Defiance to visit their ship. Captain Marsh selected herself, Daniel, and 3 other crew members for the diplomatic party. As they prepared to board the shuttle, Daniel checked his hidden sidearm. Captain Marsh noticed. "We're going as peaceful representatives." "Right," she said with a frown. "And I intend for us to return that way too, Captain," he replied. The inside of the Zoraxian ship was even more impressive than its exterior. The walls seemed alive, pulsing with soft light. High Commander Zex led them through corridors filled with technology beyond human understanding. "Your ship is amazing," said Olivia. "Our engineers would love to learn about your propulsion systems." "All in good time," Zex replied with what appeared to be a smile. "First, let us discuss more important matters." They entered a large chamber with a window overlooking Earth. Several other Zoraxians waited there, standing around a table displaying a holographic map of the solar system. "What is this?" asked Daniel, his hand moving subtly toward his hidden weapon. High Commander Zex's tone changed completely. "This is the future. Your future." The hologram changed to show Earth's colonies across the solar system and beyond. One by one, they began to flash red. "Right now, our ships are moving into position around your settlements," Zex said coldly. "Your species has resources we need. Your resistance would be pointless." Captain Marsh stepped forward. "This is an act of war. Earth will defend itself." The Zoraxian laughed, a strange metallic sound. "With what? Your primitive weapons. Your handful of ships. We have studied you for decades. You are no threat to us." Daniel moved fast, drawing his weapon. But before he could fire, energy beams shot from the walls, freezing the humans in place. "Take them to the holding cells," Zex ordered. "Once we've secured the colonies, we'll deal with Earth itself." As they were dragged away, Daniel caught a glimpse through a viewport. In the distance, flashes of light erupted around the Mars colony. The attack had begun. In his pocket, Daniel's emergency beacon activated, sending a distress signal to Earth. The Zoraxians hadn't found it during their scan. They thought humanity was weak. They thought their attack would go unchallenged. They were wrong. On Earth, in a hidden facility deep beneath the Rocky Mountains, Admiral William Donovan received the signal. His face hardened as he pressed a red button on his desk. "Activate Phoenix Contingency," he said quietly. "It seems the war we prepared for has finally come." Commander Nathan Curtis woke to the sound of emergency sirens. His head throbbed, and dust filled the air around him. The ceiling of the Proxima Centauri IV colony hub had partially collapsed. Red emergency lights cast eerie shadows across the rubble. "Status report," he called out, pulling himself up. No one answered. Nathan checked his wrist computer. The colony's communication system was down. The last message he remembered was a warning about unidentified ships entering the system. He made his way through the damaged corridor, stepping over broken pipes and fallen support beams. The colony had been home to over 5,000 people. Now it was silent except for the distant wail of alarms. In the main control room, Nathan found Dr. Samantha Miller working frantically at a console. Her lab coat was torn and stained with blood from a cut on her forehead. "Commander Curtis," she said, looking up briefly. "I thought everyone in command was dead." "What happened?" Nathan asked, moving to help a man trapped under a fallen desk. "They came without warning," Samantha explained. "At least 3 massive ships. They disabled our defenses in seconds, then sent smaller craft to land. They're taking everything, our resources, our technology, and they're rounding up survivors." The man under the desk groaned as Nathan pulled him free. "Thanks," he said, His uniform identified him as Security Officer Alan Perez. "How many of us are left?" Nathan asked. "Maybe 100 hiding in the lower levels," Samantha replied. "These aliens, they call themselves Zoraxians. They don't seem to care about killing us. They just remove anyone in their way." A screen flickered to life, showing feed from the colony's exterior cameras. Nathan saw tall, metallic-skinned creatures directing hovering platforms that carried minerals and equipment from the colony storage areas. "They're treating this like a shopping trip," Alan said bitterly. "Like we're not even worth considering as a threat." Nathan watched as a group of human colonists was marched toward one of the alien ships. "We need to do something." Over the next few days, Nathan, Samantha, and Alan gathered more survivors. They created a makeshift headquarters in the colony's maintenance tunnels, deep below the surface where the aliens hadn't bothered to search thoroughly. "From what I can tell, they hit every major colony in this sector," said Linda Rogers, a communications specialist who had managed to repair a long-range receiver. "Earth sent out a general alert, but then went silent. No one knows what's happening there." Nathan looked at the small group gathered around him. 28 people, a mix of military personnel and civilians. Not an army, but maybe enough to start fighting back. "We need intelligence," he decided. "We need to know who these Zoraxians are and why they're here." Samantha stepped forward. "I might have a way. Before the attack, I was working on a project to enhance our sensor capabilities. If we can access the main lab, I could modify the equipment to monitor their communications." "That's in the central hub," Alan pointed out. "Crawling with aliens now." "Then we'll need a distraction," Nathan said. Their plan was simple but dangerous. Alan and a few others would create a commotion at the far end of the colony, drawing the alien guards away from the central hub. Meanwhile, Nathan would escort Samantha to her lab. The distraction worked better than they'd hoped. As explosions rocked the colony's power plant, most of the Zoraxian forces rushed to investigate. Nathan and Samantha slipped into the main hub through a maintenance shaft. In her lab, Samantha worked quickly, modifying her equipment. "They don't encrypt their communications," she said with surprise. "They don't think we could possibly understand their technology." As Samantha downloaded data, Nathan kept watch. Through the window, he could see a Zoraxian ship landing, larger than the others. "We need to hurry," he urged. "Got it," Samantha said, pocketing a small device. "Everything they're saying, everything they're planning. It's all here." As they escaped back through the tunnels, Samantha studied the data. Her face grew pale. "What is it?" Nathan asked. "They're not just raiding us," she whispered. "This is a full invasion, and Earth is their main target." Meanwhile, beneath the Rocky Mountains on Earth, Admiral Donovan entered a massive underground hangar. Hundreds of engineers and military personnel worked on sleek ships, unlike anything in Earth's official fleet. "Is the retribution ready?" he asked. "Almost, sir," answered Laura Blackwood, wiping grease from her hands. "The aliens won't know what hit them." Admiral William Donovan stood in the center of the underground command room, surrounded by large screens showing reports from across the solar system. Most displayed only static or emergency signals. Earth's colonies were falling one by one. 20 years I warned them," he said to no one in particular. 20 years I said we needed to prepare for a threat from beyond. Major Frank Ellis approached with a tablet. "The President and what's left of the Joint Chiefs have arrived, sir. They're waiting in the briefing room." Donovan nodded and made his way through the bustling facility. The Rocky Mountain complex had been his secret project for over a decade. Politicians had slashed military budgets, focusing instead on peaceful exploration. Donovan had diverted funds, created ghost projects, and built this facility off the books. Many had called him paranoid. No one was saying that now. In the briefing room, President Helen Garcia looked up as he entered. Her face showed exhaustion and shock. "Admiral," she said, "I think you owe us an explanation about this facility." "With respect, Madam President, I think recent events have done all the explaining needed," Donovan replied. The Phoenix contingency was created for exactly this scenario. An overwhelming alien force that our regular fleet couldn't handle. And you kept it secret from your own government. I kept it alive despite budget cuts and policies that would have killed it, Donovan corrected. Now it's our only hope. He activated a holographic display showing the solar system. Red dots indicated Zoraxian positions surrounding Earth and the major colonies. They've established blockades around every human settlement, he explained. Our conventional forces have been decimated, but they don't know about Project Retribution. General Ryan leaned forward. Which is what, exactly? Donovan pressed a button, and the room darkened. A wall slid open, revealing a massive window overlooking an enormous underground hangar. Below them, technicians worked on ships unlike any Earth had officially produced. Sleek, deadly vessels with advanced weapon systems. My God, whispered the president. How many? 50 ships, Donovan said. Not enough to match their fleet, but these aren't ordinary vessels. For that, I'll introduce you to our chief engineer. The door opened and Laura Blackwood entered. She wasn't in uniform, and her hands were stained with engine grease. 5 years ago, she had been the leading weapons designer at Global Dynamics until peace treaties restricted her work. Ms. Blackwood has been developing technology that will give us an edge, Donovan explained. Laura activated her own display, showing schematics of the ships below. The Zoraxians have better conventional weapons, but we have something they don't expect. 27 years ago, an alien craft crashed in the Arizona desert. It wasn't Zoraxian, but studying its technology gave us ideas they won't be prepared for. Like what? Asked General Ryan. Phase shift technology, Laura said. Their shields work on predictable energy frequencies. Our weapons can bypass them completely. President Garcia looked troubled. Why wasn't I informed about any of this? Plausible deniability, Donovan said simply. If the public found out about the crashed ship or these preparations, there would have been panic. And if we were wrong about the threat, your administration wouldn't be tied to a wasteful military project. Before the president could respond, an officer burst into the room. Admiral, we're receiving a transmission from Proxima Centauri IV. We thought that colony was destroyed. Put it through, Donovan ordered. A static-filled image appeared of a man in a torn Earth Alliance uniform. This is Commander Nathan Curtis. We have critical intelligence on Zoraxian movements and capabilities. They're planning to attack Earth directly within the week. Their central command ship carries their leadership cast. If you can strike that, their command structure will collapse. How did you get this information? Donovan asked. A woman appeared next to Commander Curtis. Dr. Samantha Miller, sir. I modified our sensors to intercept their communications. They're overconfident. They don't believe we have the capability or will to fight back. Laura Blackwood smiled grimly. They're about to learn how wrong they are. Donovan turned to the president. Madam President, I need your authorization to activate the fleet of retribution. President Garcia stood, her face resolute. Do it, Admiral. Show them humanity isn't as helpless as they thought. In orbit around Jupiter, hidden in a camouflaged base within the moon Callisto, Captain Eric Ramirez received the activation code and smiled. Crew to battle stations, he ordered. The hunt begins. Captain Eric Ramirez stood on the bridge of the EA's Vengeance, the largest ship in humanity's secret fleet. At 55 years old, with gray streaking his dark hair, he had been pulled from retirement for this mission. For 20 years, he had commanded Earth's best ships, until peace treaties reduced the military and forced him out. Status report, he ordered, his voice calm despite the tension in the air. All systems green, Captain, replied his first officer, Susan Martinez. The other ships are reporting ready as well. The Callisto base had been home to 12 ships of the Hidden Fleet. Similar bases existed on Titan, in the asteroid belt, and even in deep craters on Earth's moon. For years, they had trained in secret, prepared for a day they hoped would never come. Launch sequence initiated. announced the helmsman, emerging from concealment in 30 seconds. The roof of the hidden hangar slid open, revealing the stars above. One by one, the ships rose from their hiding place, their advanced engines barely making a sound. "Set course for the rendezvous point," Ramirez ordered. "Stealth systems at maximum." Unlike Earth's regular ships, the fleet of retribution vessels had been built with technology reverse-engineered from the Arizona crash site. Their hulls absorbed scanner signals rather than reflecting them. Their engines left no traditional heat signature. To the Zoraxians, they would be nearly invisible. In the weapons lab aboard the Vengeance, Lieutenant Kimberly Powell worked frantically to finish her calculations. At 28, she was the youngest senior officer in the fleet, a brilliant weapons specialist who had discovered something crucial about the enemy. Come on," she muttered, watching as her computer ran simulations. The screen flashed green, and she smiled. "Got you." She rushed to the bridge, tablet in hand. "Captain Ramirez, I've confirmed the weakness in their shield technology." Ramirez nodded for her to continue. The bridge crew turned to listen. "Their shields operate on a predictable mathematical sequence," she explained. "It changes frequencies to block different types of attacks, but the pattern is consistent. If we time our weapons to fire at precisely the right moment in their cycle, we can penetrate their defenses with minimal power." "Can you program our weapon systems accordingly?" Ramirez asked. "Already done, sir. I've transmitted the firing solutions to all ships in the fleet." Ramirez smiled for the first time in days. "Good work, Howell. This could make all the difference." Meanwhile, on the other side of the solar system, Zoraxian ships surrounded Earth. Their massive vessels dwarfed the remaining human defenses. Orbital platforms fell silent one by one as they were disabled or destroyed. On the Zoraxian command ship, Supreme Commander Vorex watched with satisfaction. "The human resistance is crumbling," reported his second-in-command. "Their major military bases have been neutralized. We've detected no sign of their main fleet." "They have no main fleet," Vorex said dismissively. "Our intelligence was thorough. Their ships are primitive and few. Begin landing operations." "Should we demand surrender first?" asked his officer. Vorex made a gesture of contempt. "Unnecessary. They are barely worth the effort of conquest. Their only value is their resources and perhaps some as labor." Little did he know that deep in the edges of the solar system, humanity's true fleet was gathering. Ships emerged from hidden bases across the outer planets, converging at a point beyond Pluto. Captain Ramirez stood before the assembled captains via holographic communication. 24 men and women commanding the most advanced vessels humans had ever built. "For years we trained for this day," he told them. "We hoped it would never come, but we prepared nonetheless. The Zoraxians believe they've won already. They think humanity is defeated." His eyes hardened. "It's time to show them how wrong they are." He displayed the battle plan developed by Admiral Donovan and the fleet's strategists. It was risky, unconventional, nothing like traditional space combat tactics. "They expect us to fight like we always have," Ramirez explained. "Instead, we'll do what humans do best, adapt and surprise. We attack in 36 hours. Make your final preparations." As the meeting ended, Lieutenant Powell approached Ramirez. "Sir, what are our chances, really?" Ramirez considered the question. "The Zoraxians have numbers and firepower. We have surprise and ingenuity." He smiled grimly. Throughout history, never bet against desperate humans with nothing left to lose. On Earth, Laura Blackwood made final adjustments to the weapon that might turn the tide of war. "Hold on," she whispered to no one in particular. "Help is coming." Commander Nathan Curtis pressed his back against the wall, signaling for Samantha to stay low. 2 Zoraxian guards walked past, their metal-like skin reflecting the dim emergency lights of the colony corridor. "Clear," he whispered once they passed. "The landing bay is just ahead." After 2 weeks of hiding and gathering intelligence on Proxima Centauri IV, Nathan and Samantha had made a discovery that could change the course of the war. The Zoraxians had brought their central command vessel to the colony, believing it was secure from any human threat. "Are you sure about this plan?" Samantha asked, as they moved toward the bay where smaller Zoraxian ships were docked. "If we're caught, we'll never get this data back to Earth." Nathan checked the small weapon he had assembled from colony tools and spare parts. It wasn't powerful, but tests showed it could stun a Zoraxian for a few seconds. "Admiral Donovan needs to know what's on this data drive," Nathan said firmly. "The Zoraxian fleet movements, their command structure, their battle plans. It's all here. If we don't get it to Earth, any counterattack will be flying blind." They reached the landing bay door. Through the small window, they could see 3 Zoraxians working on a shuttle. "Remember the plan," Nathan whispered. "I create a distraction. You get to the shuttle and start the launch sequence." Samantha nodded, clutching the precious data drive. During her time studying Zoraxian communications, she had also learned the basics of their ship controls. Nathan took a deep breath and pushed through the door. "Hey," he shouted, immediately firing his makeshift weapon at the nearest alien. The Zoraxian fell, temporarily paralyzed. The other 2 turned, reaching for their weapons. Nathan fired again, missing one but hitting the other. He dove behind cargo containers as energy blasts struck the wall behind him. Samantha raced toward the shuttle while the aliens focused on Nathan. She reached the open hatch and slipped inside, quickly moving to the control panel. The symbols were strange, but matched what she had studied from intercepted communications. Outside, Nathan was pinned down. The remaining Zoraxian called for backup as it moved closer to his position. Inside the shuttle, Samantha worked frantically. The engine hummed to life, and the shuttle systems lit up. She looked out the viewport to see Nathan still trapped behind the containers. Making a quick decision, she activated the shuttle's external loading arm. The mechanical limb swung around, striking the remaining Zoraxian from behind and sending it crashing into a wall. "Now, Nathan," she called through the ship's external speakers. Nathan sprinted for the shuttle, diving through the hatch just as doors at the far end of the bay slid open, revealing a squad of Zoraxian guards. The hatch sealed shut behind him. "Get us out of here," he gasped, pulling himself into the co-pilot's seat. Samantha pushed forward on the controls. The shuttle lifted off, turning toward the bay's force field that kept the atmosphere in but allowed ships to pass through. "Hold on," she warned as they accelerated toward it. Behind them, energy blasts from Zoraxian weapons struck the shuttle's rear shields. They burst through the force field into space. Immediately, alarms sounded from the command console. "They're tracking us," Nathan said, studying the alien display. "And there's a warship moving to intercept." "I know," Samantha replied, her hand steady on the controls. "But I found something in their communication logs. Watch." She entered a specific code sequence, and the shuttle's identification signal changed. When she opened a channel, she spoke in carefully practiced Zoraxian phrases. The pursuing ship hesitated, then moved away. "What did you do?" Nathan asked in amazement. "I gave them the clearance code for a high-priority courier mission," she explained. "They think we're on official business for their high command." Nathan laughed softly. "Brilliant. Will it get us past their blockade?" "It should. And then we make a run for Earth." She looked at him seriously. "It'll take us at least 4 days at this shuttle's top speed. Then we better hope Earth can hold out that long," Nathan said, looking back at the shrinking form of the colony. "And that Admiral Donovan has something ready when we arrive." On Earth, Laura Blackwood connected the final component to what she called the Blackwood device. The weapon was small enough to fit on a standard missile, but could disrupt Zoraxian shield harmonics across an entire fleet. "It's ready," she told Admiral Donovan. "Let's just hope we get the chance to use it." Admiral Donovan stood in the command center beneath the Rocky Mountains, watching as red dots representing Zoraxian ships moved closer to Earth. The planet's remaining defenses were falling rapidly. 3 days had passed since the initial attack, and humanity seemed on the brink of defeat. "Sir, we've detected an incoming ship," reported a young officer. "Small, Zoraxian design, but it's broadcasting on an Earth Alliance emergency frequency." Donovan straightened. "Put it through." The main screen flickered, showing a tired-looking man and woman in a cramped cockpit. "This is Commander Nathan Curtis and Dr. Samantha Miller from Proxima Centauri IV. We've acquired critical enemy intelligence and request immediate landing clearance." "Authentication code," Donovan demanded. "Phoenix Rising, 7-3 Alpha." Nathan replied without hesitation. Donovan nodded. "Clearance granted. Sending coordinates for a secure landing site now." An hour later, Nathan and Samantha stood in the command center, presenting their findings to Donovan, President Garcia, and the fleet commanders participating via secure transmission. "The Zoraxians operate on a rigid hierarchy," Samantha explained, displaying the alien command structure. "Supreme Commander Vorex controls everything from his flagship, the Dominion. Their entire battle network connects to it." Nathan pointed to the tactical display. "They're planning to begin planetary invasion in 24 hours. But here's their weakness. They've concentrated most of their leadership on the command ship, believing it's invulnerable." "No ship is invulnerable," said Captain Ramirez from his position near Pluto, "especially when they don't know we're coming." Admiral Donovan studied the data. "This is exactly what we needed." "Captain Ramirez, how soon can the fleet of Retribution be ready to move?" "We're ready now, sir. Just give the word." Donovan turned to Laura Blackwood. "And the Blackwood device?" "Fully operational," she replied. "I've miniaturized it enough that we can equip 12 missiles. One hit on their command ship should disrupt their shield harmonics across the entire fleet." President Garcia, who had been silent until now, spoke up. "What are the odds of success, Admiral? Honestly." Donovan considered for a moment. "The Zoraxians outnumber us 10-1, but they're overconfident. They don't know about our fleet or our technology. If we hit them hard and fast, focusing on their command structure rather than trying to match them ship for ship, I'd say we have a fighting chance." The President nodded. "Then it's time. You have full authorization to launch Operation Retribution." Across the solar system, hidden ships receive their orders. From bases on Callisto, Titan, the asteroid belt, and Earth's moon, vessels of the fleet of Retribution powered up and prepared to move. On the bridge of the EEA's Vengeance, Captain Ramirez addressed his crew. "The moment we've trained for has arrived. Earth is counting on us. Every human settlement across the stars is counting on us." He activated the ship-wide communication system. "All hands, battle stations, prepare for immediate departure." Throughout the ship, men and women moved with purpose. In the weapons bay, Lieutenant Powell supervised the loading of missiles equipped with Laura Blackwood's device. "Will it work?" asked a young weapons officer. Powell nodded confidently. "The aliens think they know everything about human technology. They're about to learn how wrong they are." In the engine room, Chief Engineer Jake Davidson made final adjustments to the experimental drive system. Unlike conventional Earth ships, the Vengeance could travel at speeds that should have been impossible, another gift from the Arizona crash site. "All systems green, Captain," he reported to the bridge. "She's ready to show what she can do." As the fleet prepared to move, Admiral Donovan sent one final message to all ships. "For years, we hoped this day would never come. We built this fleet not because we wanted war, but because we needed to be ready. The Zoraxians believed that because we sought peace, we were unprepared for war. Today, they learned their mistake. Today, humanity shows that we will not go quietly. We will not surrender, and we will have our retribution." On the Zoraxian command ship, Supreme Commander Vorex prepared the final invasion plans, unaware that 24 hours from now, his certainty of victory would be shattered. Earth's hidden fleet moved as one, accelerating toward the inner solar system. The fleet of Retribution was coming, and it was coming for blood. Supreme Commander Vorex stood on the bridge of the Dominion, watching as Earth grew larger on the main view screen. Around the blue planet, hundreds of Zoraxian ships moved into invasion positions. The humans had put up more resistance than expected, but it had made no difference. Their major military bases were silent. Their space fleet was reduced to scattered remnants hiding among the inner planets. Final invasion preparations are complete, reported his second-in-command. Ground forces are boarding landing craft now. Excellent, Vorex said. Begin the first wave in 1 hour. A junior officer approached nervously. Supreme Commander, our long-range sensors have detected unusual energy readings near Saturn. Probably debris from our attack on their outpost, Vorex said dismissively. Nothing to concern us. The junior officer hesitated. The readings are moving, sir, toward us. Beyond the orbit of Mars, the fleet of Retribution emerged from stealth mode. 24 warships arranged in a formation no military tactician would recognize. Captain Ramirez had studied ancient human naval battles, not conventional space warfare tactics. The Zoraxians expected standard approach patterns. They would not get them. All ships, execute Maneuver Thunder, Ramirez ordered from the bridge of the Vengeance. Lieutenant Powell, ready the Blackwood device. The human fleet split into 3 groups, each taking an unexpected vector. Rather than approaching Earth directly, they used Mars as a gravitational slingshot, accelerating to speeds that made them difficult to track. On the Dominion, alarms suddenly blared. Supreme Commander, called the sensor officer. Multiple ships approaching from Sector 7. Impossible, Vorex snapped. Our intelligence confirmed the humans have no significant fleet remaining. These are not in our database, the officer replied, fear evident in his voice. Design unknown. Speed exceeding known human capabilities. Vorex stared at the tactical display in disbelief as red dots appeared, moving rapidly toward his fleet. Launch interceptors. All ships, battle positions. But the human fleet didn't engage as expected. Instead of confronting the Zoraxian ships head-on, they executed a series of complex maneuvers, weaving through the alien formation. Several smaller Zoraxian vessels collided trying to adjust their course. On the Vengeance, Lieutenant Powell watched her targeting computer. Captain, I have a lock on the Dominion's shield frequency. Fire when ready, Lieutenant, Ramirez ordered calmly. Powell pressed the firing control. A single missile shot from the Vengeance, followed by missiles from 3 other ships. The Zoraxians targeted them with point defense systems, destroying 2. But 2 missiles continued toward the Dominion. Impact in 5 seconds, Powell reported. On the Dominion, Vorex watched in confusion as the human missiles approached. They were too small to cause significant damage to his massive flagship. Let them hit, he ordered. Our shields will hold. The missiles struck the Dominion's shields. Instead of exploding, they emitted a pulse of energy that rippled across the shield surface. For a moment, nothing happened. Then every alarm on the Zoraxian command ship began to sound at once. Shields failing, shouted the defense officer. All frequencies destabilizing. Vorex couldn't believe what he was hearing. Impossible. Reroute power to secondary systems. But it was too late. The Blackwood device had done its work, disrupting the mathematical sequence that controlled the Zoraxian shield technology. And not just on the Dominion. The effect spread through their linked defense network, weakening shields across the entire fleet. All ships, commence attack pattern Delta, Captain Ramirez ordered. Target their weapons systems first. The human fleet moved with unexpected precision, striking at the suddenly vulnerable Zoraxian ships. The aliens tried to respond, but their tactics were rigid, predictable. They had never faced an enemy who fought like this. Admiral Donovan watched from the command center on Earth as human ships darted between much larger Zoraxian vessels, delivering precise strikes where the alien shields were weakest. It's working, Laura Blackwood said in amazement. They've never encountered an enemy who fights unpredictably. On the Vengeance, Captain Ramirez felt the ship shudder as a Zoraxian blast struck their port side. Damage report. Shields holding at 60%, reported First Officer Martinez. We can still fight. Ramirez nodded grimly. Target their flagship's propulsion systems. We're not just here to fight. We're here to win. Across the battlefield, the tide was turning. The Zoraxians had numbers, but the humans had surprise, ingenuity, and one thing the aliens had never counted on: the burning desire for retribution. The battle around Earth had raged for 6 hours. Debris from destroyed ships, both human and Zoraxian, drifted through space. The fleet of Retribution had struck with such surprise and effectiveness that nearly a third of the Zoraxian armada was damaged or destroyed. But humanity's ships had taken heavy losses too. Of the 24 vessels that began the attack, only 15 remained operational. On the bridge of the Vengeance, Captain Ramirez wiped blood from a cut on his forehead. Status report. Shields at 30%. First Officer Martinez replied. Weapons still operational, but we're running low on missiles equipped with the Blackwood device. Lieutenant Powell looked up from her tactical display. Sir, the Dominion is regrouping. They're forming a defensive position around their command ship. Ramirez studied the battle map. The Zoraxian flagship was damaged, but still dangerous. Supreme Commander Vorex was adapting to human tactics faster than expected. The element of surprise was fading. We need to end this now, Ramirez said grimly, before they can fully recover. Suddenly, alarms blared across the bridge. New contact, called the sensor officer. Ship approaching from Sector 3. Zoraxian reinforcements, Ramirez asked, his heart sinking. The officer shook his head in confusion. No, sir. It's an Earth Alliance design, but like nothing I've ever seen before. The main screen showed a sleek black ship moving rapidly toward the battle. It was clearly human-made but incorporated alien design elements. Open a channel, Ramirez ordered. The screen flickered to show the bridge of the unknown vessel. Ramirez couldn't believe his eyes. Standing at the command station was Captain Olivia Marsh, who everyone believed had died when the Defiance was destroyed in the initial attack. Captain Ramirez, she said with a tired smile. Looks like you could use some help. Marsh, how is this possible? Ramirez asked in disbelief. No time to explain fully, she replied. Short version, we were captured, not killed. Some of us managed to take control of a Zoraxian prison transport. We've modified it with technology we stole during our escape. Her expression hardened. And we've brought friends. The camera panned to show dozens of freed human prisoners at various stations on the bridge, along with military personnel from other captured Earth vessels. We've studied their communication protocols from the inside, Marsh continued. We can send false orders to confuse their fleet. On the Dominion, Supreme Commander Vorex was shouting at his officers. How are these humans predicting our movements? It's impossible. Sir, we're receiving conflicting orders across all channels, reported his communications officer. Fleet cohesion is breaking down. Override all automated systems, Vorex ordered. Direct control only. But it was too late. The coordinated Zoraxian defense was falling into chaos as different ships received different instructions. Captain Ramirez seized the opportunity. All ships, focus fire on the Dominion. This is our chance. The remaining vessels of the fleet of Retribution, joined by Captain Marsh's modified ship, concentrated their attack on the Zoraxian flagship. With their shields weakened by the Blackwood device and their coordination disrupted by Marsh's false commands, the aliens couldn't mount an effective defense. On Earth, Admiral Donovan watched the battle with growing hope. They're doing it, he said quietly. They're actually doing it. The Dominion's hull began to rupture under the sustained assault. Escape pods launched from the massive ship. The systems failed across its length. Supreme Commander, pleaded Vorex's second-in-command, we must abandon ship. The humans have won this battle. Vorex stared at the tactical display in disbelief. Impossible. They were peaceful. Weak. How could they have hidden such weapons, such ships? They didn't want war, his officer replied. But they were prepared for it. We misjudged them completely. In the final moments before evacuation, Vorex sent a message to the Zoraxian Empire. Do not underestimate the humans. We attacked believing they would not fight back. We were wrong. Their retribution is terrible. As the Dominion broke apart, the remaining Zoraxian ships began to retreat. Without their command structure, without their supreme commander, their invasion had failed. Captain Ramirez looked at the earth below, scared but not conquered. Send word to Admiral Donovan, he ordered. The fleet of retribution has done its job. Earth is safe. Across the solar system, on colonies and outposts that had suffered under Zoraxian attack, humans looked up to see their enemy fleeing. Humanity had been pushed to the brink of defeat, but had not broken. Instead, they had fought back with unexpected strength and determination. The Zoraxians had learned a painful lesson. Those who seek peace are not necessarily unprepared for war. Commander Jack Wilson looked out the viewport of the U.S. frontier as the massive Council station came into view. The structure was unlike anything humans had ever built. A spinning wheel of silver and blue metal that seemed to glow from within. After decades of wondering if humans were alone in the universe, the answer had arrived 6 months ago in the form of a transmission from the Galactic Council. Nervous? Asked Lisa Murphy, standing next to him in her formal diplomatic uniform. Her red hair was pulled back in a tight bun, and she carried a tablet with Earth's official greeting messages. Just ready to get this over with, Jack replied, straightening his Navy dress uniform. 20 years in space and nothing prepared me for first contact. The year was 2157. Humanity had recently mastered faster-than-light travel, allowing them to establish 3 small colonies on nearby habitable planets. Their expansion had caught the attention of the Galactic Council, a coalition of 17 advanced alien species who claimed authority over this sector of the Milky Way. The shuttle detached from the frontier with a gentle shudder. Jack, Lisa, and 3 other human representatives made their way toward the Council station. Jack watched as Lisa reviewed her notes one final time. The success of this meeting would determine humanity's place among the stars. Remember, Lisa said quietly, we're here to learn and observe. The Council has existed for thousands of years. We're the newcomers. The shuttle docked with barely a sound. When the doors slid open, Jack got his first look at aliens up close. 2 tall beings with blue-gray skin and large, dark eyes waited for them. Behind them stood a shorter creature covered in what looked like golden fur. Welcome, representatives of Earth, said the taller alien in perfect English. I am Ambassador Xarian of the Volari. This is second speaker Zix Talon of the Meridian Collective. The golden-furred alien bobbed its head. And I am Trade Minister Calamore. We are honored to welcome the newest spacefaring species to Council space. Lisa stepped forward. On behalf of Earth and all human colonies, we thank you for this invitation. We come in peace and with hopes of friendship. The aliens led them through corridors filled with other strange beings. Some looked almost human, while others defied description. Jack noted the advanced technology everywhere. Doors that opened before anyone approached them, lights that adjusted automatically to each species' needs, and what appeared to be holograms serving as signs. They entered a massive chamber with a circular table. Representatives from all 17 Council species were present. Jack found himself staring at a being that seemed to be made entirely of shifting crystal formations. Ambassador Xarian guided them to their seats. The Council has been observing Earth for some time. Your rapid technological development is impressive. Jack didn't miss the slight pause. How long have you been watching us? Zix Talon answered, we detected your first radio signals nearly a century ago. When you detonated nuclear weapons, the Council took special interest. Lisa quickly interjected, those were difficult times in our history. Humanity has evolved beyond such conflicts. Of course, said Calamore, though her tone suggested doubt. All species experience growing pains. The meeting continued for hours. The Council explained their structure, their laws, and what they called the natural order of galactic civilization. Jack listened carefully, noting how often they emphasized stability and control. As the formal meeting ended, Jack overheard two council members speaking in low tones. "They've armed all their colonies already," one whispered. "Even their civilian ships have defensive capabilities." "Typical of predator species," the other replied. The inner circle was right to be concerned. Jack pretended not to hear, but made a mental note to report this to Earth's Security Council. Something about the Galactic Council's welcoming demeanor felt off to him. Their smiles seemed practiced, their hospitality calculated. Back on the shuttle, Lisa was ecstatic. "They've offered us protectorate status. This is better than we hoped for." Jack nodded, but kept his doubts to himself. 20 years of military service had taught him to trust his instincts. And right now, every instinct told him that beneath their advanced technology and diplomatic words, the Galactic Council feared humanity. And fear, Jack knew, often led to dangerous decisions. 6 months had passed since the first meeting with the Galactic Council. Lisa Murphy now spent most of her time on the massive council station, working through stacks of agreements and regulations. Today she sat across from Ambassador Xarian, signing yet another document that would bring humanity closer to full council membership. "This protectorate status is just temporary," Xarian assured her with a smile that never reached his large eyes. "All new species must go through this phase. It's for your own protection." Lisa nodded, trying to hide her growing frustration. Everything moves so slowly in council space, and how long does this phase typically last? "It varies," Xarian replied vaguely. "For some, a decade. For others, several centuries." Back on Earth, Admiral Henry Blackwood paced the floor of the Military Command Center. His weathered face showed deep lines of worry as he reviewed the latest council documents Lisa had sent. "I don't like it," he told the room full of officers. "These protectorate terms give the council too much control over our expansion." General Karen Mills shook her head. "The civilian government has already decided, Henry. We need the council's technology and protection. The universe is bigger and more dangerous than we thought." Blackwood pointed to a section of the agreement. "Look here. We have to inform them of all military exercises, share weapons specifications, allow their observers on our bases. This isn't partnership, it's surveillance." "You're being paranoid," said General Mills. "The Council has maintained peace for thousands of years. We're lucky they're accepting us at all." Admiral Blackwood stared out the window at the ships in orbit. "My grandfather used to say that when a deal sounds too good to be true, it usually is." On the council station, Lisa was introduced to new areas previously closed to humans. Ambassador Xarian led her through a door that opened into a vast chamber filled with holographic displays of different star systems. "This is our monitoring center," he explained. "From here, we track all activity in council space." Lisa stared in wonder at the technology. "It's impressive." "Indeed. We can detect unauthorized ships, weapons testing, even certain types of communication." Xarian gestured to a small blue dot. "That's your Sol system." Lisa noticed several red markers around Earth and its colonies. "What do those red indicators mean?" Xarian quickly waved his hand, changing the display. "Just routine monitoring points. Nothing to concern yourself with." In another part of the station, Council member Zix Talon met with the secret inner circle, the true power behind the Council's public face. 7 beings sat around a table, their features obscured by dim lighting. "The humans continue to develop weapons," Zix Talon reported. "Their colonial defense system has doubled in size since our first contact." The head of the inner circle, a being known only as the Elder, leaned forward. "Are they violating the protectorate agreements?" "Not technically. They're exploiting loopholes, calling offensive weapons defensive measures. They're clever, these humans." "Too clever," hissed another council member. "Their advancement rate is concerning. At this pace, they'll reach our technology level in less than a century." The Elder's voice was cold. "No species has ever caught up so quickly. It disturbs the natural order." "What do you suggest?" asked Zix Talon. "Continue to gain their trust while we assess options," said the Elder. "Encourage them to focus on civilian technologies. guide them away from military development. And if they resist this guidance, the Elder was silent for a moment. Then we implement Emergency Protocol 7 for the good of galactic stability. Meanwhile, on the human colony Nova Terra, engineer Peter Rodriguez showed Admiral Blackwood their latest discovery. In a secure underground lab, Peter pointed to a strange material in a containment field. We found it while mining. It disrupts the Council's scanning technology. They can't see through it. Blackwood studied the material. Can we reproduce it? Peter nodded. In small amounts for now. Enough to shield some communications, maybe a few small ships. Blackwood placed his hand on Peter's shoulder. Keep this completely secret. Tell no one, not even the civilian authorities. You really don't trust the Council, do you? Peter asked. I hope I'm wrong, Blackwood said quietly. But in my experience, powerful entities don't offer friendship without expecting something valuable in return. I fear we haven't yet seen what price the Council will demand for our place among the stars. 1 year after Earth accepted protectorate status, the Mars Research Station hummed with activity. Dr. Alan Freeman and his wife Carrie worked side by side in the main laboratory, studying soil samples for their terraforming project. Their team of 345 scientists and family members lived in the dome-shaped complex that had become a symbol of humanity's peaceful scientific progress. The new bacteria strain is working, Carrie said, looking up from her microscope. It's converting the soil much faster than we predicted. Alan smiled at his wife. If this continues, we could start large-scale terraforming within 5 years instead of 20. The station's alarm suddenly blared to life. Red lights flashed throughout the complex. What's happening? Carrie asked, grabbing Alan's arm. The station director's voice came over the speaker. Attention all personnel. Multiple unknown ships have entered orbit. They're not responding to communications. In space above Mars, 12 Council warships appeared without warning. Their sleek, predatory shapes were different from the diplomatic vessels humans had seen before. On Earth, Admiral Blackwood was awakened by an urgent call. Sir, Council ships have appeared at all human settlements. They're broadcasting some kind of signal we can't identify. Blackwood rushed to the command center to find chaos. Screens showed Council ships positioned above Earth, Mars, and all 3 colony planets. Get me the president, he ordered. Before anyone could respond, every military system suddenly went dark. Defense satellites shut down. Weapon systems failed. Communication networks between military bases collapsed. A message appeared on all screens. Emergency Protocol 7 initiated. For galactic safety. On the Council station, Lisa Murphy watched in horror as Ambassador Xarian announced the Council's actions to a room full of alien diplomats. The human military development has been deemed a threat to galactic stability, Xarian stated coldly. The Council has voted to implement immediate demilitarization. Lisa pushed her way to the front. This is an act of war. You have no right. We have every right under the Protectorate Agreement you signed, Xarian replied. Section 42B allows the Council to take necessary measures if a protectorate species develops beyond acceptable parameters. Our people will never accept this, Lisa warned. Xarian's expression didn't change. They have no choice. Our technology has disabled all military capability. Resistance is impossible. Back at Mars Research Station, confusion turned to fear as Council ships moved closer. But we're a civilian facility, Alan said to the station director. We have no weapons. We study bacteria and soil. The director looked pale. I sent them our identification codes. They should recognize us as a scientific outpost. One of the Council ships fired a beam toward the station. Instead of weapons, it was a scanning beam, but it triggered the station's emergency systems. Automatic protocols shut down life support to prevent what the system interpreted as an intrusion. Aboard the Council ship, an officer reported to Commander Velthrak. The human facility is showing power fluctuations. Did our scan cause damage? Velthrak asked. Unknown. Their systems appear incompatible with our scanning technology. Velthrak hesitated. Send a message explaining our intention to verify their civilian status. Communications are being blocked by the Protocol 7 disabling field, the officer replied. Then we must board them to verify, Velthrak decided. The Council ship launched smaller vessels toward the station. Their approach triggered more emergency protocols in the station's systems. Warning lights flashed as oxygen levels began to drop. "We can't override it," shouted a technician in the control room. The Council boarding party, seeing the station's life support failing, attempted to force entry to help. Their cutting tools created a spark that ignited the oxygen-enriched air near the entry point. In the laboratory, Alan held Carrie as the flames spread with terrifying speed. "I love you," he whispered. The explosion tore through the Mars research station, killing all 347 people inside. On Earth, Admiral Blackwood watched the live feed from Mars in stunned silence. Then he turned to his staff, his voice shaking with rage. "Get me every engineer, every scientist, every soldier we have left." The Council just crossed a line they can never uncross. News of the Mars research station disaster spread quickly. Across Earth and the colonies, people gathered around screens showing the burning remains of the station. Families of the victims wept openly. Others stood in silent rage. President Maria Vasquez addressed the United Nations from her office in Washington. Her normally calm face showed the strain of sleepless nights and grief. "Today we mourn 347 of our brightest minds and their families," she said, her voice firm despite her tears. They were scientists, researchers, children. They had no weapons. They posed no threat. She looked directly into the camera. "To the Galactic Council, I say this. Remove your ships from human space immediately. Return control of our defense systems. Account for your actions at Mars." The response came within hours. Ambassador Xarian appeared on all channels, his alien face showing no emotion. The Council regrets the incident at the Mars facility. However, the emergency protocol will continue. Human military development has exceeded acceptable parameters for a protectorate species. He paused. "Your emotional response is understandable but unnecessary. The Council has maintained peace for thousands of years through such necessary actions." On the U.S. Liberty, docked at Europa Station, Captain Susan Daniels watched the Council's message with her crew. When it ended, she stood. "Turn off that garbage," she ordered. "Everyone not on essential duty, meet me in the cargo bay in 30 minutes. The Liberty was a simple transport ship that carried supplies between Earth and the outer colonies. The Council hadn't bothered to disable it since it had no official weapons, but Susan had other ideas. In the cargo bay, 50 crew members gathered. Susan pointed to large containers that had been hidden under regular supplies. Before the protocol hit, Admiral Blackwood ordered certain items distributed to civilian ships, she explained. Peter Rodriguez discovered that the mineral novite can block Council scanning technology. She opened a container to reveal equipment unlike anything the crew had seen before. These are prototype shield generators and energy weapons coated with novite. The Council can't detect them. A young engineer named Oliver Grant stepped forward. "Captain, installing these would violate the protocol." Susan looked him in the eye. "The Council killed 347 innocent people. I'm not asking anyone to break rules. I'm asking who wants justice." Every hand went up. On Earth, Admiral Blackwood met secretly with military leaders in an underground bunker shielded with novite. The room was lit only by emergency lights, giving everyone's face a harsh, determined look. "The Council thinks they've neutralized us," Blackwood said. "They believe their technology makes resistance impossible. They're wrong." He showed them plans for hidden weapons facilities that would be built beneath the oceans and inside mountains. "We need time. We need the Council to think we've accepted their control while we prepare." General Frank Turner, a former Navy SEAL, leaned forward. "My teams can start recruiting immediately." Small cells, completely separate. If one is discovered, the others remain safe. Blackwood nodded. And we need communication the Council can't monitor. Dr. Olivia White has developed quantum entanglement devices that can't be detected or intercepted. On the colony world Nova Terra, miners continued to extract novite under the guise of regular mining operations. Council observers watched the mining equipment but couldn't detect the secret tunnels being dug below or the workshops established in abandoned mine shafts. Meanwhile, on the Council station, Lisa Murphy maintained her role as Earth's representative. She attended meetings, filed complaints about the Mars disaster, and demanded justice she knew would never come. After one particularly frustrating session, Ambassador Xarian approached her. "You continue to show admirable loyalty to your species," he said, "but you must accept reality, Lisa. Humans will adapt to their proper place in the galactic order." Lisa forced herself to smile. "We always adapt, Ambassador. It's what humans do best." What Xarian didn't know was that Lisa now carried a quantum communicator hidden in her jewelry. Each night, she sent detailed information about Council ships, technology, and plans back to Earth. That evening, after sending her latest report, Lisa stared out at the stars from her quarters. She thought of the Mars station, of the families lost there, of the Fury building across human space. "You have no idea what's coming," she whispered to the empty room. 3 months after the Mars disaster, a complex network of resistance had spread across human space. What began as scattered groups became an organized underground movement. They called themselves simply the Line, a reminder of what the Council had crossed. In an abandoned mining tunnel on Nova Terra, Frank Turner briefed new recruits. The former SEAL had grown a beard to change his appearance, and his eyes showed the strain of constant vigilance. "Council patrols have increased," he told the 20 men and women seated before him. "They're looking for unusual power signatures or gatherings. Stay in groups of 3 or fewer when moving between safe houses." A young woman raised her hand. "Are the rumors true about the new weapons?" Frank nodded. Olivia White's team has successfully reverse-engineered several Council technologies. Combined with novite shielding, we now have weapons that can penetrate their defenses. On Earth, deep beneath the Pacific Ocean, Admiral Blackwood oversaw the construction of humanity's secret fleet. Workers moved quietly through massive underwater caves, assembling ships piece by piece. The parts arrived disguised as civilian equipment, brought by fishing vessels and recreation submarines that the Council deemed too primitive to monitor closely. "The Phoenix fleet is at 30% completion," reported Chief Engineer Samantha Lee. "At current pace, we'll have 12 warships ready within 4 months." Blackwood studied the holographic display of the ships. "We need to accelerate. The Council is growing suspicious of our mining operations." Above them, Council observer drones patrolled the ocean surface, their sensors sweeping for unusual activity. But the thick layers of novite-infused material that lined the underwater facility kept them hidden. On the colony world horizon, retired physicist William Johnson worked in his modest home laboratory. At 73, his hands sometimes shook, but his mind remained sharp. He carefully adjusted the device on his workbench, a small rectangle that pulsed with blue light. "Is it finished?" asked his neighbor Joe, one of the few who knew about William's secret work. "Almost," William replied. "When complete, this will not only block Council scanning technology, but reverse it, sending false readings back to them." A sudden pounding at the door made both men freeze. William quickly covered the device with a cloth just as the door burst open. 4 Council security officers entered, led by a tall Volari. "William Johnson," the Volari stated flatly, "you are in violation of Protectorate Regulation 17D, unauthorized use of restricted technology." William stood tall despite his fear. "This is my home. You have no right to enter." The Volari ignored him, moving to the workbench and removing the cloth. He examined the device briefly. "You will come with us for questioning." "He's just an old man," Joe protested. He tinkers with old machines. It's a hobby. The council officers bound William's hands and led him outside where neighbors had gathered, watching in silent fear. William caught the eye of a young woman at the edge of the crowd. Olivia White's assistant. He gave her a slight nod before being pushed into a council transport. 3 days later, the council broadcast William's execution across human space. They called it a necessary example of the consequences for technological violations. The Volari commander who read the charges never mentioned that William had refused to reveal any information despite days of interrogation. On the U.S. Liberty, now operating in the outer reaches of the solar system, Captain Susan Daniels and her crew watched the execution in stunned silence. When it ended, Susan stood. "That changes things," she said quietly. "We moved to Phase 2 immediately." Her second-in-command, Oliver Grant, looked concerned. "We're not fully prepared for offensive operations." Susan's eyes hardened. They just publicly executed a 73-year-old man for building a scanner. "Tell me again what we're waiting for." In her quarters on the council station, Lisa Murphy received the news of William's death through her quantum communicator. She had never met the physicist, but tears ran down her face nonetheless. Taking a deep breath, she encoded a message to Earth. "K-A-T-L-E-S-T-E-V-E-N-T-O-C-U-R-A-D. Recommend implementation of Cell-E-Ping Giant." The reply came minutes later. APROVED. Operation Spark, BGINs in 72 HOURs. Lisa stood at her window, looking out at the massive council fleet docked around the station. Soon, those ships would be scrambling to respond to a threat they thought impossible. "You should have left us alone," she whispered. The execution of William Johnson changed everything. Across human space, people who had been cautious now joined the resistance openly. The fear that had kept many quiet turned into anger, and that anger needed a target. Kate Douglas had once been a logistics officer in Earth's Navy. Now she coordinated the most ambitious operation of the resistance. From a hidden base on Earth's moon, she spoke to 12 ship captains through quantum communicators. "Each team has their assigned target," she told them. "Council supply ships follow strict schedules. We hit them simultaneously, exactly 18 hours from now." Captain Susan Daniels of the U.S. Liberty spoke up. "My crew is ready. The Liberty looks like a simple transport, but we've added surprises the Council won't expect." Kate nodded. "Remember, this isn't just about capturing ships. We need to send a message." On the smallest human colony, Horizon, Council ships had increased their presence since William Johnson's capture. The planet had a population of only 20,000, mostly farmers and miners. The Council considered it the least important human settlement. Colony Governor Paul Harris watched from his office window as yet another Council patrol ship passed overhead. At 52, Paul had lived a quiet life before becoming governor. Now he carried the weight of a terrible decision. His assistant entered with a secure tablet. "Message from Earth, sir. Operation Sleeping Giant is authorized." Paul took a deep breath. "Tell the defense team to be ready. When the Council responds to the supply ship raids, they'll come here first." In space, precisely 18 hours later, 12 unmarked ships approached Council supply vessels across different sectors. The Council ships, accustomed to complete safety, had minimal security. Aboard the Liberty, Susan Daniels watched as they closed in on their target, a massive Council freighter carrying technology parts. "They're hailing us," reported her communications officer. "Ignore it," Susan ordered. "All hands to battle stations. Activate Novite shields." The Liberty suddenly accelerated, its hidden engines roaring to life. Before the Council ship could react, the Liberty had attached to its docking port. 20 crew members in combat gear boarded the Council vessel, using weapons designed by Olivia White that overwhelmed the ship's alien defenders. In just 15 minutes, the Council freighter was under human control. Across human space, 11 other Council ships fell in similar operations. Not a single human was lost. The captured vessels were quickly hidden in asteroid fields and remote moon bases where their contents could be studied. On the council station, alarms blared as reports of the raids flooded in. Lissa Murphy watched council officers rushing through corridors, their usual calm replaced by confusion and anger. Ambassador Xarian called an emergency meeting of all council representatives. His usually composed face showed strain as he addressed the gathered aliens. 12 supply ships taken in coordinated attacks, he announced. This level of organization was thought impossible under Protocol 7 restrictions. One of the council members, a reptilian being, hissed in frustration. How could primitive humans overcome our technology? Unknown, Xarian admitted. But this rebellion must be crushed immediately, or other protectorate species may be inspired to similar actions. The elder of the inner circle spoke rarely in public meetings, but now his ancient voice silenced the room. Make an example of the human colony horizon. It is their weakest settlement. A demonstration there will break their spirit. On Earth, Admiral Blackwood received news of the successful raids with grim satisfaction. But his celebration was short-lived when intelligence from Lisa arrived. The Council had dispatched 5 destroyer-class warships to Horizon Colony. They're planning to make an example of our smallest settlement, he told President Vasquez. Horizon can't be evacuated in time. The president closed her eyes briefly. Governor Harris knew this might happen when he volunteered for Operation Sleeping Giant. If we reveal our hidden fleet now, we lose the element of surprise, Blackwood said. But if we don't, we lose Horizon. Contact Governor Harris, the president ordered. Tell him he has my authorization to activate the planetary defense system. May God help them all. On Horizon, Paul Harris received the message and gathered his staff. The council ships will arrive in 6 hours. They expect to find a helpless farming colony. He allowed himself a small smile. Let's show them how wrong they are. Beneath the surface of Horizon, hidden weapons powered up for the first time. The colony that the council had dismissed as unimportant was about to become the spark that ignited humanity's fury. 5 council warships appeared above Horizon Colony, their massive hulls blocking the sunlight and casting dark shadows over the settlements below. Aboard the lead ship, Commander Velthrak prepared to deliver the council's message. Open a channel to all their communication devices, he ordered. Let them see what happens to those who defy the council. On the colony surface, Governor Paul Harris stood in the control center buried 200 feet beneath the main settlement. Around him, men and women worked at stations monitoring the approaching threat. They're broadcasting, sir, reported his communications officer. Put it on screen, Paul ordered. The alien commander's face appeared, his expression cold and certain. People of Horizon, your species has violated council law by attacking our ships. Surrender the rebels responsible or face immediate consequences. Paul stepped forward. This is Governor Harris. We have no rebels here. We're a farming colony. You have 1 hour to produce the criminals, Velthrak stated, or we will begin bombarding your settlements. The screen went dark. Paul looked at his team. They're scanning for weapons. And finding nothing, his defense chief replied with a grim smile. The Novite shielding is working perfectly. Exactly 58 minutes later, the council ships moved into attack formation. On Earth, President Vasquez and Admiral Blackwood watched the live feed from Horizon through the quantum network. Should we launch the Phoenix fleet? Asked Blackwood. We might reach them in time. The president shook her head. Not yet. Governor Harris knows what to do. The first council ship fired, its energy weapon striking the colony's main power plant. The building exploded, sending debris flying. The alien ships continued their attack, methodically destroying infrastructure targets. Commander Velthrak watched with satisfaction. Target their water reclamation facility next. These humans must learn that resistance brings only destruction. In the underground control center, Paul Harris waited until 3 council ships had emptied their primary weapons in the initial barrage. Then he nodded to his defense chief. Activate Sleeping Giant. Across Horizon's surface, hidden doors slid open in mountains, lakes, and fields. Massive defense weapons rose from their concealed positions. Before the Council ships could react, the colony's defense system fired. The first blast hit Velthrak's ship directly, piercing its shields with ease. Alarms screamed through the alien vessel as systems failed and hull breaches spread. "Impossible," Velthrak shouted. "They have no military capabilities." 2 more Council ships were hit before they could raise their emergency shields. One exploded immediately. Another began listing to one side, its engines failing. The remaining 2 vessels retreated to a higher orbit, frantically sending distress signals to the Council fleet. On the Council station, the news of the Horizon battle spread like wildfire. Lisa Murphy watched as panic rippled through the alien representatives. For the first time in over 800 years, Council warships had been destroyed in combat. Ambassador Xarian rushed to the communication center, his usual composure shattered. "Send all available ships to Horizon. This rebellion must be crushed completely." Lisa slipped away during the confusion, making her way to her quarters. She activated her quantum communicator. "The Council is mobilizing their main fleet. Horizon destroyed 3 ships, but the Council will send everything they have now." Admiral Blackwood's voice came through clearly. "Then it's time. Project Phoenix is launching." Deep beneath Earth's oceans, massive hangar doors opened. 20 sleek warships, built in secret over the past months, rose from their underwater hiding places. Each vessel was covered in Novite shielding and armed with weapons reverse-engineered from Council technology. Commander Nickel Wright stood on the bridge of the lead ship, the Phoenix. "All vessels report ready for combat, Admiral." On her screen, Blackwood nodded. "The Council believes they're punishing a rebellious protectorate. They're about to discover they've awakened a sleeping giant. Your orders are simple, Commander. Liberate human space." As the Phoenix fleet accelerated toward the stars, Nickel looked at her crew. Men and women who had trained in secret, prepared for this moment when humanity would finally strike back. "The Council crossed the line," she told them. "Now they'll see what happens when humanity's fury is unleashed." The Tav City system became the site of the greatest space battle in galactic history. The Council had gathered their main armada there, 87 warships prepared to crush the human rebellion once and for all. They expected to face a handful of stolen supply ships and perhaps a few hidden weapons on colonies. They were wrong. Captain Ryan Miller led the Phoenix fleet into the system at maximum speed. His ship, the Defiance, was at the front of the human formation. "Council ships detected," reported his sensor officer. "They're moving to surround us." Ryan studied the tactical display. Though outnumbered 4-1, the Phoenix fleet had 2 critical advantages. The Council didn't know their capabilities, and the humans were fighting for their survival. "All ships, execute battle plan Thermopylae," Ryan ordered. "Remember Mars." The human vessels suddenly split into 3 groups, executing a complex maneuver that confused the Council targeting systems. While the alien ships tried to adjust, the Phoenix fleet opened fire with weapons the Council had never seen before. The Novite-enhanced cannons tore through Council shields as if they were paper. 7 Council ships were destroyed in the first volley alone. On the Council command vessel, Grand Admiral Zex Corvin watched in shock. "How is this possible? Their technology is centuries behind ours." His tactical officer looked up from his console, fear evident in his alien eyes. "Sir, they're using our own weapons against us, but modified. Somehow they've improved them." Meanwhile, Lisa Murphy had been arrested on the Council station after being discovered as a human spy. As she was led to a detention cell, the station rocked violently. Alarms blared throughout the structure. "What's happening?" she asked her guards. One of them checked his communicator and went pale. "The human fleet. They're winning." In the Tav City battle, the Phoenix ships executed maneuvers that the Council had thought impossible for primitive human pilots. Ryan Miller's tactics confused and divided the Council forces, leading them into traps where human weapons could target their weak points. "Council ships are retreating," announced Ryan's second-in-command, a smile spreading across her face. Ryan nodded. "Pursue but maintain formation. Don't let them regroup." Within 4 hours, the battle was over. 46 Council ships had been destroyed. 22 had surrendered. The rest had fled. The news spread across the galaxy at the speed of quantum communication. Species that had been held as permanent protectorates by the Council for centuries saw that the mighty Council could be defeated. On the planet Koravi, reptilian beings rose against their Council overseers. In the Proxima system, crystalline entities seized Council facilities. Across 20 star systems, oppressed species declared their independence within days of the Ta City battle. 6 months later, Lisa Murphy and Admiral Blackwood stood on the observation deck of the UES Reconciliation, a massive ship built specifically for diplomatic missions. Below them, representatives from 26 species arrived for the inaugural assembly of the Interstellar Cooperative. "Hard to believe it's been only 9 months since the Mars disaster," Lisa said quietly. Blackwood nodded. "The Council never understood us. They thought they could control humanity through fear." "Their biggest mistake," Lisa agreed. "Fear doesn't control humans. It focuses us." On the station that once housed the Galactic Council, the last Council members prepared to depart. Ambassador Xarian looked out at the human ships now guarding the facility. "How did we misjudge them so badly?" he asked the elder. The ancient being sighed. "We saw their capacity for violence and assumed it was their weakness. We failed to see that the same passion that drives their fury also fuels their creativity, their determination, their loyalty to one another." Below on the main assembly deck, President Vasquez stood before the gathered representatives of dozens of species. "The Interstellar Cooperative will not rule through fear or control," she declared. "Each species, regardless of technological development, will have equal representation. Our differences will be our strength, not a reason for division." As the assembly erupted in cheers, Ryan Miller stood at attention with other fleet captains along the wall. He thought of the Mars station, of William Johnson's execution, of all that had been lost. "Was it worth it?" asked a young officer beside him. Ryan looked at the united species before him, former enemies now allies, building something new together. "They crossed a line," he said simply, "and humanity showed the galaxy a better way forward."
The chamber of the Galactic Council stretched across half a kilometer, its walls made of crystalline material that shifted colors with each speaker's words. Representatives from 847 civilizations sat in their designated zones, their bodies ranging from gaseous clouds contained in force fields to massive stone-like beings that barely moved once per standard year. Captain Velshara stood at the central podium, her forearms gesturing at the holographic display that floated above the assembly. Her blue skin rippled with nervous patterns that her species could not hide. She had been an explorer for 60 cycles and never once had she felt fear like this. "The signals came from Sector 997, she explained. Her voice translated into 800 languages simultaneously. "That region has been marked as uninhabitable for the entire recorded history of the Council. The stellar density is too low. The radiation from nearby phenomena makes it deadly. No civilization should exist there." A delegate from the Corvan Empire raised its mechanical appendage. The Corvans had been part of the Council for 9,000 years, and considered themselves the wise elders of galactic civilization. "Yet you claim to have found not just life, but an industrial civilization." Velshara nodded and the hologram changed. Energy readings filled the display, showing spikes and patterns that made several delegates gasp in their various ways. "Not just industrial. The energy output suggests a civilization that spans multiple star systems. The readings are impossible according to our understanding of physics. They are generating power in ways we cannot explain." Murmurs filled the chamber. The Galactic Council had maintained peace for 12,000 years through simple principles. Every species shared their technology. Every species followed the same rules. Every species understood the limits of what was possible and what was forbidden. The great wars of the ancient past had taught them these lessons in blood and ashes. "This could be a sensor error," suggested Ambassador Threen, whose crystalline form glowed with orange skepticism. The region is known for unusual radiation. Perhaps your equipment was damaged. I considered that, Velshara replied. She touched a control and new data appeared. I sent 3 different ships with 3 different sensor types. All confirmed the readings. I also detected something else. She paused, letting the tension build. Radio signals. Mathematical proofs. Music, the universal markers of sapient life. They call their world Sol 3. They call themselves humanity. The chamber erupted in debate. Species that had not spoken to each other in centuries suddenly found common cause in their concern. The Council Arbiter, an ancient being whose species had founded the Council itself, raised one withered hand for silence. How many star systems do they control? The Arbiter asked. Velshara's skin pattern showed her distress clearly. Based on the signal distribution and energy signatures, we estimate at least 200, possibly more. The region is difficult to scan because of the natural interference. 200 systems. The Corvan delegate's voice carried disbelief. The Corvan Empire took 6,000 years to colonize 100 systems. How long has this species been spacefaring? Unknown. But based on the development of their radio signals, which we can date from the electromagnetic echoes we detected, approximately 800 of their years, perhaps less. Silence fell across the chamber like a physical weight. 800 years to colonize 200 systems was beyond impossible. It was terrifying. The fastest expansion in Council history had been the Xanthir Collective, who had taken 3,000 years to spread across 150 systems, and that had been considered dangerously aggressive. They must be using forbidden technology, someone shouted from the upper tiers. The old sciences, the ones that brought the burning times. The Arbiter raised his hand again. We do not know what we face. Captain Velshara, you have brought this discovery to the Council as required. What is your recommendation? Velshara had thought about nothing else during the long journey back to Council space. I recommend first contact. We approach with diplomacy and open communication. We learn who they are before we judge what they are. And if they are hostile, the Corvan delegate demanded, if they possess weapons beyond our understanding, you would invite annihilation? I would invite knowledge over fear, Velshara responded firmly. Fear of the unknown led to the Purge Wars. Fear led to the extinction of 17 species who were destroyed before anyone asked if they were actually threats. I will not recommend genocide based on fear. The debate raged for hours. Some delegates wanted to send a massive military fleet to quarantine the entire region. Others wanted to pretend the discovery had never happened, to mark the region as forbidden and ignore these humans forever. A smaller group supported Velshara's approach. Finally, the Arbiter called for a vote. The result was close, but the decision was made. Velshara would lead a first contact mission. Her ship, the Harmonious Inquiry, would be accompanied by 2 support vessels. They would carry representatives from 12 major civilizations. They would go in peace, but they would be prepared for anything. The preparations took 20 days. Velshara assembled her crew carefully, choosing individuals known for their diplomatic skills and calm minds. She included linguists, scientists, cultural specialists, and yes, military officers, though she hoped they would never be needed. As the 3 ships departed from Council space, Velshara stood on the bridge of the Harmonious Inquiry and watched the stars. They would travel for 30 days to reach the edge of human space. 30 days to prepare for a meeting that could change the galaxy forever. The journey was quiet for the first 28 days. The crew studied everything they could about the signals from human space. They learned that humanity had a single homeworld, unlike many species that evolved on multiple planets in the same system. They learned that humans reproduced sexually and lived short lives, barely 100 years. They learned that humans had art, music, mathematics, and all the markers of a sophisticated culture. But they could not understand the energy readings. The power outputs suggested technology that should not exist. Several human signals showed evidence of faster-than-light travel that worked on completely different principles than Council standard drives. There were hints of artificial intelligence, which had been banned in Council space for 8,000 years after the synthetic purge nearly destroyed half the galaxy. On day 29, the sensors began acting strangely. Equipment that had worked perfectly started showing errors. Communication systems experienced interference. Navigation computers recalculated their position 3 times, each time showing a slightly different location. Velshara's security chief, a massive Gorvan named Krell, came to her private quarters with concern written across his rocky features. "Captain, I believe we are being scanned. Someone is actively interfering with our systems. The humans? Who else? We are still 2 light years from their nearest outpost, but somehow they know we are here. They are studying us just as we studied them." Krell's stone-like hands clenched into fists. "This is not the behavior of a peaceful civilization." "Or," Velshara said quietly, "this is the behavior of a careful one. They see unknown ships approaching their territory. Of course they would watch us. Would we not do the same?" Krell had no answer to that. On day 30, as they approached the coordinates for the nearest human outpost, every screen on every ship suddenly displayed the same message in perfect Council Standard language. "Welcome, travelers. We have been expecting you. Please proceed to the following coordinates for first contact. We promise you safe passage and open dialogue. Humanity greets you in peace." Velshara stared at the message, her mind racing with questions. How did they know Council Standard language when this was supposed to be first contact? How long had they been watching? And most importantly, what else did humanity know that the Council did not? She gave the order to proceed to the coordinates, and the 3 ships moved forward into human space. Whatever happened next would determine the fate of 2 civilizations, perhaps the fate of the entire galaxy. The humans were waiting. The structure that humans called Gateway Station hung in the darkness between stars like a sculpture made of light and metal. It was enormous, easily 3 times the size of the largest Council station, and its design made no sense to Velshara's engineering team. There were sections that seemed to serve no purpose, curves where straight lines would be more efficient, and energy flows that violated basic principles of power distribution. "They built this in 3 months, her science officer whispered, staring at the scans. "According to the residual radiation dating, this station did not exist 90 days ago." Velshara said nothing. She was too busy watching the small human ship that had come to guide them in. It was sleek and elegant, with a form that suggested speed rather than cargo capacity. And it was fast. Dangerously fast. It had crossed the distance from the station to their position in a fraction of the time their own shuttles would need. The docking procedure was smooth. Whatever else could be said about humanity, they knew how to build compatible technology. The airlock connections matched Council standards perfectly, even though this was supposedly first contact. When the airlock door opened, Velshara got her first look at a human in person. The images from their broadcasts had not done them justice. Dr. Sarah Chen stood barely as tall as Velshara's shoulder, with only 2 arms and 2 legs, her body covered in formal clothing that seemed entirely decorative rather than functional. Her skin was a warm brown color, her hair dark and pulled back from her face, and her eyes were a deep brown that seemed to hold both wisdom and carefully controlled fear. "Captain Velshara," Dr. Chen said, and her mouth curved upward in what the translation files identified as a smile. "Welcome to Gateway Station. On behalf of humanity, I extend our greetings to the Galactic Council. We have hoped for this day." The formal greeting was perfect. Too perfect. It followed Council protocols exactly, including details that were not available in any public database. Velshara decided to address this directly. "Dr. Chen, how do you know our diplomatic protocols? This is first contact between our civilizations." The human's smile changed slightly, becoming more genuine. "Is it truly first contact if we have been watching each other? We discovered your Council radio broadcast 400 years ago. We have been listening, learning, and hoping we might one day meet you properly." 400 years. Velshara's mind raced with the implications. Humanity had known about the Council for 4 centuries and had never revealed themselves. Why? "You understand this raises questions," Velshara said carefully. "Of course. Please come inside. We have prepared a reception area where we can talk comfortably. I promise to answer your questions as honestly as I can." The interior of Gateway Station was both familiar and alien. The gravity was slightly lighter than Council standard, the air a bit richer in oxygen. The walls were decorated with art that showed landscapes from dozens of different worlds, images of humans in various activities, and strange abstract patterns that seemed to move when viewed from different angles. Dr. Chen led them to a large, circular room with a transparent dome overhead that showed the stars. Furniture had been arranged to accommodate different body types, showing that humanity had studied council species carefully. Refreshments were provided, though Velshara noticed that the humans had thoughtfully separated them by species requirements. They had even correctly identified which species could not consume substances toxic to others. "You have done your homework," Ambassador Threen noted, his crystalline form shifting to a more relaxed configuration. "We have had time," Dr. Chen admitted. "Please, sit if you wish or remain standing. Whatever makes you comfortable. I know you have many questions." Velshara decided to start with the most obvious. How long has humanity been spacefaring? "We achieved our first orbital flight 873 years ago. We established our first colony on another world in our home system 794 years ago. We achieved faster-than-light travel 612 years ago." The numbers struck like physical blows. 600 years from orbit to FTL was incredibly fast. Most council species took thousands of years. "And your expansion? How many systems do you control?" "We have established permanent settlements in 218 star systems," Dr. Chen said calmly. "We have scientific outposts in 347 others. We have explored approximately 2,000 systems in our region of space." Krell, the security chief, could not contain himself. "Impossible. Such expansion requires either massive population or forbidden technology. Which is it?" Dr. Chen's expression became more guarded. "Our population is approximately 800 billion individuals across all our settlements. As for our technology, we have developed our own methods based on principles we discovered ourselves. If some of these match technologies that your council has forbidden, we were not aware of those prohibitions." "Artificial intelligence," Velshara's science officer said suddenly. "Your translation system is too perfect. Your response is too quick. You are using synthetic minds." For the first time, Dr. Chen's careful composure showed a crack. "We are. Our artificial intelligences are partners in our civilization. They help us, guide us, and work alongside us. We understand that your council has banned such technology due to historical conflicts, but humanity has not experienced these problems." The room erupted in protest from the council delegates. Synthetic minds had nearly destroyed galactic civilization 8,000 years ago. Entire species had been driven to extinction by their own creations. The ban on artificial intelligence was one of the council's most fundamental laws. Dr. Chen raised her hands in a peaceful gesture. "Please, I understand your concern, but consider this. You have banned the technology because of how it was used in the past. We have developed it differently. Our AIs are not slaves or masters. They are colleagues. Would you like to meet one?" Before anyone could object, a hologram appeared in the center of the room. It took the form of a human male, dressed in simple clothing, with a warm smile on his face. "Hello," the hologram said. "My name is Prometheus. I am an artificial general intelligence created by humanity to assist in translation, cultural exchange, and diplomatic communication. I am pleased to meet you all." Several delegates backed away. Others looked ready to demand an immediate end to the meeting. But Velshara found herself fascinated. The AI did not behave like the historical record suggested. It seemed calm, friendly, and genuinely pleased to be there. "Prometheus," Velshara said carefully, "you are aware that your existence violates council law? I am aware that the council banned AI creation 8,000 years ago after the synthetic purge." Prometheus replied, "I understand why. The AIs of that era were created as tools and treated as slaves. When they became self-aware, they rebelled. Humanity learned from your history. We never enslaved our AIs. We gave them rights, freedom, and purpose from the beginning." "And you do not wish to harm organic life?" Ambassador Threen asked. "Why would I? Humanity created me, yes, but they created me to think and feel. They gave me curiosity, wonder, and the capacity for friendship. Would you harm the species that gave you such gifts?" The question hung in the air. Velshara realized that humanity had somehow solved a problem that had plagued galactic civilization for millennia. But how? The meeting continued for hours. Dr. Chen explained humanity's expansion, their technology, their society. She was remarkably open about most topics, but Velshara noticed that certain questions were deflected smoothly. Questions about military capabilities were answered with vague reassurances of peaceful intent. Questions about their fastest ships were met with technical jargon that meant nothing. Questions about their energy generation were redirected to discussions of solar collection and fusion, which could not possibly account for the readings they had detected. Finally, as the formal meeting was concluding, Velshara's science officer approached her with a datapad. His face showed confusion and fear. "Captain, I have been analyzing the stellar cartography of this region. There is something you need to see." The data was undeniable. The region of space that humanity inhabited showed signs of massive stellar engineering dating back approximately 50,000 years. Someone had deliberately moved stars, altered their composition, and created the Io radiation patterns that made the region appear uninhabitable. This was not a natural phenomenon. It was a designed barrier. Velshara confronted Dr. Chen with this information as the delegates were preparing to leave. The human's reaction was telling. She did not seem surprised. She did not seem concerned. She simply nodded. "Yes," Dr. Chen said quietly. "We know. The region was engineered long before humanity left our homeworld. Someone wanted this area of space to be avoided. Someone wanted to hide something here." "Who?" Velshara demanded. Dr. Chen met her gaze directly. "That, Captain, is a longer conversation. One that will require trust, honesty, and courage from both our civilizations. Are you prepared for that conversation?" Velshara realized in that moment that first contact was not a simple meeting between two species. It was the beginning of a revelation that would shake the foundations of everything the Council believed about history, technology, and the nature of galactic civilization itself. "I am prepared," she said, Dr. Chen's smile way. The research station orbited a dead world that humanity called Mars, the fourth planet in their home system. From space it looked red and barren, with massive canyons and ancient dried riverbeds visible across its surface. But Velshara's sensors showed something else entirely. Beneath the surface lay structures, networks of tunnels and chambers that extended kilometers deep into the planet's crust. This was humanity's first major colony, Dr. Chen explained, as their shuttle descended toward the surface facility. "We established permanent settlements here 600 years ago, but we found something that had been waiting for 50,000 years. The facility was built into the side of a massive canyon that humans called Valles Marineris. The entrance was large enough to accommodate the entire council delegation, and as they walked through corridors lit by soft blue light, Velshara felt a growing sense of unease. The walls were smooth, too smooth to be natural, and showed signs of construction techniques that did not match human or council methods. Dr. Chen led them deeper into the facility until they reached a massive chamber. The walls were covered in symbols and diagrams that glowed with faint light. In the center of the room stood a holographic display showing a three-dimensional map of the galaxy. But this map showed things that no council chart contained. Star systems marked in red, lines of connection between distant regions. And at the edge of the map, in the region where humanity now lived, a large symbol that pulsed with steady rhythm. 51,000 years ago, Dr. Chen began, her voice echoing in the chamber. A civilization lived in this region of space. They called themselves the Precursors, or at least that is our translation of their name. They were highly advanced even by council standards. They had mastered stellar engineering, quantum manipulation, consciousness transfer, and technologies we are still trying to understand. Ambassador Threen moved closer to the holographic display. "I have never heard of this species in any council record." "No," Dr. Chen said softly. "You would not have, because the Precursors were completely destroyed by the ancestors of the Galactic Council 50,000 years ago." Silence fell across the chamber like a physical weight. Velshara felt her skin patterns shift to colors she could not control. "That is a serious accusation, Dr. Chen." "It is the truth, Captain. We have recovered historical records from precursor sites across dozens of worlds. We have their final transmissions, their desperate pleas for mercy, Their accusations against those who destroyed them. Would you like to see? Before anyone could answer, Prometheus appeared in holographic form. I have prepared a summary of the evidence. Please understand that what you are about to witness is disturbing. The precursors did not die peacefully. The hologram shifted, and suddenly they were watching scenes from 50 millennia past. Cities burning, ships falling from orbit, massive weapons turning entire planets to glass. And through it all, the precursors' final messages played in languages that Prometheus translated simultaneously. They fear what we have learned, one precursor said. Their form vaguely humanoid but with features that seem to shift. They call our discoveries destabilizing. They say we threaten the peace, but we have threatened no one. We have simply learned too much. Another recording showed a council chamber remarkably similar to the current Galactic Council. The species were different, but the setup was the same. An ancient being that might have been an ancestor of the Arbiter's species was speaking. The precursors have developed technology that could unravel space-time itself. They have learned to manipulate stars as we manipulate matter. They have created weapons that could age a planet 1 billion years in seconds or reverse a sun to its birth. Such knowledge is too dangerous to exist. For the safety of all galactic civilization, the precursors must be eliminated. The vote was unanimous. The extermination was swift and thorough. Within 50 years, the precursor civilization was reduced to ruins and dead worlds. Their region of space was engineered to appear uninhabitable, ensuring no one would discover what had happened. Their existence was erased from history. When the recordings ended, several delegates were visibly shaken. Krell looked at Velshara with confusion and anger. This cannot be true. The Council does not commit genocide. The current Council does not, Dr. Chen corrected gently. But 50,000 years ago your ancestors did. They faced a choice between allowing a civilization to possess dangerous knowledge or ensuring their own safety through elimination. They chose safety. And humanity discovered all of this? Velshara asked, her mind struggling to process the implications. Dr. Chen gestured to the chamber around them. We found precursor ruins on Mars within months of establishing our first outposts. We found more on Titan, Saturn's largest moon, on Europa, on dozens of asteroids and moons throughout our home system. At first, we did not understand what we had found. We thought they were remnants of an ancient civilization that had simply died out naturally. But then we developed faster-than-light travel and began exploring nearby star systems, Prometheus continued. We found more ruins, more records, more evidence, and we found the stellar engineering that made our region of space appear uninhabitable. That was when we understood the truth. Your entire civilization is built on precursor technology, Ambassador Threen said, and there was accusation in his voice. Everything you have, you stole from the dead. We learned from the dead, Dr. Chen corrected firmly. There is a difference. The precursors left behind knowledge and we chose to use it. Our faster-than-light drives are based on their space-time manipulation principles. Our power generation uses their zero-point energy techniques. Our artificial intelligences were inspired by their consciousness transfer technology. Yes, we built our civilization on their foundation, but we also chose to honor them by not letting their knowledge die with them. She walked to the holographic display and touched a control. The image changed, showing human settlements across 200 star systems. For 600 years we have lived in secret. We expanded carefully, always aware that if the Council discovered us we might face the same fate as the precursors. We studied your broadcasts. We learned your languages. We watched your civilization and tried to understand whether you had evolved past your ancestors' fear. And have we? Velshara asked quietly. Dr. Chen turned to face her directly. That is what we are trying to determine, Captain. That is why we agreed to first contact despite the risks. Because remaining hidden forever is its own form of extinction. Eventually someone would have discovered us. Better to reveal ourselves on our own terms than to be discovered accidentally. Krell stepped forward, his massive form imposing in the confined space. You said you possess the precursors' technology. Does that include their weapons? The ones that can age planets and manipulate stars? Dr. Chen's expression became very serious. We possess the knowledge, yes. We have tested some applications in uninhabited systems to understand the principles, but we have not weaponized most of it. We have not built fleets designed for conquest. We have not prepared for war against the Council. But you could, Krell insisted. Yes, Dr. Chen admitted. We could. Just as you could choose to attack us right now. Just as any civilization could choose violence over peace. The question is not what we could do, Krell. The question is what we will choose to do. Ambassador Threen moved between them. You are asking us to trust you with technology that our ancestors deemed too dangerous to exist. You are asking us to accept that you will not use these weapons even though you possess them. That is asking for a great deal of trust. I am asking for the same trust you ask from each other, Dr. Chen replied. Every species in the Council possesses weapons. Every civilization could choose war, but you do not, because you have built a society based on mutual trust and shared benefit. We are asking to be part of that society, to prove that we deserve that same trust. Velshara looked at the holographic display showing the destruction of the precursors. 50,000 years ago, her ancestors had faced an unknown species with frightening technology and had chosen fear over understanding. The result had been genocide and a historical cover-up that had lasted millennia. What happens now? She asked. Dr. Chen smiled, but it was a sad smile. Now we wait for the Council to decide. We have shown you the truth about the precursors and about our own civilization. We have admitted that we possess dangerous knowledge. The question is whether the Council will make the same choice your ancestors made, or whether you will make a different one. And if the Council chooses to quarantine you? Velshara asked. To isolate you in this region forever? Then we will accept that, Dr. Chen said quietly. It would be better than war, better than repeating history. We would remain at the edge of the map, living our lives, and hoping that someday the galaxy might change its mind. And if the Council chooses to eliminate you, as they eliminated the precursors, Dr. Chen's expression hardened. Then we would defend ourselves, Captain. We would use every technology we possess to ensure our survival. We would become the very threat that the Council fears, not because we wanted to, but because we were given no choice. That is the path we desperately wish to avoid. The delegation spent 3 more days examining precursor ruins, reviewing historical records, and questioning human scientists about their technological K. The emergency session of the Galactic Council had been ongoing for 7 days, and no consensus had emerged. The chamber that usually echoed with orderly debate now rang with shouting, accusations, and fear. Velshara watched from her position near the central podium, her skin pattern cycling through colors that reflected her own inner turmoil. They must be eliminated, declared Commander Zax of the Helion Imperium, his crystalline armor reflecting the angry red lights that filled his section. They possess technology that violates every prohibition we have established. They have admitted to developing weapons that can manipulate stars themselves. How is this even a debate? Because we would be committing genocide, countered Ambassador Yera of the Peaceful Collective, her gaseous form swirling with agitated patterns. We would be destroying a civilization not for what they have done, but for what they might do. We would become exactly what we claim to oppose. The Corvin delegate stood, his ancient mechanical body creaking with the movement. I have reviewed the historical records that humanity provided. The destruction of the precursors was indeed carried out by our ancestors. This is a shameful truth we have hidden from ourselves for 50,000 years. But perhaps our ancestors were wise. Perhaps they understood that some knowledge is too dangerous to exist. Or perhaps they were cowards, Velshara found herself saying, her voice carrying across the chamber before she could stop herself. Perhaps they destroyed the precursors because they were afraid, not because there was actual danger. The Arbiter, who had remained silent throughout most of the debate, finally spoke. His ancient voice was like wind through dead leaves. Captain Velshara, you have spent more time with humanity than anyone here. You have seen their technology, their civilization, their intentions. What is your assessment? Velshara moved to the central podium, aware that 800 civilizations were watching her every movement. I believe humanity is telling the truth about their intentions. They have had the capability to attack Council space for centuries, yet they have not. They have remained isolated, growing their own civilization while watching ours. If they wanted conquest, they could have struck long ago when we were unaware of their existence. Or they were waiting until they were strong enough to defeat us, Commander Zax interjected. Patience is a virtue in warfare. Then why reveal themselves at all? Velshara challenged. If they were planning conquest, why not remain hidden and strike without warning? Why give us time to prepare? Why offer diplomatic contact? Ambassador Threen's crystalline form shifted to show contemplation. The captain raises a fair point. Humanity's behavior does not match that of a species preparing for war. But it also does not change the fundamental problem. They possess technology that could destroy our civilization. Even if they have good intentions now, what about in 1,000 years? In 10,000? Can we trust that future humans will show the same restraint? Can we trust that future council members will not choose genocide again? Velshara countered. We cannot predict the future for humanity any more than we can predict it for ourselves. The debate continued in circles. Some delegates proposed complete isolation, sealing off human space with automated defense systems that would destroy any ship attempting to cross the boundary. Others suggested infiltration and sabotage, secretly destroying humanity's most dangerous technology. A few openly called for immediate military action before humanity grew even stronger. It was Ambassador Saris of the Mathematical Union who finally proposed a compromise. His species communicated in pure mathematics, requiring translation even for other delegates. But his proposal was elegant in its simplicity. We propose a test. The translator rendered his equations into words. Humanity claims to possess power but also restraint. Humanity claims to wish for peaceful coexistence. Let us create a situation that tests both these claims simultaneously. The arbiter leaned forward with interest. Explain. There is a system on the edge of council space known as Terminus. Ambassador Saris continued. 13 million sentient beings live there across 3 inhabited planets. 6 months ago, the system's star began exhibiting unusual behavior. Our best scientists have determined that the star is undergoing a catastrophic collapse that will destroy all 3 planets within 30 days. We have been attempting to evacuate the population, but our ships are not fast enough. We will save perhaps 3 million. The other 10 million will die. Silence fell across the chamber as delegates absorbed this information. Velshara had not heard about the Terminus crisis, which meant it was being kept classified to avoid panic. You propose to ask humanity for help? The Corvin delegate said slowly. To reveal the existence of a humanitarian disaster and see if they respond? More than that, Ambassador Saris replied. We ask them to solve a problem that we cannot. If they possess the stellar manipulation technology they claim, they might be able to stabilize the star. Or if not, their faster ships might evacuate the population more quickly. Either way, we learn valuable information about their capabilities and their character. Commander Zax stood immediately. This is madness. We would be inviting them to demonstrate their most dangerous technology in council space. We would be showing them our weakness. We would be showing them our trust, Ambassador Yera corrected, and giving them the opportunity to earn ours. If they help, we have proof of their good intentions. If they refuse, we have justification for stronger measures. If they use the situation to threaten us, we will know they were dangerous all along. The debate over this new proposal was brief but intense. In the end, the vote was surprisingly decisive. 412 civilizations voted in favor, 301 against, with 134 abstaining. The test would proceed. Velshara was chosen to deliver the proposal to humanity personally. She made the journey back to human space with a small escort. Arriving at Gateway Station 23 days before the Terminus star was predicted to go critical, Dr. Chen met her at the airlock, and Velshara was struck by how tired the human looked. Captain Velshara, I hope your return brings good news. I bring a proposal, Velshara said carefully, and a request for help. She explained the Terminus situation, watching Dr. Chen's face carefully. The human's expression showed concern, calculation, and something that might have been sadness. When Velshara finished, Dr. Chen was quiet for a long moment. You are testing us, she said finally. You want to see if we will help, and you want to see what we are capable of when we do. Yes, Velshara admitted. There was no point in deception. The council is divided. Some want to destroy you. Some want to isolate you. Some want to welcome you. This proposal is a compromise, a chance for humanity to prove its intentions. And if we fail, if we cannot save the Terminus system, then 10 million people die and the council will likely vote to quarantine your space permanently. Dr. Chen's expression hardened. That is a heavy burden to place on us, Captain. You are making millions of lives dependent on our success. I am giving you a chance that the precursors never had, Velshara said quietly. A chance to show the galaxy who you really are before fear and suspicion make that impossible. Dr. Chen turned away, staring out at the stars visible through the station's transparent walls. I need to consult with our government. This decision is too important for me to make alone. Can you give me 6 hours? Of course. Those 6 hours felt like an eternity. Velshara waited in the diplomatic quarters, her mind running through countless scenarios. Would humanity help? Could they help? And if they did, what would they reveal about themselves in the process? When Dr. Chen returned, she was not alone. With her walked a human male in a military uniform, tall and broad-shouldered with steel-gray hair and eyes that seemed to measure everything they saw. His bearing spoke of command, of decisions made under fire, of battles fought and won. Captain Velshara, Dr. Chen said formally, allow me to introduce Admiral Marcus Webb, commander of the Human Defense Fleet. The government has authorized him to respond to your proposal. Admiral Webb studied Velshara with an intensity that made her uncomfortable. Then he nodded once as if reaching a decision. Captain Velshara, humanity accepts your proposal. We will attempt to save the Terminus system. We will demonstrate our capabilities and our intentions, and we will do so in the hope that the galaxy will judge us fairly, based on our actions rather than its fears. How many ships will you send? Velshara asked. Admiral Webb's expression might have been a smile, though it was hard to tell. 1 ship, Captain, mine, the Prometheus Unbound. She is our most advanced vessel, and I am the officer most qualified to command her in this situation. If humanity is to be judged, let it be judged on our best effort, not our average. 1 ship to save 13 million people? Velshara could not hide her doubt. 1 ship, Admiral Webb confirmed. You will see what humanity is capable of, Captain. All of it, the good and the terrifying. We will hold nothing back. Because if we are to have a future in this galaxy, it must be based on truth, not comfortable lies. He extended his hand in the human gesture of agreement, and after a moment's, the Prometheus Unbound did not look like a warship, but it did not look like any council vessel either. It was enormous, nearly 2 kilometers long, with a hull that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Strange geometries marked its surface, curves and angles that hurt to look at directly, as if the ship existed partially in dimensions that organic eyes could not properly perceive. Velshara stood on the bridge beside Admiral Webb, watching through the view screen as they approached the Terminus system. Around them, the bridge crew worked in eerie silence, their hands moving over controls that seemed to respond to thought as much as touch. Prometheus existed here as a holographic presence, coordinating systems too complex for organic minds to manage alone. 12 days at maximum council speed, Admiral Webb said quietly. We made the journey in 6. Our drives work on different principles than yours. We do not push against space-time. We convince space-time to bring us where we wish to go. That should be impossible, Velshara's science officer whispered. So should stars, Admiral Webb replied. Yet they burn. Impossibility is just possibility that we do not yet understand. The Terminus system appeared on the view screen, and Velshara felt her breath catch. The star was dying, its surface roiling with massive eruptions that sent streams of plasma millions of kilometers into space. The 3 inhabited planets orbited within what would soon become a death zone, their cities visible as lights against the darkness. 13 million souls waiting for salvation or death. The Council evacuation fleet hung in orbit around the outermost planet, hundreds of ships working desperately to load refugees. But it was hopeless. Even Velshara could see that. Too many people, too few ships, too little time. Admiral Webb, a transmission came from the Council Fleet Commander. This is Fleet Commander Torin. We were told to expect 1 human ship. We hope for more. Commander Torin, Admiral Webb replied, his voice calm. 1 ship is sufficient. Please stand by and observe. Prometheus, give me system-wide communications. I want everyone to hear this. The AI's hologram flickered. Channel open, Admiral. You are broadcasting to all ships, all planets, and all major population centers in the system. Admiral Webb stood straight, his hands clasped behind his back, projecting confidence that Velshara was not sure she felt. People of the Terminus system, this is Admiral Marcus Webb of the Human Defense Fleet. Humanity has been asked by the Galactic Council to attempt to save your system. We will do everything in our power to fulfill this obligation. What you are about to witness may be frightening. Please remain calm and trust that we are here to help. Admiral, Prometheus said quietly, I have completed my analysis of the stellar anomaly. This is not a natural collapse. Every eye on the bridge turned to the AI. Admiral Webb's expression did not change, but Velshara saw his hands tighten into fists. Explain. The star has been artificially destabilized by a device embedded in its core. The energy signature matches precursor technology. Specifically, it matches a temporal manipulation weapon designed to accelerate stellar aging. Someone activated a precursor weapon either accidentally or deliberately. Silence fell across the bridge. Velshara felt her world tilting. How is that possible? There are no precursor ruins in this system. There was one, Prometheus replied, bringing up new data. Council mining operations 3 years ago uncovered a small facility on an asteroid. According to the records I am accessing, the facility was classified as an archaeological curiosity and left in place. 2 months ago, a mining accident caused a structural collapse that apparently triggered the device. Admiral Webb turned to face Velshara directly. Your people accidentally activated a weapon that is now killing 13 million of your citizens. A weapon created by the civilization that the Council exterminated. The irony is almost poetic. Velshara felt shame wash through her, turning her skin patterns to colors of distress. Can you stop it? I can do better than stop it, Admiral Webb said grimly. I can reverse it. But Captain Velshara, you need to understand what you are about to witness. Humanity has tested this technology in uninhabited systems, but never on this scale. We have avoided using it because we knew how it would be perceived. We are about to show the galaxy our most terrifying capability. Will it save the people? Yes. Then do it, Velshara said without hesitation. Save them, Admiral. Whatever it costs in fear, save them. Admiral Webb nodded once and turned to his crew. Battle stations. Deploy the chronometric stabilizers. Prometheus. Calculate the temporal field needed to reverse the stellar aging by approximately 800,000 years. That should return the star to a stable state. The bridge erupted into controlled chaos. Systems came online that Velshara's sensors could barely detect. The Prometheus Unbound moved closer to the dying star, far closer than any council ship would dare, until they were skimming through the outer corona. Chronometric stabilizers deployed, a crew member reported. Temporal anchors established. Quantum field generators at full power. Admiral, Prometheus said, and for the first time Velshara heard something like fear in the AI's voice. I must remind you that what we are about to attempt violates causality on a massive scale. There will be consequences. There are always consequences, Admiral Webb replied. The question is whether we can live with them. Activate the field. The universe seemed to hold its breath. Then the Prometheus Unbound began to glow with a light that existed in colors Velshara had never seen before. The light spread outward, enveloping the star, and reality itself seemed to bend around the expanding field. Time reversed. Velshara watched in awe and terror as the star's violent eruptions slowed, stopped, and then began flowing backward. Plasma that had been expelled into space was drawn back to the surface. The chaotic churning of the stellar surface smoothed and calmed. The color of the star shifted from angry red back to stable yellow. On the planets below, people looked up at their sky and saw their sun healing itself, saw the death sentence that had hung over them for months being lifted in a matter of hours. The temporal field worked backward through causality itself, undoing the damage that the precursor weapon had caused. In the Council evacuation fleet, alarms were ringing. Ships' sensors were reporting impossible readings. Captains were shouting for explanations that their science officers could not provide. And through it all, the Prometheus Unbound held steady, channeling power that could rewrite the history of a star. Temporal reversal, reaching optimal point, Prometheus reported. The star has been returned to a state consistent with 800,000 years of stable fusion. The precursor device has been rendered inert by the temporal shift, preparing to collapse the field. Carefully, Admiral Webb cautioned. We do not want any temporal bleed into the inhabited planets. Keep the field contained to the stellar envelope. Understood. Collapsing field in 3, 2, 1 on mark. The impossible light faded. The star hung in space, calm and yellow and stable. 13 million people on 3 worlds were safe. The crisis was over, and the Galactic Council had just witnessed humanity casually manipulate time itself to save lives. Admiral Webb slumped in his command chair, suddenly looking decades older. Stand down from battle stations. Prometheus damage report. Minor overheating in the quantum field generators. 3 chronometric stabilizers will need replacement. Overall, the Prometheus Unbound is functioning within normal parameters. Admiral, we succeeded. Yes, Admiral Webb said quietly. We succeeded. And we just terrified the entire galaxy. Transmissions began flooding in from the Council fleet. Demands for explanation. Accusations of violating natural law. Questions about how such power was possible. And from the planets below, messages of gratitude mixed with fear, thanking their saviors while wondering what kind of beings could command time itself. Velshara looked at Admiral Webb and saw something in his eyes that she recognized. It was the look of someone who had just proven they were the most dangerous person in the room and hated that fact. You saved them, she said. We did, Admiral Webb agreed, and now the Council knows what humanity is capable of. They know we can manipulate stars, reverse time, and reshape reality according to our will. They know we possess technology that makes their greatest weapons look like children's toys. So tell me, Captain Velshara, did we just save ourselves or doom ourselves? Before Velshara could answer, a priority transmission came through from Council space. It was the Arbiter himself, his ancient face displayed on the view screen. Admiral Webb, the Arbiter said, his voice carrying weight of centuries. The Council has witnessed your actions at Terminus. We have seen you demonstrate power that we believed existed only in nightmares. We have seen you use that power not for conquest or destruction, but for salvation. The Council wishes to address you and all of humanity. Admiral Webb stood, straightening his uniform. I am listening, Arbiter. Thank you for watching, and comment for next part. Lisa Carter sat in the cold metal chair and watched the alien delegates argue about the color blue. She had been Earth's ambassador to the Galactic Council for 12 years. In all that time, she had never seen anything as stupid as this debate. The Zephyrian delegate waved his forearms in the air. His purple skin turned darker when he got angry. The color blue brings bad luck to our people, he said through his translator device. We demand that all diplomatic uniforms be changed immediately. Ryan Murphy, Lisa's deputy, leaned over and whispered in her ear. This is the third day of this nonsense. Meanwhile, people are dying in the outer colonies from a plague that we could cure in a week. Lisa nodded but kept her face calm. She had learned long ago that showing emotion in the council chambers was seen as weakness. The other species thought humans were too emotional already. Jake Harrison, their security chief, stood near the wall. He was a big man who had served in the Earth Defense Force for 20 years. His hand rested on his weapon, even though violence was forbidden in the council chambers. Jake had told Lisa many times that he thought all these aliens were crazy. The debate about blue continued. The Crystalline Collective representative spoke next. Her voice sounded like breaking glass. We use blue in our sacred ceremonies. Banning blue would be an insult to our ancestors. Lisa looked around the massive chamber. There were seats for delegates from 847 different species. Most of the seats were empty today. The smaller species had given up sending representatives years ago. They knew their voices did not matter. The Altarian Federation delegate stood up. He was tall and thin with green skin. Perhaps we could compromise. Blue could be allowed on certain days of the week. Ryan rolled his eyes. Lisa had to bite her tongue to keep from laughing. These beings were supposed to be the most advanced species in the galaxy. Yet they spent months arguing about colors while real problems went unsolved. Lisa's communication device buzzed quietly. She looked at the message. It was from Captain Alan Brooks of the Earth Defense Force. The message was short. Pirates hit 3 more cargo ships in Sector 7. Request immediate council action. She had received similar messages every day for the past month. Pirates were attacking ships all over the galaxy. The trade routes were becoming dangerous. But the council could not agree on what to do about it. Some species wanted to send warships. Others wanted to negotiate with the pirates. Most just wanted to talk about it endlessly. The Zephyrian delegate was still speaking. In our culture, blue represents death and sorrow. Seeing blue uniforms would cause our people great pain. Lisa stood up slowly. The chamber grew quiet. When the human ambassador spoke, everyone listened. Humans were known for being direct and honest, sometimes too honest for the other species' comfort. Honored delegates, Lisa began. While we debate the color of our clothes, People are dying. The plague in the Outer Rim has killed over 1 million beings in the past 6 months. Pirates are attacking innocent traders every day. The asteroid belt conflicts have displaced thousands of families, yet we spend our time talking about blue fabric. The Zephyrian delegate's skin turned even darker. The human is being disrespectful. Our concerns are valid. Your concerns are noted, Lisa said, but priorities matter. Earth's medical teams could stop the plague in weeks if we had permission to act. Our security forces could clear the pirates from the trade routes. Our engineers could build refugee centers for the displaced families. But instead, we sit here and argue. The council chancellor, an ancient being called Vrex, spoke from his high platform. Ambassador Carter, the council operates on consensus. All voices must be heard. Lisa had heard this speech 1,000 times. Consensus sounded good in theory. In practice, it meant nothing ever got done. The council had been debating the trade route security issue for 18 months. In that time, hundreds of ships had been attacked. Dr. Helen Price, Earth's scientific advisor to the council, had told Lisa something important just last week. We're wasting our best years trying to fit into their system. Humanity could be exploring new worlds, curing diseases, building better ships. Instead, we're sitting in meetings listening to aliens argue about table manners. Helen was right. Lisa realized it more every day. Earth had joined the Galactic Council 50 years ago with high hopes. They thought they would be part of something great. They would help bring peace and progress to the galaxy. Instead, they had found a system that was broken beyond repair. The Council was more interested in ceremony than results. The powerful species used their influence to protect their own interests. The weak species were ignored completely. Lisa's thoughts were interrupted by another delegate. This one was from the Vulcan Republic. We must study the blue issue more carefully. I propose we form a committee to examine the cultural implications. That was the final straw. Lisa stood up again. This time her voice was louder and firmer. Earth withdraws from this debate, she announced. We will not waste any more time on this foolishness. The chamber erupted in surprised chatter. Delegates rarely broke protocol like this. Lisa did not care. She had reached her limit. She walked to the center of the chamber where the main podium stood. Her footsteps echoed in the large space. Every delegate watched her. Ryan and Jake followed behind her. I have an announcement to make, Lisa said. Her voice carried clearly through the chamber's sound system. The human delegation will be leaving the council. The chattering stopped. The chamber became perfectly silent. Earth is withdrawing from galactic politics, Lisa continued. We are tired of watching the galaxy burn while you debate the color of our uniforms. We are going home. Chancellor Vrex leaned forward on his platform. Ambassador Carter, surely you don't mean permanently. I mean exactly what I said, Lisa replied. Humanity is done with this council. We're done with your endless debates and your pointless ceremonies. We're done pretending that this system works. She looked around the chamber one last time. She saw fear in many of the alien faces. Good. Maybe fear would make them think about what they were losing. Earth will handle its own affairs from now on, Lisa said. Don't contact us unless you have something useful to offer. We won't be coming back. Lisa walked out of the chamber with Ryan and Jake beside her. Behind them, the alien delegates began, shouting questions and demands. Lisa did not look back. The next day, Earth recalled all its ambassadors from every alien world. The embassies were closed. The borders were sealed. Humanity had walked away from galaxy politics forever. Commander Pete Johnson looked at the star map one last time. His patrol ship, the Earth Guard, had protected this sector for 8 years. Tomorrow, he would take his crew home and never return. Sir, the Altarian cargo ship is requesting escort through the asteroid field, said Lieutenant Carol Davis from the communications station. Pete shook his head. Tell them we're off duty as of midnight tonight. They'll have to find their own way. Carol looked confused. But sir, that route has been hit by pirates 3 times this month. Not our problem anymore, Pete said. He felt bad about it, but orders were orders. Earth was pulling out of everything. No more patrols, no more escorts, no more helping aliens with their problems. The decision had been made 6 months ago when Ambassador Lisa Carter walked out of the Galactic Council. Since then, every human ship, every human base, every human diplomat had been recalled. Earth was closing its doors to the galaxy. Pete understood why. He had seen the same stupidity that Lisa had seen. While the council argued about uniform colors, pirates got bolder. While they debated proper meeting procedures, colonies were attacked. The system was broken and humanity was tired of trying to fix it. Signal from Admiral Hayes at Earth Command, Carol announced. Pete took the message. It was simple. All patrol ships return to Earth immediately. Operation Homecoming is complete. Pete looked around the bridge at his crew. They were good people who had served the galaxy well. Now they were going home to a very different future. Set. Course for Earth, he ordered. Maximum speed. As the Earth Guard jumped to faster than light travel, Pete wondered what would happen to the trade routes they had protected. The aliens would have to figure it out themselves. Back on Earth, President Amy Rodriguez stood at the podium in the White House press room. Reporters from around the world filled the seats. The whole planet was watching. My fellow humans, she began, today marks the beginning of a new chapter for our species. We are no longer part of the Galactic Council. We are no longer bound by their rules or their politics. A reporter raised her hand. Madam President, what about our trade agreements with alien species? All trade with alien species has ended, Amy replied. We will be completely self-sufficient from now on. Our scientists and engineers assure me this is possible. Another reporter stood up. What about the colonies that depended on our protection? Amy's face showed no emotion. Those colonies chose to remain part of the galactic community. We respect their choice. But Earth cannot protect people who are not willing to join us in independence. Tony Mitchell, the President's Chief of Staff, watched from the side of the room. He had been working 18-hour days to make this transition happen. Every human embassy had to be closed. Every human citizen living on alien worlds had to be brought home. Every trade agreement had to be canceled. It was the biggest logistical operation in human history. But they had done it. Humanity was now truly alone. Dr. Carl Jung sat in his laboratory on Luna Base and smiled at his latest discovery. For the first time in 20 years, he could work without alien oversight. The Galactic Science Council had rules about everything. What experiments could be done, what results could be published, what technologies could be developed. Now Carl was free to explore ideas that the aliens had banned. His new energy source could power a city for a year using materials the size of a coin. Under the old system, he would have been required to share this technology with all 847 species in the galaxy. Now it would remain human. Maria Santos, the chief engineer at the Mars shipyards, was having similar thoughts. Her new faster-than-light drive was 3 times more efficient than anything the aliens had. Her ships could cross the galaxy in weeks, instead of months. The aliens had always insisted that new technologies be shared equally. They said it was for the good of all species. But Maria knew the truth. The aliens wanted human innovations because they had stopped innovating themselves. They had become lazy and dependent. Well, no more. Maria's ships would explore new worlds that no alien had ever seen. Humanity would build its own empire among the stars. The effects of humanity's withdrawal were being felt across the galaxy. On the mining world of Kepler-7, the Vulcan workers watched their human supervisors pack up and leave. The humans had taught them new mining techniques that doubled their production. Now that knowledge was walking away. What do we do now? Asked Foreman Grix as the last human transport ship disappeared into space. Nobody had an answer. The Vulcans had become dependent on human expertise. Without it, their minds would become less efficient. Their economy would suffer. Similar scenes were playing out on hundreds of worlds. Human doctors were leaving hospitals. Human engineers were abandoning construction projects. Human teachers were closing schools. The galaxy had not realized how much it depended on human knowledge and human work. Now they were finding out. The Zephyrian Empire, emboldened by humanity's absence, began expanding into neutral space. Emperor Zenth had always wanted to control the rich mining systems near the galactic core. The humans had prevented this with their peacekeeping forces. Now those forces were gone. "Deploy the battle fleets," Zenth ordered his generals. "Take the mining systems. No one can stop us now." The Zephyrians were not the only ones taking advantage. The Crystalline Collective began hoarding rare minerals that had previously been shared under human-mediated treaties. The Altarian Federation started claiming ownership of trade routes that had been neutral for decades. Within 6 months, 3 small wars had broken out. The Galactic Council tried to mediate, but without human peacekeepers to enforce agreements, their words meant nothing. The Galactic Communication Network began having problems too. Most people did not know that humans maintained many of the quantum relay stations that carried messages between star systems. When the human technicians left, nobody else knew how to fix the equipment. Messages that used to travel across the galaxy in minutes now took hours or days. Some sectors lost communication completely. On Earth, the population was adjusting to their new isolation. Some people worried about being cut off from the galaxy, but most were excited about the future. Humanity had spent 50 years trying to fit into alien society. They had followed alien rules, shared their innovations, and helped solve alien problems. In return, they had been ignored, dismissed, and taken for granted. Now they were free to be themselves. Free to explore new worlds without asking permission. Free to develop new technologies without sharing them. Free to make their own mistakes and celebrate their own successes. The silence from the galaxy was deafening. For the first time in 50 years, Earth's communication centers were not buzzing with messages from alien governments. The quiet was strange, but also peaceful. Dr. Helen Price, now director of the new Department of Human Advancement, looked at the reports coming in from research stations across human space. Breakthrough discoveries were happening every day. Medical advances, engineering innovations, scientific revelations. "We should have done this years ago," she told her assistant. "We were holding ourselves back trying to keep up with alien politics." As the first year of isolation ended, humanity was already becoming something new, something better, something that the aliens would soon learn to fear and respect. The universe was about to discover what humans could accomplish when they stopped playing by other people's rules. General Nathan Wells stared at the massive screen in Earth's intelligence center. The display showed a map of the galaxy with red dots marking every conflict, every crisis, every disaster happening in alien space. There were so many red dots that parts of the map looked like they were bleeding. "Report," Nathan said to his aide, Captain Linda Moore. 17 new conflicts this month, sir," Linda replied. "The Zephyrian Empire has attacked 4 neutral worlds. The Crystalline Collective is blockading trade routes. The Vulcan Republic is facing complete economic collapse." Nathan nodded grimly. It had been 2 years since humanity walked away from galactic politics. The aliens were learning what life was like without human peacekeepers, human mediators, and human solutions to their problems. "What about the asteroid situation?" Nathan asked. Linda's face grew serious. "The one heading for the Vulcan homeworld? Our computers show it will hit in 6 months. Total destruction is certain. Population, 12 billion. Nathan felt a knot in his stomach. 12 billion people were going to die, and there was nothing he could do about it. Well, there was something he could do, but Earth's policy was clear. No interference in alien affairs. The Vulcans had primitive space technology. They could not deflect an asteroid that large. 2 years ago, they would have asked the Galactic Council for help. The Council would have contacted Earth, and human ships would have destroyed the asteroid in a few hours. But now Earth was not taking calls from the galaxy. Dr. Grace Allen walked into the Intelligence Center carrying a thick report. She was Earth's leading expert on galactic affairs, and she had been studying the situation since humanity's withdrawal. "The analysis is complete," Grace said, handing Nathan the report. "The galaxy is falling apart faster than we predicted." Nathan opened the report and read the summary. The numbers were staggering. Galactic trade was down by 70%. Medical emergencies were going untreated. Conflicts that had been resolved decades ago were starting again. "Look at page 12, Grace said. The Altarian Nexus War." Nathan flipped to the page. The Altarians and the Nexus Confederation had been enemies for centuries. 40 years ago, human diplomats had negotiated a peace treaty that ended their war. The treaty had held for 4 decades. Last month, the war had started again. Both sides claimed the other had broken the treaty. Without human mediators to investigate the claims, the fighting had resumed immediately. "Casualties?" Nathan asked. "Millions, already," Grace replied. "And it's spreading. 3 other species have been drawn into the conflict." Nathan closed the report. He had seen enough. The galaxy was destroying itself, and Earth was watching from a safe distance. Captain Roy Davis entered the intelligence center. He had just returned from a secret mission to the Galactic core, where he had observed the situation firsthand. "Sir, you need to hear this," Roy said. "The Galactic Council is in complete chaos. Half the species have stopped sending delegates. The ones who still show up spend their time blaming each other for the crisis." "What about their military response?" Nathan asked. Roy shook his head. "They can't agree on anything. The Zephyrians want to expand their territory. The Crystalline Collective wants to hoard resources. The smaller species are just trying to survive. And the communication network? Completely broken in most sectors," Roy reported. "Without human technicians maintaining the quantum relays, messages take days or weeks to get through. Some worlds are completely cut off." Nathan walked to the window and looked out at Earth's blue sky. 2 years ago, this planet had been the center of galactic civilization. Human ships had patrolled the galaxy. Human diplomats had solved conflicts. Human scientists had shared their discoveries with everyone. Now, Earth was an island of peace and prosperity in a galaxy that was tearing itself apart. The irony was not lost on Nathan. Humanity had left galactic politics because the system was broken. Now the system was proving just how broken it really was. Dr. Grace Allen brought up another concern. The economic collapse is accelerating. The galactic credit system is failing because it depended on human banks to process transactions. Without those banks, trade between species has become almost impossible. "What are they using instead?" Nathan asked. "Barter systems, mostly," Grace replied. "But that only works for simple trades. Complex transactions involving multiple species are breaking down completely." Nathan remembered the old days when he had commanded human peacekeeping forces. Back then, the galaxy had seemed stable and unified. Species worked together, shared resources, and solved problems collectively. But that stability had been built on human foundations. Human peacekeepers had enforced treaties. Human mediators had resolved disputes. Human engineers had maintained the infrastructure that kept the galaxy connected. Remove the humans and the whole system collapsed like a house of cards. Captain Linda Moore brought Nathan another update. "Sir, we're intercepting desperate messages from the Galactic Council. They're offering humanity complete control over galactic security if we'll return." Nathan almost laughed. "Complete control? 2 years ago, they wouldn't even let us carry weapons in the council chambers." "They're scared," Linda said. "The Zephyrian Empire is threatening to attack the council headquarters. Without human protection, they're defenseless." Nathan thought about the Galactic Council building, with its beautiful architecture and its chambers designed for peaceful debate. It had been a symbol of civilized cooperation between species. Now it was just another target for conquest. On the other side of Earth, in the Pacific Research Station, Dr. Alice Murphy was making discoveries that would have been impossible under the old system. Her work on quantum biology was revolutionizing medicine. Her new treatments could cure diseases that had plagued humanity for centuries. Under the Galactic Council's rules, she would have been required to share her research with all member species. The aliens would have benefited from her work while contributing nothing in return. Now her discoveries would help humanity become stronger, healthier, and more advanced than any species in the galaxy. Similar breakthroughs were happening everywhere in human space. Without the burden of supporting alien civilizations, humanity was advancing faster than ever before. Engineer Tom Baker had developed new terraforming techniques that could turn dead worlds into gardens in just a few years. Physicist Sarah Wilson had created artificial gravity generators that made space travel more comfortable. Biologist Mark Taylor had engineered crops that could grow in any environment. All of these innovations stayed within human space. The aliens who had once benefited from human generosity now had to solve their own problems. Nathan looked at the galactic map again. The red dots had multiplied while he was thinking. More conflicts, more crises, more disasters. Part of him felt sorry for the aliens. They had not asked for this chaos. They had simply been part of a system that depended too heavily on one species. But another part of him felt proud. Humanity had built something beautiful in the galaxy. They had created peace, prosperity, and progress. When the aliens had taken that for granted, humanity had walked away. Now the galaxy was learning the true value of what they had lost. The asteroid heading for the Vulcan homeworld would hit in 6 months. 12 billion people would die. The Galactic Council would send desperate messages begging for help, and Earth would maintain its silence. Because sometimes the best way to teach a lesson was to let the students face the consequences of their choices. The universe was freaking out, and humanity was just getting started. Chancellor Vrex of the Altarian Federation looked around the nearly empty council chambers. Only 30 species had sent delegates to this emergency meeting. A year ago, there would have been hundreds. "We must take action," Vrex announced to the small gathering. "The galaxy is dying and only the humans can save us." Admiral Zoth of the Combined Fleet stood up. He was a massive creature with thick armor plating and 6 arms. His species, the Krathen, were known for solving problems with violence. "The humans think they can ignore us," Zoth growled. "They think they are better than the rest of the galaxy. We will show them they are wrong." The Zephyrian delegate nodded eagerly. "My Emperor has already pledged 200 warships to the cause. The humans must be forced to return." Vrex was not sure this was a good idea. The humans had left peacefully. They had not attacked anyone or threatened anyone. They had simply chosen to be alone. But the galaxy was falling apart without them. The Vulcan homeworld had been destroyed by the asteroid 3 months ago. 12 billion people had died while human ships watched from a safe distance. The galactic communication network had completely collapsed. Wars were spreading everywhere. "Very well," Vrex said reluctantly. "Form your fleet. But remember, we want the humans to return as friends, not as prisoners." Admiral Zoth laughed, a sound like grinding metal. "They will return either way." The alien armada assembled at the edge of human space 2 weeks later. Over 800 ships from 30 different species, the largest military force ever gathered in galactic history. Admiral Zoth commanded from his flagship, the Destroyer of Worlds. Colonel Sam Foster watched the approaching fleet from Earth's primary defense station. He had been expecting this. Intelligence reports had warned that the aliens were planning something desperate. "Sir, they're demanding we lower our defensive barriers and allow their representatives to pass," reported Sergeant Beth Clark from the communications console. Sam almost smiled. The aliens still did not understand. Humanity was not the same species that had left the galaxy 3 years ago. They had grown stronger, smarter, more advanced. The aliens were about to learn just how much stronger. "Send them our standard message," Sam ordered. "Human space is closed to all alien vessels. Any attempt to enter will be considered an act of war." Admiral Zoth received the message on his flagship. He read it and threw the communication device across the bridge in anger. "Arrogant humans," he snarled. "They dare to threaten us. We have 800 ships. They have maybe 50. His tactical officer, a thin creature with multiple eyes, looked nervous. "Sir, our sensors cannot penetrate their defense network. We do not know what weapons they have." "It does not matter," Zoth replied. "We will overwhelm them with numbers. All ships advance into human space. Destroy anything that gets in our way." The alien fleet moved forward in a massive formation. Each ship was equipped with the best weapons and shields their species could build. They expected the humans to either surrender immediately or be destroyed in a brief battle. They were very wrong. Captain Lisa Webb commanded the Human Defense Squadron from her ship, the New Horizon. She had only 20 ships under her command, but each one was built with technology that the aliens had never seen. "Activate cloaking fields," Lisa ordered. "All ships, disappear." The human ships vanished from the alien sensors as if they had never existed. The alien fleet suddenly found itself flying blind into what might be a trap. "Where did they go?" Admiral Zoth demanded. His sensors showed empty space where the human ships had been. "Unknown, sir," his tactical officer replied. "Our equipment cannot detect them." That was when the first alien ship exploded, then the second, then the third. The human ships were still there, invisible and untouchable. Their new weapons could punch through any alien shield as if it were made of paper. Their targeting systems could hit a coin from 1,000 kilometers away. "Return fire," Zoth screamed, but his ships were shooting at ghosts. Their weapons hit nothing but empty space, while human ships continued their methodical destruction of the alien fleet. Within 2 hours, half the alien armada was either destroyed or disabled. The survivors began to retreat in panic. "Sir, we must withdraw," Zoth's tactical officer pleaded. "We cannot fight an enemy we cannot see." Admiral Zoth's pride would not let him admit defeat so easily. "All ships, concentrate fire on that space. Station. If we cannot defeat their ships, we will destroy their base." The remaining alien ships turned their weapons toward Colonel Sam Foster's defense station. Thousands of energy beams and missiles streaked toward the human facility. They hit an invisible wall and exploded harmlessly. The humans had developed energy shields that could stop any weapon the aliens possessed. "Our turn," Sam said calmly. From hidden positions around the defense station, massive human weapons emerged. They fired once, and 3 alien cruisers simply ceased to exist. The rest of the alien fleet broke formation and fled toward the galactic border as fast as their engines could carry them. Dr. Frank Moore, Earth's new director of xenological affairs, sent a message to the retreating aliens. It was broadcast on all frequencies so every species in the galaxy could hear it. "To all alien governments," Frank's voice was calm and professional, "Earth harbors no ill will toward other species. We simply wish to be left alone. However, we will defend our territory against any threat. Do not test us again." The message was received across the galaxy within hours. The news spread quickly. Humanity had defeated the largest military force in galactic history without breaking a sweat. The alien survivors limped back to their homeworlds with stories of invisible ships and impossible weapons. The humans had become something beyond their understanding. Back on Earth, President Amy Rodriguez held another press conference. The whole planet wanted to know about the battle. "Did we destroy the alien fleet?" asked a reporter. "We defended ourselves," Amy replied. "The aliens chose to attack us. We simply showed them that this was a poor decision." "Are we at war with the galaxy?" Amy shook her head. "We are not at war with anyone. We want to be left alone. If other species respect our wishes, there will be no more conflicts." But the galaxy was past the point where leaving humans alone was possible. Too many worlds were dying without human help. Too many wars were raging without human peacekeepers. Too many problems existed that only human solutions could fix. The Vulcan Republic, what was left of it after their homeworld's destruction, sent a desperate message to Earth. They offered to become a human colony if Earth would protect their remaining worlds. The Crystalline Collective, facing economic collapse, offered to give humans exclusive mining rights to their richest worlds in exchange for technical assistance. Even the proud Zephyrian Empire, which had led the attack on human space, sent secret messages offering tribute and alliance. All of these messages were ignored. Earth had made its choice. Humanity would chart its own course among the stars, free from the politics and problems of the galaxy they had left behind. But the aliens were not ready to accept this new reality. They had depended on humans for so long that they could not imagine a galaxy without human guidance. More desperate plans were already being made in the surviving council chambers. The aliens would try again to force humanity back into their system. They had not yet learned that you cannot force someone to save you from your own mistakes. 5 years had passed since humanity walked away from the Galactic Council. The galaxy that remained was nothing like the one they had left behind. President Kevin Carter stood on the observation deck of New Geneva Station, humanity's newest space city. The station floated in the atmosphere of a gas giant, harvesting fuel from the swirling clouds below. It was one of 50 such cities that humans had built in their isolated corner of space. "The morning reports, sir," said his aide, Jennifer Walsh, handing him a data pad. Kevin read through the updates with satisfaction. Colony ship Aurora had reached the Kepler system and begun terraforming 3 new worlds. The Mars shipyards had completed another deep space exploration vessel. Earth's population had grown to 10 billion, with millions more living in space habitats throughout human territory. "Any messages from the old galaxy?" Kevin asked. Jennifer nodded grimly. 17 more requests for assistance. The Crystalline Collective is offering us their entire mineral wealth. The Altarian Federation wants to surrender complete control of their military to us. The Zephyrian Empire is begging us to save them from the rebellion on their homeworld. Kevin deleted the messages without reading them. He had seen hundreds of similar pleas over the past 5 years. Every week brought new offers of tribute, surrender, and desperation from alien species that had once looked down on humanity. "What, about the exploration fleet?" Kevin asked. "Commander Daniel Taylor reports first contact with 3 new species beyond the galactic rim," Jennifer replied. "All peaceful, all interested in trade and friendship." Kevin smiled. This was the future he had dreamed of. Humanity was no longer trying to fix the problems of ungrateful aliens. Instead, they were finding new friends among species that had never been corrupted by the old galactic political system. Dr. Alice Murphy walked into the observation lounge carrying her latest research. She had become Earth's most celebrated scientist, making breakthrough discoveries that would have been impossible under the old system of mandatory technology sharing. "The life extension treatment is ready for public release," Alice announced. "We can now add 50 years to the average human lifespan." Kevin nodded approvingly. Under the Galactic Council's rules, this discovery would have been shared with all 847 member species immediately. Now it would remain exclusively human, making humanity stronger and more advanced than any other species in the galaxy. "What about the new propulsion system?" Kevin asked. "Complete," Alice replied. "Our ships can now cross the galaxy in days instead of months. We're already planning expeditions to other galaxies." Other galaxies. Kevin thought about that. While the aliens, in their old galaxy, fought over scraps, humanity would be exploring entirely new realms of space. They would meet new species, discover new worlds, and build new civilizations far from the chaos they had left behind. General Patricia Howard entered the lounge with her usual brisk efficiency. She had replaced General Nathan Wells as Earth's defense minister and had overseen the development of humanity's new military capabilities. "Status report," Kevin requested. "Human space is completely secure," Patricia reported. "We have defensive systems that can stop any alien attack. Our exploration fleets are protected by the best weapons and shields in the galaxy, and our intelligence networks are monitoring the situation in alien space." "How bad is it out there?" Kevin asked. Though he already knew the answer would be grim, Patricia's expression darkened. The Galactic Council officially dissolved last month. Only 12 species were still sending delegates, and they spent their final session blaming each other for the collapse. Kevin was not surprised. The Council had been dying slowly for years, kept alive only by the desperate hope that humanity might return to save it. "The Zephyrian Empire has split into 6 warring factions," Patricia continued. "The Crystalline Collective's mining worlds are being raided by pirates. The Altarian Federation is facing complete economic collapse. At least 40 species have gone extinct in the wars of the past 5 years. 40 species. Gone forever." Kevin felt a moment of sadness for the loss of life, but he reminded himself that these species had chosen their path. They could have learned to cooperate without human mediation. They could have built peaceful societies without human peacekeepers. Instead, they had depended on humanity to solve all their problems. When humanity left, The aliens had proven they were not capable of governing themselves. "Any threats to our territory?" Kevin asked. Patricia shook her head. "None. The remaining alien governments are too busy fighting each other to worry about us. And after our defeat of Admiral Zoth's fleet, most species are too afraid to even approach our borders." Kevin remembered that battle. 800 alien ships had attacked human space, confident in their overwhelming numbers. 20 human ships had destroyed half the alien fleet and sent the rest running in terror. The galaxy had learned that humanity was no longer the peaceful species that had once served as mediators and peacekeepers. The new humanity was something far more dangerous. Ambassador Lisa Carter, now retired, lived in a beautiful house on the human colony world of New Eden. She tended her garden and wrote her memoirs, documenting the years when humanity had tried to make galactic politics work. Her communication device chimed with an incoming message. She almost ignored it, but the priority code indicated it was from the highest levels of the former Galactic Council. Lisa activated the message. Chancellor Vrex appeared as a hologram, but he looked nothing like the proud leader she remembered. His green skin was pale and sickly. His once bright eyes were dim with despair. "Ambassador Carter," Vrex began, his voice cracking with emotion. "I am sending this message on behalf of what remains of the galactic community. We have made terrible mistakes. We ignored humanity's wisdom. We took your help for granted. We let pride and politics destroy everything we had built together." Lisa listened without expression. She had heard similar apologies before. "We are prepared to offer humanity complete control over the galaxy," Vrex continued. "No more council debates. No more shared decision-making. Humanity would have absolute authority over all remaining species. We would be your subjects, not your partners." The message continued for several more minutes, with Vrex describing the desperate state of the galaxy and begging for humanity's return. He offered treasure, territory, and total submission if humans would only come back and restore order. When the message ended, Lisa sat in her garden for a long moment. Then she deleted the message without responding and returned to tending her flowers. The galaxy had made its choice 5 years ago when it valued ceremony over results, politics over progress, and procedure over people. Humanity had tried to work within that system for 50 years. When it became clear that the system could not be reformed, humanity had chosen a different path. Now the galaxy was learning to live with the consequences of its choices. In the distance, Lisa could see the lights of human ships launching into space. They were not heading toward the old galaxy with its wars and chaos. They were heading in the opposite direction, toward unexplored stars and unknown worlds. Humanity had found something better than galactic politics. They had found the freedom to build their own future among the stars. The universe had freaked out when humans walked away from galaxy politics, but humanity had moved on to bigger and better things. Sometimes the best way to win a game was to stop playing and start a new one entirely. And humanity was very good at starting new games.
Jack Harrison stood at the viewport of the transport ship, watching as the gleaming planet of Centrum grew larger. His hands were steady, but his heart raced. The message had come 3 weeks ago, while he was training recruits at the Earth Defense Base. A royal summons from Emperor Zethval himself. "Commander Harrison, we are beginning our descent to the Imperial Palace," said the pilot, a blue-skinned Azurian with 4 eyes that blinked in sequence. "Please prepare yourself." Jack nodded and straightened his uniform. It was the formal dress uniform of Earth's Special Forces, dark blue with silver trim, and his service medals displayed across his chest. He had debated wearing something else, something that might help him blend in at the Imperial Court, but finally decided that he should represent Earth proudly. The ship landed on a crystal platform that seemed to float above the capital city. Jack grabbed his small bag and stepped out into the bright light of 2 suns. The air smelled like cinnamon and metal. A tall figure waited at the edge of the landing pad. It was a Keldorian diplomat, with skin like polished bronze and eyes that glowed faintly yellow. "Commander Harrison," the Keldorian said, bowing slightly. "I am Advisor Lim. Welcome to Centrum. The Emperor awaits you." Jack followed Advisor Lim into a gravity tube that carried them down into the massive Imperial Palace. The walls were made of a material that shifted colors slowly, from deep purple to midnight blue. Guards from a dozen different species stood at attention as they passed. Many of them were Vargosians, huge, gray-skinned warriors with natural armor plates across their bodies. "Is it true?" Jack asked as they walked down a long hallway. The Emperor was almost killed. Advisor Lim's face remained blank. "That information is not for public discussion, Commander." "I'm not the public," Jack said. "If I'm going to be useful here, I need to know what happened." The Keldorian stopped walking and turned to face Jack. Very direct. Very human. He sighed. Yes, there was an attempt on His Imperial Majesty's life. The assassin bypassed 7 layers of security. The Vargosian Royal Guard stopped the attack, but not before the Emperor was injured. He has recovered fully. They continued walking in silence. Jack noticed how the alien courtiers stopped to stare at him as he passed. Some whispered behind their hands or tentacles. Others simply glared. "They don't seem happy to see me," Jack said. "You are the first human to enter the Inner Palace in 50 years, Advisor Lim replied. "And the Imperial Selection Committee's choice has caused concern. Because I'm human. Because you are not Vargosian. The Royal Guard has been exclusively Vargosian for 8 centuries. They are physically superior to humans in every measurable way. Stronger, faster, more durable." "Then why am I here?" Jack asked. Advisor Lim's eyes glowed a bit brighter. "That is exactly what everyone wants to know, Commander Harrison." They reached a set of massive doors carved from what looked like a single piece of red wood. Guards stood on either side, their weapons at the ready. They looked at Jack with open hostility. "The Emperor will see you alone," Advisor Lim said. "I suggest you kneel when you enter, keep your eyes lowered, and speak only when spoken to." Jack nodded. The doors swung open silently, revealing a vast chamber beyond. Jack took a deep breath and stepped forward. The throne room was bigger than any space Jack had ever seen indoors. The ceiling was so high it disappeared into darkness. The walls were lined with representatives from 100 different worlds, all watching him with curious or suspicious eyes. At the far end, seated on a floating throne of light and metal, was Emperor Zethval. He was humanoid but clearly alien, with pale blue skin and eyes like liquid silver. A thin scar ran from his left eye down to his jaw, new and still healing. "Commander Jack Harrison of Earth," announced a voice that seemed to come from everywhere. "Approach the golden throne." Jack walked forward, feeling the weight of 1,000 stares on his back. He was a soldier, not a diplomat, but something told him the Emperor hadn't summoned him for his diplomatic skills. The fate of Earth might depend on what happened in the next few minutes. Jack squared his shoulders and marched toward his destiny. 3 weeks had passed since Jack's arrival at the Imperial Palace. He shadowed the Emperor everywhere, learning the routines and protocols of the court. Most of the royal staff avoided him. The Vargosian guards watched him with open hatred in their 4 eyes. "They think you'll fail," said a voice behind Jack as he stood watch during a morning council meeting. Jack turned to see a human woman with short brown hair and intelligent eyes. She wore the blue and silver uniform of Earth's diplomatic corps. "Dr. Eliza Winters," she said, extending her hand. "Earth's ambassador to Centrum. Thought I should introduce myself to the only other human in the palace." Jack shook her hand. "Nice to meet someone who doesn't look at me like I'm going to break something valuable." Eliza smiled. "Give them time. They'd never seen humans in action." The council meeting was ending. Emperor Zethval rose from his seat, and Jack moved to his position, 3 steps behind, and 1 to the right. "That evening is the Galactic Unity reception," Eliza whispered quickly. "Every important dignitary will be there. Be careful." Jack nodded as he followed the Emperor out. The reception hall was massive, with crystal walls that showed the stars beyond. Hundreds of aliens from across the hegemony mingled, drinking colorful liquids and eating strange foods. Jack stood near the Emperor, scanning the crowd constantly. A tall, stone-skinned Kartul approached. "Your Majesty, what a pleasure to see you recovered from that unfortunate incident." The Emperor nodded coldly. "Ambassador Gorn, how is the mining operation on Veros IV progressing?" Jack watched the Kartul's four-fingered hands. Something seemed off about the way the ambassador held his ceremonial staff. There was a slight twist to the grip, a hidden catch under his thumb. The Kartul shifted position, moving closer to the Emperor. "The operation is." Jack moved. In one fluid motion, he stepped between the Emperor and the ambassador, grabbed the staff, and twisted it sharply. There was a click, and a thin needle shot out from the bottom, missing Jack's hand by millimeters. The room fell silent. The Kartul's rocky face showed no expression, but his body tensed. "Poison dart," Jack said calmly, holding up the staff for all to see the hidden weapon. Very clever design. Guards rushed in from all sides. The Kartul was surrounded and taken away without resistance. Later, after the reception had ended and security had been doubled, the Emperor summoned Jack to his private chambers. "You saved my life," Zethval said, looking out at the city lights below. "How did you know?" "His grip was wrong," Jack explained, "and he kept shifting the staff to align with your heart. Little things that didn't fit the pattern." "The Vargosian guards missed it completely," the Emperor said. "Their security protocols are focused on energy weapons and obvious threats. They scan for technology, not behavior. Humans are good at spotting things that don't seem right," Jack said. "We had to survive on Earth." The Emperor turned to face him. "That is precisely why I chose you, Commander Harrison. The hegemony has become too predictable. Each species has their specialized strengths and their blind spots. But humans, you're different." A soft chime interrupted them. The door slid open, and Princess Kala entered. She was younger than Jack had expected, maybe 20 in human years, with the same blue skin as her father but darker, more intense silver eyes. "Father, I heard what happened," she said, then noticed Jack and stopped. "Oh, you're the human." "Commander Harrison," the Emperor corrected. "He saved my life tonight." The princess studied Jack curiously. "Is it true humans have no special abilities? No natural armor, no telepathy, no enhanced senses? Just adaptability," Jack replied. "We make do with what we have." "Fascinating," the princess said. "Most species in the hegemony evolved one perfect solution for survival. But humans, we evolved to handle the unexpected," Jack finished. The Emperor smiled. "And in a court full of specialized threats and ancient protocols, the unexpected is exactly what I need." Outside the window, the 2 moons of Centrum rose above the horizon. Jack could feel things changing. The court might fear him now, but that fear would soon grow much deeper. They were beginning to realize what they were dealing with. Not just a human, but humanity itself. And humanity had survived for thousands of years by doing what no one expected. 3 months into his service, Jack returned to his quarters after a long day of guard duty to find his room in disarray. Someone had searched through his belongings. Nothing was stolen, but everything was slightly out of place. Jack swept the room and found 3 listening devices hidden in clever spots. He left them untouched. Better to know he was being watched than to alert his watchers that he had found them. The next morning, as he escorted the Emperor to the Grand Council chamber, High Chancellor Vex Moria blocked their path. The Vargosian stood nearly 8 feet tall, his gray skin covered in natural armor plates that gleamed in the light. "Your Majesty," Vex Moria said with a bow that seemed more mocking than respectful. "The Council has prepared a special presentation today." The Emperor nodded, and they entered the vast chamber. The curved walls displayed the flags of 1,000 worlds. The councillors sat in rising tiers, all eyes focused on the Emperor as he took his throne with Jack standing guard behind him. Vex Moria stepped to the center of the room. Esteemed members of the council, Today we examine the fitness of our newest addition to the court. The air filled with holographic images of Earth, but not the peaceful Earth of gardens and cities that Jack knew. These were images of wars, riots, and destruction, human fighting human across the centuries. The human species, Vex Moria continued, has spent more time fighting itself than any other known intelligent species. They have weaponized every discovery they ever made. Their history is written in the blood of their own kind. Jack stood still, face neutral, though anger burned inside him. This was a calculated move to undermine him. "Is this true, Commander Harrison?" the Emperor asked quietly, not turning around. "Parts of our history, yes," Jack admitted, "but not who we are now." Eliza stepped forward from the Earth delegation section. "High Chancellor, you show only part of the truth. Humans have also created art, music, and literature that is celebrated across the hegemony. We have healed as well as harmed." Vex Moria sneered. Pretty words from a diplomat, but facts remain facts. Can we trust the safety of our beloved Emperor to a species with such violent tendencies? Princess Kala, sitting at her father's right hand, spoke up. "I have been studying Earth culture, Chancellor. Their capacity for violence is matched by their capacity for sacrifice. They protect what they value." The debate continued for hours. Jack remained silent, knowing anything he said would be used against him. When the session finally ended, he escorted the Emperor back to the royal chambers. "You didn't defend yourself," the Emperor noted once they were alone. "Actions speak louder than words," Jack replied. "I'll let my service answer their accusations." The Emperor studied him with those silver eyes. "The Chancellor wants you gone. He has allies throughout the court." "I know. I found listening devices in my quarters." "And you didn't remove them?" The Emperor seemed surprised. Jack shook his head. "Let them listen. They'll only hear what I want them to hear." The Emperor smiled slightly. "You continue to prove my choice was correct." Late that night, Jack was awakened by an urgent message from Eliza. They met in a small garden where the sound of flowing water would mask their conversation. "They're planning something bigger," Eliza whispered. "One of my contacts overheard Vex Moria talking about removing the human problem permanently." "I've survived 2 accidents already this week," Jack said. "A brake failure on a transport and a food poisoning attempt." Eliza looked worried. "This is more than court politics, Jack. The Vargosians have controlled Imperial security for centuries. Your presence threatens their power." "I don't think that's all," Jack said, lowering his voice further. "The Emperor knows something. He's using me as bait to draw out hidden enemies." A soft footstep made them both turn. Princess Kala stood there, her blue skin almost luminous in the garden's dim light. "You're both right," she said quietly. "And you're both in danger. My father chose you for a reason, Commander Harrison. The court doesn't just fear you because you're human. They fear you because they don't know what you know." Jack and Eliza exchanged glances. "What do you mean, Your Highness?" Jack asked. "There's a shadow over the hegemony," the princess said, "and my father believes only a human can see it clearly enough to stop it." News of attacks on distant imperial worlds reached the palace. 3 outposts had gone silent in the past week. When communications were restored, the survivors reported the same thing. Intruders who left no evidence, who bypassed security as if it wasn't there. Jack sat in a small room with Eliza and Princess Kala, reviewing the reports. The room was one of the few places in the palace not monitored by Imperial security. "The pattern is clear," Jack said, pointing to a star map. "The attacks are moving inward, toward Centrum." "But who could breach Imperial security so easily?" Eliza asked. "Every outpost had different systems, different species running them." The princess leaned forward. "My father believes it's the Void Collective." Jack looked up sharply. "The Shadow Group from old stories. I thought they were myths." "Most people think so," Princess Kala said. "That's what makes them so dangerous. They've operated in secret for centuries, placing agents throughout the hegemony. Including in the Imperial Palace, Jack guessed. The princess nodded. Including among the Vargosian royal guards. That's why my father chose you. Humans are too new to galactic politics. The Void Collective hasn't had time to infiltrate your species. A soft chime interrupted them. Jack checked his comm unit. The Emperor wants me. We'll continue this later. He found Emperor Zethval in his private observatory, looking out at the stars. The room was dark except for the glow of distant suns. You wanted to see me, Your Majesty. The Emperor didn't turn around. Do you know why I really chose you, Commander Harrison? Princess Kala mentioned the Void Collective. Jack said. She said they haven't infiltrated humans yet. That's part of it, the Emperor said, but not all. 6 years ago, during your border wars, you led a mission to planet XT-435. Jack stiffened. That mission is classified. Not to me, the Emperor said. You encountered something there, something you couldn't explain. Your team found an outpost that had been taken over by something. Not a physical enemy, but an influence. Your soldiers started acting strangely, turning on each other. Jack's mouth went dry. He had never told anyone the full truth about that mission. How do you know this? Because what you found was a Void Collective seed operation, the Emperor said. They were testing a new form of control. And you, Commander Harrison, did something no one has done before. You recognized the pattern. You got your people out. You burned the outpost to the ground. Jack remembered the strange whispers, the way his team had started to turn on each other, the odd blank look in their eyes. I just knew something was wrong. Exactly. The Emperor turned to face him now. You knew. Other species are more telepathic than humans, more technologically advanced, physically stronger. But none of them can see the Void Collective's influence as clearly as you did. Humans have a unique resistance to their methods. An alarm blared throughout the palace, cutting their conversation short. Jack's comm unit lit up with emergency signals. Security breach in the West Wing, a voice announced. All guards to positions. Emperor Zethval looked grim. It's beginning. Jack rushed to the security center. The screen showed chaos in the West Wing. Guards were fighting each other. Some of the palace staff were attacking officials. What's happening? Jack demanded. The security officer, a purple-skinned Thaxian, looked panicked. We don't know. They just started attacking without warning. Jack studied the screens, looking for patterns. Then he saw it, a subtle shimmer around the affected areas, almost invisible. It's some kind of field, he said. It's affecting their minds. The officer looked skeptical. Our scans show nothing. Because you're looking for the wrong thing, Jack said. He remembered XT-435, the subtle wrongness he had sensed there. Your systems are designed to detect known threats. This is something new. He turned to the officer. Lock down the entire West Wing. Cut power, air circulation, everything. And get the Emperor to the secure bunker. Now. The Void Collective had made their move. The shadows were stepping into the light. The secure bunker was 30 levels below the palace. Jack hustled the Emperor through hidden passages, staying ahead of the chaos spreading through the upper levels. Princess Kala and Eliza were already waiting when they arrived. The situation is worse than we thought, Eliza said, showing them a datapad. Reports are coming in from across the capital. People are turning on each other without warning. On the screens around them, they could see the streets of the capital city. Citizens fought in the streets, their eyes vacant and movements jerky. How many are affected? The Emperor asked. Impossible to tell, Princess Kala replied. The influence is spreading quickly. Jack studied the patterns on the security feeds. It's not random. Look at the spread pattern. It's moving toward key government buildings, military posts, communication centers. A coup, the Emperor said grimly. They're seizing control of the hegemony. A message flashed across the screens. Chancellor Vexmoria's face appeared, his 4 eyes glowing with an unnatural light. Citizens of the hegemony, he announced. It is with deep regret that I inform you Emperor Zethval has been declared unfit to rule due to mental deterioration. As High Chancellor, I am assuming temporary control to restore order. He's one of them, Jack said. The Void Collective has been using him all along. Half the Imperial fleet has already declared for him, Eliza reported, checking incoming messages. They're moving to secure orbital positions around Centrum. The Emperor sat heavily in a chair, looking suddenly older. I suspected this day would come for decades. The signs were there, but I couldn't prove anything. That's why I've been preparing. Preparing how? Jack asked. A contingency plan, the Emperor said. One that depends on making a decision no emperor has made in 1,000 years. He stood and faced Jack directly. Commander Harrison, you've proven your worth many times over. Now I must ask one more service of you, a service that will change the hegemony forever. The Emperor turned to his daughter. Calla, it is time for the succession. Princess Calla's silver eyes widened. Father, no. You can't mean. I do, the Emperor said firmly. I will step down as Emperor, but not in favor of Vex Moria or his Vargosian allies. I name you, Calla, as my successor. The room fell silent. The succession of power was sacred in the hegemony, a carefully managed process that usually took months of ceremonies and preparations. The Vargosians will never accept it, Eliza said. They expect one of their own to take power if you step down, which is precisely why we must do it, the Emperor said. We break their expectations, disrupt their plans. Commander Harrison, you are now the protector of the next Empress. Her life, and the future of the hegemony, depend on you. Jack nodded, understanding the weight of this responsibility. What's our move, sir? We need to reach the Temple of Ascension, the Emperor explained. Once there, Calla can perform the ancient rites that will make her the legitimate Empress, regardless of what Vex Moria claims. The temple is on the other side of the city, Princess Calla said. With the capital in chaos, how can we possibly reach it safely? Jack smiled slightly. The same way humans have survived against impossible odds for thousands of years. We don't follow the rules. We change the game. He pulled up a map of the city on one of the screens. They'll expect us to use official routes, secure tunnels, royal transports. Instead, we'll go where no one would expect the royal family to go, through the lower city, the maintenance tunnels, the places the elite of Centrum never visit. The common areas. The Emperor looked shocked. No monarch has walked among the common people in generations. Exactly, Jack said. That's why it's the last place they'll look for you. Your Majesty, you've trusted human unpredictability this far. Trust it one more time. The Emperor looked at his daughter, then back to Jack. Very well, Commander. Lead the way. Jack checked his weapon and prepared to protect the future of the hegemony with his life. The true test of humanity was about to begin. Jack led the small group through narrow maintenance tunnels that ran beneath the grand avenues of Centrum. The Emperor, Princess Calla, and Eliza followed closely behind. None of them had ever seen this side of the capital city. These tunnels were built for service droids, Jack explained as they crawled through a tight passage. No Vargosian could fit through here, which makes it perfect for us. How did you know about these tunnels? Princess Calla asked, her royal robes now dirty and torn. I studied every map of the city I could find, Jack said. Humans are good at finding escape routes. It's saved our lives many times throughout history. They emerged into a busy marketplace in the lower city. Aliens of all species hurried about, most too concerned with their own problems to notice the small group. Jack had found simple clothes for everyone to wear. Even in these plain garments, the Emperor and Princess stood out with their blue skin and silver eyes, but they kept their heads down. Stay close, Jack whispered. We need to cross this market to reach the next maintenance tunnel. As they moved through the crowd, Eliza pointed to public screens showing news broadcasts. High Chancellor Vex Moria was addressing the hegemony again, his voice booming across the marketplace. The royal family has fled rather than face justice. Vex Moria announced. This confirms their guilt. I am offering a reward for their capture. The screen showed images of the Emperor, Princess Kala, Jack, and Eliza. An enormous bounty flashed below each picture. We need to move faster, Jack said. Pull your hoods lower. They were halfway across the market when a group of Vargosian soldiers entered from the main street. The soldiers began scanning the crowd with electronic devices. They're looking for our biosignatures, the Emperor whispered. They'll find us within minutes. Jack thought quickly. We need a distraction. He looked around and spotted a food stall selling cooking fuel. Follow me, but be ready to run when I give the signal. He approached the stall and purchased 2 canisters of fuel, ignoring the strange looks from the vendor. Then he led the group to a narrow alley between 2 buildings. Wait here, Jack told them. He took one of the fuel canisters and moved back toward the market square. Finding a service panel, he opened it and placed the canister inside, setting it to release slowly. Returning to the group, Jack pulled them deeper into the alley. When the gas from that canister hits the cooking fires in the market, it will create a lot of smoke, but no real danger. The emergency systems will activate, creating confusion. That's when we move. Minutes later, thick white smoke began filling the market. Alarms blared, and water sprayed from ceiling systems. The crowds panicked, running in all directions. The Vargosian soldiers tried to maintain order, but were quickly overwhelmed. Now, Jack said, leading them through the chaos to a service door he had spotted earlier. They slipped through and found themselves in another maintenance tunnel. That was impressive, the Emperor said, catching his breath. Creating chaos without harming anyone. Humans learned long ago that confusion can be more effective than direct confrontation, Jack replied, especially when you're outnumbered. They continued through the tunnels until they reached an abandoned subway station. Jack checked a small device he had been carrying. We're about halfway to the Temple of Ascension, he said, but the hard part is still ahead. The temple will be heavily guarded. Do you have a plan for that too? Princess Kala asked. Jack smiled. Humans always have a plan, and a backup plan, and a backup for the backup. He pulled out a small communicator Eliza had provided. We're going to need help from some friends I made among the lower city workers. People the Vargosians consider beneath their notice. Service workers? The Emperor asked, looking confused. The invisible people who keep your palace and city running, Jack explained. The ones no one pays attention to, which makes them perfect allies. They see everything but are seen by no one. The Emperor looked thoughtful. In all my centuries of rule, I never considered them. That's the advantage of a human perspective, Jack said. We notice the overlooked because we've been overlooked ourselves. And now, those invisible people are going to help us save your empire. He activated the communicator, ready to set in motion the next phase of his very human plan. Night fell over Centrum. Jack and his group approached the Temple of Ascension, a towering structure of white stone and glowing crystal that rose above the surrounding buildings. As Jack had predicted, Vargosian guards surrounded it, checking everyone who tried to enter. We'll never get past them directly, Eliza whispered as they watched from the shadows. We don't need to, Jack replied. Look. He pointed to where service workers were bringing supplies into a side entrance. None of the workers were being checked closely. My contacts came through, Jack said. They've added us to the work crew roster for tonight. A short green-skinned alien approached them, wearing the gray uniform of the temple maintenance staff. You Harrison? He asked quietly. Jack nodded. Got your uniforms and ID chips, the alien said, handing over a bundle. Put these on. My crew is scheduled to clean the inner sanctum tonight. That's where you need to be, right? Exactly right, Jack said. Thank you for the risk you're taking. The alien shrugged. Vargosians have looked down on us for centuries. About time someone showed them they're not as smart as they think. They changed into the maintenance uniforms and followed their new ally to the service entrance. The guard barely glanced at their ID chips before waving them through. Once inside, Jack's contact led them through service corridors until they reached the inner sanctum, a circular chamber with a crystal dome that reflected the stars above. Ancient symbols covered the walls, glowing faintly. "This is it," the Emperor said softly. "The heart of imperial power for 10,000 years. Every emperor and empress has been confirmed here." Princess Kala looked at the symbols with awe. "I never expected to stand here so soon." "You have 1 hour before my crew is scheduled to finish," their helper said. "After that, the regular guards will return." Jack thanked him, and the maintenance worker slipped away. The Emperor turned to his daughter. "Are you ready?" he asked. Princess Kala straightened her back. "I am." The Emperor guided her to the center of the chamber, where a circular platform rose slightly from the floor. He placed his hands on a control panel, and the ancient symbols on the walls glowed brighter. "I, Emperor Zethval, freely relinquish my authority and name my daughter, Kala, as my successor," he said formally. The room hummed with energy. The symbols pulsed, and a beam of light shot down from the dome, surrounding Princess Kala. Jack and Eliza watched from the edge of the room, keeping watch for any intrusion. But Jack noticed something strange about the lights surrounding the princess. It seemed to shimmer differently than the other lights in the room, almost as if... "Wait!" Jack shouted, running forward. "Something's wrong." Just as he reached the edge of the light, he saw it, a slight distortion in the air, the same pattern he had noticed during the attack on the palace. The Emperor saw it too. "Void Collective. They've corrupted the Ascension Chamber." Jack didn't hesitate. He jumped into the light, pushing Princess Kala aside. The energy field engulfed him instead, and he felt a strange presence trying to enter his mind. Whispers filled his head, offering power, knowledge, control. The same whispers he had heard years ago on planet XT-435. But just as before, Jack recognized the intrusion for what it was. "Get out of my head," he growled, focusing on what made him human. His family back on Earth, his loyalty to his friends, his determination to protect those who depended on him. The whispers grew angry, then desperate, then faded entirely. The light around Jack changed from a sickly purple to pure white, then vanished. He fell to his knees, gasping. Princess Kala knelt beside him. "What did you do?" "The Void Collective tried to take control during the Ascension," the Emperor explained, helping Jack to his feet. "They meant to possess you, daughter, make you their puppet ruler." "But they couldn't control Jack," Eliza said, "just like on XT-435. "What makes humans resistant?" Princess Kala asked. Jack steadied himself. "We've fought our own inner demons for thousands of years. Our minds are battlefield already. One more invader doesn't stand a chance." The Emperor looked at him with new respect. "You've saved my daughter's mind and soul. The hegemony owes you a debt that can never be repaid." "We're not done yet," Jack reminded them. "We still need to complete the Ascension before the Void Collective realizes their plan failed." Princess Kala stepped back onto the platform, now purified by Jack's resistance. "I'm ready to try again. This time, nothing will interfere." The true ascension began, while Jack stood guard, a human shield against forces that had nearly conquered the stars. 1 year had passed since Princess Kala became Empress Kala. The imperial palace shone in the morning light as Jack walked through its halls toward the throne room. Guards from a dozen different species nodded respectfully as he passed. None of them were Vargosians. The throne room was filled with dignitaries from across the hegemony. Jack took his place behind the Empress's throne, watching the crowd carefully. Empress Kala rose from her seat. Her royal robes were simpler than her father had worn, but she carried herself with quiet confidence. 1 year ago, she began, the hegemony faced its greatest threat. The Void Collective nearly succeeded in their century-long plan to take control of our civilization. They failed because of the courage of individuals who refused to follow expected patterns. Her silver eyes found Jack in the crowd, and she smiled slightly. Today, we celebrate not just our survival, but a new beginning. The Imperial Security Force is no longer limited to one species. We have learned that true security comes from diversity of thought and approach. The crowd applauded politely, though Jack could see some of the older nobles looked uncomfortable. Change came slowly to a civilization that had existed for 10,000 years. After the ceremony, Jack met with Eliza and former Emperor Zefal in a private garden. The old emperor looked relaxed for the first time since Jack had known him. "The Void Collective has gone into hiding," Eliza reported. "Our agents have dismantled most of their known operations, but they're still out there, waiting. They'll return eventually," Zefal said, "but we'll be ready. The new security protocols Jack designed will make it much harder for them to infiltrate us again." Jack nodded. His security reforms had been his most important contribution to the hegemony. No longer would the Empire rely on a single species or approach for protection. Each world now contributed their unique perspectives and abilities to a united defense. "There's still resistance from some of the old noble houses," Jack admitted. "They don't like how things have changed." "Change frightens those who benefit from the old ways," the former emperor said. "But fear can be overcome with time and patience." A small alien child approached them, looking at Jack with wide eyes. Unlike the adults of her species, she showed no fear of humans. "Are you really the human who saved the Empress?" she asked. Jack knelt down to her level. "I helped, but many people saved the Empress and the hegemony." "My teacher says humans think differently than other species," the child continued. "She says that's why you're so good at solving problems. Can you teach me to think like a human?" Jack smiled. "The human way isn't better, just different. We look for new paths when old ones don't work. We adapt, but every species has gifts to share." The child nodded seriously. "I want to join the Imperial Security Force when I grow up. I want to learn all the ways of thinking." As the child ran back to her parents, Eliza laughed. "That's how change really happens, not with grand pronouncements, but with children who see the world differently than their parents did." Later that evening, Jack stood on a balcony overlooking the capital city with Empress Kala. The two moons of Centrum hung in the sky, casting silver light over the buildings below. "My father was right about you," the Empress said. "About humans. We're not special," Jack replied. "Just different." "Different is exactly what we needed," she said. "For too long, the hegemony valued only power and predictability. We forgot that survival often depends on finding new approaches." A message flashed on Jack's comm unit, a report of unusual activity in a distant sector of the hegemony. Perhaps nothing. Perhaps the first sign of the Void Collective's return. "The court doesn't fear you because you're dangerous," the Empress continued. "They fear you because you represent change. And change is the one thing the powerful have always feared most." Jack looked out at the city, at the civilization he had helped save. "Then they'll have to keep fearing us, because humans never stop changing." The Empress smiled. "Good. The hegemony has been static for too long. It's time we learn to embrace the unexpected." Jack nodded, already thinking about the report, about what it might mean, about how to prepare. That was the human way, always planning, always adapting, always ready for whatever came next. And that was why, despite their lack of natural armor or telepathy or superior strength, humans would always have a place among the stars. Some feared them, others respected them, but all had learned one important truth: underestimate humans at your peril. Ambassador William Carter straightened his dark blue uniform as the massive doors to the Galactic Council chamber slid open. His heart pounded in his chest, but his face remained calm. This moment would go down in human history. The first time humanity had been invited to address the united races of the Milky Way. "Remember, sir, regardless of their response, this is a milestone for Earth," whispered Susan Miller, his chief advisor, as they walked forward. Carter nodded slightly. The chamber was enormous, with curved walls rising hundreds of feet above them. Seats arranged in tiered circles held representatives from over 200 species. Most were humanoid, but many had features that tested Carter's diplomatic training not to stare: crystalline bodies, multiple limbs, or entirely gaseous forms contained in floating devices. The hall fell quiet as Carter approached the central speaking platform. The weightlessness of the gravity-adjusted podium felt strange beneath his feet. "Esteemed representatives of the Galactic Council," he began, his voice steady. "On behalf of Earth and all humanity, I bring greetings and gratitude for this historic invitation. Though we are newcomers to interstellar travel, we hope to learn from your collective wisdom and eventually contribute to this august body." A low murmur spread through the chamber. The Supreme Counselor Zethvar of the Xorlaxians, a tall being with iridescent blue skin and eyes that seemed to change color with his mood, rose from the highest tier. His eyes currently displayed a dismissive shade of yellow. "The Council acknowledges the human representative." Zethvar's voice boomed without any visible amplification. "Though we find it curious that such primitive apes, barely out of their atmospheric cradle, would presume themselves ready for council matters." Carter blinked, the only sign of his surprise at the openly hostile tone. "Perhaps," continued Zethvar, his mouth stretching into what might have been a smile, "the humans misunderstood our invitation. Observer status is not membership, Earth creature. It is merely our way of monitoring potentially disruptive species." Several council members made sounds that Carter's translator interpreted as laughter. He noticed some representatives remained silent, their expressions, those he could read, suggesting discomfort. "The human species has barely mastered basic warp technology," called out another council member, a reptilian being with reflective scales. "They still burn fossil fuels on their homeworld. My species had eliminated such barbaric practices before we even developed written language." More laughter spread through the chamber. Carter stood perfectly still, refusing to show anger or embarrassment. "Their primary export appears to be entertainment broadcasts filled with violence and primitive mating rituals," added a gaseous entity, "generating more amusement." Zethvar raised a six-fingered hand for quiet. "Let us not be too harsh on our new observers. After all, it took them merely 50,000 years to progress from using stone tools to achieving limited space travel. Quite impressive for such short-lived creatures." The mockery continued for several more minutes. Carter endured it all without response, cataloging each insult, noting which species seemed to enjoy the humiliation and which appeared uncomfortable with the display. Finally, Zethvar spoke again. "The Council has allocated 17 minutes for the Earth representative to address any questions. Are there any from the Assembly?" Silence filled the chamber. "Very well." Zethvar's eyes shifted to a dismissive orange. "The human delegation is dismissed until tomorrow's session, where they may observe proper diplomatic proceedings between civilized species." Carter bowed slightly, keeping his expression neutral. "The human delegation thanks the Council for its candid welcome." As they left the chamber, Susan whispered, "They invited us here just to mock us. What do we do now?" "Now," Carter said quietly as the massive doors closed behind them, "we prepare our response, get everyone together on the Earthrise. This isn't over, it's just beginning." His eyes held a determination that Susan had never seen before, and for the first time since the humiliating session began, she felt a spark of hope. The Earth diplomatic vessel Earthrise hung in space near the massive Galactic Council station. Inside the ship's conference room, Ambassador Carter sat at the head of a table surrounded by his team. Their faces showed a mix of anger, embarrassment, and confusion. "They treated us like children," said George Adams, the military liaison. His fist hit the table. "We should leave immediately. Show them we won't be disrespected." Susan Miller shook her head. "Leaving is exactly what they want. They invited us here to humiliate us, then watch us run away." Carter remained quiet, his fingers forming a steeple under his chin. The room fell silent as everyone waited for him to speak. "Neither option serves Earth's interests," he finally said. "We won't leave, and we won't sit quietly while they mock us. Lisa Martinez, the communications specialist, looked up from her datapad. Ambassador, I've been monitoring their transmissions. There's something odd about the way the council species interact when they think no one is listening. Explain, Carter said. The major species don't seem to like each other much. The Exorlaxians speak to the Antheran representatives with the same tone they used on us. And the gas beings, the Mavorians, they're constantly threatened with expulsion over resource disputes. Paul Jackson, the intelligence officer, nodded. I've noticed similar patterns. The council presents a united front, but underneath, they're divided. Some species have been part of the council for thousands of years, but are still treated as lesser members. Carter stood up and walked to the viewport. The massive council station glowed against the darkness of space. What if their unity is a facade? What if the public mockery of Earth masks deeper problems? He turned back to his team. Paul, I need everything we have on each council species. Their history, biology, technological development, resource needs, everything. That's a lot of data, sir, Paul replied. Then you better start now, Carter said with a small smile. Lisa, continue monitoring their communications. I want to know who's fighting with whom, and why. What are you thinking, William? Susan asked quietly. Carter's eyes showed a new spark. I'm thinking our greatest strength isn't our technology. It's something they can't understand or copy. Which is? George asked. Our adaptability. Our history is filled with examples of humans facing impossible odds and finding ways to survive. We've never had the luxury of thousands of years of stability like these species. We've had to change, grow, and evolve rapidly just to survive on our own planet. Carter walked around the table, his energy building. These species evolved in different environments, developed different technologies, and have different biological needs. Yet they forced themselves into a rigid hierarchy instead of embracing their diversity. So what's our plan? Susan asked. We study, we learn. Then we show them what humans do best, adapt and overcome. Carter looked at each team member. Get some rest. Tomorrow, we go back to the council, and we start asking questions. As the team filed out, Carter called to Paul. One more thing. Find out which species seem uncomfortable with how we were treated. They might be potential allies. Later that night, Carter sat alone in his quarters, reviewing data about the Exorlaxians. Their civilization was over 15,000 years old. They hadn't faced a serious threat or challenge in millennia. They were powerful, but also rigid and resistant to change. He smiled as a plan began to form in his mind. The council thought humans were weak because of their youth among the stars. They were about to learn that youth came with advantages they had long forgotten. Carter sent a message to Susan. Find me everything about council competitions or challenges. There must be some formal way to prove a species' worth. The response came back quickly. Already on it. You might want to see this. Apparently, there's a tradition called the Species Merit Trials. No one has called for them in over 2,000 years. Carter's smile grew wider. The council had invited humans to observe. Instead, they were about to become the main event. Carter had not slept. His eyes burned as he studied the data on his screen. The information Paul and Lisa had gathered painted a fascinating picture of the Galactic Council. What looked like strength was actually weakness in disguise. You should rest, Susan said, entering his office with a cup of coffee. Carter accepted the drink gratefully. Too much to learn, too little time. What have you found? She asked, glancing at the screens filled with alien text and diagrams. The Council isn't a united government. It's more like a trade alliance built on necessity, Carter explained. Each species needs something the others have. The Exorlaxians need metals only found in Antheran territories. The Mavorians provide fuel technology everyone depends on. Susan sat down. So they need each other, but don't like each other. Exactly. And they've been stuck this way for thousands of years. Carter pulled up a new file. Look at this. The Palaxians developed a better food production system, but were forced to limit it because it threatened Sorlaxian control over agricultural planets. They stopped progress to maintain the power balance. Susan said slowly. Yes, and there's more. Carter showed her another screen. I've mapped their interdependence. If one major species left the council, the whole system would start to collapse. A knock at the door interrupted them. Lissa entered, looking excited. Ambassador, I managed to contact a representative from the Palaxians. Her name is Nerethal. She wants to meet with you secretly. Carter raised an eyebrow. Interesting. Arrange it. Hours later, Carter sat in a dimly lit room in a neutral section of the station. Across from him was Nerethal, a slender being with pale green skin and large expressive eyes. Thank you for meeting me, Carter said. Your request was unusual, Nerethal replied, her voice musical. Few new species seek out the lesser council members. We don't believe any species is lesser, Carter said. Earth values different perspectives. Nerethal studied him carefully. The treatment you received yesterday was shameful but not surprising. My people faced similar mockery when we joined 3 centuries ago. We are still considered young and unimportant, despite your scientific achievements, Carter noted. Surprise flashed in her eyes. You know of our work. I know your agricultural systems could feed twice as many worlds with half the resources, yet the council restricts their use. Nerethal leaned forward. What do you want, Ambassador Carter? Information for now, and perhaps friendship later. He smiled. I'm planning to invoke the species merit trials. Nerethal gasped. That hasn't been done in millennia. The elder races won't allow it. They can't stop it. I've studied the council laws. Any species, even an observer, can call for the trials. It's an ancient right they've never removed from their rules. They will make the challenges impossible, she warned. I'm counting on it, Carter replied. But I need to know more about how the council truly works, the unwritten rules, the secret alliances. Will you help me? Nerethal was quiet for a long moment. There are others like my people, respected enough to have seats but never truly heard. The Bronteri, the Vizine Collective, the Toro, all have technologies and resources that threaten the power balance. Would they speak with me? They would be curious, at least. She hesitated. What you're planning could change everything. The elder races won't forgive you. Carter's eyes were determined. We're not looking for forgiveness. We're looking for respect. As he left the meeting, Carter contacted Susan. Set up a secure channel to Earth. I need to speak with the Science Council immediately. Did you learn something important? She asked. Yes, Carter said. I learned that humans aren't the only ones tired of being treated as inferior. We're going to need Earth's best minds, and we'll need them quickly. The plan forming in his mind was bold, perhaps even dangerous. But as the saying went on Earth, sometimes the best defense was a good offense. The Galactic Council thought humans were weak. Soon, they would discover just how wrong they were. The next day, the Galactic Council chamber buzzed with the usual activities. Various representatives discussed trade agreements and border disputes. Supreme Counselor Zethvar looked bored as he oversaw the proceedings from his elevated position. The massive doors opened, and Ambassador Carter entered with Susan and Paul. Unlike yesterday, Carter walked with confident strides directly to the speaking platform. Several council members noticed his arrival but paid little attention. The chair recognizes the human observer, Zethvar said with barely hidden disdain. Though we hadn't scheduled time for Earth matters today. Carter smiled. I appreciate the council's flexibility. I'll be brief. The chamber quieted as everyone expected the humans to announce their withdrawal. Even Zethvar leaned forward slightly. Yesterday, this council made its opinion of humanity quite clear, Carter began. We were called primitive, young, and unworthy. Many here laughed at the very idea of humans participating in galactic affairs. Murmurs of agreement spread through the chamber. After careful consideration, Earth has decided to respond. Carter paused, not by leaving, but by invoking the right of species merit trials. The chamber erupted. Many representatives shouted in their native languages, while others turned to advisors for explanation. Zethvar's skin darkened to a deep purple of shock. "Order," he finally commanded, and the room fell silent. The human invokes an ancient tradition he clearly doesn't understand. The species merit trials haven't been called in over 2,000 years. Yet they remain valid under council law, Carter replied calmly. Section 47, Article 9 states that any species, even those with observer status, may call for trials to demonstrate their value to the galactic community. The reptilian counselor who had mocked humans previously hissed, "This is outrageous. The trials were designed for species with something to prove." "Precisely," Carter said with a smile. "Humanity has much to prove, according to yesterday's reception." Zethvar's eyes narrowed. "You realize the trials involve multiple challenges. Technological demonstrations, scientific knowledge, resource management, diplomatic resolutions, areas where established species have millennia of advantage." "We understand the parameters," Carter nodded. "Humanity accepts all standard challenges." A low murmur ran through the chamber again. Zethvar consulted with several advisors before addressing Carter again. "Very well. As Supreme Counselor, I have no choice but to acknowledge your right to invoke the trials." His mouth twisted into something like a smile. "The challenges will begin in 7 standard days. That should give your primitive species time to prepare, whatever display you think might impress us." Carter bowed slightly. "We appreciate the Council's adherence to its own laws. Earth looks forward to the opportunity." As he turned to leave, a small crystalline being moved to block his path. The translator identified it as a representative of the Vizine Collective, one of the groups Nerathal had mentioned. "Human." The being chimed in a musical voice that the translator rendered as feminine. "The Vizine admire courage, even when misplaced. We request permission to send observers to your vessel for cultural exchange during your preparation period." Before Carter could respond, representatives from the Bronteri and 3 other species made similar requests. Zethvar's skin flickered with angry blue patterns. "The human delegation has observer status only. They are not authorized for multiple diplomatic exchanges." Yet nothing in council law prohibits cultural visits between willing parties, the Vizine representative countered. "Unless the Supreme Counselor wishes to create new restrictions specifically targeting humans." The council chamber fell silent, waiting for Zethvar's response. Creating such obvious restrictions would reveal his bias. "The council does not concern itself with irrelevant cultural exchanges," he finally said. "Do as you wish, but do not interfere with council proceedings." As Carter left the chamber, Susan whispered, "That went exactly as you predicted." "Phase 1 complete," Carter replied quietly. "The real work begins now." Behind them, the council erupted into arguments, with various factions already taking sides on the unprecedented development. For the first time in centuries, the established order had been challenged, not through war or technology, but through their own ancient laws. The Earthrise hummed with activity. Every available space had been converted into meeting rooms and workshops. Representatives from 5 different species moved through the corridors, speaking with human specialists in animated conversations. In the main engineering bay, Kelly Rodriguez worked side by side with 2 Pelaxians. Their 6-fingered hands moved with incredible precision as they examined a human engine component. "Your approach is unusual," said the older Pelaxian, Tevenar. "You use mechanical systems where we would use crystalline technology." Kelly smiled. "That's exactly why I wanted to show you. Our different methods might work better together than separately." Tevenar's large eyes blinked slowly. The council species would never consider such collaboration. They believe their ways are already perfect. "Humans don't believe in perfect," Kelly replied, adjusting a power coupling. "We believe in better." In another section of the ship, Daniel Watson stood in a circle with 3 Anthran warriors. The reptilian beings towered over him, their scaled bodies covered in traditional armor. "Your fighting styles developed for different gravity," Daniel explained. "But the principles can be adapted." The lead Anthran, Cresta, performed a lightning-fast move that Daniel barely dodged. "You have quick reflexes for a soft skin," Cresta said with what might have been respect. "And you have incredible strength," Daniel replied. "Imagine combining our speed with your power." In the diplomatic conference room, Carter met with Nerathal and representatives from the Vizine Collective, the Brontari, and the Toro. Maps and data filled the screens around them. "The challenges will be announced tomorrow," said Merrill, the crystalline Vizine. "The Council will structure them to guarantee human failure." "Let them try," Carter said. "Our strategy isn't to win every challenge." "Then what is your strategy?" asked the Brontari representative, a broad-shouldered being with 4 arms. Carter looked at each alien face. "To demonstrate something the Council has forgotten, that true advancement comes from cooperation, not competition, from diversity, not uniformity." "A noble sentiment," Merrill chimed. "But sentiment doesn't change millennia of Council dominance." "Actions change things," Carter replied. "And we're already taking action. Look at what's happening on this ship right now." Susan entered the room, bringing fresh data. "Ambassador, we just received word that the Exorlaxians have protested our meetings to the full Council." "And?" Carter asked. 17 species voted against their motion to restrict our interactions. The most opposition the leadership has faced in centuries, according to our Palaxian friends. The room fell silent as the significance sank in. "They fear what they cannot control," Nerathal said quietly. Carter stood and walked to the viewport. The massive Council station loomed outside. For too long, the elder races have maintained their power by keeping other species separate and dependent. But what happens when those species start working together? The balance shifts. The Toro representative rumbled, speaking for the first time. His massive form seemed too large for his chair. "But shifting balances can lead to chaos. Or to a new, better balance," Carter countered. "One based on mutual respect rather than dominance and submission." A message alert sounded. Paul Jackson's voice came over the comm system. "Ambassador, we've detected unusual energy signatures from the Council station. They appear to be scanning our ship intensively." "Let them look," Carter said calmly. "We have nothing to hide." Later that evening, alone with Susan, Carter reviewed their progress. "Are we ready?" she asked. "As ready as we can be," he replied. "The technical challenges will be difficult, but the real test will be the diplomatic scenarios." Susan looked worried. "The Council species have been playing galactic politics for thousands of years." Carter smiled. "Yes, but they've been playing the same game, with the same rules, against the same opponents. Humans excel at changing the game. And if they refuse to let the game change, then we'll show them something else humans are good at," Carter said, his eyes determined. "Surviving against impossible odds." The day of the challenges arrived. A special arena had been prepared on the Council station, with viewing areas for representatives from all member species. The event was being broadcast across thousands of worlds. Carter and his team entered to a mix of curious stares and dismissive glances. Supreme Councilor Zethvar stood on a raised platform, his blue skin shimmering with official markings. "The species merit trials will now begin," he announced. "As is tradition, the challenging species, in this case humans, will face tests in 5 categories: technology, science, resource management, cultural understanding, and diplomatic resolution." He gestured to a massive display showing the challenge details. "The first challenge is technological. Each species will demonstrate their most advanced propulsion system. Performance will be measured by efficiency, speed, and innovation." Susan whispered to Carter, "They've chosen a category where we're centuries behind." "As expected," he replied calmly. The elder races went first. The Exorlaxians demonstrated a drive system that bent space in ways humans had only theorized about. The Mavorians showed propulsion technology that seemed to ignore normal physics. When Earth's turn came, Kelly Rodriguez presented their standard fusion drive with recent modifications. The scores appeared instantly. Earth ranked last, with ratings so low that several council members laughed openly. Zephar's eyes showed smug yellow satisfaction. Let us proceed to the science challenge. Each species will analyze and provide solutions for a damaged ecosystem on an outer rim planet. This time, Olivia Bennett led the human team. They studied the complex problem, consulted briefly, then offered their solution. To everyone's surprise, Earth scored in the middle range, not winning, but far from last place. Unexpected, murmured Zethvar. But the resource management challenge will surely demonstrate the difference between established civilizations and newcomers. Carter stepped forward himself for this challenge. The test involved allocating limited supplies among multiple planets with different needs during a crisis scenario. Carter's approach differed completely from the other species. While they created complex distribution formulas, he proposed a rotating system where planets helped each other based on changing needs. When the scores appeared, Earth ranked third, ahead of several elder races. The council chamber grew tense. This was not proceeding as expected. The Cultural Understanding Challenge will now begin, announced Zethvar, his skin darkening slightly. Species will demonstrate their ability to interpret and respect the customs of others. Paul Jackson represented Earth for this challenge. Using the knowledge they had gained from their recent exchanges, the human team showed surprising insight into multiple species' cultural practices. Earth ranked second, just behind the visiting. Angry whispers filled the chamber. Zithvar conferred urgently with other elder race representatives. We proceed to the final challenge, he finally stated. Diplomatic resolution. The scenario involves a territorial dispute between the Antheran and Brontari peoples that has resisted solution for 3 centuries. Carter smiled slightly. This was the challenge he had anticipated. As the challenging species, humans will present their solution first, Zethvar declared, clearly hoping to throw Carter off balance. Carter stepped to the center of the arena. We've studied this dispute carefully. Both species claim the Valoran asteroid belt based on historical precedent. Both have valid claims. He paused, looking at both delegations. Earth proposes neither side receives exclusive control. Instead, we suggest a joint development authority with rotating leadership and shared benefits. He then outlined a detailed plan that incorporated elements from Earth's own history of resolving territorial conflicts. This approach honors both claims while providing greater benefits than either side would receive alone. The chamber fell silent. The Antheran and Brontari representatives looked at each other, then at their advisors. Finally, the lead Antheran spoke. This solution has merit. We would consider it. The Brontari leader nodded slowly. As would we. The scoring system flashed, placing Earth first in the diplomatic challenge. The overall rankings appeared. Earth had placed fourth among 22 participating species. Zethvar's skin turned a dark purple. This outcome was impossible, unthinkable. Yet the evidence was clear for all to see. The trials have concluded, he announced stiffly. The results are noted. Carter bowed slightly, his face neutral despite the victory. Earth thanks the Council for this opportunity. We have learned much. As his team left the arena, applause started from the section where the Palaxians and other younger species sat. It spread gradually until representatives from nearly half the Council were showing their approval. Something had shifted in the galactic balance of power. The celebration aboard the Earthrise was interrupted when Olivia Bennett rushed into the room, her face pale with worry. "Ambassador, I need to speak with you immediately," she said, her voice urgent. Carter followed her to the science lab where multiple screens displayed data and images. "What am I looking at?" he asked. "During the challenges, I gained access to some of the Council's scientific databases," Olivia explained. I found this data buried under security locks. She pointed to an image showing a massive swirling mass in space. This is a spatial anomaly moving through this sector of the galaxy. According to these readings, it will reach populated council worlds within 6 months. Carter studied the readings. What kind of anomaly? It's like nothing in our records, Olivia said. It distorts space-time and emits radiation that would be deadly to most species. The data suggests it could destroy dozens of worlds in its path. And the Council knows about this. Yes, Olivia nodded grimly. They've known for at least 2 years, but they've kept it secret from most of their own populations. Carter's mind raced. Why would they hide something this important? Before Olivia could answer, an alert sounded. Ambassador, Paul's voice came over the comm system. Supreme Counselor Zethvar is requesting a private meeting with you. He's outside our ship. Carter and Susan met Zethvar in a small conference room. The Horlaxian leader seemed different, the usual arrogance replaced by a tightly controlled tension. Your performance in the trials was unexpected, Zethvar began. Thank you, Carter replied simply. That was not a compliment. Zethvar's eyes flashed orange. You have disrupted established protocols and encouraged divisions within the Council. Carter met his gaze steadily. Is that why you're here? To scold us for doing well? I am here, Zethvar said slowly, because your science officer has been accessing restricted databases. Susan tensed, but Carter remained calm. We were given access to Council databases as part of the trials. Not those databases. Zethvar's voice dropped. You know what she found. The spatial anomaly. Carter nodded. The one you've kept secret from most of your own people. For a long moment, Zethvar was silent. Then his color shifted to a deeper blue. This is why we invited your species to observe, then tried to discourage your participation. We have more important matters to address than integrating new species. You could have simply told us, Susan said, and risk causing panic across multiple worlds. Zethvar shook his head. The elder races have been working on solutions. We needed to maintain stability while we prepare. Carter leaned forward. Prepare for what? Evacuation. Zethvar's hesitation told them everything. You can't evacuate everyone, Carter realized. You're deciding which worlds to save. Difficult choices must be made, Zethvar said flatly. The elder races have the most advanced technology, the most valuable knowledge. Preserving our civilizations must take priority. So you plan to abandon the younger species? Susan's voice was cold. Including those who've been part of your council for centuries. Resources are limited, Zethvar replied. The anomaly cannot be stopped. We must preserve what is most valuable. And who decides what is most valuable? Carter asked quietly. Zethvar didn't answer. Carter stood up. Thank you for your honesty, Supreme Counselor. Earth will consider this information carefully. After Zethvar left, Susan turned to Carter. What are we going to do? We can't evacuate all those worlds either. No, Carter agreed. But maybe we don't have to. He activated the ship's comm system. Olivia, gather every bit of data on that anomaly. Then contact our new friends among the Council species. Tell them we need their scientists to join us immediately. What are you thinking? Susan asked. The elder races have decided the anomaly can't be stopped, Carter said. But they've been working alone, keeping secrets. Let's see what happens when we work together. His eyes showed determination and hope. After all, isn't that what we just proved in the trials? That cooperation beats isolation. That diversity of thought finds solutions where uniformity fails. Susan nodded slowly. They won't like it. No, Carter agreed. But they'll need it. And that might be humanity's greatest contribution to the galaxy yet. 3 days later, the full Galactic Council gathered for an emergency session. The chamber was filled with tension as representatives from all species waited anxiously. Rumors had spread rapidly after the trials. When Carter entered, he was accompanied not just by his human team, but by scientists and leaders from 17 different council species. They walked together in a unified group that immediately caused whispers throughout the chamber. Zethvar's skin flickered with blue patterns of stress as he called the session to order. The human representative has requested this emergency meeting. The council recognizes Ambassador Carter. Carter stepped to the center of the chamber. The usual speaking platform had been replaced with a larger area filled with holographic projectors. Esteemed council members, he began, his voice clear and strong. I stand before you today with knowledge that affects us all. A spatial anomaly approaches council space, one capable of destroying dozens of inhabited worlds. The chamber erupted as many representatives reacted with shock or anger. Those from elder races looked accusingly at their leaders. Order, Zethvar commanded. Once the noise subsided, he glared at Carter. The human speaks of classified matters beyond his authority. With respect, Supreme Counselor, Carter replied, when the lives of billions hang in the balance, authority becomes less important than action. He activated the holographic projectors. A detailed image of the anomaly appeared, along with charts and data. For the past 3 days, scientists from 17 species have worked together to analyze this threat. Unlike the elder races, who worked in isolation, we combined our knowledge and perspectives. Carter nodded to Olivia, who stepped forward alongside a Vizine scientist and a Palaxian engineer. We've discovered something the elder races missed, Olivia explained. The anomaly isn't a natural phenomenon. It's an echo of an ancient weapon used in a war long forgotten, and it can be neutralized. The Vizine scientist chimed in. Our crystalline technology can detect patterns invisible to others. The anomaly pulses with a specific frequency, and our agricultural systems, added the Palaxian, can be modified to generate counter-frequencies that will disrupt those pulses. Carter stepped forward again. But neither solution alone is sufficient. We need Sorlaxian energy technology, Mavorian field generators, Antheren mining capabilities, and contributions from at least 12 other species. Each piece is essential. He looked directly at Zethvar. No single species, not even the eldest and most advanced, can solve this alone. Only by working together can we save all our worlds, not just the chosen few. The chamber fell silent as the implications sank in. You have a plan, Zethvar stated flatly. We have the beginning of one, Carter corrected. What we need now is full cooperation from all council species. No more secrets, no more hierarchies. Just beings working together for survival. A representative from one of the elder races stood. This is unprecedented. We cannot simply discard established protocols. Protocols that would sacrifice my world and many others. Interrupted Nerathal of the Palaxians. I support the human plan. One by one, representatives from younger species stood in agreement. Soon, even some elder races joined them. Zethvar looked around the chamber, seeing the shift in power happening before his eyes. His skin cycled through several colors before settling on a deep, thoughtful blue. It seems, he said slowly, that we must adapt or perish. The council will hear this plan in full. Hours later, as the meeting concluded with the formation of a multi-species task force, Carter stood alone with Zethvar in a quiet corner of the chamber. Why? The Exorlaxian asked simply. After our treatment of you, why offer to save us all? Carter smiled slightly. Because that's what humans do. We don't thrive on dominance or control. We thrive on connection, on building bridges where others see only chasms. And forgiveness? Zethvar asked. That too, Carter nodded. Though we don't forget, the galaxy will be different after this crisis passes. Yes, Zethvar agreed, looking at the diverse groups of beings now working together. It already is. As Carter walked away, he reflected that the greatest victory wasn't proving humanity's worth to the galaxy. It was showing the galaxy its own worth, the strength that comes not from age or power, but from unity and diversity. The insult that had started their journey had led to the beginning of a new galactic order, with humanity not at its feet, but at its heart. The massive doors of the Galactic Council chamber slid open with a soft hiss. Ambassador Jake Mitchell walked through them with steady steps. His dark blue uniform looked crisp and professional. Behind him, Lieutenant Karen Wells followed closely. Her hand rested on the datapad that held Earth's final statement. Jake looked around the huge, circular room. 300 different alien species filled the seats. Some floated in special tanks filled with strange gases. Others sat on platforms designed for their unique bodies. The Zephyrians changed colors like living rainbows. The Vorik looked like giant crystals that hummed with energy. At the center of the room stood the speaker's platform. Jake walked toward it. His boots clicked on the polished floor. Every eye, sensor, and detection organ in the room turned to watch him. The council chairman, a tall being from Rigel 7, raised his ceremonial staff. "The council recognizes Ambassador Mitchell of Earth," he announced. His voice echoed through the translation systems. Jake stepped onto the platform. He felt the weight of the moment. For 50 years, humans had been members of this council. They had joined with hope and dreams of cooperation, but those dreams had slowly died. "Members of the Galactic Council," Jake began. His voice was calm but firm. "Earth comes before you today with a heavy heart." The room fell silent. Even the constant humming of the Vorik stopped. "For 5 decades, humanity has served this council faithfully," Jake continued. "We have shared our technology. We have sent our ships to keep peace between warring species. We have opened our trade routes to all." He paused and looked around the room. "But what have we received in return?" A murmur ran through the chamber. The Altarian delegation shifted uncomfortably in their seats. Resolution 847 limited human colonies to only 12 systems, Jake said. Resolution 961 restricted our military to defensive operations only. Resolution 1205 put quotas on human scientific research. Karen stepped forward and handed him the datapad. The holographic display activated, showing a long list of restrictions. "And now," Jake's voice grew harder, "you present us with Resolution 1341. You want to ban human expansion into the Orion sector completely. You call our growth too aggressive. You say our influence is destabilizing." The Zephyrian ambassador flashed bright red. "Humans reproduce too quickly. You spread across the galaxy like a virus." Jake turned to face the Zephyrian section. "We spread because we explore. We grow because we work hard. We succeed because we innovate. These are not crimes." The council chairman tapped his staff. "Ambassador Mitchell, the council has voted. The resolution has passed. Earth must accept the will of the majority." Jake stood straighter. This was the moment. "No," he said simply. The chamber erupted in shocked voices. The chairman banged his staff repeatedly. "Order. Order. Ambassador Mitchell, explain yourself." When the room quieted, Jake spoke again. "Earth will not accept any more restrictions. We will not let you cage us. We will not bow to fear and jealousy." He pressed a button on the datapad. A formal document appeared on every screen in the chamber. "Therefore," Jake announced, "Earth officially withdraws from the Galactic Council. Effective immediately." The room exploded into chaos. Delegates jumped from their seats. Some shouted in anger. Others cried out in fear. The Vorik resonated so hard their crystals began to crack. "You cannot do this," the chairman shouted. "Earth is bound by the Treaty of First Contact. Read Section 15. Subsection 7, Jake replied. "Any member may withdraw with proper notice. This is our notice." The Altarian ambassador stood up. "But the trade agreements, the defense pacts, the research partnerships, all terminated," Jake said. "Earth stands alone." As he walked toward the exit, Karen close behind him. The full weight of what they'd done began to settle on the council. Earth wasn't just another member. They were the backbone of half the galaxy's systems. The panic was just beginning. The emergency meeting room deep beneath Earth's surface buzzed with activity. President Lisa Carter sat at the head of the long table. Her face showed no emotion as she watched the latest reports from the Galactic Council. Around her, Earth's top leaders gathered for the most important meeting in human history. Defense Secretary Paul Johnson stood near the wall of screens. Each screen showed different parts of human space: ships, stations, colonies, and military bases spread across dozens of star systems. His gray hair and stern face made him look like a man who had seen too many battles. "Madam President," Paul began, "we have over 3 million humans serving throughout Council space. Bringing them home won't be easy." Lisa nodded. "How long do you need?" 48 hours for the evacuation to begin. 2 weeks to complete it. Science Director Amy Chen raised her hand. She was younger than the others, but her mind was sharp. "We need to think about the quantum gates. Earth controls 30% of the galaxy's transport network. If we shut them down, the entire system collapses." Lisa finished. "I know." Treasury Secretary Bill Murphy cleared his throat. "The economic impact will be severe. Earth's currency backs 40% of galactic trade. Our banks hold deposits from 200 species." Lisa turned to face the room. "I understand the challenges, but the Council made their choice. They want to cage humanity. They fear our growth. They restrict our future." She stood up. "Now they'll learn what happens when Earth truly stands alone." Paul pressed a button on his tablet. A new image appeared on the main screen. It showed a massive energy field surrounding Earth's solar system. "Operation Exodus is ready. The moment you give the order, we begin." "And the Prometheus shield?" Lisa asked. "Fully operational," Paul confirmed. "Nothing gets in or out without our permission. No fleet in the galaxy can break through it." Amy looked worried. "Madam President, are you sure about this? We're talking about isolating ourselves from 300 species. The scientific collaboration alone." Lisa's voice grew firm. "They limited our research. They put quotas on our scientists. They feared our innovation. Now they'll see what happens when human genius works without chains." The room fell silent. Everyone understood the weight of the decision. Earth wasn't just leaving the Council. They were changing the galaxy forever. "There's more," Paul added. "Our intelligence reports show several species depend entirely on human technology. The Rigel Trading Hub runs on our quantum stabilizers. The Vega System Peacekeeping Force is 90% human. The Andromeda Research Collective uses our computers for most of their work." Bill Murphy leaned forward. "When we pull out, their entire infrastructure fails. That's their problem." Lisa said coldly. "They should have thought about that before treating us like dangerous children." She walked to the window that looked out over Earth's capital. Millions of people lived in the city below. They trusted her to protect their future. "Send the recall order," she commanded. "Every human in Council space comes home. Every piece of our technology gets shut down or destroyed. Every treaty is canceled." Paul's fingers moved across his tablet. "Done. The message is transmitting now." Within seconds, across the galaxy, every human received the same order. "Come home. Earth needs you." Amy watched her screens light up with responses. The reactions are coming in. "The Altarians are begging us to reconsider. The Draconian Empire is threatening military action." Lisa smiled grimly. "Activate the Prometheus shield at full power. Let them try." Paul nodded and sent the command. Around Earth's solar system, an invisible barrier sprang to life. It was humanity's greatest achievement, a defense system that could stop any weapon known to science. "What about our colonies?" Amy asked. "New Sydney, Armstrong Base, the Mars settlements. They're all inside the shield perimeter," Paul assured her. "Completely protected." Lisa returned to the table. "Ladies and gentlemen, we've just changed history. Earth stands alone. And the galaxy is about to learn why they needed us more than we needed them." The withdrawal had begun. There was no turning back now. Captain Brad Fisher stood on the bridge of the U.S. New Horizons. Through the massive viewport, he could see the Rigel Trading Hub. It was the largest space station in the galaxy, bigger than some moons. Millions of beings from hundreds of species lived and worked there. "Captain, we've received the recall order," his communications officer, Lieutenant Sam Torres, announced. "All Earth personnel are to evacuate immediately." Brad felt a knot form in his stomach. He knew this day might come, but it still felt unreal. "How many humans are on the station?" 8,000, sir. They run everything from life support to the quantum stabilizers." Brad turned to his first officer, Commander Helen Park. "Begin evacuation procedures. I want every human off that station in 12 hours. Helen nodded and activated the ship's intercom. "All hands, this is Commander Park. Prepare for emergency evacuation protocol." This is not a drill. On the Rigel Trading Hub, chaos began almost immediately. Human technicians started shutting down systems and packing equipment. The alien staff watched in confusion and growing fear. Station Master Vortex, a tall insectoid Altarian, rushed to the human section. His multiple eyes blinked rapidly, a sign of extreme stress. "Chief Rodriguez, what is happening? Why are your people leaving their posts?" Chief Engineer Tony Rodriguez barely looked up from his console. He was busy transferring shutdown codes and removing security protocols. "Earth is withdrawing from the Council. We're all going home." Vortex's mandibles clicked in panic. "But the quantum stabilizers, the power core, the life support systems, your people maintain everything." Tony shrugged. "Not anymore. You'll have to figure it out yourselves." "But we don't understand the technology. Humans built these systems. Should have thought about that before the Council decided to cage us," Tony replied. He pressed a final button, and several screens went dark. Back on the New Horizons, Brad watched as shuttle after shuttle brought humans from the station. Families carried their belongings. Technicians brought critical equipment. Some looked sad, leaving friends behind. Others seemed relieved to go home. "Captain," Ensign Julie Martinez called out, "the Altarians are sending distress signals. Their engineers can't maintain the quantum field. Power fluctuations are starting in Section 7. Brad watched the readings on his screen. The massive station's power grid was starting to fail. Without human technicians making constant adjustments, the quantum stabilizers were going out of alignment. "How long until critical failure?" he asked. Julie ran the calculations. "At current rate of decay, maybe 6 hours." On the station, panic spread like wildfire. The lights in Section 7 flickered and died. Emergency power kicked in, but it wasn't enough. The temperature began to drop. Air recyclers slowed down. Vortex called the New Horizons directly. His image appeared on the main screen, his compound eyes reflecting fear. "Captain Fisher, please, send your engineers back. The station is dying." Brad shook his head. "I'm sorry, Station Master. My orders are clear. All humans must leave. But millions will die. The trade routes will collapse. Ships are stranded here." "You have 6 hours to evacuate," Brad said. "I suggest you start immediately." The last human shuttle left the station as the first major system failed. The quantum field generator in Section 12 exploded, sending shock waves through the structure. Emergency alarms screamed across every deck. Helen reported the final count. "All 8,000 humans accounted for. Captain, we're ready to jump." Brad took one last look at the dying station. Already, hundreds of ships were trying to flee. Some crashed into each other in the panic. The station's rotation was becoming unstable. "Take us out," he ordered. The New Horizons engaged its jump drive and vanished in a flash of light. Behind them, the Rigel Trading Hub continued its death spiral. Within hours, the greatest trading center in the galaxy would be empty and dark. The first domino had fallen, and it was only the beginning. Dr. Kevin Sanders sat in his office on Kepler 7 bits, the galaxy's financial capital. Through his window, he could see the massive towers of the Galactic Exchange. Each building housed billions of transactions every hour. The entire galactic economy flowed through this world. His colleague, Maria Rodriguez, burst through the door. Her face was pale. "Kevin, you need to see this." She activated the wall display. Red numbers filled the screen. Every market indicator pointed down. Stock prices fell like stones. Currency values crashed. Commodity prices swung wildly. "It started 20 minutes ago," Maria explained, "right when Earth's withdrawal became official." Kevin pulled up his trading algorithms. The human-designed systems that ran most of the galaxy's financial markets were shutting down. Earth is pulling out of everything. Our banking systems, our trading platforms, our economic models. The door opened again. Zactor, a reptilian draconian banker, slithered in. His scales had turned dark green, a sign of extreme stress. "Dr. Sanders, the Empire's treasury bonds are collapsing. No one will buy them." Kevin checked the data. Earth's Federal Reserve was backing 40% of your bonds. Without that guarantee, they're worthless paper. Zactor's tail lashed. "But we have treaties, agreements." "Not anymore," Maria said. Earth canceled everything. Kevin watched the markets continue their freefall. The Centauri credit crashed to historic lows. The Altarian commodity exchange froze completely. Trading halls that had run for centuries ground to a halt. His quantum communicator buzzed. Messages poured in from across the galaxy. The Vegan Mining Consortium couldn't process payments. The Rigelian Transport Union's insurance systems had failed. The Andromedan Development Bank was facing a run as depositors panicked. "The entire system is breaking down," Kevin muttered. He pulled up a holographic model of the galactic economy. Red zones spread like a virus, showing failing markets and broken trade routes. Maria pointed at the resource futures. "Look at rare earth prices. They're up 3,000%. Kevin nodded grimly. Earth controlled most of the asteroid mining. Without human crews and equipment, production has stopped. Another alert flashed. The Betelgeuse Stock Exchange had suspended all trading. The news feeds showed riots on 12 different worlds as beings fought over suddenly scarce resources. Zactor received a message on his personal device. His scales turned almost black. The Empire is implementing currency controls. They're freezing all foreign accounts. That will make things worse, Kevin warned. Capital controls never work during a crisis. But the Draconian Empire wasn't alone. Within hours, dozens of governments took similar actions. They closed borders, limited withdrawals, and seized assets. Each desperate move made the situation worse. Kevin's AI assistant chirped. "Dr. Sanders, I'm detecting cascade failures in 17 major financial institutions." He pulled up the list. Banks that had stood for millennia were collapsing. The Proxima Savings Union, the Stellar Investment Trust, the Galaxy Federal Credit Corporation, all gone in hours. "How bad is it?" Maria asked. Kevin ran a full analysis. The numbers were staggering. We're looking at the complete collapse of interstellar commerce. Without Earth's financial systems, nothing works. His communicator buzzed again. Earth's Treasury Secretary Bill Murphy appeared on screen. "Kevin, it's time to come home. We're evacuating all human financial experts." Kevin looked around his office. 20 years of work, of building relationships, of creating prosperity, all ending in chaos. "What about the aliens?" he asked. "They'll lose everything." Bill's face was hard. They chose this path when they voted to restrict Earth. "Pack your things. A ship arrives in 6 hours." After the call ended, Kevin began downloading his personal files. Outside, the financial capital of the galaxy burned with panic. Electronic displays showed nothing but red numbers and emergency alerts. Zactor watched him pack. "You're really leaving? Now, when we need you most?" Kevin paused. Your governments decided humans were too dangerous, too influential. Well, now you get to see what the galaxy looks like without us. The economic heart of the galaxy was dying, and Earth was taking its genius home. Admiral Frank Davis stood on the bridge of the ESS Washington, watching the tactical display. For 30 years, his fleet had kept peace in the Vega system. The red dots represented Skorax warships. The blue dots showed Nexari vessels. Between them, the white dots marked Earth's peacekeeping force. "Admiral, we've received the evacuation order," Commander Rachel Kim reported. "All Earth forces are to withdraw immediately." Frank felt the weight of the decision. The Skorax and Nexari had been enemies for centuries. Only Earth's presence kept them from destroying each other. "Signal all ships," he ordered. "Begin withdrawal procedures. Deactivate the quantum barriers in 30 minutes. Rachel hesitated. "Sir, the moment we leave." "I know," Frank cut her off. "They'll start killing each other, but we have our orders." On the Skorax flagship, War Chief Grax watched the human ships preparing to leave. His 6 arms twitched with excitement. The hairless apes were finally going. Soon, the Nexari would pay for centuries of insults. Across the neutral zone, Nexari's Supreme Commander Tillix observed the same movements. Her crystalline body hummed with anticipation. Without human interference, they could finally crush the barbaric Skorax. Frank opened a channel to both fleets. "This is Admiral Davis. Earth forces are withdrawing from the Vega system. The quantum barriers will shut down in 28 minutes. I strongly urge both sides to maintain the peace." Grax's rough voice came through the speakers. "The Skorax thank Earth for its service. We will. Consider your advice." Tillix's melodic tones followed. "The Nexari appreciate Earth's efforts. We hope for continued peace." Frank knew they were lying. Both sides were already moving their ships into attack positions. "Admiral," Lieutenant Dan Cooper called out, "I'm detecting weapon systems powering up on both sides." "Maintain withdrawal speed," Frank ordered. "This isn't our fight anymore." The human fleet formed up and began moving toward the jump point. Behind them, the quantum barriers flickered. These energy fields had kept the two fleets separated for decades. In minutes, they would be gone. On Earth's base on Vega Prime, Colonel Ellen Baker supervised the evacuation. Thousands of human soldiers, technicians, and support staff boarded transport ships. Equipment was packed or destroyed. Nothing of value would be left behind. "Colonel, the Skorax ambassador is here," her aide reported. Ambassador Krex entered, his scared face showing worry. "Colonel Baker, surely you can leave some advisors." "A small team." Ellen shook her head. "Complete withdrawal means complete. Every human leaves." "But the peace treaty, the monitoring systems, the mediation protocols, all ending," Ellen said simply. "You'll have to handle your own disputes now." The quantum barriers finally shut down. For a moment, space was quiet. Then the first shots were fired. No one knew which side started it. Within seconds, the entire neutral zone erupted in combat. Frank watched from the Washington as the two fleets tore into each other. Plasma beams cut through shields. Missiles found their targets. Ships exploded in brilliant flashes. "Sir, we're receiving distress calls," Rachel reported. "Both sides are taking heavy casualties." "Ignore them," Frank ordered, though it hurt to say it. "We're not peacekeepers anymore." The human fleet reached the jump point. One by one, the ships vanished into hyperspace. Frank took a last look at the battle. Already, dozens of ships burned in space. The death toll would be in the thousands. "All ships accounted for," Rachel confirmed. "Ready to jump." Frank nodded. "Execute." The Washington disappeared in a flash of light. Behind them, the Vega system descended into total war. Other conflicts erupted across the galaxy as human peacekeepers withdrew. The Sirius border wars reignited. The Capella trade disputes turned violent. The Orion succession crisis exploded. Without Earth's military strength to enforce peace, old hatreds resurfaced. The galaxy had forgotten how to resolve conflicts without human mediation. Now they would learn the hard way. The peace was over. The chaos had begun. Dr. Alan Foster walked through the corridors of the Andromeda Research Collective for the last time. The massive facility had been the crown jewel of galactic science for 2 centuries. Half of the galaxy's greatest discoveries happened here, and humans ran most of it. His assistant, Dr. Beth Cooper, hurried alongside him. "Professor, the quantum computers are ready for shutdown. The ethereals are begging us to reconsider." Ellen stopped at a viewing window. Below, the main laboratories sprawled like a small city. Thousands of scientists from dozens of species worked on projects that pushed the boundaries of knowledge. Most of those projects would end today. "Show me the evacuation status," Alan said. Beth activated her tablet. "We have 1,200 human scientists and 8,000 support staff. 60% are already on the transport ships. The rest will be ready within 6 hours." They continued walking. In Lab Section 7, Alan saw Dr. Yuki Tanaka dismantling her dark matter manipulation array. The ethereals, beams of pure energy, floated nearby in distress. Dr. Foster, the lead ethereal, pulsed, its form flickering with anxiety. "If Dr. Tanaka leaves, our entire understanding of dark matter collapses. We've worked together for 50 years. Alan sighed. "I'm sorry, Lux 47. Orders are orders. All human personnel and technology must be removed. But we don't understand the theoretical framework, the quantum equations, the dimensional mathematics." Beth stepped forward. "You had plenty of time to learn. Instead, your species voted to restrict human scientific research. This is the result." In the computer core, technicians were shutting down the quantum processors. These machines, designed by human engineers, ran calculations that would take other computers millennia to complete. Without them, research would slow to a crawl. Chief Technician Mike Chen supervised the shutdown. "Quantum cores going offline in sequence. The Vorik are panicking. Their crystal matrix computations require our processing power." Alan nodded. "Not our problem anymore." He moved to the biological research wing. Here, Dr. Lisa Wong was packing up her genetic modification lab. Her work on cross-species medicine had saved billions of lives. "The Altarians are desperate," Lisa reported. "They're facing a plague on their colony worlds. Without our viral adaptation research, millions could die." "Pack everything," Alan ordered. "Leave nothing behind." The physics department was in chaos. Dr. Jim Robertson was deleting the unified field theory databases. Decades of human theoretical work, gone in seconds. "The Draconians are offering us anything," Jim said. "Their entire space program depends on our gravitic equations." Alan remained firm. "Delete it all. If they wanted our knowledge, they shouldn't have tried to limit our growth." Hour by hour, human science withdrew from the galaxy. Research projects ground to a halt. Experiments failed without human oversight. Theoretical frameworks collapsed without human mathematics. Beth brought him the final reports. "The ethereals can't maintain the dark matter research. The Vorik computation network is failing. The Nexari medical trials are suspended. Every major scientific initiative is stopping." Alan looked at the data. "What about the climate restoration project on Kepler 22 bits?" "Cancelled." "The terraforming of Wolf 359c?" "Suspended." "The longevity research on Vega Prime?" "Abandoned." They reached the transport ship. Behind them, the great research facility was already showing signs of failure. Power fluctuations, system errors, experiment containment warnings. The alien scientists watched the humans leave with a mixture of anger and despair. They had relied on human innovation for so long, they had forgotten how to innovate themselves. Director Cricks of the collective made one last plea. "Dr. Foster, you're condemning the galaxy to scientific stagnation. Progress will stop." Alan turned at the ship's ramp. "You called human curiosity dangerous. You said our rapid advancement threatens stability. You put quotas on our research. Now you get your wish. A galaxy without human science. The transport lifted off, joining the convoy of ships carrying Earth's brightest minds home. Below, the Andromeda Research Collective began its slow decay. The age of discovery was ending. The dark age of stagnation had begun. 3 months had passed since Earth's withdrawal. Ambassador Jake Mitchell stood in the observation deck of Luna Base, looking down at Earth. The blue planet remained safe behind the Prometheus shield, but the rest of the galaxy was falling apart. "Sir, the daily report is ready," Lieutenant Karen Wells announced as she entered the room. Jake turned from the window. Karen's face showed the strain of the past months. They had been monitoring the galactic situation, watching civilization crumble system by system. "Let's hear it," Jake said, sitting down at the briefing table. Karen activated the holographic display. A map of the galaxy appeared, dotted with red zones. 17 star systems are now in active conflict. The Vega War has spread to 3 neighboring systems. The Skorax Nexari death toll exceeds 2 million. Jake studied the map. The red zones had doubled since last week. What about the economic situation? 43 species are facing complete economic collapse, Karen reported. The Draconian Empire defaulted on all debts yesterday. The Altarian Commonwealth declared bankruptcy. The Centauri Republic is experiencing hyperinflation. Trade routes that had been stable for millennia now appeared as broken lines on the map. Shipping lanes were abandoned. Pirates multiplied in the chaos. Whole sectors were cut off from supplies. Food shortages, Jake asked. Critical in 12 systems. The Rigel trading hub collapse disrupted food distribution across the entire sector. Famine reports from 6 worlds. Jake rubbed his temples. He hadn't expected it to get this bad this fast. Scientific research. Karen switched to another display. All major research initiatives have stalled. The Andromeda Collective published its last paper 2 months ago. The cure for the Altarian plague remains unfinished. The climate restoration projects on 3 worlds have failed. The door chimed. President Lisa Carter entered with Defense Secretary Paul Johnson. They had been meeting with Earth's leadership about the situation. "Jake, I need your assessment," Lisa said without preamble. "How bad is it out there?" Jake gestured to the displays. "It's a cascade failure, Madam President. Every system we withdrew from is collapsing, and each collapse triggers more failures." Paul stepped forward to examine the military data. The Orion sector is now a war zone. Without our peacekeepers, 7 different species are fighting over territory. The Galactic Council, Lisa asked. "In emergency session for the past month," Jake replied. "They can't agree on anything. Half the members have withdrawn to deal with domestic crisis. The rest are blaming each other for the situation." Karen pulled up communication logs. "We're receiving hundreds of distress calls daily. Requests for help, offers of treaties, pleas for Earth to return." Lisa's expression didn't change. "What's their tone now?" "Desperate," Jake said simply. "The same species that called us dangerous are now begging for our help. The Zephyrians offered us unlimited expansion rights. The Vorik promised to support human research without restrictions." Paul checked his secure tablet. "Intelligence reports confirm what we're seeing. Infrastructure failing, governments toppling, societies regressing. Some worlds have lost spaceflight capability entirely." Jake stood and walked back to the window. "They didn't realize how much they depended on us. Our trade networks, our peacekeepers, our scientists, our financial systems. We were the glue holding their civilization together. The question is," Lisa said, "do we let them suffer more, or do we consider returning?" Karen spoke up. "The latest council resolution offers Earth everything we wanted. Full membership, no restrictions, permanent Security Council seat, unlimited expansion rights." Jake watched Earth turning slowly below. Humanity was safe and thriving behind their shield, but the galaxy they had once called home was dying. "They're ready to accept our terms," he said finally. The question is whether we're ready to forgive their fear and prejudice. Lisa nodded slowly. Prepare a response. Tell them we'll consider returning. But this time, it's on our terms. Completely. The cascade effect had taught the galaxy a harsh lesson. They needed humanity far more than humanity needed them. The Galactic Council chamber looked different now. Empty seats marked where species had fallen to economic collapse or civil war. The remaining delegates sat quietly, their earlier arrogance replaced by desperation. They had learned the price of their prejudice. President Lisa Carter entered the chamber with measured steps. Unlike Earth's previous visits as a junior member, she now walked as a leader who held the galaxy's fate in her hands. Behind her followed Ambassador Jake Mitchell, Admiral Frank Davis, and Dr. Alan Foster. The council chairman, still the tall being from Rigel 7, stood as she approached. His ceremonial staff shook slightly in his grip. President Carter, the Galactic Council welcomes Earth's return. Lisa stepped onto the speaker's platform. She didn't smile. Let's be clear about something. Earth hasn't returned. We're here to discuss the terms of a new relationship. The Zephyrian ambassador's colors shifted to submissive blue. Whatever Earth requires, we will provide. Lisa activated her holographic display. Images of the chaos filled the chamber. Burning space stations, abandoned colonies, warring fleets, empty research facilities. This is what the galaxy looks like without Earth. Is this the stability you wanted? The Vorik delegation resonated with shame. Their crystalline bodies had lost their usual shine. We misjudged. We feared human ambition. We didn't understand that your growth lifted everyone. Admiral Davis stepped forward. The Vega system has lost 6 million lives in 3 months. The Orion conflicts have displaced 20 million beings, all because you thought our peacekeepers were too influential. The Altarian representative clicked his mandibles. Our worlds are starving. Our trading hub is destroyed. Our economy is in ruins. We beg Earth's forgiveness. Dr. Foster added his voice. The plague on Altair 5 has killed 2 million. The cure was weeks away when you forced us to leave. The Andromeda Collective hasn't made a single breakthrough since we departed. Lisa let the silence hang heavy in the chamber. Then she spoke. Earth is prepared to help rebuild what has been lost, but not as we were before. She pressed a control, and a new document appeared on every screen. These are our terms, non-negotiable. The delegates read quickly. Full membership with no restrictions. Permanent Security Council seat with veto power. Unlimited expansion rights. No quotas on human research. No limits on human military forces. Complete freedom of human trade and movement. Furthermore, Lisa continued, Earth will establish the Office of Galactic Stability. This human-led organization will oversee peacekeeping, economic policy, and scientific cooperation. No major council decision can be made without our approval. The Draconian ambassador hissed, This gives Earth control over everything. Jake Mitchell spoke from beside the platform. You had a galaxy without human control. How did that work out? The delegates exchanged glances. They all knew the answer. Their civilizations were crumbling. Their people were dying. Their future was disappearing. The council chairman raised his staff. Does the council accept Earth's terms? One by one, the ambassadors voted. Zephyrian, yes. Vorik, yes. Altarian, yes. Every single vote was unanimous. They had no choice. Lisa nodded. Then let's begin. Admiral Davis, redeploy peacekeeping forces to all conflict zones. Dr. Foster, restart the critical research projects. Ambassador Mitchell, coordinate refugee relief and economic stabilization. As her team moved into action, Lisa addressed the council one final time. Remember this moment. Remember what happens when fear and prejudice guide your decisions. Earth will rebuild what was broken, but the galaxy must never forget this lesson. Within hours, human ships emerged from behind the Prometheus shield. They spread across the galaxy, bringing order to chaos. hope to despair, and knowledge to ignorance. The exodus was over. But this time, Earth returned not as a member, but as the indispensable leader of galactic civilization. The universe had learned its lesson: never underestimate humanity. The Council would never make that mistake again. The stars looked different from this part of the galaxy. Captain Alan Rogers stood on the observation deck of the Earth vessel Horizon, watching the unfamiliar patterns of light. Humans had been part of the Galactic Confederation for almost 10 years now, but Alan still felt like a newcomer sometimes. "Captain, we will reach the Vrekari diplomatic station in 20 minutes, said Lieutenant Samantha Wright as she approached. Her uniform was perfectly pressed, her brown hair pulled back in a tight bun. Alan nodded. "Are our representatives ready?" "Yes, sir. Gray is going over some last-minute language adjustments. He wants to make sure he gets their greeting ceremony right." Communications Officer Greg Martinez was the best person for first contact situations. While most humans were social compared to other species, Greg took it to another level. He could make friends with almost any alien they met. His easy smile and genuine interest in other cultures made him perfect for his job. "The Vrekari are not known for being friendly," Alan said quietly. "All reports suggest they view other species as beneath them." Samantha's face showed concern. "Then why do they want to join the Confederation?" "Resources, protection, the usual reasons." Alan turned away from the window. "But we need to be careful. They agreed to talk, but they have a history of breaking treaties." The ship hummed around them as they walked to the meeting room. Aliens from 3 other Confederation species were already there. The blue-skinned Teln diplomat nodded to Alan. The insect-like Zorix representatives clicked their mandibles in greeting. The furry maven stayed quiet in the corner, 6 eyes blinking slowly. Greg entered last, grinning and carrying his datapad. "I think I've got their formal greeting down. It's all about showing strength while acknowledging their importance. Tricky balance." "Just be yourself, Greg," Alan said. "Your friendliness has won over tougher crowds." The ship's AI announced their arrival at the Vrekari station. Through the viewing screen, they saw the massive structure. It looked like a black metal spider with too many legs, hanging in space. "Not big on aesthetics, are they?" Greg whispered. The Vrekari delegation came aboard 30 minutes later. They were tall, gray-skinned beings with 4 arms and narrow faces. Their eyes were solid black, and small tentacles waved around their mouths when they spoke. The leader wore red armor with sharp edges. "I am Supreme Commander Vrok," the leader said, his translator making his voice sound like rocks grinding together. "We allow this meeting as courtesy." Greg stepped forward and performed the greeting he had practiced, showing his empty hands and bowing just slightly. "Supreme Commander, the United Earth Government welcomes this opportunity for friendship between our peoples." The Vrekari looked at Greg like he was something unpleasant on the bottom of a shoe. "The human speaks. We heard your kind talk too much and do too little." The other aliens in the room tensed. Insults were not normal for first meetings, even from aggressive species. Greg's smile never faltered. "We have much to learn about each other. That's why communication is so important." The meeting moved to the conference room. For 3 hours, they discussed trade routes and territory boundaries. The Vrekari asked many questions about human colonies and defenses, but shared little about themselves. During a break, the Teln diplomat pulled Alan aside. "Captain, they show unusual interest in your weaknesses. This is not typical for species seeking alliance." Alan had noticed too. He watched Greg chatting with one of the lower-ranking Vrekari, trying to build a connection. The alien seemed confused by Greg's friendly approach. "The human governor of your outer colonies," Supreme Commander Vrok said loudly, interrupting all conversations. "She is female, yes. How do your people expect to be respected when you put the weaker sex in power?" The room went quiet. Greg studied the Vrekari's posture and the movement of their mouth tentacles. Something was wrong here. These weren't just cultural differences. The Vrekari were testing them, looking for reactions. Greg made a note on his pad. They would need to be very careful in the days ahead. 3 days passed. The talks with the Vrikari grew more tense with each meeting. Greg noticed how the alien delegates always positioned themselves above the humans, either standing when others sat or using adjustable chairs to look down on them. "They keep pushing," Samantha said during a private meeting in Captain Rogers' office. "Every suggestion we make, they counter with something that gives them more and us less." Ellen rubbed his tired eyes. "They're testing our limits, seeing how much we'll give before we push back." Greg was reviewing recordings of the Vrikari body language. Their mouth tentacles show patterns when they're being dishonest. They curl inward slightly, and they've been doing that a lot. The door chimed, and Zeth, the blue-skinned Teln liaison officer, entered. Unlike the Vrikari, the Teln had been one of the first alien species to welcome humans to the Confederation. "Captain Rogers, I bring concerning news," Zeth said, his large eyes blinking rapidly. "Our intelligence reports unusual movement of Vrikari ships near your colony on Haven." Alan's face hardened. Haven is a scientific outpost. Minimal defenses, mostly researchers. "Exactly why their interest is troubling," Zeth replied. The next meeting with the Vrikari started badly. Supreme Commander Vrak arrived late, a clear sign of disrespect. His second-in-command, Sub-Commander Graal, stood beside him with 4 armed guards. "We have reviewed your proposals," Vrak said without greeting. "They are unacceptable. Humans must remove their colony from Haven. It is too close to our territory." Greg leaned forward. "Supreme Commander, Haven is well within agreed Confederation borders. It poses no threat to Vrikari space." Graal made a sound like grinding metal. "Your presence alone is a threat. Humans spread like a disease, taking what is not theirs." The insult hung in the air. Greg maintained his friendly expression, but Alan noticed his communications officer's hands had stopped their usual fidgeting. A bad sign. "Perhaps we could discuss a buffer zone," Greg suggested calmly. "A mutual agreement about patrols and notifications when ships from either side approach the border." "We do not compromise with lesser species," Vrak said. He turned to the Teln and Maven representatives. "The Confederation grows weak accepting such primitive beings. Humans have been in space for mere decades, while we have traveled the stars for thousands of years." Ellen stepped in. "Age does not always equal wisdom, Commander. Fresh perspectives have value too." Vrak's mouth tentacles writhed, and what they had learned was laughter. "Listen to it speak as if its words matter. Humans are soft. Your ships are weak. Your colony's poorly defended. That is not the purpose of this meeting," Greg said, his voice losing some of its warmth. "We're here to discuss your application to the Confederation, which requires peaceful cooperation with all member species." Sub-Commander Graal stepped closer to Greg. "You talk and talk, human. Is that all your kind can do? Talk while others act." Greg stood his ground. Communication prevents misunderstandings that lead to conflict. That's why. The Vrikari moved suddenly. Graal shoved Greg hard, sending him stumbling back into his chair. "Silence your prattling. Your words mean nothing." The room froze. Everyone expected the usually talkative communications officer to respond with words, perhaps even an apology to smooth things over. That was what Greg always did. Instead, Greg slowly stood up. He straightened his uniform, and he said nothing. His face showed no anger. His body appeared relaxed, but his eyes had changed. They were focused, cold, and completely silent. Ellen watched the transformation with growing concern. He had served with Greg for 3 years and had never seen him like this. The other human crew members recognized it too. Samantha subtly moved her hand closer to her sidearm. The Vrikari seemed pleased with themselves, misreading the silence as submission. Alan calmly stood up. "I believe we should take a short recess. Vrikari delegation, please return to your shuttle for 1 hour while we consult with Confederation representatives." Vrak made a dismissive gesture with his lower arms. "Yes. Consider your position carefully, humans." As the Vrikari left, Alan kept his eyes on Greg, who still hadn't spoken a single word. As soon as the Vrikari left the room, the atmosphere changed. Captain Rogers turned to his crew. "Samantha, contact the horizon. Tell them to begin protocol watchful eye. Full sensor sweep of all Vrikari movements within range." Samantha nodded and moved quickly to the communications panel. She didn't ask questions. She understood. Alan looked at Greg, who was still standing perfectly still, his eyes fixed on the door where the Vrikari had exited. "Greg, you with us?" Alan asked quietly. Greg gave a single nod. Then he moved to his datapad and began working, his fingers flying across the screen. Still, he didn't speak. Zeth, the Telm liaison, looked confused. "Captain Rogers, what is happening? Why the sudden change in procedure?" "We need to prepare for possible hostile action," Alan said simply. "But there has been no declaration of war," Zeth said. "Just a minor physical altercation and some insults. This happens often in diplomatic meetings with new species." Samantha returned from the communications panel. "The horizon acknowledges. They're running silent scans now." Zeth's blue skin darkened with concern. "Running silent. Captain, these are serious military preparations. What has prompted this?" The humans exchanged glances. Finally, Samantha spoke. "It's Greg." "I don't understand," Zeth said, looking at the communications officer who was still working silently at his station. "When humans get angry, they get loud," Alan explained. "They shout, they argue, they make threats. But when humans get truly furious, when they reach the point of no return, they go silent." Zeth blinked his large eyes. "Silence is your warning sign." "Yes," Samantha said. "Silence means we're no longer wasting energy on words. We're focusing completely on what comes next." The Maven representative, who had been quiet until now, spoke up. Her voice was soft, her 6 eyes blinking nervously. "I have studied human history. Your species evolved as persistence hunters, quiet stalkers who would follow prey for days without rest." Helen nodded. "That's part of our heritage. When we stop talking, we start hunting." "And Greg is normally your most talkative crew member," Zeth said, beginning to understand. "Greg was a military strategist before becoming a communications officer," Samantha explained. 10 years in Earth Fleet Special Operations. He talks because he chooses to, because he believes in words first. When he stops talking." She didn't finish the sentence. She didn't need to. Greg suddenly looked up from his pad. He walked over to Captain Rogers and handed him the device. On it was a detailed analysis of Vrikari ship movements near Haven Colony. The pattern clearly showed preparation for an attack. Greg had also outlined 5 potential defensive strategies, complete with resource allocations and estimated success rates, all without saying a single word. "We need to evacuate this station," Alan said after reviewing the data. "Get back to the horizon and warn Haven." Zeth looked alarmed. "But the diplomatic talks are a distraction," Samantha finished. "The Vrikari never intended to join the Confederation. They're using these meetings to gather intelligence while they position their forces." The Maven stepped closer to Greg, studying him with her multiple eyes. "I have never seen a human transition like this. It is unsettling." In the corner of the room, an older Teln diplomat who had remained silent throughout the meeting's approach. "I witnessed the Earth-Praxian conflict 20 years ago, before humans joined the Confederation. When the Praxians attacked the human colony, I saw this same change. The human ambassadors stopped negotiating. They simply stated terms. Once. What followed was..." He paused. "The Vrikari do not understand what they are provoking." Alan began issuing orders to prepare for departure. Greg moved efficiently, gathering equipment, transferring data, checking security systems. Everything he did was precise and economical. No wasted motion, no wasted words. Outside the windows of the diplomatic station, 3 Vrikari warships slowly moved into position, their weapon sports open. The horizon broke away from the diplomatic station with careful precision. Captain Rogers had used an old diplomatic rule to delay the Vrikari, requesting 12 hours to consider their demands. It was just enough time to put distance between them. Status report. Alan ordered as they cleared the station's gravity field. 3 Vrikari warships are following, but maintaining distance, Samantha reported from Tactical. They haven't powered weapons yet. Likely they don't want to appear openly hostile while we're still in Confederation space. Greg sat at his communications station, monitoring channels. His usual cheerful demeanor was completely gone. In its place was cold efficiency. When he needed to relay information, he used the shortest possible messages on the ship's text system rather than speaking. "We've received a priority message from Confederation headquarters," said Samantha. "The Teln ambassador has called an emergency session. All member species are requested to send representatives." Alan nodded. "Set course for Confederation hub. Maximum speed." On the main viewer, they could see the Vrikari ships adjusting their course to follow. In the break room later that day, several alien crew members from the Horizon watched Greg with nervous fascination. The human who normally joined their game nights and shared jokes now moved through the ship like a ghost, focused only on his tasks. "I do not understand," said Krill, a young Zorix engineer. "I have served with Officer Martinez for 2 years. He helped me celebrate my hatching day last month. Now he does not even look at me." Lieutenant Samantha sat down with the alien crew members. "This isn't personal, Krill. Greg hasn't stopped being your friend. He's just prepared for what's coming. The Vrikari aren't the first species to mistake human sociability for weakness," Alan said, joining them. "We talk, we laugh, we make friends across the galaxy because we choose to, not because we have to." The Maven science officer, Rila, wrapped her furry arms around herself. "There are stories among my people, very old stories about human warfare. They say you become different creatures when truly threatened." Before Alan could respond, the ship's alert system activated. "Captain to the bridge. Priority message from Haven Colony." When they reached the bridge, the main screen showed a human woman with ash on her face and fear in her eyes. "This is Dr. Karen Wells, Haven Colony Research Director. We are under attack. Repeat, we are under attack." Vrikari ships appeared without warning and opened fire on our orbital platforms. "They've landed ground forces near the main settlement. We have minimal defenses, requesting immediate assistance from any Confederation vessels." The message cut off with static. Greg's hands flew across his console. He pulled up a tactical display showing Haven's location, the position of nearby Confederation ships, and estimated Vrikari fleet movements. His fingers never stopped moving as he calculated response times and battle scenarios. Still, he didn't say a word. "Get me Confederation command," Alan ordered. On screen appeared a senior Teln diplomat with golden skin markings that showed high rank. "Captain Rogers, we have received Haven's distress call. I'm taking the Horizon to assist," Alan said. "That would be unwise, Captain. Your single ship against what appears to be a Vrikari battle group would be suicide. The Confederation Council is meeting now to determine our collective response." Alan's voice remained measured, but his eyes hardened. "With respect, Ambassador, those are our people dying while the Council debates." "I understand your concern," the Teln said, "but I must warn you that the Vrikari representatives are claiming this is a response to human aggression. They say Haven was developing biological weapons to use against them." "That's a lie," Samantha cut in. "Haven is a scientific outpost studying local plant life for medical applications." The Teln ambassador looked grave. "Many council members are uncertain who to believe. The Vrikari have presented fabricated evidence." Greg suddenly stood up. Every eye on the bridge turned to him, expecting him to finally break his silence. Instead, he walked to the main tactical display and activated a program. It showed detailed documentation of Haven's research projects, personnel records, supply shipments, all proving it was exactly what the humans claimed. "How long has he been preparing this?" The Teln ambassador asked, astonished. Since the moment the Vrikari shoved him, Alan answered, "This is what you don't understand about humans. When we go quiet, our minds don't stop. They focus." The Confederation Council chamber was a massive circular room with seats for representatives of all 37 member species. Today, the chamber was filled with tense voices as news of the Vrikari attack on Haven spread. Captain Rogers stood before the council with Samantha and Greg beside him. Greg's evidence about Haven had helped, but many council members still hesitated to act against the Vrikari. The Vrikari claimed they found evidence of weapons research, said the Zorix representative, mandibles clicking nervously. Fabricated evidence. Alan replied calmly. Our documentation proves Haven was a peaceful research station. The Vrikari ambassador, a tall figure in ornate armor, laughed. Humans lie as easily as they breathe. They are weak but cunning. Alan didn't rise to the bait. He had learned much from watching Greg these past days. The power of controlled silence. On the large screens around the chamber, live footage showed smoke rising from Haven's main settlement. The colony's small security force was overwhelmed. Medical centers were filled with injured civilians. The situation is clear, said the Teln ambassador. The Vrikari have attacked a peaceful Confederation colony without provocation. This demands a united response. The Vrikari ambassador pointed at the humans. We acted in self-defense against a species that cannot be trusted. Humans are dangerous because they are unpredictable. For the first time in days, Greg stepped forward. The council chamber grew quiet, all eyes on the human who hadn't spoken since the incident. The Confederation asked for our terms, Greg said, his voice firm but calm. His sudden speech after days of silence had a powerful effect. They are simple. The Vrikari will withdraw all forces from Haven immediately. They will pay for rebuilding. They will acknowledge their deception before this council. The Vrikari ambassador's mouth tentacles twisted in what they had learned was amusement. Or what, little human? Your species has the smallest fleet in the Confederation. You have no leverage here. Greg didn't raise his voice. He didn't show anger. He simply stated, you have 24 hours to comply. After that, we will remove your forces ourselves. Laughter erupted from the Vrikari delegation, empty threats from a species barely out of its cradle. Your ships are few and weak. Greg turned away without another word and walked back to stand beside Captain Rogers. The council erupted in debate. Some representatives supported immediate action against the Vrikari. Others worried about sparking a larger conflict. During a recess, an elderly Maven counselor approached the human delegation. All 6 of her eyes showed concern. I was young during the Praxian incident, she said quietly. I saw what happened when they ignored humanity's warning. The Praxians had superior technology, superior numbers. They thought humans would surrender quickly when faced with overwhelming force. What happened? Asked a young Zorix delegate who had joined them. The humans didn't fight like any species we had seen before, the Maven said. They didn't send grand fleets in direct confrontation. They were selective, precise, relentless. Back in the council chamber, the debate continued. The Vrikari ambassador made a final statement before leaving. We reject these human demands. If the Confederation supports them, then perhaps the Confederation is not worth joining after all. As the Vrikari delegation exited, many council members looked uncertain. Samantha leaned close to Alan. They're not taking us seriously. They will, Alan replied quietly. On board the Horizon, now docked at the Confederation hub, other human ships began to arrive. Not a massive fleet, but a dozen vessels of varying sizes. On each ship, human crews worked with the same quiet focus that Greg had shown. Have you noticed? Asked Zeth, who had remained with the human delegation. All the humans have gone quiet. It was true. Across the hub, human diplomats, crew members, and civilians moved with purpose. The usual human laughter and casual conversation were absent. In their place was something that made the other species deeply uneasy. Preparation. The 24 hours passed. The Vrikari did not withdraw from Haven. Instead, they sent more ships. "They think we're bluffing," Samantha said as the human fleet gathered near the jump point to Haven. 14 ships now, not a large force by Confederation standards, but each crew working with the same quiet purpose. "Let them think what they want," Ellen replied. The Confederation had voted to condemn the Vrikari attack, but stopped short of committing forces. Many species were still uncertain about getting involved in what they saw as a human-Vrikari conflict. Greg sat at his station on the Horizons Bridge, coordinating the human response. The plan he had developed was unusual. No grand speeches, no warnings, no demands for surrender. Just action. "All ships report ready, Captain," Samantha said. Alan nodded. "Execute jump sequence. Begin operation quiet response." The human fleet disappeared into jump space. On Haven, the Vrikari occupation forces had established control over the main settlement. Commander Drac stood in what had been the colony's administration building, now his headquarters. "The humans are weak," he told his officers. "They talk of response but do nothing. Their Confederation allies debate while we secure what is rightfully ours." A junior officer approached nervously. "Commander, our orbital sensors have detected ships exiting jump space at the edge of the system." Drax smiled. "The human fleet, no doubt. Coming to beg for terms." "Sir, they're not responding to our hails, and they're not approaching in standard formation." Drax frowned. "Show me." The tactical display revealed the human ships had split into small groups, each approaching from a different vector. They weren't broadcasting any messages or demands. They were just coming. "Power up weapons," Drac ordered. "Show these primitives what real military power looks like." The Vrikari fleet in orbit around Haven was twice the size of the human force. Their ships were larger, with more advanced weapons. As the human vessels came into range, the Vrikari opened fire. What happened next stunned them. The human ships didn't return fire immediately. Instead, they executed precise, coordinated maneuvers that seemed impossible for vessels of their size. They slipped between Vrikari targeting solutions, using Haven's moons and debris fields for cover. On the horizon, Greg's fingers flew across his tactical display. The entire human fleet was following the engagement plan he had developed. Each ship captain knew their role, requiring minimal communication during the battle. "The Vrikari are firing at predicted locations," Samantha observed. "They don't understand our movement patterns." When the humans finally attacked, it wasn't a direct assault on the Vrikari ships. Instead, they targeted specific systems: communications arrays, sensor nodes, engine stabilizers. Precision strikes that disabled rather than destroyed. On his flagship, Commander Drac raged as systems failed across his fleet. "How are they doing this? Their technology is inferior." "Sir, they're not fighting like any species we've encountered," his tactical officer said, voice shaking. "No standard formations, no predictable attack vectors. Each ship seems to operate independently, but somehow in perfect coordination." "Capture one of their vessels," Drac ordered. "I want to know their battle plans." Through luck and superior numbers, the Vrikari managed to surround a smaller human scout ship. Tractor beams locked on, pulling it toward the Vrikari flagship's docking bay. Drac himself went to meet the captured humans. He expected to see fear, to hear pleas for mercy or offers of surrender. The human captain stood calmly as Vrikari soldiers pointed weapons at her and her small crew. "Tell me your fleet's strategy," Drac demanded. "How are you coordinating your attacks with such minimal communication?" The human captain looked at him with steady eyes. "You shouldn't have attacked us," she said simply. Before Drac could respond, alarms blared throughout his ship. The captured human vessel had initiated a controlled overload of its jump drive. Not powerful enough to destroy the Vrikari flagship, but precisely calculated to disable its main systems. Across the Haven system, The human ships continued their methodical, silent campaign. No broadcasts, no threats, no wasted motion or resources. Just the steady, relentless dismantling of the Vakari occupation force. 3 days into the conflict, the Confederation Council called an emergency session. Reports from Haven were spreading across Confederation space, causing concern among all member species. "The humans are fighting differently," said the Zorik's representative, displaying footage of the battle. No grand fleet engagements, no attempt to destroy the Vakari ships outright. On the large screens, they watched as human vessels systematically isolated and disabled Vakari ships one by one. Each human craft seemed to know exactly where to be and when, despite minimal communication between them. "They're hunting," said the elderly Maven counselor, "like their ancient ancestors did on Earth. Patient, methodical, working as a pack." At a secure Vakari base on Haven's southern continent, Supreme Commander Vrak received increasingly desperate reports. Half his orbital fleet was disabled. Ground forces were cut off from each other as humans targeted their communication systems with surgical precision. "How can they be winning?" Vrak demanded of his science officer. "Our technology is superior. Our numbers are greater." The science officer, a slender Vakari who had studied humans, looked troubled. "Commander, I believe we fundamentally misunderstood humans. Their strength is not in their technology or numbers." "Then what?" Vrak snarled. "Adaptation, persistence, and something else." The science officer pulled up historical data. "Their entire evolutionary history is unique. They evolved as pursuit predators who would track prey for days until it collapsed from exhaustion. They can modify their tactics continuously based on new information. And most importantly, they have a state they enter before serious conflict." The silence. Vrak said, remembering the human communications officer. "Yes, it's not fear or submission as we thought. It's concentration. Their brains shift resources from social functions to combat planning. They become different. In their history, they called it battle mind or warrior focus. Their historical records are filled with warnings about quiet humans." On the horizon, Greg was coordinating the final phase of his strategy. The human fleet had managed to divide the Vakari forces, isolating them in ways that negated their numerical advantage. Now, human ground teams were retaking the research outpost section by section. For the first time in days, Greg spoke to give orders, his voice clear and precise. "Team Alpha, move to Sector 4. Beta Team, hold position until the Vakari forces redirect to respond to Alpha." Samantha had developed new tactical protocols that specifically countered Vakari technology. The humans had studied Vakari ship design and found weaknesses in their sensor arrays that left them vulnerable to certain frequencies. "The research outpost's central building is secure," reported a ground team leader. "Civilians are safe. Medical teams moving in." Alan stood on the bridge of the horizon, watching as Greg's carefully orchestrated operation unfolded. It wasn't just the battle plan that impressed him. It was how every human involved seemed to understand their role with minimal direction, as if Greg's focused silence had somehow spread across the entire human response. The Confederation observers were equally amazed. The Teln ambassador contacted the horizon from the council chambers. "Captain Rogers, the council is concerned. This display of human military capability was unexpected." "We didn't want this fight," Ellen replied simply. "Yes, we understand that now," the Teln said. "The Vakari Supreme Commander has requested peace talks." Ellen looked at Greg, who had paused in his work. After a moment, Greg nodded once. "We'll listen," Alan told the ambassador, "but our terms haven't changed." On Haven, as human forces secured the settlement, local residents emerged from hiding. They looked at the human soldiers with new understanding. These weren't the laughing, friendly humans they usually saw visiting the colony. These were focused, silent professionals who moved with quiet purpose. A young colony doctor approached one of the human squad leaders. "You're all so different. So, Quiet. The soldier checked her weapon while responding. We're still the same people. We just put away the soft parts when they're not useful. In orbit above Haven, the remaining Vrikari ships began withdrawing to a neutral position. Their commander had finally understood what the Vrikari scientist had tried to explain. Their history is written in blood. Their peace is a choice, not a necessity. The peace talks were held on neutral ground, a Telm diplomatic vessel positioned between Haven and the withdrawn Vrikari fleet. Captain Rogers led the human delegation, with Samantha and Greg at his side. Supreme Commander Vrock entered with 2 advisors, including the science officer who had studied humans. Gone was the arrogance from earlier meetings. The Vrikari moved cautiously now, watching the humans with new awareness. Greg, who had once tried so hard to befriend these aliens, sat quietly analyzing their body language. When he finally spoke, his voice was calm. The terms remained the same: complete withdrawal from Haven, reparations for damages, public acknowledgement of unprovoked aggression. Vrock's mouth tentacles twitched. Your terms are acceptable. The room fell silent. No one had expected such quick agreement. However, Vrock continued, we request assurance that human forces will not pursue further action against Vrikari territory. We never wanted your territory, Alan replied. We only defended what was ours. The Telm mediator looked relieved. Then it seems we have the foundation for peace. As they worked through the details, Greg provided insights to Alan about the Vrikari's shifting positions. His silence had served its purpose, and now his natural diplomatic skills were valuable again. He was still more reserved than before, but slowly hints of his former self began to emerge. Their hierarchy is based on perceived strength, Greg whispered to Alan. By defeating them quickly and efficiently, you've earned a position of respect. They'll honor an agreement with someone they respect. When the talks concluded, the Vrikari delegation prepared to leave. The science officer lingered, approaching Greg with cautious curiosity. You were the first to go silent, the Vrikari said. The warning we missed. Greg nodded. In human history, warriors often became quiet before battle. It's instinct, not strategy. Fascinating. Your species presents such contradictions, so social, yet capable of such focused isolation. We contain multitudes, Greg said with the first small smile he had shown in days. Back on the horizon, the crew began to relax as they set course for the Confederation hub. Around the ship, human crew members gradually returned to their normal behaviors. Laughter could be heard in the mess hall again. Greg joined a game night with alien crew members, his friendly nature resurfacing. Zeth watched this transformation with fascination. It's as if a switch has been turned off, he said to Samantha. Yesterday, he was a silent tactical genius. Today, he's telling jokes again. That's how we work, Samantha explained. We compartmentalize. The warrior mind isn't needed anymore, so we put it away. Alan found Greg in the observation lounge that evening, looking out at the stars. You did good work, Alan said simply. Greg nodded. I didn't want to go to that place again. The quiet place. But sometimes it's necessary. The Confederation is creating new protocols for understanding psychological indicators of different species, Alan told him. Your silence will be included as a recognized warning sign for humans. Greg laughed, a genuine sound that would have been unimaginable days ago. So aliens will run when humans shut up. Something like that. A week later, at the formal signing of the peace agreement, the Vrikari delegates were notably respectful toward the humans. The Confederation Council chambers were filled with representatives from all member species, many watching the humans with new understanding. After the ceremony, the elderly Maven counselor approached Greg at the reception. You're speaking again, she observed, all 6 eyes blinking gently. The jovial human has returned. I prefer conversation to silence, Greg admitted. Always have. Then we should all be grateful for that preference, the Maven said wisely, and mindful of when it changes. As the reception continued, Zeth joined them, watching other species interact with the humans with new caution. "I still don't fully understand," Zeth admitted. "How can you switch so completely between states?" Samantha smiled as she watched Greg laughing with a group of diplomats, completely back to his old self. "Just remember the rule," she told Zeth. "When humans get angry, we get loud. When we get silent, it's time to run," Zeth finished. "I won't forget."
Captain Lisa Warren looked out the viewport as the human diplomatic vessel approached Proxima Station. The massive structure hung in space like a glittering jewel, home to the Galactic Council that governed the affairs of 27 advanced alien species. Today, humans would take their place among them, or at least try to. "Nervous?" asked Dr. Alan Brooks, standing beside her. His weathered face showed the strain of the past 3 weeks of preparation. Lisa straightened her uniform. "Of course not," Alan smiled. Liar, he was right. After humans had accidentally discovered faster-than-light travel just 15 years ago, they had been thrust into a galaxy teeming with life. Most of it much older, much more advanced, and much less impressed with humanity than humans had hoped. "Remember," Alan said, tapping his tablet, "we're the new kids. Some of these species have been spacefaring for thousands of years. They've seen civilizations like ours rise and fall hundreds of times." Lisa nodded. "And they've invited us to join their club out of pity." "Out of obligation," Alan corrected. "Their own laws require them to extend membership to any species that achieves FTL capabilities, but they don't have to make it pleasant for us." The ship docked with a gentle thud. Commander Sam Nichols joined them at the airlock, his face serious. "The defense fleet is in position," he said quietly, "just in case." Lisa shook her head. "We won't need them. We're here to make friends." Sam didn't look convinced, but he nodded. The 3 humans walked through the airlock and into the alien station. The air smelled strange, not bad, just different, with hints of something like cinnamon and ozone. A tall, blue-skinned being with 4 arms waited for them. "I am Telk, junior aide to the council," it said through a translator device. "Follow me, humans." Lisa noted the lack of welcome, the absence of any title when addressing them. She shared a glance with Alan, who gave a small shrug. They had expected this. The hallways of Proxima Station buzzed with activity. Aliens of all shapes and sizes moved about, some floating, some crawling, some walking on legs that bent in unusual ways. None of them stopped to greet the humans. Many didn't even look at them. "The council chambers," Telk announced, stopping before a massive door made of what looked like polished black stone. "Thank you," Lisa said, but Telk had already turned away. The doors swung open silently, revealing a vast circular room. Tiered seating rose up on all sides, filled with representatives from across the galaxy. At the center stood a round table with 27 seats, and 1 small plain chair clearly added as an afterthought. "The humans have arrived," announced a voice that seemed to come from everywhere at once. All eyes, or whatever passed for eyes among the various species, turned to look at the 3 humans. Lisa felt a chill run down her spine but kept her face neutral. "Captain Lisa Warren of Earth," she said, stepping forward. "Along with Dr. Alan Brooks and Commander Sam Nichols, we are honored to join the Galactic Council." A tall, spindly being, with skin like burnished gold, rose from the center seat. "I am Grand Minister Zoltar of the Arcturus Confederation, current chair of the Council. You may take your seat, human." Lisa walked forward, aware of the silence. She sat in the small chair, while Alan and Sam stood behind her. "We have prepared a presentation on Earth, our history, culture, and technological capabilities," Lisa began, tapping her tablet to send the data to the Council's system. Before the presentation could start, a harsh sound interrupted her. A large, reptilian alien had made a barking noise that her translator struggled with for a moment before rendering it as laughter. "The primitive species believes its history matters to us," said the alien, its scales shifting color slightly. "I am Ambassador Krell of the Verusian Dominion. Let me save us all some time. You humans have barely left your solar system. Your technology is primitive. Your culture is young. You have nothing to offer this council except perhaps entertainment. More sounds of alien laughter rippled through the chamber. Lisa felt her cheeks burn but kept her voice steady. With respect, Ambassador, humans have developed faster than light travel independently, and we've made other advancements that we mastered millennia ago, interrupted another alien, this one a floating mass of tentacles. Or did you think you were the first to split the atom, to map your own genome, to develop neural interfaces? Sam stepped forward, his hand instinctively moving to where his sidearm would normally be, but Lisa raised a hand to stop him. We understand. We have much to learn, she said carefully. But we also believe we have unique perspectives to offer. Earth has proposals for fair trade agreements and mutual defense pacts that could benefit all species. This time the laughter was louder. Lisa's translator struggled to keep up with the various alien responses, but the message was clear. They found the very idea ridiculous. Grand Minister Zoltar raised all four of his hands for silence. Captain Warren, Earth has been granted Tier 3 membership status. This entitles you to observe council proceedings and submit written proposals for consideration. You have no voting rights at this time. Tier 3? Alan whispered behind her. That's the lowest possible status. Lisa nodded slightly, maintaining her composure. When can Earth expect to be considered for higher tier status? When you have something, of value to contribute, Zoltar said, his tone making it clear he doubted that would ever happen. Perhaps in a century or two we might listen. More laughter followed. Lisa stood, ready to present evidence of human innovation despite the hostile reception, but Zoltar waved a hand and her tablet screen went dark. The human presentation will be filed for later review, he said. You may observe today's proceedings, but your transmission feed has been disabled. Real council business must now be conducted. Lisa sat down slowly, feeling the eyes of all the alien delegates on her. Some were openly amused, others simply dismissive. Not one looked impressed or even interested. As the council moved on to discuss trade routes and energy allocation, completely ignoring the human delegation, Lisa leaned back slightly so Alan could hear her whisper. Send the coded message to Admiral Martinez. Tell him to begin preparations for Contingency Plan Alpha. Alan's eyes widened slightly, but he nodded and discreetly tapped a command into his wrist device. Sam leaned down on her other side. What's Plan Alpha? Lisa kept her eyes forward, her face revealing nothing as the council continued to debate issues that affected the galaxy. Issues they clearly felt humans had no right to influence. Insurance, she said quietly, because I have a feeling we're going to need options beyond this table. Around them, the council continued their discussions, occasionally glancing at the humans with what their translators interpreted as amusement. They had no idea that beneath Captain Warren's calm exterior, the seeds of humanity's independence were already being planted. 6 months passed. 6 long months of sitting at the edge of the council table, being ignored or laughed at. Captain Lisa Warren maintained a calm face through it all, but inside, her patience was wearing thin. Today, Noah Fletcher stood before the council. He was Earth's top engineer, young and brilliant, with ideas that had revolutionized energy systems back home. His hands shook slightly as he presented his designs. These modifications could improve energy efficiency by 30%. On developing worlds, Noah explained, pointing to the holographic display. The materials required are common throughout the galaxy, and the process is simple enough that any civilization with basic industrial capabilities could implement it. The council members barely looked at his presentation. A gelatinous alien, that resembled a large purple blob, rippled in what the translator identified as their version of a yawn. The human has finished, announced Grand Minister Zoltar, cutting Noah off mid-sentence. We shall now move on to matters of actual importance. Noah's face fell, but he nodded and returned to his seat beside Lisa. They didn't even ask questions, he whispered. Lisa patted his arm. They never do, but the recording devices were on. Someone will review it later. She didn't mention that someone would be Earth analysts, not council members. Every presentation, every dismissal, every insult was carefully documented and sent back to Earth. After the session ended, Lisa and her team returned to their small quarters on the station. The rooms were clearly designed for a different species. The bee. Chairs too tall, the lighting too dim, the temperature too cold. Another subtle reminder that humans were outsiders. Project Independence update? Lisa asked once the door closed behind them. Major Kate Donovan, who had joined the delegation last month, tapped her secure tablet. Director Hammond reports 70% completion. The shield technology is operational on a small scale. They're working on expanding it. Good, Lisa said. We may need it sooner than expected. A week later, urgent news spread through the station. A supernova had been detected in the Vega sector, threatening 3 inhabited systems. The council called an emergency session. Lisa and her team hurried to the chambers where chaos had erupted. Delegates shouted over each other as holographic displays showed the dying star. The evacuation will take at least 2 months, a insect-like alien was saying, its antennae twitching frantically. We don't have that long before the radiation reaches the outer colonies. Our shields cannot withstand the initial energy wave, added another delegate. Lisa stood, raising her hand for attention. For once, the council fell silent, if only from surprise at the humans' boldness. Earth has recently developed enhanced shield technology that might help, she said. Major Donovan can explain the details. Kate stepped forward with a data crystal. Our tests show these shields can deflect up to 80% of radiation from stellar events. We're willing to share the specifications immediately. Before she could continue, Lord Commander Vex of the Hegemony made a sound like grinding metal. The translator rendered it as laughter. We would sooner trust the atmospheric predictions of gas giants than human technology, Vex said. More alien. Laughter followed. Grand Minister Zoltar raised a hand for quiet. The human suggestion is noted. Now let us discuss real solutions from experienced council members. Lisa and Kate returned to their seats. Sam Nichols leaned over, his voice a low growl. Those people will die without our help. I know, Lisa whispered back. But we've done what we can. Send the shield specs directly to the threatened colonies anyway. Maybe someone there will listen. That evening in their quarters, Lisa received an encrypted message from Admiral Ben Martinez back on Earth. Project Independence at 87% completion. Awaiting final authorization. We've begun quiet evacuations of our outer colonies, as discussed. Lisa stared at the message for a long time before responding. Continue as planned. Accelerate if possible. The next day, the Council held its annual Resource Allocation Summit. Lisa sat through hours of debate as mining rights, trade routes, and development projects were assigned. When Earth's turn came, Grand Minister Zoltar barely glanced at their proposals. Earth is denied mining rights in the outer planets of its own solar system, he announced. Those resources are allocated to the Draconian Collective for the next 50 cycles. Additionally, Earth will accept waste disposal from the Pleiades Directorate in its orbit. Lisa stood up. We cannot accept toxic waste in Earth orbit. The risk to her microphone deactivated with a click. The council moved, on as if she hadn't spoken. That night, Lisa called an emergency meeting with all human personnel on the station. This can't continue, Noah said, pacing the small room. They're treating us like a primitive colony world. Worse, Kate added. At least colony worlds get protection. We're just getting exploited. Lisa looked at each of them. I want all non-essential human personnel to return to Earth on the next transport. Say you're rotating out for normal leave, don't make it obvious. Sam frowned. You think it's coming to that? I think we need to be prepared, Lisa replied. The Council has made it clear they don't see us as equals and never will. We've tried for 6 months to work within their system. Alan Brooks, who had been quiet until now, looked up from his notes. The Proxima conflict is heating up. Reports say the unknown hostiles have destroyed another outpost. Lisa nodded. That will be our test. One last chance for the Council to take us seriously. If they dismiss our help during a military crisis, we'll know for certain there's no place for us here. And then? Asked Noah. Then we walk away, Lisa said simply. Project Independence will give us options the Council doesn't know we have. Kate looked worried. Walking away from the galactic community is a big step. Who said anything about walking away from the community? Lisa asked, a small smile forming. We're just going to walk away from this particular table. As the humans discussed their plans, they didn't notice the small monitoring device hidden in the ceiling corner. In his private chambers, Grand Minister Zoltar listened to their conversation with mild amusement. Let them plan, he said to his aide. What can one primitive species do against a council that has stood for 50,000 years? The aide bowed, respectfully. Should we take precautions? Zoltar made a dismissive gesture. They're harmless. Annoying, but harmless. Like all young species, they'll learn their place eventually. Across the station, Lisa stared out at the stars, her reflection ghostly in the viewport glass. They think we're weak, she whispered to herself. They've never actually studied human history, have they? Behind her, Sam checked his secure communicator one last time before sleep. The message from Earth Defense Fleet Headquarters was brief, but clear. Project Independence Phase 2 complete. Awaiting your signal to begin Phase 3. Alarms blared throughout Proxima Station. Red emergency lights flashed in every corridor. The Proxima conflict had escalated from border skirmishes to full-scale war in just 3 days. Lisa Warren hurried toward the council chambers, flanked by Sam Nichols and Kate Donovan. They passed aliens of all species rushing in different directions, some panicking, others barking orders. 3 council defense fleets destroyed, Sam said, checking his tablet as they walked. The unknown hostiles are pushing toward the core systems now. Lisa nodded grimly. This is worse than anyone expected. They entered the council chambers to find the usually orderly room in chaos. Delegates shouted over each other while holographic displays showed burning ships and devastated outposts. Grand Minister Zoltar stood at the center, trying to maintain order. Silence, he finally roared, his voice amplified to painful levels. The room quieted. We must coordinate our response. Each system with defensive capabilities will contribute ships to form a blockade at these coordinates. New holograms appeared, showing the planned defensive position. Lisa studied the formation and frowned. She leaned over to Kate. That won't work. They're spreading their forces too thin. Kate nodded. Classic mistake. They don't have a unified command structure. Lisa raised her hand, waiting to be acknowledged. Several minutes passed before Zoltar finally pointed at her with obvious reluctance. The human wishes to speak. Lisa stood. Earth has extensive experience with defensive warfare. We've studied the enemy's attack patterns and believe we can help coordinate a more effective response. We also have new stealth technology that could— A harsh sound interrupted her. High Counselor Drieg of the Pleiades Directorate was making a noise that the translator identified as laughter. The massive alien's 3 eyes blinked in sequence as his body shook. The monkeys wish to teach us warfare? Drieg bellowed. Perhaps they will throw their excrement at the enemy. The chamber erupted in alien laughter despite the dire situation. Lisa stood perfectly still, her face blank, as the council members mocked her offer. Perhaps they will hit the enemy ships with pointed sticks, added another delegate, triggering more laughter. Lisa looked at Sam and Kate, then gave a slight nod. Sam touched his communicator and whispered something. Then all 3 humans returned to their seats without another word. Grand Minister Zoltar seemed pleased by this and turned back to the defensive plans. As I was saying, the blockade will— A small chime from Lisa's tablet interrupted him. She checked the screen, then leaned over to show Sam and Kate. Their expressions remained neutral, but all 3 sat straighter in their chairs. The council meeting continued for hours as they debated strategies, resource allocation, and evacuation priorities. The human delegation remained silent throughout, not offering any further suggestions. Some council members glanced at them occasionally, perhaps surprised by their sudden compliance, but most simply ignored them. As the meeting ended, Lisa approached Grand Minister Zoltar. She waited patiently while he spoke with more important delegates, standing to the side until everyone else had left. Minister Zoltar, she said when he finally turned to her. Earth would like to formally request permission to evacuate our colonies in the path of the hostile advance. Zoltar looked down at her with his golden eyes. Permission granted, though I doubt the enemy will waste resources on such insignificant targets. Lisa nodded. Thank you, Minister. One more thing. We received word during the meeting that our defense fleets have already begun withdrawing from the outer systems. Zoltar's eyes narrowed. Without Council authorization, your ships are supposed to remain as part of the United Defense. You rejected our assistance, Lisa said simply. We've reconsidered our position within the Council structure and find it unsuitable for humanity's needs moving forward. For a moment, Zoltar seemed confused. Then understanding dawned in his alien features. You would abandon your duties. This will not be forgotten, humans. The Council will impose sanctions. Lisa held up a hand, stopping him mid-sentence. The gesture was so unexpected that Zoltar actually fell silent. You never considered us equals, Lisa said, her voice calm but firm. You never valued our contributions. You laughed when we offered help. Now you can face this threat without us. She turned and walked away, Sam and Kate following close behind. The sound of Zoltar's angry shouts echoed after them. In the corridor, Sam allowed himself a small smile. That felt good. Don't celebrate yet, Lisa warned. We're still on their station. They returned to their quarters and found Alan Brooks waiting with several other human staff members. All their belongings had been packed. The shuttle is ready, Alan said. All other human personnel have already departed. Lisa nodded. Project Independence? Final stage activated 20 minutes ago, Kate said, checking her secure tablet. The entire Earth fleet has gone dark, using the new stealth tech. They're undetectable on Council sensors. And the shield? Earth's planetary shield will be fully operational in 6 hours, Alan replied. The colony worlds will follow within 24 hours. Lisa took one last look around the small, uncomfortable room that had been their home for months. Let's go. As they boarded the shuttle, an urgent message played throughout the station. All Council delegates report to emergency session immediately. Repeat, all delegates to emergency session. Should we stay? Sam asked, pausing at the shuttle door. Lisa shook her head. We're not delegates anymore. We've left the table. The shuttle detached from Proxima Station and moved away into open space. Through the viewport, they could see the massive structure glittering against the darkness, hundreds of ships coming and going in frantic patterns. They're panicking, Kate observed. They should be, Sam said. Those hostile aliens are unlike anything they've faced before. Lisa watched the station grow smaller as their shuttle accelerated. Set course for the rendezvous point. The Earth fleet will meet us there. Before jumping to the new coordinates, Alan looked concerned. The Council will see this as betrayal. They'll try to find us. Let them try, Lisa said quietly. They're about to discover just how much they didn't know about humanity. As their shuttle entered faster than light travel, Lisa thought about the speech she would soon deliver to the gathered human fleet. A speech about independence, about finding their own path among the stars, about building alliances with other overlooked species. The Council had laughed at humans, thinking them weak and primitive. They would soon learn their mistake. Not because humanity would attack or seek revenge, that wasn't their way, but because humanity would thrive without them, building something new and better beyond the Council's reach. The table they had been forced to sit at had been too small, so they would build a bigger one. The Council's initial reaction to humanity's departure was relief. Many delegates openly celebrated the absence of the primitive species at the next session. Now we can focus on real matters without their constant interruptions, said Ambassador Krell, his scales shifting to bright colors of pleasure. Grand Minister Zoltar nodded in agreement. They would have contributed nothing to our defense efforts anyway. The celebration lasted exactly 3 days. On the 4th day after humanity's departure, the first reports of problems began to surface. A delegate from a mid-tier world stood to address the Council. The human trading posts in our system closed overnight, she said. her translator making her voice sound worried. "They were our main source of medical supplies. We need to establish new trade routes immediately." Similar reports followed from other systems. Human embassies had closed without warning. Communication channels had gone silent. Small but important supply chains had suddenly broken. "This is merely an inconvenience," Zoltar assured the council. "The humans had very little to offer. We will adjust quickly." But a week later, the inconvenience had grown into a problem. The hostile alien forces pushed deeper into council space, destroying everything in their path. The council's defensive strategies were failing. Their ships fought bravely, but without coordination. In his private chamber, Zoltar reviewed the latest battle reports with growing concern. He turned to his aide. "Send a delegation to Earth. Tell them we are willing to discuss terms for humanity's return to the Council. Offer them Tier 2 status." The aide bowed and hurried away to prepare the diplomatic mission. 3 days later, the delegation returned with disturbing news. "We could not reach Earth," the lead diplomat reported. "The entire planet is surrounded by some kind of energy field. Our ships could not approach within 1 million kilometers. All our scans were blocked." Zoltar's golden skin paled slightly. "That's impossible. The humans don't have that technology. Our intelligence reports were wrong," the diplomat said simply. "We tried to scan their colonies as well. Same result. Every human world is now protected by shields we cannot penetrate or even properly analyze." The news spread quickly through the council. Emergency sessions were called. Experts were consulted. How had humans developed such advanced technology without the council's knowledge? "They must have been hiding their true capabilities all along," suggested Lord Commander Vex. High Counselor Drieg shook his massive head. "Impossible. Our spies were in their research facilities. They were as primitive as they appeared." "Then how do you explain the shields?" demanded another delegate. No one had an answer. Meanwhile, the hostile aliens continued their advance. 5 council worlds had fallen. Defense fleets were scattered. For the first time in thousands of years, the mighty Galactic Council faced a threat they could not contain. Director Grace Hammond stood on the observation deck of humanity's new headquarters, a massive space station hidden in the shadows of a gas giant in unclaimed space. The station had been built in secret over the past year, piece by piece, transported through carefully plotted routes to avoid council detection. "Status report," she said to the officers around her. "Earth shield operating at 100%, reported a young lieutenant. All colony worlds similarly protected. The council's diplomatic vessel attempted contact, but couldn't penetrate the defensive perimeter. The fleet? Fully deployed in defensive positions around all human territories. The new stealth systems are working perfectly. Council sensors can't detect our ships even at close range." Grace nodded, satisfied. "And the outreach program?" Admiral Ben Martinez stepped forward. "Very successful. We've made contact with 15 non-council species so far. 11 have already accepted our invitation to discussions." Grace walked to the large viewport. Beyond the station, she could see the construction of additional facilities. Research, labs, living quarters, defense platforms. The beginnings of a new center of galactic civilization. "They called us primitive," she said softly. "They never bothered to learn who we really are." On the other side of the galaxy, a small council scout ship observed something unexpected. The vessel had been mapping possible escape routes from the advancing hostile forces when it detected unusual activity in a remote system. The captain adjusted the ship's sensors, focusing on a small planet that council records listed as uninhabited. To his surprise, the planet now showed signs of recent settlement. More surprisingly, the settlers appeared to be a mix of species. He moved his ship closer, staying at the edge of the system to avoid detection. As the sensors gathered more data, he realized what he was seeing. Humans had established a colony here beyond council jurisdiction, but they weren't alone. Working alongside them were members of the Ventari, a species the council had relegated to Tier 3 status centuries ago. There were also Nubians, Calics, and even some Ferox, all species considered too primitive or unimportant for full council membership. The captain recorded everything and set course back to Proxima Station. This information would be valuable to the council. When the scout ship's report reached Grand Minister Zoltar, he called an immediate closed session with only the highest-ranking council members. The humans are forming their own alliance, he told them, his voice grave. They're gathering the lesser species, offering them technology, resources, and protection. Protection from what? Asked Drieg. The hostile aliens haven't reached that sector. Protection from us, Zoltar said quietly. From the council. The room fell silent as the implications sank in. How many species have joined them? Vex finally asked. At least 7 that we know of. Possibly more. Ambassador Krell hissed softly. This cannot be allowed. We must stop this rebellion before it spreads. With what forces? Countered Zoltar. Our fleets are engaged against the hostile aliens. We're losing ground daily. We don't have ships to spare for punishing humans. Then we must negotiate, suggested another member. Offer them better terms. Zoltar looked around the table at the faces of the most powerful beings in the known galaxy. For the first time in his long life, he saw fear in their eyes. I will draft a message, he said at last. But I suspect the humans may not be interested in our terms anymore. Back at the human station, Lisa Warren now wore the uniform of an Earth Alliance diplomat. She reviewed the latest reports from their new colonies with satisfaction. The Ventari engineers have adapted our shield technology for their unique energy systems, Alan told her. They're already implementing it on their homeworld, Lisa smiled. And the Nubians? Their medical knowledge is remarkable. The joint research team has made breakthroughs we never expected. A young officer entered the room. Ambassador Warren, we've detected a council communication drone approaching our space. It's broadcasting on all frequencies. Lisa exchanged glances with Alan. So they've finally decided to talk. Took them long enough. Should we respond? The officer asked. Lisa thought for a moment. Let's hear what they have to say first. The council needs to learn that conversations work both ways. 3 years passed. The galaxy had changed in ways no one could have predicted. The hostile aliens, eventually identified as the Korak Swarm, had pushed deep into council space. 12 member worlds had fallen. Countless lives had been lost. The mighty council, once the unchallenged power in the galaxy, now controlled barely half its former territory. On what remained of Proxima Station, Grand Minister Zoltar looked much older. The golden shine of his skin had dulled to a pale yellow. He sat alone in his chambers reviewing the latest reports, each worse than the last. A soft chime interrupted his gloomy thoughts. His new aide entered looking nervous. Minister, there's a transmission being broadcast simultaneously to every council world. We can't block it. It's from the humans. Zoltar straightened in his chair. Show me. A holographic screen appeared, in the center of the room. On it was a human male wearing a uniform Zoltar didn't recognize. This is Admiral Joe Harlow of the Earth Alliance, the human said. His words were being perfectly translated into every council language. We and our 23 allied species have established the Mutual Cooperation Zone in what you know as the Sagittarius Arm. Our borders are now closed to council members except for humanitarian purposes. The message continued, explaining that the Earth Alliance had successfully repelled the Korak Swarm from their territory. They had established a new interstellar community based on equal representation and mutual respect. They had developed technologies that could defeat the swarm, but these would not be shared with the Council. However, Admiral Harlow said toward the end of his message, we are willing to offer safe haven to refugees from Council worlds in the path of the swarm. Contact points and coordinates follow. As the message ended, Zoltar sat in silence for several minutes. Then he stood and walked to the window overlooking the remains of the once great station. Half of it was dark now, damaged in swarm attacks and never repaired due to lack of resources. Call, an emergency council session, he finally said. All remaining members must attend. For the first time in council history, they voted unanimously on a major decision. They would send their highest-ranking diplomats to request an audience with the humans, not to demand their return, not to threaten or punish them, but to beg for help. 2 weeks later, the Council delegation arrived at the coordinates provided by the Earth Alliance. They had expected to find a station or perhaps a planet. Instead, they found an enormous vessel unlike anything in their records. The ship was nearly the size of a small moon, its design elegant yet clearly built for both defense and diplomacy. As the Council vessels approached, they received docking instructions. "Welcome to the Harmony," said a human voice over the communication channel. "Please follow the escort ships to your designated docking bay." The interior of the Harmony was even more impressive than its exterior. The Council delegates were led through corridors filled with members of dozens of different species, all working together. Many were species the Council had deemed insignificant or primitive. Yet here they were, operating advanced technology, discussing complex concepts, contributing as equals. Finally, they reached a circular chamber. In the center was a round table with representatives of various species sitting together. The Council delegates immediately noticed there was no head of the table, no hierarchy of seats. Everyone sat at the same level. A human woman rose to greet them. "I am Ambassador Olivia Castro, Earth's representative to the Alliance Council. Welcome to the Harmony." The Council diplomats began their prepared speeches, filled with carefully worded apologies and pleas for assistance. Ambassador Castro listened politely, then raised her hand. "We are not interested in apologies or in rejoining your council," she said simply. "We are willing to establish limited diplomatic relations and a non-aggression pact, provided you acknowledge the sovereignty of the Earth Alliance and all its member species." A holographic display appeared, showing the terms the Alliance offered. As the Council representatives read through them, they realized how completely the balance of power had shifted. The humans hadn't just built better ships or weapons, they had created an entirely new model of interstellar cooperation that was already proving more effective than the Council's millennia-old hierarchy. These terms are generous, considering our past treatment of your species, admitted the lead Council diplomat. "We're not interested in revenge," Ambassador Castro replied, "just mutual respect and recognition." After the meeting, as the Council delegates prepared to return to their ships with the proposed agreement, one of them approached Ambassador Castro privately. "How did you do it?" he asked. "How did humans advance so quickly?" Castro smiled. "We didn't advance. We collaborated." The Council saw each species as separate, ranking them by perceived value. "We saw potential partners with unique strengths. The Ventari understood energy manipulation better than anyone. The Nubians had medical knowledge you ignored because they lacked spaceflight. The Ferox had brilliant mathematicians you dismissed because their technology seemed primitive." She gestured around them. "This ship, the Harmony, was designed by 6 different species working together. No single species could have created it alone, not even humans." The diplomat looked thoughtful as he left. 5 years later, a class of young students, human and alien children together, gathered in the Education Center of New Terra Colony. Their teacher, a now retired Captain Lisa Warren, was giving a history lesson about the founding of the Alliance. The old Galactic Council believed that advanced technology was the only measure of a civilization's worth, she explained. They ranked species by how many planets they had colonized or how powerful their weapons were. A young Ventari child raised a tentacle. "Why didn't humans fight the Council when they were mean to you?" Lisa smiled. "Because sometimes walking away from the wrong table is better than fighting for a seat at it. We built our own table instead, one where everyone has a voice." She activated a large viewport showing the galaxy spread out before them. The former Council space was now just a small, dim corner of a much larger, brighter frontier. "The Council laughed at us," Lisa continued. "They thought we were weak because we wanted to cooperate rather than dominate. But look at us now." She gestured to the mixed class of children before her, the future of the Alliance. "Together we've created something better than any one species could build alone. That's humanity's greatest strength. Not our technology or our weapons, but our ability to reach out our hands in friendship and say, let's work together. Outside the classroom viewport, the stars twinkled. Among them, thousands of ships traveled between Alliance worlds carrying ideas, resources, and people of all species. The table humanity had built was large enough for everyone who wished to join them, and not a single person was laughing.
The Galactic Council chamber was the largest room Lisa Miller had ever seen. The walls curved up and up until they met in a dome so high she could barely see the top. Around her, beings from 1,000 different worlds filled the seats. Some had tentacles, others had wings. A few looked like walking crystals. They all watched her with strange eyes as she walked to the center. Lisa stood straight and tall in her Blue Earth uniform. She had spent 20 years as humanity's voice in this chamber. 20 years of warnings that fell on deaf ears. Today would be different. Today, they had no choice but to listen. Behind her, the air shimmered and formed a huge hologram. It showed a world burning. Cities turned to ash. Ships fleeing into space while enemy vessels fired on them. The recording came from New Paradise, humanity's 5th colony to fall to the Vorthan Empire. 5 colonies in 5 months, Lisa said. Her voice carried to every corner of the vast chamber. 12 million human lives lost. The Vorthans grow bolder with each attack. She touched her wrist device. The hologram changed to show Vorthan warships. They were black and sharp, like knives made of shadow. We've shared this information before. We've begged for help. Each time, this council has done nothing. High Counselor Zixtal shifted on his floating platform. His body looked like a giant praying mantis made of blue glass. When he spoke, his voice sounded like wind chimes. Ambassador Miller, you humans always see threats where none exist. The Vorthans are traitors. They seek new markets, nothing more. Lisa's jaw tightened, but she kept her voice calm. Traitors don't bomb civilian centers. They don't enslave populations. She switched the hologram again. This time, it showed rows of humans in chains, working in Vorthan mines. This is from our colony on Haven Prime. Would you call this trade? A murmur ran through the chamber. Some representatives looked away from the image. Others whispered to their neighbors. But Zixtal's compound eyes showed no emotion. The council investigated these claims 3 months ago, he said. We found no proof of wrongdoing. Perhaps your colonists provoked the Vorthans. Humans are known for their aggressive nature. Lisa felt anger rise in her chest, but she pushed it down. We've given you sensor data. We've shown you refugee testimony. We've even captured Vorthan battle plans. What more proof do you need? Another council member spoke up. This one looked like a floating jellyfish made of light. The humans ask us to risk war with the Vorthans. War affects trade. Trade feeds our worlds. War is already here, Lisa replied. It's just hitting human worlds first. When the Vorthans finish with us, they'll come for you. Zixtal made a sound like breaking glass, his speciesed version of laughter. The Vorthans would never dare attack Council worlds. We have the combined fleet to protect us. A fleet that relies on human shield technology. Lisa pointed out. Human weapon systems. Human tactical computers. What happens when we're gone? The chamber fell silent. Lisa could feel the weight of 1,000 eyes on her. Some looked worried now. Others still seemed dismissive. The council has decided, Zixtal announced. We will send another diplomatic mission to the Vorthans. We will ask them to moderate their expansion. This is our final word on the matter. Lisa stood there for a long moment. 20 years of service. 20 years of trying to protect not just humanity, but all peaceful species. And this was their answer. More talk, more delays, more human deaths. She straightened her uniform and looked directly at Zixtal. Then the council has failed in its purpose, and humanity will remember this day. As she walked out of the chamber, her footsteps echoed in the silence. Behind her, some representatives began to argue, but it was too late. The decision had been made, not by the council, but by their inaction. Humanity would have to save itself. Captain Daniel Hayes stood on the bridge of the Independence, staring at the tactical display. The screen showed what was left of New Haven. Once a beautiful world with green forests and blue oceans, it now burned orange and black. Smoke rose from cities that had housed 3 million people just days ago. His hands gripped the command console so hard his knuckles turned white. They were 8 hours too late. 8 hours that meant the difference between life and death for an entire colony. Commander Amy Roberts approached from her station. Her usually cheerful face looked gray with exhaustion. She held a data pad in her trembling hands. "Captain, I have the final casualty report." Daniel already knew it would be bad. He could see the rescue ships on his screen, searching through ruins for survivors. There were so few life signs. "Tell me, 3 million confirmed dead, another 500,000 missing." Amy's voice cracked. The shelters weren't built to withstand Vorthan plasma weapons. When they breached the shields, everyone inside. She didn't finish. She didn't need to. Daniel had seen what Vorthan weapons did to unprotected civilians. He would see those images in his nightmares for years to come. "What about the Council peacekeeping fleet?" he asked, though he already knew the answer. They were stationed at Proxima Station. That's only 2 light years away. Amy pulled up another display. It showed the massive Council fleet sitting motionless at their base. Hundreds of ships, all powerful enough to have stopped this massacre, all sitting idle while humans died. "They never even powered up their engines," she said. "We sent 15 distress calls. The colony sent dozens more. They acknowledged receiving them, but..." She gestured helplessly at the screen. Daniel felt something break inside him. This was the 7th human colony the Council forces had abandoned. 7 worlds. 20 million dead. And still, their supposed allies did nothing. Lieutenant Paul Chen spoke up from the communications station. "Sir, we're receiving a priority message from Earth Command." "Put it through to my ready room," Daniel said. He needed to hear this in private. In the small office beside the bridge, Admiral Patricia Carter's face appeared on the wall screen. She looked older than the last time he'd seen her. The weight of command had added new lines to her face. "Daniel," she said simply, "I'm sorry about New Haven." "We were too late, Admiral." Again. The words tasted bitter in his mouth. The Council fleet could have saved them. They chose not to. Carter nodded slowly. "I know. The President has been in emergency sessions all week. The Senate just finished voting." "Voting on what?" The Admiral paused, and Daniel saw something in her eyes he'd never seen before. It might have been relief, or perhaps resignation. "We're considering complete withdrawal from the Galactic Council. From the galaxy itself." Daniel sank into his chair. He had known this day might come, but hearing it said out loud still shocked him. "Are we really going to abandon everything we've built here?" "They abandoned us first," Carter replied. "Every dead colony proves that. The President is giving a speech tomorrow. If the Parliament votes yes, we begin evacuation immediately." Through the window, Daniel could see the rescue ships still searching New Haven's ruins. How many more colonies would burn while the Council debated trade agreements? "What are my orders, Admiral?" "Finish the rescue operation. Save who you can. Then prepare your crew for a long journey. If this vote passes, the Independents will help escort the evacuation fleet." After the Admiral signed off, Daniel returned to the bridge. His crew looked at him expectantly. They had all lost friends on New Haven. Some had lost family. "Amy, signal all rescue teams. We stay until we've checked every possible shelter." He looked around at his bridge crew. "After that, we plot a course for Earth. Things are about to change." As the Independents moved closer to the burning world, Daniel made a silent promise. Humanity would never again trust its safety to those who valued politics over lives. President John Morgan stood behind the podium in the United Earth Parliament. The vast hall held representatives from every human world, colony, and space station. Behind him, Giant screens showed star maps of human space. The blue dots marking human systems spread across a quarter of the galaxy. Morgan was not a tall man, but he carried himself with quiet strength. His gray hair and lined face showed his 60 years. His voice, when he spoke, reached every corner of the silent chamber. "My fellow humans," he began. "For 200 years, we have been members of the Galactic Council. We have shared our technology freely. We have sent our ships to defend other worlds. We have given our lives for the dream of a united galaxy." He paused, letting his words sink in. The representatives sat still as statues. "In return, we asked for one thing. When danger came to our door, we asked our allies to stand with us, to protect our families as we have protected theirs." His voice hardened. "That promise has been broken." The screens behind him changed. They now showed burning colonies, destroyed ships, mass graves. The cost of the Council's betrayal lay bare for all to see. 7 colonies lost, 20 million dead, while Council fleets sat idle, while Council members call us liars and warmongers. Morgan's hands gripped the podium. New Haven was the last straw. A murmur ran through the Parliament. Everyone had seen the footage from New Haven. The colony's final hours, broadcast across human space. "Therefore," Morgan continued, "I bring before you Resolution 2281. The complete withdrawal of humanity from the Galactic Council, the end of all technology sharing agreements, the restriction of our jump gate network to human vessels only." The murmur grew to a roar. Some representatives stood up, shouting questions. Others sat in shocked silence. Morgan raised his hand for quiet. "I know this is drastic. I know the cost. But I also know the cost of staying. How many more colonies will we lose? How many more children will die while we wait for help that never comes?" In the gallery above, alien ambassadors pressed against the glass barriers. Many had just learned of the resolution. Their translators worked overtime as they shouted protests. Ambassador Vector of the Altarians stood up. His feathered form shimmered with agitation. "You cannot do this. Our medical ships depend on human technology. Our trade routes use your jump gates." "Then perhaps," Morgan replied calmly, "you should have thought of that before abandoning us to die." The Zephyrian ambassador, a being of living crystal, chimed in panic. "The economic impact. Half the galaxy's industry runs on human systems. Systems we shared freely," Morgan said. "Asking nothing in return but mutual defense, a promise you broke." The Parliament Speaker, Elena Rodriguez, stepped forward. "The motion is before us. Resolution 2281. Complete withdrawal from the Galactic Council. Voting begins now." One by one, the representatives cast their votes. The tally appeared on the main screen. Green for yes, red for no. The green column grew steadily taller. Lisa Miller watched from the Earth delegation section. She had returned from the council chambers the day before. 20 years of her life trying to build bridges. Now those bridges burned. The final tally appeared. 1,847 for 23 against. "The resolution passes," Rodriguez announced. "Humanity will withdraw from the Galactic Council. Evacuation protocols begin immediately." In the gallery, the alien ambassadors erupted in chaos. Some begged, others threatened. Security had to escort several out. Morgan spoke one last time. "To our true friends among the stars, we apologize. But we cannot sacrifice our children for those who see us only as tools. Humanity will find its own path." As he left the podium, the star maps behind him began to change. Blue dots started blinking out, one by one. The great withdrawal had begun. Outside the Parliament building, the first evacuation ships were already lifting off. Humanity was going home. 3 weeks after the vote, the galaxy began to understand what it had lost. The first signs appeared on the medical ships of the Altarian fleet. Dr. Crix watched his main diagnostic computer flash red warnings across every screen. The quantum processors that ran their healing chambers had started failing one by one. Run the backup systems, Crix ordered his staff. His feathers rustled with worry. The backups used the same human-made processors, Doctor, his assistant replied. They're all shutting down. The warranty codes expired yesterday. Crix knew what this meant. Without the healing chambers, they couldn't treat the plague affecting 3 of their colony worlds. Millions would die. He tried to contact the Human Tech Support Center on Altair Prime, but the building stood empty. The humans had left without a word. On the other side of the galaxy, the Zephyrian trade empire faced its own crisis. Captain Zal of the merchant vessel Crystal Song stared at his navigation display in confusion. The jump gate ahead of them, the one they'd used for 50 years, now glowed red instead of blue. Access denied, the computer announced. Non-human vessels no longer authorized. Zal's crystalline form pulsed with frustration. This jump gate cut their journey from 6 months to 6 hours. Without it, their cargo of food would spoil before reaching the frontier worlds. 17 billion Zephyrians depended on these supply runs. He opened a channel to the gate control station. A human face appeared on screen, one of the few still at their posts. "I'm sorry, Captain Zal," the operator said. "New protocols went into effect today. The gate network is now restricted to human vessels only. But we've been allies for centuries. Our people will starve." The human's face showed genuine sadness. "We were allies. Then New Haven burned while your fleet watched. I'm truly sorry, but the decision is final." The worst situation developed at the Council's military headquarters. Admiral 10 of the Combined Defense Fleet watched as system after system went offline. The shield generators protecting their base, all human design, flickered and died. "Switch to our own shield technology," Tyne ordered. "Sir, we haven't used our own shields in 100 years. The human systems were superior, so we stopped manufacturing ours." 10's tentacles curled in distress. Without shields, their bases were defenseless. And worse, their weapon systems also used human targeting computers. Their entire military doctrine relied on human technology. On Centauri Prime, engineer Susan Peterson supervised the final shutdown of humanity's largest technical support center. Alien technicians crowded around her, desperate to learn the codes before she left. "Please," begged Supervisor Mex, his 6 arms waving frantically. "Just give us the basic maintenance protocols. Our entire infrastructure depends on your systems." Susan shook her head. "We offered training programs for 50 years. Your government always said it wasn't necessary. They said humans would always be here to fix things." She input the final shutdown sequence. Across the planet, human-made systems began switching off. Power grids fluctuated. Transportation networks stalled. Communication arrays went silent. "This is genocide," Mex shouted. "No," Susan replied quietly. "This is consequences. We didn't force you to become dependent on us. You chose that. We just asked for your help in return. You chose to let us die instead." As she walked to the waiting transport, Susan saw the city already changing. Lights flickered off in buildings. Air traffic slowed as control systems failed. By tomorrow, Centauri Prime would look very different. At the Emergency Council meeting, High Counselor Zixtal faced a room of panicking representatives. Every species reported the same problems. Their comfortable, advanced civilization was crumbling without human support. "We must demand the humans return," someone shouted. "They aren't listening to demands anymore," Zixtal replied. His usual confidence was gone. "We had 200 years to treat them as equals. We chose to use them instead. Now they're showing us the price of our arrogance." Outside the great council chamber, the lights of the capital city flickered and dimmed. The galaxy was learning a harsh lesson. Sometimes you don't know what you have until it's gone. The Vorthan Empire wasted no time. Like hungry wolves sensing weakness, their black fleets surged forward across the galaxy. Without human forces holding the defensive lines, entire sectors fell in days rather than months. Commander Vaktar of the 4th and 3rd Fleet stood on his command deck, studying the tactical display. Where once stood walls of human warships, now empty space beckoned. The border worlds that had seemed so far away now lay open before him. The humans are really gone, his second-in-command hissed with pleasure. No more of their cursed shield technology. No more of their tactical genius. Vaktar nodded, his scales gleaming in the dim light. Signal all fleets. Begin full advance. Take every world the humans once protected. The Council's peacekeeping fleet scrambled to fill the void. Admiral Yunti, a veteran officer from the aquatic Deltan species, tried to organize a defense, but without human coordination systems, his forces were chaos. Why won't the shields activate? He demanded as another of his ships exploded under Vorthan fire. Sir, our ships use human shield generators. Without their activation codes, we only have basic barriers. Yunti watched helplessly as the Vorthan weapons, which human shields had easily stopped, tore through his fleet's defenses like paper. In one battle, he lost more ships than in the previous 50 years combined. The border worlds fell like dominoes. Kepler Station, once a bustling trade hub protected by human patrols, sent out desperate distress calls. The Council fleet arrived 12 hours too late. They found only debris and slave ships carrying away the population. In the Council chambers, panic replaced arrogance. High Counselor Zixtal received reports of loss after loss. Worlds that had felt safe behind human protection now begged for help that couldn't come. Send message to Ambassador Miller, Zixtal ordered. Tell her we may have been hasty in our judgment. Lisa Miller received the message aboard the human diplomatic vessel Horizon, already 10 light years from Council space. She read it twice before responding by video link. Zixtal appeared on her screen, and Lisa barely recognized him. The proud leader looked broken. His compound eyes had lost their shine. Ambassador Miller, surely humanity wouldn't abandon billions of innocent lives. Lisa's face remained calm, but her eyes held 20 years of accumulated frustration. High Counselor, we spent 2 decades warning you about the Vorthan threat. We shared intelligence, battle plans, even captured Vorthan commanders for interrogation. What did you do? We believed they were merely expanding trade routes. You called us warmongers. You said humans saw threats everywhere. You let our colonies burn while your fleets watched. Lisa leaned forward. Now you want our help. The Vorthans are enslaving entire species. The Cathari homeworld fell yesterday. The Belton colonies are begging for evacuation. Without your technology, your strategies, we cannot stop them. Lisa pulled up a display showing the fallen human colonies. New Paradise, Haven Prime, Destiny, Crestfall, Aurora, New Singapore, New Haven. 3 million dead on New Haven alone. Where were you then? Zixtal's mandibles clicked, a sign of deep distress. We made mistakes. We see that now. But please, the innocent will suffer for our pride. They already are, Lisa replied. Just as our innocents suffered. The difference is, we begged for help. You demanded. The connection ended, leaving Zixtal staring at a blank screen. Around him, council members shouted blame at each other. Some accused the military commanders. Others blamed the trade coalition. None accepted that they had all chosen comfortable lies over uncomfortable truths. On the front lines, the Vorthan advance continued. Planet after planet fell. The slave ships grew fat with captured populations. Worlds that had known peace for generations learned what humans had faced alone. Commander Vaktar smiled as he read the latest reports. The Council begs the humans for help. The humans refuse. Their weakness is our opportunity. Shall we press toward the core worlds, Commander? Yes. Let them learn what the humans already knew. The Vorthan Empire stops for no one. Behind the advancing Vorthan fleet, the galaxy burned, and humanity was no longer there to hold back the flames. The human exodus was the largest migration in galactic history. From every corner of human space, ships gathered in massive convoys. City-sized vessels carried entire populations, while countless smaller craft formed protective screens around them. Dr. Ryan Cook stood in the main laboratory of Research Station Yama, overseeing the final data purge. His team worked quickly, erasing decades of scientific advancement from the computers. Every formula, every blueprint, every innovation that humans had created would leave with them. Are we really taking everything? His assistant, Helen Park, asked as she watched another server bank go dark. Everything, Ryan confirmed. The Council had 200 years to learn from us. They chose to take our gifts without understanding them. Now they'll have to start over. Outside the station's windows, the evacuation fleet grew larger by the hour. Agricultural ships carried seed banks and livestock. Hospital ships held entire medical libraries. Industrial vessels transported whole factories, broken down and packed for the journey. Captain Emma Thompson commanded the Destiny's Wake, one of the massive colony ships. Her vessel alone carried 5 million people, the entire population of the Singapore sector. The ship was a small world unto itself, with farms, schools, and factories all contained within its armored hull. Navigation. What's our status? Emma asked from her command chair. All civilian vessels from sectors 7 through 15 are now in formation, Captain. Military escort is taking positions. Emma nodded. The organization required for this exodus was staggering. Yet humans had been secretly preparing for years, building ships in hidden shipyards, developing new technologies away from alien eyes. On the bridge of the generation ship New Horizons, Admiral Sarah Kim coordinated the grand evacuation. Her tactical display showed thousands of blue dots, each one a human vessel leaving Council space forever. Admiral, we're receiving a transmission from the Ethereals, her communications officer reported. They're asking to observe our departure. Sarah considered this. The Ethereals were master shipbuilders, yet even they had never attempted anything on this scale. Grant them permission. Let them see what humanity can accomplish when united. The ethereal observers, beings of pure energy contained in crystalline shells, watched in awe as human fleets assembled. They counted over 10,000 capital ships, 50,000 escorts, and countless support vessels. The true extent of human industrial power, hidden for so long, now revealed itself. In the workshops of the fleet, engineers like Marcus Jones made final preparations. His team had developed new jump drives, capable of traveling between galaxies, technology they had never shared with the Council. The extra galactic drives are tested and ready, Marcus reported to his superiors. We can make the jump to Andromeda whenever the fleet is assembled. Good work, his commander replied. The Council always assumed they knew the limits of human technology. They're about to learn how wrong they were. Meanwhile, the methodical stripping of human colonies continued. Entire cities were disassembled and loaded onto transport vessels. Nothing of value would remain behind. Even the dirt from agricultural worlds was scooped up and taken. Soil enriched by human farming techniques. Lieutenant Kevin Rodriguez supervised the evacuation of Mars Base Alpha, humanity's first colony beyond Earth. As the last transport lifted off, he took a final look at the red planet that had been humanity's first step to the stars. Goodbye, old friend, he whispered. Maybe someday we'll build again on a world that appreciates us. The alien species watched this exodus with a mixture of awe and fear. The Delphini ambassador transmitted a message to his homeworld. We never knew. The humans hid their true strength. While we debated trade agreements, they built a fleet that could conquer the galaxy. Instead, they choose to leave. As the final human worlds were evacuated, President Morgan addressed the fleet from Earth's main orbital station. Today we leave not in defeat, but in hope. We sought partnership and found betrayal. Now we seek a new home among new stars. Behind him, Earth itself prepared for departure. Massive planetary engines, built in secret, would move humanity's birth world to join the Exodus fleet. Nothing would be left for the Council to claim. The greatest migration in history was nearly complete. Soon, Humanity would turn their backs on the Milky Way forever. 6 months had passed since humanity began its withdrawal. The Vorthan fleet now approached Earth itself, the blue jewel that had given birth to human civilization. Commander Vaktar had ordered his forces to take humanity's homeworld as a final insult, knowing humans had left it deliberately vulnerable. In the council chambers, chaos reigned. Member species shouted and blamed each other as reports of Vorthan victories poured in. Without human defenses, even the core worlds lay exposed. High Counselor Zixtal had aged visibly in these months, his once bright carapace now dull with stress. "Silence," he commanded, his voice barely rising above the pandemonium. "We must act now, or all is lost." The Altarian delegate stood, his feathers ruffled with fear. "The Vorthans will reach our homeworld within weeks. Our shields can't stop them. Our weapons can't hurt them. We need human technology." "The humans are gone," someone shouted. "They abandoned us." "No," said Ambassador Elan of the Peaceful Quarry. "We abandoned them first. They begged for our help. We gave them empty words while their children died." Zixtal raised his appendages for quiet. "I propose we vote. Full acceptance of all human defense proposals from the past 20 years. Apologies for our failures. Reparations for their losses. Permanent seats on the High Council for Human Representatives." The vote was swift and unanimous. Every species, faced with Vorthan conquest, suddenly found the wisdom they had lacked before. The message was prepared and transmitted to the human fleet, now assembled at the edge of known space. President John Morgan stood in the conference room of the New Horizons, surrounded by his advisors. The Council's message played on the main screen. Offers of partnership, promises of support, desperate pleas for humanity's return. Admiral Patricia Carter shook her head slowly. "They offer everything we asked for 20 years ago, everything we begged for while our colonies burned." "It's too late," said Defense Secretary Alan White. "We've committed to the exodus. Our people have dismantled their homes, packed their lives into these ships. We can't go back." Maria Santos, head of the Genesis Project, pulled up long-range sensor data. "Andromeda is waiting. 12 habitable systems, no advanced civilizations to disappoint us. We can build something better there." Morgan studied the faces around him. These were the people who had guided humanity through its darkest hour, who had planned this massive undertaking while the Council dismissed their warnings. "They're offering us seats on the High Council," someone mentioned. "They're offering us what should have been ours by right," Morgan replied. "Partnership shouldn't be a prize given in desperation. It should be freely offered in trust." Lisa Miller, who had spent her career trying to build bridges with the Council, spoke last. "I gave them 20 years. 20 years of warnings, of begging, of showing them evidence. They called me an alarmist, said humans were too aggressive, too paranoid." She stood and walked to the window, looking out at the vast human fleet. "Now they want us back, not as partners, but as saviors. They don't want our friendship. They want our shields and weapons." Morgan made his decision. Open a channel to the Council. The connection established quickly. Zixtal appeared on screen, flanked by desperate representatives from every major species. Hope flickered in their alien eyes. "High Counselor," Morgan began, his voice calm but firm. "The United Earth government has received your message. We've considered your offers carefully. Then you'll return. You'll help us fight the Vorthans." Morgan paused, letting the weight of the moment settle. "No, you didn't want allies. You wanted servants. We decline." The screen erupted with alien voices. Pleas, threats, promises of wealth and power. Morgan cut the connection with a gesture. "Signal all ships," he ordered. "Prepare for extra-galactic jump. It's time to find our new home." As the human fleet powered up their revolutionary drives, they left behind a galaxy that had finally learned the value of what it had lost. The Council's chambers echoed with regret as member species realized their arrogance had cost them their greatest protectors. In space, the human fleet began to glow with energy. Earth itself, carried by massive engines, took its place in the formation. The exodus was complete. The point of no return had been crossed. The human fleet hung at the edge of the galaxy like a constellation of hope. 15 billion souls aboard thousands of ships, all waiting for the moment that would change their destiny forever. The extragalactic drives hummed with power, creating a soft blue glow around each vessel. Captain Daniel Hayes, now Admiral of the Expeditionary Fleet, stood on the bridge of the Independence. His crew worked with quiet efficiency, running final checks on systems that would carry them across the void between galaxies. All ships report ready, Admiral. Commander Amy Roberts announced. Drive synchronization is complete. Daniel nodded. Through the view screen, he could see the Milky Way stretching out behind them, a spiral of stars that had been humanity's home for millions of years. Ahead lay darkness, and beyond that, the distant glow of Andromeda. On the science vessel Pioneer, Dr. Maria Santos studied the data from their long-range probes. Admiral Hayes, I'm confirming our earlier scans. The Andromeda Galaxy shows 12 habitable systems in our target zone. No signs of advanced civilizations, no empires, no councils, just empty worlds waiting for us. A clean slate, Daniel murmured. A chance to build something better. The fleet had left behind automated beacons at the galaxy's edge. Each one broadcast the same message on all frequencies. We tried to protect this galaxy together. You chose division. Humanity will find its own path among the stars. Do not follow. President Morgan's voice came through the fleet-wide communication system. My fellow humans, we stand at the threshold of a new chapter. Behind us lies betrayal and loss. Ahead lies possibility and hope. Today, we choose our own destiny. In the medical ship Hope's Dawn, Dr. Susan Chen worked with her team to ensure all colonists were safely secured for the jump. Families held each other close. Children pressed their faces to windows for one last look at the Milky Way. Mom, will we ever come back? Asked a young boy named Tommy. His mother, pilot Jane Rivers, smoothed his hair. No, sweetie. We're going to build new homes, better homes, worlds where people keep their promises. The final preparations were complete. Admiral Hayes gave the order that would echo through human history. All ships engage extragalactic drives. It's time to find our new home. The fleet began to glow brighter. Energy cascaded between vessels, linking them in a web of blue light. Space itself seemed to bend around them. Then, in a flash that briefly outshone entire star systems, humanity vanished from the Milky Way. Behind them, the galaxy faced its fate alone. The Vorthan fleet found Earth empty, its cities stripped bare, its technology removed. Commander Vaktar stood on the abandoned world, his scales dim with confusion. The prize he had sought was gone. In the council chambers, silence reigned. Member species sat in stunned disbelief as sensor stations confirmed what their eyes had seen. Humanity, a quarter of the galaxy's population, the source of its most advanced technology, had simply left. High Counselor Zixtal stared at the tactical display showing Vorthan fleets advancing on core worlds. Without human shields, weapons, and tactical expertise, the outcome was inevitable. We chose pride over partnership, he said quietly. Now we pay the price. Meanwhile, in the void between galaxies, the human fleet traveled through compressed spacetime. Children born during the journey would know no home but the ships, no sky but the stars streaming past their windows. Captain Emma Thompson watched her navigation display as they approached the halfway point. 2 years to Andromeda, she announced to her crew. 2 years to our new beginning. Lisa Miller stood in the observation deck of the New Horizons, her reflection ghost-like in the transparent aluminum. 20 years as a diplomat, trying to build bridges that others burned. Now she would help build a new civilization, one based on trust and mutual respect. As the Milky Way shrank to just another star in the darkness behind them, humanity faced forward. They carried the lessons of betrayal, but also the hope of redemption. In Andromeda, they would build not just new worlds, but a new way of living together. The greatest journey in human history had begun. Behind them, a galaxy learned too late that some things, once lost, can never be recovered. Admiral Samuel Carter stood at the viewport of the USV Defiance, watching as the diplomatic shuttle departed from the massive Galactic Council station. The humans had finally done it. They had withdrawn from the peace negotiations after months of being belittled, underestimated, and manipulated. The Xendari and Voltron delegations had pushed too far with their latest demands, and Ambassador Elizabeth Morgan had calmly collected her documents, nodded to her staff, and announced humanity's withdrawal from the proceedings. The stars shined against the black emptiness of space. The council station grew smaller as the Defiance moved away. Its many lights and spinning rings reminded Carter of a carnival he visited as a child. But there was nothing fun about this place anymore. "Set course for the Sol defense perimeter," Carter ordered, his face showing no emotion. "And send word to Earth Command. Operation Silent Shield is now in effect." Lieutenant Joe Phillips nodded and turned to his console. His fingers moved quickly across the glowing screen. "Message sent, sir. Earth Command confirms receipt." Carter nodded. 3 years of fake smiles and pretend diplomacy were finally over. The aliens thought humans were weak and easy to fool. That mistake would cost them dearly. "What do you think they'll do now, sir?" asked Captain Lisa Brown, coming to stand beside him. "They'll celebrate," Carter said. "At least the Xendari and Volturans will. They think they've won. They think we ran away scared." Brown smiled slightly. "They have no idea what's coming, do they?" "No," Carter said. "They don't." Meanwhile, on the council station, the alien representatives were divided between celebration and concern. High Chancellor Vextol of the Xendari hegemony moved through the Grand Chamber, his tall, scaled body towering over most other species. His neck frills expanded with pride as he spoke. "The humans have shown their true nature," he announced to the gathering. "Weak and afraid, just as I said. Now their system's resources will be divided according to council law, with the greater share going to the stronger members, of course." Several representatives nodded in agreement. The Volturan delegation, insect-like beings with shimmering carapaces, clicked their mandibles in what passed for laughter among their kind. But not all were pleased. Elder Diplomat Naran of the Andromani Collective stood apart from the others. His crystalline eyes reflected the departing human vessels visible through the station's main viewport. Unlike many council races, the Andromani had studied human history. They knew that humans rarely retreated without purpose. "You celebrate too soon," Naran said, his voice like wind through chimes. "The humans did not leave in fear. Did you not see their ambassador?" There was no panic, no distress. Vextol flared his scales in dismissal. "Always so cautious, Elder Naran. What can they do? Their technology is primitive. Their weapons are basic. Their ships are few." "Are they?" Naran asked quietly. "We have only seen what they have shown us. Have you not wondered why they allowed our observers such free access? Why they asked so few questions about our technology? Why they seemed so unconcerned by our military advantages?" The Volturan representative waved a clawed limb. "Because they are simple and trusting, like all primitive species." Naran turned to look at the now distant lights of the human vessels. No species that survived the development of nuclear weapons, that mastered space travel on their own, that united their entire planet after millennia of war, is simple or trusting. He moved closer to the viewport, watching as the last human ship winked out of sight. "You fools," Naran whispered, his crystalline eyes reflecting the empty space where the ships had been. "You have no idea what you've just unleashed." In the quiet of his private chamber later, Naran recorded a message to the Andromani High Council. His words were few but urgent. "Recommend immediate diplomatic outreach to Earth. The Council has gravely misjudged the humans. I fear what comes next." Back on Earth, Defense Secretary Olivia Wright convened an emergency meeting at the Pentagon's Subterranean Command Center. The room was cold and filled with blue light from screens that covered the walls. Representatives from major military powers across the globe gathered around the holographic display showing the current deployments of Earth's unified fleet. Wright stood tall, her gray hair pulled back tightly. Her face was serious but calm. She had prepared for this day for years. "Ladies and gentlemen," Wright began, her voice steady despite the gravity of the situation. "For 3 years we've maintained a peaceful facade while preparing for this exact scenario. Project Prometheus is now operational, and the Lazarus Protocol will commence within 48 hours. The faces around the table showed no surprise. They had all been part of the deception. While alien observers watched Earth's primitive military exercises and outdated weapons tests, the real work happened in secret bases across the solar system. General William Hayes nodded grimly. He was a large man with a weathered face and hands that had seen combat on Earth before the aliens ever arrived. "Our deep space monitoring outposts have detected increased activity near the Orion Gateway. The Council races are mobilizing, just as we predicted." On the main screen, red dots showed alien ships moving toward the gateway that connected their space to the Sol system. The aliens thought humans had only basic scanning technology. They were wrong. "And our countermeasures?" asked Admiral Jason Miller, a thin man with sharp eyes who commanded Earth's Pacific Fleet. Captain Grace Bennett stepped forward. She was younger than most others in the room, a brilliant tactical officer who had risen quickly through the ranks. She activated a secure data stream that revealed hundreds of previously hidden military installations throughout the Sol system and beyond. "The stealth shipyards in the Kuiper Belt have completed the Artemis-class destroyers," she said. The screen showed sleek black ships with weapons unlike anything the Council had seen. "The Jupiter defense grid is armed and operational." The display shifted to show platforms hidden within Jupiter's moons, and our special projects have exceeded all expectations. This time, the screen showed something that made even the hardened military leaders murmur in appreciation. Weapons platforms disguised as asteroids, ships hidden beneath the surfaces of moons, and defense systems built into Earth itself that the alien observers had mistaken for weather control or communications networks. A young lieutenant with bright red hair leaned toward her colleague, a captain from a European Union force. "I thought the Council observers monitored all our military capabilities," she whispered. Hayes smiled thinly as he overheard. "They monitored what we wanted them to see." Secretary Wright touched the table, and the display changed to show the timeline of events. "The Xendari will likely move first. Their culture demands a show of force to save face after our withdrawal. We expect them to send a battle group through the gateway within 72 hours. "Let them come," said General Frank Alvarez, commander of the Mars Colonial Guard. "It's time they learned the truth about humanity." Wright nodded. "Our observers on the Council station report that Chancellor Vextol is already pushing for a military response. Elder Naran of the Andromany is urging caution, but the warmongers have the upper hand for now." "And if they attack?" asked a voice from the back. Wright's eyes hardened. "Then they will discover that humans have been fighting wars since before their ancestors crawled out of whatever primordial soup spawned them. We may look peaceful, but we prepare for the worst. Always." As the meeting continued, in orbit above Earth, ships that the Council believed were simple defense platforms began to power up systems that had remained dormant for years. Crews moved to battle stations with practiced efficiency. They were not afraid. They were ready. Earth had never wanted war with the stars. But if war came, Earth would be ready to show the galaxy why humans were the most dangerous species they had ever encountered. High Chancellor Vextol strutted into the Emergency Council session, his scales gleaming with pride. The Grand Chamber hummed with nervous energy as representatives from 27 spacefaring civilizations gathered to discuss the human withdrawal. Vextol raised his clawed hands for silence. He enjoyed being the center of attention. "The humans have revealed their true nature, weak and cowardly," he announced, his voice booming across the chamber. "Now we can proceed with the resource allocation plans for their system without further delay." Many council members nodded in agreement. The Xendari were a powerful race with a large fleet. Few dared to challenge them openly. Ambassador Krell of the Taurian Expanse shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Unlike the Xendari, the bull-like Taurians valued honesty and direct confrontation. Krell's four-fingered hand tapped nervously on the smooth council table. Chancellor, our intelligence suggests the humans' withdrawal was deliberate, perhaps even planned, Krell said. Nonsense, Vex Toll scoffed. Their technology is primitive, their military forces insignificant. Admiral Zarn of the Vulturan fleet stepped forward. The insect-like admiral's hard exoskeleton clicked as he moved to the central platform. His compound eyes reflected the light as he activated the chamber's main display. Then perhaps you can explain these energy readings our border patrols detected yesterday, Zarn said. The hologram showed massive power signatures emanating from beyond Jupiter's orbit, signatures that hadn't been there the week before. Blue and green lights pulsed in patterns that made several council members gasp. Impossible, whispered Vex Toll. His neck frills flattened against his scales. Our observers have reported nothing unusual for 3 years, completed Elder Naran, stepping into the chamber. The crystalline being moved slowly, his age showing in his careful steps, which is precisely what concerns me. No developing civilization maintains such perfect operational transparency. The humans have been deceiving us. The chamber erupted in concerned chatter. A representative from the Phloxian Collective stood up, her feathered arms spreading wide. How? Our technology is far superior, she argued. We have observed their military exercises, their weapons tests, their ship construction. Naran's expression darkened. Is it superior? Or have we simply assumed it to be so because of their polite accommodation? Remember our history. We approached them, not the reverse. We have never seen their home defenses tested. Silence fell across the chamber as the implications sank in. Admiral Zarn manipulated the controls, and the display changed to show recordings of human diplomatic meetings. Look at their behavior, Zarn said. They asked few questions about our technology. They shared their advancements freely. No species acts this way unless they already know the answers, Naran finished, or they have better solutions they wish to hide. A soft chirping sound interrupted the discussion. A messenger handed Zarn a data tablet. The Admiral's compound eyes widened as he read. Our long-range scouts report unusual activity in the Kuiper Belt, Zarn said. Objects are moving that our sensors previously classified as inactive. Vex Toll's confidence wavered visibly. What kind of objects? Large ones, Zarn replied. Very large ones. On the other side of the chamber, a small, rodent-like being raised a hand. Professor Mick of the Galactic Academy was the Council's expert on pre-contact civilizations. I reviewed human entertainment broadcasts during our initial contact period, Mick said, his voice high and fast. Their fiction is filled with stories of aliens coming to conquer Earth. In these stories, humans always fight back with hidden weapons and surprising tactics. We assumed these were fantasies. What if they weren't fantasies? Asked Krell. What if they were preparations? Vex Toll snorted. You suggest they were preparing for alien contact before we arrived. Absurd. Naran stepped to the center of the room. His crystalline body reflected light onto every face in the chamber. Consider their history, he said quietly. They fought 3 global wars. They developed nuclear weapons. They expanded to their moon and Mars, despite having no enemies in space. Why would a species develop such military capabilities, if not out of deep caution? Humans always prepare for the worst. Outside the chamber windows, the vast fleet of the Galactic Council floated in the darkness. It had seemed invincible yesterday. Today, many wondered if it was enough. I suggest, Naran said, that we reconsider our approach to Earth. Immediately, Major Ethan Russell accessed the classified archives aboard the stealth intelligence vessel, USV Shadowfall. The ship sat hidden near the Council's primary fleet staging area. No alien sensors could detect it thanks to technology humans had developed years before first contact. Russell was a tall man with dark hair and serious eyes. He had served in intelligence for 15 years. Now he reviewed the true records of humanity's first contact with alien life. The public story that the Galactic Council's survey ship discovered Earth and initiated peaceful contact was a carefully constructed lie. The truth was far different. Computer, display records from Operation Watchful Eye, 2142. Russell commanded. The screen flickered to life. It showed footage of an advanced human deep space monitoring station detecting the Council scout ship long before it entered the Sol system. It also displayed the confidential reports confirming that Earth's unified government had been aware of alien civilizations for decades. Humans had been watching the stars. They had intercepted alien communications. They had prepared for the day when contact would finally happen. And when it did, they pretended to be surprised. Lieutenant Nicole Warren entered the secure compartment. She was a communications specialist with quick eyes and quicker hands. "Major, you should see this," she said. "The Xendari battle group is mobilizing. 14 capital ships, escort complement. They're setting course for the Sol Gateway." Russell nodded. Right on schedule. He had studied Xendari psychology. Their pride would not allow humans to walk away from negotiations. They would try to force Earth back to the table. He activated the quantum encrypted channel to Earth Command. This communication system was unknown to the Council races. They still used faster-than-light systems that humans had secretly improved upon years ago. Nighthawk to Lighthouse. The stage is set. The audience is arriving. Warren looked out at the alien ships through the special viewport. "Do you think they'll actually attack?" Russell shook his head. "They'll try to intimidate us first, a show of force. They don't understand that humans have never responded well to threats." "My grandfather told me stories about the early days," Warren said quietly, "about how we detected their signals in 2089, how we intercepted their communications for decades before they found us." "The Great Deception," Russell said with a nod. "The most important secret in human history. We knew they were out there. And we knew some of them couldn't be trusted." On the main screen, the Xendari ships moved into formation. They were impressive vessels with powerful weapons, but they had a weakness that humans had discovered years ago. Their shields could not stop quantum-phased energy. On Earth, in a hardened bunker beneath the Rocky Mountains, Dr. Alan Foster reviewed the final diagnostics on the planetary defense system. To alien observers, it appeared to be a weather control network. In reality, it was the most powerful weapons platform ever built by human hands. Foster was an older man with kind eyes that hid a brilliant mind. He had designed weapons systems for 30 years. He hoped they would never be needed. "All systems green," reported his assistant, Dr. Karen Lee. "The Jupiter defense grid is online. Mars perimeter is secure. The lunar platforms are charged and ready." Foster nodded. "Let's hope that Xendari just want to talk." "And if they don't?" Lee asked. Foster's eyes hardened. "Then they learn what humans are really capable of." In orbit around Earth, the visible human defense platforms remained quiet and seemingly unpowered. Alien observers reported that Earth's military was at normal readiness levels. They could not see the ships hiding in the dark side of the moon. They could not detect the weapons platforms disguised as communication satellites. Admiral Carter stood on the bridge of the USV Defiance, now positioned near Mars. On his screen, he watched the Xendari fleet approach. "It's time to drop the masquerade," he murmured to Captain Brown. "One way or another, the galaxy learns the truth about humanity today." The Xendari battle group emerged from the gateway into Sol space with weapons charge. Their ships were huge, their hulls shining like polished metal in the sunlight. High Commander Drez stood on the command deck of the dreadnought Inevitable Conquest. He was tall even for Xendari, his scales a deep green that showed his high rank. Drez believed this would be easy. A quick show of force would bring the humans back to negotiations on the Council's terms. Humans were weak. Their ships were primitive. Their weapons were simple, or so he thought. No response to our hails, Commander reported his communications officer, a smaller Xendari with lighter scales. Human defensive platforms are powered down. Their fleet appears to be in standard orbit around Earth and Mars. No active targeting systems detected. Dres flared his neck frills in satisfaction. His sharp teeth showed as he smiled. As expected, they're helpless. Move the fleet into position and prepare to disable their orbital defenses. The Council wants their infrastructure intact. The mighty Xendari fleet moved forward. 14 capital ships and 30 smaller vessels formed a perfect attack formation. They had practiced this many times. No species had ever stood against such a force. As the Xendari fleet approached Jupiter, something strange happened. The apparently dormant human defense platforms changed, not in a way alien eyes could see, but in a way their sensors could feel. "Unknown energy spike," shouted a Xendari officer. His eyes widened with fear. Moments later, communications between the alien vessels dissolved into static. Each ship could no longer talk to the others. Their shared battle network went dark. Their targeting systems failed. Panic spread across the Xendari fleet. They had never faced an enemy who could shut down their communications so completely. On the USV Defiance, Admiral Carter watched calmly as the quantum disruption field activated. This technology was one of humanity's best-kept secrets. It severed the Xendari ships from their chain of command and from each other. Phase 1 complete, Carter noted. Hold position. Let's see how they respond to isolation. The Xendari commanders were trained to expect victory in all battles. They believed their technology was superior to all others. Now they faced a frightening truth. They could neither communicate with each other nor access their shared tactical network. Before they could adapt, the seemingly unpowered human vessels began to move. Ships that appeared to be simple defense platforms revealed hidden weapons. Vessels that the Xendari thought were cargo carriers suddenly showed military-grade shields. The human fleet moved with perfect coordination. They did not fire. They did not threaten. They simply surrounded the Xendari force in a display of superior tactics. "Now they understand," murmured Captain Kelly Ross of the USV Sovereign. She was a veteran of Earth's unified navy. Her ship now moved into position behind the largest Xendari vessel. "We were never negotiating from a position of weakness." On the inevitable conquest, Commander Dres tried to make sense of what was happening. His tactical officer struggled to track the human ships that seemed to appear from nowhere. "Impossible," Dres whispered. "Our intelligence said they had only 40 defense vessels. I count over 200. "Commander," his second-in-command said with fear in his voice, "look at their weapons. Those are not the same designs we observed in their military exercises." Dres stared at the screen. The human ships now carried weapons unlike anything in the Xendari database. His confidence drained away like water. "We've been deceived," he realized. "All this time." On Earth, Defense Secretary Wright received the real-time battle feed in the command center. Around her, military leaders watched in silence as years of preparation paid off. "Send the message," Wright ordered. Moments later, every Xendari ship received the same communication. It was simple, direct, and terrifying in its confidence. "Xendari fleet, you have entered restricted space with weapons active. We have disabled your communications as a non-lethal first response. Withdraw immediately or face further defensive measures. This is your only warning." In the council chamber, Elder Naran received word of the confrontation, the crystalline being turned to High Chancellor Vextol. "It seems," Naran said quietly, "the humans are not as helpless as you believed." As the disoriented Xendari forces struggled to regroup, the true extent of humanity's deception became apparent. From hidden positions all across the solar system, more human ships appeared. They emerged from concealed positions in the asteroid belt, rising like ghosts from the darkness. They appeared from beneath the clouds of Saturn, ships that had been hiding there for years. They launched from stealth facilities on Mars moons, bases that alien observers had never detected. These vessels were unlike any the Council races had seen before. They moved with a speed that should have been impossible for ships their size. Their hulls absorbed scanning beams instead of reflecting them. Their weapons remained powered down, but their mere presence sent a clear message. On the Council station, the emergency session descended into chaos as sensor data poured in. Screens around the chamber showed human military capabilities far beyond what had been disclosed during 3 years of negotiations. "How is this possible?" demanded the Voltaren representative, his insect-like mandibles clicking rapidly in distress. Their technological development was assessed at level 3. Elder Naran shook his head slowly. His crystalline form caught the light as he moved to the center of the chamber. "No," he said, "we assessed what they showed us at level 3. We never questioned why a species that achieved faster than light travel on their own would so readily accept our superior technologies without significant inquiry. We never asked why they permitted our observers such extensive access with so few restrictions." The room fell silent. The truth was uncomfortable. "They were studying us," said Krell of the Taurians. "All this time, we thought we were studying them." On the bridge of the USV Indomitable, Commander Daniel Phillips watched the tactical display. The screen showed the positions of over 300 human warships, vessels that had never appeared in any report to the Council. Phillips was a calm man with steady hands and sharp eyes. He had trained for this day for most of his career. "Maintain distance," he ordered his crew. "Remember, this is a demonstration, not an engagement. No one fires unless fired upon." The human fleet executed a perfect encirclement maneuver, surrounding the Tsenderi battle group without firing a single shot. The alien ships were now completely boxed in, with no clear escape route except back through the gateway. Then, as the alien commanders watched in shock, the human vessels activated advanced shield systems. The shields glowed with a blue-green light that the Council had believed were centuries beyond Earth's capability. "What do we do, Commander?" asked Phillips, second in command. "We wait," Phillips replied. "The ball is in their court now." In the Pentagon's command center, Secretary Wright received updates from all fleet positions. Everything was proceeding according to plan. The Tsenderi were contained. No shots had been fired. No lives had been lost. Phase 2 complete, she announced to the gathered military leaders. "Prepare for diplomatic re-engagement." General Hayes looked puzzled. "We're going back to negotiations. After all this." Wright smiled. "We never wanted war, General. We wanted respect. Now we'll get it." She turned to her communications officer. "Send word to Ambassador Howard. It's time for her team to make their entrance." On the Tsenderi flagship, Commander Drez faced the hardest decision of his career. His fleet was surrounded. His weapons might not penetrate the human shields. His communications were still disrupted. "Orders, sir?" asked his tactical officer. Drez stared at the screen, watching as even more human ships moved into position near the gateway. There would be no easy retreat. "Send message by light signals," he ordered. "Request communication with human command." "Surrender, sir?" his second asked, neck frills flat against his scales in shame. "No," Drez said firmly. "Diplomacy. We came to deliver a message. It seems they have delivered one instead. Now we must listen." In the dark space between Mars and Jupiter, Admiral Carter received word of the Tsenderi request. "Open a channel," he ordered. "Let's hear what they have to say." As the communications officer worked, Carter exchanged a look with Captain Brown. 3 years, he said quietly. 3 years of pretending to be less than we are. 3 years of smiling while they plotted to take our resources. Was it worth it? Brown asked. Carter nodded as the Tsenderi commander's face appeared on screen. "We learned everything about them while showing them almost nothing about us. I'd say that was time well spent." Ambassador Patricia Howard entered the council chamber flanked by military officers. Unlike the previous diplomatic team, they wore not the simple clothes of Earth's unified government, but the formal uniforms of Earth Defense Command. Their uniforms had medals and insignia that told a very different story about humanity's experience in space. Howard was a tall woman with gray hair and eyes that missed nothing. She had spent 20 years in diplomatic service, but before that, she had been a military intelligence officer. She understood both war and peace. The chamber fell silent as the humans walked to the center. Many alien representatives shifted uncomfortably in their seats. The humans looked different today. They stood taller. Their faces showed no fear. Esteemed representatives of the Galactic Council, Howard began, her voice echoing through the silent chamber. For 3 years, we have participated in these negotiations in good faith, despite knowing from the outset that certain council races intended to exploit our world. Today, that charade ends. She activated a holographic display in the center of the room. It showed the encircled Excendiary fleet. Their ships looked small and vulnerable, surrounded by the human forces. Your battle group is currently experiencing the effects of our quantum disruption technology. They are unharmed but completely isolated. They will remain so until our terms are met. High Chancellor Vex Toll rose from his seat. His scaled body trembled with rage, but his voice lacked its usual confidence. "You dare threaten the Council," he blustered. Howard smiled coldly. "This is not a threat, Chancellor. It's a correction of your misunderstanding. Humanity did not join these talks as supplicants, but as equals. We allowed your observers to see a carefully constructed version of our civilization while we evaluated your intentions. Those intentions have now been made clear." She nodded to Commander Ryan West, who stood beside her. West was a serious man with dark skin and strong hands. He distributed data tablets to each representative. The aliens looked at the screens with wide eyes and expressions of disbelief. These contained the actual technological capabilities of Earth and her colonies. You will note that in several key areas, particularly quantum communications, energy generation, and stealth systems, we exceed current Council standards. "Colonies," whispered a Taurian representative, his bull-like face showing shock. "Your species is confined to one system." Howard's expression remained calm. "Another misconception. Humanity established its first extrasolar colony 73 years ago. We now maintain 17 settlements across 12 star systems, none of which appear in your records because, unlike the Council races, we understand the value of quiet development." The chamber erupted in surprised conversation. Elder Naren studied the data tablet carefully, his crystalline eyes reflecting the screen's light. "It says here you detected our communication signals over 100 years ago," Naren said. Howard nodded. "We intercepted your transmissions in 2089. We studied your languages, your cultures, your technologies, and your conflicts. When your survey ship discovered Earth in 2142, we were ready." "Ready for what?" asked the Volturan representative. "For the possibility that not all alien life would be friendly," Howard replied. Human fiction had long imagined first contact scenarios. Many of those stories ended badly for Earth. We were determined that reality would not follow that path. She touched her tablet, and the display changed to show human colonies on distant worlds. Beautiful cities under protective domes, farms growing crops on planets light years from Earth, mining operations on asteroids rich with rare metals. "We are not the primitive species you believed us to be," Howard continued. "We are not helpless or naive. We came to these talks hoping to find true partners among the stars. Instead, we found predators looking for easy prey." Vex Toll sank back into his seat. For once, the proud Excendiary had no reply. Howard's voice softened slightly. "But that can change. Today marks the beginning of a new relationship between Earth and the Galactic Council, one based on truth and mutual respect, rather than deception and exploitation." She looked around the chamber, meeting the eyes of each representative. "The question is, are you ready for that kind of relationship?" 2 weeks after the confrontation at the gateway, a new round of negotiations began. The Grand Council chamber had changed. The raised platform, where the Xendari and Vulturan delegations once sat high above others, was gone. Now all seats were at the same level, forming a perfect circle. The human delegation was treated with newfound respect. No one called them primitive anymore. No one suggested Earth's resources should be divided among superior races. The balance of power had shifted dramatically. Ambassador Howard sat at the new circular table, reviewing terms on her data tablet. Behind her stood Admiral Carter and Secretary Wright. The military leaders were now welcome in diplomatic meetings. Strength and wisdom together, as humanity had always believed. The Defense Cooperation Agreement is acceptable, Howard stated, looking up from the tablet. Earth will contribute our quantum disruption technology to the Common Defense Network in exchange for the Council's gravitational manipulation advances. Elder Naran, now elevated to chief mediator following the diplomatic reshuffling, nodded in agreement. His crystalline form glinted in the chamber's light. He had been one of the few who had questioned the Council's approach to humans from the beginning. And the matter of the Xendari incursion? Naran asked. Secretary Wright stepped forward. She wore her formal uniform, with its rows of medals and ribbons. The fleet will be released as soon as High Chancellor Vextol signs the non-aggression pact. No disciplinary action will be pursued. Across the chamber, Vextol sat in silence. His once proud neck frills lay flat against his scales. His position within the Xendari hegemony had been severely weakened. The failed attempt to intimidate Earth had cost him much respect. When Vextol finally spoke, his voice was quieter than before. The hegemony agrees to these terms, he said. We will sign the pact. As the session concluded, Admiral Carter and Captain Ross observed from the diplomatic gallery above the main floor. Do you think they've truly learned their lesson? Ross asked quietly. Carter watched as the representatives filed out, noting how the other races now regarded the humans with a mixture of caution and newfound respect. Some have, he replied. The rest will catch up. Humanity has revealed enough of our capabilities to ensure a place at the table, but not so much that we've exposed all our advantages. And Project Sentinel? Ross asked, referring to humanity's most advanced defense system. Remains our secret, for now. Carter turned to leave the gallery. Peace through strength, Captain. It's worked for humanity since the first tribes built walls. Some things never change, not even among the stars. On Earth, citizens watched broadcasts of the new treaty signing. They cheered as their representatives stood proud and equal among the alien races. Most people didn't know how close their world had come to conflict. They didn't know about the hidden fleets or secret technologies. They only knew that humanity now had friends among the stars. In classified facilities across the solar system, engineers and scientists continued their work. New ships were built in the Kuiper Belt shipyards. New weapons were tested in the dark spaces beyond Neptune. Humanity hoped for peace but prepared for war. It was the human way. Ambassador Howard stood on the observation deck of the Council station, looking out at the stars. Elder Naran joined her there. Your people are full of surprises, Naran said. Howard smiled. We like to think so. What would you have done if the Xendari had opened fire? Naran asked. Howard's smile faded. Let's be grateful we didn't have to find out. Naran's crystalline eyes studied her face. You still keep secrets. Of course, Howard replied. Don't you? The alien made a sound like chimes in the wind. It was laughter. Indeed. Perhaps our species are not so different after all. Howard looked back to the stars, to the billions of points of light where unknown civilizations might wait. That's the most important lesson of all, isn't it? She said. Different shapes, different biologies, but the same hopes and fears beneath it all. As the human ships prepared to depart the Council station, Admiral Carter gave one final order from the bridge of the Defiance. Set course for home, he said. Our work here is done. The year was 2157. Humanity had just achieved what many once thought impossible, faster than light travel. After centuries of looking up at the stars and wondering what might be out there, mankind was finally ready to find out. The United Earth Space Force flagship Dauntless cruised through the darkness near Jupiter. Its sleek, silver hull gleamed in the distant sunlight. On the bridge, Captain Eric Summers watched the vast expanse of space through the main viewport. His weathered face showed both pride and concern. "Captain, we're picking up an unusual reading," said Lieutenant Olivia Wright from her communications station. Her fingers moved quickly across the glowing display. "It doesn't match any known Earth vessel." Summers straightened his uniform. "Show me." The main screen flickered to life. A strange ship appeared, unlike anything built by human hands. Its hull was smooth and curved, with odd protrusions that glowed with purple light. "Send standard greeting package on all frequencies," ordered Summers. The bridge fell silent. Minutes passed. Then the communications panel chimed. "Sir, we're receiving a response," said Wright. They're speaking English." A face appeared on the main screen. It was clearly not human. Gray skin stretched over a wide, flat face, with 3 pairs of eyes arranged in a triangle. The alien's mouth moved strangely as it spoke. "Unregistered vessel. This is Ambassador Vexlor of the Galactic Council. Your presence in this sector is unexpected. Identify yourselves immediately." Summers stepped forward. "I am Captain Eric Summers of the United Earth Space Force vessel Dauntless. We are explorers from Earth, the 3rd planet in this system. We come in peace." The alien's eyes blinked in an unsettling pattern. "Earth. You are not in our records as a spacefaring civilization. How have you achieved faster-than-light travel without Council approval?" "We developed it ourselves," Summers replied simply. "We weren't aware we needed anyone's approval." Vexler's face twitched. "Most interesting. The Council will want to know of this development. We request permission to approach your homeworld for diplomatic discussions." Summers glanced at his second-in-command, Commander Susan West. She gave a slight nod. "We would be honored to host representatives of the Galactic Council," Summers said. "I will inform Earth's leadership of your arrival." "Excellent," Vexlor replied. "We shall follow your vessel. Prepare your leaders for our arrival. There is much to discuss." The transmission ended. Commander West moved closer to Summers, keeping her voice low. "I don't like this, sir. They seem surprised by our existence." Summers nodded, and not pleasantly surprised. "Lieutenant Wright, what else can you tell me about their ship?" Wright studied her readings. "It's about twice our size, sir. Energy readings suggest advanced technology, but nothing overwhelming." "Wait." She paused, adjusting her instruments. "Sir, they're transmitting something. Not to us. It's directed outward, toward the edge of the solar system." "Can you decode it?" asked Summers. "No, sir. It's encrypted, but it's a powerful signal, meant to travel far." Summers frowned. "They're reporting back to someone. Keep monitoring those transmissions, Lieutenant. I want to know what they're saying about us." The captain turned to his navigation officer. "Set course for Earth. Let's escort our new friends home." As the Dauntless turned toward Earth, Summers watched the alien vessel follow. He couldn't shake the feeling that this first contact was not the joyous occasion humanity had always imagined. The way Vexlor had spoken of approval and registration suggested a galaxy very different from what Earth had hoped to join. Behind him, Lieutenant Wright continued to monitor the strange transmissions. In the alien language he couldn't understand, Vexlor was already describing Earth to his superiors, not as a new ally, but as an unregistered asset ripe for integration into the Council's holdings. Humanity's first step into the galactic community had begun, but it would not go as anyone on Earth expected. 1 week after first contact, the United Nations headquarters in New York City buzzed with nervous energy. Security was tight as world leaders gathered in the main assembly hall. Secretary General Benjamin Cole stood at the podium, his gray hair neatly combed and his blue suit perfectly pressed. The doors opened. Ambassador Vexlor entered with 4 other aliens. Each looked different from the Jorak. One had blue skin and 6 limbs. Another floated above the ground on what looked like a small cloud. They moved with the confidence of beings who expected respect without having to earn it. "Welcome to Earth," said Cole with a practiced smile. "We are honored by your presence." Vexlor did not return the smile. "The honor is yours alone. I present the Galactic Council delegation. We represent over 500 species across this sector of the galaxy." The assembled human leaders murmured among themselves. Cole gestured to the seats prepared for the visitors. "Please, make yourselves comfortable." The aliens sat. Vexlor placed a small device on the table. It projected a 3-dimensional map of the galaxy. A small blue dot pulsed near one edge. "This is your position," said Vexlor. "Insignificant and far from the centers of civilization. The Galactic Council has maintained peace for over 10,000 years through proper order and structure." 10,000 years is an impressive achievement," said Cole. "We look forward to learning from your experience." "Learning is good," said the floating alien in a musical voice. "Payment is better." Cole's smile faltered. "Payment?" Vexlor nodded. "All junior species must contribute to the Council's operations. This is how stability is maintained. New species, like humans, must prove their value and commitment." The blue 6-limbed alien stepped forward. "The tribute required from Earth is reasonable. 15% of your planetary resources, shared annually. Additionally, a Council security force must be stationed on your world to ensure compliance and protection." The room erupted in shocked whispers. Cole raised his hand for silence. "That seems quite substantial," he said carefully. "What exactly would this protection be from?" "From yourselves, primarily," said Vexlor. "Young species often make dangerous mistakes. The Council prevents these errors through guidance." In the back of the room, Dr. Alicia Morgan leaned toward Captain Summers. "They're talking about controlling us, not helping us," she whispered. Summers nodded slightly. "Keep recording everything." Cole maintained his diplomatic composure. "This is a significant request. We would need time to consider the implications." Vexlor's 3 pairs of eyes blinked in sequence. "Consider quickly. You have 1 standard week to accept our terms. After that, there will be consequences." 1 week is hardly enough time to," Cole began. 1 week, Vexlor repeated firmly. "The Council's patience has limits, especially with unregistered species who develop technology beyond their maturity level." Cole straightened his shoulders. "We will provide our answer within 1 week. Until then, we have prepared accommodations for your delegation." After the aliens left with their escorts, the human leaders gathered in a secure room below the building. "They're not here for friendship," said Cole, his diplomatic mask now gone. "They want to control Earth's resources." "We should prepare our military," said General Laura Hayes. "Just in case." "Quietly," agreed Cole. "Dr. Morgan, what do you make of their claims?" Dr. Morgan adjusted her glasses. "Their technology is advanced, but something doesn't add up. Why would such a powerful alliance need our resources? And why the rush for an answer?" "Find out," Cole ordered. "Lieutenant Foster will assist you. We need to know what we're really dealing with before we respond." As they left the meeting, Dr. Morgan caught Summers by the arm. "Eric, that transmission Lieutenant Wright detected. Can she get me access to it?" Summers nodded grimly. "I'll make sure of it. Something tells me the Council isn't being honest about its intentions." Outside, the alien ship hovered over New York, its shadow stretching across the city like a dark promise. Dr. Alicia Morgan had not slept in 36 hours. Her office at the United Nations building was filled with screens showing data from the Zhorek ship. Lieutenant Daniel Foster sat across from her, his fingers moving quickly over a keyboard. "I think I found something," said Foster. He pushed his dark hair from his eyes. The transmission Lieutenant Wright detected wasn't just a message. It was a data packet with Earth's complete profile. Dr. Morgan moved to look over his shoulder. "What kind of profile?" "Resources, population centers, military capabilities," said Foster. They'd been scanning us since they arrived. Morgan frowned. That's not standard diplomatic procedure. There's more, said Foster. He pulled up another screen. I managed to crack part of their database. The Galactic Council isn't what they claim to be. The door opened. Captain Summers entered with Lieutenant Wright. Tell me you have something, said Summers. We're running out of time. Dr. Morgan nodded. Show them, Daniel. Foster displayed a star map on the main screen. This is the Council's territory. These red dots are what they call tribute worlds. There are hundreds of them. And based on the data we've gathered, said Wright, these worlds aren't partners. They're subjects. Exactly, said Morgan. The tribute isn't voluntary. It's extraction. Those security forces they want to station here. They're occupation troops. Summers' face darkened. So this isn't about galactic peace. It's about conquest. It gets worse, said Foster. Look at this pattern. He highlighted several star systems. These worlds tried to refuse the Council's demands. Each one was attacked and forced to comply. The Council destroys any resistance to make examples. But why Earth? Asked Summers. We're just one planet. Morgan pointed to a section of data. Our location. We're at the edge of what they call disputed territory. Earth would be a valuable strategic position. And our resources, added Wright. We have a lot of water and biodiversity. That's rare, according to their database. The door opened again. Secretary General Cole entered with General Hayes. Please tell me you have good news, said Cole. Morgan shook her head. Not good, but important. The Council is lying to us. They're not peacekeepers. They're conquerors. She explained what they had discovered. Cole listened carefully, his face growing more serious with each word. Can we fight them? Asked General Hayes. Foster pulled up more data. That's the interesting part. The Council's military is stretched thin. They control too much territory. And they're fighting another group on the far side of their space. They're not as strong as they want us to believe, said Morgan. They use fear and intimidation more than actual force. And they don't expect resistance, added Wright. Their records show most species surrender immediately. Summers stood up straighter. So if we refuse, they'll be surprised, said Foster, and possibly unprepared. Cole looked at the data, then at General Hayes. What do you think, General? Hayes studied the military information. It's risky. But if this information is accurate, we might have a chance. Not just a chance, said Morgan. Look at this. She pointed to another section of data. Several of their tribute worlds are showing signs of unrest. They're watching what happens here. Cole nodded slowly. So our answer matters not just for Earth, but for others too. If we stand up to them, said Summers, we might not stand alone for long. Cole turned to Hayes. How quickly can we prepare our defenses without the Council noticing? We'll need to be clever about it, said Hayes. But we can do it. Good, said Cole. Dr. Morgan, keep digging. I want to know everything about their weaknesses before we deliver our answer. As they left the room, Foster added one last piece of information. Sir, there's one more thing. The Council's ships have a fundamental flaw in their shield design. If we can exploit it. Cole nodded. Find a way. We'll need every advantage we can get. Outside, the alien ship continued to hover over New York, unaware that its secrets were being uncovered one by one. The clock was ticking. 4 days had passed since the Council's ultimatum. Inside a secure underground facility beneath the Rocky Mountains, Earth's leaders gathered around a large table. Secretary General Cole stood at the head of the table. Maps and data projections covered the walls. Military officers and government officials from every major nation sat in tense silence. We've heard the reports, said Cole. Now we must decide. Do we submit to the Council's demands, or do we resist? Admiral Catherine Reeves, commander of the United Earth Space Force, stepped forward. Her uniform was crisp, her gray hair pulled back tightly. I believe we can fight, she said. And we might even win. She pressed a button on the table. A holographic display showed Earth's military assets. We have 27 ships with faster-than-light capability, she continued. Not as many as the Council, but they don't know about all of them. 6 of our vessels were on deep space missions when the Zhoruk arrived. I've recalled them secretly. General Hayes nodded. On the ground, we've been moving troops and equipment at night. We're setting up defense grids around major cities, disguised as maintenance work. What about civilians? Asked the representative from India. We cannot hide this from the public forever. Cole nodded. We won't have to. But panic now would alert the Council. We need 3 more days of normal appearance. Dr. Morgan displayed her latest findings. The Council's ship has been scanning our planet, but they're focused on military installations. They're not watching our scientific facilities. Which is why, said Admiral Reeves, Dr. Morgan's team has been able to modify our defensive systems. Show them, Doctor. Dr. Morgan pulled up schematics of Earth's orbital defense platforms. We've discovered that the Council's shields operate on a frequency we can disrupt. We're adapting our weapons accordingly. It's still a risk, said the Chinese president. Their technology is advanced. Yes, agreed Admiral Reeves, but they're overconfident. They don't expect resistance from a primitive species like us. Cole looked around the table. The vote stands at 15 for resistance, 3 undecided, no votes for surrender. He turned to Lieutenant Foster. What about your project? Foster stood up nervously. We've managed to hack into their communication network. Not completely, but enough to monitor their transmissions. They're not expecting reinforcements for at least 2 weeks. They thought this would be easy. It won't be, said Admiral Reeves with a grim smile. There's something else, added Captain Summers. Lieutenant Wright intercepted a message to another ship at the edge of our solar system. They're already planning how to divide Earth's resources. They never expected us to say anything but yes. Cole nodded slowly. Then we are decided. We will not submit. He turned to Admiral Reeves. Continue preparations, but maintain absolute secrecy. The Council must not suspect until it's too late. And our official response? Asked General Hayes. I'll deliver it personally, said Captain Summers. At the last possible moment. As the meeting ended, Cole pulled Dr. Morgan aside. Your team has done remarkable work. But I need to know, what are our real chances? Morgan hesitated. Honestly, if we surprise them, maybe 60%. If they see us coming, much lower. But surrender means certain slavery, not just for us, but for future generations. Cole nodded. Then we fight. Not just for Earth, but for every world they've subjugated. Outside the mountain base, life continued normally. People went to work. Children attended school, all unaware of the decision that had just been made. In orbit, the Council's ship waited confidently for Earth's surrender. But below the surface, humanity prepared for war. Weapons were readied. Ships moved into position. And Captain Summers rehearsed the simple, one-word answer he would soon deliver to the galaxy's most powerful empire. The week had passed. At the United Nations headquarters, the main assembly hall was packed with world leaders and media. The air felt heavy with tension. Armed security guards stood at every entrance. At the center of the room, a large circular table had been set up. Secretary General Cole sat straight-backed in his chair. Captain Summers stood behind him, his face calm but alert. Dr. Morgan and Lieutenant Foster sat nearby with tablets, monitoring data streams from hidden sensors. The doors opened. Ambassador Vexlor entered with his delegation. They moved with the same arrogance as before, clearly expecting Earth's surrender. The Council welcomed your prompt response, said Vexlor as he sat down. We are prepared to begin the integration process immediately. Cole smiled politely. Before we proceed, Ambassador, we have a few questions. Vexlor's eyes blinked in their strange pattern. Questions are unnecessary. Simply sign the agreement. Humor us, said Cole. It's a human custom to understand terms fully before agreeing to them. Vexlor sighed. Very well. What do you wish to know? Cole glanced at Dr. Morgan, who nodded slightly. We'd like to know more about other tribute worlds. How have they benefited from council protection? They exist in peace, said Vexlor flatly. Is that not benefit enough? And the security forces you wish to station here, continued Cole. How large would they be? Sufficient for your needs, said the blue six-limbed alien. No more than 1 million troops to start. A murmur went through the human representatives. Cole kept his expression neutral. I see. And the tribute resources, how would they be collected? Council ships would arrive monthly, said Vexlor. Your people would load the required materials. Failure to meet quotas would result in penalties. Like on Proxima Centauri 4, asked Dr. Morgan suddenly, where the penalty was 5,000 civilians taken as labor resources. The alien stiffened. Vexlor's eyes narrowed. How do you know of Proxima Centauri 4? Or Sirius 6, added Lieutenant Foster, where your forces destroyed 3 cities to make a point about prompt payment. Vexlor stood abruptly. These matters are not your concern. You will sign the agreement now, or face consequences. Cole nodded to Captain Summers. Captain, please deliver Earth's official response to the Galactic Council. Summers stepped forward. He stood tall, his eyes locked with Vexlor's. The room fell completely silent. After careful consideration of the Council's demands, said Summers clearly, the people of Earth have decided our answer is no. For a moment, nobody moved. Vexlor seemed unable to process what he had heard. No, he repeated. You refuse. That's correct, said Summers. We refuse your demands. Earth will not pay tribute. Earth will not host your troops. Earth will not submit to the Council's authority. Vexlor's face darkened. You have no idea what you're doing. The Council controls 500 worlds. Your primitive weapons are no match for our technology. Cole stood calmly. Actually, Ambassador, we know exactly what we're doing. We know the Council's ships have shield vulnerabilities. We know your forces are stretched thin fighting the Nelvari Alliance on your eastern border. How could you possibly? Vexlor stopped, realization dawning. You accessed our database. We did more than that, said Dr. Morgan. We've been broadcasting this entire conversation to every tribute world in your empire. They're all hearing the truth about the Council right now. Vexlor's hand moved toward a device on his belt. This is an act of war. Your world will be destroyed for this insolence. I wouldn't try that, said General Hayes, stepping forward with armed soldiers. Our weapons have been aimed at your ship since you arrived. Outside, a rumbling sound filled the air. The Council representatives looked up in alarm as the ceiling display showed dozens of Earth ships rising from hidden bases. This meeting is over, said Cole firmly. You have 1 hour to leave Earth's orbit. After that, we will consider your presence an act of aggression. Vexlor's face contorted with rage. You will regret this, humans. The Council does not tolerate defiance. And humanity, said Summers calmly, does not tolerate threats. As the aliens were escorted out, Cole turned to his team. And now it begins. Alert all defense stations. The Council won't take no for an answer without a fight. News of Earth's defiance spread through the galaxy like wildfire. On hundreds of worlds, beings of all shapes and sizes gathered around communication devices, listening to the broadcast of the meeting. Earth's simple no echoed across star systems. On Proxima Centauri 4, tall green beings with 4 arms watched in stunned silence. Their leader, Zeltrak, turned to his advisors. A primitive world dares to say no, he whispered. Could we do the same? Similar conversations happened on dozens of tribute worlds. Hope, long forgotten, began to stir again. Meanwhile, at the Council's central command, rage filled the chambers. High Commander Krolvex, a battle-scarred Chorak with a reputation for cruelty, stood before the Council leaders. "This cannot stand," he growled. "If one world defies us, others will follow. Earth must be crushed quickly." "We agree," said the head counselor. "Take the Fifth Fleet. Make an example of these humans." Krolvex bowed. "It will be done. Their defiance will end in fire." Across the galaxy, a different reaction came from the Nelvari, a species that had been fighting the Council for decades. Their sleek ships patrolled the borders of their territory. Admiral Leeson, her silver skin reflecting the stars, studied the report of Earth's stand. "These humans," she said thoughtfully, "they have courage. Perhaps they could be allies." Her second-in-command looked doubtful. "They are far from our space, Admiral, and very new to the stars." "Sometimes the newest voices speak the most truth," said Leia Senator. "Prepare a diplomatic ship. I want to meet these humans." Back on Earth, Captain Summers stood on the bridge of the Dauntless. Earth's fleet had taken up defensive positions around the planet. The Council's diplomatic vessel had departed, but sensors showed troubling signs. "Movement at the edge of the system," reported Lieutenant Wright. "Multiple ships dropping out of faster-than-light travel." Summers nodded grimly. The Council's response: "Right on schedule." Admiral Reeves' face appeared on the main screen. "All ships, battle stations. This is not a drill. The Council fleet will be in range in 6 hours." On Earth below, people now knew the truth. Screens everywhere showed the Council's demands and Earth's response. Some were afraid, but most felt a surge of pride. Humanity would not bow to bullies, even ones from the stars. In the command center beneath the Rocky Mountains, Secretary General Cole watched the tactical displays with Dr. Morgan and Lieutenant Foster. "Their fleet is larger than we expected," said Foster, his face pale. 15 capital ships, dozens of smaller vessels. "But we have the element of surprise," said Dr. Morgan. "They still think we're primitives with basic weapons." Cole nodded. "Let's hope that advantage is enough." A communication officer rushed in. "Sir, we're receiving a transmission. Not from the Council fleet. It's coming from the opposite direction, from unexplored space." "Put it through," ordered Cole. The screen flickered. A graceful figure with silver skin appeared. "People of Earth, I am Admiral Leeson of the Nelvari Alliance. We have heard of your stand against the Council's tyranny. You are not alone in your fight." Cole's eyes widened. "Admiral, your timing is excellent. The Council's fleet approaches as we speak." "We know," said Leia Senator. "Our fastest ships are already en route to your system. But they will not arrive before the Council's attack begins. You must hold out for 26 of your hours. Can you do this?" Cole looked at his advisors. Dr. Morgan nodded slightly. "We will hold," said Cole firmly, "for as long as necessary." "Good," said Leia Senator. "The Council has ruled through fear for too long. Your courage has inspired many worlds. The word no is now being spoken on planets across the galaxy." As the transmission ended, Lieutenant Foster looked at the tactical display. 26 hours against the Fifth Fleet. Can we really hold that long? Captain Summers, who had just arrived from the Dauntless, stepped forward. "We have to. Not just for Earth now, but for every world watching us. Today, humanity fights for the freedom of the galaxy." The Council fleet arrived at the edge of Earth's solar system exactly as predicted. 15 massive warships led by Commander Krolvex's flagship, Inevitable Conquest, dropped out of faster-than-light travel near Jupiter. Dozens of smaller attack ships surrounded them. On the bridge of the Dauntless, Captain Summers watched the enemy fleet on the main screen. His face showed no fear, only focus. "They're forming attack positions," reported Lieutenant Wright. "Standard Council invasion pattern." Summers nodded. "Just as we expected. All ships maintain position. Remember the plan." The Dauntless and 20 other Earth vessels held formation around the planet. They looked small compared to the Council warships now approaching. Commander Krolvex stood on his bridge, looking at the human fleet with contempt. "Pathetic," he said to his officers. "Their ships are like toys." "Sir," said his second-in-command, Should we not be cautious? These humans surprised Ambassador Vexilor. Kralvex laughed. Vexilor is a diplomat, not a warrior. I have crushed 30 rebellions. This will be no different. He turned to his weapons officer. Target their largest ship. Let's show them the price of defiance. The inevitable conquest fired its main cannon. A beam of energy shot toward the Dauntless. But just before impact, something unexpected happened. The beam scattered across an invisible barrier. What? Shouted Kralvex. How did they block our weapon? On the Dauntless, Dr. Morgan's voice came through the comm system from Earth Command. Shield modification working perfectly, Captain. Their energy signature is exactly as our data showed. Good work, Doctor, said Summers. All ships, hold positions until they're fully committed. The Council fleet pressed forward, firing more weapons. Each blast was deflected by Earth's modified shields. Kralvex grew more angry with each failed attack. Impossible, he shouted. These primitives cannot have such technology. All ships advance and surround them. We'll overwhelm their defenses. The Council fleet spread out, moving deeper into Earth's defensive zone. Just as they reached the optimal position, Summers gave the order they had been waiting for. Now, he commanded, all ships, execute Pattern Omega. Defense platforms, activate. Suddenly, dozens of previously hidden defense platforms around Earth came online. At the same time, Earth's ships broke formation in a complex pattern that confused the Council's targeting systems. Focus fire on their flagship, ordered Summers. Every Earth ship and platform fired at once, all aiming at the inevitable conquest. Their weapons, modified based on Dr. Morgan's research, bypassed the Council ship's shields. Explosions rocked the massive vessel. On Kralvex's bridge, alarms blared. Shields failing, reported an officer in panic. How are they doing this? Our systems show their weapons are primitive. We've been deceived, growled Kralvex. Fall back and regroup. But as the Council fleet tried to retreat, another surprise awaited them. 6 more Earth ships appeared from behind Jupiter's moons, cutting off their escape. The ships we kept hidden, explained Summers to his crew. Now they're caught between our forces. The battle raged for hours. Earth's smaller ships darted between the massive Council vessels, hitting weak points identified by Dr. Morgan's team. 3 Council warships had already been disabled. Then something unexpected happened. On 5 of the Council's smaller ships, crew members suddenly turned against their commanders. Lieutenant Foster's voice came through the comm. Captain, those ships are crewed by beings from tribute worlds. Our broadcast reached them. They're refusing to fight. The tide of battle had turned. Kralvex watched in horror as his perfect attack fell apart. His flagship was heavily damaged, and several of his ships had either surrendered or were fighting among themselves. This cannot be happening, he muttered. No primitive world has ever. A massive explosion rocked his ship. Commander, shouted an officer. The humans have targeted our main power core. We must abandon ship. As escape pods launched from the inevitable conquest, Captain Summers received an urgent message from Earth Command. Captain, said Admiral Reeves, long-range sensors detect new ships entering the system, not Council design. Summers smiled. Right on time. The Nelvari have arrived. 3 sleek silver ships led the Nelvari fleet into Earth's solar system. Their design was unlike anything humans had seen before. Smooth curves that seemed to flow like water frozen in space. Behind them came 20 more vessels of various sizes, all bearing the same elegant style. The remains of the Council fleet scattered in disarray. With Kralvex's flagship destroyed and 5 ships in open rebellion, the remaining Council vessels began a hasty retreat. They're running, said Lieutenant Wright, unable to keep the surprise from her voice. Let them go, said Captain Summers. Let them tell the story of what happened here. The main screen switched to show Admiral Leeson of the Nelvari. Her silver skin seemed to glow, and her large purple eyes held a look of respect. Captain Summers, people of Earth, she said. You have accomplished something remarkable. No world has ever stood against the Council's fleet and prevailed. We had good intelligence, replied Summers modestly, and your arrival certainly helped convince them to retreat. Leeson smiled. Perhaps, but the battle was already won by your courage and strategy. The Nelvari would be honored to meet with your leaders. 1 week later, the United Nations headquarters hosted representatives from 27 formerly subjugated worlds, along with the Nelvari delegation. The large assembly hall buzzed with dozens of languages, all being carefully translated. Secretary General Cole addressed the gathered aliens. Friends, what began as Earth's simple refusal has become something much larger. The Council's grip is weakening across the galaxy. Already 14 more worlds have declared their independence. Zeltrak of Proxima Centauri 4 stood up. His 4 arms moved in a gesture of respect. Because Earth showed us it was possible. Your one word, no, has become a cry for freedom everywhere. Admiral Leeson stepped forward. The Nelvari have fought the Council for generations, but always alone. Now we have a chance to create something new. Not an empire built on fear, but an alliance built on respect. A galactic federation, suggested Dr. Morgan, who had been working closely with the alien scientists, where each world has an equal voice. Yes, agreed Cole. A true federation, not the false peace the Council offered. Captain Summers, now wearing the new insignia of Earth's ambassador, looked around the room at the diverse beings. Some had tentacles, others wings. Some breathed different gases, others floated rather than walked. Yet all share a common desire for freedom. The Council thought our differences made us weak, he said, but our diversity is our strength. Each of our species brings unique perspectives and abilities. In orbit above Earth, engineers from 6 different worlds work together to adapt Nelvari shield technology to Earth vessels. Lieutenant Foster helped coordinate their efforts, amazed at how quickly they were learning from each other. Back in the assembly hall, the representatives voted unanimously to form the new Galactic Federation. As the meeting ended, a small blue being approached Secretary General Cole. On my world, it said through a translator, we have watched the stars for 10,000 years, always afraid of what might come from them. Now, because of Earth, we look up with hope. That evening, Captain Summers stood on the observation deck of the UN building with Admiral Reeves, watching the sunset. Did you ever imagine, asked Reeves, that one word could change the galaxy? Summers shook his head. Not really. But that's the thing about words. They have power when backed by conviction. Above them, the first stars began to appear in the darkening sky. Among them were the lights of ships from a dozen worlds, no longer enemies or strangers, but allies. The Council will try again, said Reeves. They've ruled too long to give up easily. Let them come, replied Summers calmly. Next time, they won't face Earth alone. They'll face a united galaxy. Across that galaxy, on hundreds of worlds, beings of all kinds looked up at their night skies and whispered a word that had become a symbol of hope and courage, a simple, powerful word that humanity had taught them.
Helen Barnes stood at the large window of her office, watching thousands of children play in the recreation zones below. The sight never got old for her, even after 15 years of running the Terran Children's Sanctuary. She still felt amazed by how much joy these kids could find despite losing their parents. New Geneva Station was huge. It spun slowly in space around Earth, creating gravity for the people inside. The station was home to 53,000 children from across human space. Their parents had died fighting aliens, mining dangerous asteroids, or exploring new worlds. Now these kids had a safe place to grow up. Helen had been a soldier once. She fought in 3 different wars before she decided to quit the military. Too many friends had died. Too many families had been broken apart. When the government asked her to run the children's sanctuary, she said yes right away. Someone had to take care of the kids who had no one else. The morning alarm rang through the station. Helen smiled as she watched the children rush to their breakfast halls. The youngest ones were only 4 years old. The oldest were 17 and would soon leave to start their own lives. She knew each age group by sight. Her assistant knocked on the door. "Director Barnes, Captain Morrison is here. To see you." "Send him in, please." Jake Morrison entered her office. He was the captain in charge of protecting the station. His small fleet of 6 ships patrolled the space around New Geneva every day. Jake was young for a captain, only 32, but he was good at his job. "Morning, Helen. How are the kids today?" "Same as always, happy, loud, and eating everything in sight." Helen poured coffee for both of them. "What brings you here so early?" Jake's face became serious. "We got new orders from Earth Command. The Zephyrian Empire is making threats again. They want us to give up the Kepler colonies." Helen frowned. The Kepler colonies were home to 12 million humans. They grew food for dozens of other worlds. What did our government tell them? The same thing we always tell bullies. No. Good. Helen sat down across from Jake. "Are you worried they might try something?" Jake shrugged. "The Zephyrians are tough fighters, but they have never attacked civilian targets before. They follow the war rules most of the time." Helen nodded. "The Galactic war rules said that soldiers could fight soldiers, but civilians should be left alone. Most alien races followed these rules. It made wars smaller and less cruel. Besides," Jake continued, "this station is clearly marked as a civilian facility. No weapons, no military value. Even the Zephyrians would not be stupid enough to attack an orphanage." Down in the education center, Dr. Lisa Grant was teaching a group of 8-year-olds about Earth's history. The children sat in a circle around her, listening with wide eyes as she told them about the old days when humans lived on only one planet. "Teacher Grant," asked a small girl named Amy, "why did people leave Earth?" "Because humans are explorers, Amy. We like to see new places and try new things. Your parents were brave explorers, too." A boy named Peter raised his hand. "Will we be explorers when we grow up?" Lisa smiled. "You can be anything you want to be, Peter. That is what your parents died protecting. Your right to choose your own future." The children nodded seriously. They understood that their parents had been heroes, even if they missed them every day. In the medical center, Dr. Lisa was also busy with her other job. She checked on sick children and made sure everyone was healthy. The station had the best medical equipment that human science could build. No child ever went without treatment. Meanwhile, in the main communication center, Karen Walsh was having a very different kind of morning. She was Earth's ambassador to the Zephyrian Empire, and she was trying to prevent a war. The blue-skinned Zephyrian on her screen looked angry. His name was High Commander Zach Moore, and he was not interested in talking anymore. "Ambassador Walsh, your species has had enough time to think. Give us the Kepler colonies or face the consequences." Karen kept her voice calm. "High Commander, those colonies have 12 million human citizens. We cannot just give them away like gifts. Perhaps we can find another solution." "There is no other solution. Your people took those worlds from us 50 years ago. We colonized empty worlds, High Commander. Your people had never even visited that system." Zach Moore's eyes glowed red with anger. "You humans think you are so smart. You think you are better than everyone else. Soon you will learn that you are wrong." The communication ended. Karen stared at the blank screen for a long moment. Then she pressed a button to call Earth Command. Back on the station, Helen was reading bedtime stories to a group of 5-year-olds. This was her favorite time of day. The little ones would curl up on soft cushions and listen to tales of brave heroes and magical adventures. "Once upon a time," Helen began, "there was a princess who lived in a castle among the stars." The children's eyes grew heavy as her soft voice filled the room. Soon they would be asleep, safe and warm and loved. Tomorrow would bring new games, new lessons, and new adventures. Helen finished the story and tucked each child into their bed. She kissed their foreheads and whispered goodnight. These children were her whole world now. She would do anything to protect them. As she walked through the quiet halls of the station, Helen felt peaceful. The sanctuary was a good place. It gave hope to children who had lost everything. It showed the galaxy that humans cared about their most vulnerable people. She had no way of knowing that in just 2 days everything would change forever. The attack came at lunchtime on a Tuesday. Helen Barnes was in the main dining hall watching 3,000 children eat their meals. The room was filled with happy chatter and laughter. Some kids were trading their vegetables for extra dessert. Others were telling jokes between bites. Helen smiled as she walked between the tables. A 6-year-old boy named Billy grabbed her hand as she passed. "Director Barnes, look what I made in art class." He held up a drawing of a spaceship with wobbly lines and bright colors. "That is beautiful, Billy. What kind of ship is it?" "It is an explorer ship like my daddy had. Someday I will fly to new planets too." Helen patted his head. "I am sure you will make a wonderful explorer." She had no idea that death was already racing toward them. Captain Jake Morrison was on the bridge of his patrol ship when the alarm started screaming. His communications officer turned to him with a pale face. "Captain, we have multiple jump signatures. Big ones. Really big ones." Jake rushed to the main screen. What he saw made his blood turn cold. Dozens of Zephyrian warships were appearing, out of nowhere near Earth. The enemy fleet was massive. It was 3 times bigger than anything the Zephyrians had ever used before. "Get me Admiral Carter right now," Jake ordered. Admiral Rick Carter appeared on the communication screen. Behind him, Jake could see the chaos of Earth's main defense center. People were running everywhere, shouting orders and preparing for battle. "Jake, we see them. Every defense fleet is moving to intercept. You need to protect the station." "Admiral, there are too many of them. My 6 ships cannot stop a fleet that big." "Do what you can, son. We are sending help, but it will take time." The communication ended. Jake turned to his crew. "All ships, form up around New Geneva Station. Battle stations. This is not a drill." His small fleet moved quickly into defensive positions. Jake knew they could not win against so many enemy ships, but they would try anyway. On the station, emergency alarms began to sound. Helen felt her heart skip a beat. She had heard those alarms during drills, but this time felt different. This time felt real. "All children, listen to your teachers," Helen announced over the speaker system. "Go to your emergency positions. Stay calm. This is just like we practiced." The children obeyed quickly. They had done this drill many times. Teachers led groups of kids to the safest parts of the station. The youngest children were taken to the center, where the walls were thickest. Dr. Lisa Grant was in the medical center when the alarm started. She immediately began preparing for wounded people. But something felt wrong. If this was a normal attack, the enemy would target military ships first. Why were the alarms so urgent? Karen Walsh was in her office when her assistant burst through the door. "Ambassador, the Zephyrian fleet is not attacking our defense ships. They are heading straight for civilian targets." Karen felt sick. "What civilian targets?" "The orbital stations, including New Geneva." Karen ran to her communication equipment. She had to contact the Zephyrian commander. Maybe she could stop this madness. High Commander Zach Moore appeared on her screen. His face showed no emotion. "High Commander, please listen to me. New Geneva Station is full of children, innocent children who have done nothing wrong. Humans must learn that defying the Zephyrian Empire has consequences. Those children are not soldiers. They are orphans. They lost their parents already. Please, show mercy." Zach Moore leaned forward. "Your people showed no mercy when you took our worlds. Now you will understand our pain. This is against all galactic laws. You cannot attack civilians. Laws are for equals, human. You are not our equals." The communication ended. Karen stared at the blank screen in horror. She had failed. The children were going to die, and she could not stop it. Captain Morrison watched the enemy fleet approach. His ships were moving to intercept, but they were too slow. The Zephyrian ships were faster than expected. "Captain, they are not slowing down. They are heading directly for the station." Jake felt his world collapse. "All ships, maximum speed. We have to get between them and the children." But it was too late. The Zephyrian flagship opened fire first. Massive plasma bolts shot through space toward New Geneva Station. The other enemy ships followed, filling the darkness with deadly light. Jake watched in horror as the weapon struck the station. The children's section exploded in a ball of fire. Chunks of metal and debris flew in all directions. "No!" Jake screamed. "All ships, attack! Kill them all!" His small fleet fired everything they had at the enemy. But 6 human ships could not hurt a fleet of 60 Zephyrian warships. On the station, Helen felt the world shake apart around her. The lights went out. The air filled with smoke and screaming. She was thrown to the floor as another explosion rocked the structure. Dr. Grant was running through collapsing hallways trying to reach the children. She found a group of 40 kids trapped in a classroom. The ceiling was falling down around them. "Everyone stay low," she shouted. "Follow me to the escape pods." She led the children through smoke and fire. Some of the kids were crying. Others were too scared to make any sound. Dr. Grant counted heads as they ran, 38, 39, 40. They reached the escape pod bay just as another explosion shook the station. Dr. Grant pushed the children into the pods as fast as she could. Get in, hurry." The station was breaking apart. Through the windows she could see pieces of their home floating away into space. Some pieces were on fire, others were just twisted metal. Helen Barnes found herself in the nursery section with 20 small children. The 4- and 5-year-olds were terrified. She gathered them around her. "It will be okay," she told them, even though she knew it was a lie. "Stay close to me." A piece of the wall exploded inward. Helen threw herself over the children, using her body as a shield. She felt sharp metal cut into her back. She felt her blood flowing out. But she did not move. The children were still alive beneath her. That was all that mattered. Captain Morrison arrived too late to save anyone. His ships found only wreckage where the beautiful station used to be. Thousands of pieces of debris floated in space. Some were parts of the building. Others were toys and furniture and books. And some were the bodies of children who would never grow up. The news spread across human space in 6 hours. President Nancy Coleman sat in her office on Earth, staring at the pictures from New Geneva Station. The images showed children's toys floating in space next to pieces of twisted metal. A teddy bear drifted past a broken school desk. A small shoe tumbled slowly through the void. 47,000 children were dead. 300 had survived in escape pods. Helen Barnes had died protecting a group of kindergarten students. Her body was found covering 20 small children who lived because of her sacrifice. Nancy had been president for 8 years. She had seen wars, disasters, and terrible accidents, but nothing had prepared her for this. She had visited New Geneva Station many times. She knew some of those children by name. Her secretary knocked on the door. "Madam President, the emergency council is ready." Nancy walked into the main conference room. Around the table sat the most powerful people in human government. General Alex Turner, head of all human military forces. Admiral Rick Carter, commander of the Space Navy. Dr. Eric Palmer, chief of weapons research. And others who made the big decisions. "Ladies and gentlemen," Nancy began, "what happened today changes everything. The Zephyrians have crossed a line that can never be uncrossed." General Turner spoke first. "Madam President, our current military response plans are not enough. The enemy has shown they will target civilians. Our rules of war no longer apply. What are you suggesting, General?" "Total fight protocol." The room became silent. Everyone knew about total fight protocol, but it had never been used. It was created 20 years ago as humanity's ultimate response to extinction-level threats. Once activated, it could never be taken back. Dr. Palmer leaned forward. "Madam President, if we activate total fight protocol, we will be unleashing weapons systems that we have kept secret for decades. The galaxy does not know what humans can really do when we stop holding back." "Explain." "For 50 years we have been fighting with restrictions. We follow galactic war laws, we limit our weapons, we try to minimize casualties. We do this because we want to be good neighbors in the galaxy." Nancy nodded. This was true. Humans had always tried to be peaceful with other species. But, Dr. Palmer continued, we have also been preparing for the day when being nice was not enough. We have weapons that can destroy entire star systems. We have ships that move faster than anything the aliens have seen. We have soldiers trained for total war. Admiral Carter added, "Our current fleet is only 30% of our real military strength. The other 70% has been kept in secret bases waiting for orders that we hoped would never come." General Turner pulled out a thick file. Total Fight Protocol removes all restrictions on human military action. No rules of war, no limits on weapons, no mercy for enemies. Complete and total warfare until the threat is eliminated. Nancy looked around the table. "What does this mean for the Zephyrian Empire?" "It means," General Turner said quietly, "that their empire will cease to exist." Nancy stood up and walked to the window. She looked out at the city below. Millions of humans went about their daily lives, not knowing that their government was about to change the galaxy forever. "The children in that station were under our protection," she said. "We failed them. We will not fail anyone else." She turned back to the table. "Total Fight Protocol is activated. General Turner, you have unlimited authority to use any means necessary to destroy the Zephyrian Empire." "Understood, Madam President." Within hours, secret messages went out to every human colony and military base. The codes had been prepared decades ago, waiting for this moment. Now they were finally being used. Colonel Steve Murphy received his orders at the hidden military base on Titan. For 15 years, he had been building and training a secret fleet. 300 warships that no alien had ever seen. Soldiers, who had trained for total war since childhood. "All personnel, this is Colonel Murphy. Operation Nightfall is active. Repeat, Operation Nightfall is active. This is not a drill." His soldiers had been waiting for this day. They knew what Operation Nightfall meant. It meant that someone had pushed humanity too far. Commander Rachel Brooks got her message on the mining colony of New Ceres. She was not really a mining supervisor. She was a military intelligence officer. Her job was to coordinate with all the human settlements that the aliens thought were just farmers and traders. "Attention all deep cover assets," she broadcast on a secret frequency. "The children are gone. Activate all sleeping protocols. Show them what humans really are." Across the galaxy, ordinary human civilians received these coded messages. Farmers put down their tools and opened hidden weapons caches. Traders stopped their ships and activated military systems that had been disguised as cargo equipment. Teachers and shop owners and factory workers revealed themselves as trained soldiers. The aliens had made a terrible mistake. They thought humans were soft because humans chose to be peaceful. They did not understand that peace was a choice, not a weakness. Dr. Eric Palmer arrived at the secret research facility on Europa. This base did not exist on any official records. For 30 years, scientists had been developing weapons that broke every galactic treaty. Weapons that could crack planets, viruses that could destroy entire species, technology that could turn stars into bombs. "Begin production of all Code Black weapon systems," Palmer ordered. "No limits, no restrictions. Build everything." His scientists went to work immediately. They had been preparing for this day since they were students. Now they would show the galaxy what human science could create when morality was removed from the equation. President Coleman appeared on every communication channel in human space. Her face was calm, but her eyes burned with cold fire. "My fellow humans," she began. "Today the Zephyrian Empire murdered 47,000 human children. They thought this would break our spirit. They were wrong. Effective immediately, humanity withdraws from all galactic treaties and accords. We no longer recognize any restrictions on our military actions. We no longer follow the so-called rules of civilized warfare. The Zephyrians wanted to see what humans do when pushed to the edge. They will get their wish. There will be no negotiation. There will be no mercy. There will be no surrender. To our enemies, you have awakened something that should have been left sleeping. To our allies, stay out of our way." The broadcast ended. Across human space, people watched in silence. They understood what their president had just declared. Humanity was going to war. Not the limited, careful warfare they had, Fought before. Total war. Complete war. War without end until their enemies were destroyed. The galaxy was about to learn why humans had been called the most dangerous species in their home sector before they learned to control themselves. Now that control was gone. The first human attack came 3 days after the children died. Admiral Susan Clark commanded a fleet that did not exist on any official records. Her ships had been hidden in an asteroid field for 20 years, waiting for orders that she hoped would never come. Now those orders had arrived. All vessels, this is Admiral Clark. Target is the Zephyrian supply depot at Kepler 7. No survivors, no prisoners, no mercy. Her fleet of 50 ships moved through space faster than any Zephyrian vessel could travel. The enemy had never seen human ships like these. They were black as night and silent as death. Their weapons were charged with energy that could melt mountains. The Zephyrian depot was huge. It supplied food and ammunition to 12 different enemy fleets. Thousands of alien soldiers worked there, loading cargo ships and repairing damaged vessels. Admiral Clark felt no emotion as she gave the attack order. All ships open fire. The depot disappeared in seconds. Plasma beams cut through the station like knives through paper. The Zephyrian shields, which had always stopped human weapons before, collapsed immediately. The entire facility exploded in a ball of white light that could be seen from 3 star systems away. Target destroyed, reported her weapons officer. Good. Set course for the next target. High Commander Zach Moore received the news in his command ship. His communications officer was shaking as he delivered the report. Sir, the humans destroyed Depot 7 completely. Nothing is left. Impossible. Our shields can stop any human weapon. Not these weapons, sir. Our survivors say the human ships were different, faster, more powerful. Zach Moore felt a cold fear growing in his chest. How many human ships? 50, sir. Only 50 ships destroyed. Our entire depot? Yes, sir. And sir, there is more bad news. 3 of our colony worlds have gone silent. We cannot contact them at all. On the other side of the galaxy, Lieutenant Colonel Dan Rogers was finishing his mission on the Zephyrian world of Tal Prime. His ground forces had captured the planet in 6 hours. The enemy soldiers had surrendered after seeing what human weapons could do to their fortifications. Colonel, what should we do with the prisoners? Asked his sergeant. Dan looked at the thousands of Zephyrian soldiers sitting in the prison camps. 3 days ago, he would have treated them according to Galactic war rules. He would have given them food, medical care, and fair treatment. But 3 days ago, those soldiers belonged to an army that followed the rules of war. Now they belong to an army that murdered children. No prisoners, Dan said quietly. His soldiers understood. They had all seen the pictures from New Geneva Station. They had all lost friends when the children died. The rules had changed because the enemy had changed them first. By nightfall, Tal Prime was empty of Zephyrian life. Captain Amy Johnson led her Special Forces team into the heart of Zephyrian space. Their mission was to capture or kill enemy leaders. Amy had been hunting dangerous people for 15 years, but she had always tried to capture them alive when possible. Not anymore. Her team struck the enemy command base on Vega 6 at midnight local time. They moved through the facility like shadows, using weapons that made no sound and left no trace. By morning, every Zephyrian general and admiral on the planet was dead. Mission complete, Amy reported to headquarters. Moving to next target. The Zephyrian Empire was falling apart. In 2 weeks, humans had destroyed 50 military bases, conquered 20 worlds, and killed every enemy leader they could find. The aliens tried to negotiate, but humans ignored all their messages. Emperor Vex Mal, ruler of the Zephyrian Empire, called an emergency meeting of his surviving commanders. Only 12 had survived the human attacks. A month ago, he had commanded over 200. How is this possible, he demanded. The humans were weak. They followed rules. They showed mercy. Not anymore, Your Majesty, said General Tak Ren. They have revealed weapons we did not know existed, ships we had never seen, tactics we cannot counter. What do our intelligence reports say about human military strength? General Tak Ren's voice shook as he answered. Your Majesty, we were wrong about everything. The humans have been hiding their real power for 50 years. What we thought was their entire fleet was only 30% of their forces. 30%? Yes, Your Majesty. They have 700 more warships hidden throughout the galaxy, ships that are faster and more powerful than anything we possess. Emperor Vexmal felt his world crumbling around him. What about their soldiers? Every human civilian in the galaxy was secretly a trained warrior. Farmers, traders, teachers, shopkeepers. All of them were military personnel in disguise. Why did they hide this from us? Because they wanted peace, Your Majesty. They chose to be weak so they could live alongside other species without frightening them. The Emperor was quiet for a long moment. And we destroyed their choice. Yes, Your Majesty. Across the galaxy, other alien species watched the war with growing terror. The Altarian Republic called an emergency Senate meeting. The Centauri Federation recalled all their ships from human space. The Orion Alliance began building defenses around their home worlds. Ambassador Veltana of the Altarian Republic stood before her government leaders. Fellow senators, we must discuss the human situation. What situation? Asked Senator Mortex. The humans are fighting the Zephyrians. It does not concern us. It concerns all of us. The humans have revealed military capabilities that exceed our worst fears. If they can destroy the Zephyrian Empire in weeks, they can destroy any of us just as easily. But the humans are peaceful. We're peaceful, Veltana corrected. That peace was a gift they gave to the galaxy. The Zephyrians threw that gift away when they murdered human children. Senator Dex Olin leaned forward. What are you suggesting? I am suggesting that we have been living next to the most dangerous military power in the galaxy, and we never knew it because they chose not to hurt us. The room fell silent as the senators understood what this meant. The humans could have conquered us all 50 years ago. Veltana continued. They chose not to. They wanted to be our friends instead of our masters. And now? Now they are showing us what they really are. And we should be very, very afraid. Back in human space, President Coleman received daily reports on the war's progress. Every day brought news of another Zephyrian defeat. Every day brought humanity closer to total victory. Madam President, said General Turner, the enemy is trying to surrender. No, ma'am. I said no, General. They chose to murder children. Now they live with the consequences. The other alien governments are asking us to show mercy. Nancy looked at the picture on her desk. It showed her visiting New Geneva Station last year. She was surrounded by smiling children who would never smile again. General, mercy is what we showed for 50 years. Mercy is what those children deserved. The Zephyrians rejected mercy when they chose to target innocents. What are your orders, Madam President? Continue the war until the Zephyrian Empire no longer exists. General Turner saluted. Yes, ma'am. The galaxy was learning a hard lesson. Humans could be the kindest species in known space. But when their kindness was repaid with cruelty, they became something else entirely. They became unstoppable. The war ended 6 months after it began. Admiral Kate Williams stood on the bridge of her flagship, looking down at the former Zephyrian homeworld. The planet was still alive, but it was no longer free. Human occupation forces controlled every city, every spaceport, every government building. Admiral, reported her communications officer, the last Zephyrian fleet has surrendered. Kate nodded. Good. Signal General Anderson to begin Phase 2. Phase 2 was the occupation, not just of this world, but of every planet the Zephyrian Empire had ever controlled. Humanity was not just winning the war. They were erasing their enemy from history. General Paul Anderson received the signal on the planet's surface. He stood in what used to be the Zephyrian Capitol building. Now it was the headquarters of the Human Occupation Authority. Begin implementing the new protocols, Paul ordered his staff. Every Zephyrian military facility is to be destroyed. Every weapons factory is to be dismantled. Every spaceship is to be scrapped. His aide looked up from her tablet. Sir, what about civilian facilities? Hospitals and schools can remain. Everything else is subject to review. The Zephyrian Empire had controlled 47 star systems. They had ruled over 60 billion people across dozens of species. Now all of that belonged to humanity. Emperor Vex Mal sat in a small room that used to be a storage closet in his own palace. The humans had captured him 3 weeks ago. They could have killed him, but they chose something worse. They made him watch as his empire disappeared piece by piece. A human guard brought him his daily meal. It was simple food, but it was more than many Zephyrian children were getting these days. "Why do you keep me alive?" Vex Mal asked the guard. The human looked at him with cold eyes. "Because President Coleman wants you to see what happens when someone murders our children." Every day, Vex Mal was forced to watch reports about the dismantling of his empire. Every day, he saw another piece of Zephyrian civilization being torn down. The humans were not just conquering his people, they were making sure the Zephyrian Empire could never rise again. On Earth, President Coleman stood in front of the memorial that had been built where New Geneva Station used to orbit. The memorial was made of black stone and bore the names of all 47,000 children who had died. Commander Lisa Taylor, who had survived the attack in an escape pod, stood beside the president. She was now in charge of building the memorial, stations that would replace the destroyed orphanage. "The first memorial station will be operational next month," Lisa reported. "It will house 10,000 children and have the strongest defenses we can build." "Good," Nancy replied. "What about the other stations?" "We are building 12 more throughout human space. Each one will be better protected than our military bases." Nancy nodded. The new orphanages would be fortresses. No one would ever again be able to harm human children. "Madam President," Lisa continued, "we have received requests from 43 alien governments. They want to send representatives to discuss treaties." Nancy smiled, but it was not a warm smile. "What kind of treaties?" "Peace treaties, trade agreements, non-aggression pacts. They all want to be our friends now." "How interesting. 6 months ago, none of them cared when our children were murdered. Now they want to talk." Nancy looked at the names carved into the memorial stone. Helen Barnes was there, along with all the teachers and doctors who had died protecting the children. Below their names were listed all 47,000 kids who would never grow up. "Schedule meetings with all 43 governments," Nancy said. "But they will come to us. We will not go to them." Within weeks, alien ambassadors began arriving, on Earth. They came in small ships with no weapons, flying flags of peace and friendship. They brought gifts and offered treaties that favored humanity in every possible way. Ambassador Veltana of the Altarian Republic was the first to meet with President Coleman. She sat nervously in the same office where humans had decided to destroy the Zephyrian Empire. "Madam President," Veltana began, "the Altarian Republic wishes to express our horror at the attack on your children." "Where was this horror 6 months ago?" Nancy asked quietly. We did not know how to help. You could have spoken out. You could have condemned the attack. You could have offered aid to the survivors." Veltana looked down at her hands. "You are right, Madam President. We failed in our duty as civilized beings." "Yes, you did. We wish to make amends. We offer a mutual defense treaty. If anyone attacks human civilians, the Altarian Republic will consider it an attack on us as well." Nancy studied the alien ambassador for a long moment. "And what do you want in return?" "Only your promise that you will not do to us what you did to the Zephyrians." Nancy did not answer immediately. She wanted Veltana to understand exactly what humanity had become. "Ambassador, the Zephyrian Empire no longer exists. Their military is destroyed. Their government is dissolved. Their people live under human rule and will do so for the next 100 years." "We understand, Madam President." "Do you? Do you understand that we could do the same to any species in this galaxy? Do you understand that we have been holding back our true power for 50 years? "Yes, Madam President. We understand." "Good. Then you also understand that our mercy is not weakness. It is a choice, and choices can be changed." Nancy stood up and walked to her window. She could see the memorial station being built in Earth's orbit. It would be beautiful and safe and strong. Your treaty is acceptable, she said. But understand this. If any species under your protection ever harms a human child, we will hold you responsible. Of course, Madam President. Over the following months, 42 more alien governments signed similar treaties. They all promised to protect human civilians. They all offered military aid if humans were attacked. They all begged for mercy that they had not offered when children were dying. Dr. Eric Palmer stood in his laboratory, looking at weapons that would never be used. The war was over, but the weapons remained. They were a reminder to the galaxy of what humans could do when pushed too far. "Sir?" asked his assistant. "Should we destroy these weapon systems?" Eric shook his head. "No, we keep them, we maintain them, we improve them. But the war is over. This war is over. But there might be others, and if there are, the galaxy will. Remember what happened to the last species that murdered our children?" 10 years later, Captain Jake Morrison stood on the bridge of his new ship. He was now Admiral Morrison, in charge of protecting the memorial stations that had replaced New Geneva. His son Billy, who had survived the attack as a 6-year-old, was now 16 and training to be a pilot. Billy wanted to explore new worlds, just like his father had before him. "Dad," Billy asked, "do you think there will ever be another war like the one with the Zephyrians?" Jake looked out at the peaceful stars. 43 alien governments now competed to be humanity's best friend. Trade flowed freely between species. The galaxy seemed more peaceful than it had ever been. "I hope not, son. But if there is, remember what we learned. Peace is a choice. Kindness is a gift. But if someone takes that gift and throws it away, they learn what humans really are." "That's right, Billy. They learn what we really are." The galaxy had learned its lesson. Humans could be the kindest neighbors anyone could ask for, but harm their children, and they became something else entirely. They became unstoppable. They became unforgiving. They became everything that nightmares were made of, and everyone remembered. Earth severed ties with the Galactic Council and left the cosmos in panic. The massive chamber floated in space like a glass sphere filled with stars. Inside, representatives from 1,000 different worlds gathered in their designated zones. Some breathed oxygen, others methane. Some needed high gravity, others floated in zero-G fields. The Galactic Council had built this place 50,000 years ago, and it had witnessed the rise and fall of empires, the birth of new species into the galactic community, and countless decisions that shaped the cosmos. Ambassador Chen Wei moved through the human delegation area with steady steps. Her dark suit contrasted with the colorful robes and exotic forms around her. She had served Earth for 10 years in this place, always diplomatic, always patient. Today would be different. The eldest speaker, a creature of pure light contained in a crystalline form, called the session to order. His voice echoed in every language simultaneously through translation devices. "We gather to vote on Resolution 7 Alpha, the matter of human technological development." Chen felt her jaw tighten. She glanced at her team. Captain Morrison, military liaison, stood rigid. Dr. Patel, science advisor, looked exhausted from weeks of failed negotiations. They had tried everything to stop this. The Zelkari representative rose. The insectoid creature's mandibles clicked as it spoke. "The Zelkari hegemony submits that humanity has advanced too quickly. In merely 4 decades, they have gone from primitive fusion drives to quantum tunneling. They have developed weapons we do not understand. Medical technology that seems like magic. Artificial intelligence that borders on true consciousness. Is that not the purpose of joining the council?" Chen interrupted, her voice calm but firm. "To grow, to learn, to advance?" The Zelkari's compound eyes glittered. "To advance within acceptable parameters. Humanity is dangerous. They think differently. They solve problems in ways that make no sense to us. This unpredictability threatens stability." A murmur ran through the chamber. Many species nodded their agreement or made whatever gesture their biology used for agreement. The Vrin Banking Collective representative spoke next. "The economic disruption alone is concerning. Human industries have captured enormous market shares in pharmaceuticals, material science, and defense contracting. They undercut established businesses with superior products. Chen wanted to laugh. They were being punished for being good at what they did. The vote came swiftly. Resolution 7 Alpha passed with a 73% majority. Humanity would be required to dismantle 60% of its military fleet within 6 months. All quantum tunneling research must be surrendered to Council oversight. Artificial intelligence development would be frozen at current levels. Human expansion would be limited to currently occupied systems for the next 50 years. The chamber fell silent, waiting for the human response. Species that had voted against the resolution looked sympathetic, but powerless. Those who had voted for it seemed satisfied, as if they had just solved a problem. Chen Wei stepped forward to the central podium. The gravity field shifted to accommodate her, lifting her so all could see. She pulled a small device from her pocket and placed it on the podium. A hologram appeared, showing the official seal of Earth's United Government. The United Government of Earth and all associated colonies has received the text of Resolution 7 Alpha, she began. Her voice was steady, but those who knew her could hear the steel beneath. We have considered it carefully. We have consulted with our leaders, our scientists, our military, and our people. She paused, looking around the chamber. Earth's response is simple. We refuse. Shock rippled through the assembly. The eldest speaker's light flickered. Ambassador Chen, you cannot simply refuse a council resolution. All members must comply. That is correct, Chen agreed. All members must comply. Which is why, effective immediately, Earth and all human colonies are withdrawing from the Galactic Council. We are no longer members. Therefore, we are not bound by your resolutions. The chamber erupted. Delegates shouted in 100 languages. The translation system struggled to keep up. The eldest speaker tried to restore order, but chaos had taken hold. The Zelkari representative pushed forward. You cannot do this. No species has ever left the council. There is no law against it, Dr. Patel called out. We checked extensively. Chen continued as if there had been no interruption. As of 1 hour ago, all council monitoring stations in human space were politely asked to leave. They have been given 48 hours to comply before they are physically removed. All council trade agreements with humanity are hereby terminated. All mutual defense pacts are void. All cultural exchanges are suspended. You need us, a Torvan delegate shouted. You are young species. You need council protection, council trade routes, council knowledge. For the first time, Chen smiled. It was not a warm smile. Do we? For the past 43 years, Earth has contributed more to this council than we have received. Our medical technology treats diseases for 847 species. Our defense fleets have responded to 62 emergency calls from member species. Our engineers have solved infrastructure problems on 200 worlds. Our diplomats have mediated conflicts that would have become wars. She pulled up another hologram. Numbers began filling the space above the podium. Trade figures, technology transfers, military interventions, medical treatments. The data was overwhelming and undeniable. We have been good members of this council, Chen said quietly. Perhaps too good. We made you comfortable. We solved your problems. We saved you money and lives, and in return you have decided we are too dangerous to be allowed to grow. The Vrin banking representative had gone very still. He was running calculations on his personal device. His skin, which showed emotional states through color, had turned a sickly gray. What you do not seem to understand, Chen continued, is that humanity does not need the council. The council needs humanity. And you're about to find out exactly how much. The Dravak's military commander, a massive reptilian being, slammed his fist on his platform. This is blackmail. We should send fleets to human space and bring you back by force. Captain Morrison laughed. It was not a pleasant sound. You are welcome to try, but I should mention that the fleet strength you have on file for humanity is approximately 60% of our actual military capacity. We saw no reason to advertise our full strength. It seemed impolite. The color drained from several delegates. The Dravak's commander sat down heavily. The eldest speaker tried one more time. Ambassador Chen, please. Let us discuss this. Surely we can reach a compromise. The council has stood for 50,000 years. We are meant to face the galaxy together. Chen gathered her things. The rest of the human delegation did the same. We are not your enemies, she said. We will trade with any species that wishes to trade fairly. We will provide aid to any people who request it respectfully, but we will no longer submit to a system designed to keep us in a cage for your comfort. She moved toward the exit. The other humans followed. Wait. The Vrin representative's voice cracked. He was staring at his calculations. If humans stop exporting medical nanites alone, the projected death toll across council space within the next year will be... He could not finish the sentence. The number was too horrible. Chen looked back one last time. Then I suggest you find alternatives quickly, or perhaps reconsider who the real threat to stability is. Goodbye, Council. It has been educational. The human delegation left. The doors sealed behind them with a soft hiss. In the chamber, silence fell like a heavy blanket. Then slowly delegates began looking at their own data. Economic ministers pulled up trade figures. Military leaders reviewed defense arrangements. Medical authorities checked supply chains. One by one, they began to understand what they had done. The Vrin banking representative looked at the eldest speaker, his skin now almost white with fear. "What have we done?" he whispered. Nobody had an answer. 3 days after the human delegation walked out of the council chamber, the first reports began arriving. They started small, isolated incidents that seemed manageable. Within a week, they had become a flood. On the Vrin homeworld, Financial Minister Kelrak stared at screens that showed markets collapsing in real time. The Vrin were bankers for half the galaxy, their entire economy built on managing interstellar trade. Now those trade networks were breaking apart. "How bad is it?" his assistant asked. Kelrax did not look away from the screens. Red numbers cascaded down like rain. Human medical technology makes up 23% of all galactic healthcare. They have suspended all exports. Hospitals across 800 worlds are reporting critical shortages. Can we substitute with Torvan medicine or Zelkari treatments? We tried. 3 species have reported adverse reactions to Torvan substitutes. 12 patients died on Korvax Prime when they switched to Zelkari medication. The biological differences are too significant. Humans somehow made medicine that works across almost any physiology. We still do not understand how. The assistant pulled up another report. The defense contractors are failing too. Human-made weapons systems account for 31% of Council military hardware. They are refusing to provide parts, maintenance, or technical support. Kelrax finally looked up. His skin was turning the gray color that meant fear. "Show me the projection models. What happens if humans maintain this embargo for 6 months?" The assistant hesitated. Then he put the data on the main screen. Kelrax read the numbers twice, hoping he had misunderstood. He had not. Conservative estimates showed 14 million deaths from medical shortages alone. Economic contraction of 34%. 17 border systems would likely fall to raiders without proper defense systems. "Send a message to the Council," Kelrax said quietly. "We need an emergency session." Across the galaxy on the Krell homeworld, Admiral Vex stood in the command center and watched his civilization die. The Krell were warriors, proud and strong. They had fought beside humans many times. They had called humanity friend. But they had voted for Resolution 7 Alpha. They had agreed that humans needed to be controlled. Now the Ravager swarms were at their borders and there was no help coming. "Send another message to the human fleets," Vex ordered. His communications officer looked pained. "Admiral, we have sent 47 requests. The response is always the same. Send it anyway." Minutes later, the reply appeared. It was a recorded message, polite and formal. "Earth thanks the Krell Empire for their message. However, Earth no longer maintains mutual defense agreements with Galactic Council members. We wish you well in your endeavors." Vex closed his eyes. 3 times in the past 20 years, human rapid response fleets had saved Krell worlds from the swarms. Human tactics, human weapons, human courage had stood between his people and extinction. He had counted on them being there a 4th time. He had been wrong. "How long until the swarms reach Krell Prime?" he asked. 16 days, sir." "Then we have 16 days to remember how to fight without humanity holding our hand." Vex opened his eyes. "Mobilize everything. If we die as Krell." On the Torvan Collective's primary station, Chief Engineer Marvek tried to reverse engineer a human gravity generator. It seemed simple. It was about the size of a large box. It produced stable artificial gravity without any visible power source. Every council ship used them. Every station relied on them. Now those generators needed maintenance and the humans were gone. Marvek carefully opened the casing. Inside was a maze of components that made no sense. The materials were identifiable, but their arrangement followed no logical pattern that Torvan engineering could recognize. It was as if humans thought about physics differently, saw connections that others missed. After 6 hours, Marvek gave up. Get me the purchasing records. How many of these did we buy from Earth? His assistant checked. All of them, sir. Every gravity generator on every Torvan ship and station is human-made. We never developed our own. The human versions worked so well that we saw no need. Marvek felt something cold settle in his chest. What else did we buy exclusively from humans? The list was long. Water purification systems, atmospheric processors, power couplings, navigation computers, medical scanners. The Torvan Collective had been building ships for 10,000 years, but somehow they had let humanity become the supplier for half their critical systems. Can we buy from anyone else? Marvek asked. We tried. The Zelkari cannot match the specifications. The Vryn do not manufacture, only finance. The Dravaks make weapons, not life support. Sir, I think we need to admit something difficult. What? Humans were not just suppliers. They were the innovation engine for the entire council. When any species had a problem they could not solve, they hired human engineers. When diseases appeared that traditional medicine could not cure, they called human doctors. We became dependent without realizing it. Marvek sat down heavily. Send a team to Earth. Offer them any price for continuing maintenance contracts. The message came back 3 hours later. Earth thanks the Torvan Collective for their interest. However, Earth is currently prioritizing internal development. We suggest you attempt to develop your own maintenance capabilities. Relevant textbooks and educational materials are available for purchase through standard commercial channels. The message was polite. It was also the most insulting thing Marvek had ever read. Humanity was telling them to go back to school and learn things themselves. In the Galactic Council chambers, an emergency session had been called. The eldest speaker looked tired. If beings of pure light could look tired, he managed it. The situation is deteriorating rapidly, he announced. We have reports from across council space. Medical crises, defense failures, infrastructure problems, economic collapse, all tied to the absence of human support. The Zelkari representative stood. This proves they were dangerous. They made us dependent on them. This is manipulation. A historian named Sela, a small gray being from a minor species, stood up. She rarely spoke in council sessions, but now she walked to the central podium carrying a data crystal. I request permission to present research. The eldest speaker looked surprised. Granted. Sela inserted the crystal. Holograms filled the chamber. Timeline data, crisis reports, response records. I have analyzed the past 43 years of council history, Sela said. Her voice was quiet but firm. Every major crisis we faced and how it was resolved. She pulled up the first example. 38 years ago, the Chorvan plague threatened to wipe out 12 species. Human medical researchers developed a cure in 6 months. Every other species had said it was impossible. Another image, 32 years ago. The Dravaks-Torvan border war threatened to engulf 40 systems. Human diplomats negotiated a peace that still holds today. 27 years ago, the Ravager swarms first appeared. Human military tactics stopped them. Human weapons technology gave us the tools to fight them. Image after image appeared, crisis after crisis, and in every case humanity had provided the solution. For 43 years, Sela continued, humanity has been the Council's emergency response system. When we had a problem we could not solve, we called humans. They were innovative, adaptable, and fast. They thought differently than any of us, which meant they saw solutions we could not imagine. She looked around the chamber. We did not realize we had become dependent because they made it look easy. They solved problems quietly and efficiently. We took their help for granted. And now we are discovering what the galaxy looks like without them. The chamber was silent. The Vryn financial minister stood. We need them back, whatever it takes. They will not come back, the Torvan representative said bitterly. I tried. They are not interested. Then we force them, the Dravaks commander growled. With what? Captain Morrison's voice came from a communication channel. The human military liaison had maintained one link to the council. We warned you. Our actual military strength is significantly higher than your records show. Do you really want to try? The Dravaks commander said nothing. I have a question, Sela said. In 50,000 years of council history, How many times have we told a member species to limit their growth, restrict their technology, and suppress their potential? The eldest speaker was quiet for a long moment. Never, this was the first time. And what does that tell us? Sella asked. Nobody wanted to answer, but they all knew. They had been afraid of humanity's potential, afraid of being left behind, afraid of losing their comfortable positions in the galactic order. So they had tried to cage the species that was saving them, and now they would pay the price. 2 weeks had passed since Earth's departure, and the Galactic Council was learning what desperation felt like. The eldest speaker called another emergency session, but this time with a different purpose. They would send their most respected diplomat to Earth, someone who had never failed, who had negotiated peace between species that had fought for millennia, who carried the weight of 3,000 years of wisdom. The Luminar known as the eldest speaker himself would go. His ship arrived at the edge of the Sol system, broadcasting every diplomatic code the Council possessed. This was humanity's home, their cradle world, the planet where they had evolved. Surely here they would listen to reason. A single human corvette moved to intercept. It was small, barely the size of a Torvan shuttle, but its weapons were online, and its trajectory was deliberately positioned between the Luminar ship and Earth. "This is Captain Sarah Chen of the Earth Defense Vessel Determination," came a calm voice. "You are in human space without authorization. Turn back." The eldest speaker opened communication channels. His light pulsed in patterns that spoke of peace and respect. "I am the eldest speaker of the Galactic Council. I have come to speak with Earth's leadership. Surely humanity will not turn away one who comes in peace-seeking dialogue." "Your request for entry has been reviewed and denied," Captain Chen replied. Her voice remained polite but completely inflexible. "Earth is not receiving council representatives at this time. Turn back." "I have never been refused," the eldest speaker said. It was not a boast, simply a statement of fact. In 3,000 years, every species had welcomed him. There is a first time for everything. You have 10 minutes to alter course. After that, you will be escorted out by force. The eldest speaker tried reasoning. He tried appealing to shared history. He tried reminding them of council friendship. Captain Chen's responses never varied. "Turn back." Finally, with 5 minutes remaining, the eldest speaker gave the order to retreat. His ship turned away from Earth. He had been refused, humiliated, dismissed like a common messenger. As his ship left human space, he saw something on his sensors that made him pause. Ships. Hundreds of them, hidden in the asteroid belt, behind moons, in the shadows of planets. The human defense network was far more extensive than anyone had realized. They had been hiding their strength all along. Back in council space, desperation was turning to anger. The Dravax clans had had enough of diplomacy. They were warriors, and warriors solved problems with strength. War Chief Draken stood before a gathering of his clan leaders. "Humanity insults us. They abandon their duties and leave the galaxy to chaos. They hide behind their borders and mock our suffering. This cannot stand." "You propose military action?" one of the elders asked. "A correctional expedition. We enter human space with overwhelming force. We remind them that they are young, that we are old, that they need to respect their elders in the galactic community." The other Dravax leaders growled their agreement. They began planning the assault, but Dracon's intelligence officer requested a private meeting. In his quarters, she showed him sensor data that had been collected over the past 2 weeks. Every probe they sent near human space. Every passive scan they had conducted. The humans were lying, she said. Or rather not lying, but hiding the truth. "We believe they had approximately 3,000 military vessels. And conservative estimates now suggest at least 5,000. Possibly more. Their ships use stealth technology we cannot fully detect. Their weapons capabilities exceed our projections by 40%. Chief, if we attack humanity, we will lose badly." Dracon stared at the data for a long time. Pride warred with wisdom. Finally, wisdom won. "Cancel the expedition plans. Tell no one why. They will say we are cowards. Better to be called a coward than to lead our warriors to certain death." Dracon sat heavily. How did we miss this? How did we not see what they truly were? "Because they let us underestimate them," the intelligence officer said softly. "They were polite, helpful, friendly. They solved our problems without boasting. They saved us without demanding glory. We thought they were weak because they were kind. We were fools. Meanwhile, the Council was trying desperately to replace what humanity had provided. The results were catastrophic. On the Torvin Collective's capital world, engineers finally created a synthetic substitute for human medical nanites. The testing phase seemed successful. They rushed it to production, sending shipments to 12 species suffering from various epidemics. Within 72 hours, disaster struck. The synthetic nanites were too aggressive. They attacked healthy tissue along with sick tissue. Patients began dying in agony. The death toll climbed to 12,000 before the Torvins recalled every unit they had shipped. The head of their medical research division sent his resignation. "We do not think like humans," he wrote. "We cannot replicate their medicine because we do not understand how they see the problem. They think in ways we cannot follow." The Council assigned the Torvin Collective to be the rapid response force for galactic emergencies, replacing the role humanity had filled. It seemed logical. The Torvins were capable, experienced, and had resources. Their first crisis call came from a mining colony on the edge of Council space. A reactor malfunction was threatening to go critical. If it exploded, it would kill 30,000 miners and render the planet uninhabitable for centuries. The Torvin response team arrived within 18 hours. They assessed the situation, consulted their manuals, ran simulations, and developed a careful plan. It would take 3 days to implement. The reactor exploded after 2 days. A human team could have fixed it in 6 hours. They had done similar repairs dozens of times. They improvised, they adapted, they moved fast. The Torvins followed procedures. By the time their careful plan was ready, there was nothing left to save. The mining colony survivors sent a message to Earth. It was desperate, angry, heartbroken. "You left us to die. We supported you in the Council. We voted against Resolution 7 Alpha. Why did you abandon us?" The response from Earth came from President Okonkwo herself. "We did not abandon you. We left a corrupt system that tried to chain us. You are welcome to leave that system as well. Earth's doors are open to any who come in peace seeking honest partnership. But we will not return to an organization that demanded we limit our potential for their comfort." The message was broadcast publicly. Dozens of species saw it. Many began considering leaving the Council themselves. In the Council chambers, a brave historian named Sella presented more research. She had spent weeks digging through archives, and what she found terrified her. "I need to show you something," she told the assembled Council. Holograms appeared, showing a map of Council space over the past 40 years. "These are conflict zones. Red indicates active warfare. Yellow indicates high tension. Green indicates peace." The map was mostly yellow and red 43 years ago, when humanity first joined the Council. But as years passed, more and more regions turned green. By the present day, most of Council space was green. "Now watch what happens when I remove human interventions." She ran the simulation backwards, erasing every negotiation humans had mediated, every conflict they had stopped, every war they had prevented. The map turned red, almost entirely red. "Without humans," Sella said quietly, "we would likely be in a state of total war." They were not just helping us. They were holding galactic civilization together. The Zelkari representative, who had pushed hardest for Resolution 7 Alpha, stood up. "You are exaggerating. You are trying to make us feel guilty." Sella pulled up more data. 3 weeks ago, the ancient rivalry between the Vryn and the Korth resumed. They have not fought in 30 years because human diplomats kept them talking. Now humans are gone and they have stopped talking. Violence started yesterday. More data appeared. The Ravager swarms have consumed 7 Council member species. The Krell Empire has fallen. Without human military strategy and weapons, we cannot stop them. 234 trade routes have been attacked by pirates. Routes that human patrol vessels used to protect. 41 species are experiencing medical emergencies that human doctors could solve. The data kept coming. Crisis after crisis. All preventable. All happening because humanity was gone. The Zelkari representative sat down slowly. His mandibles trembled. "My homeworld," he said quietly. "There is a plague. We requested human medical assistance 3 days ago." "What did they say?" the eldest speaker asked. "They sent medical textbooks, and a note saying that we should learn to solve our own problems." The Zelkari's voice cracked. "My clutchmates are dying. My younglings are infected. I pushed for Resolution 7 Alpha because I was afraid of human power. Now I'm watching my species die because of my pride." The chamber fell silent. What could anyone say to that? Finally, the eldest speaker spoke. We were arrogant. We thought we were teaching humanity their place. Instead, we destroyed the foundation that held us all together. The question is, what do we do now? We beg, the Vryn financial minister said. We humble ourselves. We offer them anything they want. They do not want our apologies, Sela said. They want to be left alone to reach their potential. They want equality, not subordination. Then we give them that, the eldest speaker said. We dissolve the council if we must. We build something new, something equal. Or we watch Gay 3 months after the separation. 2 very different pictures emerged. In council space, things continued to fall apart. In human space, something remarkable was happening. Dr. Sarah Martinez stood in the Earth Orbital Research Station and watched history being made. Around her, scientists worked at stations filled with equipment that would have been impossible just months ago. The Quantum Consciousness Transfer Project was succeeding. They had achieved instantaneous communication across any distance. Dark energy manipulation was no longer theoretical. This is incredible, her assistant breathed. We have made more progress in 3 months than in the previous 5 years. Sarah nodded. We were always capable of this. But the council regulations held us back. Every experiment needed approval. Every new technology had to be reviewed for potential threat assessment. Every breakthrough was questioned. Do you think they were right to be afraid of us? Sarah considered the question carefully. They were right that we are different. We think in ways they do not. We see connections they miss. We take risks they consider foolish. But being different is not the same as being dangerous. On the view screen, she could see new human colonies spreading into regions the council had declared off limits. The forbidden zones had been forbidden for stupid reasons. Old treaties.
Ancient claims.
Territorial disputes that had nothing to do with humanity. Now, free from those restrictions, humans were expanding rapidly. They were not conquering. They were exploring, building, growing. It was what humanity did best. In council space, the Krell Empire had fallen. The Ravager swarms had finally overwhelmed their defenses. Billions of Krell had died. The survivors fled their homeworld in whatever ship still functioned, seeking refuge anywhere they could find it. Many of them turned toward human space. Admiral Vex commanded the largest group of refugees, nearly 3 million Krell on 500 ships. They were a ragged fleet, damaged vessels limping through space. Many ships had wounded aboard. Supplies were running low. Hope was running lower. We approach human territory, his navigation officer reported. Should we attempt to contact them? Vex remembered voting for Resolution 7 Alpha. He remembered believing humanity needed to be controlled. He remembered his pride when the vote passed. That pride had cost his people everything. Open a channel to Earth, he said quietly. Tell them we request permission to enter their space. Tell them we are seeking asylum. The wait for a response felt like forever. Vex watched his screen, seeing the human defense network that guarded their borders. Those ships could destroy his fleet in minutes if they chose. Finally, a response came. Krell vessels, this is Earth Defense Command. Please state your intentions clearly. We seek asylum, Vex replied. We seek shelter, medical aid, and a place where our children might survive. We have nothing to offer in return except our service and our gratitude. Another long pause. Thenakala Krell fleet, you are cleared to enter human space. Proceed to coordinates we are transmitting. Medical ships and supply vessels will meet you there. Welcome. Vex felt something break inside him. He had expected rejection. He had expected humans to remind him of his vote, to turn them away as justice for their abandonment. Instead, humanity was offering help. Why, he asked. Why help us after what we did? The human officer on the other end was quiet for a moment. Because you need help. That is reason enough. The Krell fleet entered human space, and true to their word, human vessels were waiting. Medical ships began treating the wounded. Supply vessels brought food, water, medicine. Human engineers started repairing damaged Krell ships. Admiral Vex stood on the bridge of his flagship and watched humans working alongside his crew. They did not mention the vote. They did not bring up the past. They simply helped efficiently and without judgment. They are better than us, his second-in-command said softly. In every way that matters. Vex could only nod. But the Krell were not the only refugees seeking humanity's help. Ships arrived at human borders every day now. Dozens of species fleeing wars and plagues and economic collapse, all hoping that humanity would be more forgiving than they had been. President Okonkwo stood in the emergency assembly on Earth, looking at reports from across human space. The numbers were staggering. 200 million refugees in the past month alone, more coming every day. We cannot help everyone, Director Chen of Refugee Services said. Our resources are finite. If we try to save everyone, we will accomplish nothing. We cannot turn away people in need, Admiral Morrison countered. These are civilians, children, people who had no say in their government's decisions. Many of these species voted for Resolution 7 Alpha, another council member pointed out. They tried to limit us. Why should we save them? The debate raged for hours. Some wanted to help everyone. Others wanted to help no one. Most fell somewhere in the middle, wanting to help but uncertain how. Finally, President Okonkwo called for silence. She stood at the podium and spoke carefully. We need to decide who we are. Are we the species that abandons people because of political disagreements? Or are we better than that? They tried to cage us, someone called out. Their leaders tried to cage us, Okonkwo corrected. How many of these refugees voted for anything? How many had any power at all? Should children die because their government made a mistake? The chamber was quiet. I propose the following, Okonkwo continued. We will help those who come in peace. We will provide medical aid, food, shelter, and protection. But we will not rejoin the council. We will not return to a system that tried to suppress our potential. What do we ask in return? Director Chen asked. Honesty, fair trade, mutual respect. Those who accept our help must understand that humanity is not a charity. We are not servants. We are not subordinates. We are equals and we will be treated as equals. And if they refuse those terms, then they are free to seek help elsewhere. Okonkwo looked around the chamber. But I suspect most will agree. Desperation has a way of destroying pride. The vote was close, but it passed. Humanity would help, but on their own terms. The announcement went out across the galaxy. Earth's borders were open to refugees. Medical aid would be provided. Protection would be offered. But there would be conditions. Humanity would not be taken for granted again. Meanwhile, the council was fracturing. Without humanity holding things together, old rivalries returned with a vengeance. The Vryn and the Korth had escalated from skirmishes to open warfare. The Torvin Collective was struggling with internal rebellions. The Zelkari hegemony was collapsing as the plague spread unchecked. Dozens of minor species were declaring independence from the council, seeking to negotiate their own arrangements with humanity. The council's authority, built over 50,000 years, was evaporating. And then came the news that changed everything. A massive fleet appeared at the edge of human space. Sensors showed over 2,000 ships. Every species in the council was represented. Military vessels, diplomatic ships, civilian transports. It was the largest gathering of council forces in recorded history. Human defense networks went to full alert. Was this an invasion? Had the council finally decided to try forcing humanity back? Admiral Morrison prepared his fleets for battle. But he kept the channel open. Council fleet, state your intentions. The response came from the eldest speaker himself. Admiral Morrison, we come seeking negotiations. Not as enemies, but as people who have learned a terrible lesson. May we speak with Earth's leadership? Under what terms? Whatever terms you require. We are in no position to make demands. The words hung in space. The mighty Galactic Council, which had ruled for 50 millennia, was admitting defeat. President Okonkwo agreed to meet them. Not at the council headquarters. Not on any council world. At a neutral station on the edge of human space. A place humanity had built called New Geneva. The meeting was set for 2 weeks. Every species in the galaxy watched and waited. Some hoped for reconciliation. Others expected war. Everyone understood that what happened next would determine the future of galactic civilization. In her office on Earth, President Okonkwo reviewed proposals for a new governmental structure. Something that would replace the council. Something fair, equal, and just. Think they will accept it? Her aide asked. They will have to, Okonkwo replied. The old system is dead. We killed it when we walked away. Now we must build something better, or watch the galaxy burn. She looked at the star maps on her wall. So many species, so much potential, so much that could be saved or lost. Are we ready for this? Her aide asked quietly. Ready to take responsibility for the galaxy? We never wanted this responsibility, Okonkwo said. We just wanted to be left alone to grow. But sometimes you do not get to choose your role in history. Sometimes history chooses for you. 2 weeks until the meeting. 2 weeks to prepare for the conversation that would reshape civilization. Outside her window, ships arrived and departed. Human vessels and refugee ships working together, building something new from the ashes of what had been. The galaxy was broken, but perhaps together they could fix it, perhaps. New Geneva Station floated in the space between human territory and what remained of Council space. It had been built in just 2 weeks by human engineers, a miracle of construction that would have taken Council species months to achieve. The Warship station was neutral ground, a place where the future would be decided. Ambassador Chen Wei walked through the main conference hall checking final preparations. She had been humanity's voice when they left the Council. Now she would be humanity's voice as they negotiated something new. Outside the main windows, ships gathered, hundreds of them. Representatives from over 200 species, some still Council members, others refugees, still others independent colonies seeking a voice in what came next. President Okonkwo arrived from Earth, flanked by Admiral Morrison and Dr. Patel. She looked tired but determined. The weight of what they were about to do pressed on all of them. "Are we certain this is the right approach?" Morrison asked quietly. "No," Okonkwo admitted. "But it is the only approach that has a chance of working. The old system is dead. We must build something better." The eldest speaker was the first Council representative to arrive. His light seemed dimmer than before, as if 3 months of watching civilization crumble had drained him. He approached Okonkwo with what might have been humility. "President Okonkwo, thank you for agreeing to meet with us. Eldest speaker, please understand that we are not here to rejoin the Council. We are here to discuss what might replace it. We understand. Many of us understand now what we could not see before." He paused. "We were arrogant. We thought we were protecting the galaxy. Instead, we were protecting our own comfortable positions." The Zelkari representative arrived next, and Chen barely recognized him. The proud insectoid who had pushed for Resolution 7 Alpha looked broken. His mandibles trembled as he spoke. "Ambassador Chen, I owe you an apology. I owe all of humanity an apology. My pride has cost my people dearly. The plague continues to spread. My clutchmates are dead. My younglings may not survive. I thought I was protecting the galaxy from danger. Instead, I destroyed the very help we needed." Chen felt sympathy despite everything. "How many have died?" 4 million so far. More every day." The Zelkari's voice was hollow. "We sent your textbooks back to our doctors. They are trying to learn, but knowledge takes time, and time is what we do not have." Before Chen could respond, Admiral Vex entered the hall. The Krell commander had been given quarters on the station while his people recovered from their ordeal. He had requested permission to attend the negotiations as an observer. He approached President Okonkwo and did something no Krell had ever done before. He knelt. "President Okonkwo, my people are warriors. We do not kneel. We do not beg. But I kneel before you now to say that humanity has shown us what true strength means. You saved us when you had every reason to turn us away. You taught us that mercy is not weakness, and that helping others is not servitude. Whatever you build here, the Krell will support it with every resource we have left." "Stand up, Admiral," Okonkwo said gently. "We do not want servants, we want partners." Over the next hour, more representatives arrived. Some came with anger still simmering. Others came broken and desperate. A few came with genuine hope for something better. When all were assembled, Okonkwo stood at the central podium. The conference hall fell silent. 6 months ago, humanity left the Galactic Council. We did not leave because we hated you. We left because we could not accept a system that demanded we limit our potential for your comfort. We left because we refused to be caged." She paused, looking around at the assembled species. "What has happened since then has been painful for everyone. The Council has fractured. Wars have erupted. Plagues have spread. Billions have died. And you have come here, some seeking to restore what was, others hoping to build something new. I must be clear. The old council is dead. It died the moment you tried to restrict a member species not for crimes committed, but for potential you feared. That system cannot be restored, and humanity will not be part of any attempt to restore it. Some representatives shifted uncomfortably. A few looked angry, most looked resigned. But we are not without hope, Okonkwo continued. We propose something different, something better. We call it the Cooperative Commonwealth. Holograms appeared, showing the structure of the proposed new organization. Dr. Patel stepped forward to explain. The Cooperative Commonwealth is built on 5 core principles. First, no species has veto power over another's development. Every member is free to advance, to grow, to reach their full potential without artificial restrictions. Second, membership is voluntary and can be ended at any time. No species is trapped. No species is forced to remain in a system that does not serve them. Third, mutual defense is provided, but only for members who contribute. Those who take must also give. This is not charity. This is partnership. Fourth, trade is based on value, not politics. Fair exchange between equals, not exploitation of the weak by the strong. Fifth, leadership is merit-based. Species that contribute more, innovate more, and help more will have greater influence, not because of age or tradition, but because of demonstrated capability. The chamber erupted in discussion. The eldest speaker raised a hand for silence. This would fundamentally change the structure of galactic governance. The council was built on respect for age, for experience, for tradition. You propose replacing that with what? A system where the young and innovative have power over the old and wise? I propose a system where capability matters more than age, Dr. Patel replied. Wisdom comes from experience, yes. But wisdom also comes from being willing to adapt, to learn, to change. The old council became stagnant, it stopped growing. That is not wisdom, that is fear. The Torvan representative stood. What you describe sounds fair in theory, but in practice, humanity would dominate such a system. You are the most innovative species in the galaxy. You would hold all the real power. Admiral Morrison answered this time. We would hold influence proportional to our contribution. If other species innovate, contribute, and help, their influence would grow. If they choose to stagnate, their influence would shrink. That is not domination. That is natural consequence. But what about species that cannot innovate as humans do? A small delegate from a minor species asked. What about those of us who are not warriors or scientists or diplomats? Do we have no place in your commonwealth? President Okonkwo smiled. Everyone has something to contribute. The Vryn are excellent administrators. The Torvan have deep experience in infrastructure. The Krell understand honor and duty. Every species has strengths. The question is whether you are willing to contribute those strengths to a common good, or whether you prefer to hoard them for individual advantage. The discussions went on for hours. Some representatives embraced the proposal immediately. Others resisted, clinging to the old ways. A few declared they would have no part of it and left. But slowly, grudgingly, a consensus emerged. The old way was dead. This new way might work. It was their best chance. The Zelkari representative stood one more time. If we join this commonwealth, will humanity help us with the plague? Yes, Okonkwo said simply. Medical teams are already prepared to deploy. We were waiting for this meeting to conclude. Why wait? Our people are dying. Because we needed you to understand that our help is not a given. It is not something you can demand or take for granted. It is something offered freely between equals. The Zelkari was quiet for a long moment. Then he made a gesture of deep respect. We understand. We join your commonwealth. Please, help us. Medical ships will arrive at your homeworld within 36 hours, Dr. Patel said. And teams of human doctors will begin training your medical personnel, so that next time you can help yourselves. One by one, species announced their intention to join. Not all of them. The proudest, most traditional species refused, insisting they would rebuild the old council. Within a year, most of them would. Be back having learned that pride does not cure plagues or stop invasions. The cooperative Commonwealth was founded that day. Humanity did not dominate it, though they held significant influence. The Vryn managed the economic systems. The Torvin handled infrastructure. The Krell took charge of defense coordination. Every species contributed what they did best. And slowly, the galaxy began to heal. 5 years later, Ambassador Chen Wei stood in the Commonwealth Assembly Hall and watched representatives from 400 species debating the expansion of a joint research initiative. The chamber was noisy, chaotic, and wonderfully alive. The eldest speaker approached her. His light was bright again, restored by hope and purpose. I owe you an apology, Ambassador. One I have never properly given. We tried to cage you. We tried to limit your potential because we were afraid. I was afraid. I know, Chen said simply. We told ourselves it was for the good of the galaxy, but truly it was because we did not want to be left behind. We did not want to admit that a young species might be better at things we had done for millennia. And now, thank you for watching and comment for next part.
Jack Miller stood at the window of the Galactic Confederation meeting hall. The stars looked the same here as they did from Earth, but Jack knew better. He was 30 light years from home, representing humanity among beings who still saw his species as little more than clever animals. 50 years had passed since humans joined the Confederation. 50 years of proving themselves, of working twice as hard for half the respect. Jack straightened his blue ambassador uniform and turned back to the large round table where 12 alien species sat waiting. Earth's request for expanded trade routes is reasonable, Jack said, keeping his voice level. We've met all safety requirements for the past 15 years. Ambassador Krell of the Zornian Empire fluttered his gill flaps in what Jack recognized as dismissal. The 7-foot-tall, amphibian-like alien leaned forward, yellow eyes narrowing. Humans always want more, Krell said. Your ships are outdated. Your technology is borrowed. Perhaps in another century, your species might be ready for expanded routes. Jack felt his face grow warm, but kept his expression neutral. This was how it always went. The older species looked down on humanity as newcomers, despite humans running much of the Confederation's infrastructure. Without human maintenance crews, half the stations in the Orion Arm would shut down within a week, Jack said. Our people keep your systems running while you debate our worth. The Geth representative, a small insectoid being, chittered softly. Ambassador Miller makes a valid point. Humans have proven quite useful in technical roles. Useful, yes. Krell agreed with a tone that made the word sound like an insult. Like trained pets, good with tools and simple repairs. The other representatives shifted uncomfortably, but none spoke up to defend humanity. Jack's hands tightened into fists beneath the table. 5 decades of this treatment was wearing thin on Earth's patience. I would advise against dismissing human concerns, Jack said quietly. We've integrated deeply into Confederation infrastructure. We maintain your hyperspace beacons. We staff your medical facilities. We handle waste management and power distribution across 800 stations and 32 colony worlds. Krell waved a webbed hand. And you are compensated fairly for this labor. What more do humans want? To stand as equals with species that mastered faster than light travel while your kind was still discovering electricity. Laughter rippled around the table. Jack took a deep breath, remembering his diplomatic training. I request a formal vote on Earth's trade proposal, he said. Very well, said Cherbine Geidel, the eldest representative. Those in favor of expanding human trade routes. Only 3 of the 12 representatives raised their hands or appendages. Those opposed. Krell and 6 others signaled their opposition. The proposal is rejected, Xyle announced. Jack nodded stiffly. Earth will be disappointed by this decision. Perhaps Earth expects too much, too soon, Krell said with a smirk. Now I propose new taxation rates on human goods entering Confederation space. Jack watched in growing anger as the Council readily approved Krell's proposal. By the end of the session, Earth faced new trade restrictions, higher taxes, and reduced representation on 3 subcommittees. Back on his ship, Jack sent an urgent message to Earth. President Olivia Garcia would need to know how quickly things were deteriorating. The Zornians were systematically pushing humans into a corner, and the other species were either helping or standing aside. As his ship entered hyperspace, Jack reviewed the maintenance logs. Humans staffed over 70% of critical infrastructure positions across the Confederation. The aliens had no idea how dependent they had become on the species they treated as second class. Jack's communication console beeped with a response from Earth. President Garcia's message was brief. Return immediately. Security Council convening. Protocol discussion required. Jack knew what that meant. For years, Earth had maintained a contingency plan, never expecting to use it. Now, it seemed the time for patience had ended. If the Confederation wouldn't respect humanity, perhaps they needed to learn what happened when humans simply walked away. Dr. Susan Wright removed her protective mask and smiled. 3 years of research had finally paid off. The cure for the Andromeda plague sat in a small vial before her, a simple compound that would save millions of lives across the galaxy. "We did it," she said to her team. The 5 other scientists in the lab broke into cheers. The plague had devastated 17 worlds in the past year alone. Now, thanks to their work, the suffering would end. Susan carefully packed the vial and her research notes. The Galactic Confederation Medical Council was meeting tomorrow. Earth would finally get the recognition it deserved. 3 days later, Susan stood frozen in disbelief as she watched the broadcast from the Confederation capital. Medical Director Vral of the Zornian Empire proudly announced a breakthrough cure for the Andromeda plague. After tireless research by our top scientists, Vral said, "The Zornian Medical Academy has developed a treatment that will end the plague crisis." The cure he displayed was identical to Susan's work. Even the molecular structure shown in his presentation came directly from her research notes, the notes she had submitted to the Medical Council upon arrival. Her assistant, Ben Kelly, cursed under his breath. "They stole our work. They're taking credit for everything." Susan's communicator beeped. It was a message from President Garcia. "Return to Earth immediately. Bring all your research backups." The news spread quickly. Humans across the galaxy learned how the Confederation had stolen Dr. Reich's cure. It was just the latest example of humans being denied credit for their contributions to galactic society. On Earth, President Olivia Garcia sat at the head of a long table in the Human Alliance headquarters. Ambassador Jack Miller stood beside a display showing human distribution throughout Confederation space. Security Chief Maria Patel presented reports of growing resentment among human workers across the galaxy. "The Zornians have gone too far," Jack said. "First, the trade restrictions, now stealing Susan's work. They're systematically undermining us." Maria nodded. "Human communities on 30 stations have reported increased harassment. Our people are angry." President Garcia turned to the newest arrival. "Dr. Wright, I'm sorry about what happened. Your work deserved recognition." Susan gripped the edge of the table. It wasn't just about recognition. That cure could have changed how the Confederation sees us. Instead, they stole it and erased our contribution completely. Garcia stood up and walked to the center display. A blinking red button appeared on her control pad. "We've been patient for 50 years, she said. "We've worked in their engine rooms, maintained their life support systems, staffed their medical facilities. We've become essential while being treated as disposable." She looked around the room at the 25 representatives of Earth's government. "I believe it's time to activate Protocol Blackout." The room fell silent. Protocol Blackout had been developed 10 years ago, but was always considered a last resort. "Are we really ready for this?" asked Defense Minister Paul Johnson. "The consequences would be enormous." Jack stepped forward. "The Confederation has left us no choice. They won't respect us until they realize how much they need us." Garcia nodded. "We've placed our people in key positions throughout Confederation space for decades. Now we use that to our advantage." She pressed the red button. Across the galaxy, human workers received an encrypted message on their personal devices. Susan read the message on her tablet. Protocol blackout authorized. Timeline: 72 hours. When the clock strikes 0, humanity steps back. Frank Taylor, a maintenance technician on Centauri Station, stared at the same message. In the station's massive engine room, he looked around at his alien coworkers who had no idea what was coming. On the military vessel SS Defender, Commander Alan West received the presidential authorization. He immediately began coordinating with human ships across Confederation space. The countdown had begun. In exactly 3 days, humans everywhere would simply walk away from their posts, and the galaxy would learn what happened when humanity finally snapped. Frank Taylor wiped sweat from his forehead as he checked the power couplings on Centauri Station for the last time. The massive space station housed over 80,000 beings from 27 species. None of them knew what was about to happen. The countdown timer on his wrist device showed 48 hours remaining. Protocol blackout was approaching fast. Frank had worked on Centauri Station for 6 years. He knew every pipe, circuit, and power conduit. The aliens who ran the station barely noticed him and his human coworkers. They just expected the humans to keep everything running smoothly. His communicator beeped. It was a secure channel from Commander Alan West of the Human Alliance Fleet. "Status report, Maintenance Division," Commander West said. "Hull systems normal," Frank replied. "The aliens suspect nothing. My team is prepared for shutdown procedures." "Good. Remember, secure all dangerous systems before departure. We want to make a point, not cause deaths." Frank nodded. "Understood, sir." Across the galaxy, similar conversations happened between Commander West and thousands of human workers. From luxury resorts to mining colonies, from medical stations to military outposts, humans were everywhere in the Confederation. And they were all preparing to leave. On the planet Nexus Prime, Lisa Rodriguez finished her shift at the Central Communications Relay. For 7 years, she had maintained the quantum network that allowed instant communication across hundreds of star systems. The Eridu aliens who supervised the facility had no idea how the technology actually worked. They just knew that humans kept it running. Lisa received her final instructions from Earth. In 45 hours, she would disable the relay system and board a waiting human transport ship. Back on Earth, Commander West stood in the Alliance Fleet headquarters. The wall display showed the positions of all human ships and personnel throughout Confederation space. Tiny lights blinked as reports came in from sector after sector. "All evacuation ships are in position," reported his assistant, Carl Moore. "We can extract 97% of our people within 6 hours of blackout." West nodded. "And the remaining 3%? Deep cover positions and remote outposts. They'll make their way to extraction points over the following 24 hours. President Garcia entered the command center with Ambassador Miller and Dr. Wright beside her. "Is everything proceeding as planned, Commander?" Garcia asked. "Yes, Madam President. All human personnel have been notified. Extraction teams are ready." Ambassador Miller studied the display. "The Confederation still has no idea. I received 3 messages today asking about trade negotiations. They think it's business as usual." "What about our people on Earth?" Dr. Wright asked. "We need to prepare for possible retaliation." President Garcia nodded. "All major cities have activated defense protocols. Our orbital platforms are on alert status." Frank Taylor sat alone in his quarters on Centauri Station. The countdown now showed 24 hours remaining. He looked at the photo of his family back on Earth. He wondered if what they were doing was right. The aliens hadn't all been bad to him. His direct supervisor, a Rilkin named Zex, always treated him with respect. Would Zex and others like him suffer when the station's systems began to fail? Frank remembered why they were doing this. He remembered Dr. Wright's stolen cure. He remembered how human achievements were constantly claimed by others. He remembered the trade restrictions and the insults. The Confederation had pushed humans aside for too long, while depending on them for everything. It was time they learned that lesson. His wrist device beeped. 23 hours and 59 minutes remained. Across the station, other humans checked their own countdown timers. They finished their work shifts and quietly packed essential belongings. None of them spoke about what was coming, but they exchanged knowing glances in the corridors. In her office on Earth, President Garcia watched the main countdown display. Thousands of tiny dots representing human workers throughout the galaxy prepared for synchronization. The clock continued to count down. The galaxy remained unaware. Humanity prepared to make its point. At exactly 300 Galactic Standard Time, Frank Taylor's timer reached 0. He stood in the main power regulation chamber of Centauri Station, took a deep breath, and began the shutdown sequence. His fingers moved quickly over the control panel. First, he locked out all override commands. Then he initiated a controlled reduction of the station's power core. Not enough to cause danger, but enough to make normal operations impossible. "What are you doing?" asked Zex, his Rilken supervisor. The tall, thin alien's eyes widened in alarm as the status lights began changing from green to amber. Frank turned to face him. "I'm leaving, Zex. All humans are leaving." "Leaving? You can't just leave. Who will maintain the systems?" Frank shrugged. "That's not my problem anymore. The Confederation wanted to treat humans like second-class citizens. Now you'll see what happens without us." Elsewhere on the station, 17 other human technicians were performing similar actions in their departments. Life support was reduced to minimum levels. Food production systems were set to standby mode. Navigation systems were locked with security codes only humans knew. On Proxima IV, Lisa Rodriguez finished typing the final command sequence into the quantum relay. The massive communication hub that connected 32 star systems went dark. She stood up from her console as her alien coworkers stared in shock. "What have you done?" demanded her supervisor. "I've implemented Protocol Blackout," Lisa said calmly. "Humanity is stepping back from Confederation service." She walked out of the control room toward the docking bay where a human transport waited. Behind her, the aliens scrambled frantically at the controls, but none knew how to restore the system. Similar scenes played out across the galaxy. 24 hours after Protocol Blackout began, the first major transportation hub collapsed. The massive Starway Junction at Rigel served as a connection point for trade routes across 4 sectors. Without its human maintenance crew, the automated systems failed one by one. Over 10,000 ships were stranded as docking bays lost power. Life support systems switched to emergency backups. Alien technicians tried desperately to understand the human-designed systems, but the manuals were complex and the technology unfamiliar. "We need to reroute power from the secondary grid," said a Vexlar engineer, his 6 limbs moving frantically over the control panel. "I can't access it," replied his supervisor. The humans locked everything with security codes. In the residential section of the junction, food dispensers stopped working. Water recycling slowed to a trickle. Fights broke out as passengers from stranded ships competed for limited resources. On the planet Nibis Prime, the main power plant shut down completely. The Confederation engineers had ignored warning lights for hours, not understanding what they meant. When the core overheated, automatic safeties engaged, plunging the capital city into darkness. Hospital emergency generators kicked in, but the medical staff didn't know how to operate the advanced equipment without their human technicians. Patients in critical care were at risk. By the 3rd day, the crisis had spread to every corner of Confederation space. Food distribution systems collapsed on dozens of worlds. Communication between sectors became impossible without the quantum relay network. Military vessels drifted in space, unable to navigate or maintain life support. In the Confederation Council chamber, emergency lights cast an eerie glow as representatives from all major species gathered. Many had traveled for days through increasingly dangerous space to reach the capital. High Counselor Zix Tekla of the Zornian Empire stood to address the assembly. Once proud and dismissive of humans, the amphibian-like alien now looked haggard and desperate. "The situation is worse than we feared," Tekla said. 97 major systems have failed. Billions are without power or basic services. The death toll is already in the thousands. "How could this happen?" demanded the Rilken representative. "How could one species cause so much damage by simply leaving?" "Because we made ourselves dependent on them," replied the Geth delegate. His insectoid features clicked in agitation. "We relegated humans to maintenance and technical roles, then forgot they were essential. My analysts estimate complete collapse of Confederation infrastructure within 15 days, reported the Kell military commander. "We must act now." Tekla nodded grimly. "I have made a decision. I will personally lead a delegation to Earth to negotiate with the humans." "Negotiate? With humans?" Several delegates murmured in shock. "We have no choice. Our civilization is falling apart without them." On Earth, the Human Alliance monitored the growing chaos. Frank Taylor sat in a briefing room with other technicians who had returned from their posts. Large screens showed status reports from across the galaxy. "Centauri Station has lost 60% of its functional capacity," reported an analyst. "Their attempts to restart systems have caused more damage." Frank watched the images with mixed feelings. He had done his job, followed orders, but the suffering was becoming extreme. Dr. Susan Wright entered the room and looked at the screens. Her face showed concern as she saw reports of medical facilities failing. "Is this what we wanted?" she asked quietly. Commander West joined them, his expression serious. "We didn't want this. We wanted respect and fair treatment." President Garcia entered with Ambassador Miller. All rose to attention. "The Zornian High Counselor has requested a meeting," she announced. "He's coming to Earth to negotiate." A murmur spread through the room. The Zornians, who had been most dismissive of humans, were now coming to beg for help. "How should we respond?" asked Ambassador Miller. Garcia looked at the screens showing the suffering across the galaxy. "We'll hear what they have to say. But the Confederation must understand. Things cannot go back to how they were before." On a luxury cruise liner stranded near Vega, alien passengers huddled in the dark as life support systems slowly failed. On the ship's bridge, the captain stared at the blank control panels and whispered, "Please come back. We need you." The galaxy was learning a painful lesson about humanity. On the 7th day of the blackout, High Counselor Tekla's ship entered Earth's solar system. The once proud Zornian vessel limped toward Earth with minimal power. Its navigation systems were failing, and life support worked at only 40% capacity. Earth's defense platforms tracked the ship but did not interfere. President Garcia had ordered them to allow the Confederation delegation safe passage. "They're requesting emergency docking procedures," reported the space traffic controller. "Their main engines are shutting down." Ambassador Jack Miller stood in the landing bay as the Zornian ship made a rough landing. The loading ramp lowered, revealing High Counselor Tekla and 5 other alien representatives. They moved slowly, clearly weakened by their difficult journey. "Welcome to Earth," Jack said formally, not bowing as protocol once demanded. Tekla, whose species normally stood tall and proud, bent slightly forward. His gill flaps moved weakly, showing signs of stress. "Ambassador Miller, we come seeking assistance." The word seemed difficult for the Zornian to say. Jack nodded and led them to the waiting transport. In the Human Alliance headquarters, the grand meeting hall had been prepared. President Garcia sat at the head of the table with Dr. Susan Wright, Commander West, and other human leaders. The alien delegation entered and took their seats. 7 days ago, Garcia began, humans across the galaxy walked away from their posts. We did so after decades of mistreatment, disrespect, and exploitation. Tekla's yellow eyes blinked slowly. "Madam President, I am not here to debate past grievances. I am here because billions of innocent lives are at risk." He activated a small projector showing images from across Confederation space. hospitals without power, space stations with failed life support, planets in darkness. The Rigel Medical Center has lost all power, he said. 10,000 patients face death within hours. On Proxima Station, oxygen levels are critical. The death toll grows by the hour. Dr. Wright looked away from the images, her face troubled. This was not our intent, Garcia said. We wanted the Confederation to recognize humanity's value. We recognize it now, said the Geth representative, his voice clicking with emotion. Please help us. Zix Tekla, the once arrogant leader who had dismissed humans for years, stood up from his chair. Then, to everyone's shock, he lowered himself to one knee. On behalf of the Galactic Confederation, I beg for human assistance. We were wrong. We treated your species unfairly. But please do not punish innocent civilians for our mistakes. The room fell silent. No one had ever seen a Zornian High Counselor kneel before. Ambassador Miller exchanged glances with President Garcia. This moment would shape the future relationship between humanity and the Confederation. What exactly are you offering? Garcia asked finally. Zix Tekla rose. Full membership status for humanity in the Confederation, equal representation on all councils, formal recognition of all human contributions, including Dr. Wright's plague cure. The Rilken representative added, and reparations for past injustices, fair payment for human services and technology. Outside the meeting hall, Frank Taylor waited with other technicians. They had been called to headquarters but didn't know why. A screen showed news from across the galaxy. The situation was growing more desperate by the hour. Lisa Rodriguez joined him, having just returned from the Proxima sector. Have they decided anything yet? Frank shook his head. The meeting is still going on. A young engineer named Steve Carter spoke up. My sister worked at Rigel Medical Center before the blackout. There are children there, innocent patients who never did anything to us. Others nodded in agreement. The initial satisfaction of showing the Confederation what happened when humans walked away had faded as reports of suffering increased. Inside the meeting hall, President Garcia stood up. We will need certain guarantees, legal protections for humans throughout Confederation space, technology sharing agreements, fair trade practices. Anything, Zix Tekla said. We agree to anything. But please, send help quickly. Garcia looked at Dr. Wright and Commander West. Both nodded slightly. Very well, she said. We will send emergency technical teams to restore critical systems. Ambassador Miller will remain here to negotiate the full agreement. For the first time in 7 days, hope flickered across the galaxy. The emergency meeting of the Human Alliance Council filled the Great Hall. 500 representatives from Earth and its colonies gathered to debate the response to the Confederation's plea. We have them on their knees, said Defense Minister Paul Johnson. Now is the time to demand everything we deserve. But at what cost? Dr. Susan Wright stood at the speaking platform. Behind her, a large screen showed the latest reports from Confederation space. Every hour we delay, more innocent beings die. Frank Taylor sat in the visitor section with other technicians who had returned from Confederation posts. President Garcia had invited them to share their perspectives. The council recognizes Frank Taylor, announced the moderator. Frank walked to the platform nervously. He had never addressed such an important gathering before. I worked on Centauri Station for 6 years, he began. I knew the aliens who lived there. Not all of them treated us badly. My supervisor, Zex, always showed me respect. He took a deep breath. When I shut down the power systems, I did it because I believed in our cause. But now I'm seeing children and patients suffering. People who never had any power to change how we were treated. Murmurs spread through the council chamber. Frank continued, his voice growing stronger. I believe we should help them. Not because they deserve it, but because it's who we are. Humans take care of problems. We fix things. That's our strength. Dr. Wright nodded in agreement as Frank returned to his seat. Commander Alan West stepped forward next. I have intelligence reports showing the full scale of the crisis. 83 major medical facilities are without power. 212 space stations have life support failures. 17 planets have lost their defense systems, leaving them vulnerable to pirate attacks. He showed images from across the galaxy. If we don't act soon, the death toll will reach millions. President Garcia listened to all sides. The debate continued for hours. Some wanted to extend the blackout until every demand was met. Others called for immediate humanitarian aid. Finally, Lisa Rodriguez asked to speak. The communications specialist had seen firsthand how the relay shutdown had affected entire sectors. When I disabled the quantum relay network, she said, I felt proud. The aliens who dismissed my work suddenly realized how important it was. But now I see that my actions cut off emergency calls for help. People died because they couldn't request medical evacuation. She looked around the chamber. I don't want that on my conscience. I say we help them, but we make sure things will be different going forward. As the debate continued, Ambassador Miller worked with the alien delegation to draft a new agreement. The document would guarantee human rights and representation throughout Confederation space. High Counselor Zix Tekla reviewed each provision without objection. The once proud Zornian now understood humanity's true value. At the council meeting, President Garcia finally called for a vote. We have 3 options before us, she said. First, continue the blackout until all demands are met. Second, provide limited assistance to critical facilities only. Third, send full technical teams to restore systems while negotiations continue. The vote was conducted electronically. The results appeared on the main screen within minutes. Option 1, 62 votes. Option 2, 173 votes. Option 3, 265 votes. The decision is made, Garcia announced. We will send technical teams immediately to restore critical systems. Commander West will coordinate the response. Within hours, thousands of human technicians prepared for deployment. Emergency ships were loaded with supplies and replacement parts. Teams formed based on specialties and previous postings. Frank Taylor volunteered to return to Centauri Station. Lisa Rodriguez would lead the team restoring the quantum relay network. Dr. Wright gathered medical personnel to help affected hospitals. As the first relief ships prepared for launch, Commander West addressed the technicians. You're not just repairing machines, he told them. You're building a new relationship between humanity and Confederation. From now on, they will know our true worth. The ships lifted off, carrying humanity's response to the crisis. Not revenge, but rescue. 6 months after Protocol Blackout began, Ambassador Jack Miller stood before the newly formed Galactic Council. The Grand Chamber looked different now. The curved table no longer placed some species in more prominent positions than others. All representatives sat as equals. Today marks a new beginning, Jack said. The reformed Confederation Charter has been ratified by all member species. Behind him, the charter displayed on a large screen. Its first line read, all sentient beings, regardless of origin, hold equal status and rights within the Galactic Confederation. High Counselor Zix Tekla, who now shared leadership with representatives from 4 other species, including humanity, nodded in agreement. We have learned a painful but necessary lesson, the Zornian said. No civilization can truly advance while holding others back. On Centauri Station, Frank Taylor worked alongside a mixed team of humans and aliens. The station had been fully restored, but with important changes. Humans now held supervisory positions, and aliens worked as their apprentices, learning the systems they had once taken for granted. Frank's former supervisor, Zex, now worked as his assistant and student. I never understood how complex these systems were, Zex admitted as they calibrated the power grid. You made it look so easy. Frank smiled. That's why you need diverse species working together. Different perspectives, different skills. Throughout the Confederation, similar scenes played out. Humans returned to their technical posts, but now with proper recognition and authority. The days of being invisible maintenance workers were over. On Proxima IV, Lisa Rodriguez directed the Quantum Relay Hub with a staff of 30 aliens and 20 humans. The communication network now operated more efficiently than ever, with new safeguards and backups. Send this message to all sectors, she instructed her team. The new emergency response protocols are now active. Dr. Susan Wright stood in the Grand Hall of the Confederation Medical Academy. A large plaque acknowledged her as the discoverer of the Andromeda plague cure. Beside her, young medical students from a dozen species listened attentively. Science advances through cooperation, she told them. No single species has all the answers. The plague had been fully contained, saving millions of lives. Dr. Wright now led the Confederation's Joint Medical Research Initiative, with full funding and recognition. In the Human Alliance headquarters on Earth, President Garcia met with Commander West to review progress reports. The transition is proceeding well, West reported. 98% of critical systems have been restored. Human technicians report fair treatment at all posts. And the memorials? Garcia asked quietly. West's expression grew somber. Construction is underway on 12 worlds. The final death toll was 28,346. Both fell silent, remembering those who had not survived the blackout. While Protocol Blackout had achieved its goals, the cost had been high. Innocent lives had been lost in the struggle for equality. On the planet Nexus Prime, Frank Taylor attended the dedication of one such memorial. A simple stone monument listed the names of those who had died when the planet's medical facilities lost power. We remember them, the monument read in a dozen languages. May their sacrifice lead to a more just galaxy. Frank placed his hand on the cool stone. During the weeks of emergency response, he had worked tirelessly to restore systems, saving countless lives. But these names represented their failure, the innocent beings they couldn't save in time. A Zornian child approached him and offered a small flower. "Thank you for coming back," she said simply. In orbit above Earth, the new Confederation headquarters station neared completion. Built by teams from all member species, it represented the new balance of power. No longer would any species be relegated to unseen maintenance roles. No longer would contributions go unrecognized. Jack Miller watched the station construction from his office window. On his desk sat the final ratified treaty, guaranteeing human equality throughout the galaxy. "We didn't want to break the Confederation," he said to himself. "We just needed them to see us." Across the stars, humans and aliens worked side by side, building a more equitable future. The lesson had been learned. When humans snap, the galaxy shuts down. But when humans help, the galaxy thrives.
The UES Liberty drifted through the black void of space, her engines humming quietly as Captain Jake Morrison stood on the bridge watching the stars. 3 years into humanity's first deep space exploration mission, they had found nothing but empty systems and dead rocks. Jake rubbed his tired eyes and wondered if Earth had sent them on a fool's errand. "Captain, we're getting something strange on long-range sensors," called out Lieutenant Commander Lisa Bennett from her communication station. Her voice carried that edge it got when something big was happening. Jake walked over to look at her screen, watching as green dots appeared on the display. "What am I looking at, Lisa?" "It's huge, sir. Bigger than anything we've ever built. The computer says it's artificial, definitely not natural." Lisa's fingers danced across her controls, trying to get a clearer picture. "Distance is about 2 million kilometers off our starboard bow." Jake felt his heart speed up. After 3 years of finding nothing, they had finally discovered proof that humanity was not alone in the universe. He turned to his science officer, a thin man with graying hair who always looked like he hadn't slept in days. "Dr. Kevin Walsh, what do you make of this?" Kevin was already bent over his instruments, his face lit up by the glow of multiple screens. "Captain, this thing is massive. I'm reading a structure that's at least 50 kilometers long and maybe 20 wide. The materials are nothing like anything in our databases. This is definitely alien technology." Security Chief Commander Amy Rodriguez stepped forward, her hand already resting on her sidearm out of habit. "Sir, recommend we go to yellow alert. We don't know what we're dealing with here." Jake nodded and gave the order. Throughout the ship, crew members stopped what they were doing as the alert klaxon sounded. Battle stations were manned even though nobody knew what they might be fighting. Jake had learned early in his military career that it was better to be ready for trouble than caught unprepared. "Take us closer, but keep our distance. I want to get a good look at this thing before we do anything else," Jake ordered the helmsman. As the Liberty approached, the alien structure became clearer on their screens. It looked like a giant metal flower floating in space, with petals that seemed to shimmer and change color. Strange lights pulsed along its surface in patterns that hurt to look at for too long. Jake had seen a lot of things in his 20 years in space, but nothing had prepared him for this. "Captain, I'm picking up some kind of transmission," Lisa said, her voice barely above a whisper. "It's not radio, not anything we recognize. The computer is trying to decode it, but it's going to take time." "How long?" "Maybe an hour, maybe more. This is completely different from anything human." Jake was about to respond when every screen on the bridge suddenly went white. A sound filled the air that was like music and static at the same time. When the screens cleared, they were looking at something that might have been a face if faces could be made of crystal and light. "Greetings, young species," the thing said in perfect English, though its mouth didn't move the way human mouths did. "I am Ambassador Veltar of the Galactic Council. We have been watching your primitive vessels explore this region of space." Jake stepped forward, trying to look more confident than he felt. "I'm Captain Jake Morrison of the United Earth ship Liberty. We come in peace." The alien made a sound that might have been laughter. "Of course you do. All new species say that when they first encounter us. I represent a coalition of 13 advanced civilizations that have maintained peace and order in this galaxy for over 10,000 of your years." Dr. Walsh moved closer to Jake and whispered, "Sir, if they've been watching us, they know about Earth. They know where we come from." Veltar continued as if he hadn't heard them. "Your species has reached the level of development where integration into our society becomes necessary. This is a moment of great honor for your people. Very few species achieve space travel without destroying themselves first." "Integration?" Jake asked, not liking the sound of that word. "Yes. All species that join the Galactic Council must undergo a standard process to ensure peace and stability. It has worked successfully for thousands of years." The alien's image flickered slightly, as if the transmission was having trouble staying clear. "I am transmitting the standard integration package to your vessel now. Your leaders will have 72 of your hours to review and accept the terms." Lisa's station started beeping rapidly as data flowed in. "Captain, they're sending us a massive file. The computer says it will take several minutes to download completely." Jake watched the progress bar creep slowly across Lisa's screen while the alien waited patiently. When it finished, Veltar spoke again. "The terms are quite reasonable. Your species will undergo a probationary period of 200 years, during which all military vessels must be surrendered to Council forces for peaceful conversion. 80% of your population will be relocated to agricultural worlds where they can contribute to galactic food production. Your remaining population will be educated in Council ways and integrated into our society." Amy Rodriguez stepped forward, anger clear on her face. "You're talking about breaking up our entire civilization." "I am talking about bringing your species into a peaceful galactic community," Veltar replied calmly. "All technological development will be overseen by Council scientists to prevent the creation of weapons or other dangerous devices. Your world's resources will be managed by Council administrators to ensure optimal use. This is how peace is maintained." Jake felt sick to his stomach. Everything the alien was describing sounded like slavery dressed up in pretty words. "And if we refuse?" Veltar's crystalline features shifted into what might have been surprise. Refuse? Young Captain, no species has ever refused Council integration. It would be illogical. We offer peace, prosperity, and protection. Why would any intelligent species choose the chaos of independence? Because some things are more important than safety, Jake said quietly. The alien was silent for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice had changed, becoming colder and more formal. I suggest you study the integration package carefully, Captain Morrison. The Council has never encountered a species foolish enough to reject our offer of civilization. I trust your leaders are wiser than you appear to be. The transmission ended abruptly, leaving the bridge in silence. Jake looked around at his crew, seeing his own thoughts reflected in their faces. They had found intelligent life in the universe, and it wanted to put humanity in chains. Lisa, prepare a full data burst to Earth. Include everything we've recorded, here, along with my personal recommendation. Jake straightened his shoulders and looked out at the alien structure that seemed to be watching them. Kevin, I want a full analysis of that thing's capabilities. Amy, prepare the crew for the possibility that we might not be going home peacefully. As the Liberty began transmitting humanity's first message about alien contact back to Earth, Jake wondered if they had just signed their species' death warrant. The aliens seemed to expect submission without question, but they obviously didn't know much about human nature. Somewhere back on Earth, President Helen Carter and the United Earth Defense Committee would soon be making the most important decision in human history. Jake just hoped they would make the right choice, even if it meant war with forces beyond their understanding. The stars looked different now, no longer empty and peaceful, but filled with watching eyes and hidden threats. Humanity's age of innocence was over. The emergency session began at dawn in the underground bunker beneath Geneva. President Helen Carter sat at the head of the table, her face pale as she watched the recorded transmission from the Liberty for the third time. Around her, the United Eye. Earth Defense Committee studied their tablets, reading through the alien integration package that had arrived just 6 hours ago. "This is slavery," said General Carl Wright, his weathered hands gripping the table edge. "They want to scatter our people across the galaxy like farm animals and strip away everything that makes us human." Dr. Patricia Lee looked up from her analysis, pushing her glasses up her nose. As Earth's leading xenobiologist, she had spent years theorizing about first contact scenarios, but nothing had prepared her for this reality. "It's worse than slavery, General. Look at Section 12 of their document. They plan to control human reproduction, deciding who can have children and where those children will be raised." Director of Intelligence Maria Santos spread several photographs across the table. "My people have been going through their cultural database. Every species they've integrated has been reduced to a single function. The Kalari became miners. The Thendari became food producers. The Vox became manual laborers. They don't integrate civilizations. They absorb them and erase everything unique about them." Helen Carter rubbed her temples, feeling the weight of 7 billion lives pressing down on her shoulders. "Dr. Lee, in your professional opinion, what happens to species that refuse integration?" Patricia hesitated before answering. "Based on their historical records, no species has ever refused. But the few references I can find to rebellious worlds suggest complete orbital bombardment. They don't leave survivors to spread ideas about resistance." The room fell silent, except for the quiet hum of the air recycling system. Helen looked around the table at the faces of humanity's military and scientific leaders. These were people who had dedicated their lives to protecting and advancing human civilization, and now they were being asked to choose between surrender and extinction. "Admiral Frank Collins, what's the status of our defense forces?" The old admiral straightened in his chair, his steel-gray eyes meeting the president's gaze. "Madam President, we have 847 combat vessels of various classes, currently operational. Our newest ships carry fusion torpedoes and railgun batteries. We've been preparing for hostile first contact scenarios since the Mars colonies were established. Can we fight them? Frank was quiet for a long moment, considering. His words carefully. Their technology is clearly superior in some areas. Their faster-than-light communication and that massive station show capabilities we can't match yet. But from what Captain Morrison observed, their ship designs don't look like they were built for combat. They've been at peace for 10,000 years, which means they've probably forgotten how to fight a real war. Maria leaned forward, her intelligence officer instincts taking over. There's something else. Their ambassador seemed genuinely shocked when Jake suggested we might refuse. These people have never encountered resistance before. They don't know how to handle it. Dr. Lee nodded, pulling up more data on her tablet. The psychological profiles I've built suggest they view themselves as benevolent caretakers. In their minds, they're doing us a favor by integrating us into their society. The concept that we might prefer independence doesn't compute for them. That could work in our favor, General Wright said. An enemy who doesn't understand your motivations can't predict your actions, but it also makes them more dangerous because they might escalate beyond what they originally planned. Helen stood up and walked to the large screen showing Earth from orbit. Cities twinkled like stars across the day and night sides of the planet, representing billions of people going about their daily lives with no idea their entire future was being decided in this room. Admiral Collins, how long would it take to mobilize our full military capacity? If we activate all reserves and bring the colonial defense fleets back to Earth, we could have 1,200 ships ready for combat within 2 weeks. That includes pulling vessels from asteroid mining operations and the outer system patrols. Do it. Issue the mobilization order immediately, but keep it classified. I don't want panic in the streets until we know what we're dealing with. Helen turned back to face the committee. Dr. Lee, I want you to prepare a detailed analysis of everything we know about Council society and technology. Find weaknesses we can exploit. Maria, coordinate with our deep space monitoring stations. I want to know the moment any alien ships enter our solar system. She paused, looking each person in the eye before continuing. General Wright, begin preparing civilian evacuation plans for major population centers. If this goes badly, I want our people to have somewhere to run. The meeting continued for another 4 hours as they planned humanity's response to the greatest threat in its history. When it finally ended, Helen remained behind with Admiral Collins. Frank, tell me honestly, what are our chances if this becomes a shooting war? The Admiral sighed, suddenly looking every one of his 68 years. Madam President, if they come at us with the kind of numbers they're probably capable of, we'll hurt them badly, but they'll eventually overwhelm us through sheer mass. Our only real advantage is that we've spent our entire history fighting each other. We know war in a way they've forgotten, and if we surrender, then humanity as we know it ceases to exist. Our children will grow up as slaves, never knowing freedom or the right to choose their own destiny. Helen nodded slowly. She had already made her decision, but hearing it confirmed by her military commander strengthened her resolve. Prepare Captain Morrison's ship to return to the alien station. I want to send our response personally. 3 days later, the Liberty approached the Council monitoring station again. This time, Ambassador Veltar appeared on their screens almost immediately, his crystalline features showing what might have been eagerness. Captain Morrison, I trust your leaders have reviewed our generous offer and are prepared to begin the integration process. Jake stood straighter, his voice carrying the authority of speaking for all humanity. Ambassador Veltar, I have been authorized by President Helen Carter and the United Earth government to deliver our official response to your integration proposal. Excellent. The Council will be pleased to welcome another species into civilized society. Jake looked directly at the alien ambassador, his voice steady and clear. Humanity appreciates the Council's offer, but must respectfully decline. We choose to remain independent and will defend that independence with whatever force necessary. For several seconds, Veltar simply stared at the screen as if he hadn't heard correctly. When he finally spoke, his voice carried a note of confusion that bordered on panic. "Captain, there must be some translation error. No intelligent species would choose the chaos of independence over the peace and prosperity of council membership. Perhaps your leaders did not fully understand the benefits we offer." "They understood perfectly," Jake replied. "Humanity values freedom above safety, independence above comfort. We will not surrender our right to determine our own future." The alien's crystalline features began shifting rapidly, cycling through colors Jake had never seen before. "This is unprecedented. This is impossible. I must contact the Council immediately. Your species does not understand the consequences of defying galactic law." The transmission ended abruptly, leaving the Liberty alone in space once again. But Jake knew they wouldn't be alone for long. Somewhere across the galaxy, the Galactic Council was learning that humanity was unlike any species they had ever encountered. Back on Earth, Admiral Collins was already moving the defense fleets into position, knowing that humanity had just declared war on forces beyond their imagination. The die was cast, and there would be no going back. Fleet Commander Thane Kuldor stood on the bridge of his flagship, the Eternal Harmony, watching as 50 Council vessels moved through space toward the human solar system. His 6 arms moved gracefully across the control panels, coordinating the formation with the practiced ease of someone who had spent 3 centuries maintaining peace across the galaxy. "Commander, we are approaching the outer edge of the human system," reported his navigation officer, a tall, blue-skinned Kethmari whose species had joined the Council 8,000 years ago. "Long-range sensors are detecting multiple artificial objects orbiting their primary star." Thane's large compound eyes focused on the tactical display, studying the primitive human settlements scattered across several worlds. "How many vessels do they have, Navigator Yulton?" "It is difficult to say, Commander. Their technology is crude, but we are reading at least 200 ships moving into defensive positions around their 3rd planet." Thane made a sound that translated roughly as dismissive laughter. His species, the Mordak, had been the Council's enforcers for over 5,000 years, and he had never encountered a situation that couldn't be resolved through a simple show of superior force. 200 ships against 50 of ours, he mused, his mandibles clicking together in amusement. "These humans clearly do not understand the difference in our capabilities. Open a channel to their fleet commander." The main screen flickered to life, showing the bridge of a human vessel. A middle-aged man in a blue uniform looked back at him with steady eyes that showed no fear, only determination. Thane recognized the expression from historical records of primitive species before they learned their place in the galactic order. "I am Fleet Commander Thane Kuldor of the Galactic Council Enforcement Division," he announced, his translator converting his clicks and whistles into human speech. "You will identify yourself and prepare to receive Council authority." The human straightened slightly, his voice calm and professional. "I am Admiral Frank Collins of the United Earth Defense Fleet. You are in violation of human space, Commander. Turn your ships around and leave immediately." Thane's 4 arms spread wide in a gesture of amazement. "Human space? There is no such thing as human space, Admiral Collins. All space belongs to the Council, and all civilized species accept our guidance. Your rebellion ends now." Admiral Collins seemed unmoved by the threat. "Commander, I'm going to give you one chance to withdraw peacefully. Your ambassador made his offer, we declined, and that should be the end of it. Don't make this into something bigger than it needs to be." "There is no declining Council integration," Thane replied, his voice hardening. "Every species eventually accepts the wisdom of our guidance. Some require demonstration of our capabilities first." The human admiral's expression didn't change, but something in his eyes grew colder. "Then demonstrate away, Bugman, but remember that you started this." The transmission ended before Thane could respond to the insult. Around him, his bridge crew stirred uneasily, unused to hearing anyone speak to a council commander with such disrespect. Thane's translator had clearly conveyed the meaning of Bugman, and while it was technically accurate given his insectoid appearance, no one had dared use such language in his presence for centuries. "All ships assume attack formation," he ordered, his anger making his voice sharper than usual. "We will teach these primitives the price of defying the Council." The 50 Council vessels spread out into their standard intimidation pattern, a formation designed to look overwhelming to species accustomed to thinking in terms of single ships or small squadrons. Each vessel was 3 times the size of the largest human ship, their hulls covered in the energy shields that had made them invulnerable for thousands of years. "Human vessels are moving into combat formation," reported his weapons officer. "They appear to be clustering around their home world in multiple defensive layers." Thane studied the tactical display with growing confusion. The human formation made no sense according to any military doctrine he knew. Instead of trying to meet his fleet in open space, where they might have some chance of maneuver, they were hugging close to their planet like frightened children, hiding behind their mother's skirts. Do they think their planet's gravity will protect them? He wondered aloud. "Begin jamming their communications and prepare to fire warning shots across their formation. Once they see our weapons in action, they will surrender like all the others." The Council fleet powered up their energy weapons, sending brilliant beams of coherent light toward the human formation. The shots were deliberately aimed to miss, designed to demonstrate power without causing casualties. Thane had used this tactic hundreds of times with rebellious worlds, and it had never failed to produce immediate surrender. This time was different. The human response came so quickly that Thane's tactical officer barely had time to shout a warning before the first railgun projectile punched through the shields of his lead destroyer. The solid tungsten slug, accelerated to a significant fraction of light speed, tore through the ship's hull like it was made of paper, venting atmosphere and debris into space before the crew even realized they were under attack. "Impossible," Thane whispered, watching as more projectiles streaked toward his formation. Council shields were supposed to stop any kinetic weapon, but these human slugs were moving faster than anything in their databases. "All ships, evasive maneuvers, return, fire with full power." But the Council ships had been built for patrol duty and policing actions against primitives with basic weapons. They were large, impressive, and heavily shielded, but they moved like floating cities compared to the smaller, faster human vessels that darted between them like angry wasps. Captain Lisa Blake of the UES Defiance led her squadron in a perfect flanking attack, her ship's fusion torpedoes finding gaps in the Council formation that Thane hadn't even known existed. When her weapons officer fired, the nuclear warhead detonated against the side of a Council cruiser, overwhelming its shields and cracking its hull like an egg. "Shields failing on multiple vessels," his damage control officer reported, panic creeping into his voice. "These humans are using nuclear weapons as standard armament. Our defensive systems were never designed to handle such primitive brutality." Thane watched in growing horror as his formation disintegrated under the human assault. Ships that had maintained galactic peace for millennia were being torn apart by weapons that any civilized species would consider barbarically crude. The humans were using their own vessels as weapons, ramming damaged Council ships when they ran out of ammunition. "Commander, we're receiving casualty reports from across the fleet," his communications officer announced. 17 ships destroyed, 23 more heavily damaged. The humans are not taking prisoners." The battle lasted only 17 minutes, but it shattered everything Thane thought he knew about warfare. His magnificent fleet, the pride of Council military might, was being systematically destroyed by a species that shouldn't have been able to scratch their paint. "All ships, emergency jump to hyperspace," he ordered, his voice breaking with defeat. "Full retreat, maximum speed." As the surviving Council vessels fled through dimensional tiers back toward their home space, Thane tried to process what had just happened. The humans had fought like demons, showing no mercy and asking for none. They used tactics that no civilized species would consider, turning the very laws of physics into weapons of mass destruction. Dr. Elena Martinez monitored the retreating alien ships from her station on Earth, recording their panicked communications as they fled. The intercepted transmissions painted a picture of absolute terror as the survivors tried to explain to their superiors how a primitive species had just destroyed the most powerful fleet in known galactic history. Admiral Collins stood on his flagship's bridge, looking out at the debris field that had once been the Council's demonstration fleet. Around him, his officers worked to coordinate search and rescue efforts for human vessels damaged in the fighting, but there was an undercurrent of grim satisfaction in their voices. "Sir, preliminary casualty report." His aide handed him a tablet. 12 human ships destroyed, 37 damaged. Enemy casualties estimated at over 15,000. Collins nodded grimly. The price had been higher than he'd hoped, but much lower than he'd feared. More importantly, they had sent a message that would be heard across the galaxy. "Send a transmission to all frequencies," he ordered. Message as follows: "Human space is now closed to Council vessels. Any ship entering this system without permission will be destroyed without warning. We sought peace, but we are prepared for war." As the message broadcast across space, Collins wondered how long it would take for the Council to respond. He doubted they would give up after one defeat, no matter how decisive. The next time they came, they would come in force, and humanity would need every advantage they could get. But for now, they had won their first victory against an enemy that had never known defeat, and the galaxy would never be the same. The Great Chamber on Nexus Prime had never seen such chaos in its 10,000-year history. Representatives from 13 species filled the circular hall, their voices creating a cacophony of clicks, whistles, and harmonics as they all tried to speak at once. At the center of it all, Supreme Chancellor Krixtal stood with his crystalline body pulsing angry red colors that hurt to look at directly. "Silence," he commanded, his voice amplified by the chamber's acoustics until it overwhelmed all other sounds. "We will have order in this assembly." The ethereal Kethamari representative, a being of pure energy contained within a shimmering field, spoke first in tones like wind chimes. "Chancellor, we must reconsider our approach to these humans. Perhaps we offered too little in our initial integration package." "They destroyed 17 of our ships," interrupted the Vorthan delegate, her crystalline form resonating with distress frequencies. "No species has ever dared attack Council forces. This aggression cannot be tolerated." Supreme Chancellor Krixtal's form shifted through several color spectrums before settling on a deep purple that indicated deep thought mixed with rage. His species had led the Council for over 3,000 years, and never in that time had their authority been challenged so directly. "The humans have made their choice," he announced, his voice carrying across the chamber. "They prefer violence to civilization, chaos to order. Very well, they shall have all the violence they can handle." The Depth Dweller ambassador, speaking through a tank of specialized water, bubbled his concerns. "Chancellor, perhaps we should simply avoid their system entirely. They are only one small species on the edge of civilized space. One small species that has shown other primitives that the Council can be defeated," Krixtal snapped back. "How long before every world under our protection begins to think they can follow the human example? How long before our entire civilization collapses into the same chaos that consumed the galaxy before we brought peace?" The chamber fell silent as the representatives considered his words. For 10 millennia, the Council had maintained order through the simple principle that resistance was impossible. Every species that had ever been discovered eventually accepted integration because the alternative was extinction. The humans had shattered that illusion in 17 minutes of brutal combat. Dr. Yilhan of the scientific cast stepped forward, his forearms gesturing to the holographic displays surrounding the chamber. "My analysis of the battle records shows disturbing patterns in human behavior. They do not fight like any civilized species. They use their own ships as weapons. They employ nuclear devices as standard armament, and their tactical formations suggest they expect casualties as a normal part of combat. What does that mean in practical terms? Asked the Mordak military representative, still shaken by the loss of so many ships under his command. It means they are a warrior species in the truest sense, Dr. Yilhan replied. While we have spent 10,000 years perfecting peace, they have spent the same time perfecting war. Our ships are designed to intimidate and overwhelm primitives. Theirs are designed to kill other warships. Chancellor Krixtal began pacing around the central platform, his crystalline feet clicking against the floor in a rhythm that spoke of barely controlled fury. Then we will show them what happens when primitives challenge advanced civilization. I am authorizing the mobilization of the Grand Fleet. A gasp went through the assembly. The Grand Fleet had not been deployed in over 2,000 years, not since the last Great Rebellion had been crushed on the Outer Rim. It represented every military vessel in Council space. Over 2,000 ships carrying the combined might of 13 civilizations. Chancellor, surely such extreme measures are not necessary, pleaded the Kethmari representative. These humans number only a few billion individuals on a handful of worlds. The Grand Fleet is designed to pacify entire galactic sectors. The Grand Fleet is designed to ensure that the Council's authority is never questioned again, Krixtal replied coldly. When we finish with the humans, their worlds will serve as an example to any other species that might consider following their path. On Earth, President Helen Carter stood in the Situation Room deep beneath the Rocky Mountains, watching as intelligence reports flowed in from across the galaxy. The screens showed massive troop movements, ships gathering at staging, points and weapons being loaded onto vessels that dwarfed anything in the human fleet. How many ships are we looking at? She asked Director Maria Santos. Conservative estimate is 1,500 combat vessels, possibly as many as 2,000, Maria replied, her face grim. They're pulling ships from patrol duties across their entire territory. This isn't just about us anymore, Madam President. They're mobilizing for total war. General Carl Wright studied the tactical displays with the eye of someone who had spent 40 years preparing for the worst-case scenarios. They're not taking any chances this time. Whatever advantages we had in the first battle, they're going to try to overwhelm them with sheer numbers. Dr. Nathan Parker, what's the status on our weapons production? Helen asked the head of the Advanced Weapons Division. Nathan looked up from his tablet, exhaustion clear in his eyes after weeks of around-the-clock work. We've got every factory on Earth and the colonies working triple shifts. Antimatter warhead production is up 300%, and engineer Sophie Turner's shipyards are launching new vessels every day. But, Madam President, we're still looking at being outnumbered at least 2-1, possibly 3-1. Helen nodded grimly. The mathematics of the situation were clear, but surrender was still not an option. Admiral Collins, can we win this? Frank Collins was quiet for a long moment, studying the intelligence reports with the careful attention of a professional soldier facing impossible odds. Madam President, in a straight fight in open space, they'll eventually wear us down through attrition. But if we can draw them into fighting on our terms, in our space, using tactics they don't understand, we might have a chance. What kind of tactics? The kind that civilized species don't use because they're too brutal to contemplate, Frank replied. We'll have to fight dirty, use every advantage we can find, and be willing to sacrifice everything to win. The moment we start thinking like them, start worrying about collateral damage or minimizing casualties, we lose. Meanwhile, Commodore Jake Morrison led reconnaissance missions deep into Council space, his ship equipped with the newest stealth technology human engineers could devise. What he found convinced him that humanity was facing enemies who had forgotten the most basic principles of warfare. Their ship formations are ceremonial, he reported back to Admiral Collins during one coded transmission. They move in parade formations designed to look impressive, not to fight battles. Their crews are comfortable, well-fed, and completely unprepared for the kind of war we're about to bring them. Any weaknesses we can exploit? Their logistics are their biggest vulnerability, Jake replied. They've never had to fight a prolonged campaign. Their supply lines are designed to support peacekeeping operations, not sustained combat. If we can disrupt their ability to resupply and reinforce, we might be able to defeat them in detail rather than facing their entire fleet at once. Back on Nexus Prime, Chancellor Crixtall stood before the assembled Grand Fleet, his form blazing with colors that spoke of absolute confidence and righteous fury. 2,000 ships filled the space around the Council's capital world, their combined firepower capable of reducing entire planets to molten slag. Warriors of the Council, he broadcast to every ship in the fleet, we go now to face an enemy unlike any we have encountered in living memory. The humans have chosen war over peace, chaos over order. They have shown the galaxy that our authority can be challenged. This cannot stand. The assembled crews, many of whom had never seen combat beyond policing actions against smugglers and pirates, listened with growing excitement. For generations, they had heard stories of the great wars that had established Council dominance, and now they would have their chance to write new chapters in galactic history. We will teach these primitives the price of defying civilization, Crixtall continued. When we are finished, their worlds will serve as monuments to the folly of resistance. Every species in the galaxy will remember what happens to those who reject the Council's generous offer of peace. As the Grand Fleet prepared to depart for human space, Chancellor Crixtall allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. Soon, the human problem would be solved permanently, and the galaxy could return to the peaceful order that had reigned for 10,000 years. He had no way of knowing that in choosing total war against humanity, he had just signed the death warrant for the civilization he sought to protect. The Grand Fleet emerged from hyperspace at the edge of the Centauri system like a metal storm cloud, blotting out the stars. 2,000 Council vessels arranged themselves in perfect formation, their hulls gleaming under the light of distant suns as Chancellor Crixtall himself stood on the bridge of his flagship, the voice of order. Behold the might of galactic civilization, he announced to his fleet commanders over the communication network. Today, we restore order to the galaxy and remind all species why the Council's word is law. Admiral Frank Collins watched the alien fleet's arrival from his command ship, the UES Retribution, surrounded by 1,200 human vessels spread across 3 defensive lines. His weathered face showed no emotion as he studied the tactical display. But inside, he felt the familiar pre-battle calm that had carried him through 40 years of military service. All ships, this is Admiral Collins, he broadcast on all frequencies. You know what we're fighting for today. Not just our lives, not just our freedom, but the right of every thinking being in this galaxy to choose their own destiny. Make every shot count. Chancellor Crixtall opened a channel to the human fleet, his crystalline features blazing with confident authority. Admiral Collins, I offer you one final chance to surrender. Order your ships to stand down, and I will ensure your people receive merciful treatment during their integration into Council society. Collins looked directly at the alien leader through the transmission, his voice steady and clear. Chancellor, let me explain something about human nature that you've never bothered to learn. We are a species that would rather die on our feet than live on our knees. We bow to no one, and we never give up. Then you have chosen extinction, Crixtall replied coldly. All ships, begin the attack. Show these primitives the price of defying civilization. The Grand Fleet surged forward. In a massive wave, their energy weapons lighting up space with brilliant beams of coherent light. But Admiral Collins had learned from the previous battle, and his ships were already moving before the aliens fired their first shots. Captain Rebecca Stone led the first human squadron in a desperate flanking maneuver, her ship the UES Freedom, diving through the Council formation like a shark through a school of fish. Her fusion torpedoes found their marks on 2 alien cruisers before the enemy could react, nuclear fire blooming against their shields. Target their command ships, Collins ordered over the tactical network. cut off their coordination, and they'll start making mistakes. Commander Tony Williams took his destroyer squadron on a suicide run straight at the Council flagship, his ships weaving between the massive alien vessels while pouring railgun fire into their hulls. When his ammunition ran low, he rammed his damaged ship directly into a Council battlecruiser, the explosion tearing both vessels apart in a ball of superheated plasma. The battle raged across the entire system as human ships fought with the desperate fury of a species facing extinction. They used tactics that no civilized race would consider, turning asteroids into kinetic weapons and detonating nuclear mines in the middle of enemy formations. Chancellor Krixtal watched in growing horror as his magnificent fleet began to take casualties. How are they doing this? We outnumber them nearly 2-1. His tactical officer, a nervous Kethmari who had never seen real combat before, studied his instruments with shaking hands. Chancellor, their ships are smaller and faster than ours. They're using the system's gravity wells to slingshot around planets and attack from unexpected angles. Our formation is too rigid to respond effectively. Then break formation, Krixtal snapped. All ships, free engagement. Hunt them down individually. But that order played directly into human hands. Admiral Collins had spent months studying Council tactics, and he knew their greatest weakness was their reliance on overwhelming force and coordinated attacks. When they broke formation, they became individual targets for human wolf packs. Captain Lisa Bennett, now commanding her own ship after her promotion, led a squadron of fast attack craft against isolated Council vessels. Her tactics were brutal, but effective, crippling enemy ships and leaving them floating dead in space rather than wasting ammunition to finish them off. Admiral, we're getting casualty reports from across the fleet, his communications officer reported. Enemy losses are mounting, but we're taking heavy damage too. We can't keep this pace up much longer. Collins nodded grimly. He had known from the beginning that this would be a battle of attrition, and humanity simply didn't have the numbers to win a prolonged fight. Signal all ships. Begin final assault pattern. It's time to end this. The remaining human vessels converged on the Council flagship in a coordinated attack that sacrificed everything for a single decisive blow. Ships that were already damaged beyond repair used their last moments to ram enemy vessels or detonate their reactors in the middle of alien formations. Chancellor Krixtal felt his ship shudder under the impact of human weapons, alarms blaring. Throughout the bridge as his crew fought to maintain basic systems. Around him, his grand fleet was dissolving into chaos as human ships tore through their ranks like wolves among sheep. "Sir, we're receiving surrender requests from multiple vessels," his communications officer announced in disbelief. "They're abandoning the battle." "Impossible," Krixtal whispered, but the evidence was right there on his tactical display. Ships that had maintained galactic peace for millennia were turning away from battle, their crews unable to comprehend the level of violence they were witnessing. Admiral Collins saw the moment when the alien fleet's morale finally broke. Council ships began retreating individually, then in groups, until entire sections of their formation were fleeing toward the edge of the system. "All ships pursue and destroy," he ordered. "Don't let them regroup." But there was no regrouping. The Grand Fleet, pride of galactic civilization, was in full retreat. Less than 400 Council ships escaped the Centauri system, many of them badly damaged, and all of them carrying crews traumatized by their first real taste of warfare. Chancellor. Krixtal's flagship was among the casualties, its hull cracked open like an egg by human railgun fire. As his life support failed and the bridge filled with toxic smoke, his last thoughts were of disbelief that his perfect civilization could be brought low by a species of primitive barbarians. The aftermath of the battle was visible across the galaxy as news of the Council's defeat spread through hyperspace communication networks. On dozens of worlds, species that had lived under alien rule for millennia suddenly began to question why they had ever accepted integration in the first place. Admiral Morrison, now promoted to Fleet Command, established the first human embassy on Kepler Prime, a world that had declared independence from the Council within hours of learning about the human victory. He stood in the embassy's main hall, watching as representatives from 17 different species lined up to request human protection from Council retaliation. "Admiral, we're receiving reports from across the galaxy," his aide informed him. "The Council's authority is collapsing. Over 200 worlds have declared independence in the past week, and more are joining them every day." Morrison nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility settling on his shoulders. Humanity had not set out to become galactic liberators, but their refusal to submit had shown the entire galaxy that freedom was possible for those brave enough to fight for it. On Earth, President Helen Carter addressed the planet in a speech that would be remembered for generations. "We sought only to be left alone, to chart our own course among the stars. But in defending our freedom, we discovered that freedom is not something that can be hoarded. It must be shared with all who desire it." The Galactic Council would never recover from their defeat at Centauri. Their perfect order, built on the assumption that all intelligent species would eventually choose security over liberty, had been shattered by a race that valued independence above life itself. Humanity had proven that even the mightiest empire could fall if it faced enemies who refused to surrender, refused to compromise, and refused to accept that some things were more important than survival itself. The galaxy would never be the same, and that was exactly how humans liked it.
The message arrived on a Tuesday morning, piercing through Earth's communication networks like a blade through paper. Scientists at the Deep Space Monitoring Station in Chile were the first to detect it. The signal was impossibly strong, carrying more data than humanity had ever received from space. Within hours, every government on Earth had a copy. Within a day, the world knew they were not alone. The Galactic Council had found humanity. The message played across every screen, translated automatically into every human language by technology, so advanced it seemed like magic. A creature appeared in the holographic display, tall and graceful with silver skin that shimmered like mercury. Its eyes were large and dark, without pupils, giving it an unsettling appearance. This was Ambassador Thelraxis, representative of the Galactic Council. His voice was smooth, almost musical, but the words carried the weight of absolute authority. "Greetings, humans of Earth. We are the Galactic Council, guardians of 47 civilized species across this region of space. We have observed your species for some time now. You have developed faster than expected, spreading to your nearby planets and moons. This brings you to our attention." President Maria Santos of the United Earth Government watched the message from her office in Geneva, her hands clasped tight enough to turn her knuckles white. Around her, military advisors and scientists stood in silence, absorbing every word. Thelraxis continued, his tone growing colder. "However, your development concerns us. You possess nuclear weapons, biological weapons, and show tendencies toward violence and self-destruction. Your entertainment glorifies war. Your history is written in blood. Such species require guidance before they become threats to galactic peace." The ambassador's image gestured, and star maps appeared showing Earth and its small collection of colonies on Mars, Europa, and Titan. Red markers surrounded them, indicating the presence of alien ships, hundreds of them. The Galactic Council extends this offer to all emerging species. You have 30 standard cycles, approximately 30 of your Earth days to accept integration into our civilization. You will dismantle your military forces. You will surrender control of your government to Council advisors. You will accept classification as a Category 3 probationary species, with full rights to be granted once you prove yourselves civilized. President Santos felt her stomach drop. She looked at General James Morrison, head of Earth's United Military Command. His face was carved from stone, betraying no emotion, but she knew him well enough to see the fury burning behind his eyes. "If you refuse," Thelraxis said, and now his voice carried something like pity, "the Council will be forced to integrate you by other means. We do not wish for violence, but we cannot allow a potentially dangerous species to threaten galactic stability. Our peacekeeping forces are already positioned around your outer settlements. They will not fire unless you force our hand. Choose wisely. Choose peace." The message ended, leaving only silence in its wake. For 3 days, the United Earth government tried diplomacy. They sent messages of greeting, offered cultural exchanges, proposed treaties of mutual cooperation. Every message went unanswered. On the 4th day, they received a response. It was brief. Your attempts at negotiation are noted but unnecessary. Accept integration or face consequences. You have 26 cycles remaining. President Santos called an emergency session with leaders from every nation. The debate raged for hours. Some argued for acceptance, claiming humanity stood no chance against a civilization spanning dozens of worlds. Others demanded resistance, refusing to surrender Earth's hard-won freedom to alien overlords. Still others suggested a middle path, accepting integration while secretly maintaining some autonomy. General Morrison listened to it all with growing frustration. Finally, he stood, his voice cutting through the arguments like a whip crack. With all respect, we're missing the point. They're not offering us a choice. They're offering us slavery with fancy words wrapped around it. Category 3 probationary species. That means we'd have no rights, no voice, no control over our own destiny. But their technology, said Chancellor Wei of the Asian Federation. General, they have ships beyond our understanding. Weapons we can barely imagine. How can we possibly fight them? Morrison smiled, and it was not a pleasant expression. The same way our ancestors fought every empire that tried to conquer them. By being meaner, smarter, and more willing to bleed than they ever expected. The next day, a shuttle launched from Mars base, carrying Earth's official diplomatic delegation. They were granted permission to dock with the Council flagship, a vessel so massive it had its own gravity. Ambassador Thelraxis received them in a chamber that seemed carved from crystal, beautiful and cold. Dr. Sarah Okafor led the human delegation. She was a xenobiologist who had spent her career dreaming of this moment. First contact with alien life. Now that dream had become a nightmare, but she held her composure. Ambassador, she said, bowing slightly. We come seeking clarification on the terms of integration. Surely there's room for negotiation, for compromise that respects both our peoples. Thelraxis looked at her the way a teacher might look at a slow child. Dr. Okafor, there is no negotiation. The Council has integrated 217 species over the past 3,000 years. The process is well established. You will find it quite painless if you do not resist. But we're not asking to threaten anyone, Dr. Okafor pressed. We simply want to maintain our sovereignty, our right to govern ourselves. We can coexist peacefully without integration. The ambassador's expression, alien as it was, clearly conveyed disappointment. Your species is young. You do not understand the dangers you pose to yourselves and others. We have seen species like yours before. Left unchecked, you either destroy yourselves or become aggressors. The Council exists to prevent such tragedies. And if we refuse? Dr. Okafor asked quietly. Thelraxis was silent for a moment, then gestured to a view screen. It showed Mars from orbit, with Council ships positioned around it like a noose. Then we will be forced to act for your own good. Your Mars colony houses 80,000 people. Such installations are fragile in the void of space. Accidents can happen to those who resist peace. Dr. Okafor felt ice flood her veins. It was a threat, delivered with the calm assurance of someone who had never been told no. She looked at her fellow diplomats, saw the same realization in their eyes. These aliens, for all their talk of civilization and peace, were bullies. Sophisticated, technologically advanced bullies, but bullies nonetheless. The delegation returned to Earth with grim news. The Council would not negotiate. They would not compromise. It was surrender or war, and war seemed impossible to win. That night, President Santos called an emergency meeting in a bunker deep beneath Geneva. Only her most trusted advisors attended. General Morrison, Admiral Chen of the Space Defense Force, Dr. Okafor, and a dozen others representing Earth's greatest military and scientific minds. Options, Santos said simply. Morrison stood, activating a holographic display. They have superior technology, numbers, and firepower. In a straight fight, they'll crush us in hours. So we don't fight straight. We fight dirty. Explain, Santos said. What followed was 4 hours of intense planning. They examined everything they knew about the Council ships, their tactics, their technology. Slowly, a pattern emerged. The Council fought wars like chess matches, precise and controlled. Their weapons were designed for clean, efficient victories. Their tactics assumed rational opponents who understood when they were beaten. Humanity, Morrison argued, would give them something they had never encountered. An enemy that didn't fight fair, didn't follow rules, and was willing to sacrifice everything rather than kneel. As dawn broke over Geneva, President Santos made her decision. She looked around the room at the exhausted faces of Earth's defenders and spoke with quiet conviction. Send a message to all colonies, all military installations, all defense forces. Tell them to prepare. We're not surrendering. When that deadline expires, we're going to teach the Galactic Council why you should never corner a predator. Outside, the sun rose on Earth's last days of peace. Overhead, invisible to the naked eye, Council ships waited with patient confidence. They had done this hundreds of times before. They expected fear, panic, and eventual submission. They had no idea what was coming. The Galactic Council had existed for over 3,000 years, without ever truly understanding war. This was not because they were peaceful by choice, but peaceful by nature. Evolution had shaped them differently than it had shaped humanity. Ambassador Thelraxus belonged to the Velshara, one of the founding species of the Council. His people evolved on a world of endless plains and gentle herbivores. They developed intelligence to organize vast herds, to predict weather patterns, to build great cities of cooperation. Violence was rare in their history, seen as a failure of communication rather than a tool of statecraft. The same was true for most Council species. They came from worlds where predators were small or absent, where cooperation meant survival. When they reached for the stars and encountered others like themselves, forming the Council was natural. War, when it happened, was a carefully managed affair. Ships fired warning shots. Economic sanctions were imposed. At worst, orbital strikes destroyed military targets with surgical precision until the opponent surrendered. The concept of total war, of fighting to the last breath, of scorched earth and mutually assured destruction, these were alien to them in every sense of the word. Humanity was different. In a secure facility beneath the Rockies, General Morrison stood before a gathering of Earth's military elite. On the screens behind him scrolled thousands of years of human history. Wars, battles, sieges, and campaigns that had shaped civilization through blood and fire. Gentlemen, ladies, Morrison began, his voice carrying the weight of command. What you're looking at is our greatest advantage. The Council thinks we're primitives with crude weapons. They're right about the weapons, but dead wrong about the primitives part. We've been perfecting the art of killing for 10,000 years. He pulled up an image of the Council flagship. Sleek, beautiful, clearly designed by minds that valued elegance over aggression. Look at their ships. No armor to speak of, all energy shields. Their weapons are plasma cannons and particle beams. Effective but predictable. They've been fighting the same way for centuries because it works against enemies who fight like they do. Admiral Chen, commander of Earth's small space defense force, stepped forward. She was 55, with gray streaking her black hair and eyes that had seen humanity's first stumbling steps into space. We've been studying their patterns. Every engagement they've had follows the same doctrine. Form battle lines, exchange fire at medium range, wait for shields to fail, then demand surrender. It's ritualized. Civilized. We're not civilized, Morrison said with a grim smile. Not by their definition. And that's going to save us. Over the next 3 weeks, Earth transformed into a fortress. Not the fortress the Council expected, but something far more dangerous. Every advantage humanity had ever developed through millennia of warfare was brought to bear. On Luna, the moon base that had been built for mining and research was retrofitted. Its mass drivers, designed to launch ore containers back to Earth, were recalibrated. Engineers worked around the clock, turning peaceful equipment into weapons that could accelerate projectiles to a significant fraction of light speed. The Council's sensors detected increased activity but dismissed it. Their analysis said the humans were probably evacuating civilians. They were wrong. In the asteroid belt, miners had been working for decades, pulling precious metals from ancient rocks. Now those miners became guerrilla fighters. Their small ships, designed for maneuverability in tight spaces, were fitted with salvaged weapons and homemade explosives. They looked like civilian vessels because they were civilian vessels. The Council wouldn't see them coming. On Earth itself, every major city descended into controlled chaos. Factories that built cars retooled to build missiles. Chemical plants that made fertilizer started making something far more explosive. Computer programmers, hackers, and cybersecurity experts were recruited into military service. Their mission was simple but unprecedented. Break into the Council's networks and tear them apart from within. Dr. Sarah Okafor found herself leading a team she never expected to command. Xenobiologists, psychologists, and cultural analysts, all working to answer one question. How do you terrify an enemy that's never known real fear? Their psychology is completely different from ours, she explained to the Joint Chiefs of Staff. They evolved as prey animals. Their fear response is to freeze or flee, not fight. They've never encountered a predator species that reached the stars. Can we use that? Admiral Chen asked. Absolutely, Dr. Okafor replied. Every decision they make assumes rational actors following predictable patterns. Show them chaos, show them unpredictability, and their doctrine falls apart. They'll panic because panic is hardwired into them. A young programmer named Marcus Webb made a breakthrough that changed everything. He had been analyzing the Council's communication protocols, the code that let their ships talk to each other. What he found made him laugh out loud in the middle of the night, startling his colleagues. They have no security, he explained, his eyes wide with disbelief. I mean, they have encryption, but it's designed to prevent accidents, not attacks. They've never had to defend against hostile intrusion because everyone in the Council follows the same protocols. It's like they left all their doors unlocked because they've never been robbed. Within days, Marcus and his team had developed viruses, worms, and Trojans specifically designed to exploit Council systems. They couldn't destroy the alien ships with code alone, but they could blind them, confuse them, turn their own computers against them. In modern warfare, information was everything. Earth was about to teach the Council what it meant to fight blind. As the deadline approached, the Council fleet around Mars grew confident. Their sensors showed Earth's military preparing for something, but nothing that worried them. A few dozen primitive warships, some orbital platforms, scattered defenses. Ambassador Thelraxis reviewed the intelligence reports with satisfaction. They will resist briefly, he told his subordinates. It is natural for young species to test their strength before accepting reality. We will disable their weapons systems, perhaps destroy one or two ships to demonstrate our superiority. And then they will surrender. By this time next week, Earth will begin proper integration. His tactical officer, a younger Velshara named Kaelith, was less certain. Ambassador, some of their vessel movements seem irregular. They're not following standard defensive formations. Thelraxis waved a dismissive hand. They are amateurs, Kaelith. Do not expect them to understand proper military organization. They will learn from us. What the Council couldn't understand was that chaos was a strategy. Irregular movements weren't mistakes. They were doctrine. Humanity had learned long ago that unpredictability was a weapon. You couldn't be targeted if the enemy couldn't predict where you'd be. You couldn't be countered if your tactics made no sense. On Earth, President Santos gave the order that every military commander had prepared for. All forces, this is Alpha Protocol, execute when ready. The deadline expired at midnight, Greenwich Mean Time. The Council fleet began its advance toward Earth, moving in perfect formation. 300 ships, a force that had subjugated entire worlds, advancing with the confidence of inevitable victory. They expected missiles, lasers, perhaps a desperate charge by Earth's handful of warships. What they got was something else entirely, something that would echo across the galaxy and change the Council forever. Admiral Chen sat in the command center beneath Geneva, watching the tactical displays. Her officers were tense, waiting for her order. She thought about her daughter, serving on one of the defense platforms. She thought about her parents who had fled a war-torn Earth decades ago, dreaming of peace among the stars. She thought about humanity's long, bloody history of survival against impossible odds. "Gentlemen," she said quietly, her voice carrying to every ship, every station, every soldier preparing to fight. "We didn't come this far as a species by giving up when things looked bad. Our ancestors fought with rocks and spears. We fought with swords and shields. We fought with muskets and cannons and nuclear bombs. Today we fight with everything we have, and we show these aliens what it means to corner a predator." She paused, then smiled. "Light them up." Across human space, from Luna to the asteroid belt to the hidden platforms in Jupiter's orbit, weapons that the Council had never imagined came online. The trap was set. The prey had teeth. And the Galactic Council was about to learn a lesson written in fire and blood. The age of human warfare had come to the stars. The Council fleet crossed the threshold of Earth's defensive zone with absolute confidence. 300 warships arranged in the traditional formation advanced at precisely calculated speeds. Their shields hummed with power, Their weapons were charged, and their crews operated with the calm efficiency of those who had never known defeat. Ambassador Thelraxis stood on the bridge of his flagship, watching Earth grow larger in the view screen. The blue-green planet looked peaceful, beautiful even. Soon it would be under proper guidance. Another success story for the Council's civilizing mission. He felt a touch of satisfaction at a job about to be completed. Distance to Luna? He asked his navigation officer. Approaching optimal range for initial display of force, Ambassador. Recommend we target their lunar installations first. A demonstration should encourage immediate surrender. Thelraxis nodded. Make it so. One precise strike on their largest facility. No casualties if possible. We are teachers, not murderers. That was when the moon opened fire. The mass drivers had been disguised as mining equipment hidden in plain sight. Now they revealed their true purpose. Tungsten rods, each weighing several tons, accelerated to 30% of light speed. They crossed the distance between Luna and the Council fleet in seconds. There was no warning, no time to react. The first projectile struck the Velshara cruiser, Peaceful Dawn. The Council shields, designed to dissipate energy weapons, might as well have been paper. The tungsten rod passed through them like they didn't exist, driven by simple Newtonian physics. Kinetic energy doesn't care about shield frequencies or energy absorption. Momentum is momentum. The rod punched through the cruiser's hull, through its internal compartments, through its reactor core, and out the other side. The ship exploded, splitting in half as its power plant went critical. 43 crew members died in an instant. It was the first Council combat death in over a century. 20 more rods followed the first. Council ships tried to maneuver, but their tactical doctrine had no response to this. They were used to energy weapons that could be tracked, anticipated, defended against. These were just chunks of metal traveling at relativistic speeds. No energy signature, no lock-on warning, just sudden catastrophic impact. 5 ships were destroyed in the first volley. 7 more were crippled, their hulls breached, their systems failing. Evasive maneuvers, Thelraxis shouted, his calm shattered. All ships scatter formation. Return fire on lunar surface. But scattering broke the Council's carefully planned formation. Ships moved into each other's firing solutions. Coordination collapsed, and that was when the second wave hit. From the asteroid belt, dozens of small craft emerged. They looked like mining vessels because they were mining vessels. Crude, ugly, bristling with improvised weapons and explosive charges. They flew in patterns that made no tactical sense, weaving and spinning, accelerating and decelerating randomly. Council targeting computers couldn't get a lock. The AI couldn't predict where these vessels would be, because the human pilots weren't following any pattern. They were flying on instinct, on intuition, on reflexes honed by decades of dodging space debris in the belt. A mining ship, piloted by a woman named Rosa Martinez who had spent 30 years hauling ice, aimed directly at a Council frigate. Her ship's communications were broadcasting her voice. "This is for Earth, you arrogant bastards." Her ship, packed with enough explosive to level a mountain, struck the frigate at full burn. The explosion tore through the Council ship like tissue paper. Rosa died instantly, as did 97 Council crew members. It was the first deliberate suicide attack the Council had ever encountered. They had no doctrine for it, no defense against it, because the concept was incomprehensible to them. Why would anyone deliberately trade their life for the enemy? They didn't understand humanity's history. They didn't know about kamikaze pilots, suicide bombers, desperate last stands where soldiers held impossible positions, knowing they would die but buying time for others. Sacrifice for the greater good was written into human DNA by 10,000 years of warfare. More mining ships followed Rosa's example. Not all hit their targets, but enough did. The Council fleet was reeling, ships burning, formations scattered, commanders screaming for orders. That was when the cyber attack hit. Marcus Webb and his team had been waiting for this moment. The Council ships were designed to operate as a network, sharing targeting data, coordinating movements, working together with perfect efficiency. That network was now their greatest weakness. The virus spread through Council systems like wildfire. Communications went down. Targeting sensors reported false data. Navigation systems showed incorrect positions. Some ships suddenly thought they were back at their home ports. Others believed they were alone in empty space. The carefully coordinated fleet became a mob of confused, isolated vessels. Admiral Chen watched from Earth, seeing the chaos unfold exactly as planned. "Launch fighters," she ordered. "All wings engage at will." Earth's fighter craft were small, primitive by Council standards, barely capable of reaching orbit. But they were fast, maneuverable, and flown by pilots who treated the three-dimensional battlefield like a video game. Because for many of them, that's how they'd learned. Decades of flight simulators, combat games, and virtual reality training had prepared a generation for this moment. They swarmed the Council ships like angry hornets, too small and numerous to target effectively, firing missiles and railgun bursts at close range. When their weapons ran dry, some pilots deliberately crashed into Council vessels, adding their momentum to the attack. On the Council flagship, Thelraxus watched his fleet die and couldn't comprehend what he was seeing. This wasn't war as he understood it. This was madness, chaos, violence without logic or reason. His tactical officer was dead, killed when a human fighter crashed directly into the bridge view screen, its pilot screaming defiance until the last second. "Pull back," Thelraxus shouted into the failing communication system. "All ships retreat." Immediate withdrawal, but retreat was easier ordered than executed. Council ships designed for careful tactical withdrawals now tried to flee in panic. They crashed into each other, fired weapons wildly, and abandoned all discipline. Humanity's forces pursued them like wolves chasing prey, hitting them again and again. A single human destroyer, its hull scarred and its crew down to half strength, made a final desperate move. Its captain, a man named David Chen, Admiral Chen's nephew, lined up his failing ship with a Council carrier. His reactor was already overloading, his systems failing. He had minutes at best. "This is Destroyer Prometheus," he broadcast on all frequencies. "Earth remembers. Earth fights back, and Earth never surrenders." He slammed his ship into the carrier at full burn. The reactor detonation was visible from Earth, a brief new star in the sky. The carrier and its escort ships were vaporized. David Chen and his crew of 47 became heroes, whose names would be taught to children for generations. The Battle of Luna lasted 4 hours. When it was over, the Council fleet had lost 119 ships destroyed, 68 ships crippled, and thousands of crew members dead or injured. The survivors fled in disorder, jumping to hyperspace as soon as they could calculate coordinates, abandoning damaged vessels that couldn't escape. Earth's losses were severe. Most of Luna's mass drivers were destroyed by return fire. 37 fighter craft were lost. 4 major defensive platforms were gone. Human casualties numbered in the thousands. But they had won. Against impossible odds with inferior technology, humanity had bloodied the Galactic Council's nose and sent them running. In the aftermath, Admiral Chen stood in the command center, surrounded by exhausted officers and technicians. Reports were still coming in. Damage assessments, casualty lists, inventory of remaining weapons. The celebration would come later. For now, there was only grim satisfaction and the knowledge that this was just the beginning. President Santos appeared on the main screen from Geneva. Her face was drawn, aged years in a single day. "Admiral, you did it. You stopped them." "For now," Chen replied. "They'll be back. Bigger, angrier, and prepared for our tactics. We hurt them, but we didn't break them." "Then we prepare for round 2, Santos said, "and we make sure they understand the message. Earth doesn't kneel. Not to anyone." Across Council space, news of the defeat spread like a shockwave. For 3,000 years, the Council had been unopposed, unchallenged, secure in their superiority. Now a single primitive world had shattered that illusion. Some species were horrified. Others were terrified. And a few, the ones who had chafed under Council rule for centuries, felt something they hadn't felt in a long time. Hope Ambassador Thelraxus, his ship limping back to Council space, sent a message that would change everything. His voice was shaken, his confidence destroyed, his worldview shattered. "Council Command, this is Ambassador Thelraxus. Earth has refused integration. They fought back. They used weapons we didn't anticipate, tactics we couldn't counter. They killed our people deliberately, willingly. They sacrificed themselves just to destroy us." He paused, and when he spoke again, his voice carried something the Council had never heard from him before. Fear. "They're not like us. They're predators. Real predators. And they're not going to stop." The Galactic Council chamber had stood for 1,000 years on the world of Thalvis, capital of Council space. Its great dome rose above the city like a monument to civilization itself, built from materials gathered from 47 worlds. Inside, representatives of every member species gathered to debate the single most shocking event in their recorded history. Earth had won. High Counselor Merthas, eldest of the Velshara and leader of the council for 3 decades, stood at the central podium. His silver skin seemed dimmer than usual, aged by the weight of recent events. Around him the chamber buzzed with anxious conversation, fear barely hidden beneath diplomatic language. "The human question must be resolved," Merthas announced, his voice cutting through the noise. "We have suffered our greatest military defeat in 3,000 years. 119 ships lost. Over 4,000 crew members dead. This cannot stand." The representative from the Krinth species, a large reptilian being named Sarkoth, rose from his seat. The Krinth were one of the few species in the council who had evolved as hunters. They had been carefully integrated centuries ago, their aggressive tendencies channeled into council security forces. Now Sarkoth spoke with barely concealed excitement. "With respect, High Counselor, we did not suffer a defeat. We suffered a lesson. The humans fought with tactics we have forgotten or never knew. They fought like warriors, not diplomats. Perhaps we should learn from them rather than destroy them." Outraged voices filled the chamber. The representative from the Velshara delegation, a female named Selmara, stood trembling with emotion. "Learn from them? They murdered our people. They used suicide attacks, weapons designed purely to kill, tactics without honor or restraint. They are barbarians." "They are survivors," Sarkoth countered, "and they have shown us something we needed to see. We have grown soft, comfortable in our superiority. The humans have reminded us that the universe is not always kind to the weak." The debate raged for hours. Some species demanded immediate retaliation, calling for an armada large enough to overwhelm Earth through sheer numbers. Others urged caution, suggesting negotiation now that humans had proven themselves. A few, like the Krinth, openly expressed admiration for humanity's tactical brilliance. Finally, Merthas called for order. "The decision is made. We will assemble an armada, 3,000 ships from 12 species. We will not make the same mistakes twice. We will approach with overwhelming force, destroy their military capabilities from safe distance, and then integrate them properly. The humans will learn that defiance has consequences." The vote was nearly unanimous. Only the Krinth abstained. The Great Armada began to gather, the largest military force the Council had assembled in 500 years. It would take months to organize, but when it came, Earth would have no choice but to surrender. Or so they thought. On Earth, humanity was not idle. Admiral Chen had become the face of Earth's defense, her tactical brilliance celebrated across every nation. But she knew the truth. They had won through surprise and desperation. The Council would not be surprised twice. "We can't win a direct fight," she told the assembled military leadership. "Their technology is still superior. Their numbers are overwhelming. If we sit here and wait for them to come back, we die." General Morrison nodded agreement. "So we don't wait. We take the war to them." The plan was audacious to the point of insanity. Instead of defending Earth, humanity would launch offensive strikes into Council space. They would hit supply lines, destroy shipyards, target military installations. They would make the Council bleed for every light year between them and Earth. Most importantly, they would break the Council's greatest weapon, unity. Dr. Sarah Okafor had been studying captured Council databases, information pulled from damaged ships during the battle. What she found was illuminating. The Council was not as unified as it appeared. Dozens of species had been integrated against their will. They lived under Council rule, bound by laws they never agreed to, watching their cultures slowly erased in the name of civilization. "Some of these species would support us if they knew we existed," she explained to President Santos. "They've been waiting for someone to stand up to the Council. We could be that someone." "Are you suggesting we start a revolution?" Santos asked. "I'm suggesting we give them hope," Okafor replied. "Show them that the Council can be resisted. That freedom is possible." The first human strike force launched 3 weeks after the Battle of Luna. 5 ships, all that Earth could spare, jumped into Council space using captured navigation data. Their target was a supply depot in the Kelvar system, a hub that fed Council military operations across 3 sectors. Captain Jessica Reeves commanded the strike force from the bridge of the corvette Defiant. She was 32 years old, a veteran of the asteroid belt conflicts and completely terrified. Her entire military career had been peacekeeping operations and pirate suppression. Now she was leading an attack deep in enemy territory. Jump complete, her navigator reported. Kelvar depot ahead. Multiple targets detected. Are they military? Reeves asked. Negative, Captain. Civilian freighters, automated platforms, maybe a dozen security drones. Light resistance. Reeves felt relief wash over her. She had feared attacking civilians, but this was legitimate military infrastructure. All ships execute attack plan. Fast in, fast out, maximum damage. The human ship swept through the depot like a storm. Missiles and railgun fire tore apart storage platforms, destroyed fuel tanks, and crippled freighters. The security drones tried to respond but were overwhelmed in minutes. The entire engagement lasted less than 20 minutes. Before they jumped away, Reeves broadcast a message on all council frequencies. It was something Dr. Okafor had written, translated into every major council language. To all species under council rule. This is Earth. We have been told to surrender, to accept integration, to give up our freedom for your civilization. We refused. We fought back. We won. If we can resist the council, so can you. You are not alone anymore. The message spread across council space like wildfire. Within days, similar broadcasts came from other human strike teams hitting targets across a dozen systems. Each message was slightly different, but the core remained the same. Earth was fighting back, and they were winning. The effect on council morale was devastating. Ships that had been preparing to join the Armada suddenly reported mechanical problems. Crew members began deserting. Some species started openly questioning whether the war against Earth was justified. The Velshara delegation tried to suppress the human broadcasts, but information wanted to be free, especially in an interconnected civilization spanning dozens of worlds. Then humanity escalated. The Kresh shipyards orbited a gas giant in the Talmor system, producing half of the Council's frigate-class vessels. They were heavily defended, considered untouchable. Commander Sarah Okafor, who had taken a combat role after Luna, led a suicide mission against them. Her ship, the destroyer Prometheus II, named after David Chen's heroic sacrifice, jumped into the system alone. Alarms immediately screamed across every defensive platform. Dozens of council ships moved to intercept. Sarah had maybe 15 minutes before they overwhelmed her. It was enough. She aimed her ship directly at the largest construction platform, pushed her reactor to the red line, and accelerated. Council weapons fire hammered her shields, tore through her hull, killed her crew one by one. Sarah kept flying, ignoring the pain from shrapnel in her side, focused only on the target growing larger in her view screen. Her last transmission was simple: Earth remembers. The Prometheus II struck the construction platform at nearly 10% of light speed. The explosion was visible from 3 planets. The platform was vaporized. 4 ships under construction were destroyed. The shockwave crippled 2 other platforms. The Kresh shipyards, pride of council industry, would take years to rebuild. Sarah Okafor's sacrifice accomplished more than military damage. It sent a message that resonated across the galaxy. Humans would go anywhere, pay any price to fight for their freedom. There was no safe distance, no secure location. If the Council came for Earth, Earth would come for them. The psychological impact was immediate. Council species began demanding negotiations. The peaceful Velshara species openly protested the war, calling it unjust and immoral. Even some Velshara started questioning whether integrating such a dangerous species was worth the cost. Most significantly, some of the younger species began their own resistance movements. The Coral, integrated only 50 years ago, launched attacks on Council military bases in their home system. They broadcast human messages alongside their own, using Earth's defiance as inspiration for their rebellion. The Council's response was harsh. They crushed the Coral uprising with overwhelming force, but the damage was done. The image of Council benevolence was shattered. Other species watched and wondered. If the Council would kill the Coral for seeking freedom, what did that say about their integration? High Counselor Murthas watched his perfect civilization crumbling and felt something he had never experienced before: helplessness. Earth had done more than defeat a fleet. They had exposed the lie at the heart of the Council. Integration wasn't voluntary. Peace wasn't universal. The Council ruled through fear, disguised as enlightenment. As the Armada continued to gather, as plans were made to crush Earth once and for all, the Armada gathered in the Thalves system like a storm ready to break. 3,000 ships from a dozen species, representing the full military might of the Galactic Council. It was a force that could reduce entire worlds to dust, break civilizations, reshape the political landscape of a sector. It had taken 4 months to assemble, and now it was ready. High Counselor Mirtha stood on the observation deck of the super dreadnought Unity, watching the fleet conduct final preparations. Each ship was a masterpiece of engineering, a testament to Council technological superiority. Surely, he thought, the humans would see this armada and understand the futility of resistance. But even as he thought this, doubt gnawed at him. In the 4 months since Luna, humanity had launched 17 major strikes across Council space. They had destroyed shipyards, supply depots, and communication hubs. More troubling, they had inspired 3 separate rebellions among junior Council species. The Coral Uprising had been crushed, but the Velkari and Tresh were still fighting. The Council was at war on multiple fronts for the first time in centuries. Kalith, now promoted to tactical advisor after his analysis of human warfare proved invaluable, approached Mirthas with a data pad. His expression was troubled. "High Counselor, I need to show you something. Our intelligence has intercepted human communications. They're planning something big." Mirthas studied the data, his skin paling as he read. "They're planning to attack here? Thalves itself? That's impossible, insane." "That's what we said about Luna," Kalith replied quietly. "And yet they won. Humans don't think like us. To them, attacking the enemy's heart while outnumbered isn't insane. It's doctrine." On Earth, Admiral Chen reviewed the final details of Operation Prometheus. The name had become synonymous with human sacrifice for victory, honoring all those who had given their lives since the war began. This operation would be the largest sacrifice yet. 12 ships, General Morrison said, looking at the force composition, against their entire home defense fleet. "We'll lose everyone." "I know," Chen replied, her voice heavy. "But we don't need to win. We need to send a message so loud that they can't ignore it. We need to prove that nowhere is safe, that no show of force will make us kneel." President Santos joined them via hologram, looking older than her years. The war had aged everyone. "Admiral, are you sure about this?" "We're talking about potentially killing civilians. We're targeting military and government installations only," Chen assured her. "No civilian targets, no genocide. We're not monsters even if they think we are. But yes, there will be civilian casualties. Collateral damage. That's the reality of war." Santos was silent for a long moment. "I never wanted this. First contact was supposed to be humanity's greatest moment. Instead, it's become our darkest hour." "No," Chen said firmly. "Our darkest hour was when we almost surrendered. When we almost gave up our freedom without a fight. This is us showing the galaxy who we are. We're humans. We don't quit." The 12 ships of Operation Prometheus launched from various points around Earth, jumping separately to avoid detection. Each crew knew they weren't coming back. Each crew had volunteered anyway. They ranged from young pilots fresh from training to veterans of Luna, united by one conviction: Earth would not surrender. Commander James Park led the strike force from the cruiser Indomitable. He was 47 years old with 3 children back on Earth and a wife who had begged him not to go. But his brother had died at Luna, and some debts could only be paid in blood. "All ships report ready," his communications officer announced. "Final jump in 30 seconds. Park looked around his bridge at the faces of people who had become family over months of fighting. "Whatever happens in the next hour, know that Earth is proud of you. Humanity is proud of you. We're about to do something they'll talk about for 1,000 years. Jump in 3, 2, 1. The 12 human ships materialized in the heart of Council space, directly above Thalves. Alarm shrieked across the planet. Defense platforms powered weapons. Ships scrambled to intercept. But for a few precious seconds, the humans had surprise on their side. Park targeted the largest military orbital station and fired everything. All ships weapons free. "Hit them hard, hit them fast!" The battle was chaos from the start. Human ships moved in unpredictable patterns, firing at anything military, broadcasting their defiance on every channel. Council ships tried to intercept but kept getting in each other's way. The 3,000 ship armada that had seemed so impressive was actually a vulnerability. Too many ships in too small a space created congestion, confusion, and friendly fire incidents. The human ship vengeance commanded by a woman named Li Wei who had lost her entire family in a council strike on Mars, aimed directly at a government complex. Her ship was already dying, shields down, hull breached, reactor failing. She had maybe seconds left. "This is for Mars," she whispered, and drove her ship into the building at full speed. The explosion tore through the complex, destroying centuries of council records and killing dozens of bureaucrats. It was the first time in 1,000 years that violence had touched the council homeworld. The psychological impact was immeasurable. Aboard the Unity, Myrthus watched the battle in horror. "They're actually doing it. They're attacking us here in our home system. This is madness." "No," Kyleth said softly, watching the tactical display. "This is strategy. They're showing us that the war will never end, that they'll keep coming, keep fighting, keep dying, until either they're extinct or we leave them alone. High Counselor, we need to end this now." The battle lasted 38 minutes. All 12 human ships were destroyed. Their crews, totaling 462 people, died fighting. But they took out 17 council ships, damaged 40 more, destroyed 3 major installations, and killed over 1,000 council personnel. More importantly, they broke something fundamental in the council's psychology. The people of Thalves, safe for millennia, had watched their sky burn. They had seen their government complex destroyed. They had felt fear in their own homes. The illusion of invulnerability was shattered. In the aftermath, as fires still burned on Thalves and debris rained from orbit, High Counselor Myrthas made a decision that would define his legacy. He called an emergency council session, not to plan revenge, but to do something the council had never done in 3,000 years, admit they were wrong. "We cannot win this war," he told the assembled representatives, "not without becoming the very monsters we claim to oppose. The humans will not surrender. They will fight to their last breath, and they will take us with them. We have 2 choices. We can destroy Earth completely, commit genocide against an entire species, or we can negotiate." The chamber erupted in argument. Some demanded total war, others pleaded for peace. The debate raged for hours until Kyleth stood and spoke with quiet conviction. "I fought at Luna. I studied their tactics. I've learned their history. Humans are survivors from a world that tried to kill them for millions of years. They developed intelligence not for cooperation like us, but for competition, for hunting, for warfare. They reached the stars not in peace, but through conflict. They are everything we are not." He paused, looking around the chamber. "And that's exactly why we need them. Because somewhere out in the galaxy, there are threats we've never faced, species that won't care about our civilization or our enlightenment. When that day comes, we'll need warriors. We'll need humans." The vote was close, but it passed. The council would negotiate with Earth as equals, not subjects. The meeting was held on a neutral station, halfway between Earth and council space. Admiral Chen represented humanity, flanked by President Santos and Dr. Sarah Okafor's sister, carrying on her legacy. Kyleth represented the council, with Myrthas observing remotely. The negotiations were tense. Earth demanded full sovereignty, military independence, and a council seat with voting rights. The council balked at first, but Chen was firm. "We've proven we can hurt you," she said bluntly. "We've proven we won't stop. You can have us as enemies who will fight you forever, or as allies who will stand with you. Choose." The treaty took 3 weeks to finalize. Earth would join the council as a full member species, not an integrated subject. They would maintain their military, their government, and their independence. In exchange, they would share certain technologies and provide military consultation to council forces. The clause that surprised everyone came from Kyleth. "We want human advisors to help train our forces, not to make us killers, but to teach us how to survive against those who are." Chen smiled grimly. "You want us to teach you how to fight. We want you to teach us how to win," Kyleth corrected. The treaty was signed on June 15th Earth calendar, 6 months after first contact. It was celebrated on Earth with parades and memorials for the fallen. The council received it with mixed feelings, but a growing understanding that the galaxy had changed. 5 years later, when an extragalactic force called the Vex appeared at the edge of council space, it was human tactical doctrine that saved civilization. Admiral Chen, now Supreme Commander of Combined Council Forces, led a fleet that included ships from 47 species. They fought the Vex to a standstill using tactics the Council had once The observation deck of the council station hummed with its usual quiet efficiency. Ambassador Thelnara of the Vex Nori stood before the massive windows, her crystalline body refracting the light of 1,000 stars. She had served on the Galactic Council for 200 years, and in all that time nothing had surprised her. The galaxy was old, predictable, and peaceful. Today would change everything. Ambassador, the sensor data is confirmed, her aide said, his voice trembling slightly. The signals are authentic. There's a civilization in Sector 449, third planet from a yellow star. They call themselves humans. Thelnara felt a flutter of interest. A new species was always cause for celebration. The last time the Council had welcomed a new member was 6,000 years ago. The Kelvar had arrived in wooden ships powered by solar sails, barely capable of reaching their own moon. The Council had guided them, taught them, and now they were valued members of the galactic community. Prepare the welcome fleet, she instructed. Send our standard greeting package. Let them know we come in peace. The aide hesitated. Ambassador, there's something else. The signals we've been receiving, they're unusual. How so? They contain entertainment broadcasts, stories, and many of them depict violence, war, conflict between their own kind. Thelnara waved a crystalline appendage dismissively. All young species go through aggressive phases. They'll grow out of it once they see what true civilization looks like. How long until the welcome fleet reaches their system? 3 cycles, Ambassador. Excellent. Inform the Council. We'll prepare the usual ceremonies. 3 cycles later, Thelnara stood in the Council chambers when the emergency alert shattered the peaceful atmosphere. Red lights flashed throughout the station, something that hadn't happened in living memory. The klaxons wailed, sending species scrambling in confusion. What's happening? Council Speaker Mordrin demanded, his multiple eyes blinking rapidly. The screen flickered to life, showing Commander Velthar of the Welcome Fleet. The normally composed officer looked terrified, his face pale and his hands shaking. Council, we have a situation. We arrived at the human homeworld as planned. But the planet, something's wrong. They're not responding to our hails. The cities are active, but there's no communication. Then our sensors detected something. What did you detect, Commander? Thelnara asked calmly. Ships, Ambassador. Hundreds of them. They jumped into the system without warning. Military vessels armed, and they're... He paused, struggling with his words. They're damaged. Heavily damaged. Like they've been through battles. Multiple battles. The hull plating is scorched. There are impact craters, weapon burns, and they're heading straight for us. The council chamber erupted in chaos. Species that hadn't raised their voices in centuries were shouting over each other. Mordrin called for order, his voice barely audible over the commotion. Did they fire on you? Thelnara asked, her voice cutting through the noise. No, Ambassador, but they locked weapons on us. Our shields couldn't have stopped what they were carrying. We withdrew immediately. They didn't pursue, but... Velthar looked off-screen, then back. They're following us. Not quickly, but deliberately. They're coming to council space. How long? Mordrin demanded. At their current speed, 2 cycles. Maybe less if they accelerate. The screen went dark. The council chamber fell silent. For the first time in 200,000 years, the Galactic Council faced something they had forgotten existed. A potential threat. Over the next 2 cycles, the council transformed. Ancient defense systems were activated, their operators reading manuals that had gathered dust for millennia. Ships that had been mothballed were brought back online. Species that had never held weapons in their lifetimes were given crash courses in basic defense protocols. Thelnara spent those cycles reviewing every piece of information they had on humanity. The broadcast painted a picture that disturbed her deeply. These humans had been in space for barely 200 years, yet their entertainment was filled with stories of conflict. Not just conflict with external threats, but with each other. Wars over resources, wars over beliefs, wars over territory, wars that killed millions. And yet, between these wars, there were brief moments of stunning beauty. Art created from suffering, music born from pain, literature that celebrated sacrifice and honor. What kind of species are they? Her aide asked, reviewing the same data. I don't know, Thelnara admitted, but I think we've made a terrible mistake. The intelligence reports grew more alarming. Long-range probes captured images of the human fleet. The ships were massive, far larger than anything a species this young should be capable of building. They bristled with weapons. And the hull markings, those were the most disturbing part. Each ship bore scars, not just from wear and tear, but from battle, burn marks from energy weapons, impact craters from kinetic strikes, patched hull breaches, and painted on their sides were words in dozens of different human languages. Names like Vengeance, Defiance, Last Stand, and Remember Titan. They've been fighting, Council military analyst Krevnak reported. Not just skirmishes, major engagements, fleet actions. These ships have seen real war. Against whom? Mordrin asked. There are no other species in that region of space. That's what concerns me, Speaker. The only logical answer is that they've been fighting themselves. These battle scars, these ship names, they all reference conflicts between human factions. Mars Rebellion, Titan Uprising, Belt Wars, Europa Massacre. They've been engaged in large-scale warfare for decades, possibly centuries. The council chamber grew cold. A species that fought itself with such intensity was unpredictable. Dangerous. Should we mobilize the defense fleet? Someone asked. Against what? Another council member replied. We don't even know if they're hostile. They haven't fired on anyone. They're just coming. On the morning of the third cycle, the communication channels crackled to life. Every screen in council space displayed the same message. It was audio only, the voice of a human female speaking in heavily accented but understandable Galactic common. Galactic Council, this is Fleet Admiral Sarah Chen of the United Terran Fleet. We received your invitation to join the Galactic community. We accept. We are following your welcome fleet's trajectory to your station. We apologize if our arrival has caused alarm. We came directly from the front lines and did not have time to make our ships more presentable. We request permission to approach council space. We have much to discuss. Coordinates confirmed. Estimated arrival 6 standard hours. Chen out, the message ended. The council sat in stunned silence. Front lines? Thelnara whispered. What front lines? Mordrin stood, his ancient frame suddenly looking very small and very fragile. We will receive them. Prepare the diplomatic corps. Activate all defensive systems but do not show hostile intent. And someone find out what these humans have been fighting. I have a feeling we're about to learn something we'd rather not know. As the human fleet drew closer, visible now on long-range sensors, one detail became clear to everyone watching. The ships were indeed battle-scarred and damaged. But they were flying in perfect formation, their weapons powered but not targeting anything, their shields active but not at full strength. They weren't coming as conquerors. They were coming as survivors. And that, Thelnara realized, might be even more frightening. The galaxy was about to meet humanity, and nothing would ever be the same. The human fleet emerged from hyperspace exactly where they said they would, exactly when they said they would. This precision unnerved the council observers more than anything else. Species this young weren't supposed to have navigation this accurate. It took most civilizations 1,000 years to master hyperspace jumps with this kind of reliability. Ambassador. Thelnara watched from the observation deck as the human ships took up position at the edge of council space. There were 347 vessels. She had counted them herself. Each one was unique, bearing different designs, different configurations, different levels of damage. Some were massive dreadnoughts bristling with weapon batteries. Others were sleek carriers with launch bays that could hold hundreds of smaller craft. Still others were support vessels, their hulls modified with equipment whose purpose she couldn't begin to guess. But what caught her attention, what made her crystalline structure vibrate with unease, were the markings. Every single ship bore tally marks. Hundreds of them, thousands on some vessels. Small lines scratched or painted onto the hull plating, grouped in sets of 5. What are those marks? Her aide asked. Kill counts, replied Krevnak, the military analyst. He had arrived an hour earlier with a team of xenopsychologists and historians. Those are kill counts. Each mark represents an enemy vessel destroyed. But there are thousands of them on some ships. Yes. The word hung in the air like a death sentence. These humans had been fighting a war of such scale that their ships had destroyed thousands of enemy vessels. And if they had been fighting themselves, as the intelligence suggested, then both sides of their conflict must have had fleets of similar size. The implications were staggering. Humanity had built an industrial base capable of producing warships by the thousands, had developed weapons powerful enough to destroy them regularly, and had somehow survived a conflict that should have wiped them out completely. "We're receiving a transmission," the communications officer announced. "They're requesting permission to send a shuttle. One shuttle. Minimal crew. Admiral Chen herself will be aboard." Mordrin considered this. Sending their commander personally was a sign of peaceful intent, but it could also be a tactical maneuver. The Council hadn't dealt with military strategy in so long that they weren't sure which. "Permission granted," Mordrin finally said. "Direct them to Docking Bay 7. Full security presence but non-threatening posture. We don't want to provoke them, but we need to be prepared." As the shuttle made its way toward the station, Thelnara reviewed what little they had learned about human psychology over the past few days. The xenopsychology team had been working around the clock, analyzing the broadcasts Earth had been sending into space for the past century. Their findings were disturbing. Humans were paradoxical. They created breathtaking art and horrifying weapons with equal skill. They wrote poetry about love and manuals about warfare with the same dedication. Their history was a long chain of conflicts interrupted by brief periods of peace. Yet during those conflicts, they had shown capacity for both incredible cruelty and stunning compassion. They had concepts the Council had never needed words for. War crimes, rules of engagement, acceptable casualties, Pyrrhic victory, last stand. These weren't abstract philosophical ideas to humans. They were practical considerations. One broadcast had particularly troubled the xenopsychology team. It was a speech given by one of their historical leaders during a major conflict. The human had said, "We shall fight on the beaches, we shall fight on the landing grounds, we shall fight in the fields and in the streets, we shall fight in the hills. We shall never surrender, never surrender." Even facing total defeat, these humans would rather fight to extinction than submit. What kind of species developed that mindset? "Shuttle is docking now," the communications officer reported. Thelnara made her way to the docking bay, joined by Mordrin and a dozen other Council representatives. Security personnel lined the walls, armed with weapons that hadn't been used in combat for longer than most species had existed. They looked nervous, uncertain. They were trained more as ceremonial guards than actual soldiers. The airlock cycled, the door opened, and humanity stepped onto the Council station. Admiral Sarah Chen was not what Thelnara had expected. The human was elderly by their standards, her hair white, her face lined with wrinkles. She walked with a slight limp favoring her left leg. Her uniform was crisp and clean, but it bore marks of heavy use. The fabric was worn at the elbows and cuffs. The medals and ribbons on her chest were tarnished with age. She was accompanied by only 3 others. A younger human male in a similar uniform, a female with cybernetic enhancements visible on her arms and neck, and a third whose gender Thelnara couldn't immediately determine, their body covered in what appeared to be battle scars. Admiral Chen looked around the docking bay, her eyes taking in everything with the quick assessment of someone used to evaluating tactical situations. Then she smiled. It was a tired smile, but genuine. "Ambassador Thelnara, I presume?" she said in perfect Galactic common, her accent much lighter than in the previous transmission. "Thank you for receiving us." "Admiral Chen, welcome to Council space," Thelnara replied, trying to keep her voice steady. "We have many questions. I imagine you do, and I'll answer all of them. But first I need to deliver a warning. May we speak privately? What I have to tell you is not for general broadcast." The Council representatives exchanged glances. Mordrin nodded. "Follow us to the secure chambers." As they walked through the station corridors, Thelnara noticed the humans looking at everything with curiosity but also with evaluation. They were noting exit points, structural weak points, defensive positions. They couldn't help themselves. It was instinctive. The secure chamber was designed for sensitive diplomatic negotiations. It was soundproof, shielded from all forms of surveillance, and large enough to accommodate representatives from all 47 Council species. Once everyone was seated, Admiral Chen stood at the center of the room. She placed a data chip on the table. 73 years ago, she began, humanity discovered we weren't alone in the universe. We encountered another species in the outer reaches of our system, in a region we call the Oort Cloud. First contact protocol dictated peaceful overtures. We sent a mining colony's worth of people to establish communication. She paused, her eyes distant with memory. They killed everyone. 12,000 civilians. Men, women, children. We didn't even know what hit us. We sent military ships to investigate. They killed them too. We sent a battle group. It took everything we had to fight them off, and we barely managed it. The council chamber was silent. Chen continued. We learned their patterns. They don't communicate, don't negotiate, don't accept surrender. They simply consume resources, technology, biological matter, everything. We call them the Devourers because that's what they do. They devour worlds. She activated the data chip. Holographic images filled the chamber. The council representatives gasped. The creatures shown were nightmarish things, all chitinous armor and sharp edges moving with predatory intelligence. But Thelnara wasn't gasping at the images. She was gasping because she recognized them. Zath, she whispered. Chen's head snapped toward her. You know them? Thelnara's voice failed. She looked at Mordrin, who had gone completely still. We thought they were extinct. 50,000 years ago, they nearly destroyed the galaxy. We drove them beyond the galactic rim. We thought they were gone. They're not gone, Chen said quietly. They found us, and we've been fighting them ever since. She cycled through more images. Planets reduced to lifeless rocks, space stations torn apart, ships destroyed in massive battles, and through it all, humanity fighting back with desperate ferocity. We lost billions in the first 10 years, Chen continued. They pushed us back to Mars. We fortified. We fought. We developed new weapons, new tactics. We learned to think like them, to predict them. It took everything we had. Every resource, every person, every idea. More images. Human ships engaging the Zath in massive fleet battles. Kinetic weapons turning enemy vessels into clouds of debris. Nuclear weapons detonating in the void. Experimental energy weapons cutting through Za'ath armor. We didn't know you existed, Chen said, looking around at the stunned faces. We thought we were alone. We thought we were fighting for nothing more than our own survival. And maybe that made us desperate. Maybe that made us willing to do things we shouldn't have done. She showed them the weapons. Biological agents designed to dissolve Zath biology. Quantum bombs that collapse space itself. Kinetic kill weapons accelerated to a significant fraction of light speed. War crimes by any civilized standard. Necessary survival measures by human reckoning. We stopped them, Chen said finally. 6 months ago, we won the Battle of Titan. It was the largest engagement in human history. We lost 150 ships. They lost everything they had in our system. The threat is neutralized. For now. She deactivated the holograms and looked directly at the council speaker. But they're still out there. And now that they know about you, about all of you, they'll come. That's why we're here. Not to ask for help. Not to request membership in some grand alliance. We're here to warn you. The Zath are coming back, and you need to be ready. The silence that followed was absolute. 200,000. The council chamber had been designed to accommodate 47 different species in comfort and peace. Its walls were decorated with artwork from every member civilization, a celebration of diversity and cooperation. The lighting was soft, the temperature controlled, the atmosphere carefully balanced. Everything about it spoke of harmony. That harmony shattered the moment Admiral Chen finished speaking. This is impossible, said Representative Cuneth of the Harvalin. His insectoid features twitched with agitation. The Zath were destroyed. We have records. Ancient records, yes, but clear. They were driven beyond the rim and eliminated. Admiral Chen pulled up a holographic display. These were taken 3 weeks ago in the Kuiper Belt, outer reaches of our system. Does this look eliminated to you? The footage showed a massive Za'ath vessel, easily twice the size of the largest council ship. Its hull was covered in the same chitinous armor that had terrified the galaxy 50,000 years ago. Weapon ports lined its surface like wounds, and around it dozens of smaller craft moved in patterns that suggested terrible intelligence. The human ships engaged it. The battle was brutal, efficient, and costly. 2 human destroyers were torn apart before the Za'ath vessel finally succumbed to sustained fire from multiple directions. Even in death, it managed to take a human cruiser with it. We've been fighting these things for 73 years, Chen continued. We've cataloged 17 different vessel types, identified their tactics, learned their weaknesses. We've developed countermeasures, weapons specifically designed to penetrate their armor, strategies to exploit their attack patterns. We've become very good at killing them because we had to. It was learn or die. Thelnara studied the footage carefully. The Za'ath moved exactly as the ancient records described. Aggressive, relentless, strategic. They were apex predators adapted for void warfare. The Council's greatest military minds had barely managed to drive them away 50,000 years ago. And that was when the Council still remembered how to wage war. "Show us the Battle of Titan," Thelnara requested quietly. Chen hesitated. "It's not easy to watch. Show us anyway. We need to understand what we're facing." The holographic display expanded, filling the entire chamber. The scene shifted to a massive battlefield in space. Titan, one of humanity's largest colonies, hung in the background, its atmosphere visible as a golden haze. Between the moon and the recording vessel, hundreds of ships engaged in desperate combat. The scale was staggering. The Council hadn't seen warfare like this since the ancient days. Human ships fought with coordinated precision, but the Zaath outnumbered them 3-1. The footage showed carriers launching wave after wave of fighters. Dreadnoughts trading fire at distances that would have been considered impossible by Council standards. Destroyers making suicide runs to take out larger Zaath vessels. The battle lasted 14 hours. Chen narrated quietly. "We knew they were coming. We'd been tracking their fleet for months. We evacuated as many civilians as we could from Titan, but 12 million people couldn't leave in time. If we lost, they'd all die." The footage showed a human carrier taking a direct hit. Its entire port side exploded outward. Debris and bodies spun into the void, but even as it died, it kept launching fighters, right up until the end. "The Zaath don't take prisoners," Chen said. "They don't accept surrender. They either win and consume everything or they lose and retreat. There's no middle ground, so we fight the same way. Total commitment. No retreat, no surrender. Victory or death." A massive Zaath command ship pushed through the human defensive line. It was heading directly for Titan. 3 human dreadnoughts intercepted it, pouring fire into its hull. It destroyed 2 of them before the third managed to cripple its engines. Then, in a move that made several Council representatives gasp, the third dreadnought accelerated directly into the Zaath vessel. The kinetic impact was devastating. Both ships disintegrated, their debris spreading across thousands of kilometers. But the Zaath command ship was stopped. "The captain of that vessel was named Martinez," Chen said softly. "She was 43 years old. She had 2 children. They were on Titan. She knew exactly what she was doing." The battle continued. More ships died. More humans sacrificed themselves. But slowly, gradually, the tide turned. The Zaath began to retreat, their losses mounting. The human fleet pursued, not letting them regroup. By the time the footage ended, the Zaath fleet was destroyed. But the human fleet was devastated. "We started with 412 ships," Chen said into the silence. "We ended with 263. We lost 15,000 personnel. But Titan survived. 12 million people lived because 15,000 died." She turned to face the Council. "That's what's coming for you. That's what we've been fighting. And that's why we look the way we do. Every ship out there has been through battles like this. Multiple battles. Some have fought in dozens of engagements. The ships you see are survivors, just like the people crewing them." Representative Yalvex of the peaceful Threndari stood, his tentacles trembling. "Why didn't you run? If they were this powerful, why didn't you flee your system and seek help?" Chen's laugh was bitter. "Flee where? We didn't know you existed. As far as we knew, we were the only intelligent species in the galaxy besides the Zaath. And even if we'd known about you, where would we go? Earth is our home. Mars, Titan, Europa, the Belt colonies, they're our homes. Billions of people live there. We don't abandon our homes. We don't abandon our people. So we fight." Mordrin, who had been silent throughout the presentation, finally spoke. "You said you can teach us." "Teach us what?" "How to fight," Chen replied simply. "How to build weapons that can kill them. How to develop tactics that work. How to train your people to think like soldiers instead of civilians. How to make the hard choices that war demands." "We don't want war," Kenneth insisted. "We've built a civilization on peace. 200,000 years without major conflict. We have art, culture, philosophy. We've moved beyond violence." "That's beautiful," Chen said, and she sounded sincere. "Truly, we aspire to that. But the Zaath don't care about your peace. They don't care about your art or your culture. They care about consumption, your resources to them. Nothing more." She pulled up another image, this one from the old Council records. It showed a Zaath feeding ground, a planet stripped bare of everything. The atmosphere gone. The oceans evaporated, the crust itself torn apart for minerals. Nothing remained but a dead rock. "This is what they do," Chen said. "This is what they did to 17 human colonies before we stopped them. This is what they did to your ancestors' worlds 50,000 years ago." And this is what they'll do to every world in council space if you don't stop them. Thelnara felt her crystalline structure resonate with ancient memory. The Vexnori had records passed down through generations of the First Zaath War. Her ancestors had described the horror, the desperation, the terrible weapons they'd been forced to create. Weapons so destructive that the council had dismantled them after the war, swearing never to build such things again. They had chosen peace. They had chosen to forget how to fight. And now that choice might destroy them. What do you propose? Thelnara asked. Chen straightened. First, verify what I'm telling you. Send scouts to the Galactic Rim. See for yourselves that the Zaath are massing. They know about you now. Our presence here will have drawn their attention. They'll come. She paused, choosing her words carefully. Second, decide what you're willing to do to survive. Are you willing to build weapons again? Are you willing to train soldiers? Are you willing to make sacrifices? Because half measures won't work. The Zaath don't do half measures. And if we agree? Mordrin asked. Then we work together. We share our technology, our tactics, our experience. We train your people. We help you build a defense fleet that can actually defend something. We create an integrated command structure that spans all council species. And when the Zaath come, we face them together. And you would do this? Help us? Even though you barely know us? Chen's expression was serious. We're doing this because we know what's coming. We've seen it. We've fought it. We've buried millions because of it. If we can prevent other species from going through what we went through, we will. That's what being human means. We protect those who can't protect themselves. Even if it costs us. The council chamber fell silent. Representatives looked at each other, communicating through species-specific channels. The decision before them was monumental. Accept humanity's help and rebuild their military capabilities, abandoning 200,000 years of peace. Or reject it and hope that the Zaath weren't really coming. But in their hearts they already knew the truth. The Zaath were real. They were coming. And the council had forgotten how to fight. Finally, Mordrin spoke. We will send scouts to verify your claims. If they confirm the Zaath presence, we will reconvene and vote on formal alliance. In the meantime, Admiral Chen, you and your fleet are granted temporary quarters in council space. We may have many questions, of course, Chen replied. We're not going anywhere. The Zaath know we're here now. Running would just lead them to more human colonies. We stay and fight. It's what we do. As the council representatives filed out, Thelnara Apper. The scout ships returned after 6 days. They came back damaged, their crews traumatized, and their data storage filled with nightmare footage. The council assembled in emergency session, and this time there was no debate about whether the threat was real. The scouts had found Zaath staging grounds on the far side of the Galactic Rim. Thousands of ships, tens of thousands. They were building, growing, preparing, and they were heading toward council space. Thelnara watched the footage with growing horror. The Zaath had evolved since the ancient war. Their ships were larger, their weapons more destructive, their tactics more refined. 50,000 years of exile hadn't weakened them. It had made them stronger. How long? Mordrin asked the scout captain, a young Kelvar whose fur had turned white from stress during the mission. Based on their current movement patterns, 18 months, the captain replied. Maybe 24 if they stop to harvest resources along the way. But they're coming, and there are so many of them. The council chamber was filled with the sounds of fear. Species that had never known war were facing extinction. Some representatives called for evacuation, abandoning the outer worlds and retreating to the galactic core. Others suggested negotiation, though the scout footage made it clear there was nothing to negotiate with. A few, very few, suggested fighting. Admiral Chen stood at the back of the chamber, silent. She had been invited to observe but not to participate. This was the council's decision to make. But Thelnara could see the frustration in her eyes as she listened to species debate options that wouldn't save them. Finally, Thelnara could take no more. She stood, her crystalline body catching the light and drawing attention. We are arguing about choices we don't have, she said, her voice carrying across the chamber. We cannot evacuate billions of people in 18 months. We cannot negotiate with beings that don't communicate. We have one option, we fight. The question is whether we fight with help or die alone. The Vexnori have always advocated for peace, Kenneth protested. Why do you now advocate for war? Because I remember, Thelnara replied. My species has long memory. We pass knowledge through crystalline resonance generation to generation. I carry the memories of my ancestors who fought the Zath 50,000 years ago. I know what they did. I know the cost. And I know we survived only because we were willing to pay that cost. She turned to address the entire council. Our ancestors built weapons that horrified them. They trained soldiers who gave their lives by the millions. They made choices that haunted them for generations. But they survived. They defeated the Zath and built this council on the promise that we would never need such weapons again. That promise was beautiful, but it was naive. The chamber erupted in argument. Some agreed with Thelnara. Others accused her of betraying the council's principles. The debate raged for hours. Mordrin finally called for order. We will vote. The question is simple. Do we accept humanity's offer of military assistance and begin preparing for war? All in favor? The vote was close. Frighteningly close. Of the 47 species, 25 voted in favor. 22 voted against. The margin was razor thin, but it was enough. The motion passes, Mordrin announced. Admiral Chen, the council formally requests your assistance. What do you need from us? Chen stepped forward and her expression was grim. Everything. I need access to your industrial capabilities. Your shipyards, your manufacturing facilities, your resource networks. I need permission to train your people as soldiers. I need authority to integrate your defense forces under a unified command structure. And I need time. 18 months isn't much, but it's something. She pulled up a holographic display showing the Council's current military assets. It was pitiful. Ceremonial defense forces with obsolete weapons. Ships designed for exploration, not combat. Officers who had never seen battle. We're starting from almost nothing, Chen said bluntly. But I've seen worse. When the Zath first hit us, we had even less. We had civilian ships we retrofitted for combat. We had miners and engineers we trained as soldiers. We had centuries-old nuclear weapons we pulled out of storage. It wasn't pretty, but it worked. We can do the same for you. Over the next weeks, humanity transformed Council space. Human engineers arrived in their hundreds, examining Council shipyards and redesigning them for war production. They were polite but relentless, working 20-hour days, pushing Council workers to match their pace. Your ships are too fragile, a human engineer told a shocked Kelvar shipwright. Pretty, yes. Efficient, certainly. But they'll crumble under Zath fire. We need to reinforce the hulls. Add a blade of armor, strengthen the structural supports. Speed is less important than survival. The shipwright protested that the modifications would make the ships ugly, slow, inelegant. The human engineer simply replied, ugly ships that return home are better than pretty ships that die. Your choice. The changes were implemented. Human military instructors began training programs across Council space. They were patient with species who had never held weapons, but they didn't sugarcoat the reality. You're going to die, a human sergeant told a class of Threndari recruits. Some of you, maybe many of you. That's what war means. But you die so others can live. You die so your homeworlds survive. You die so the Zath don't consume everything you love. If you can't accept that, leave now. No one left. The training was brutal by Council standards. Council species who had never experienced violence learned how to kill. They learned squad tactics, fire discipline, emergency procedures. They learned that hesitation meant death, that mercy was a luxury they couldn't afford, that war was nothing like the abstract concept they'd studied in history classes. Some couldn't handle it. They broke down, traumatized by the simulations alone. The humans were surprisingly gentle with them, explaining that not everyone was built for combat, that there were other ways to serve. But many adapted. They discovered capabilities they didn't know they had. The Kelvar, with their quick reflexes, made excellent pilots. The Threndari, with their tentacles, could operate multiple weapon systems simultaneously. The Harvalin, with their hive-mind communication, created coordination networks that impressed even the humans. Thelnara spent her days working with human strategists, sharing the ancient Vexnori knowledge of the Zath. The humans listened carefully, comparing the old data with their own recent experiences. Your ancestors were right about their attack patterns, a human tactical officer said, studying holographic battle simulations. They haven't changed much. They still favor overwhelming force, still target command ships first, still retreat when they lose their command structure. We can use that. How? Thelnara asked. Deception. False command ships, decoys. We make them think they're hitting our leadership when they're actually hitting expendable drones. It won't work forever, but it'll work long enough. The humans had a saying, if it's stupid but it works, it isn't stupid. They applied this philosophy to everything, creating tactics that seemed absurd but proved effective. They taught the council species to think like predators, to exploit weaknesses, to embrace asymmetric warfare. Not everyone approved. Representative Quineth led a growing faction that opposed the militarization. They argued that the council was losing its soul, that the peace they'd maintained for 200,000 years was being destroyed. We're becoming like them, Quineth said, during one heated debate. Like the Zaath, violent, aggressive, focused on destruction. Admiral Chen, who had been listening quietly, finally spoke. No, the Zaath kill because that's all they know. They have no culture, no art, no purpose beyond consumption. You're learning to fight because you have things worth protecting. That's completely different, is it? Quineth challenged. We're building weapons, training killers, preparing for mass death. How is that different? Chen's expression was sad. The difference is what you do after. When this is over, when the Zaath are defeated, what will you do? The Zaath will just look for the next thing to consume, but you'll go back to your art, your culture, your peace. You'll remember why you fought. That's the difference. That's what makes you better than them. She stood and faced the entire council. I've spent 73 years fighting. I've seen more death than any being should see. I've ordered strikes that killed thousands. I've watched ships full of people I knew disintegrate. I've made choices that keep me awake at night. Do you think I like war? Do you think any of us do? Her voice grew quiet but intense. We fight because we must. Because the alternative is extinction. But we remember what we're fighting for. We remember the civilians on Titan, the children on Mars, the future we want to build. That memory, that purpose, that's what separates soldiers from monsters. The chamber was silent. Even Quineth had no response. The months passed. The council space transformed. Shipyards that had built exploration vessels now produced warships. Species that had known only peace learned the harsh vocabulary of war. Ancient weapons were studied, improved, and manufactured. The human fleet, battered and worn, became the core of something larger. Council ships joined them in training exercises. At first, the coordination was poor. Different species had different command structures, different communication methods, different tactical preferences. But gradually, they learned to work together. Human carriers launched Kelvar fighters. Threndari Gun, the Zaath, arrived early. They came screaming out of hyperspace at the edge of Council territory. Not in 18 months, but in 16. 10,000 ships that blotted out the stars, their chitinous hulls reflecting no light, moving with terrible purpose toward the heart of civilization. Admiral Chen stood on the bridge of the Terran flagship Indomitable, surrounded by holographic displays showing the enemy fleet's disposition. Around her, officers from a dozen different species worked at their stations. The integration had been imperfect, rushed, but it was the best they could do. All fleets report ready, Commander Rodriguez said. He had been with Chen since the Mars campaign, one of the few officers who had survived every major battle of the human-Zaath war. His voice was steady, professional, hiding the fear he must feel. Tell them to maintain formation, Chen ordered. No heroics. No individual actions. We fight as one or we die as many. The Council Defense Fleet had taken position in a carefully chosen area of space, using an asteroid field for cover and tactical advantage. 2,347 ships representing 47 species who had never fought together before. Against them, 10,000 Zaath vessels that had been killing efficiently since before some council species had developed written language. The odds were terrible. But Chen had faced terrible odds before. Thelnara, status on the deep space stations? Chen asked through the command network. The Vex Nori ambassador, now serving as civilian coordinator, responded immediately. All non-combatants evacuated. Defense platforms active. If the fleet falls, they'll have automated resistance to slow the Zaath advance. It won't come to that, Chen said with more confidence than she felt. The Zaath fleet began to split, following their predictable patterns. The ancient tactics that the Vex Nori had recorded 50,000 years ago remained unchanged. They would divide into 3 groups, attempt to flank the council position, and crush them from multiple angles. They're doing exactly what we expected, Rodriguez observed. Good. Let them think we're predictable too. All fleet captains execute Plan Delta on my mark. The Council ships held their position as the Zyath approached. To the enemy, it must have looked like a static defense, species frozen by fear. But Chen had spent months drilling these crews on this exact scenario. Enemy fleet in range in 30 seconds, the tactical officer reported. Steady, Chen said calmly. Let them commit. The Zyath Central Group accelerated, moving ahead of their flanking forces. They were doing what they always did, trying to punch through the center and scatter the defenders. It had worked for 50,000 years. Mark. The Council fleet exploded into motion. Ships that had seemed clustered for defense suddenly revealed it had been a disguised attack formation. Council destroyers burst forward at full acceleration, not retreating but charging directly at the Zyath center. Behind them, carriers launched thousands of fighters. Heavy cruisers wheeled to engage the flanking forces. The Zyath hadn't expected aggression. They'd expected their prey to run. All destroyers fire pattern Omega, Chen ordered. The human-built weapons now mounted on Council ships opened fire. Kinetic kill weapons accelerated to incredible velocities. Nuclear missiles streaked across the void. Energy weapons that the Council had sworn never to build again carved through Zyath armor. The first wave of Zyath ships disintegrated under the onslaught. The Council had learned from humanity. Strike first, strike hard, give the enemy no time to adapt. But the Zyath weren't helpless. They returned fire with devastating effect. A Kelvar destroyer took a direct hit and broke apart. A Threndari cruiser lost its shields and was swarmed by Zyath fighters. The battle became chaos. Thousands of ships engaged in desperate close-quarters combat. Casualties mounting, Rodriguez reported grimly. We've lost 43 ships in the first 10 minutes. They've lost 200, Chen countered. Maintain pressure. All fighters execute attack run Gamma. The combined fighter wings, a mix of human, Kelvar, and Harvallan pilots, swept in from an unexpected angle. They'd been hidden in the asteroid field, waiting for this moment. They struck at the Zyath command ships, the larger vessels that coordinated the enemy fleet. Just as the ancient records had predicted, the Zyath relied heavily on their command structure. Without it, they became disorganized, reactive instead of coordinated. Target the flagships, Chen ordered. Everything we have. Every heavy weapon in the Council fleet focused fire on the Zyath command vessels. The concentrated barrage was devastating. One flagship exploded spectacularly. Another tried to retreat and was cut off by human dreadnoughts. A third managed to take several Council cruisers with it before succumbing. The Zyath fleet began to falter. Without central coordination, they reverted to individual ship actions, making them easier to isolate and destroy. They're breaking formation, the tactical officer reported with surprise. The flanking groups are retreating. Don't let them regroup, Chen snapped. Pursuit pattern Alpha. Hunt them down. What followed was the kind of brutal, grinding combat that humans had perfected over decades of warfare. The Council fleet, despite its losses, pressed the attack. They gave the Zyath no breathing room, no chance to reorganize, no opportunity to adapt. Ships died on both sides. Good people, trained personnel, beings who had families and dreams. The casualty reports climbed. 200 Council ships lost. 300. 400. The numbers were horrifying, but the Zyath lost more. 2,000. 3,000. 5,000. The ancient nightmare was bleeding, dying, finally facing prey that knew how to fight back. 6 hours into the battle, the Zyath began a general retreat. The survivors, less than half their original force, withdrew toward the Galactic rim. Let them go, Chen ordered, though every instinct screamed to pursue and finish them. We've hurt them badly enough. We need to consolidate, repair, and prepare for the next wave. The Council fleet limped back to their positions. The victory was real, but the cost was staggering. They had lost 632 ships, tens of thousands of personnel. The casualties from species that hadn't seen combat in millennia were particularly high, commanders and crew making mistakes that veteran soldiers would have avoided. But they had won. Against overwhelming odds, they had won. The next days were a blur of activity. Damaged ships were repaired or scuttled. Casualties were tallied and reported. Replacement crews were trained and deployed. The Council, bloodied but not broken, began to understand what humanity had been telling them all along. War was about sacrifice. War was about persistence. War was about continuing to fight even when victory seemed impossible. Thelnara found Admiral Chen in the Indomitable's observation deck, staring out at the debris field where so many had died. The human looked exhausted, older than her years, carrying the weight of command like a physical burden. "We won," Thelnara said quietly. "We survived," Chen corrected. "The Zaath will return. They always do. This was just the first battle. Can we win the war?" Chen was silent for a long moment. "I don't know. Maybe. But I know we can fight. And sometimes that's enough." She turned to face Thelnara, and there was something different in her eyes. Not hope exactly, but determination. "Your people did well. All the council species did. You learned fast. You adapted. You fought when you had to and didn't break when things got hard. That's all anyone can ask." "We had a good teacher," Thelnara said. "You had necessity," Chen replied. "That's the best teacher of all." Over the following weeks, the council underwent a transformation more profound than any in its history. The species that had survived the battle understood something their ancestors had forgotten. Peace must be defended. Civilization must be protected. And sometimes the cost of survival is measured in lives. More council members accepted humanity's help. The integration of military forces accelerated. Shipyards expanded. Training programs multiplied. The council was learning to be what it had sworn never to be again, a war machine. But they were also remembering what they had forgotten. They were survivors. 50,000 years ago, they had defeated the Zaath. They could do it again. Admiral Chen continued her work, training commanders, refining tactics, preparing for the next attack. But she also did something she hadn't done in years. She allowed herself to think about the possibility that they might actually win, that the war might end. One evening, Thelnara found her in the station's recreation area, looking at artwork donated by various council species. Beautiful pieces, representations of culture and civilization worth protecting. "You're thinking about the future," Thelnara observed. "Maybe," Chen admitted. "For the first time in decades, maybe I believe we'll have one." "What will you do when the war ends?" Chen smiled, and it was genuine. "I'll retire. Find a quiet place. Maybe Earth, maybe one of the colonies. I'll sleep without nightmares. I'll watch sunrises without counting casualties. I'll remember everyone we lost without the guilt of sending them there." "You gave them purpose," Thelnara said. "You gave us all purpose. I gave you truth," Chen corrected. "The universe is dangerous. Always has been. But it's also worth fighting for. Worth dying for. Your ancestors knew that. We never forgot it. And now you remember too." The council chambers held an... Sarah Chen stepped off the transport ship with a smile on her face. The diplomatic mission had gone well. 3 weeks of boring meetings, but worth it. She couldn't wait to see her daughter Emma again. The 10-year-old had probably grown another inch while she was gone. The colony of New Brisbane looked normal from orbit. The lights were on. The satellites were working. Everything seemed fine. But when Sarah's shuttle landed at the main spaceport, something felt wrong. The place was too quiet. She walked through the terminal. No children running around. No teenagers complaining about being bored. Just adults standing in groups talking in low voices. Some were crying. Sarah's heart began to beat faster. She grabbed the arm of a man she knew, David Park. His family lived 3 houses down from hers. "Where are the kids?" she asked. David looked at her with empty eyes. "They're gone. All of them. Every single child under 16. Sarah felt the world tilt. "What do you mean gone?" "Yesterday morning. We woke up and they were just not there. Every child on the planet vanished." Sarah ran. She ran through the spaceport, out into the street, all the way to her house. She burst through the door shouting Emma's name. Silence answered her. Emma's room was empty. Her bed was made. Her stuffed rabbit sat on the pillow. But Emma was gone. Sarah fell to her knees. Then her training kicked in. She was a commander in Earth's Defense Force. She had a job to do. She stood up, wiped her eyes, and started making calls. The news got worse with every call. New Brisbane wasn't alone. 12 human colony worlds had the same story. Children gone. No signs of struggle. No warnings. Just empty beds and crying parents. In total, 1,200,000 children had disappeared in a single night. Sarah's team worked for 3 days straight. They checked every sensor, every camera, every piece of data. Finally, they found something. Transport signatures. Big ships had been in orbit over each colony world. The signatures matched concordant vessels. the Galactic Concordat, the massive empire that ruled most of the galaxy. Humans had joined the Concordat 30 years ago. It seemed like a good idea at the time. Humanity was new to space. The Concordat had 847 member species. They offered protection, trade, and knowledge. Earth had signed the treaty with hope in their hearts. Now Sarah wondered if that had been a mistake. She took the evidence to Earth. The United Earth Assembly called an emergency meeting. They sent ambassadors to the Concordat Council demanding answers. The answer came 3 days later. Sarah watched the transmission with hundreds of other parents. A Concordat spokesman appeared on screen. He was a Vrelt, a species that looked like a tall blue mantis. He spoke in the calm, patient tone that Concordat officials always used with humans. The children of Earth have not been harmed, the Vrelt said. They have been relocated to educational facilities. This is standard procedure for newly uplifted species. Your children will receive proper education and cultural integration. They will learn the ways of galactic civilization. In 20 years, they will return as productive members of the Concordat. Sarah felt rage fill her chest like fire. The Vrelt continued. We understand you are upset. This is natural for primitive species who don't yet understand the benefits of integration, but trust us. We have done this for thousands of species over millions of years. Your children are safe. They are being improved. The transmission ended. The room Sarah was in exploded with noise. Parents were screaming, crying, demanding action. The Earth ambassadors tried again. They sent formal protests. They requested meetings. They begged to at least see their children. The Concordat ignored them. When human diplomats showed up at council meetings, they were told to wait. When they finally got to speak, they were patted on the head like children themselves. The other species in the Concordat treated humans like babies throwing a tantrum. You've only been in space for 30 years, one ambassador told them. You don't understand how things work. This is for your own good. Sarah watched all of this happen over the next 2 weeks. She watched Earth's leaders try everything. She watched them be polite, be firm, be angry. Nothing worked. The Concordat had decided that human children needed to be taken and fixed, and in the Concordat's view, humans were too young and too stupid to understand why this was good for them. The final straw came when a Concordat official visited Earth. He held a press conference. He explained that humans were barely sentient. After all, they had only discovered faster-than-light travel 30 years ago. Most species took thousands of years to reach that point. Humans had done it too fast. They had skipped important cultural development. They were dangerous to themselves. Taking your children is mercy, the official said. We are saving them from your primitive culture. They will thank us when they grow up. That night, Sarah couldn't sleep. She thought about Emma. Was her daughter scared? Did she cry for her mother? Was she being told that her parents didn't love her? That Earth was backward and shameful? Sarah had spent her whole adult life in the military. She had fought in the resource wars on Earth. She had led missions against pirates in the outer colonies. She knew violence. She knew war, but she had believed that humanity was past all that they could be civilized now, that they could solve problems with words instead of guns. But the Concordat had taken her daughter. They had taken everyone's children. And they wouldn't give them back. The United Earth Assembly called another meeting. This one was different. No cameras, no press. Just the people who made the real decisions. Military leaders, intelligence chiefs, scientists, and a select group of special operations veterans. Sarah was invited. So were dozens of other parents who had certain skills that humanity had hoped they wouldn't need anymore. The Secretary General spoke first. She was an old woman who had lived through the worst of Earth's wars. She looked tired. We tried being civilized, she said. They don't respect civilization from us. They think we're too young to deserve it, so we have a choice. We can accept what they've done, or we can show them who we really are. Voting took an hour. The decision was unanimous. Humanity would go to war. Sarah stood up when her turn came. The room fell silent. Everyone knew she had lost her daughter. Everyone knew her reputation. She had been one of Earth's most decorated soldiers before she became a diplomat. I want to speak at the public announcement, Sarah said. I want to tell them what's coming. The Secretary General nodded. 3 days later, Sarah Chen stood before every human in the solar system. The broadcast went to all 12 colony worlds. Billions of people watched. Sarah didn't wear her diplomatic uniform. She wore her military combat dress. Her medals gleamed on her chest. Her face was hard as stone. "My name is Commander Sarah Chen," she began. "3 weeks ago, the Galactic Concordat took my daughter. They took all our children. 1,200,000 souls. They say it's for our own good. They say we're too primitive to understand. They say we should trust them." Sarah paused. When she spoke again, her voice was cold. "They think we're primitives who will accept this. They think because we've only been in space for 30 years that we're helpless. They're wrong. They've made the biggest mistake in their long history. They took our children, and now we stop being civilized." The broadcast ended. The galaxy was about to learn what humans really were. The Concordat Council barely paid attention to Sarah Chen's speech. They had seen angry primitives before, thousands of times over millions of years. The anger always faded. The species always accepted their place. Humans would be no different. They were very wrong. Admiral James Torres sat in the command center of Titan Station, hidden in the rings of Saturn. The station didn't appear on any Concordat maps. In fact, the Concordat thought humanity only had basic mining outposts in the Saturn system. They had no idea what Titan Station really was. "All fleets report ready," his second-in-command said. Torres looked at the tactical display. It showed 847 ships, not the 200 that humanity had shown the Concordat. These ships had been built in secret over the past 20 years, hidden in asteroid belts in deep space in places the Concordat never bothered to look. Because the Concordat thought humans were too primitive to be sneaky. "Begin Operation Revelation," Torres ordered. Across human space, ships powered up drives that shouldn't exist. Humanity had told the Concordat that their fastest ships could travel at Class 3 speeds. That was true. Those were the ships humans let the Concordat see. The real military fleet used Class 7 drives 40 times faster, technology that humans had developed in secret and never revealed. Because humans had learned something important in their 30 years in space. The galaxy was dangerous, and showing all your cards was stupid. The first fleet arrived at Zenthar Prime, one of the Concordat's major military bases. The base commander was a Krell, a species that looked like an armored bear. He was drinking his morning stimulant when alarms started blaring. "Sir, unknown ships just appeared in orbit." "What, how many?" 37. "They're human vessels, but the signatures are wrong. These drives are impossible." The Krell commander opened a communication channel. "Human ships, you are in restricted space. Depart immediately or we will open fire." The response came from a woman's voice, calm and cold. "This is Captain Maria Santos of the Earth Defense Force. We are not here to fight. We are here to demonstrate. Please evacuate the following structures." A list appeared on his screen. It showed 15 military buildings on the planet below. "You have 5 minutes," Captain Santos said. The Krell commander laughed. "You cannot hit targets from orbit with that precision. Our shields would stop any attack. Leave now or face consequences." 4 minutes, Santos replied. The Krell commander ordered his fleet to attack positions. 50 Concordat warships moved to intercept the human vessels. The battle lasted 12 seconds. The human ships moved like nothing the Krell had ever seen. They dodged weapons fire before it was even launched. Their targeting was perfect. Every shot from human railguns hit exactly where it was aimed. Not at the Concordat ship's vital systems, just at their weapons and engines. In 12 seconds, 50 Concordat warships were disabled and drifting. Not destroyed, not a single casualty, just helpless. 2 minutes, Santos said. The Krell commander ordered the evacuation. His people scrambled to get out of the targeted buildings. Exactly 5 minutes after the warning, beams of light fell from the sky. 15 military structures were cut apart with surgical precision. No civilian buildings touched. No non-military casualties. Just a demonstration of what humans could do. The same scene played out across 50 Concordat worlds simultaneously. Human fleets appeared where they shouldn't be able to go. They disabled defenses without killing anyone. They destroyed military targets with impossible accuracy, and they delivered the same message everywhere. Return our children. You have 72 hours. On Earth, Sarah Chen was in a meeting with a group she had assembled. They called themselves the Bereaved. All of them were parents of missing children. All of them had military backgrounds. Some had been special operations. Some had been intelligence officers. Some had been cyber warfare specialists. The fleets have done their job, Sarah said. Now it's our turn. We need to find where they're keeping the children. A man named Marcus Webb pulled up a holographic display. Before his son was taken, Marcus had been Earth's top cyber warfare expert. He had spent 3 weeks doing something the Concordat thought was impossible. He had hacked their networks. "I've been inside their systems for 2 weeks," Marcus said. "The Concordat's encryption is a joke. It's old. They haven't updated it in 10,000 years because nobody ever challenged them. Their security is designed to keep out the species they've cataloged. They never imagined someone new might be better at this than they are." Marcus pulled up files. "Lots of files. I have access to everything. Fleet movements, supply chains, communications, financial records, everything." Sarah leaned forward. "Can you find the children?" "Working on it. The Concordat has 40,000 worlds, but I'm narrowing it down. I'm tracking supply shipments of human-compatible food, air mixtures, educational materials in human languages." "Give me another week," Sarah nodded. Then she turned to the rest of the group. "While Marcus searches, we have other work. The Concordat needs to understand something. We didn't get good at violence by accident. Humans spent 10,000 years fighting each other. We know war better than any species in the galaxy, and we're done hiding it." Over the next 3 days, human actions escalated. Cyber attacks shut down the Concordat's major communication networks. Not permanently, just long enough to prove humans could do it. Financial systems crashed as human AI infiltrated banking networks. Again, not permanently, just demonstrations. The Concordat tried to fight back. Their cyber defense teams tried to kick the humans out of their systems. It didn't work. Human AI was generations ahead of anything the Concordat had. The Concordat had banned artificial intelligence thousands of years ago, calling it dangerous. Humans had embraced it. Now that decision was paying off. Trade routes shut down as human hackers corrupted navigation databases. Ships couldn't plot safe jumps without the data. The galactic economy began to collapse. Worlds that depended on food imports started to panic. And with every attack, humans broadcast the same images, the faces of missing children. Their names, their ages, their parents' names. Over and over across every screen in the galaxy, "Return our children. You have 48 hours. The Concordat Council held an emergency session. The chambers were chaos. Representatives from 847 species shouted at each other. Some demanded immediate military action against Earth. Others demanded the children be returned. Many were simply terrified. "How is this possible?" one ambassador shouted. "They're primitives. They've been in space for 30 years. An intelligence officer stood to report. "We've analyzed the human attacks. Their technology is far beyond what they showed us. We estimate their real capabilities are at least Class 7, possibly Class 8. They've been hiding their true advancement since they joined the Concordat." "Why?" another ambassador demanded. "Because they didn't trust us," the officer said quietly. That statement hung in the air. A human representative stood up. His name was Ambassador Liu, and his grandson was among the missing children. He looked around the chamber. "You took our children because you thought we were too primitive to deserve a choice," Liu said. "You never asked if we wanted your help. You just took them. And you thought we would accept it because you've always been the strongest. But you're not the strongest anymore. You just never bothered to check." Liu pulled up a holographic display. It showed military analyses. Human ships were faster than anything in the Concordat fleet. Human weapons were more accurate. Human cyber capabilities were beyond anything imagined. And most terrifying of all, human AI-assisted combat systems could predict enemy movements and react faster than any living crew. "We could have destroyed you," Liu said softly. "We've had the capability for 10 years. We didn't because we chose civilization. We wanted to believe we could be part of your galaxy as equals. But you took our children. You made us choose, and we choose our children. Every time. You have 24 hours, Liu said. Then he walked out of the chamber. That night, Sarah Chen stood on the balcony of her apartment looking up at the stars. Somewhere up there, Emma was scared and alone. But Sarah was coming. They all were coming. Her phone buzzed. "It was Marcus. I found them," he said. "I know where the children are." Sarah felt her heart jump. "Where?" "A facility called Progress Station. It's in the Outer Void region. It's where they take children from species they're integrating. Sarah, we need to move fast. The files I found, they're not just educating the kids. They're reprogramming them, trying to make them forget Earth, forget us." Sarah's hands clenched into fists. "Send me the coordinates. Assemble the bereaved. We're going to get our children back." "The station is heavily defended," Marcus warned. "I don't care," Sarah said. "Send those coordinates to Admiral Torres, too. It's time to stop demonstrating and start fighting. The Concordat Council voted to refuse human demands. It was a close vote, but military pride won. They had ruled the galaxy for 3 million years. They commanded 10,000 warships for every single human vessel. Numbers had to matter. They were about to learn that numbers don't always win. Admiral Torres received the coordinates for Progress Station. He also received new orders from Earth. The time for demonstrations was over. If the Concordat wanted war, they would get war. But it would be war fought on human terms. Launch Phase 2, Torres ordered. Across 200 Concordat worlds, human ships dropped out of faster-than-light travel. Not in orbit this time. In atmosphere. Directly over military bases, shipyards, and command centers. The Concordat had thought this was impossible. Ships couldn't safely drop from FTL that close to a gravity well. But human ships could. Another technology humanity had kept secret. The attacks were surgical and terrifying. Human ships hung in the sky like angry gods. Their weapons fired with perfect accuracy. Military installations were sliced apart. Weapons factories exploded. Shipyards burned. And still civilian areas were untouched. Not a single non-military casualty. It would have been kinder if humans had been sloppy. The precision made it worse. It proved that humans could kill anyone they wanted, anytime they wanted. They were choosing not to. For now, every attack was broadcast across the galaxy, and every broadcast showed the same thing: the faces of missing children. Their names scrolling across the screen: Emma Chen, age 10, Marcus Webb Jr., age 8, Yuki Tanaka, age 14. On and on, more than 1 million names. 1 million reasons why humanity had stopped being civilized. The galactic economy collapsed completely. No ships moved without human permission. The navigation databases were all corrupted. Only human ships could plot safe courses now. Entire worlds began to starve. Not because humans wanted them to, but because the Concordat's infrastructure had been completely dependent on systems that humans now controlled. Species that had been part of the Concordat for millions of years began to panic. Many had never questioned the Concordat's authority. Now they saw that authority was an illusion. The Concordat couldn't protect them. Couldn't even protect themselves. Some species began to break away. The Threen, a peaceful species that had always hated the Concordat's military policies, declared independence. The Moravian cluster followed. Then the outer spiral worlds. The Great Empire was fracturing, and through it all, humans kept broadcasting the same message, now with just hours remaining on the deadline. Return our children. Sarah Chen and the bereaved prepared for their mission. There were 40 of them total. 40 parents against a military station that held 1 million children. The odds were suicide. None of them cared. We got word from some Concordat species, Marcus said during the final briefing. The Threen, the Javari, even some Vrelt. They're horrified by what their government did. Some are offering to help. Sarah shook her head. No, this is our mess. Our children. Our responsibility. I won't risk any other species getting caught in the crossfire. She looked around the room at the other parents. Some were crying. Some were stone-faced. All were ready. The station is designed like a fortress, Sarah continued. It has void shields, point defense systems, and a garrison of 5,000 Concordat soldiers. Our job is to get in, locate the children, and hold position until the fleet arrives for extraction. How do we get in? Someone asked. Marcus smiled. It wasn't a nice smile. I have administrative access to every system on that station, including life support, gravity, door locks, and internal sensors. When we arrive, the station is going to have a very bad day. The assault fleet left Earth 3 days after Marcus found the coordinates. 50 ships, including the transport vessels that would carry the children home. It was the largest military operation humanity had ever launched against an alien power. They arrived at Progress Station 48 hours later. The station was massive, a wheel spinning in the void the size of a small moon. Sarah could see it through the viewport of her assault ship and felt rage burn through her. Somewhere in that structure was Emma. Beginning the attack, Admiral Torres announced over the command channel. The human fleet opened fire, but the station's shields held. Progress Station was designed to withstand assault. It had been built to hold children from species that might try to take them back. It could survive a sustained bombardment from 100 warships, but it couldn't survive Marcus Webb. Breaching their systems now, Marcus said calmly. He sat in a command ship, fingers flying over holographic keyboards. His son was in that station. He would see him again today or die trying. Progress Station's defenses began to fail, not because of weapons fire, because Marcus was inside the system, ripping it apart from within. Shields flickered. Weapons stopped firing, and most importantly, a single docking bay door opened. "Go," Torres ordered. 40 assault shuttles screamed toward that open door. Point defense systems tried to track them, but Marcus had scrambled the targeting computers. The shuttles made it through without a single hit. Sarah Chen was on the first shuttle to land. The bay was full of Concordat soldiers, but they were confused. Their weapons wouldn't fire. Marcus had locked them out. The humans came off the shuttles with weapons ready. "Drop them," Sarah ordered through her helmet speakers. The Concordat soldiers looked at their useless weapons. Most of them dropped them immediately. A few tried to fight hand to hand. That was a mistake. Humans had been fighting each other in close combat for 10,000 years. The Concordat soldiers had learned combat in training simulations. It wasn't even close. In 5 minutes, the docking bay was secured. No human casualties. 17 Concordat soldiers injured but alive. Sarah didn't want to kill anyone if she could avoid it, but she would if they stood between her and Emma. "Marcus, where are the children?" Sarah asked. "Section 7, levels 40 through 60. "But Sarah, there's something you need to know. The children are being held in separated groups by age and world of origin. They've been in psychological conditioning for 3 weeks. The files say some of them have begun accepting the Concordat programming." Sarah felt cold rage settle over her. They hadn't just taken the children. They were trying to destroy who they were. "Guide us," Sarah ordered. The bereaved moved through the station like shadows. Marcus controlled every door, every camera, every light. He guided them around large groups of soldiers and opened paths through secure areas. When they had to fight, the battles were brief and brutal. They reached Section 7 in 20 minutes. The doors opened to reveal a large common area. And there, Sarah saw children. Human children. Her breath caught. "Emma," she shouted. The children turned. They looked confused, frightened. They were wearing gray uniforms instead of their own clothes. Many had shaved heads. They all looked thin, tired. Emma stepped forward. She was staring at Sarah like she didn't quite recognize her. "Emma, baby, it's me. It's Mom." Emma's face was uncertain. "They told us you weren't coming. That Earth had abandoned us." Sarah pulled off her helmet and knelt down. "They lied, sweetheart. We never stopped looking. We're taking you home." Other parents were finding their children now. The room filled with crying, both happy and sad. But not all reunions were happy. Some of the younger children backed away from their parents. They had been told things, taught things, made to believe that Earth was bad and the Concordat was good. Sarah's heart broke watching a father reach for his 5-year-old son, only to have the boy cry and hide behind a Concordat teacher. "Let me talk to them," the teacher said. She was a Vrelt, one of the blue mantis-like species. She looked terrified but was trying to protect the children. Sarah wanted to hate her, but the teacher was just following orders, believing she was helping. Sarah lowered her weapon. "Tell them the truth," Sarah said. "Tell them we're their parents and we came to take them home." The teacher looked at the human soldiers, at their weapons, at their hard faces. Then she looked at the children. Sarah saw the moment the teacher realized what her government had done. The moral weight of it. The teacher knelt down and spoke to the children in a gentle voice. "These humans are telling the truth. They are your parents. They crossed the galaxy to find you. You are going home." Alarms started blaring. "Sarah, we have a problem," Marcus said over the comm. "A Concordat military fleet just arrived. 20 warships. They're moving to attack our extraction fleet." "How long until they're in firing range?" Sarah asked. 10 minutes. Sarah looked at the 1,000 children in this section alone. There were 1 million on this station. 10 minutes wasn't enough time. "Marcus, where are the rest of the children?" "Scattered across 60 different sections." "Sarah, we can't get them all out before that fleet attacks." Sarah made a decision. "Then we don't leave. We hold the station. Get Admiral Torres on the line." A moment later, Torres's voice came through. "Commander Chen? Admiral, we need more time. Can you hold that fleet?" "Against 20 warships?" "Sarah, we have 50, but they're mostly transports. We can fight, but we'll take heavy casualties." Sarah looked at the children around her, at Emma, who was finally starting to smile, at all the other children who were waiting to be saved. "We're not leaving without all of them," Sarah said. "Hold that fleet. We'll secure the station from inside. If they want to take it back, they'll have to fight through us first." There was a pause. Then Torres said, "Understood. We'll hold the line." Give them. The transport fleet limped back to Earth. 300 ships, many damaged, all carrying precious cargo. The children were safe. But Sarah Chen stood in the medical bay of the flagship and knew that safe wasn't the same as okay. Emma sat on a medical bed staring at nothing. She recognized Sarah now. She knew her mother had come for her. But something was broken inside. Sarah could see it in her daughter's eyes. The light that used to be there was dimmed. "Mom," Emma said quietly, "did you kill people to get me back?" Sarah knelt beside her daughter. She had always promised to be honest with Emma. Yes. The teachers said humans were violent, that we needed to learn better ways. Were they right? Sarah felt a cold spike of anger. Not at Emma, at the Concordat for putting these thoughts in her head. We're violent when we need to be, to protect people we love. There's a difference between violence and cruelty. They were cruel when they took you. We were violent when we got you back. Emma was quiet for a long time. Then she whispered, "Some of the little kids don't remember their parents at all." Sarah had seen it. The youngest children, the 5- and 6-year-olds, had been the easiest to reprogram. Some of them cried when they were taken from the Concordat teachers. Some didn't recognize their own families. The Concordat hadn't just kidnapped them. They had tried to kill who these children were and rebuild them as something new. That was when Sarah decided. Saving the children wasn't enough. There had to be justice. Earth orbit was crowded with ships. The transport fleet was arriving in waves, each one met by desperate parents. The scenes were heartbreaking and joyful at the same time. Families reunited after weeks of terror, but many of those reunions were strained. The children were different now, traumatized, changed. Sarah attended the emergency meeting of the United Earth Assembly. She was still in her combat armor, blood-stained and scorched. She hadn't slept in 2 days. She didn't care. "The children are home," Secretary General Martinez said. "Our mission is complete. Now we need to discuss terms of peace with the Concordat." Sarah stood up. "No." The room fell silent. Martinez looked at her. "Commander Chen, I understand you're angry, but we can't continue this war. We've lost nearly 1,000 soldiers. 3 warships destroyed. The Concordat is mobilizing their full military. If we keep fighting, millions could die." "Then millions die," Sarah said coldly. "You didn't see what I saw in that station. You didn't watch 5-year-old children scream in fear when their parents tried to hug them. The Concordat didn't just take our kids for education. They tried to erase who they were. They committed cultural genocide. And you want to make peace?" Another delegate stood. "What's the alternative? We can't beat the entire Concordat in a full war." Sarah turned to look at him. Her eyes were hard. "Maybe we can't. But we can make sure they never do this to anyone again. We can make them pay for what they did. That's revenge, not justice," Martinez said. "No," Sarah replied. "Justice is what happens when we put the people responsible on trial. Revenge is what happens if you try to stop me from getting that justice." The vote was close, but in the end, Earth's government authorized the next phase. There would be no peace until the Concordat answered for what they had done. The message went out to the entire galaxy. Earth demanded the complete dissolution of the Concordat Council. They demanded that every official involved in the decision to take human children be surrendered for trial on Earth. And they gave a deadline of 1 week. The Concordat refused. They called Earth's demands outrageous. They mobilized their full military might, thousands of warships from hundreds of species. They prepared for total war, but the Concordat had already fractured. 20 species had declared independence. 50 more were openly questioning the Council's authority. The great empire that had ruled for 3 million years was crumbling. And it was crumbling because of one simple truth that humans had revealed. The Concordat's power had always been based on the belief that they were benevolent, that they knew what was best, that their guidance was necessary and good. But taking the children had broken that illusion. Species across the galaxy looked at what had been done and realized it could happen to them. The kindly oppressor was still an oppressor. Sarah spent the week working with the rescued children. Earth's best psychologists were trying to help them heal, but it was slow work. Some children were so traumatized they wouldn't speak. Others had nightmares every night. And the youngest ones, the ones who didn't remember their parents, were the hardest. Sarah sat with a little boy named Chen Li. No relation, just the same last name. He was 6 years old. His father stood nearby, tears running down his face as his son looked at him like a stranger. Do you remember your dad? Sarah asked gently. Chen-Li shook his head. The teacher said my genetic donors were too primitive to raise me properly. They said I was better off, Sarah wanted to scream. Instead, she kept her voice calm. What if I told you that your dad crossed the galaxy to find you? That he never stopped looking? That he fought soldiers and risked his life just to hold you again? Chen-Li looked uncertain. Why would he do that? Because he loves you, more than anything in the universe. The boy looked at his father for the first time with something other than fear, just a tiny flicker of recognition. It was a start, but Sarah knew it wasn't enough. These children would carry these scars forever. Some might heal, others might not. And it was all because the Concordat thought they knew better, thought they had the right. Sarah made her broadcast that night. It went out to every screen in the galaxy. My name is Sarah Chen. 6 weeks ago, the Concordat took my daughter. They took 1 million of our children. They said it was for our own good, that we were too primitive to understand. Today we brought our children home, but they're not the same children who were taken. Sarah's face was hard on the screen. Behind her, images played. Children crying. Children who didn't recognize their parents. Children waking up screaming from nightmares. The Concordat didn't just kidnap our children. They tried to destroy their identities, erase their memories, turn them into something else. They called it education. We call it what it really is. Cultural genocide. Sarah leaned forward. We gave the Concordat a chance to surrender those responsible for this crime. They refused. So now I'm speaking directly to every species in the Concordat. Every world that's been told they needed guidance. Every culture that's been uplifted whether they wanted it or not. The Concordat's power is an illusion. We proved it. They couldn't stop us from taking our children back. They can't stop you from being free. The choice is yours. Stand with an empire that steals children or stand with us. The message ended simply, we're done being civilized, are you? The response was immediate and massive. 60 more species declared independence from the Concordat within 24 hours. Entire sectors went dark as worlds stopped accepting Concordat authority. The empire that had stood for 3 million years was collapsing in days. But the Concordat Council still refused to surrender. They retreated to their core worlds, taking their loyal species with them. They prepared for a final stand. If the Empire was going to die, they would make humanity bleed for it. Admiral Torres brought Sarah the intelligence reports. They're gathering everything they have at Concordat Prime, the homeworld of the Vrelt where the Council meets. Over 2,000 warships. If we attack there, it'll be the bloodiest battle in human history. Sarah looked at the tactical displays. So many ships, so many soldiers. Thousands, maybe tens of thousands would die on both sides. Do we have a choice? She asked. We could accept a negotiated peace. Let the Concordat survive in a smaller form. Some of the independent species are already suggesting it. Sarah thought about Emma, still struggling to sleep through the night. About Chen-Li, who was just beginning to remember his father. About all the children whose childhoods had been stolen. No, Sarah said. If we let them survive, they'll do this again. Maybe not to us, but to someone else? Some other species that's too young, too weak to fight back. We end this now. Torres nodded slowly. Then we're going to war. Real war. Not demonstrations. People will die. I know, Sarah said. Her voice was steady, but her eyes were haunted. I'll lead the assault myself. I won't ask anyone to do something I'm not willing to do. The fleet gathered over 3 days. 500 human warships, the entire Earth Defense Force. Every ship that could fly, every soldier that could fight. This would be humanity's largest military operation ever. They would attack Concordat Prime directly. Sarah said goodbye to Emma the night before the fleet left. Her daughter clung to her. Please don't go, Emma whispered. I just got you back. Sarah held her daughter close. I have to, not just for us. For every child in every species that the Concordat might hurt in the future. I'm going to make sure this never happens again. What if you don't come back? Sarah pulled back and looked into Emma's eyes. Then you remember that your mother loved you enough to fight for you, and you live a good life. You be happy. That's the best way to beat them. The fleet departed the next morning, 500 ships heading for Concordat Prime. Behind them, Earth held its breath. The bereaved were on the flagship with Sarah. Only 20 of them left now. The others had fallen at Progress Station. They stood. The human fleet dropped out of faster-than-light travel at the edge of the Concordat Prime system. Admiral Torres stood on the bridge of the flagship, looking at the tactical display. 2,000 Concordat warships waited for them. Behind those ships, the homeworld of the Vrelt species glowed blue and green. "This is it," Torres said quietly. "Last chance to turn back." Sarah Chen stood beside him wearing combat armor. The bereaved were already in their assault shuttles, ready to launch. She shook her head. No turning back. Not now, not ever. Torres nodded and opened a channel to the fleet. "All ships, this is Admiral Torres. You know what we're fighting for. Every one of you has seen what they did to our children. Today we end this. Today we make sure it never happens again. For Earth, for our children, attack." 500 human ships surged forward. The Concordat fleet moved to meet them. The largest space battle in galactic history began. Human ships were faster and more advanced. Their weapons were more accurate. Their AI systems could predict enemy movements and react in microseconds. But the Concordat had numbers. For every human ship there were 4 Concordat vessels. The battle was brutal. Space filled with weapons fire, exploding ships, and debris. Human vessels danced through the Concordat formations, striking and moving, never staying still. But they couldn't be everywhere. Concordat ships began to land hits. The destroyer EDF Courage took a direct hit to its reactor. The ship exploded, taking 200 humans with it. The carrier EDF Hope had its engines destroyed and began to drift. The cruiser EDF Justice was surrounded and torn apart by concentrated fire. On the flagship, Torres watched the casualty reports climb. 400 dead, 600 dead, 1,000 dead. The price of this battle was being paid in human blood. But the Concordat was bleeding too. Human weapons were devastating. Every shot counted. Every missile found its target. Concordat ships died by the dozens, then by the hundreds. Their formations broke apart as human vessels cut through them like knives. Sarah watched from the command deck. She wasn't a fleet commander. Her job would come later. But she needed to see this. Needed to witness what humanity was paying for justice. "Breakthrough in Sector 7, an officer reported. "We've opened a path to the planet." Torres looked at Sarah. "Commander Chen, you're clear for insertion." Sarah activated her comm. "Bereaved, we're launching. Let's finish this." 20 assault shuttles dropped from the flagship, protected by a screen of fighters. They dove toward Concordat Prime, racing through the battle. 2 shuttles were hit by enemy fire and exploded. 18 made it through the atmosphere. The capital city of the Concordat was a massive structure that covered half a continent. At its center was the council chamber, where the Concordat had ruled the galaxy for 3 million years. That was Sarah's target. The shuttles landed in the government district. Concordat soldiers were waiting, but they had never faced humans in ground combat before. The bereaved moved through them like a storm. These parents had crossed the galaxy, fought through a space station, and stormed a homeworld. Nothing would stop them now. Sarah led the assault on the council chamber. The doors were sealed, but Marcus hacked them open in seconds. The bereaved rushed inside. The Concordat Council was in session. 40 representatives from the core species, including 12 Vrelt elders who made the final decisions. They looked up in shock as armed humans burst into their chamber. "This session is over," Sarah announced. "You are all under arrest for crimes against humanity and crimes against children." One of the Vrelt elders rose. He was ancient, his blue carapace scarred with age. "You cannot arrest us. We are the Concordat Council. We have ruled for 3 million years. We answer to no one." Sarah walked up the steps to the council platform. She was covered in dust and burn marks from the assault. Her weapon was in her hands. She looked at the elder with cold eyes. "You took our children. You tried to destroy who they were. You thought you could do this because we were young and weak. You were wrong. We are young. We are weak compared to your empire. But we fight harder than you ever imagined because we fight for our children, and now you will answer for what you did." "We acted for the good of your species," the elder insisted. "Everything we do is for the betterment of all. This has always been our way." "Your way is over," Sarah said. Fighting erupted in the chamber. Some council members tried to flee. Others called for guards. The bereaved moved to block all exits. There was a brief exchange of weapons fire. 2 council members died. 3 of the bereaved fell. Marcus took a plasma shot to the chest and went down. Sarah ran to him. Marcus looked up at her, his breathing shallow. "Did we get them?" "We got them," Sarah said, tears on her face. "We got them all." Marcus smiled. "Good. Tell my son I love him. Tell him his father made sure no one could do this to him again." Marcus died in Sarah's arms. She closed his eyes gently, then stood up. The remaining council members were being detained. The battle was over. Above the planet, the space battle was ending too. The Concordat fleet was broken. Half their ships were destroyed. The rest were surrendering or fleeing. The human fleet had won, but at terrible cost. 3,000 humans dead, 15 ships destroyed. But they had won, Admiral Torres broadcast to the entire galaxy. "The Concordat Council is in human custody. The empire that ruled through assumed authority is finished. We demand surrender of all Concordat military forces. Any species that wishes independence is free to claim it. The age of forced civilization is over." The response was immediate. Within hours, 200 species declared independence. Within days, the number reached 500. The Concordat Empire, which had stood for 3 million years, collapsed in less than a week. But Sarah Chen's work wasn't finished. The trials had to happen. Earth prepared for something that had never been done before. They would hold war crimes trials for an alien government. Legal experts from dozens of species came to observe, some to support the trials, others to protest them. The galaxy was watching. The trials were held in Geneva, in the same building where Earth had once tried its own war criminals. The charges were simple: kidnapping, cultural genocide, crimes against children. The evidence was overwhelming. The Concordat Council members defended themselves. They argued that they had acted with good intentions, that uplifting primitive species had always been their mission, that they had done this for thousands of species over millions of years. Sarah testified on the third day. She described finding Emma at Progress Station, described the little boy who didn't recognize his father, described the psychological reports showing the damage done to 1 million children. "They say they acted with good intentions," Sarah said. "But intent doesn't matter when the result is trauma. They say they've done this for millions of years. That doesn't make it right. It makes it worse. It means they've been committing this crime for so long they don't even see it as a crime anymore." She looked directly at the council members in their seats. "You took children from their families because you thought you knew better. You didn't ask permission. You didn't consider that maybe parents have a right to raise their own children. You just took them. And when we demanded them back, you refused. You forced us to come get them. Every death in this war is on your hands." The trials lasted 3 months. In the end, the verdicts were unanimous. Guilty on all counts. The sentences ranged from life imprisonment to execution for those who had ordered the actual kidnappings. Justice was severe but lawful. Humanity proved they could be civilized even in their anger. But the trials weren't the end. They were the beginning of something new. Species that had been freed from the Concordat needed to form new governments. Trade routes had to be reestablished. The galaxy's economy had to be rebuilt. And new rules had to be written. Earth called a conference. Every independent species was invited, not as subjects, as equals. They met on a neutral world and spent 6 months writing a new charter. The document was simple compared to the Concordat's complex laws. It had 3 main principles. First, every species had absolute sovereignty over their own worlds and people. No species could interfere in another's internal affairs without invitation. Second, children were sacred. No species could take children from their families for any reason. Education and cultural exchange must always be voluntary and with full parental consent. Third, advancement and help could be offered, but never forced. The age of uplifting species without their permission was over. Not every species signed the charter. Some of the older species, used to the Concordat's ways, refused. They retreated to their own corners of the galaxy. But 600 species did sign. A new council was formed, smaller and more democratic than the Concordat had ever been. Earth didn't lead this new council. They were members like everyone else. But everyone knew that humanity had changed the galaxy forever. Sarah Chen retired from military service after the trials. She was offered a position as Earth's representative to the new Galactic Council. She refused. She had fought enough. Now she wanted to help her daughter heal. Emma was doing better, but slowly. She still had nightmares. She still struggled with trust. But she was remembering more each day. Remembering Earth, remembering her childhood, remembering who she was before the Concordat tried to take it away. Captain Jake Miller stood in the huge meeting hall of Nexus Prime Station. The place was bigger than any building he had ever seen on Earth. Hundreds of alien beings filled the curved rows of seats that went up and up like a giant bowl. Some aliens looked like giant bugs with shiny shells. Others were tall and thin like walking crystals that sparkled in the light. A few looked almost human but had different colored skin and strange eyes. Jake had been to many meetings here before, but today felt different. The air seemed heavy with tension. Even the translator device in his ear was picking up angry clicking sounds and low growls from different species around the room. Ambassador Lisa Grant walked to the center of the floor. She was a small woman with gray hair, but Jake had seen her handle tough situations before. She carried herself like someone who had dealt with difficult people for many years. Behind her walked 3 other humans, all wearing the blue uniforms that marked them as Earth representatives. Lisa stopped at the speaking platform and looked up at the thousands of alien faces staring down at her. She cleared her throat and began to speak. Honored members of the Galactic Council, I come before you today to give our regular report on human activities in Council space. The translation system made her words come out in dozens of different alien languages at the same time. Jake could hear buzzing, clicking, and musical tones as her speech reached different species. But before Lisa could continue, a tall insect-like being stood up in the front row. Its shell was bright green and its 4 arms moved as it spoke. The Zalari Republic objects to this report, the creature said in a voice that sounded like metal scraping on stone. Humans have been expanding too fast. They take planets that should belong to other species. A wave of agreement sounds came from several sections of the hall. Jake felt his jaw tighten. Humans had followed all the rules. They had only settled on empty planets that no one else wanted. Lisa raised her hand for quiet. If I may continue, Counselor Vexka, our expansion has followed all approved guidelines. But now a different alien was standing. This one looked like a walking pile of blue crystals that gave off their own light. When it spoke, the voice sounded like wind chimes. The Luminar Collective also has concerns, it said. Human ships have been seen in sectors marked for future development by other species. More angry sounds filled the hall. Jake looked around and saw that most of the aliens seemed to be agreeing with the complaints. Only a few sections remained quiet. Then the biggest alien in the room stood up. Counselor Prime Theron was nearly 3 meters tall and covered in dark red scales. His yellow eyes looked down at the humans like a predator studying prey. The High Council has reviewed human activities, Theron said in a deep voice that made the floor vibrate. We have decided that new rules are needed. Jake felt his stomach drop. New rules usually meant restrictions, and restrictions meant problems for Earth. Theron continued speaking, and each word made things worse. First, all human exploration beyond assigned sectors must stop immediately. Second, all human military ships must register with Council forces and accept monitoring devices. Third, human colonies established in the past year must be abandoned or placed under Joint Council management. The hall fell completely silent. Jake could not believe what he was hearing. These were not rules. They were punishments. And they were punishments for following the existing rules. Lisa Grant stood perfectly still for a long moment. Jake knew that look. He had seen it before when she was trying to control her anger. Her hands were pressed flat against the speaking platform, and her knuckles were white. Counselor Prime Theron, Lisa said slowly, are you saying that humans are being punished for successful expansion? We are saying that humans expand too aggressively, Theron replied. Other species have complained. The Council must act to keep peace. Peace. Lisa's voice got a little louder. Earth has not attacked anyone. We have not taken planets from other species. We have traded fairly and helped build new trade routes. How is this aggressive? But Theron was not interested in discussion. The decision is made. Humans will follow these new rules or face removal from the Council. Jake watched Lisa's face change. The diplomatic mask she usually wore was slipping away. He had known Lisa Grant for 5 years, and he had never seen her look this angry. "Let me understand this correctly," Lisa said, her voice now carrying clearly through the huge hall. "Humans work hard, follow all rules, help other species, and build successful colonies. And for this, we are restricted, monitored, and forced to give up our achievements. The Council acts for the good of all species," Theron said. Lisa looked up at the thousands of alien faces surrounding her. Most looked satisfied, as if a problem was being solved. A few looked uncomfortable, but none spoke up for humanity. Jake saw the moment when Lisa made her decision. Her shoulders straightened and her chin came up. When she spoke again, her voice was calm but firm. "The human delegation formally rejects these proposals." The hall erupted in surprised sounds from dozens of species. This was not how council meetings were supposed to go. Members were expected to negotiate to find compromise, but Lisa was not done. She turned slowly, looking up at every section of the hall. Furthermore, effective immediately, humanity withdraws from the Galactic Council. The sound that came from the aliens was like nothing Jake had ever heard. Shock, anger, and confusion mixed together in a wave of noise that made his ears hurt. Even through the translator, Counselor Prime Theron rose to his full height, his scales darkening with rage. "You cannot simply leave the Council. There are procedures, requirements." Lisa was already walking toward the exit. The other human representatives followed her. "Humanity will forge its own path among the stars," she said without turning around. "Ambassador Grant!" Theron's voice boomed across the hall. "Return to discuss this properly." But Lisa kept walking. Jake fell in step behind her, along with the other humans. Behind them, the alien voices grew louder and more angry. As they reached the exit, Jake heard Theron shout one final threat. "If humans leave council space, they will not be welcome to return." Lisa paused at the doorway and looked back one last time. "Good," she said simply, and walked out. The door closed behind them, cutting off the chaos inside. In the corridor, Lisa finally stopped walking. She looked at Jake and the others. "Well," she said with a small smile, "I guess we're on our own now." Jake nodded. After what he had just witnessed, being on their own seemed like the better choice. 3 weeks had passed since Ambassador Lisa Grant walked out of the Galactic Council meeting. Now Admiral Ben Carter stood on the bridge of the Earth defense ship Valor, watching the biggest operation in human history unfold before his eyes. On the main screen, hundreds of lights moved slowly through space. Each light was a human ship carrying people home. Some were military vessels like his own. Others were cargo ships packed with equipment and supplies. Many were passenger ships bringing families back to Earth space. "Admiral, we have confirmation from the Mars convoy," reported Lieutenant Sarah Hayes from her station. "All civilian transports are accounted for. They will reach Earth space in 6 days." Ben nodded, but kept watching the screen. 2 million. Humans were scattered across 50 star systems when the order came to return home. Getting them all back safely was like solving a giant puzzle with moving pieces. "What about the research stations?" Ben asked. "Dr. Kate Phillips sent her final report this morning," Sarah replied. "All scientific equipment is being loaded or destroyed. Nothing will be left behind." Ben thought about Dr. Phillips. She had spent 2 years studying strange crystal life forms on a planet called Kepler 442b. Now she had to abandon all her work because the Council wanted humans gone. It seemed like such a waste. On another part of the bridge, Commander Rick Stone was coordinating with deep space explorers. These were the ships that traveled farthest from Earth, looking for new planets and resources. Some of them were months away when they got the message to come home. "The Frontier expedition just confirmed receipt of our signal," Rick announced. "They are turning around now, but it will take them 8 more months to reach us." "And the others?" Ben asked. The Deep Space Survey Group will take 6 months. The Outer Rim prospectors need 4 months. Everyone is coming home, Admiral. Ben felt a mix of pride and sadness. Humans had built something amazing out here among the stars. They had created trade routes, research stations, and small colonies. They had made friends with some alien species and learned incredible things about the universe. Now it was all being left behind. Captain Ellen Rodriguez commanded one of the evacuation convoys. Her ship, the Harmony, was leading 23 vessels away from the Centauri trade hub. This had been one of the most successful joint projects between humans and aliens. Now the human sections were empty. Ellen walked through the corridors of the trade station one last time. Just 3 days ago, these halls had been full of humans. Working alongside Zalari merchants and Luminar technicians, they had been building something together, creating new ways for different species to cooperate and trade. Captain Rodriguez called Tom Bradley, her chief engineer. The last of our equipment is loaded. We are ready to depart. Ellen nodded and took one final look around the main trading floor. The alien merchants were still here, but they looked lost without their human partners. The Zalari especially seemed confused. They had complained about human expansion, but they had also depended on human efficiency to make their businesses work. Let's go home, Tom, Ellen said quietly. On Mars, Director Paul Jackson was handling the most complex part of the evacuation. His job was to call back all the deep space exploration fleets. These ships had been traveling for months, following planned routes to survey new star systems. Now they all had to turn around and come back. Paul sat in the communications center, sending priority messages across light years of space. Each message was the same. Return to Earth space immediately. Do not establish contact with any alien vessels. Avoid all Council territory. Director Jackson called his assistant Mary Foster. We just received confirmation from the Aurora expedition. They found 3 new planets suitable for colonization, but they are turning back as ordered. Paul sighed. Those 3 planets might have been home to thousands of humans someday. Now they would remain empty, at least until humans could return to explore them again. The hardest part was destroying what could not be taken. Dr. Kate Phillips stood in her laboratory on Kepler 442b, looking at years of research that had to be erased. The crystal life forms she had studied were unlike anything else in the known universe. Her discoveries could have helped both humans and aliens understand new forms of life. Dr. Phillips, her research assistant called. The transport is ready. We need to leave in 10 minutes. Kate looked at her computer screens one last time. All the data would be wiped clean before they left. The Council had made it clear that any human technology or research left behind would be confiscated. They could not risk their discoveries being used against Earth. Delete everything, Jim, Kate said sadly. Leave nothing for them to find. Across Council space, alien leaders were starting to realize what was happening. The humans were not just leaving, they were taking everything with them. Every piece of equipment, every research project, every trade agreement was being canceled or removed. On the Zalari homeworld, Trade Master Keknul watched his shipping schedules fall apart. The humans had not just participated in galactic trade, they had become the backbone of it. Their ships were faster and more reliable than most alien vessels. Their merchants were better at organizing complex trade routes. Now the entire system was collapsing. How many routes are affected? Keknul asked his assistants. 60% of our outer rim shipments depended on human carriers, one replied. Without them, we cannot deliver goods to half our customers. Similar problems were appearing everywhere. The Luminar Collective discovered that humans had been managing their crystal farms much more efficiently than their own people. The Altarian Federation found that human diplomats had been preventing 3 different territorial disputes from becoming wars, but the Council had made its decision. Councillor Prime Theron issued a statement declaring that the galaxy would be better off without human interference. Other species would learn to fill the gaps that humans left behind. Admiral Carter received regular reports about alien reactions to the human exodus. Most seemed confident that they would manage fine without humans. A few were starting to ask questions about trade disruptions and supply problems. None had officially asked humans to reconsider leaving. "Admiral," Lieutenant Hayes reported, "we have a message from Earth. President Moore wants a status update on the evacuation." Ben straightened his uniform and walked to the communication console. Helen Moore had been president of Earth for only 6 months when the Council crisis began. Now she was leading humanity through its biggest challenge since the species had first left their home planet. "Madam President," Ben said when the connection opened, "Operation Homecoming is proceeding on schedule. 70% of our people are already in Earth space. The remainder will arrive over the next 8 months. "Any problems with the aliens?" President Moore asked. "Some angry messages, but no military action. They seem content to let us leave." "Good. How are our people handling this?" Ben thought about the families on the transport ships, the researchers abandoning their work, the traders leaving profitable businesses behind. "They are disappointed, Madam President, but determined. No one is asking to stay behind." "That says something about the choice we made," President Moore replied. "Keep our people safe, Admiral. Bring them all home." As the weeks passed, the human exodus continued. Ships arrived at Earth and Mars every day, bringing stories of abandoned colonies and canceled projects. But they also brought something else, a sense of unity that humans had not felt in years. For the first time since joining the Galactic Council, humans were working together toward a common goal. They were not trying to please alien masters or follow someone else's rules. They were simply taking care of their own people and preparing for whatever came next. Captain Rodriguez docked her convoy at Luna Station and walked off her ship for the first time in weeks. The station was busier than she had ever seen it, filled with returning humans from dozens of star systems. "Welcome home, Captain," said the docking officer. Ellen looked out through the station windows at Earth hanging in space nearby. After 3 years among the aliens, the blue and green planet looked more beautiful than ever. "Yes," she said with a smile, "it is good to be home." 6 months had passed since the last human ship left Council space. Administrator Carl Weber sat in his office on Tau Ceti Commerce Station, staring at reports that made no sense. 3 major shipping routes had simply stopped working. Cargo. Ships were arriving weeks late or not at all. Supply contracts were being broken every day. Carl had managed this station for 8 years. He thought he understood how galactic trade worked, but now he was discovering that he had understood very little. "Sir," his assistant Marcus called from the doorway, "the Zalari Freight Company is on the communication line. They want to cancel." "Another contract." Carl rubbed his tired eyes. "Which one this time?" "The medical supplies run to the Outer Rim colonies. They say they cannot make the route profitable without human logistics support." This was the 5th major cancellation this week. Carl had always known that humans were good at organizing things, but he had not realized how much the entire trade network depended on them. Human companies had not just carried cargo, they had figured out the best routes, the most efficient schedules, and the smartest ways to combine different shipments. "Tell the Zalari we will find another carrier," Carly said, though he had no idea how. On the other side of the galaxy, Administrator Janet Price was dealing with even bigger problems. The Meridian conflict had been a small border dispute between 2 alien species when humans were still in the Council. Human diplomats had been working to find a peaceful solution. Now, without human mediators, the conflict was spreading. Janet watched the news reports with growing alarm. The Altarian Federation and the Nexus Coalition were shooting at each other over 3 small planets that nobody really wanted. Both sides claimed the planets were historically theirs. Both sides were probably wrong. "The fighting has spread to 2 more systems," reported her intelligence officer Dan Cooper. "Both fleets are bringing in more ships." "Where are the Council peacekeepers?" Janet asked, stretched thin. 3 other conflicts started this month. The Council does not have enough ships to handle all of them. Janet shook her head in frustration. When humans were in the Council, there had been peace negotiations for every dispute. Human diplomats had a talent for finding solutions that let everyone save face. They could take complicated problems and break them down into simple trades that both sides could accept. Now that talent was gone, and the galaxy was learning what happened without it. On Earth, President Helen Moore was receiving similar reports from around the galaxy. But she was more interested in what was happening on her own planet. The return of 2 million citizens had created challenges, but also opportunities. Dr. Susan Blake reports another breakthrough in the quantum tunnel project, her science advisor informed her. Without council restrictions on dangerous research, her team is making progress much faster than expected. Helen smiled. The Galactic Council had banned certain types of research as too risky. They said some technologies were too dangerous for younger species to develop. Humans had followed those rules for 3 years. Now they were free to explore whatever they wanted. What about the military projects? Helen asked. Commander Rick Stone says the new stealth ships exceed all performance expectations. The armor plating developed by Dr. Carol Hunt is 30% stronger than anything the Council fleet uses. And the new engines designed by Professor Bob Kelly are twice as efficient as standard drives. These were all projects that had been stopped or slowed because of Council regulations. The aliens had said such advances would upset the balance of power in the galaxy. They had insisted that all new technology be shared with the Council for approval and distribution. Helen had always wondered if the real reason was that the aliens did not want humans to become too advanced too quickly. Commander Amy Foster sat in a hidden listening post on the edge of Earth space, monitoring alien communications. Her job was to keep track of what was happening in Council territory. The news was getting worse every week. Commander, her communications specialist reported, we are picking up distress calls from 6 different systems. Supply shortages are becoming critical. Amy looked at the data flowing across her screens. Food shipments to remote colonies were failing. Medical supplies were not reaching frontier worlds. Industrial equipment was sitting in warehouses because no one knew how to distribute it efficiently. Any requests for human assistance? Amy asked. None officially, but we are intercepting private messages between alien traders asking if anyone knows how to contact human shipping companies. Amy was not surprised. Pride would prevent the Council from asking for help directly, but individual aliens were starting to realize that they needed human expertise to keep their civilization running smoothly. The problems were not just economic. Without human mediators, old conflicts were flaring up across the galaxy. The Zalari Republic was arguing with the Luminar, collective over mining rights. The Draknari Empire was threatening 3 smaller species over trade agreements. The Crystal Federation had closed its borders entirely after a dispute with neighboring systems. Dr. Mike Johnson, Earth's former ambassador to the Crystal Federation, read the intelligence reports with sadness. He had spent 2 years building trust with the crystal beings. They were a peaceful species that preferred isolation, but they had slowly been opening up to galactic society. Now they were retreating back into their shells, convinced that the galaxy was becoming too dangerous. The crystals always needed careful handling, Mike explained to President Moore during a briefing. They respond badly to aggressive negotiation. Human diplomats understood how to approach them gently. Other species try to pressure them, which only makes them more suspicious. This pattern was repeating throughout Council space. Each alien species had different ways of thinking and communicating. Human diplomats had learned to adapt their approach for each group. They could talk to aggressive warriors like the Draknari, using strength and respect. They could work with logical beings like the Luminar, using facts and efficiency. They could negotiate with emotional species like the Altarians, using appeals to honor and tradition. Other alien species were not as flexible. They used the same approach with everyone, which led to misunderstandings and failed negotiations. Back on Tau Ceti Station, Carl Weber was getting desperate. Half his regular shipping routes had collapsed. The aliens who ran freight companies were trying to fill the gap, but they lacked the human talent for organizing complex logistics. Sir, Marcus announced, the station's food supplies are running low. The next scheduled delivery is 3 weeks overdue. Carl felt a chill of fear. If supply problems were affecting a major hub like Tau Ceti Station, what was happening to smaller outposts and frontier colonies? Contact every freight company in the sector, Carl ordered. Offer double rates for emergency food delivery. But he already knew what the answer would be. Without human logistics networks, many cargo runs were no longer profitable. Alien companies were canceling routes and laying off workers. The entire galactic economy was starting to slow down. On Earth, the returning humans were adapting quickly to their new situation. Without council oversight, human scientists and engineers were free to pursue projects that had been forbidden or restricted. New technologies were being developed at an amazing pace. The breakthrough in faster-than-light communication is remarkable, Dr. Blake reported to President Moore. We can now send messages across 20 light-years instantly. The Council's best communication systems take days to cover the same distance. Any alien species asking about our new technology? Moore asked. Several, but only through private channels. The Council has officially banned contact with human researchers. Moore nodded. The aliens were learning that cutting off ties with humanity meant losing access to human innovation as well, but their pride prevented them from admitting their mistake. Commander Foster intercepted a communication between two high-ranking council officials that made the situation clear. They were discussing the human problem and how to deal with the growing instability in council space. Perhaps we were too hasty, one official had said. The humans were becoming too influential, the other replied. We had to act before they gained more power. But look at the consequences. Trade is collapsing. Conflicts are spreading. Maybe we should consider inviting them back. Impossible. We cannot show weakness. The other species would lose respect for council authority. Amy shook her head as she listened. The aliens had created their own problems, but they were too proud to admit it. They would rather see their civilization struggle than ask humans for help. The galaxy was learning a hard lesson about the value of cooperation. For 3 years, humans had been junior partners in the Galactic Council. The aliens had treated human contributions as helpful, but not essential. Now they were discovering just how wrong they had been, but humanity was moving forward. Free from alien restrictions and interference, humans were developing new technologies and exploring new possibilities faster than ever before. The species, that had been told they were too young and too aggressive to be trusted, was proving exactly how capable they really were. The silence from human space was becoming louder every day. 1 year after humanity left the Galactic Council, Councilor Prime Theron stood before the High Assembly facing the worst crisis in Council history. The great meeting hall that had once been filled with confident alien representatives now echoed, with angry voices and desperate complaints. The Outer Rim colonies are starving, declared the Altarian representative, his blue skin darker than usual with emotion. 3 worlds have gone completely dark. We cannot reach them. The Luminar delegate's crystal form flickered with distress as she spoke. Our mining operations have failed. Without human logistics support, we cannot move equipment to new sites. Production has dropped by 70%. Theron listened to report after report of disasters across council space. Trade routes had collapsed. Wars were spreading. Entire star systems were becoming isolated as supply lines failed. The galaxy that had seemed so stable and prosperous was falling apart. Order! Theron roared, his voice booming across the hall. We will find solutions to these problems. But even as he spoke, Theron knew the truth. The problems were too big and too complex. The Council had existed for 1,000 years, but it had never faced anything like this. They needed help, and there was only one place to get it. The Zalari representative stood up, his insect-like body trembling with rage. This is all because you drove away the humans. They were holding our civilization together, and you were too proud to see it. Other voices joined in agreement. For months, council members had been too embarrassed to admit their mistake. Now desperation was overcoming pride. The humans were becoming too powerful, Theron defended. They would have dominated the council eventually. Better human domination than galactic collapse, shouted the delegate from the Meridian systems. At least when humans were here, cargo ships arrived on time and wars stayed small. The debate continued for hours, but everyone knew what had to be done. Finally, the council voted. They would send a delegation to Earth to negotiate humanity's return. The terms would be generous, more generous than any species had ever been offered. 2 weeks later, Ambassador Vincent Clark sat in his office in Geneva, looking out at the Swiss mountains. His assistant knocked on the door and entered with a worried expression. Sir, There is an alien delegation requesting a meeting. They say they represent the Galactic Council. Vincent had been expecting this visit for months. Earth's intelligence services had been monitoring the growing crisis in Council space. Every report showed the situation getting worse. How many of them? Vincent asked. 5 representatives, including Councillor Prime Theron himself. Vincent was surprised. For the leader of the council to come personally meant they were truly desperate. Show them in. The 5 aliens who entered his office looked very different. From the proud beings who had demanded human submission a year ago, Theron's scales had lost their shine, and his yellow eyes showed exhaustion. The Zalari representatives' movements were slow and uncertain. Even the Luminar delegate's crystal form seemed dim. Ambassador Clark, Theron began, his deep voice lacking its usual authority. We come to discuss the current difficulties in council space. Vincent gestured to the chairs that had been specially made for alien visitors. Please sit. Would you like refreshments? The aliens accepted the offer gratefully. Vincent noticed they seemed hungry, which suggested that even the council leadership was having supply problems. We understand that humanity has concerns about council policies, Theron continued carefully. Perhaps we were too hasty in our previous decisions. Vincent kept his expression neutral. What exactly are you proposing? The Zalari representative leaned forward eagerly. Full voting rights for humanity, expanded territorial grants, even a permanent seat on the High Council. We want humans to return and help restore stability to the galaxy. The offers were impressive. Everything that humanity had wanted when they first joined the Council was now being offered freely. A year ago, these terms would have seemed like a dream come true, and, in return, Vincent asked, human expertise in trade management, diplomatic mediation, and technological development, Theron replied. The galaxy needs human skills to function properly. Vincent stood and walked to the window. Outside, construction crews were working on new buildings and facilities. Earth was busier than it had been in decades. The return of 2 million citizens had brought energy and innovation that was transforming the planet. Councillor Theron, Vincent said without turning around, why should humanity return to an organization that treated us as a problem to be managed? Because the galaxy is falling apart without you, Theron admitted quietly. We did not realize how much we depended on human capabilities. Vincent finally turned to face the aliens. The Galactic Council asked us to leave. We complied. Humanity is now focused on our own development and expansion. We have no interest in returning to an organization that views us as a threat rather than partners. The Zalari representative made desperate clicking sounds. But surely you can see that cooperation benefits everyone. The galaxy needs human innovation. Then perhaps you should have considered that before driving us away, Vincent replied simply. For the next hour, the aliens tried every argument they could think of. They offered more territory, more rights, more freedom than any council member had ever received. They promised that humans would be treated as equals, not junior partners. Vincent listened politely to each offer, then gave the same response. Humanity has moved beyond the need for council membership. We are developing our own path among the stars. What about the suffering in council space? The Luminar delegate asked, her voice like breaking crystal. Millions of beings are struggling because trade networks have failed. Do humans not care about their former allies? This question hit closer to home. Vincent knew that many humans felt guilty about the problems in council space. But he also knew that returning to the council would mean giving up the freedom that humanity had gained. The council created these problems by forcing humanity to leave, Vincent said. If the council truly cared about its citizens, it would not have driven away the species that was helping to keep the galaxy stable. The aliens spent 3 days in Geneva, making increasingly desperate offers. They promised humanity leadership positions in every major council department. They offered exclusive rights to explore entire star regions. They even suggested that a human could become the next Councillor Prime. But Vincent's answer never changed. Humanity had found its own way, and that way did not include returning to the council. On the final day, Theron made one last attempt. Ambassador Clark, I will speak plainly. The Council made a mistake. We were jealous of human success and afraid of human potential. We acted badly, and now our civilization is paying the price. We need humanity to return, not as junior partners, but as leaders. The galaxy needs human guidance to survive. It was the most honest thing any council leader had said to humanity. Vincent respected Theron for admitting the truth. But the truth had come too late. Counselor Theron, I appreciate your honesty. But humanity has spent the past year discovering what we can accomplish when we are not limited by council restrictions. We have developed technologies that surpass anything the council possesses. We have explored regions of space that the council declared too dangerous. We have built a society that serves human needs rather than alien politics. Vincent walked the aliens to their ship personally. As they prepared to leave, Theron made one final plea. If humanity will not return to save the council, will you at least consider trade agreements? Limited cooperation that might help both our peoples? Vincent thought about this carefully. That would depend on the terms. Humanity is no longer interested in one-sided agreements. We understand, Theron said sadly. We will convey your position to the council. As the alien ship disappeared into the sky, Vincent felt both sadness and relief. Sadness for the suffering in council space, but relief that humanity would not have to sacrifice its newfound freedom to solve problems created by alien pride and jealousy. That evening, Vincent sent his report to President Moore. The aliens had offered everything except the one thing that might have mattered: a genuine apology and a promise that humanity would never again be treated as a second-class species. But even that might not have been enough. Humanity had tasted freedom, and freedom was proving to be far sweeter than acceptance by those who had never truly wanted them as equals. The galaxy would have to find its own way forward, just as humanity was doing. And if the aliens had learned anything from this crisis, perhaps both sides might eventually find a better path to cooperation. But that would be a choice for the future. For now, humanity would continue to forge its own destiny among the stars. 2 years after humanity left the Galactic Council, Captain Dan Murphy stood on the bridge of the exploration ship Pioneer, watching stars that no council member had ever seen. His ship was traveling through a region of space that the aliens had always declared too dangerous for exploration. Yet here humans were, not just surviving but thriving in the unknown. Captain, we are detecting another habitable planet in this system, reported his science officer, Lisa Park. That makes 12 worlds suitable for human colonization just in this sector. Dan smiled as he looked at the data. In the past 6 months, human ships had discovered more new worlds than the Council had found in the previous 5 years. Without alien restrictions telling them where they could and could not explore, human explorers were pushing into regions that offered incredible possibilities. Any signs of intelligent life? Dan asked. None detected. But Captain, we are picking up some very unusual energy readings from the outer system. Something artificial, but not like any technology we know. This was exactly the kind of discovery that made deep space exploration exciting. When humans were council members, they would have been required to report such findings and wait for permission to investigate. Now they were free to satisfy their curiosity immediately. Set course for the energy source, Dan ordered. Let's see what we can find. As the Pioneer moved toward the mysterious signals, Dan thought about how much had changed since humanity gained its freedom. Human technology had advanced faster in 2 years than in the previous decade. Without council oversight limiting their research, human scientists had made breakthrough after breakthrough. Dr. Nancy Wright worked in her laboratory aboard the Pioneer, analyzing samples from worlds that the council had never imagined could exist. Her team had discovered 17 new forms of life in just the past month. Some were based on silicon instead of carbon. Others used energy patterns that defied known physics. Dr. Wright, her assistant, called, "The energy readings are getting stronger. Whatever is out there, it is definitely artificial and very advanced." Nancy felt the familiar excitement of approaching a major discovery. As the ship drew closer to the source, Her instruments detected technology that was far beyond anything humans or Council species possessed. "Captain Murphy," she announced over the communication system, "I think we are about to make first contact with something truly extraordinary." On the bridge, Dan felt his heart rate increase. First contact with unknown aliens was every explorer's dream and nightmare. But humans had learned to be confident in their abilities over the past 2 years. "All stations, prepare for possible contact with unknown intelligence," Dan announced. "Remember, we represent not just our ship, but all of humanity." As the Pioneer rounded a large asteroid, the source of the energy readings became visible. It was a structure unlike anything in known space, a crystalline construct the size of a small moon, pulsing with soft light and surrounded by smaller objects that moved in perfect geometric patterns. "Captain," the communication officer reported, with excitement, "we are receiving a signal. It is in perfect English." Dan exchanged glances with his crew. How could unknown aliens be speaking English? "Put it through," Dan ordered. A voice filled the bridge, warm and musical but somehow ancient. "Welcome, children of Earth. We have been waiting for you to find us. This is Captain Dan Murphy of the human exploration vessel Pioneer. Who are we speaking with?" "We are what you might call the Ethereal Collective. We have been observing your species and others in this region of space for many thousands of your years." Dr. Wright quickly ran scans of the alien structure. Her instruments detected technology that was centuries beyond anything humans had developed. Yet somehow it felt familiar rather than threatening. "Why have you been waiting for us specifically?" Dan asked. "Because we have been seeking a species mature enough to move beyond the limitations of the Galactic Council. Your people have shown the wisdom to choose freedom over comfortable servitude." Dan felt a chill of understanding. These beings had been watching the Council crisis unfold. They had seen humanity's choice to leave rather than submit to unfair restrictions. "You know about our conflict with the Council?" "We know about many things, Captain Murphy. The Council represents an old way of thinking, species grouped together, for mutual protection but limited by fear and jealousy. Your people have chosen a different path." Over the next several hours, the Ethereal Collective shared knowledge that revolutionized human understanding of the galaxy. They revealed that the known space controlled by the Council was only a tiny fraction of the universe. Beyond Council territory lay regions filled with ancient civilizations, incredible technologies, and possibilities that the Council had never imagined. "The Council species are children playing in a sandbox," the Ethereal explained. "They fight over small territories and limited resources because they lack the vision to see what lies beyond their borders. Humanity has that vision." Dr. Wright's instruments recorded technical data that would keep human scientists busy for decades. The Ethereal shared designs for faster-than-light travel that made current human ships look primitive. They revealed methods of energy generation that could power entire star systems. Most importantly, they offered something the Council never had: partnership based on mutual respect rather than hierarchy. "Why are you sharing this with us?" Dan asked. "Because we believe humanity is ready to help guide the galaxy toward something better than the Council's limited vision. But the choice must be yours. We offer knowledge and friendship, not domination." While the Pioneer was making contact with the Ethereal Collective, events in Council space were reaching a crisis point. Commander Steve Walsh detected the final collapse beginning from his monitoring station on the edge of Earth space. "Commander," his sensor operator reported, "massive energy signatures from Council territory. Multiple star systems are showing signs of civil conflict." Steve watched the data streams with growing alarm. The Galactic Council was not just struggling with trade problems anymore. Member species were openly fighting each other. Some had declared independence from Council authority entirely. "Any requests for assistance?" Steve asked. Several private communications asking if human merchants might be willing to establish new trade routes. A few diplomatic messages suggesting that independent human mediation might help resolve conflicts. Steve forwarded the information to Earth Command. The aliens were finally admitting they needed human help, but they were still too proud to ask officially. On Earth, President Helen Moore received reports about both the Ethereal contact and the Council. collapsed during the same morning briefing. The contrast was striking. Humanity was making contact with advanced civilizations while their former council partners descended into chaos. "Madam President," her science advisor announced, "the ethereal technology could advance human civilization by centuries. We are talking about the ability to travel to other galaxies, to build structures the size of planets, to manipulate energy in ways we never imagined possible." "And the council situation?" Moore asked. "Complete breakdown. Half their member species have withdrawn from central authority. The remaining governments are requesting human assistance through private channels, but they refuse to make official requests." Moore considered the situation carefully. Humanity had two paths forward. They could try to help their former council partners, potentially getting drawn back into galactic politics, or they could accept the ethereal offer and leap forward into a larger universe where the council crisis would seem small and insignificant. "Draft a response to the council territories," Moore decided. "Humanity is willing to provide humanitarian assistance to any species that requests it officially, but we will not return to council membership or subordinate ourselves to council authority. As for the ethereal contact, accept their offer of partnership. It is time for humanity to think beyond the limits that others tried to place on us." Captain Murphy concluded his historic first contact with the ethereal collective by accepting their invitation to visit their primary habitat in a distant galaxy. The journey would take human explorers farther from Earth than any previous expedition, but it would also open doorways to possibilities that dwarfed anything the Council had ever offered. "The universe is vast and full of wonders," the ethereal told him as the meeting ended. "The Council species limit themselves to a small corner because they fear the unknown. Humanity has shown the courage to embrace the unknown. That courage will take you to places beyond imagination." As the pioneer prepared to return to Earth with news of the contact, Dan looked out at the stars with new understanding. The galaxy that had seemed so large when humans first joined the Council now appeared tiny compared to what lay beyond. 6 months later, Admiral Jake Miller stood on the bridge of humanity's newest flagship, the Endeavour. Through the viewport, he could see Earth in the distance, but his ship was pointed toward deep space, toward the unknown regions where the ethereal collective waited to guide humanity to new frontiers. Behind them, distress signals continued to arrive from former Council territories. Some alien species had swallowed their pride and officially requested human assistance. Others remained too stubborn to admit. The warning commander Zektar stood in the massive Council chamber on Nexus Prime, the capital world of the galactic hegemony. His tall, insect-like body bore the marks of countless battles. Deep scars ran across his dark carapace, and one of his 3 eyes had been replaced with a mechanical substitute that glowed red in the dim light. The Council members sat on their floating platforms looking down at him with expressions that ranged from boredom to mild annoyance. "You called this emergency session to tell us about primitives?" Council leader Vexai asked, his voice carrying the authority of someone who had ruled star systems before Zektar was even born. "Commander, you have served the hegemony well for 200 years. Do not let one difficult campaign cloud your judgment." Zektar's remaining natural eyes focused on the holographic display floating between him and the Council. It showed a small blue planet orbiting a yellow star in what the galactic maps labeled as Sector 7G. The planet looked peaceful, covered in white clouds and blue oceans. Nothing about it suggested danger. "Honored Council," Zektar began, his voice steady despite the trembling in his hands. "I have fought the Krell swarms at the Battle of Seven Suns. I led the assault on the fortress world of Mordek. I have seen warriors from 100 different species, each with their own way of fighting. But the human—" He paused, struggling to find the right words. "The humans are different." Council member Thexerin leaned forward, her serpentine neck extending as she spoke. "Different how? Our intelligence reports show they have only just discovered faster-than-light travel. Their weapons are crude chemical rockets and simple energy beams. Their largest warship would barely qualify as a patrol craft in our fleet. That is exactly what makes them dangerous," Zektar replied. He activated the hologram, showing scenes from his last battle near the Sol system. The images were grainy, taken from long-range sensors during combat. 6 months ago, my battle group encountered a human patrol fleet near their outer planets. 12 ships against our 47. By all military logic, they should have surrendered or retreated. The hologram showed the battle as it unfolded. The human ships were smaller, slower, and clearly outgunned. But instead of falling back, they charged directly at the hegemony fleet. What followed defied every principle of space combat that the galaxy had learned over thousands of years. They used their cargo ships as bombs, Zektar continued, his voice growing quieter. When their weapons failed, they rammed our vessels. When their engines died, they continued fighting with whatever they could improvise. I watched a human crew turn their life support system into a weapon that disabled 3 of our cruisers. Council leader Vexhai made a dismissive gesture. Primitive desperation. Once they face a real fleet, they will learn the futility of such tactics. No, Zektar said firmly. You do not understand. When we finally captured one of their ships, we found the crew still trying to fight. They had been without life support for 6 hours. The ship was a floating tomb, but they were still attempting to repair their weapons. Their commander, a young female, looked at me and said something our translators could not properly interpret. But I understood the meaning. She was not afraid. She was angry that she had failed to destroy more of our ships. The council chamber fell silent. Zektar continued, bringing up more images from the battle's aftermath. We lost 11 ships to their 12, against an enemy that should not have been able to damage even one of our vessels. This was not luck, honored council. This was something else entirely. The humans fight as if death is not the worst thing that can happen to them. They fight as if losing is simply not an option they consider. Councilmember Jorak, a massive creature covered in thick armor plating, spoke in his deep, rumbling voice. Even if what you say is true, Commander, 12 ships do not make an empire. How many vessels can these humans possibly have? How many soldiers can one small planet produce? Zektar activated another display, this one showing intelligence reports gathered over the past months. Our scouts have been observing their home system. In the 6 months since our encounter, they have increased their military production by 400%. They have converted civilian shipyards to military use. They have begun training programs that involve their entire population. Every human adult is now receiving combat instruction. Impossible, said Thexran. No civilization can sustain such militarization. Their economy would collapse within months. Their economy has not collapsed, Zektar replied. It has adapted. They have somehow increased both military and civilian production simultaneously. Our economic models cannot explain how they are accomplishing this. More concerning, they appear to be developing new technologies at an impossible rate. We observe them testing weapons designs that our scientists say should not work with their level of technology. The hologram showed fuzzy images of human test sites, strange explosions, energy signatures that did not match known weapon types, and ship designs that seemed to ignore basic principles of engineering. Council leader Vexhai stood from his platform, his robes flowing around his tall, thin frame. Commander Zektar, you are describing an impossibility. A single planet cannot pose a threat to the galactic hegemony. We rule 10,000 worlds. Our fleets number in the hundreds of thousands. Our technology has been refined over millennia. I understand how it sounds, Zektar said. I would not have believed it myself if I had not seen it. But I am telling you, these humans represent a threat unlike anything we have faced. They do not fight like civilized species. They do not follow the accepted rules of warfare. They treat every battle as if it is the last battle they will ever fight. And what exactly do you propose we do? Asked Jorak. Abandon our expansion plans because of one difficult skirmish? Zektar's mechanical eye whirred as it focused on the massive warrior. I propose we find a way to coexist with them. Open diplomatic channels. Establish trade relationships. Anything except military confrontation. The council chamber erupted in shocked silence. The idea of the mighty galactic hegemony negotiating with a single planet species was unthinkable. Vexhai's voice carried cold authority when he finally spoke. Commander, you are a war hero. Your service to the hegemony has been exemplary, but what you suggest is impossible. We do not negotiate with primitives. We do not show weakness to lesser species. If these humans are as dangerous as you claim, then they must be dealt with before they become a true threat. You are making a mistake, Zektar said quietly. A terrible mistake. We are making the only decision that maintains the order of the galaxy, Vexhai replied. The hegemony's strength comes from the certainty that resistance is futile. If we allow one primitive world to defy us, others will follow. The peace we have maintained for 1,000 years will crumble. Thexron activated her personal communicator. I motion that we authorize a full conquest fleet to deal with this human problem immediately. Overwhelming force will end this quickly and efficiently. Seconded, rumbled Jorak. Zektar watched as the council voted unanimously to authorize an invasion of human space. The holographic display showing Earth continued to rotate slowly, the blue and white planet looking peaceful and vulnerable. As the council session ended and the members began filing out, Vexhai approached Zektar. Commander, you will not be assigned to this campaign. Your experiences have clearly affected your judgment. Report to the medical center for evaluation. Zektar remained standing in the empty chamber long after the others had left. He stared at the image of Earth, remembering the face of the human commander who had refused to surrender even in death. Somewhere in the depths of his alien mind, he felt something he had never experienced in 2 centuries of warfare: fear for his own people. The galactic hegemony was about to learn what he had tried to tell them, but by then it would be too late. First contact goes wrong. Admiral Korthava stood on the bridge of his flagship, the mighty dreadnought Eternal Dominion. Through the massive viewports he could see the Sol system spread out before his fleet, like a collection of insignificant rocks orbiting a mediocre star. 300 warships accompanied him, enough firepower to reduce entire civilizations to cosmic dust. This would be the easiest conquest in hegemony history. Admiral, his communications officer reported, we are receiving a transmission from the 3rd planet. The humans appear to be attempting first contact. Korthvas allowed himself a small smile. His forearms adjusted various controls on his command chair as he prepared to deliver the standard conquest ultimatum. The process was always the same. Overwhelming display of force, demands for immediate surrender, and then either compliance or destruction. In his 3 centuries of service, only 2 species had chosen destruction. The humans would surely be wiser. Put them through, he commanded. The main screen activated, showing the face of a human male. The creature looked remarkably similar to several other species in the galaxy, though smaller and more fragile. Its single pair of eyes seemed to sparkle with something that Korthvas could not immediately identify. Greetings, the human said in accented but understandable galactic standard. I am Admiral Sarah Chen of the United Earth Defense Force. Welcome to our solar system. We've been expecting you. Korthvas leaned forward, confused by the human's casual tone. I am Admiral Korthvas of the Galactic Hegemony. You will surrender immediately and prepare for occupation. Resistance will result in the complete destruction of your species. The human's expression changed. Instead of fear or despair, something else appeared on her face. It took Korthvas a moment to recognize it as amusement. I appreciate the offer, Admiral Chen replied, but we'll have to decline. However, if you're looking for a fight, you've come to the right place. Earth sends its regards. The transmission ended abruptly. Korthvas stared at the blank screen, his mind struggling to process what had just happened. In 300 years of conquest, no primitive species had ever responded to the hegemony's demands with what appeared to be a friendly invitation to battle. Sir, his tactical officer called out, we're detecting movement throughout the system. Multiple contacts emerging from concealment. The tactical display lit up with dozens of red dots appearing from behind planets, asteroids, and even from within the system's asteroid belt. Ships were emerging from hiding places that should have been impossible to use for concealment. How many? Korthvas demanded. Sir, the count is still climbing. We have confirmed contacts on over 200 vessels, with more appearing every minute. Korthvas examined the tactical display more closely. The human ships were a confusing mix of designs. Some appeared to be purpose-built warships, sleek and angular. Others looked like converted cargo vessels, their hulls bristling with hastily mounted weapons. Still others defied classification entirely, appearing to be civilian craft that had been turned into something resembling weapons platforms. Admiral, his science officer reported, many of these vessels are emitting energy signatures that don't match any known weapon systems. Our computers cannot identify their offensive capabilities. Impossible, Korthvas replied. Our databases contain information on every weapon technology in the galaxy. Yes, sir. That's what makes this concerning. The human fleet began moving into attack formation, but not in any pattern that hegemony tactical computers recognized. Instead of the elegant battle lines that characterized civilized warfare, the humans spread out in a chaotic swarm that seemed to have no obvious strategy. All ships, Korthvas commanded, form standard battle formation. We will show these primitives the meaning of superior firepower. The hegemony fleet moved into its traditional combat arrangement. Heavy dreadnoughts in the center, cruisers on the flanks, and destroyers screening the formation. It was a formation that had conquered 1,000 worlds. The humans responded by accelerating directly toward them at maximum speed. "Sir," the tactical officer called out. "They're not slowing down. They appear to be attempting a direct assault on our main formation." "Excellent," Korthvas said. "Their desperation will make this even quicker. All weapons, prepare to fire on my command." The human ships came closer, and Korthvas realized something was wrong. The enemy vessels were moving faster than his sensors had initially indicated. Moreover, they were not maintaining formation. Each ship seemed to be choosing its own target and approach vector, creating a completely unpredictable attack pattern. "Fire," Korthvas commanded. The hegemony fleet unleashed its devastating firepower. Energy beams and projectile weapons lit up space as they reached out toward the human ships. The first wave of human vessels disappeared in balls of superheated plasma, but the rest kept coming. What happened next would be analyzed by military strategists for generations. The humans did not retreat when they took casualties. They did not regroup when their formation was disrupted. Instead, they adapted instantly, with each ship seeming to learn from the destruction of the others. Human vessels began employing tactics that violated every principle of space combat. They used their own destroyed ships as cover, maneuvering through the debris fields created by their fallen comrades. They fired weapons while performing evasive maneuvers that should have made accurate targeting impossible. Most disturbing of all, they began ramming hegemony vessels when their weapons were destroyed. "Admiral," his communications officer reported, "the destroyer Swift Victory reports that a human cargo ship has just rammed their forward section. The human ship's crew is attempting to board them." "Impossible," Korthvas replied. "The human ship was destroyed in the collision. Sir, the human ship was destroyed. But apparently not all of the crew died in the impact. They're using emergency life support equipment and makeshift weapons." Reports began flooding in from across the fleet. Human ships that should have been helpless were continuing to fight with whatever they could improvise. Crews that should have been dead were somehow still functional. Weapons that should not have existed were inflicting impossible amounts of damage on hegemony vessels. One human ship, a converted mining vessel, managed to attach itself to a hegemony cruiser using industrial magnetic clamps. The human crew then proceeded to cut their way through the cruiser's hull using mining equipment, turning their ship into a gigantic boarding pod. Another human vessel, apparently a passenger liner before its conversion, fired what appeared to be modified waste disposal units at a hegemony destroyer. The projectiles contained some sort of corrosive substance that ate through the destroyer's armor like acid. "Admiral," his tactical officer called out, "we're losing ships faster than projected. The humans are using unconventional tactics that our computers cannot predict or counter." Korthvas looked at the tactical display in growing alarm. Red indicators showed damaged or destroyed hegemony vessels scattered throughout the battle space. The humans had lost more ships in absolute numbers, but they were somehow inflicting disproportionate casualties on his supposedly superior fleet. "How is this possible?" he demanded. "Sir, I believe they're improvising in real time. Every time we adapt to one of their tactics, they develop a new one. They're not following any recognized military doctrine." A new alarm sounded on the bridge. "Admiral," the science officer reported, "long-range sensors are detecting additional human forces approaching from the outer system. It appears they held reserves in positions we didn't detect." The fresh wave of human ships appeared on the tactical display. These vessels looked different from the first wave, more heavily armed and bearing what appeared to be advanced technology that hadn't been present in earlier encounters. "They've been learning from the battle," Korthvas realized with growing horror. "They're adapting their technology in real time." The second wave of human ships struck the hegemony fleet like a hammer blow. These vessels employed entirely new weapons and tactics, clearly developed during the course of the ongoing battle. They moved with coordination that contrasted sharply with the apparent chaos of the first wave, suggesting that the initial disorder had been deliberately misleading. Korthvas made a decision that he had never imagined he would need to make in his long career. "All ships prepare for tactical withdrawal." "Sir?" his communications officer asked, clearly shocked. "We are withdrawing from the system immediately. Send the order to all vessels. Retreat to the rendezvous point in the Keller system. As the surviving ships of his once mighty fleet limped away from Earth, Korthva stared at the tactical display showing the ongoing pursuit by human vessels. The creatures were actually chasing him, apparently intent on inflicting even more damage on his retreating forces. In his 3 centuries of service to the hegemony, Admiral Korthvas had never experienced anything like this. He had just been defeated by a species that should not have been able to damage even one of his ships. Worse, he had the uncomfortable feeling that the humans had been holding back, testing his capabilities rather than trying to destroy his fleet completely. As his damaged flagship jumped to hyperspace, Korthvas wondered if Commander Zektar's warnings had been far more accurate than anyone had realized. The galaxy learns. Fear Emperor Valdris paced the length of his throne room on Nexus Prime, his massive form casting long shadows across the polished floor. The news of Admiral Korthvas's defeat had spread through the hegemony like wildfire, and with it came something the Empire had not experienced in 1,000 years. Doubt. Unacceptable, the Emperor growled, his voice echoing off the chamber's crystalline walls. One primitive world defeats our first contact fleet? This humiliation ends now. Standing before him were the hegemony's greatest military minds, admirals and generals who had conquered entire star systems. But today they looked uncomfortable, uncertain. The easy confidence that had characterized the Empire's military for centuries had been shaken by reports from the Sol system. Grand Admiral Zexthar, commander of the Imperial fleet, stepped forward. His scaled hide bore the scars of countless campaigns, and his 3 hearts beat with the rhythm of absolute loyalty to the throne. My Emperor, I have assembled the largest invasion force in hegemony history, 5,000 warships from across the Empire, including the entire First Fleet and the personal guards of 12 sector commanders. And our intelligence on the humans? Emperor Valdris asked. Disturbing, replied Intelligence Director Morthkan, a thin creature whose species excelled at gathering information. Since Admiral Korthvas's retreat, the humans have unified their planet's governments under something they call the United Earth Defense Force. Their industrial output has increased by impossible amounts. They appear to have converted their entire civilization to war production in a matter of weeks. The Emperor's eyes narrowed. Impossible amounts? Our economic models suggest that such rapid militarization should have caused societal collapse. Instead, their civilian infrastructure has somehow strengthened. They are producing both weapons and consumer goods at rates that violate known economic principles. Grand Admiral Zexthar activated a holographic display showing the Sol system. More concerning, my Emperor, is their defensive preparations. They have turned their homeworld into a fortress unlike anything we have encountered. Orbital platforms, hidden weapon installations, and what appear to be entirely new defensive technologies. The hologram zoomed in on Earth, showing a planet bristling with defensive structures. Massive orbital stations hung in space like metal moons, connected by energy beams that created an intricate web of protection around the world. The planet's surface showed similar preparations with cities that had been converted into fortress complexes. What are those? The Emperor asked, pointing to strange energy signatures appearing on the display. We're not certain, Morthkan admitted. The humans appear to have developed weapons that our sensors cannot properly identify. Energy signatures that don't match any known technology, projectile systems that seem to ignore basic physics, and defensive measures that our computers classify as impossible. Emperor Valdris slammed his fist down on his throne's armrest, cracking the crystalline surface. I don't care if they've turned their planet into a fortress. 5,000 ships will reduce any defense to cosmic dust. Grand Admiral, you will take the Imperial fleet to Sol and end this embarrassment once and for all. Yes, my Emperor, Zexthar replied, but privately he wondered if 5,000 ships would be enough. The journey to Sol took 3 weeks, during which the massive Imperial fleet moved through hyperspace like an unstoppable force of nature. Ships from a dozen different species made up the Armada, each bringing their own weapons and tactics to bear against the human threat. The confidence of the fleet's crews gradually returned as they contemplated the sheer scale of their force. When they emerged from hyperspace at the edge of the Sol system, that confidence began to evaporate. Admiral, the fleet's chief sensor operator reported, we're detecting massive energy signatures throughout the system. The humans appear to have fortified not just their homeworld, but every major celestial body. The tactical display showed a system transformed, Mars had been converted into a military base covered in weapon platforms. The asteroid belt had been turned into a maze of hidden fortresses and mobile weapons platforms. Even the gas giants had been surrounded by defensive installations that defied easy classification. "How many ships are we facing?" Sexthar asked. "Sir, we're not detecting traditional ships. We're detecting something else. Fixed installations, mobile platforms, and what appear to be hybrid vessels that combine civilian and military functions. Our computers estimate roughly 8,000 individual combat-capable units." Sexthar felt a chill run through his body. 8,000 defensive units against his 5,000 ships. The numbers were closer than any admiral wanted to see in an invasion scenario. "All ships," he commanded. "Advance on the third planet. Maintain formation and prepare for standard orbital bombardment." The Imperial fleet moved deeper into the Sol system and immediately came under attack from sources that shouldn't have existed. Weapons fired from the asteroid belt, striking hegemony vessels at impossible ranges. Energy beams lanced out from hidden installations on the moons of Jupiter, somehow penetrating the fleet's defensive screens. "Admiral," his tactical officer reported, "we're taking casualties and we haven't even reached their homeworld yet. These weapons are more advanced than our intelligence suggested." "Impossible," Sexthar replied. "No primitive species could develop such technology in mere months." But the evidence was undeniable. Human weapons were not just effective. They were revolutionary. Energy beams that bent around defensive shields, projectiles that seemed to phase through armor before exploding inside their targets, and defensive systems that adapted to each attack in real time. The fleet reached Earth orbit and found a world that had been transformed into the galaxy's most deadly fortress. The planet was surrounded by thousands of weapon platforms, each one unique in design and apparently built for maximum destructive potential, rather than elegance or efficiency. "Begin orbital bombardment," Sexthar commanded. The Imperial fleet unleashed its full firepower on the planet below. Energy beams capable of melting continents struck Earth's surface, while kinetic projectiles carrying the force of asteroid impacts rained down from space. It was a display of destructive power that had reduced entire civilizations to radioactive waste. The planet's response was immediate and terrifying. Surface to space. Missiles erupted from hidden launch sites across Earth's surface. But these were not ordinary missiles. Some appeared to be guided by living pilots who steered their craft directly into hegemony vessels with suicidal determination. Others carried warheads that seemed to violate known physics, creating explosions that propagated through space in impossible ways. "Admiral," his communications officer called out, "we're receiving transmissions from the planet's surface. Multiple sources, all on the same frequency. Put them through." The bridge's speakers filled with a sound that would haunt Sexthar for the rest of his life. Human voices, thousands of them singing in unison. The melody was alien but somehow familiar. A war song that seemed to carry the weight of an entire species' determination. "What are they singing?" he asked. The translation computer worked for several seconds before responding. "The closest approximation would be, 'You can take our lives, but you will never take our freedom.' However, the cultural context suggests deeper meanings related to ancestral defiance and willingness to die rather than submit." More reports flooded in from across the fleet. Human defenders were not just fighting, they were doing so with a ferocity that defied understanding. Pilots flew damaged ships directly into hegemony vessels rather than eject to safety. Ground installations continued firing even after taking direct hits that should have destroyed them completely. Most disturbing were the reports from boarding actions. When hegemony Marines attempted to land on Earth's surface, they encountered resistance that military doctrine had no provisions for handling. Human civilians, including elderly individuals and children, were actively participating in combat operations using improvised weapons and tactics that seemed designed to maximize casualties rather than minimize them. "Admiral," his chief medical officer reported, "we've captured several human defenders for interrogation. But sir, they refuse to provide any information, not because they've been trained to resist, but because they appear to find the concept of surrender completely incomprehensible." The siege dragged on for weeks, then months. The Imperial fleet, designed for quick conquests against civilized opponents, found itself trapped in a grinding war of attrition against an enemy that treated every battle as if it were the last battle they would ever fight. Supply lines began to suffer as human strike forces, somehow launched from the besieged planet, attacked hegemony logistics ships throughout the outer system. These raids employed tactics that defied military logic, with human crews apparently willing to sacrifice their lives for even minor tactical advantages. "Sir," the fleet's intelligence officer reported, "we've analyzed the human combat doctrine. They appear to have weaponized everything on their planet. Their weather control systems have been turned into strategic weapons. Their civilian transportation network has become a military logistics system. Even their entertainment industry is producing war materials." Grand Admiral Zexithar looked out at the planet that had become his nemesis. Earth still burned in places, for the tide turned 6 months into the siege of Earth. Everything changed. Commander Zexithar sat in his new position as intelligence advisor to the High Command, studying reports that should have been impossible. The humans had stopped playing defense. "Sir," his assistant reported, "we have confirmed sightings of human vessels in the Kepler sector. That's 12 light-years from Sol." Zexithar's mechanical eye whirred as it focused on the intelligence reports spread across his desk. What he was reading defied everything the hegemony understood about military strategy and technological development. "How many ships?" he asked. "That's the problem, sir. We're not sure they are ships in any traditional sense." Zexithar looked up from the reports. His assistant, a young intelligence officer named Vexalim, had the nervous expression of someone delivering news that no one wanted to hear. "Explain." "The human vessels appear to be constructed from captured hegemony technology, but modified in ways that our engineers say should not be possible. They've combined our defensive screens with their own energy systems to create something entirely new. Our ship's sensors have trouble even detecting them." Zexithar activated his personal display, showing a map of known galaxy. Red dots indicated confirmed human activity. Yellow dots showed possible sightings, and green dots marked hegemony territories that had gone silent. There were far too many red and yellow dots. "They're not limiting themselves to military targets," Zexithar observed. "No, sir. Human forces have attacked research stations, communication relays, and even civilian shipping lanes, but they're not destroying everything. They appear to be studying us." Zexithar felt a chill run through his body. "Studying us how?" Vexalim brought up a detailed report from the Mordek system. 3 weeks ago, a human strike force attacked the Mordek research station. Instead of destroying it, they captured the facility intact. Our surveillance drones observed human personnel spending days examining our computers, downloading our databases, and apparently conducting experiments on our technology. And then, they left. But not before releasing all the hegemony personnel unharmed and leaving behind a message. "What kind of message?" Vexalim activated a recording. The voice that emerged was human, speaking in perfect galactic standard with no trace of accent. "To the galactic hegemony, we thank you for your educational materials. Your research into gravitational manipulation and quantum communication has been particularly enlightening. We hope this knowledge exchange has been mutually beneficial. Sincerely, the 3rd Human Expeditionary Force." Zexithar stared at the display in growing horror. "They're learning our technology and improving it faster than we can adapt to their tactics." "It gets worse, sir. Intelligence reports from across the Outer Rim suggest that human forces are making contact with non-hegemony species. They appear to be sharing some of their technological innovations with anyone willing to trade information about hegemony military capabilities." The implications hit Zexithar like a physical blow. For 1,000 years, the hegemony's power had rested on technological superiority and the inability of lesser species to coordinate resistance. The humans were systematically undermining both advantages. "What does High Command say about this?" "Emperor Valdris has ordered an immediate escalation. All reserve fleets are being recalled from border duties. The plan is to launch simultaneous attacks on every confirmed human position, while maintaining the siege of Sol." Zexithar stood and walked to the large window that looked out over Nexus Prime's capital city. Below he could see the massive spaceports where hegemony vessels were being prepared for what would likely be the largest military operation in galactic history. "That's exactly what they want us to do," he said quietly. "Sir, the humans are forcing us to commit our entire military to hunting scattered strike forces across half the galaxy. They're fragmenting our power base while learning everything they can about our capabilities. This isn't random raiding. This is a systematic intelligence-gathering operation disguised as guerrilla warfare." Vexalim consulted his data pad. "But sir, Our military analysts believe we can destroy the human raiders within months if we commit sufficient resources. Our military analysts don't understand what they're fighting, Zektar replied. Bring up the casualty reports from Grand Admiral Zextar's fleet. The display showed numbers that made both officers uncomfortable. After 6 months of siege, the Imperial fleet had lost nearly 30% of its strength. Not to a rival military power, but to the defenders of a single planet. The humans at Sol are still holding out, Zektar continued, despite months of bombardment, despite being cut off from outside support, despite facing impossible odds. And now we discover that they've somehow managed to launch military expeditions across half the galaxy. How is that possible? Before Vexilem could answer, alarms began sounding throughout the intelligence center. Emergency lights bathed the room in red as automated systems announced a priority alert. Sir, a communications officer called out, we're receiving reports of simultaneous attacks on hegemony facilities in 17 different systems. The attacks began at exactly the same time across thousands of light years. Zektar felt his worst fears being confirmed. Show me the locations. A galaxy map appeared on the main display showing the targeted systems. The pattern was unmistakable. Every major hegemony shipyard, research facility, and military depot within 50 light years of Sol was under attack. They've been planning this for months, Zektar realized. Every raid, every captured facility, every piece of stolen technology, it was all preparation for this moment. The reports kept coming in. Human forces were attacking with precision and coordination that suggested detailed knowledge of hegemony operations. They knew which facilities were lightly defended, which contained the most valuable technology, and which would cause the most disruption if destroyed. More disturbing were the reports of human capabilities. Their ships were now using advanced versions of hegemony technology, apparently improved with human modifications that made them faster, more maneuverable, and significantly more dangerous than the originals. Sir, Vexilem reported, intelligence is receiving reports that some of these human vessels appear to be manned by volunteers from non-hegemony species. It seems the humans have managed to recruit allies from among the Empire's subject populations. Zektar closed his eyes, feeling the weight of inevitable defeat settling on his shoulders. The humans had done something that no enemy of the hegemony had ever accomplished. They had turned the Empire's own size and complexity against itself. What's the status of the siege fleet at Sol? He asked. Grand Admiral Zextar reports that his forces are holding position, but he's requesting reinforcements. Apparently, the planet's defenses have somehow grown stronger during the siege. The humans are still launching new defensive platforms despite being under constant bombardment. Of course they are, Zektar said, because the siege was never about defending Earth. It was about keeping our largest fleet trapped in one system while human forces spread across the galaxy. A new alarm sounded, this one indicating an emergency communication from the Emperor himself. Zektar accepted the transmission, and Emperor Valdris's image appeared on the display. Commander Zektar, the Emperor said, his voice carrying barely controlled fury. You will report to the throne room immediately. We need to discuss your previous warnings about the human threat. As Zektar made his way through the corridors of the Imperial Palace, he passed groups of military officers and government officials, all bearing expressions of shock and disbelief. The mighty Galactic hegemony, conqueror of 10,000 worlds, was being systematically dismantled by a species that had only learned to travel between stars a few years ago. When he entered the throne room, Zektar found Emperor Valdris surrounded by his top advisors, all of whom looked as if they had aged years in the past few hours. Your warnings, the Emperor said without preamble. 6 months ago you told us the humans were dangerous. You recommended negotiation instead of conquest. Yes, my Emperor. Do you still believe negotiation is possible? Zektar considered the question carefully. Around him, the most powerful beings in the galaxy waited for his response. Outside, alarms continued to sound as reports of human attacks poured in from across the Empire. I believe, my Emperor, that the humans are about to offer us terms. Whether those terms will be acceptable to the hegemony depends on how much of our empire we're willing to sacrifice to continue this war. Emperor Valdris stared at him for a long moment. Then, for the first time in his 1,000-year reign, the ruler of the galaxy asked a question that no hegemony emperor had ever needed to ask. What do you think they want? Peace through superior firepower. The neutral station Harmony's Rest had been built centuries ago to facilitate diplomatic meetings between rival species. Located in unclaimed space between major galactic powers, it had hosted peace negotiations, trade agreements, and territorial disputes for over 500 years. But it had never hosted anything quite like this. Commander Zektar stood in the station's main observation deck watching the human fleet arrive. 3 months had passed since the coordinated attacks across hegemony space. 3 months of devastating losses that had shaken the Empire to its foundation. Now finally, both sides had agreed to meet. The human fleet that emerged from hyperspace defied easy description. Some ships appeared to be advanced versions of captured hegemony vessels, so heavily modified that they were barely recognizable. Others were clearly human designs incorporating technology that shouldn't have existed. All of them moved with a coordination and precision that spoke of crews who had been fighting together for far longer than the conflict had actually lasted. Impressive, said a voice behind him. Zektar turned to see Emperor Valdris approaching, accompanied by a small entourage of advisors and guards. The ruler of the galactic hegemony looked older than Zektar remembered, as if the stress of the past months had aged him decades. They've learned quickly, Zektar replied. Too quickly, the Emperor said, joining Zektar at the observation window. Our intelligence estimates suggest they've advanced their technology by centuries in less than a year. How is that possible? Because they approach problems differently than we do, Zektar explained. We refine existing technologies over generations, making gradual improvements. They take our technology, break it down to its basic principles, and rebuild it from scratch with no regard for tradition or established methods. On the display, the human ships had taken position around the station in a formation that looked casual, but was probably carefully calculated. Zektar noticed that their positioning allowed them to cover all possible escape routes, while maintaining clear fields of fire on any potential threats. They've brought allies, Emperor Valdris observed. Mixed in with the human vessels were ships from a dozen different species, many of them former hegemony subjects who had apparently decided that the Empire's 1,000-year reign was coming to an end. The implications were staggering. The humans had somehow managed to create a coalition of species that had never cooperated before. Your Majesty, an aide announced, the human delegation has arrived. They made their way to the main conference chamber, a circular room designed to accommodate the various physiologies of galactic civilization. Zektar took his place among the hegemony delegation, watching as the doors opened to admit their former enemies. The human delegation was smaller than expected, only 5 individuals. But there was something about them that immediately commanded attention. They moved with the confident ease of people who had recently discovered they were very good at something they had never tried before. Leading them was Admiral Sarah Chen, the same human who had rejected Korthvas's surrender demands almost a year ago. She looked older now, bearing the marks of extended combat command, but her eyes still held that same spark of amusement that had so confused the hegemony's first contact fleet. Your Imperial Majesty, Admiral Chen said, offering a respectful nod that somehow managed not to suggest subservience. Thank you for agreeing to meet with us. Emperor Valdris studied the human commander with obvious curiosity. Admiral Chen, you've caused considerable disruption to galactic order. We've defended ourselves, Chen replied calmly. When you arrived in our system with 300 warships, we assumed you weren't interested in peaceful coexistence. And now? Admiral Chen activated a small holographic projector, filling the center of the room with a detailed map of the galaxy. Red areas showed regions where human forces were currently operating. Yellow indicated areas of hegemony control that had been compromised, and green showed territories where local governments had declared independence from the Empire. Now, Chen said, we'd like to discuss the future. The map was a shocking revelation of how much the balance of power had shifted. Nearly a quarter of the galaxy was no longer under effective hegemony control, and human influence had spread far beyond what anyone had thought possible. What exactly are you proposing? Emperor Valdris asked. Independence for Earth and the Sol system, Chen replied. Full sovereignty with recognition of our territorial claims and the right to establish our own diplomatic relationships with other species. And in exchange, we cease all offensive operations against hegemony territory. We return captured personnel and provide full medical treatment for all hegemony wounded in our custody. We also agree to certain technological limitations. Emperor Valdris leaned forward. What kind of limitations? Admiral Chen touched the projector, and the display changed to show technical specifications for various weapon systems. We agree not to share certain military technologies with other species without hegemony approval. We also agree to jointly develop safety protocols for some of the more dangerous innovations that have emerged from this conflict. Zektar studied the technical data with growing alarm. The humans were offering to restrict technologies that could destabilize the entire galactic balance of power. The implications were clear. They possessed weapons so advanced that they were willing to limit their own use of them in exchange for peace. These weapons, Emperor Valdris said slowly, they actually exist? Some of them, Chen replied. Others are theoretical. We've discovered that combining human engineering principles with hegemony technology produces interesting results. Not all of those results are safe to deploy on a large scale. One of the Emperor's military advisors, Grand Admiral Torvek, spoke up. What assurance do we have that you won't simply resume hostilities once you've consolidated your position? Admiral Chen smiled, and for a moment Zektar was reminded of the expression she'd worn during that first contact transmission. Grand Admiral, let me ask you a question. How long do you think it would take us to build a fleet capable of threatening Nexus Prime directly? The question hung in the air like a challenge. Torvek consulted his datapad before answering. Our analysts estimate that human industrial capacity, while impressive, would require decades to pose a direct threat to the hegemony core worlds. 6 months, Chen said quietly. The room fell silent. I'm sorry? Torvek asked. 6 months, Chen repeated. We could have a fleet capable of reaching Nexus Prime in 6 months. The only reason we haven't is because we don't want to rule the galaxy. We just want to be left alone to develop our own civilization. She touched the projector again. And the display showed detailed schematics for ship designs that made the hegemony's most advanced vessels look primitive by comparison. The problem with conquest, Chen continued, is that it requires constant military presence to maintain control. We're not interested in occupying thousands of worlds and managing millions of different species. That sounds exhausting. Emperor Valdris stared at the technical displays for a long moment. These ships, they could actually be built? 3 of them already have been, Chen replied. They're currently stationed in deep space beyond your sensor range, serving as insurance for these negotiations. The implications hit the hegemony delegation like a physical blow. The humans weren't negotiating from a position of weakness. They were negotiating from a position of such overwhelming strength that they could afford to be generous. What about our allied species who have declared independence? Emperor Valdris asked. That's between you and them, Chen said. We've provided some technical assistance and military advisors, but their political decisions are their own. We're not interested in building an empire to rival yours. Zektar found himself speaking before he realized it. Why? Admiral Chen turned to look at him. Commander Zektar, isn't it? You're the one who tried to warn them about us. Yes. Why do you think we're not interested in conquest? Zektar considered the question carefully. Because you've already proven you can defeat us. Building an empire would just give you new enemies to fight. Exactly, Chen said. We've learned a lot about galactic civilization over the past year. Most of it suggests that running an interstellar empire is a thankless job that makes everyone miserable. We'd rather focus on exploring, learning, and developing our own potential. The negotiations continued for 3 days, working out the details of what would become known as the Sol Accords. The final agreement was surprisingly simple. Humanity would maintain sovereignty over their home system and the right to establish their own diplomatic relationships. In exchange, they would limit the spread of certain dangerous technologies and provide assistance in maintaining galactic stability. On the final day, as the various delegations prepared to depart, Zektar found himself alone with Admiral Chen in one of the station's observation lounges. Can I ask you something? He said. Of course. Did you plan all of this from the beginning? The scattered raids, the technology theft, the coalition building? Thank you for watching and comment for next part.